Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I reborn from death. In a shelter transformed from an underground air raid cave near Danfeng Bailu community in Shuncheng, Su Mu emitted heart-wrenching cries of agony, his body struggling desperately. However, having fallen victim to a treacherous plot, his hands and feet were nailed to a cross, rendering him utterly immobile. His violent thrashing only served to further tear his wounds, intensifying his suffering. There is an ancient saying among the people of Daxia: those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I believe the various instruments of torture at hand will surely pry open your lips. I sincerely hope you will cooperate with us and reveal to us the method by which you became an ability user. Rest assured, we shall not shortchange you. A gaunt, balding man in glasses reverently straightened up from in front of a Buddha statue, counted the beads in his hand, and slowly turned to speak. Yamamoto, you beast in human guise. After the catastrophe, you led a band of thugs to brutally murder countless neighbors for supplies, and now you dare to covet the method to become an ability user. Su Mu spat a mouthful of blood onto the bald head of the Mediterranean man, gasping as he declared, "I will never divulge anything to you." Yamamoto Ijiro wiped the filth from his forehead with a handkerchief, his face turning a shade of iron as he bellowed, "Inflict the torture." I refuse to believe we cannot force his mouth open. A group of Japanese men, ravenous as wolves, pounced upon Su Mu, and his screams of anguish echoed relentlessly. "Boss, it was I who lured Su Mu into the encirclement, allowing you to capture him so easily." A stunning woman emerged from the shadows of the underground warehouse, wrapping her arms around Yamamoto Ijiro's, her ample bosom brushing against him as she sweetly cooed, "Make sure to allocate me a larger share of the supplies later." "Of course." Yamamoto Ijiro leered as he slipped his hand beneath her clothing. "As long as you cooperate with us, the rewards will be plentiful." "This sycophant has no idea that I am already in league with you." I easily drugged him. "By the way, Su Mu once told me that the blood of ability users contains a special power," the woman exclaimed with excitement. "If we drink his blood and consume his flesh, we might awaken abilities ourselves." This woman was none other than Yan Qingshu, the goddess Su Mu had pursued for over 2 years. Had it not been for his provision of shelter and food post-catastrophe, she would have starved long ago, and only she knew the secret of his awakening as an ability user. To his shock, this vile woman repaid his kindness with betrayal, colluding with her former company's Japanese boss to ensnare him, and now inciting them to feast upon his flesh and blood. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Ijiro and his associates' eyes lit up, and they lunged at Su Mu, ravenously tearing into him, heedless of his cries of despair. In this world where order has collapsed and morality has decayed, even a mere sausage could incite a deadly struggle, how much more so for the chance to become an ability user. The excruciating pain radiated throughout Su Mu's body, yet he could only scream in agony, helplessly watching as these beasts devoured his flesh piece by piece. In his final moments, he vaguely saw Yan Qingshu joining them, frantically tearing into him, her voice ringing out, "It was I who revealed this secret to you. Be sure to give me a larger share of his flesh." Gasping for breath, Su Mu fixed his bloodshot eyes upon Yan Qingshu, his heart brimming with loathing and regret, wishing he had discovered her true nature sooner. If life could be relived, he would never again be a sycophant nor show mercy to anyone. As his blood ebbed away, Su Mu soon found his vision fading to black, consciousness slipping away. Yet, in the next moment, he opened his eyes and abruptly stood up. The hellish scenes he had just experienced were still vividly etched in his mind, and he could faintly feel the pain of his flesh being torn away. Su Mu gasped for breath, beads of sweat pouring down, his entire body soon drenched. Regaining his senses, Su Mu began to survey his surroundings. This place felt familiar. It was his workstation at the company. His colleague, Pang Yin, from the adjacent cubicle, looked over with concern. "Mu too, what's wrong? You seem a bit unwell." This neighbor, who lived in the same community, had been robbed of all her supplies shortly after the catastrophe and ultimately starved to death. How could she possibly be standing before him now? Su Mu's mind was still in a daze as he looked down at his intact body. The central air conditioning in the building was operational, and the comfortable temperature in the air felt somewhat disorienting. On the morning of August 30th, 2034, the sun was affected by the explosion of a supernova, undergoing violent changes, and the heat it released plummeted dramatically, ushering Blue Star into a global Cambrian storm. The global temperature dropped sharply, and heavy snowfall persisted for more than 2 months, submerging the entire land. Xinsheng, where Su Mu resided, was located in the southern region, where daily temperatures hovered around -40 to 50 degrees. It was said that at the polar extremes of Blue Star, temperatures reached a horrifying -100 degrees or more. In such extreme weather, most life forms on Blue Star succumbed to freezing. Although humanity had the shelter of buildings, more than half perished in this calamity. During this period, some, deprived of food due to the frigid external temperatures, began to contemplate their fellow humans for sustenance. In the apocalypse, cannibalism was not uncommon. Humanity and morality had become mere jokes, while wealth and status had turned to mere illusions. After surviving 2 months of the Ice Age, a bizarre resurrection followed. The corpses of humans and other creatures that had perished from freezing, hunger, and disease were transformed into zombies by a mysterious virus. Those who had consumed the flesh and blood of their kind also typically became infected, turning into zombies, albeit ones with a semblance of intelligence. Among the remaining survivors, a small fraction experienced genetic mutations due to exposure to high-energy particle beams, ionizing radiation, and gamma rays, awakening various abilities. Remaining plants, insects, birds, beasts, and fish also underwent mutations, with dimensional rifts opening in many locations, unleashing monsters from alternate worlds. The global apocalypse had finally arrived. Su Mu gradually calmed down and took out his phone to check the time, which read July 31st, 2034, for 30 p.m., Monday. There was still a full month until the apocalypse struck. It seems I have been reborn. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu quickly grasped what had transpired. The months of apocalyptic experience could not have been a dream, especially the unbearable pain of being devoured at it was all too real. Sleeping during work hours? They'll have to dock your salary. This document must be completed by tonight. If it's not done, forget about your bonus for the year. Lu Yin, the supervisor of this Japanese company, was known for her sharp tongue and sycophancy towards the Japanese management, while treating her compatriots with extreme harshness, punishing even the slightest misstep. Shut your mouth. A foolish pig who worships foreign powers. I quit. With the apocalypse looming, he needed to urgently prepare supplies for the impending snowstorm in a month. He had no time to waste on this Japanese lapdog's petty squabbles. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Yin could hardly believe that the usually meek and submissive Su Mu, who allowed her to exploit him at the company, had suddenly found his courage and dared to resign on the spot. Realizing this, Lu Yin shouted in anger, but it was too late. Su Mu had already walked far away, deaf to her voice. After leaving the company, Su Mu walked down the bustling street, filled with people and traffic. The large screen outside the mall displayed the ongoing 2034 World Cup, alive with excitement. Everywhere, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, brimming with life and energy. Yet, Su Mu knew that in just 1 month, all of this would turn to dust. He stepped into a nearby Mishu Bingsheng, downing a cup of iced lemonade in one go, unable to suppress a groan, tears streaming down his face. It tastes so damn good. In the apocalypse, even clean water became a luxury, let alone lemonade. Since heaven has granted me a chance at rebirth, I must live well this time. As for those who drank my blood and feasted on my flesh, just wait, you shall suffer an even more tragic fate than in my previous life. Surviving against all odds, a fierce glint flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Recalling the deep-seated hatred from his past life, Su Mu felt an immediate urge to hunt down Yan Qingshu and the others. However, rationality prevailed, and he refrained from acting impulsively. With only a month remaining until the apocalypse, it was imperative to focus on accumulating wealth and stockpiling supplies. If one were to seek vengeance now, they would undoubtedly find themselves apprehended and left to languish in a cell until death arrives. It would be far wiser to allow them to live for a month longer, waiting for the apocalypse to descend before seizing the opportunity to methodically exact retribution. Currently, what Su Mu must prioritize is amassing a substantial fortune, stockpiling vast quantities of supplies, and constructing a fortress for the impending end of days. thereby ensuring he possesses sufficient resources to thrive amidst the chaos. Then, once safety is assured, he can brutally retaliate against those wretches. The initial capital required need not be exorbitant, approximately over $1 billion in US dollars. However, all is not lost. He is aware of an item that can bind him to the legendary system. In his previous life, Su Mu had just linked to the system when he was betrayed by Yan Qingshu, who had learned of the potency of his blood, leading to his tragic demise at the hands of those vile individuals. The first step to altering his fate begins at Dreamy Affection Jewelry Store, located at 888 Xifi Road. There lies his golden opportunity. Chapter 2. Activating the Apocalypse Fortress System. As Su Mu rode in a taxi en route to the Dreamy Affection Jewelry Store, he began to contemplate how he would survive in the world that would soon be engulfed in chaos. His personal circumstances were relatively favorable. His parents had perished in a car accident 2 years prior, leaving him a 130-square-meter apartment in the upscale Danfeng Bailu community of Shenzhen. After years of employment, combined with his parents' compensation savings, he found himself in possession of over 1.2 million in funds. In truth, his savings should have been considerably higher. Yet over the past 2 years, he had squandered 30 to 40,000 in pursuit of his goddess, Yan Qingshu. He had not even managed to hold her hand. The very thought made him want to slap himself. While over $1 million might suffice in peaceful times, with the apocalypse looming, such a sum would barely allow him to stockpile any significant supplies, let alone construct a fortress for survival. According to his memories from his previous life, the minimum requirement to establish a level 1 apocalypse fortress was at least $10 billion. Moreover, with the opportunity for advanced preparation, Su Mu aspired for a quality of life amidst the impending disaster. Food, entertainment, and exercise all needed to be balanced, otherwise prolonged stress would surely lead to a mental breakdown. Certainly, some weaponry was also essential. How else could he ensure his safety and fulfill his desire for revenge against those scoundrels? Recalling that despicable group, a cruel smile crept across Su Mu's face as a rough plan began to form in his mind. The streets of Xifi Road were bustling with life, the lights of the city twinkling. Yet Su Mu had no interest in the sights. He alighted from the taxi and made a beeline for the Dreamy Affection Jewelry Store. "Hey, Qingshu, isn't that your #1 admirer, Su Mu?" A vibrant young woman tugged at her companion's sleeve. What's a grown man doing alone in a jewelry store? The girl beside her, graceful and elegantly made up, with an LV bag on her arm, paused in surprise. "I have no idea." This woman was none other than Yan Qingshu, the very person who had betrayed Su Mu in his past life, accompanied by her close friend, Xie Baiwei. This afternoon, the two had taken a break from work and decided to go shopping, not anticipating an encounter with Su Mu. "What use is it to speculate?" Xie Baiwei, with enthusiasm, pulled her companion into the Dreamy Affection Jewelry Store. "Come on, let's go in and see." The Dreamy Affection Jewelry Store was vast, adorned in opulence, with the ground floor alone spanning hundreds of square meters, filled with an array of dazzling jewelry. Su Mu paid them no mind upon entering. He headed straight for a solitary display in the center of the hall. His breath hitched as he spotted the jade pendant, still radiating a gentle glow beneath the glass casing. He let out a sigh of relief. In his previous life, after enduring a snowstorm and being bitten by a mutated wolf while scavenging for supplies, he had stumbled into the Dreamy Affection Jewelry Store. It was the blood from his wound that had inadvertently come into contact with the jade pendant, allowing him to bind to the system. "Beautiful lady, please wrap this pendant for me." Su Mu snapped his fingers, summoning a nearby sales associate. The salesperson's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected this slightly plump customer to make a purchase without even inquiring about the price. This sale would net her a commission of several thousand. "Sir, this teardrop-shaped natural jade pendant is a rare treasure, priced at 360,000. Are you sure you wish to proceed?" "Absolutely." Su Mu furrowed his brow, anxious that delays could lead to complications, and quickly instructed, "Please wrap it up without delay." "Of course, sir." The salesperson, filled with glee, swiftly packaged the jade pendant and handed it to Su Mu. "Please proceed to the counter to settle your payment." Su Mu opted to pay with a credit card linked to his phone. He had begun using credit cards during university and held accounts with several major banks. Thanks to his excellent credit, he had a generous credit limit, and combining his cards made purchasing the jade pendant effortless. With a mere month until the impending calamity, when the city would be blanketed in snow and currency would become worthless, now was the time to spend. As Su Mu's eyes remained fixed on the beautiful jade pendant without a flicker of hesitation, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei were taken aback. Didn't the salesperson just say this pendant is 360,000? He didn't even haggle before buying it outright. Xie Baiwei murmured, simple and straightforward, this is how the wealthy shop, isn't it? She cast a jealous glance at Yan Qingshu. Qingshu, you're quite fortunate your admirer turns out to be a hidden wealthy heir. That pendant might very well have been purchased just for you. As Xie Baiwei, Yan Qingshu's roommate, was aware of Su Mu's 2-year pursuit of Yan Qingshu. Yet, she had always kept him at arm's length, neither rejecting nor accepting him. She would occasionally allow him to gift her expensive trinkets while ensuring he gained no advantage. Yan Qingshu believed that with her beauty, figure, and appreciation for life, she could easily marry a quality rich heir and live a life of luxury. However, her education was lacking. She was merely a junior clerk at a Japanese company, making it difficult for her to meet high-profile individuals. Thus, she hesitated to let go of Su Mu, who owned property in Shunsheng, treating him as her primary backup. The first rule regarding backups: make no commitments, take no initiative, refuse nothing, and bear no responsibilities. Yan Qingshu had mastered this principle splendidly. Yet upon witnessing Su Mu's extravagant purchase at the Dreamy Affection jewelry store, she began to question her previous judgments. But, driven by a desire to boast among friends, she smiled triumphantly. It must be true. Su Mu certainly lives up to his name, wooden and honest, nicknamed Wood. Outside of me, I've never heard of him having feelings for anyone else at the company. She tugged at her top, allowing it to reveal a hint more skin. Just you wait, that pendant is definitely meant as a gift for me. Though he usually dresses modestly, who would have thought he was actually quite wealthy, willing to buy me such an extravagant gift? Yan Qingshu resolved to create a chance encounter with Su Mu, casually claiming the jade pendant as her own. This way, even if he were indeed a low-key wealthy individual, he wouldn't develop any aversion towards her, perceiving her as a gold digger, and would continue to be her devoted admirer. As Su Mu completed his payment and prepared to leave, Yan Qingshu approached, her high heels clicking softly, a fragrant breeze following her. Feigning an accidental encounter, she greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Wood, what a coincidence. Are you not working today? What brings you to the jewelry store?" Su Mu turned to see none other than his primary adversary, the one who had betrayed him, and his gaze turned icy, exuding a palpable aura of menace. With the apocalypse imminent, should he strike her down now? Yan Qingshu's smile faltered, and a chill crept into her heart unexpectedly on this sweltering summer day. She instinctively took a small step back, her voice tremulous as she inquired, "Su Mu, what's wrong?" Su Mu quickly masked his intense gaze, responding nonchalantly, "Nothing much, I merely recalled something that momentarily overwhelmed me." He reconsidered. Allowing this vile woman to perish so easily would be far too lenient. Better to let her experience the despair of the apocalypse before savoring her demise. Moreover, the priority now was to swiftly bind the system and establish a secure refuge, ensuring his comfortable survival amidst the impending chaos. With that thought, a cruel smile graced Su Mu's lips. Noting his cold demeanor towards her, Yan Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, while Xie Baiwei looked on in utter disbelief. What has happened to this devoted admirer today? Normally, even the slightest smile from me would bring him joy for an extended period. Now, having taken the initiative to greet him, why does he not display a countenance filled with gratitude? Yan Qingshu suppressed the doubts swirling in her mind and feigned a look of surprise. "Wow, this pendant is truly exquisite. Did you purchase it for me?" "Absolutely not." He was preoccupied with testing whether the jade pendant still held any utility, having no time to engage in frivolous banter with this materialistic woman. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Su Mu glanced around, then retreated to a secluded corner where no one could see. He bit into the tip of his right index finger, allowing the blood to stain the pendant. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Apocalypse Fortress system." Once tainted with blood, the jade pendant transformed into a streak of luminous energy, vanishing into Su Mu's forehead. It left behind a faint mark in the center of his brow, reminiscent of the third eye of Erlang Shun. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Host has activated the Apocalypse Fortress system and received the infinite space reward. Infinite space. The dimensions of this space are limitless. With no passage of time, all items remain unspoiled. Whatever is placed within retains its original form upon retrieval. Currently, you possess a usage privilege of 10,000 cubic meters. Current task: acquire an independent residence spanning over 500 square meters to serve as the base for the Apocalypse Fortress. Reward: full access to the privileges of infinite space. Chapter 3. I want to order 1,000 seafood banquets. Finally re-establishing the connection to his golden finger, Su Mu let out a long sigh of relief. With a mere thought, his consciousness swiftly entered the infinite space. It was an immense and boundless expanse of whiteness, stretching endlessly into the unknown. Exiting the infinite space, Su Mu cast a glance at the ground and picked up a half-brick from the corner, attempting to place it into the infinite realm. Without warning, the brick vanished and reappeared within the infinite space. With just a thought, he could retrieve it once more. Although he only possessed a usage capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, it was more than sufficient for his current needs. Su Mu licked his lips, reassured that the infinite space remained functional as in his previous life, allowing him to boldly amass supplies in preparation for the impending apocalypse. However, the task of acquiring a standalone house exceeding 500 square meters proved to be quite challenging, particularly in the city of Shun, where real estate prices were exorbitantly high. Unless he ventured into extremely remote areas, obtaining such a spacious residence was nearly impossible. He decided to take things one step at a time and postpone future concerns for later. After a busy day, Su Mu felt a pang of hunger. With the apocalypse looming in just a month, he realized he must indulge in all the delectable foods available, for opportunities would soon vanish. He had endured months of cold and hunger and now yearned desperately for warm and delicious sustenance. What purpose did money serve? Once the end arrived, currency would become mere scraps of paper, unsuitable even for wiping. It was far wiser to spend it all now than to let it go to waste. He glanced around and soon discovered a high-end seafood restaurant not far away, prompting him to enter with great eagerness for a sumptuous meal. This establishment, known as Tianhai Pavilion, enjoys considerable fame in the city, attracting numerous influencers eager to check in. A meal here typically costs no less than 5 or 6,000 yuan, a price that previously deterred Su Mu from indulging. However, now reborn and unburdened by past hesitations, he felt compelled to celebrate this second chance at life. The recent decision to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean, despite global opposition, had tainted the seas, with most seafood consumed nationwide now sourced from aquaculture in Xinjiang. Surprisingly, the taste was quite delightful. Upon entering the restaurant, Su Mu chose a window seat and ordered an array of extravagant dishes he had long coveted but previously deemed too extravagant. He also requested a bottle of exquisite red wine. The attractive waitress regarded him with a gaze laced with intrigue, as though she were eyeing a distinguished suitor. Unfazed by the opinions of others, Su Mu began to devour the food voraciously before his dishes had all arrived. Perhaps due to the months spent in apocalyptic turmoil, the sheer delight of savoring such delectable fare stirred an unexpected wave of emotion within him. The sight of Su Mu's ravenous consumption drew peculiar glances from the surrounding patrons, who whispered among themselves. This was a fine dining establishment, where elegance and moderation were the norms. Yet here was a man eating as if he had just emerged from starvation. Indifferent to the scrutiny, Su Mu continued to wield his chopsticks with fervor, shoveling food into his mouth and occasionally sipping the rich red wine. How dare that sycophant treat him in such a manner? Next time, even if he buys me 2 bags, I shall not forgive him. Yan Qingshu, still simmering with anger from Su Mu's cold treatment, remained indignant for quite some time. Truly, what an ungrateful wretch. Xia Baiwei, standing beside her, fanned the flames of her ire. After such an incident, the two of them lost interest in their shopping spree. As dusk approached, they decided to seek out a quaint eatery to indulge in some spicy hot pot. As they passed by the Tianhai Pavilion seafood restaurant, They inadvertently caught sight of Su Mu inside, reveling in a sumptuous feast, which left them momentarily stunned. Qingshu, look, how is Su Mu inside, ordering so many delectable dishes? Exclaimed Xie Baiwei. And that bottle of red wine, it's an original import from Ch To La Fight, she added, covering her mouth in astonishment. This table must cost several tens of thousands. Who in their right mind would spend so extravagantly on a single meal? Yan Qingshu was equally taken aback, murmuring, could it be that I have truly misjudged him? Is Su Mu actually a hidden wealthy aristocrat? Xie Baiwei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she grasped her friend's hand, saying, aren't you the one who despises this sycophant? Why not let me have him instead? Yan Qingshu shook off her hand in exasperation, retorting, what are you thinking? Su Mu genuinely cares for me. That pendant was undoubtedly a gift meant for me. As for the misunderstanding earlier, right? He must have been testing me. She mentally replayed the earlier awkwardness, convinced that they had inadvertently uncovered his secret as a scion of wealth. Isn't that how dramas often unfold? Despite possessing considerable wealth, he feigned the guise of an ordinary person in his quest for true love. Yan Qingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke, increasingly convinced of the plausibility of this notion. After all, Su Mu had pursued her for over 2 years. She believed that with a mere nod, he would promptly kneel before her in proposal. Xie Baiwei also perceived a significant likelihood in this theory and promptly suggested, in that case, let's go inside and seek him out. Her ulterior motive was to indulge in the sumptuous seafood feast. Eager to partake in a meal, she hoped he could not finish alone. Very well. Yan Qingshu also yearned for more interaction with Su Mu, having previously teased him without granting even a fleeting touch. Now that she had uncovered Su Mu's secret of wealth, she feared that, in a fit of anger, he might choose to disregard her entirely, a loss she could not afford. The two entered the seafood restaurant and approached Su Mu's table directly. With a bright smile, Yan Qingshu exclaimed, Su Mu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you dining in this establishment. It seems fate has brought us together once more. Why not invite us to join you? She gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, intentionally revealing her fair neck and rosy earlobes. This was a classic maneuver to subtly captivate a man's heart. However, upon glancing up, Su Mu was dismayed to find these two once again before him, feeling an involuntary wave of distaste. He coolly responded, I'm sorry, but I do not have the habit of dining with others. Yan Qingshu had initially intended to take a seat, but upon hearing Su Mu's rejection, she was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by her astonishment. The script was not supposed to unfold in this manner. Xie Baiwei, noticing the unusual turn of events, hastily interjected, Su Mu, haven't you always harbored feelings for Qingshu? Yet, how could a young woman be so easily won over? Those previous trials were merely her way of testing your sincerity. I have already spoken to Qingshu. She has been moved by your earnestness and is ready to embark on a relationship with you. Yan Qingshu skillfully adopted a pitiful demeanor, her delicate appearance striking a chord with any ordinary man. Xie Baiwei continued, how about you treat us both to a meal to celebrate the formalization of your relationship today? Su Mu was about to decline, but suddenly reconsidered, smiling as he replied, it would be an honor to dine with two beautiful ladies. However, I have nearly finished my meal, and it would be inappropriate for you to partake in my leftovers. How about you find another table for yourselves? Xie Baiwei eagerly inquired, can we order whatever we like? Certainly. As you dine separately, feel free to choose whatever pleases your palate. Su Mu wiped his mouth, stood up, and declared, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei did not question his departure. Instead, they joyfully sought out a table, ordering an extravagant array of seafood and requesting a bottle of red wine identical to Su Mu's. Su Mu offered a faint smile to the staff, approached the counter, and settled the bill for his table. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and address the waiter. The dishes here are quite delightful. I have a joyous occasion at home and wish to host a grand seafood banquet, reserving 1,000 tables. I wonder if you are able to accommodate such a request? The waiter gasped in astonishment at the enormity of the order. This was indeed a significant client. Lacking the authority to make such decisions, she promptly called for the hotel manager. The manager, a voluptuous and mature woman, was equally taken aback upon hearing Su Mu's request. This was a first in the establishment's history since its inception. As she glanced at the menu Su Mu had drawn up, her confusion only deepened. Dishes such as cheese-baked matsutake mushrooms with Australian lobster, abalone sauce oatmeal with sea cucumber, stir-fried deep-sea grouper, flaky silver cod, 5-grain braised fish maw, and sea cucumber, snow vegetable and winter bamboo shoots with yellow croaker, and steamed king crab with chicken oil and Shaoxing wine. These were all signature dishes of their restaurant. However, such a substantial order promised considerable profit, and they simply had to take it on, regardless of the challenges. Hesitating, the hotel manager said, "Sir, while it is not impossible to reserve 1,000 tables for a seafood feast, we will require time to prepare. As you may understand, we do not maintain that much inventory, and some ingredients must be airlifted from overseas. Additionally, we need to gather our chefs. We would need at least 3 days before we can commence cooking for you, and it may take a further 2 days to complete the preparations. After all, to ensure the quality and taste of the dishes, certain items cannot be hastily prepared." She held the calculator, tapping away for a while. And given that the table boasted over 20 dishes, it was certainly not inexpensive. Each table costs 888 yuan, amounting to 88 million for 1,000 tables. I could authorize a deduction for the trivial amount, but it must still total 88 million. As for the initial payment, fear not. I can provide you with a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Su Mu pondered and decided to pay 1/5 of the total amount when you commence the delivery, while the remaining sum shall be settled upon the completion of the meal delivery. The gross profit margin in the catering industry typically exceeds 50%. This transaction is bound to be immensely profitable, and the stipulation of paying the final amount post-delivery is quite reasonable. Concerning the possibility of defaulting, given this individual's propensity to spend tens of thousands on a meal and the address being a renowned upscale neighborhood in the city, he hardly appears to be the type to renege. If necessary, we could initially deliver a smaller quantity of dishes to gauge the situation. Although there lies a certain degree of risk, the manager resolutely agreed, even graciously providing 2 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes, elegantly packaged in a gift bag for Su Mu. Upon exiting the seafood restaurant, Su Mu hailed a taxi to the nearest welfare lottery store to purchase a double Cryosphere ticket. Red balls, 01, 03, 12, 19, 28, 32, blue ball, 14. Though Su Mu had never engaged in lottery purchases and was entirely oblivious to the intricacies involved, she distinctly recalled the winning numbers for this draw. However, the prize for this round was not substantial, merely 5 million. This was still influenced by her past life, where Yan Qingshu frequently fantasized about sudden wealth and often tried her luck with lottery tickets. In this particular episode, she was merely 3 numbers shy of winning a grand prize, and thus unleashed her frustration upon the obsequious Su Mu, who, in turn, committed the sequence of numbers to memory. The lottery was set to be drawn the following evening, and the day after would bring the opportunity to claim a prize. The mere thought that he could earn a modest fortune due to Yan Qingshu's efforts filled Su Mu with delight. Upon alighting at the entrance of the residential complex, his gaze fell upon a large supermarket not far away, prompting him to make his way there with alacrity. Disregarding other merchandise, he proceeded directly to the food section, where an array of delectable items adorned the shelves. Taking a deep breath, he began to fervently fill his shopping cart. Chocolates, beef jerky, sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and a myriad of canned goods. He procured copiously of anything edible. Naturally, carbonated beverages were also in abundance. Cola, Sprite, orange juice, coconut water, and more were all included. However, this audacious behavior left nearby shoppers dumbfounded, whispering and gesturing amongst themselves. Undeterred by their astonished gazes, Su Mu continued to add items to his cart. After all, he had activated an infinite space of 10,000 cubic meters, rendering him unperturbed by the prospect of food spoilage. Were it not for the fear of inciting unnecessary commotion and scrutiny, he would have been tempted to empty the entire supermarket. In no time, One cart was filled to the brim, prompting him to retrieve another and continue his shopping spree, which included a substantial selection of fresh meat, fruits, and vegetables. As he approached the checkout, he was pushing a staggering 5 shopping carts, each piled high like small mountains, attracting considerable attention and even prompting some bystanders to capture videos and photos for the internet. The supermarket cashier was taken aback. She had never encountered such a situation before. After a lengthy pause, she concluded the transaction, which totaled 32,503. 5 yuan. Sumu paid without so much as a blink. With provisions in hand, he felt no anxiety. In his previous life, due to a scarcity of food, he had once survived for 3 days on a single packet of instant noodles. The pangs of hunger still vividly etched in his memory. Thus, he harbored an almost obsessive desire for sustenance. Occasionally, familiar neighbors would approach with amused inquiries about his copious purchases of food. What was the purpose? To eat, of course. In his past life, many within this community had conspired with the likes of Yamamoto Eiichiro, participating in the gruesome act of consuming their own flesh. Consequently, Sumu held no fondness for them. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he resolved to remain in this neighborhood, biding his time until the apocalypse arrived, when he would exact a brutal revenge upon them. Otherwise, his heartache would never find solace. He even deliberately spread word of his stockpiling, ensuring that the desperate neighbors would eventually attempt to invade his home in search of provisions, thus providing him with ample justification to eliminate them all. Observing Su Mu's cold demeanor, the neighbors chuckled and shook their heads as they walked away. Yet even at a distance, they continued to gossip about him, mocking his sudden eccentricity in hoarding food. There was a fool in the community who, during the last pandemic, stockpiled banlangen and salt, which remained untouched even after more than a decade. Ignoring their chatter, Su Mu continued on his way home with a supermarket employee in tow, laden with an abundance of groceries. A few elderly women engaged in conversation while watching their grandchildren play in the community, exchanged astonished glances upon seeing Su Mu approach with his cart full of provisions. One of them stepped forward to greet him, exclaiming, "Indeed, the benefits at the Japanese retail company you joined are remarkable. Employees are allowed to purchase discounted items regularly, which saves quite a bit compared to outside prices. Just the other day, while I was out for a stroll in the neighborhood, I encountered your company's chairman, Mr. Yamamoto Eiichiro. Despite being Japanese, he was extremely courteous and even inquired about you. But tell me, why have you bought so much food? Aren't you worried about it going to waste? Little Sue, do you still have any discount vouchers from your company? If you could spare a few for me, I'd like to buy some items too." These women, all retired and spending their days caring for their grandchildren, delighted in sharing local gossip and trivial matters. They were known for their knack for gathering information, earning them the reputation of an underground intelligence network. Most people preferred to avoid their scrutiny. Moreover, they had a penchant for seeking out bargains, often persuading Su Mu to share discount vouchers for cheaper purchases. "Oh, isn't the apocalypse just around the corner? I ought to stock up on some food, lest I find myself hungry when the time comes." The elderly ladies were momentarily taken aback, before breaking into laughter. "What do you mean the world is ending? Little Sue, have you been watching too many movies?" One of them remarked. "Indeed, we live in a society governed by law. Spreading rumors is not tolerated. Be careful, or the police might take you away." As she spoke, one of the ladies rummaged through her pushcart and pulled out a bag of beef jerky, tearing it open and offering it to the child beside her. "I think this looks delightful. Let my grandson have a taste," she said with a smile. Upon witnessing this, the other children began clamoring for snacks as well. The other ladies, seeing the commotion, reached for the pushcart, eager to procure their desired treats. However, Su Mu did not intervene. Instead, he crossed his arms and sneered. "Let me make this clear. This bag of beef jerky is imported from abroad and retails for 368 yuan in the supermarket. I haven't even removed the tag. Lita Ma, I won't be covering your transportation fee this time. When you plan to transfer the money." Lita Ma's expression changed instantaneously. Her keen eyes recognized the value of the jerky. Typically, they often employed the excuse of letting the children taste something to take items for free. Su Mu, usually tolerating such antics for the sake of neighborly relations, had unexpectedly chosen to stand firm this time, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. The other ladies hovered with their hands mid-air, unsure whether to proceed or withdraw, creating an awkward atmosphere. Little Sue, I left my phone and cash at home today. How about I repay you the next time we meet? That won't do. The expressions on the faces of the matronly ladies instantly darkened. Aunt Lee, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "Whom do you accuse of being a thief? The one who commits the act is the thief. Regardless, the apocalypse is fast approaching." Sumu, disinterested in even the most basic niceties, signaled to the supermarket staff to push the cart and prepare to leave. The sudden lack of regard from the usually amiable Sumu infuriated several of the older women. The little boy, who had been deprived of his beef jerky, burst into tears, throwing himself onto the ground in a tantrum. Aunt Lee hurried over to comfort her grandson, chastising Sumu as she did so. "It's just a bag of beef jerky. What harm is there in giving it to a child? How can you, as an adult, stoop to quarreling with a child?" Upon hearing this, Sumu turned back, retorting, "I am not quarreling with the child, but with the ignorant adult." Aunt Lee was immediately consumed by rage, launching into a tirade, with others chiming in to echo her sentiments. Sumu swiftly spun around, glaring at her. "You shameless old hag, utter another word, and I shall slap you into silence." Witnessing Moistir's demeanor, Aunt Lee's insults faltered abruptly. The onlookers could scarcely believe that this usually cheerful young man had transformed into someone so formidable, prompting them to hastily shield their children and flee in disarray. Chapter 5. The hidden rich second generation can't even afford a meal? While Sumu was experimenting with the functions of the infinite space, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei were busy taking photos to post on social media. Before leisurely indulging in the delectable seafood feast they typically would not allow themselves to enjoy. Cheers! The two women savored the exquisite imported red wine, relishing the moment to its fullest. However, as they prepared to leave after their meal, they were halted by a waiter who informed them, "Ladies, you have yet to settle your bill. The total comes to 48,000 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via QR code or credit card?" "What?" Yan Qingshu was taken aback. "Didn't my boyfriend pay earlier?" The gentleman who was seated at that table, tall and slightly plump, at that moment, the hotel manager, who happened to be nearby, interjected, clarifying, "You must be referring to Mr. Su. He settled the bill for his own table and has made a reservation for 1,000 banquet tables worth 88 million yuan here. But he has not covered your table's expenses." She scrutinized Yan Qingshu, her gaze assessing her from head to toe. "Mr. Su did not mention that his girlfriend was dining here. Surely you cannot be." Although the woman was reasonably attractive, Yan Qingshu felt confident in her own allure, possessing certain attributes that were more pronounced. The hotel manager's words trailed off, clearly doubting Yan Qingshu's claim of being Mr. Su's girlfriend. Upon hearing that Su Mu had indeed reserved 1,000 banquet tables for a staggering sum of 88 million yuan, both women were utterly astounded. Goodness, what kind of tycoon could afford such extravagance? Setting aside the reason behind Su Mu's lavish reservation, the sheer magnitude of nearly 90 million yuan spoke volumes of his immense wealth. They exchanged glances, their faces radiant with excitement. Yan Qingshu swallowed hard, steadied herself, and said, "Don't be hasty. Let me make a phone call first. It's just a few thousand yuan, a trifling matter." Upon receiving Yan Qingshu's call, Su Mu smiled with amusement and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Yan Qingshu's agitated voice came through. "Su Mu, what do you mean by this? You invited us to dinner and left without settling the bill, leaving us two young ladies here to face humiliation. You need to come here immediately and pay the bill. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you." After she finished her tirade, Su Mu calmly replied, "I sent it only fair that you pay for what you ordered yourselves." Hearing Su Mu's reluctance to come and settle the bill, both Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei were taken aback. They could no longer maintain their composure and began to curse loudly. With their modest incomes, they were both living paycheck to paycheck, spending their salaries on credit card debts or on clothes and cosmetics, leaving them with no means to cover such a hefty bill. As the two appeared to be on the verge of dining and dashing, the hotel manager's expression shifted to one of disapproval. She gestured, and promptly 2 security guards approached. "Ladies, if you cannot make payment, do not blame us for calling the authorities." Yan Qingshu glanced at Xie Baiwei, who immediately turned away, pretending to admire the decor of the establishment, completely ignoring the situation. A humorous incident unfolded as the hotel manager, with a sardonic smile, prepared to dial the authorities. Noticing that neither of the two individuals had any intention of settling the bill, Yan Qingshu and Shi Biwi, feeling the pressure, reluctantly decided to split the costs, emptying their bank accounts and swiping their credit cards to finally cover the extravagant expense. They exited the seafood establishment in disarray, exchanging accusations as they walked. "It's all your fault for indulging in this lavish seafood feast, leading us to fall for that wretched SM's trickery. Now, I've suffered a significant financial loss and will be left scraping the bottom. Oh, as if you didn't enjoy it. I contributed half the payment, you know. Weren't you the one who said SM was a concealed wealthy heir? How could he possibly be unable to afford a mere meal? Yet he truly possesses wealth. Did you not hear the manager? He reserved 1,000 tables for a premium seafood banquet, valued at nearly 90 million, with the deposit already paid." Yan Qingshu paused, realizing that SM's extravagant reservation was likely intended to host relatives and friends to formally announce their relationship. Perhaps he might even propose during the banquet. This seemed to be yet another test for her. Previously, SM had been a humble admirer, readily accommodating her every request and showering her with gifts and affection. However, upon Yan Qingshu's unexpected discovery of his hidden affluence, he had seemingly morphed into an entirely different persona. She felt a twinge of regret, contemplating whether her previous aloofness had fostered a sense of rebellion within Sumu. No, such a splendid golden son-in-law was not one she could afford to let slip away. Perhaps it would be wise to seek an opportunity to entice him. After all, men are creatures driven by their baser instincts. With her alluring figure and beauty, how could she not effortlessly captivate him? As Yan Qingshu pondered this, a smile returned to her face, as if she had truly married into a wealthy family, stepping into the role of a refined lady of fortune. After powering off his phone, Sumu did not rush to rest. Instead, he took out paper and pen, preparing to meticulously outline the preparations for the upcoming month. The first step was, of course, to amass wealth, enough to secure a suitable base, a property spanning 500 square meters, stockpiling vast quantities of supplies, and converting it into a safe haven. Each of these tasks required substantial financial resources. Moreover, recalling memories from his past life, he knew that upgrading the fortress in the apocalypse to level 1 demanded a copious amount of steel, stone, wood, cement, sand, clay bricks, and other construction materials. Additionally, certain precious metals and alloys were crucial, all of which necessitated a significant monetary investment. The current merchants were shrewd, insisting on immediate payment. The prospect of acquiring goods on credit or with a meager down payment was almost non-existent. Fortunately, as a reincarnate, Sumu possessed a distinct advantage in information. He calculated that, should everything proceed smoothly, securing around $10 billion should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Once the initial capital was acquired, the next step would be to create the ultimate safe house. He then inscribed the word villa upon the paper. Although he possesses a 130 square meter apartment in the Danfeng Bailu community, it does not meet the stringent requirements of the Doomsday Fortress system. Thus, he must acquire an additional residence spanning 500 square meters to serve as a base. In light of this, he contemplated selling or mortgaging his current property, utilizing the proceeds as initial capital for his endeavors. Sumu marked a check next to the word villa, integrating it into his plans. To thrive in the impending apocalypse, it is imperative to amass sufficient supplies, particularly food and water. Once he secures funding, this will be easily attainable. Furthermore, he now possesses a spatial anomaly that ensures any food stored within remains perpetually fresh. Although his current capacity is limited to 10,000 cubic meters, completing the task set forth by the system will unlock limitless space. Sumu inscribed the words food and water on paper, adding a check mark beside them. The fourth concern pertains to heating and electricity supply. With the world encased in ice, the national power grid is poised to cease operations, rendering heating a significant issue. Thus, He must resort to the simplest and most primitive methods for warmth, with a fireplace being the optimal choice. The principle behind a fireplace is akin to that of a heated Kong. Given Europe's higher latitudes, and particularly frigid winters, many households employ this method to endure the long, harsh season. By constructing several fireplaces and incorporating adequate insulation, he can mitigate concerns regarding the heating of the entire residence. Regarding the resolution of power supply issues, one can simply acquire several large generators, oxygen machines, and air purifiers. Naturally, it is essential to stockpile an ample supply of fuel as well as address safety concerns. Su Mu recalled the harrowing scenes from his past life, where numerous neighbors were violently invaded, their last resources seized, and some even met a grim fate. A chill ran down his spine. It was imperative to transform his home into an impregnable fortress. All walls and floors must be reinforced with thick steel plates or alloy materials. Even if explosives were employed outside, it would pose no threat. In the face of an apocalypse, individuals might resort to desperate measures for survival. Thus, comprehensive preparations are paramount. One must never jest with the sanctity of life. Having tasted death once, Su Mu was resolute in his refusal to endure such an experience again. The issue of a safe house could be addressed easily, as there are dedicated security companies in Shunsheng that offer services for constructing secure shelters. He had seen reports of high-profile billionaires abroad who had built super fortresses capable of withstanding even small nuclear attacks. The sixth concern pertained to pharmaceuticals. Su Mu marked a check next to the word medicines, for one cannot predict when illness might strike, regardless of one's diet. It is crucial to stockpile essential medications and specialized treatments to ensure that he would not suffer from a malady that could go untreated. He had a friend who was a pharmaceutical agent, well-connected and resourceful. With sufficient financial investment, he could procure any medication, domestic or foreign, that one might require. Now, only one final question remains to be addressed. His gaze sharpened, fixating on weaponry. As the apocalypse looms, humanity descends into chaos, and battles for resources erupt everywhere. Lives are as expendable as weeds. To survive, one must possess sufficient force. However, Su Mu is merely an ordinary office worker, lacking any martial arts prowess. Yet, no matter how skilled one may be, a simple kitchen knife can prove lethal. No matter how well dressed, a single blow can bring one down. With weapons in hand, one's combat capabilities can be significantly enhanced. Machetes and axes are readily available for purchase, and with sufficient funds, bows and crossbows can also be acquired with some effort. However, the stringent regulations on firearms in the country present insurmountable challenges. Obtaining guns and ammunition is nearly impossible. Traveling abroad for procurement is also impractical, as there are numerous restrictions on purchasing firearms overseas, and even if one were to apply tomorrow, a passport would take 15 to 20 working days to obtain. Should any complications arise, I would find myself facing a frozen apocalypse abroad. Su Mu stroked his chin, realizing that this dilemma could not be resolved at present. Nevertheless, he had a month's time. With sufficient funds, there should be a way to manage it. After spending over 2 hours devising a perfect plan, he indulged in a warm bath and then laid down to rest in his bed. The past few months of the apocalypse had been filled with hunger and uncertainty, and he had not enjoyed a proper respite in quite some time. That night, however, Su Mu's slumber was far from peaceful, as he was awakened multiple times by nightmares. Upon awakening, he discovered himself still nestled in the warmth and comfort of his bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. The harrowing visions of hell that had besieged his mind had inflicted profound wounds upon his spirit, and he could still feel the excruciating pain of flesh being mercilessly torn away. The following morning, Su Mu rose with a refreshed spirit, ready to embrace another vibrant day. It was time to embark on his quest for wealth. Chapter 6. Deceiving a Japanese company for 200 million yen. The most lucrative methods, of course, are inscribed within the criminal code. Su Mu unlocked his phone and, as expected, found that Yan Qingshu had inundated him with dozens of calls throughout the night, with WeChat messages surpassing 99. To his astonishment, Xia Baiwei had also sent him several WeChat messages, laden with suggestive undertones. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu understood. His extravagant spending yesterday had indeed been far from typical. Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei were close friends, sharing similar traits. Both were gold diggers with a penchant for materialism. Witnessing Su Mu's lavish expenditures had undoubtedly sparked their interest. With a cold smirk, Su Mu disregarded their advances and promptly deleted the messages. He had far more pressing matters to attend to and no time to indulge in their games. Retrieving bread and milk from the refrigerator, he prepared 2 fried eggs for a simple breakfast, then turned to the internet to meticulously research the schemes and tactics of fraud. After thoughtful consideration, he resolved to employ AI face-swapping technology to impersonate the company president, Yamamoto Aichi, in his fraudulent endeavors. In a previous life, it was this despicable wretch from the land of the rising sun who instigated Yan Qingshu to poison me, leading a band of brutes to ambush me, and ultimately, they savagely devoured me alive. The mere thought of the profound enmity from my past life made Su Mu's eyes redden with fury. He first registered a WeChat account under a pseudonym, then downloaded photographs of Yamamoto Eiichiro along with the speeches from various events via the company's intranet. Finally, he employed voice modulation software to synthesize his voice. Fortunately, Su Mu possessed a certain level of computer proficiency, and after considerable effort, he successfully completed the task and felt immensely satisfied after several trials. Everything was in place, awaiting only the right moment. Although Su Mu had resigned, he still had access to the contact information of various departments within the company. He used his WeChat account to add the company's vice financial director, Chun Jing, requesting her to establish a new internal workgroup chat. He appointed Chun Jing as the administrator and instructed her to include 3 financial personnel from the company, claiming he had matters to arrange. Upon realizing that it was the chairman Yamamoto Eiichiro himself who had entrusted her with this significant task, Chun Jing was exhilarated and promptly created the group, inquiring humbly about the nature of the matters at hand. Naturally, to enhance credibility, Su Mu sent voice messages processed through the modulation software in the group chat. However, one of the financial personnel raised an objection, stating, "But, Chairman, we can't transfer funds without a financial plan." Baka. Yamamoto erupted in fury. As the chairman of this company, I have the authority to mobilize up to 200 million yen for any purpose. Should a delay in transferring funds lead to misunderstandings with clients, potentially jeopardizing future collaborations, can you all bear the consequences of such a responsibility? I will ensure that the necessary documentation is completed by the end of the month. If you're willing to cooperate, fine. If not, then depart. Curse be the wretched Da Xia pig. I have an important meeting to attend shortly. Expedite your processes. As Yamamoto Aichi roared and concluded the call, the 4 financial staff exchanged glances. The tone of his reprimand was unmistakably Yamamoto's. It was indeed the boss himself. Well, you are the boss, and your word is law. That very afternoon, the funds were transferred to the designated account of Sumo. It was astonishing how effortlessly one could become a millionaire. Even Sumo found it hard to believe. 200 million yen seemed substantial, yet it merely amounted to around 10 million yuan. For a multinational retail giant like Akin Corporation, it was but a trivial expenditure. Moreover, based on Sumu's understanding of the company's financial protocols, accounts were only audited at the end of each month. By the time they discovered the discrepancy, the end would have arrived. Even if they realized Sumu was behind it, what could they do then? Sumu had initially hoped to deceive further. But with nearly a month remaining before the reckoning, any substantial sum would draw attention. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. It seemed there was still potential to exploit in this group. With a swift thought, Sumu devised another scheme. He continued to operate under a pseudonym, using Yamamoto Aichi's name to assemble the company's 10 or so executives into a WeChat group. These individuals, in their previous lives, were fundamentally involved in their own demise. Yet they exhibit no psychological burden in deceiving their compatriots. Esteemed colleagues, I present to you an investment opportunity spanning 1 month, with projected returns of 3 to 5-fold. Should you express interest, kindly transfer the funds to this account. If you're disinclined to invest, feel free to exit the group. As per our customary arrangement, the investment amount is flexible, with a deadline set for tomorrow at 3 p.m. However, this time, we only accept renminbi. Ladies and gentlemen, this venture pertains to certain confidential matters of our corporate headquarters, hence the stringent requirements. It is imperative to maintain discretion during this month. Do not inquire or discuss this matter amongst yourselves. Should I discover any breaches of confidentiality, those responsible will be expelled from the Red Pill Corporation. Working at a Japanese company, I find a language barrier negligible. I once overheard our Japanese supervisor, inebriated, mention that Eiichiro Yamamoto occasionally exploits the advantages of multinational corporations to benefit from the headquarters' resources as perks. Let's consider giving it a try. Oh, is Yamamoto-san about to grant us more benefits? I, Watanabe, shall be the first to support this, transferring 1 million shortly. Watanabe-san, how stingy. Such a splendid opportunity. And you only invest 1 million. I shall invest 2 million. Excellent. I will promptly gather funds. This time, I aim to invest 3 million, and they will be ready by tomorrow morning. Yamamoto-san, why didn't you notify us in advance? Recently, I engaged the services of a delightful student from a prestigious university, which proved to be quite an expense, leaving me with little disposable income. Thus, I could only invest 500,000 this time. Pentagon. You've certainly incurred a significant loss. However, let me make it clear. Should anyone dare to disregard Yamamoto-kun's instructions and inadvertently disclose this information, I shall ensure they meet a swift and dire fate. Fear not, the secret shall be preserved. Indeed, a single stone has stirred up a myriad of ripples. The executives of our esteemed company are all aflame with excitement, occupying prominent positions within Akameru Corporation. Their annual salaries exceed 1 million, yet upon hearing of this lucrative opportunity, they eagerly expressed their desire to invest. As for Yamamoto Eiichiro's request for discretion, who would dare oppose the allure of wealth? For the past month, we have tacitly understood this arrangement. With investments ranging from 1 million to 2 million, the smallest contribution was 50,000, culminating in an astonishing total of 27,500,000 yuan, averaging 250,000 per person. I never anticipated matters would unfold so smoothly, and I couldn't help but rejoice, performing a jubilant somersault on my bed. This marks a small reprisal for my past grievances. After an entire day's exertion, my stomach began to grumble, prompting me to order a lavish feast via a delivery platform. Now that I possess access to an expansive space of 10,000 cubic meters, I fear not the spoilage or waste of food. Today is Tuesday, and at precisely 9:15 p.m., the lottery results are to be announced. As I savored my steak, I watched the balls bounce within the drawing machine. When the dust settled, it was indeed the numbers I had selected. Red balls 0, 1, 0, 3, 12, 19, 28, 32, and the blue ball 14. After tax deductions from the grand prize, he was left with 4 million in hand. However, Sumu did not feel particularly elated. This sum merely amounted to 30 to 40 million soft sister coins, leaving a significant gap between him and his billion-dollar aspiration. That night, Yan Qingshu sent him dozens of messages via WeChat, yet Sumu remained unresponsive. Early the next morning, Sumu prepared his property deed and various documents, setting out before dawn. Fortunately, he could redeem his winnings in the city he resided in, avoiding the need to travel elsewhere. He took a taxi directly to the lottery center to claim his prize, pulling out the ticket he had purchased. The staff at the lottery center were highly efficient, swiftly verifying the authenticity of his ticket and processing the redemption paperwork, followed by his signature on the prize claim. After donning a panda mask for a photograph, he received a check for 4 million. The staff inquired with a smile whether he wished to make a charitable donation. That's not mandatory, is it? Sumu waved. The head of the lottery center's expression immediately soured. Unfazed, Sumu took the check and departed. Ridiculous. Who knows where my donation would end up? The apocalypse is approaching. This money is better spent on my own enjoyment. Chapter 7. The usury of 9 out and 13 back. Upon exiting the lottery center, Sumu hailed a taxi to the bank with dual objectives: to cash the check and secure a mortgage loan on his property. Although he owned a vehicle worth over 200,000, the traffic in the city was notoriously congested, and his car was restricted from use today. In the bank's VIP client room, The manager treated Su Mu with utmost respect while facilitating the check cashing process. However, a complication arose during the mortgage loan proceedings. In the upscale neighborhood of Danfeng Bailu in Shuncheng, Su Mu's 130 square meter residence is valued at over 5 million, reflecting the current market conditions. With all necessary documentation in order and a commendable credit history, his loan application was swiftly approved. The bank's policy allowed for a loan amounting to 4 million, constituting 70% of the property value, yet the disbursement would not occur for another fortnight, delaying the transfer to Su Mu's account. He required these funds to execute his plans. A delay would render his efforts futile. Leaning forward, he whispered into the ear of the portly bank manager, who immediately began to breathe heavily. With great difficulty, the manager replied, "Mr. Su, this is not merely a matter of funds. The bank's decisions are not solely mine to make. 5%, Su Mu declared resolutely. It cannot be more, and should this not be feasible, I shall seek loans from other banks. I believe, as a client of my caliber, many institutions might be willing to bend the rules slightly." A glint of determination flickered in the manager's eyes. After all, it was all in pursuit of profit. There was no shame in that. Before long, Su Mu's bank account swelled by an additional 3.8 million. The funds he had swindled from the Japanese executives had already begun to arrive, complemented by lottery winnings, mortgage loans, and his existing savings, bringing his total to over 46 million. Upon exiting the bank, Su Mu wandered aimlessly through the streets, his plans progressing smoothly. The potential for a significant breakthrough now hinged on the events of the evening. In a somewhat unsanitary restroom, Su Mu was contentedly enjoying a cigarette while relieving himself when his eyes caught sight of a small advertisement on the adjacent wall touting quick loans. High-interest loans? His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Before the catastrophe, not seizing such an opportunity would have been utterly unjust, a disservice to his ancestors. Hastily, Su Mu shook his companion to attention, tucked it away, and retrieved his phone to dial the number. The voice on the other end was that of a sweet-voiced young woman. Upon learning that Su Mu was seeking a loan of over 10 million, her tone immediately transformed into one of enthusiasm. The call was soon transferred to a man. "Need a 10 million loan? No problem. Where are you, my friend? I'll send someone to pick you up right away for a face-to-face meeting. I'm at the Times Square on Remin Road. When can you come?" "In 20 minutes. We'll be there." While awaiting their arrival, Su Mu settled onto a bench beside the square and began downloading various online lending apps, reaching out to numerous advertisements. Whether it was Jingdong Finance, Yuqianhua, or Jibai, he applied for the maximum amount from each, regardless of the interest rates, as he had no intention of repayment. 20 minutes later, a Wuling van pulled up in front of him, and the driver, with bleached hair, flashed a grin. "Su Hua, business manager of Deduidu Financial Services Company. At your service." Have loan shark companies become this professional? After Su Mu entered the vehicle, he resumed his activity in the back seat, continuing to explore online lending options on his phone. However, the chatty manager, Su Hua, incessantly engaged Su Mu in conversation, subtly probing into his family background, workplace, and income. Su Mu responded intermittently, mentioning that he had encountered difficulties in his investment endeavors and urgently required a sum of capital for liquidity. He had fortuitously come across the advertisement for DUI Duo Financial Services and decided to give it a try. "Su Huachuka, Mr. Su, you have made the right choice by selecting our DUI Duo Financial Services Company. There is a saying, when you are at your lowest and in dire need of assistance, a passerby may lend you 20, a friend 200, a relative 2,000, a brother 20,000, and your parents 200,000. But what about 2 million? That would be a loan company." Ha ha ha. Su Mu laughed heartily as well, if possible. "I would like to borrow 20 million. Before long, a van arrived at a secluded office building, where Su Hua warmly escorted Su Mu to their boss's office. Su Hua whispered a few words into the boss's ear and then stood behind him. The owner of the lending company was a burly middle-aged man, dressed formally even in the sweltering heat, with a white shirt and a tie. However, his demeanor bore an air of menace, a characteristic only acquired by those who have fought in the gray areas of society for many years. Su Mu did not falter. He confidently seated himself opposite the boss and naturally accepted the cigarette he offered, lighting it with ease. "Brother, I am Li Jian, the owner of this company. Did you just call to request a loan?" Truly, as a company specializing in usury, you dive straight to the point with such bluntness. Somewhat replied, "Indeed. I urgently need 10 million for a project, which I can repay in a month. Our company specializes in rescuing individuals from dire straits. Whenever you require funds, you need look no further than us. However, 10 million is no trifling sum. Let's be clear from the outset. Our money cannot simply be lent out without collateral." Li Jian exhaled a puff of smoke, feigning a troubled expression. "Brother, you must understand, our interest rate is 5%. 10 million. Are you certain you wish to borrow? As long as you can provide the funds immediately, the interest is not an issue. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I own a 130 square meter apartment in Danfeng Bailu valued at over 5 million, along with a car worth over 200,000, which I can pledge as collateral." Su Mu laid the property deed on the desk. "Should you still be unsatisfied, I am willing to double the interest." He had just been to the bank to process the loan, and this document was conveniently in his possession. The cigarette that Li Jian had been holding fell directly onto his trousers, and he hurriedly brushed it off, staring in disbelief at Su Mu, utterly stunned. Su Hu, standing behind Li Jian, was equally flabbergasted. In all his years in this business, he had never encountered such audacity. Doubling the interest? 5 points transformed into a dime? The scene of the donkey rolling in the mud reappears? Is this fellow mad? Or does he harbor a misunderstanding regarding the interest on a dime? This hardly qualifies as usury. It is unequivocally a case of outrageous extortion. Li Jian's eyes gleamed with avarice as he hastily seized the property certificate for meticulous verification. Upon confirming the details of the property, his satisfaction deepened. He harbored no fears of Su Mu defaulting. As the proprietor of a lending company, Li Jian possessed ample means to ensure repayment. This transaction promised substantial profit. It was a done deal. "Brother, your collateral value is somewhat lacking. I can only lend you 5 million. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jian resolved to exercise caution, agreeing to a loan of merely 5 million. The fellow's readiness was rather peculiar. Should there be any concealed complications, it could lead to trouble. Lending him only 5 million, the 130 square meter property was, without doubt, a secure investment. Yet, I must require you to sign an IOU for 6 million. Seated in his executive chair, Li Jian reignited a cigarette, a smile gracing his face. "Moreover, I must first deduct a month's interest, ultimately allowing you only 450,000. Su Mu feigned hesitation for a moment, conceding, "All right, 5 million it is. As long as it can be credited today, I agree." It must be said, although the lending company operates with questionable ethics, their efficiency is commendable. Within an hour of Su Mu signing the contract, the funds had already been deposited into his account. Observing Su Mu's departing figure, Li Jian's grin nearly reached his ears. This Navi lad seemingly finds himself in dire need of money, daring even to borrow at such a meager interest. Li Jian proudly declared, "From this deal, we shall earn no less than 1 million. He continued, "Those in urgent need of money are either entangled with drugs or have succumbed to gambling, which is why they sign contracts so readily." Su Hua interjected, "But boss, what if there are issues with that property?" Li Jian casually picked up the property deed from his desk, glanced through it with a smile, and reassured, "No worries. I have verified it. The deed is authentic. As long as the house belongs to him, there's no way it can slip through our fingers. With the property deed, a photocopy of the ID, the contract, and that 6 million loan note in our possession, we have ample means to acquire that property. If necessary, we could even reach out to contacts in northern Myanmar to inquire whether they are in need of valuable components." A glint of danger flickered in his eyes, contemplating options such as kidneys and the like. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner at a restaurant, Su Mu had downloaded over 100 online lending applications, submitted 36 snapshots, and secured loans ranging from 1,000 to several tens of thousands. Ultimately, he managed to accumulate a staggering 1,970,000 in online loans. Coupled with the loan he procured from Li Jian today, Su Mu now boasted a fortune exceeding 52 million. Tonight, he was poised to undertake the final, most crucial step, leveraging this sum of over $50 million to amass $10 billion. Chapter 8. Qingjing Bar Betting. Yan Qingshu had called Su Mu several times, inquiring if he had time to accompany her shopping, but he coldly declined each invitation. Su Mu had long seen through her materialistic nature, and currently, he was preoccupied with making money, having neither the time nor the inclination to indulge her. Qingshu, let us go. Su Mu's indifference towards you is probably a ploy to play hard to get. Let us leave him be for now. One should not hang all their hopes on a single tree. Your admirers are certainly not limited to him. Xie Bai Wei, having meticulously applied her makeup, urged her friend on. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy upon realizing Su Mu's newfound wealth. Yan Qingshu felt a disquieting sensation in her heart. For the past 2 years, Su Mu had treated her with remarkable kindness, consistently inquiring about her well-being, finding ways to amuse her, and inventing reasons to engage in late-night conversations. Whenever she made a request, he would fulfill it without hesitation. However, in recent days, Su Mu seemed to have transformed entirely, leaving her bewildered and instilling an inexplicable sense of urgency within her. In her mind, she could afford to be indifferent towards Su Mu, but she absolutely could not tolerate the thought of him losing interest in her. Let us go, let us go. It's just a way to unwind, Xie Bai Wei said cheerfully, pulling her friend out the door. I've inquired about it, and the expenses at Qingjing Bar are quite high. Han Lei is certainly investing a significant amount to pursue you. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, after relishing a delectable meal, Su Mu stepped into Qingjing Bar. He casually chose a spot to settle down, ordering a bottle of Hennessy Richard Cognac to sip at his leisure. The bar's origins were a mystery, situated in a prime location yet exuding an air of tranquility, seemingly alluding to a deeper meaning, harmonizing with a notion of serenity, thus appearing quite sophisticated. During the World Cup, many patrons opted to watch the matches here with friends, contributing to the establishment's thriving business. Today is August 2nd, and at 1 a.m. on August 3rd, the grand finale of the 2034 World Cup will unfold. The bar has already attracted numerous early arrivals eager to await the event. Surrounded by conversations about football, Su Mu overheard many lamenting their losses in betting, lamenting how much they had squandered during this year's World Cup. He shook his glass with a disdainful smile. Their losses stemmed from their ignorance of the eventual victor. For him, as a reborn individual, this was hardly a concern. Indeed, Su Mu's purpose in coming to the Tranquil Bar was not only to unwind, but primarily to capitalize on the World Cup betting to amass wealth. Of course, the bar was teeming with attractive women, their minds refreshingly open. After holding back for so long, he wouldn't mind seizing an opportunity to express some passion if it arose. Noticing Su Mu indulging in such an expensive bottle of liquor while seated alone, it wasn't long before 2 striking young women approached him. Hey, handsome, are you here alone? Mind if we join you? Su Mu glanced over. Both girls were dressed provocatively, with alluring figures, particularly their long, slender legs that stirred undeniable excitement. One of them sported heavy smoky eye makeup, clearly a seasoned veteran of nightlife. Another girl, though clad in a midriff-bearing outfit, possessed a delicate visage and an aura of innocence, appearing somewhat timid, as if it were her inaugural visit to a bar. Of course, it was also possible that this demeanor was feigned. All right, please have a seat, Su Mu remarked, prompting the 2 girls to take their seats with cheerful smiles. The demure young lady settled beside him, her smooth calves inadvertently brushing against his leg. Su Mu remained unperturbed and ordered a bottle of Hennessy Richard Cognac, pouring a glass for each of them as he sipped and playfully teased them. At the entrance of the Qingjing Bar, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz was struggling to park at an angle. The S-Class, known for its elongated body, posed a challenge for Han Lei, who had recently acquired his driver's license and had already attempted to park several times without success. In the back seat sat the goddess Yan Qingshu and her friend Xie Bai Wei, whom Han Lei had pursued for quite some time, causing his face to flush a deep crimson in his anxiety. Despite the air conditioning within the vehicle, beads of perspiration still formed on his forehead. The more anxious he became, the more difficult it was for him to maneuver the Mercedes into the tight space. Unfortunately, there was only this single marked parking spot available, and he dared not park elsewhere. After all, it was no small feat to borrow his cousin's car to impress girls. And he certainly did not wish to receive a parking ticket from the police, which would lead to a scolding. After considerable effort, Han Lei finally managed to awkwardly park the Mercedes. He promptly exited the vehicle to open the door for Yan Qingshu and her friend, eager to showcase his gentlemanly charm and warm demeanor. Today, his spirits were high. After numerous invitations, Yan Qingshu had finally agreed to accompany him for dinner and had consented to visit the Qingjing bar together. The only flaw in this otherwise splendid evening was the presence of Xie Baiwei, the unwelcome third wheel. However, this was already a significant improvement, justifying the extravagant expenditure of the night. On the way, Han Lei had been boasting about this bar, Qingjing, claiming it to be the finest in the city, and that he was quite familiar with the owner, promising a generous discount. In truth, it was his cousin's acquaintance with the bar's proprietor that facilitated their membership, and Han Lei himself was oblivious to the owner's gender, having never set foot in the establishment before. Yet, when it came time to settle the bill, he intended to use his cousin's membership card, feigning it as his own, believing it would enhance his image. Prior to their outing, he had arranged to reimburse his cousin after the transaction. Such behavior, rather juvenile, is typical of certain men who revel in absurd and base displays. Meanwhile, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei paid little heed to Han Lei's grandiloquent tales, engrossed in a hushed discussion about Su Mu, dissecting the reasons behind his recent indifference towards her. After all, a wealthy heir who could splurge 88 million on 1,000 seafood banquet tables would not easily let go. Upon their arrival at the bar, the trio found themselves captivated by the ambience. The dimly lit space revealed, to their surprise, a familiar figure seated not far away, Su Mu. How could they possibly encounter him here? Han Lei cursed under his breath, cautiously suggesting, "Shall we consider changing bars?" He was aware that Su Mu held a fondness for Yan Qingshu, yet as an outsider unable to afford a home in the bustling city of Shun, he had been relegated to a life of renting, his circumstances considerably inferior to those of Su Mu. Thus, he regarded him as his primary rival. Yan Qingshu, however, shook her head and redirected her gaze towards the two enchanting women beside Su Mu. These two ladies, in terms of demeanor, grace, physique, and strikingly long legs, were no less impressive than Yan Qingshu herself. This evoked a profound sense of insecurity within her, akin to the feeling of having a cherished toy snatched away in childhood. Although that toy was not one she deeply treasured, it did not diminish her ire. How absurd! Even if Qingshu declined his advances, must she descend into such a state? Han Lei also noticed the two leggy beauties, and although envy surged within him, he discreetly disparaged Su Mu. "He nothing like me, devoted and steadfast." He fancied that in this moment, he stood in stark contrast to Su Mu in Yan Qingshu's eyes. "Don't move, just sit here." Yan Qingshu suddenly spoke, a hint of irritation in her tone. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Mu turned his attention towards them, surprised to encounter the two in a bar, yet he felt indifferent. After the betrayal of the apocalypse, he now harbored an intense loathing for Yan Qingshu, coupled with profound disdain for his previous behavior as an adoring fool. What a joke! Sending a 5,200 yuan red envelope to a fairy only earned him the title of a sycophant, which he found insufficient. Yet, spending the same amount to treat his friends to skewers and karaoke would elicit a throng of loyal followers kneeling and calling him father. "Suga, what's the matter? Have you run into someone you know?" The girl adorned with heavy makeup inquired with a smile. "Nothing much, just an ex-girlfriend," Su Mu replied as he took a sip of his drink and continued to jest with the two girls. Some were exhilarated, some were frustrated, while others were lamenting. Listening to the surrounding chatter about football, Xie Baiwei excitedly chimed in, "It's the World Cup season. I've heard that many people are placing bets lately. Do you know anyone doing that?" Yan Qingshu shook her head, appearing somewhat distracted. However, Han Lei interjected, "In just an hour, it will be the finals of this year's World Cup, Argentina versus Germany. I'm planning to place a small bet of 20,000. He began to subtly flaunt his financial prowess, his voice slightly elevated. 20,000? That's quite a sum," Xie Baiwei exclaimed in surprise. It's not too bad. Excessive gambling is detrimental to health, while minor bets can be enjoyable. Han Lei's gaze was fixed on Yan Qingshu, his voice rising a notch. The background music in the bar was soft, yet the volume of the replayed match was amplified, allowing Su Mu to overhear Han Lei's words. Indeed, Han Lei intended to show off in front of Su Mu. Chapter 9. I only bet on one score. The World Cup betting industry is colossal. Statistics indicate that the total global betting amount for the 2028 World Cup in Los Angeles is projected to reach an astounding $195 billion, approximately 142.19 trillion renminbi. If we also consider the underlying illicit industries, this figure may easily multiply by 10. However, the world of gambling is rife with capital manipulation and hidden agendas. Each World Cup season, the rooftops are crowded with individuals who have lost their fortunes to betting. Yet, there are indeed tales of overnight riches, such as the infamous story from 2014, where a drunken Dutchman wagered €200 on Germany's 7-1 victory over Brazil, ultimately reaping a staggering 11 million yuan at odds of 6,500, a tale that has become a classic, passed down through the years. In the face of Han Lei's provocations, Su Mu remained unfazed, savoring his drink with a serene demeanor. A mere 20,000. Such trifling sums hardly warrant his attention. However, the two young women beside him were not as complacent. One of them, adorned with sultry makeup and a broad-minded disposition, remarked, "Su Ge, your ex-girlfriend's toy boy is flaunting his bravado right in front of you. I happen to know a well-funded platform. As long as you win, the payouts are instantaneous. Would you care to place a bet and quell that young man's arrogance?" During the World Cup, this young woman had engaged in part-time work across several betting platforms, earning a commission for every customer who placed a wager through her, regardless of the outcome. "All right then, I shall place a bet." Su Mu glanced at his bank balance on his phone. Over 200,000, a sum reserved for his evening's indulgences at the bar. Wealth renders one susceptible to persuasion. And the young woman was visibly excited. "Su Ge, which country will you back to win?" To her surprise, Su Mu shook his head and replied, "I am not betting on victories. I am betting on the score." A bold ambition indeed, as he opted for the precise scoreline. "Which scores are you considering?" The other innocent-looking young woman inquired, astonished. Although she seldom watched football, her exposure to the patrons of the bar engaged in betting had imparted her with a modicum of knowledge. Betting on the outcome seemed straightforward. Yet wagering on the precise score significantly diminished the odds. Naturally, the payouts were correspondingly more lucrative. Su Mu inquired of the young woman adorned in smoky eye makeup, "What is the odds for Argentina versus Germany, ending in a 5-5 draw on your platform?" The young woman consulted her phone and replied, "Let me check. The odds are 145. Then I'll place a bet of 200,000. Su Mu declared without hesitation. 200,000, you say? That is quite substantial. Wait. How much did you say you wanted to bet?" The young woman exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Yes, just 200,000. Su Mu insisted. "Come here and assist me with the wager." At an odds of 145, a successful bet of 200,000 would yield an astonishing 29 million soft currency. The young woman, seated in Su Mu's lap as she helped him place the bet, trembled with excitement, her hands shaking as she attempted several times to execute the transaction unsuccessfully. It was not uncommon for wealthy individuals to wager 30,000 or 50,000 on a game, and she had witnessed even higher stakes before. However, placing 200,000 on a single score was an entirely different matter. While there were certainly those who bet on scores, they would typically cover multiple outcomes. Given such high odds, betting on several scores meant that even one win would result in a profit. Yet, Su Mu's singular bet posed an exceedingly high risk. Nevertheless, for Su Mu, a reincarnated being, the final score of the World Cup final was etched vividly in his memory. He already knew the outcome of the match. This cannot merely be classified as gambling. It is more akin to an attempt to seize unexpected fortune. How could he possibly relinquish such a splendid opportunity? Since the afternoon, he has eagerly placed bets across various platforms, from domestic to international lottery and betting sites, as well as several privately operated underground establishments. He has diversified his stake into over a dozen portions, wagering a staggering sum of more than $52 million, equivalent to over $700,000. It is a bold, all-in move. All his bets are on the scoreline, predicting a draw of 5 between Argentina and Germany, with odds ranging between 120 to 150 times across different platforms. Should he triumph, he stands to gain a direct windfall of $1 billion, translating to over $70 billion in local currency. However, he prudently limited his wager to merely $40,000 to $50,000 on each platform, wary of the possibility that they might not have the funds to cover his winnings. The two nearby booths were not far apart, and the excitement of the crowd was palpable, with the shrieks of the women being particularly pronounced. Yan Qingshu and the others distinctly heard Su Mu stake $200,000, and moreover, he was betting on the scoreline. Is he boasting? Did Su Mu really wager $200,000? Xia Baiwei whispered. Is he out of his mind? Where would he acquire such a sum? Han Lei furrowed his brow. The mere thought of Su Mu's $200,000 bet made his own $20,000 seem somewhat embarrassing. It is undeniable that during the World Cup, there are countless wealthy individuals who lavishly spend, with some betting hundreds of thousands on a single match. And even larger sums are not uncommon. A small gamble brings pleasure. After all, it is the thrill that one seeks. Yet, what is Su Mu's status? Prior to resigning, he was merely an ordinary employee of the company, earning at most a modest salary of around $10,000 a month. Why would he wager $200,000 on a single game? Furthermore, there are virtually no precedents for high-scoring draws in World Cup matches. Generally speaking, a match in which 4 or 5 goals are scored can be considered a goal fest. A high-scoring draw, such as 3-3, is indeed a rarity. Throughout the annals of World Cup history, there have only been 2 astonishing 4 draws. The prospect of Su Mu and Argentina facing Germany in a 5-5 clash is almost fantastical, with odds not much better than a collision between Mars and Earth. Yet, just a few days ago, he extravagantly spent $88 million to book 1,000 seafood banquets. Yan Qingshu uncertainly remarked. Perhaps he inherited a substantial fortune from his parents. What? How could that be possible? Su Mu had just resigned a couple of days ago. Given his financial standing, I could believe he had tens of millions. Han Lei's eyes nearly bulged out, exclaiming, $88 million? What a joke. That's more than winning the lottery. Su Mu resigned? Yan Qingshu was taken aback. But just a few days ago, Weiwei and I witnessed him spend $360,000 on a magnificent jade pendant. He then splurged several tens of thousands on a seafood feast and casually ordered 1,000 banquet tables. Xia Baiwei furrowed her brow and suggested, is it possible that we've all been deceived by Su Mu? Perhaps he is deliberately staging a performance for our benefit. The pendant and the banquet can both be returned. He might have only spent a few tens of thousands. His aim could be to convince us that he is a super-rich heir, hoping to entice you into his embrace. After all, who in their right mind would spend $88 million on such an extravagant number of banquet tables? This is not a novel. Yan Qingshu was momentarily taken aback by the words, and as she contemplated Su Mu's various unusual behaviors, the likelihood of this possibility seemed increasingly significant. Su Mu was utterly outrageous. Her chest heaved in agitation. How could I have considered him a good friend, only to be deceived in such a manner? Have you forgotten? Xia Baiwei interjected with embellishments. That night, he invited us for seafood, yet he ran off, leaving us to each spend over $20,000. With this remark, Yan Qingshu's anger intensified. Meanwhile, Han Lei silently reveled in the turn of events. Yan Qingshu's vehement reprimand of Su Mu could only imply that he had a greater opportunity. He leaned in and whispered, I just analyzed the situation with my cousin and firmly believe Argentina will win. So I placed another bet of $20,000. What? Xia Baiwei was taken aback, and Yan Qingshu also lifted her gaze towards Han Lei. It is often said that a small gamble is a source of pleasure, while a large one can lead to ruin. Gambling enthusiasts often meet their demise. We are all mere wage slaves. Isn't Han Lei's approach a tad too reckless? In truth, Han Lei seldom pays attention to football and knows little about the sport. Moreover, understanding football is not always crucial. Aside from a national team, which consistently underperforms, which World Cup has not seen its share of upsets? Who could have predicted the astonishing 7 One scoreline between Germany and Brazil in 2014. Han Lei declared solemnly, Argentina has Messi. They're a sure bet. To be precise, he only recognized Messi. Would you like to place a bet as well? Xia Baiwei, filled with enthusiasm, expressed her desire to place a bet of 5,000, encouraging Yan Qingshu to join her in this venture. Despite her utter lack of interest in football, Yan Qingshu found herself inexplicably swayed by her friend's incessant chatter, ultimately deciding to wager 5,000 on Argentina's victory. In his mind, Han Lei had already devised a plan. If Argentina triumphed, he would transfer money to Yan Qingshu. If they faltered, he would feign miscommunication with his cousin, claiming an error in placing the bet. Above all, he could not allow Qingshu to incur losses that might dampen their spirits during their outing. It is often said that a caring man is unparalleled, and in this instance, even a dog would feel inferior in comparison to his maneuvering. Chapter 10. Winning $1 billion. At that moment, a young man with dyed hair and a burly middle-aged man entered the Qingjing bar. They were Su Hua, a business manager from DUI Duo Financial Services, and his boss, Li Jian. Cousin, we are over here, Han Lei exclaimed, waving to Su Hua as he spotted him. Once seated, Li Jian's lecherous gaze was unmistakable as he unabashedly scrutinized Yan Qingshu and Xia Baiwei, sending shivers down their spines. Upon learning that Han Lei had introduced them as engaged in the usury business, both women instinctively recoiled further into their booth, their hearts racing with trepidation. Isn't that the fellow who processed a mortgage at our company today? Su Hua, the manager with the dyed hair, recognized Su Mu seated not far away, recalling how few had been so prompt in signing contracts. Mortgaging by day and reveling in bars by night. What a life. Li Jian ignited a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring with a playful expression, exclaiming, I must admit, today as youth certainly indulge in extravagant pursuits. What? Su Mu actually secured a loan from your company? And with his house as collateral? Yan Qingshu, who was seeking an excuse to depart, was taken aback upon hearing those words. During her university days, she had dabbled in naked loans and was acutely aware of the avarice displayed by such predatory lending companies. She exchanged a glance with Xia Baiwei, disappointment flooding her heart. No wonder Su Mu had suddenly become so affluent. It turned out he had mortgaged his property to secure a high-interest loan. The primary reason Yan Qingshu had been maintaining her interest in Su Mu was due to his apartment in the Danfeng Bailu community. The news of its mortgage ignited a fury within her, causing her chest to ache with frustration. Their earlier analysis had indeed been spot on. This was the undeniable truth. Yan Qingshu abandoned her thoughts of leaving, raising her glass and downing its contents in one swift motion, vowing never to concern herself with Su Mu again. As time ticked away, the final match of the 2034 World Cup commenced. The patrons of the bar, having indulged in libations, were particularly exuberant, with each shot on goal inciting a frenzy among the crowd. Argentina and Germany exchanged relentless strikes, resulting in a staggering halftime score of 3-3. Han Lei grew increasingly anxious, his nerves fraying as he realized the stakes, having wagered 40,000 on an Argentine victory, while the outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Su Mu remained unfazed, engaging in light-hearted banter with the two women, occasionally sharing moments of intimacy. As the second half swiftly commenced, the two teams relentlessly pursued one another. With merely 10 minutes remaining in the match, an astonishing score of 4-4 emerged, a historic moment. The ambience within the bar reached an exhilarating crescendo. One faction erupted in cheers, while another descended into vehement curses. The teams, driven by fervor, continued their fierce contest, and within those final 10 minutes, each side managed to net yet another goal. The score stood at 5-5. The bar erupted in joyous chaos. Such a rare occurrence had indeed transpired. Unless fate intervened, the rooftop would soon be overflowing with patrons, many gamblers poised to leap in despair. As the dust settled, Su Mu raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Holding close the fair-complexioned girl beside him and kissing her, she let out a soft gasp. Her cheeks flushed, yet she offered no resistance. At that moment, a girl adorned with smoky eye makeup was audibly applauding. Su Mu, you're incredible. I placed a bet of 200,000 on Argentina versus Germany to end in a 5-5 draw. What a thrill. Instantly, all eyes in the bar gravitated towards Sumo. After all, those who remained at this hour were undoubtedly ardent football enthusiasts, and the proportion of bettors among them was exceedingly high. Upon hearing her words, a flurry of conversations ignited. Damn, to wager 200,000 on a 5-5 draw. These young ones are bold, exclaimed one admirer. What a formidable character. I wouldn't dare bet 2,000 on a straight win, yet he risks 200,000 on a correct score. I believe the odds for a 5-5 draw were around 140 to 150 times, right? Wow, that could mean a fortune of 2 to 3 million. What extraordinary luck. Those who emerged victorious in their wagers found themselves in a favorable position. Yet those who suffered losses tonight, upon hearing of this incident, were consumed with envy to the point of madness. A tipsy patron could no longer contain himself and rose to inquire, "Miss, how many scores did your Sioux brother purchase?" His intentions were purely to glean wisdom and analyze the strategies behind his betting choices. The heavily made-up young woman, slightly inebriated, boasted with bravado, of course. He only bet on a score of 5-5, and it paid off splendidly. Impressive, isn't it? Step aside, it's my turn. With that, she brusquely pushed aside the innocent girl and passionately embraced Sumo, kissing him with wild abandon. The surrounding patrons were left in a state of shock. In that moment, they were left pondering whether this young man was simply too naive to fear the consequences or if, indeed, he was blessed with extraordinary luck. Why didn't he place multiple bets to mitigate the risks? Instead, he had chosen a tie score in a regular season match, and yet, miraculously, he had triumphed. There was nothing more to say. Winning was undeniably impressive. Onlookers whispered among themselves, their eyes glistening with envy. Meanwhile, Han Lei was on the verge of despair. Including the 5,000 from Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei, he had incurred a staggering loss of 50,000 tonight, a sum that was far from trivial. Moreover, witnessing Su Mu's substantial winnings only deepened his anguish. Losing 40,000 was already a bitter pill to swallow. Though he felt a pang of sorrow, he forced a smile, attempting to present a facade of indifference, showcasing his wealth in front of Yan Qingshu. In the presence of the girl he admired, he had managed to maintain an air of bravado. When rounded off, this episode hardly seemed like a loss at all. In a single night, Su Mu astonishingly won over 20 million. Indeed, it was over 20 million, not merely 20. And what of me? What me? I accompanied a lady and lost 5,000, although I would generously cover this 5,000 for her. The psychological disparity is irreparable. Li Jian and Su Hua exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock. However, considering the contract Su Mu had signed, they were no longer concerned about his ability to repay the money. The prospect of easily profiting from this situation filled them with joy as they raised their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Let us depart. Observing Su Mu exit the bar with two beautiful ladies in tow, Yan Qingshu's expression darkened, and she hastily grabbed her bag and pursued them. Su Mu had indeed won over 20 million. He was truly a millionaire. As for her earlier vow to never engage with Su Mu again, it had swiftly faded from her mind. She remained in shock over Su Mu's windfall, rendering her own loss of 5,000 insignificant. She must retain Su Mu. All of this was witnessed by Han Lei, whose heart ached painfully. Yet, by the time Yan Qingshu chased after them, Su Mu had already boarded a taxi with the two ladies and departed swiftly. She frantically dialed Su Mu's number, but he refused to answer. Eventually, growing irritated by her incessant attempts, he turned off his phone altogether. The following day, just before noon, Su Mu awoke in the spacious presidential suite of a five-star hotel. Glancing at the ethereal forms of the two ladies beside him, a smile creeping across his face. $1 billion had been transferred as per plan. Now, all that remained was to methodically execute the established strategy and stockpile supplies in preparation for an impending crisis. After a night of indulgence, the two ladies appeared somewhat fatigued, still immersed in a deep slumber. Su Mu refrained from waking them. Tossing the 10,000 yuan he had withdrawn from the ATM onto the bedside table before dressing and stepping outside. His primary task for the day was to purchase a villa. With the Doomsday Fortress system, having issued a mission requiring a 500 square meter residence as a base. He certainly had no intention of renovating his modest 130 square meter apartment. Arriving at the sales office of Danfeng Bailu Community, he inquired whether any villas were still available for sale. Of course, Su Mu could have ventured to the outskirts of the city to acquire a villa, but that would lack significance. To quench his thirst for vengeance, he sought to confront his enemies directly. Most of his adversaries resided within this community, and he wished to witness them suffer before his eyes, a sight that would somewhat alleviate his deep-seated resentment. Chapter 11. Purchasing the centrally located villa outright. Danfeng Bailu Community is an upscale residential area in Shuncheng, divided into high-rise and villa sections. The villas offered for sale are all designed by renowned architects and have been lavishly renovated at great expense. Coupled with their spacious layouts and beautiful surroundings, they have always commanded high prices. In Su Mu's recollection, even with the advent of the apocalypse, there are still several unsold units. "Hello, beautiful. I'm here to view the villas." At the sales office, he found himself the sole visitor. Yet as he wandered through the premises, the saleswomen seemed oblivious to his presence. Some were engrossed in their phones, while others engaged in conversation, completely disregarding him, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. This is a high-end community. The villa prices are quite steep. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? A saleswoman was meticulously shaping her eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil in front of a vanity mirror, her gaze never lifting as she spoke with an air of disdain. These saleswomen possessed a keen eye, easily discerning that Su Mu's ordinary attire was hardly befitting of a wealthy individual, which led to their cold demeanor towards him. To be candid, the salespeople in such upscale villa communities had long accustomed themselves to dealing with affluent clients, and they had adopted an air of arrogance in their speech and conduct. Oh, how expensive could it possibly be? Su Mu was taken aback by the disdain he encountered in this place, yet he remained unperturbed and replied with a hint of amusement. "Huh, do you have any idea how much this villa costs? The earnest money alone is 1 million. The saleswoman shot him a skeptical glance. "Do you even comprehend what 1 million means?" "Of course," Su Mu replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips as he casually tossed a black plastic bag onto the table. 1 million is merely a plastic bag's worth. Prior to his visit, he had specifically sought out the portly bank manager to withdraw 10 million in cash for convenience's sake. Even in this era of advanced electronic transactions, some merchants insisted on cash payments, though withdrawing 10 million without an appointment was somewhat against the bank's regulations. The manager swiftly facilitated the transaction under the promise of a 1% commission. The saleswoman had yet to utter the word crazy when, with a resounding pop, the plastic bag burst open, spilling vibrant red banknotes across the table, resembling a magnificent bloom in full blossom. Instantly, the expression on the saleswoman's face resembled that of someone who had just received a heavy blow, rendering her momentarily speechless and frozen in place. At that moment, many employees from the sales department were also taken aback. While it was not uncommon for affluent individuals to visit in search of villas, they had never encountered someone as young as Su Mu, barely in his 20s, dressed casually and appearing almost like an inexperienced rich kid. What was most astonishing was that Su Mu casually brought along 1 million yuan in cash, carelessly stuffed into a plastic bag. "Sir, which unit would you like to reserve? Would you like to visit the site and familiarize yourself with the villa's specific layout?" After regaining her composure, the saleswoman managed to muster what she believed to be her most flawless smile, even altering her address to Su Mu. After all, purchasing a property was a significant matter, especially when it came to a villa. However, Su Mu remained silent, gazing at the model of the community and pointing at the largest villa in the center. "The only one of its kind in the entire area? I want that one. Maple Grove Evening," the saleswoman exclaimed, her words reverberating throughout the sales department. This villa complex had been developed for nearly 5 years, yet the central villa, Maple Grove Evening, had never truly been sold due to its exorbitant price. Although many had inquired about it, very few were genuinely interested in purchasing or could afford it. There were instances of individuals placing deposits with the intention to buy, only to ultimately back out. This villa occupies an impressive area of over 800 square meters, with a total constructed area of 2,000 square meters. The nearest neighboring villas are located in a separate cluster, a considerable 30 meters away. The stones used in the construction of this villa are sourced entirely from the surface mines of the Alps, reputedly utilized in the construction of renowned landmarks such as the Louvre, the Palace of Versailles, and Notre Dame de Paris. Accompanying amenities include a private garden, a swimming pool, a tennis court, a basketball court, and an indoor elevator, embodying sheer opulence. Sir, you must be jesting. The saleswoman, whether due to nerves or exhilaration, stumbled over her words. Just state the price, Su Mu interjected. The hall fell silent, with all eyes fixated on Su Mu and the saleswoman. 500 million, she exclaimed, swallowing nervously, anxious to avoid any misunderstanding. Sir, there is a reason for this villa's 500 million price tag. When you purchase the villa, you also acquire the surrounding 30 meters of land, which you can develop independently. Furthermore, the villa features a basement equipped with a comprehensive fresh air system, air conditioning, and lighting systems, even integrating a geothermal heat pump system, making it immediately habitable. The design philosophy of the entire villa is remarkably advanced, and its structure is highly scientific. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, where every inch of land is precious, the price for such a high-caliber standalone villa is indeed quite reasonable. Suddenly, Su Mu interrupted the salesperson's discourse, inquiring if one would ask the proprietor in a supermarket about the volume of a beverage, its sugar content, the degree of sweetness, and the material of the bottle. Indeed, I wouldn't pose such numerous questions either. You should expedite the paperwork. Su Mu declared. The salesperson was momentarily taken aback before an epiphany struck. Could it be that, mister? Su approached the purchase of an entire villa with the same nonchalance as one would when acquiring a bottle of drink. By the way, sir, a young lady previously expressed interest in this villa and mentioned she would call back in a week. Has she made a deposit? Why should that concern me? Su Mu retorted, dismissing the matter and instructing the sales assistant to prepare the contract for a full payment transfer. With a fortune exceeding 70 billion soft sister coins, the 500 million was indeed a trifling sum in his eyes. The sales assistant dared not utter another word, immediately commencing the necessary procedures for Su Mu. Without even negotiating the price, the central Fenglinwen villa had been sold. This series of transactions left everyone in the lobby in stunned silence. Mr. Su, here are the keys to your villa. Our properties are all exquisitely furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. We will assign a dedicated person to handle the property certificate for you. Please wait here briefly, and it will be delivered to you within the hour. With the funds secured, everything proceeded swiftly. Shortly after Su Mu signed and completed the transfer, the sales manager personally placed the keys into his hands with utmost respect. The saleswoman standing behind the manager beamed with delight. Her commission from this villa alone amounted to several million. The other saleswomen had already gathered around Su Mu, showering him with flattery and praise, while some audacious ones even ventured to touch him directly. Having encountered many wealthy individuals in their line of work, they had never before seen someone so young and affluent, splurging 500 million in cash for a villa. The enchanting saleswomen naturally felt a surge of excitement within, their eyes gleaming with allure. Su Mu, welcoming all advances, readily added them on WeChat. With more than 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, he had no intention of squandering his time and was determined to live extravagantly. Initially, he had planned to purchase the villa outright, but the Doomsday Fortress system mandated that the property must be under his name for it to count. Once all the paperwork was completed, Su Mu exited the sales office, entering his newly acquired villa. The residence was spacious, encompassing 3 floors with an attic and 2 underground levels, meticulously designed by an architect, with each functional area exceptionally well appointed. The opulent decor featured only high-end imported furnishings. The living room was vast, adorned with various oil and ink paintings that, though he did not understand, he found aesthetically pleasing. Seated on the plush sofa, Su Mu felt immensely satisfied, though it did seem a tad empty. He couldn't help but sigh. Ding. Host detected to possess an independent residence exceeding 500 square meters, which can serve as the base for the Doomsday Fortress. Task completed. Reward. Access to unlimited space, privileges granted. Is it your intention to bind the current property as the host's Doomsday Fortress base? Chapter 12. The reserved seafood feast begins to arrive. Binding. In an instant, Su Mu felt as though he had activated a divine perspective. Possessing an intimate understanding of all information regarding the villa in which he resided, even the movement of a cockroach in the kitchen could not escape his notice. A vivid 3D projection of the entire villa materialized in his mind, allowing him to seamlessly switch views of each room at will. While all doors and windows could be opened or closed according to his desires, within this stronghold, Su Mu seemed to embody a deity, capable of controlling everything. Elated, he realized that should any enemies inadvertently infiltrate the villa, he could effortlessly ensnare them. Ding! The current level of the Doomsday Fortress is level 0. Please strive to elevate the shelter's level. Upgrade requirements: 100,000 tons of steel, 100,000 cubic meters of stone, 100,000 cubic meters of timber, 100,000 tons of cement, 100,000 tons of sand, 10 million clay bricks, 100,000 barrels of paint, 100,000 square meters of glass, 10 tons of gold, 100 tons of silver, and 100 primary crystal cores. Goodness! To elevate the Doomsday Fortress to level 1 requires such an immense quantity of resources. Even this villa could scarcely accommodate them. While the building materials seemed manageable, what purpose did the vast amounts of gold and silver serve? And what exactly were these 100 primary crystal cores? Su Mu found himself perplexed, yet he swiftly cast aside his confusion. The existence of the system undoubtedly serves a significant purpose. One merely needs to follow its guidance. With a sigh of relief, Su Mu finally established his Doomsday Fortress base. His current objective is to utilize the boundless space to stockpile resources as much as possible before the impending catastrophe. At that moment, the telephone rang. It was the manager from Tianhai Pavilion calling. Mr. Su, a portion of your order for 1,000 seafood platters is ready. May I inquire where you would like them delivered? Oh, please send them to the Fenglinwen Villa in the Danfeng Bailu community. I shall await your arrival, Su Mu replied. After a brief pause, he added, by the way, please prepare 1,000 portions of each of your signature dishes, ensuring they do not duplicate the seafood platters. I will settle the payment upon delivery. The beautiful manager of the seafood restaurant was taken aback. You wish to order 1,000 portions of ingredients again? Not just 1,000 portions, but 1,000 of each variety. Su Mu corrected her. Kindly send me your bank account details. I will transfer the initial payment of 17.6 million to you. This prompted Su Mu to realize that consuming only seafood could become monotonous. He ought to order from other hotels to diversify his palate. Contemplating his culinary preferences, he searched online for the contact numbers of several renowned restaurants in the city, placing orders for 500 platters from each. He ordered nearly 10,000 platters encompassing the 8 major cuisines, including Western fare. Additionally, he stocked up on plenty of fast food from establishments like KFC and Daiko's, as well as various snacks. In an instant, it seemed as if he had secured a lifetime's worth of provisions. Manager, our account has just received a payment of 17.6 million, transferred by Mr. Su. A finance officer rushed in to report. The beautiful manager stared blankly at the documents handed to her by the finance personnel, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Attention everyone, we have a lucrative deal on our hands." Shortly thereafter, a fleet of culinary vehicles from Tianhai Pavilion Seafood Restaurant arrived at the entrance of Danfeng Bailu community. The procession of several cars congested the road, leaving the neighbors in a state of astonishment. A few security guards hurried forward to intercept them, inquiring about their purpose. The hotel manager explained the situation, but the guards were incredulous that anyone would spend tens of millions on 1,000 tables of seafood, erupting into laughter. Even when the hotel manager opened the trunk for the guards to inspect, they remained steadfast, insisting that the property owners must come before they would grant access. It was a farce. While there were indeed wealthy residents in Danfeng Bailu who would be foolish enough to squander money in such a manner, purchasing an excessive amount of seafood, it was impractical to consume it all, and releasing it back to the sea was not an option. The sheer absurdity of the situation led the guards to exercise caution, preferring to err on the side of discretion rather than allowing them entry too easily. As the crowd at the community entrance continued to swell, the hotel manager had no choice but to call Sumu, requesting his presence to manage the situation. Sumu, taken aback by the unexpected circumstances, stepped out of his villa and made his way to the community entrance. However, the distance from the villa to the entrance was considerable, and by the time he arrived, 10 minutes had already elapsed. It seems I must acquire another vehicle for transportation, Sumu mused to himself. His previous car had been taken away by someone sent by Li Jian during the mortgage process, and he had been too occupied in recent days to select a new one. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the community, which included neighbors from Unit 7, as well as Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei, who had squeezed into the throng after finishing work to witness the spectacle. Sumu approached a few security guards, tossing a pack of cigarettes to each of them with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, these are for my delivery personnel. Please allow them to enter." The onlookers erupted in astonishment. How generous this individual was. It was merely a few security guards, yet he bestowed upon them such fine cigarettes, giving each a whole box. The guards, taken aback, hesitated before awkwardly pocketing the gifts at Sumu's insistence, their faces awash with surprise as they inquired, "Brother Su, are these people genuinely delivering food for you?" Upon seeing Sumu nod, the surrounding neighbors erupted in chatter, their voices rising in excitement. Goodness, that must be at least several hundred tables. Could it be that Sumu is getting married and intends to host a banquet? Yet, the prospect of hundreds of tables seemed daunting. There is scarcely enough space in the community to accommodate such a multitude of banquet tables. Look closely. The emblem on the vehicle is that of Tianhai Pavilion, a renowned seafood restaurant in Shenzhen. To reserve several hundred tables, there would cost at least several thousand. My goodness, a single banquet could cost thousands. This Sumu truly conceals his depths. Previously, I was merely aware of their affluent background, but it now appears they may be magnates of considerable wealth. Their riches are astonishing, bordering on the inhumane. The neighbors cast complex glances towards Sumu, filled with envy, jealousy, flattery, disdain, and contempt. An array of sentiments abounds. Although they all reside in the upscale Danfeng Bailu community, most are of merely moderate means. Many are burdened with loans, or even share accommodations. None would dare to spend such exorbitant sums on lavish seafood feasts. Exorbitant sums indeed. Sumu spent a staggering 88 million on seafood alone. Yan Qingshu silently exclaimed within, pressing her lips together, further solidifying her resolve to win over Sumu. However, Sumu currently disregarded her. Just yesterday, he had taken two leggy beauties from the bar into a taxi, and the implications were all too clear, leaving her thoroughly disheartened. Rest assured, Brother Su, from now on, everything you order will be met with unimpeded passage. Upon the arrival of the principal, and having received their incentives, the security promptly opened the gates, courteously directing the Tianhai Pavilion's convoy into the community. Sumu, indifferent to the neighbors' reactions, sat in the lead vehicle, guiding them towards the Fenglinwen villa. Yan Qingshu exchanged a glance with Xie Baiwei, then, along with numerous other onlookers, hastened to follow. Upon reaching the Fenglinwen villa, the employees of Tianhai Pavilion began transporting tables laden with pre-packaged dishes into Sumu's residence. Fortunately, his living room was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the first batch of 200 tables without delay. Sumu, how did you come to possess the key to the Maple Forest Villa and move your belongings here? I rented it. Sumu cast her a sidelong glance before turning to the hotel manager and instructing, "Please expedite the delivery of the other banquet orders I placed." "Absolutely. Excellent." Sumu nodded in satisfaction, retrieving 2 gift vouchers from her pocket and handing them to the hotel manager. "I deposited some money at the bank, and they gifted me a few Estee Lauder Cosmetics set vouchers, which I have no use for, so I shall give them to you." Yan Qingshu was nearly beside herself. She had seen such vouchers once, and a set of Estee Lauder's top-tier cosmetics would cost no less than 100,000 yuan. To so casually gift them to a stranger was unfathomable. Additionally, The 1,000 portions of premium ingredients you just ordered will also be delivered tomorrow. She bit her lip, intentionally arching her ample bosom, her gaze towards Su Mu becoming somewhat seductive as she softly remarked, "Moreover, you can contact me privately for anything you need." Su Mu understood that with just a beckon of his finger, this woman would be his plaything for the night. "What? Sumu, you ordered 1,000 portions of premium ingredients again?" Ignoring the hotel manager's flirtation, Xie Baiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why would you buy so much food? You can't possibly eat it all by yourself. It will spoil quickly." Su Mu's eyes twinkled mischievously as she replied with a smile. "Actually, all of this is for the Japanese owner. Last time I dined at Tianhai Pavilion, it was also he who treated. As you know, I am merely a humble employee of Hongwan Company." With a sigh, he lamented, "Oh, if only I were truly wealthy. Had I not witnessed you winning 29 million in gambling with my own eyes, I might have almost fallen for your tall tales. Furthermore, you just claim to be a mere employee. How could the Japanese CEO possibly treat someone like you? What nonsense!" Yan Qingshu felt a pang of anger in her chest. This Su Mu was undoubtedly hiding something. Chapter 13. Creating a safe haven in the apocalypse. Yan Qingshu smirked inwardly, yet her face displayed an enchanting smile. "Su Mu, why don't you invite me to your villa for a visit? I have long admired the esteemed Fenglinwen villa, yet I have never had the pleasure of witnessing it firsthand. Moreover," Yan Qingshu leaned closer to Su Mu, softly blowing a breath of air, "someone already harbors feelings for you." That day, she boldly confessed her affections, eager to deepen your acquaintance. Yet you. Her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, a delicate sight that evoked sympathy. It must be said, Yan Qingshu was a rare beauty, with remarkable tea skills, adept at grasping the nuances of a man's psyche. Every glance and smile was utterly captivating. Su Mu felt a stirring within, nearly losing his composure. He quickly took a deep breath to steady himself, deliberately exhaling. "You are well aware of the value of this villa. Even if I toil for 8 lifetimes, I could never afford it. As for granting you access for a visit, I shall forego that, for I fear my employer would disapprove. However, should you wish to engage in a more profound exchange with me, that could be arranged." Su Mu's words were a blend of truth and pretense, leaving Yan Qingshu's expression in a state of flux. As a premier manipulator, the cardinal principle is to discuss emotions with the affluent and finances with the impoverished. Yet, considering the Fenglinwen villa, valued at billions of soft currency, while Su Mu had indeed profited from gambling, it was hard to believe that the villa was truly his purchase. Disregarding her, Su Mu firmly shut the grand door of the villa and stored the delivered seafood feast into his boundless space. He then contacted the property management, requesting a vehicle to escort him through the underground garage. With the day still offering some time, he intended to address the villa's security arrangements. The Doomsday Fortress system had merely designated the Fenglinwen villa as a base, lacking any real protective capabilities until it reached level 1. Thus, he needed to enlist a specialized security firm to construct a safe house. The Golden Shield Security Company, the largest in the Great Xia and renowned worldwide, was said to possess substantial official affiliations. While the name may seem somewhat kitsch, its competence was indisputable, catering to the diverse security needs of the wealthy elite and celebrities. Many affluent individuals, both domestically and internationally, had invested heavily in their services to design and build fortified residences. Su Mu casually handed the driver 5 red notes as a gratuity and proceeded to the reception of the Golden Shield Security Company, clearly stating his purpose. "Greetings, I am Su Mu, the one who called earlier to arrange security services." Upon the arrival of a significant client, the personnel from the business department promptly ushered Su Mu into a negotiation room, where a lovely female attendant served him freshly brewed kopi luwak. Shortly thereafter, a robust man with a buzz cut entered the room. He was clad in a simple black fitted t-shirt and denim jeans, his prominent muscles bulging conspicuously, raising concerns that his attire might burst at any moment. Though his outfit was informal, it undeniably instilled a profound sense of security in any client who laid eyes upon him. "Good day, sir. My name is Wu-in, the manager of the business department at Golden Shield Security Company," he said, taking a seat across from Su Mu with a warm smile. May I inquire about the services you wish to procure? The concept of a doomsday shelter may seem utterly absurd, even ludicrous to an average individual. However, for Golden Shield Security Company, it is far from an unusual request. They have previously constructed such shelters for numerous affluent individuals, both domestically and internationally. After all, the wealthiest and most powerful individuals often harbor the greatest fears of mortality, striving to arm themselves to the teeth at any given moment. While some may genuinely fear natural disasters or warfare, others merely seek to bolster their sense of security due to the multitude of adversaries they face in their daily lives. Upon learning that Su Mu intended to create a doomsday-level shelter, Wu became even more courteous. Such high-cost projects were rare, and their company typically received only a handful of such substantial orders each year. Absolutely. May I ask if you have any specific requirements for the shelter? Wu smiled faintly and said, Mr. Su, our Golden Shield is a world-class security company. Whatever you require, we shall undoubtedly fulfill. Su Mu presented the blueprints of his villa, stating, I want you to exert every effort, utilizing the finest materials and technologies available globally, to transform this villa into a premier safe haven. Moreover, the construction time is limited to just 20 days. Of course, cost is not an issue. Today is August 3rd, and with less than 27 days until the impending doom, Su Mu feels increasingly reassured with each day that the safe house is completed sooner. Furthermore, should any modifications or unforeseen circumstances arise during the process, there would still be ample time for adjustments, wouldn't there? Upon viewing the villa blueprints, Wu En's eyes narrowed. This villa is one of the most renowned luxury estates in Shunsheng, known for its exorbitant price that had rendered it unsold until now, surprisingly acquired by the seemingly unremarkable, slightly overweight young man before him. The timeline is somewhat tight. However, there are no issues. We can allocate additional personnel, dividing the construction into sectors to expedite completion. Wu grinned broadly, exuding immense confidence. He brushed his left wrist, and a control platform materialized. After a few taps, a three-dimensional projection appeared on the table, accompanied by a plethora of product descriptions. All our services are entirely customized. You may select the services you require, each clearly priced. In this era of information, communication is remarkably convenient. Su Mu propped his chin on one hand, diligently sifting through the offerings displayed before him. One must admit, a professional company is indeed a professional company. As long as the payment is made, the Golden Shield Security Company can fulfill nearly all of your requirements, even constructing a safe house 30 meters underground or beneath the sea. However, the array of projects is simply overwhelming for Sumo. Moreover, he is not a specialist and cannot comprehend many of the parameters. There is no need for that. I trust your professional judgment. Therefore, please devise a construction plan based on my villa for me to review, and we can discuss any suggestions thereafter. Sumu rubbed his eyes and passed the responsibility to Wu En, stating, I have two demands, quality and time. Not a problem. We will promptly gather experts to conduct on-site measurements and designs at your villa, and we will prepare a proposal overnight to present to you by tomorrow morning. Remember, I want the finest experts. Sumo emphasized, although many so-called experts are often unreliable, the specialists from Golden Shield Security Company do possess a certain level of expertise within the industry. Absolutely. That evening, he did not remain idle, beginning to order a variety of supplies online. Rice, vegetables, fruits, various meats, and seafood. Steel, stone, timber, cement, and sand. Large ice machines, oxygen generators. Air purifiers, water purifiers, generators, solid alcohol, and smokeless coal. Tents, backpacks, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, cold weather gear, climbing ropes, rock pegs, iron locks, ice picks, rock hammers, helmets. While not all of these may be necessary, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Once the terms are settled, a direct payment of 30 shall be made as a deposit, with the remaining balance due upon delivery. Should the goods arrive ahead of schedule, the price can be elevated by an additional 10%. The primary focus is on financial gain, bluntly so. Of course, the quality must be assured. Otherwise, a double compensation shall be enforced. Sumu even went so far as to acquire a poorly managed medium-sized private gas station, with plans to sign the contract by 9 o'clock the following morning. The reality is that the government maintains stringent regulations in this domain, compelling him to adopt a circuitous approach to stockpile gasoline and diesel. Chapter 14. Money can move mountains. Sumu toiled until the early hours of the morning before dozing off, only to be roused the next day by a phone call from Wuhan, informing him that the design plan for the safe house had been completed and required his review. After splashing water on his face and drinking a packet of milk, Sumu eagerly made his way to the Fenglinwen villa. Wuhan, sporting pronounced dark circles under his eyes, was evidently sleep-deprived. He handed a stack of documents to Sumu and opened his laptop, employing three-dimensional projection technology to display the entire villa in a holographic format before him, commencing the explanation step by step. First and foremost was the reinforcement of the entire house, necessitating a complete overhaul of the materials used in the villa. The walls, ceilings, and floors would all be fortified with 100 millimeters thick steel plates. If steel plates were inadequate, they would be replaced with specialized alloys. Sumu waved his hand decisively. Interrupting him, "I demand materials that can withstand even explosives." Wuhan promptly noted this down. "Very well, I will substitute it with the specialized alloys used in aerospace applications. Not only are they robust and lightweight, but they also possess a level 10 explosion-proof capability. Unless the adversary employs heavy weaponry like tanks, breaching the premises will be impossible. Moreover, all the doors within the villa must be replaced, each crafted to the same exacting standards." "Will all the doors in the house be entirely replaced as well?" Wuhan expressed his astonishment, yet diligently recorded the information, assuring no issues would arise. He continued to elaborate that all the windows in the villa would be fitted with military-grade, bulletproof organic glass, impervious to bullets and explosions, boasting strength surpassing that of 100 millimeter steel plates. Furthermore, this would not compromise the natural light or necessary external visibility. Sumu nodded with satisfaction, having no objections to this arrangement. Though the thickness of the bulletproof glass was considerable, the heightened safety provided Sumu with a greater sense of security. Not long after the apocalypse commenced, the malevolent side of humanity began to gradually unfold, with rampant incidents of robbery and vandalism. It became commonplace for individuals to commit murder over a mere loaf of bread. Sumu vividly recalled an incident from his previous life, where a household in his unit was violently invaded in the dead of night. The female occupant was brutally gang-raped to death, while her husband, powerless, could only witness the humiliation of his wife, suffering numerous stab wounds in his futile resistance, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Tragically, their under 3-year-old child was callously thrown to the ground by the intruders and taken away as sustenance. Even more horrifying was the fact that none of the neighbors intervened. They merely stood by, coldly observing. And the walls. I shall reconstruct them, raising their height to 3 meters, with a foundation at least 1 meter deep, utilizing specialized alloy materials for the construction. Suddenly, Sumu recalled, gesturing towards the villa's exterior, suggesting the addition of shattered glass shards, the installation of barbed wire, and the connection of high-voltage electricity. The original perimeter wall was merely ornamental, standing only about a meter high and fashioned like iron railings, incapable of deterring anyone. A person with long legs could easily vault over it. No problem. Wuhan's voice remained steady, betraying no hint of surprise. He had encountered such requests frequently. I also wish to construct a roof over the courtyard, completely enclosing it while allowing sunlight to filter through. Wuhan pondered for a moment. Are you referring to a sunroom roof? Indeed, a sunroom roof, but I require it to be the most robust and durable. No problem. Wuhan noted down the specifications, opting for a framework made from 6063 to 6 high-strength titanium-magnesium alloy, topped with the finest polycarbonate panels. Additionally, he proposed utilizing military-grade, bulletproof glass, treated with automotive-grade paint through an electrophoretic process, achieving transparency akin to tempered glass. However, it would be significantly lighter, possessing superior impact resistance, and exhibiting remarkable ultraviolet and radiation protection, as well as excellent thermal insulation. During winter, not a whisper of cold wind would intrude. The interior would maintain a constant temperature of several degrees, eliminating the need for heating. He furrowed his brow. However, Mr. Su, your courtyard is quite expansive. It may require specialized steel reinforcement, necessitating double the materials for each framework, thus the cost. Price is not an issue. Sumo spoke softly. Provide me with the finest materials. They must be robust and durable. If they fail to pass the supervisor's inspection, I shall not settle the final payment. Wu nodded and continued. The ventilation system for the house employs military-grade technology, capable of filtering any harmful gases to prevent external gas attacks. Additionally, a comprehensive water purification system has been installed to eliminate all harmful impurities, achieving a standard suitable for direct consumption. Furthermore, the entire heating system has been completely revamped, utilizing specialized materials from the construction of the Antarctic Research Station, capable of minimizing heat loss by over 90. We have also integrated a waste decomposition system that efficiently breaks down excrement, urine, kitchen waste, plastics, and various other domestic refuse. He paused briefly, stating, each system is equipped with 2 units, one operational and one as a backup. Moreover, per your request, we have designed professional fireplaces in each major room, which can intelligently regulate fuel input based on indoor temperature and connect to the ventilation system to expel harmful gases, ensuring that gas poisoning will not occur. The 2 underground levels have also been reinforced with special alloys, and the entrance to the underground garage has been replaced to ensure that no enemy can infiltrate from below. Finally, a complete surveillance system has been installed, allowing you to monitor both the interior and exterior of the house with no blind spots. Furthermore, all endeavors will be undertaken with the utmost care to preserve the aesthetic integrity of your villa. Should any damage be unavoidable due to construction necessities, we shall strive to restore it to its original state, ensuring that your comfort of living remains unperturbed. Thus, his villa will transform into an impregnable fortress. Unless besieged by an armed force, no one shall intrude upon his abode. Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied. Su Mu rose to shake hands with Wuan, agreeing to proceed with the proposed renovations, and we shall sign the contract forthwith. After meticulous calculations, the total investment amounts to 3.5 billion yuan. One must not dismiss this as exorbitant. A brief online inquiry reveals that a gram of aerospace titanium alloy costs several hundred yuan. Moreover, many materials are tightly regulated by the state, rendering them inaccessible even to those with substantial wealth. Only a well-established company like Jindun Security, with its profound connections, can procure such resources. Su Mu readily signed the contract and transferred a 10 deposit. It was agreed that 50 of the full payment would be made upon reaching the halfway point of construction and 90 upon completion, with the remaining 10 retained as a warranty to be settled 1 year later. Additionally, at Su Mu's behest, during the construction of the safe house, Jindun Security will erect barriers to obscure the villa from all sides and overhead, ensuring that outsiders remain oblivious to the activities within. Wuan assured him with a firm pat on his chest that he would personally oversee the project and would reach out to a few trusted contacts to expedite the supply of materials, ensuring the safe house would be completed within 20 days, despite the tight timeline. Wuan expressed with a hint of regret. Otherwise, I could undoubtedly transform this villa into a small fortress, impervious to any assault from those armed with firearms and artillery. Upon hearing this, Su Mu felt a spark of interest and lowered his voice, inquiring, "Do you have a way to procure such items?" He gestured with his thumb and forefinger to illustrate his point. Wu In's demeanor immediately shifted to one of seriousness as he carefully articulated, "Mr. Su, you must understand that certain regulations in the Great Xia are exceedingly stringent. In principle, such items are prohibited for private ownership. I fear I cannot assist you in this matter, as we are a legitimate company. Unlike certain countries, firearms are not permitted for private possession in Great Xia." However, when the conversation touched upon principles, Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle. He could discern from Wu An's gaze that the man was not incapable of obtaining firearms. Rather, he was reluctant to wade into murky waters. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu confessed, "I have offended some unsavory individuals who are quite ruthless and possess firearms. I merely seek some means of self-defense. If you could assist me with this, I assure you, you would not be shortchanged. He extended a single finger, declaring, I can offer you this amount. Wu remained silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed the situation. He certainly had connections, yet he hesitated to make introductions. Uncertain of Su Mu's background, Givan Su Moyes Villingnisto Investrechi. 5 billion soft sister coins in constructing a doomsday safe haven. That single finger represented far more than a mere 100,000. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seems that ordinary lightweight weaponry would utterly fail to suffice. After much contemplation, Wu cautiously responded, Let us proceed this way. Although I cannot undertake this task myself, I can certainly inquire on your behalf. Should any information arise, I shall reach out to you. Su Mu chuckled, extending 3 fingers. 3 days. I grant you a mere 3 days. Should you fail to deliver by then, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. It is said that money can move mountains, but I assert that money can indeed make even the most stubborn entities budge. As you are aware, I am not one to fret over finances, provided my offer is sufficiently enticing. There are those who could procure an entire array of specialized equipment from the rogue military for me. No problem at all. Wu's eyes narrowed as he emphatically nodded. Chapter 15. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Having finalized the renovation plans for the villa, Su Mu swiftly took a taxi to the gas station to sign the contract, expending 17.2 million to acquire the operational rights of this medium-sized gas station. Once the previous owner confirmed the transfer and left with a smile, Su Mu promptly convened all employees for a meeting. He assured them that no one would be dismissed. Rather, each would receive a 50 salary increase, effective next month. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the employees, Su Mu presented a request: the cessation of retail fuel sales, with all allocated fuel to be stored, which he would collect at regular intervals. However, someone raised a concern: we can sell at least 20 tons of various fuels daily. Discontinuing this is quite a loss. To which Su Mu clarified, who said we are ceasing operations. We will simply stop sporadic sales. I have secured a long-term major client. All we need to do is deliver punctually. Moreover, as the owner, I am not concerned about your salaries, so why worry? Su Mu explained briefly, then suddenly adopted a stern expression, declaring, This is my trade secret. Anyone who dares to speak of it outside will be dismissed immediately. The crowd responded with solemnity. After all, he was the boss. He could sell as he pleased, and even if there were losses, it wouldn't affect them, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely existence. After contemplating, Su Mu invested an additional 30 million to purchase 1,000 standard 30-ton oil storage tanks, urging the manufacturer to expedite delivery to the gas station. He then took the financial officer aside and stated, I do not care what methods you employ, but within 20 days, fill these 1,000 storage tanks and deliver them to my designated location. The funds for the fuel are non-issue. I will transfer them to you when the time comes. Additionally, I will provide you with 1 million to establish connections with the oil company. The remainder will be yours. Su Mu gazed intently into his eyes, asking, Can you accomplish this? The financial officer swallowed hard, stammering, I can do it. Excellent, Su Mu said, pleased as he patted the officer's shoulder. I have faith in you. He then smiled ominously, adding, However, should you contemplate any tricks, I possess ample wealth. Acquiring your life and that of your family would be rather simple. In this world, only the sun and the human heart remain unapproachable. Su Mu was determined to avoid any unforeseen complications during this critical moment, particularly concerning the procurement of substandard fuel. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, the finance officer nervously reassured himself, No, we cannot afford such mistakes. Once these matters were settled, Su Mu proceeded to a luxury car dealership, where he made a full cash purchase of a Ferrari. The price was quite reasonable, totaling around 3 million, including the registration and paperwork. Given his recent hectic schedule, the absence of a vehicle had become a significant inconvenience. With the private number of the curvaceous saleswoman lingering in his mind and her reluctant gaze etched in his memory, Su Mu departed the dealership. He took the car for a spin around the outskirts of the city, ultimately locating a suitable place for temporary storage. This site, originally a logistics center, had fallen into disrepair due to municipal planning, causing the entire project area to gradually vacate. Su discovered a warehouse that had once housed enormous industrial machinery, boasting an expansive area of over 10,000 square feet. With a prominent "For Rent" sign plastered on the wall, he dialed the number displayed, and shortly thereafter, a gaunt elderly man arrived, visibly invigorated at the prospect of renting out his warehouse. "How long do you intend to rent it?" he inquired. "For 1 month. What is the cost?" Some replied. The old man furrowed his brow. "My warehouse has a 6-month minimum lease. How can I rent it to you for just 1 month? This dilapidated warehouse is essentially abandoned. I would consider myself fortunate to rent it at all." Su countered. "I'll pay 100,000 for a month. If you wish to accept, then we can proceed. If not, it's of no consequence." Peering into the interior, Su disdainfully added, "Furthermore, you must ensure that the premises are thoroughly cleaned before I move in." As Su prepared to depart, the elderly man quickly intercepted him, a broad smile illuminating his face. Rent. I shall rent it. I will begin cleaning right away." Although his warehouse was spacious, this dilapidated place had seen better days. Renting it for 30,000 a month was already a fortunate endeavor, and with someone offering 100,000, only a fool would decline. After signing the contract, Su promptly transferred the funds, causing the old man to beam with delight, his eyes nearly disappearing in his joyful expression. A thought crossed Su's mind. "I have several shipments that need to be stored here. If you could keep an eye on them for me, I shall provide you with an additional 10,000 as a token of appreciation." Certainly. No problem at all." The old man eagerly patted his chest in assurance. As evening approached, Su received a call from Wuan, the manager of Jingdun Security Company. Wu informed Su that preparations were nearly complete, and they would be able to begin constructing the safe house the following day. Several ordered materials and equipment were being expedited and would soon arrive, ensuring that the timeline for the handover would not be compromised. Su, elated, lavish praise upon V. After a moment of hesitation, Wu lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Su, if you truly have needs in that regard, I could recommend a route for you. However, do keep in mind that the cost may be somewhat steep." A surge of excitement filled Su. As long as he could procure weapons, he was unconcerned about the expense. "That is not an issue, provided the quality is assured." "Very well. Tonight at 9 o'clock, room 1888 in the Seahai Hotel." Su was taken aback. The Four Seas Hotel was a 5-star establishment. Had the underground transactions truly descended to such a place? It was far removed from the portrayals in films. "Very well. Let us not keep each other waiting." He then drove his sports car to the Four Seas Hotel, arriving just in time for dinner. After finishing his meal, it was nearly 9 o'clock when Su knocked on the door of room 1888. Inside, he found a solitary figure seated comfortably on the sofa, savoring tea with an air of tranquility. To his astonishment, the individual wore gold-rimmed glasses, was impeccably dressed, and possessed a dignified demeanor, starkly contrasting with Su's preconceived notion of a mafia boss. "I require a batch of weapons." Su wasted no time, getting straight to the point. "The price is not an issue." "Oh, may I inquire what type of weapon you require?" The man replied leisurely. "I'll offer 100 million. You may assemble whatever you wish." Su gestured with his index finger, confident that the person introduced by Manager Wu was scrupulous and would not deceive him. At this, the man's eyes narrowed, and his breathing grew labored. "To require such a large quantity, are you planning to rob a bank?" Su burst into laughter. "Rob a bank? The average bank likely does not possess the wealth I have. I merely seek to procure some items for self-defense." "That is unacceptable," Su firmly rejected. "The border is fraught with danger. Having been granted a second chance at life, I'm not inclined to gamble with my own existence. I shall add an additional 20 million. Su informed him of the address of the warehouse he had rented, instructing him to deliver to that location. The man's eyes immediately glistened with emotion. He accepted the task, but insisted on an upfront deposit. "No problem," Su replied, revealing that there was 30 million inside, with a password comprised of 6/8. He produced a bank card, an account opened with an online purchased identification. "The balance will be settled upon completion. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not an issue at all." The crux of the matter is that he is currently quite affluent, capable of addressing numerous concerns. As for why he wouldn't venture to the United States for a zero-cost shopping spree, that is simply absurd. Sumu merely possesses an infinite space. He is no Rambo. The constant threat of gun violence there is daunting. What if he were to inadvertently find himself in the line of fire? Pouring a glass of red wine, he reclined on the luxurious sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling lights outside and downing the drink in one go. This is truly living. This is genuine enjoyment. Chapter 16. The materialistic woman begins to bite, procuring cold weapons and medicaments. Just as Sumu was about to take a shower and retire for the night, he glanced at his phone, noticing that Yan Qingshu's messages had piled up to 99. Evidently, his extravagant seafood feast and the impression he left at the Maple Forest Villa yesterday had stirred her interest anew. With a sardonic chuckle, Sumu contemplated deleting the messages. But suddenly a wicked idea struck him. He decided to share a photo of himself at a 5-star hotel on his social media, accompanied by a display of the remaining balance of over 10 million in his WeChat wallet. How lonely it is to be alone at a 5-star hotel. Gazing at the millions in my wallet makes me yearn for someone to share this with. Indeed, merely 2 minutes later, Yan Qingshu sent him a message. Sumu, are you currently residing alone in a hotel? Wow, your WeChat wallet holds such a substantial amount. Hee, this materialistic woman has indeed taken the bait. I just purchased a Ferrari, costing over 3 million, yet I have no one to accompany me for a drive. God, you bought a car that costs over 3 million? Yan Qingshu exclaimed. To convince her, Sumu promptly shared several selfies of himself in a striking red sports car before tossing his phone onto the bed and retreating to the bathroom for a shower. This woman is exceedingly pragmatic. As long as she is dangled with wealth, she will undoubtedly find ways to seek his embrace. Sumu, you were truly impressive that day, winning 2 to 3 million in gambling. Also, why did you purchase so many banquets? Do you have some insider information? Sumu, I feel that since we have known each other for quite some time, we can take it a step further. Yan Qingshu changed into a seductive black satin nightgown, the delicate straps languidly resting on her shoulders, as if they could slip off at any moment. She leaned forward slightly to find the most flattering angle, accentuating her cleavage, and sent a photo to Sumu. Observing these messages, Sumu couldn't help but scoff. This woman is indeed exceedingly pragmatic, lacking even a hint of shame. Apart from her, Yan Qingshu's close friend, Xia Baiwei, also sent several messages, including 2 selfies of her practicing yoga. Sumu let out a cold laugh, ignoring them all and shutting off his phone to sleep. Patience is essential in fishing. Early the next morning, Sumu drove to a small sword and knife forging factory in Linshur, where he had an acquaintance who owned the establishment. In Han Hao's office, Sumu casually tossed 2 packs of cigarettes onto the desk, stating his intention to purchase a batch of sharpened blades. Without further ado, he clarified the purpose of his visit. Brother Su, while our factory indeed produces crafted swords and knives, sharpened ones are considered contraband. Han Hao expressed his surprise at Sumu's nonchalant display of generosity. Yet he remained hesitant. Sumu retorted with a cold chuckle. I do not believe you lack connections. I am willing to pay double the price, in addition to 10 crossbows and 10,000 arrows. Once a blade is sharpened, it transforms into a weapon. And as for the crossbows, they can be rather dangerous if mishandled. Given that Sumu had previously assisted him on numerous occasions, Han Hao did not outright refuse, but rather scrutinized him closely. Triple the price. I can pay you in full right now. You need not deliver. Simply pack them in a box for me to take away, and rest assured, you will not be implicated. Sumu lit a cigarette, asserting, I have but one request. Ensure the quality. After a moment of contemplation, Han Hao suddenly leaned closer to Sumu and whispered, Brother Su, have you encountered some trouble? Taken aback for a moment, Sumu then smiled and replied, Indeed, I have run into a bit of a predicament. However, the main plan was to gather a few friends for a hunting trip to an African wildlife sanctuary, thus necessitating the acquisition of additional equipment. Hunting in an African wildlife sanctuary? I find that hard to believe, Han Hao remarked, observing Sumu's reluctance to speak the truth. After a prolonged silence, he finally conceded, All right, However, I only possess 10 sharpened swords and knives, as well as 5 fine steel crossbows and composite bows, along with 2,000 assorted arrows. With a rueful smile, he added, "It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, the private stock I have accumulated over the years is primarily contained within these walls." "Fine," Sumu agreed without haggling, promptly transferring the funds before following Han Hao into a concealed storage room. He withdrew a hunting knife and, with a swift motion, severed the corner of a nearby table, exclaiming, "What an exquisite blade!" Han Hao, beaming with pride, explained, "This is crafted from Damascus steel, renowned for its resilience and sharpness, barring prolonged contact with hard materials. It is exceedingly difficult to damage." He pointed to his chest, exclaiming, "In my family, we have been swordsmiths for 8 generations. It is a time-honored craft." Given the remote location of the storage room, Su Mu decided to bring his sports car directly, casually stacking the cardboard boxes containing swords and bows atop it, and draping a tattered canvas over them. "You truly intend to load such items onto this pristine sports car?" Han Hao observed with evident concern. "This is a Ferrari, worth several million. Are you treating it worse than a Wuling Hongguang?" Sumo responded, "A car is meant to be used. What purpose does it serve if not to transport?" Sumu burst into hearty laughter, then suddenly lowered his voice to say, "This year's temperatures have been rather unusual. I have insider information that the days ahead will be quite challenging. Just to be safe, it will be prudent for you to stock up on food, drink, and clothing." He paused momentarily, adding, "And of course, weaponry as well." Han Hao and Sumu shared a good rapport, and, as Sumu offered so many items to him, he couldn't help but offer this piece of advice before driving away. As for whether Han Hao believed him, that was no longer his concern. After making a turn and ensuring the surroundings were clear, Sumu raised his hand to stow these items into his infinite space. Although he had already ordered firearms, the Daxia government maintained stringent control over weaponry, and it was uncertain whether he would be able to acquire them through that golden eyeglasses. Sumu needed to prepare for contingencies, as at times, cold weapons could prove more effective than guns. As he drove past a river, Sumu slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about the water source. With the advent of the Ice Age, although the outside world was frigid, one could obtain water by drilling through ice or melting snow. However, with external temperatures plummeting to 50 or 60 degrees below zero, venturing outside would inherently carry risks. Moreover, melted snow was not clean, harboring various bacteria and viruses. Thus, to avoid becoming ill, a clean and safe water source was essential. He parked his vehicle by the roadside and, after conducting a brief online search, directly ordered 1,000 large water storage barrels from a factory, each capable of holding 10 tons of water, sufficient for his needs. In a tranquil tea house, Sumu was engaged in discussions with Zhou Tsong, a sales representative from a pharmaceutical company. Zhou Tsong was introduced by a friend, and it is said that he has extensive connections. As long as one is willing to pay, any pharmaceutical product can be procured. "Mr. Su, may I inquire what specific medications you wish to acquire?" "Essential oils, cooling balm, 84 disinfectant, antiseptic cotton, gauze, adhesive bandages, cephalosporins, vitamin tablets, iodine tincture, watermelon frost. And do include some ginseng, deer antler, and reishi mushrooms. Additionally, I require potent remedies and vaccines for various ailments. For all the aforementioned items, please supply me with 10 cases of each." In this post-apocalyptic world, where survival breeds paranoia and all factories have ceased operations, technology has regressed, leaving behind a landscape of ruins that has yet to recover. Nevertheless, regardless of the era, human beings are susceptible to illness, rendering medications exceedingly scarce and invaluable in this desolate time. Although there are whispers of individuals awakening healing abilities, they are not universally effective, and many minor ailments still necessitate medicinal intervention. Zhou Tsong, lifting his cup to sip tea, nearly choked upon hearing the request, coughing loudly in disbelief, and exclaimed, 10 cases. Did I hear correctly? It is common for families to stockpile essential medications, but such a quantity is unprecedented to him. "Oh, I intend to open a pharmacy and am merely gathering inventory." Sumu spoke without hesitation. Zhou Tsung scrutinized him with skepticism, poised to decline. When Sumu raised 2 fingers and declared, "Just procure them for me, and I shall offer you double the market price. I have but one condition. Ensure the efficacy of the medications and deliver them within 3 days." Upon hearing that he was willing to offer such a substantial price, Zhou Tsung could no longer contain his excitement. Ultimately, the 2 parties reached an agreement at the sum of 50 million, primarily due to the exorbitant costs associated with certain specialty medications and vaccines, which had to be airlifted from abroad. After securing the pharmaceuticals, Sumu exhaled in relief and called the plump manager at the bank, intending to purchase a considerable quantity of gold and silver. However, as individuals are permitted to acquire only 50 gene of gold at a specified bank in a single transaction, the manager, despite his utmost efforts, could only secure a quota of 100 kilograms for him. Realizing that trading through precious metal futures delivery was impractical, Sumu resorted to scouring various gold and jewelry stores, nearly depleting their inventories of gold and silver, yet still falling short. Upon calculating the expenses, he discovered that acquiring 10 tons of gold and 100 tons of silver would require several hundred million, prompting him to gasp and decisively halt his purchasing spree. At that moment, the phone rang. As Sumu answered, he was met with Wu An's anxious voice. "Mr. Su, someone is obstructing the construction of the safe house." Chapter 17. No entry for the Japanese and dogs. Sumu was immediately incensed. This safe house was his most crucial safeguard, and now there were individuals impeding its construction, an utterly unforgivable act. Upon arriving in his sports car, he found a large crowd gathered in front of the Fenglinwen villa. There were construction workers, property management personnel, and numerous neighbors who had come to witness the commotion, including Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei, who were also among the onlookers. As Sumu squeezed his way through the throng, he overheard someone arrogantly cursing in Japanese. "Baka, this is a public area. Why is it cordoned off? They have violated construction regulations, not only damaging the surrounding environment, but also rendering the road impassable. Now, when I take my dog for a walk, I must take a considerable detour. How does your property management operate? Is this the situation one would expect in an upscale community?" The property manager, standing nearby, nodded and repeatedly apologized. Sumu's gaze sharpened. Was that not Yamamoto Eiichiro, the former president of the Hongwan Corporation where he once worked? Yamamoto's villa was not far away, and today, while walking his Tosa dog, he noticed the road blocked by construction barriers and vehicles, which immediately displeased him. He not only obstructed Wu An's construction, but also called the property management to unleash a torrent of abuse. In a past life, it was this insidious old man who had orchestrated an ambush that led to his own demise. Encountering an enemy, emotions ran high. Sumu immediately squeezed in, coldly stating, "It is my own house. I shall renovate as I please." "What are you barking about?" Yamamoto Eiichiro did not recognize Sumu, but had a vague recollection of him as an employee of his company. Infuriated by the remark, he shouted, "Baka, do you not know who I am? How dare you speak to the president of the company in such a manner? I command you to kneel and apologize immediately." "President, my foot." Sumu scoffed. "I have long since resigned." "Resigned?" Yamamoto Eiichiro's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. "That may be so, but this is a public area of the community, not your private domain. How can you construct haphazardly? This truly is my private domain." Sumu revealed a playful smile. "For according to the signed contract, the land within a 30-meter radius of the Fenglinwen villa is mine, and I possess the right to develop it independently. Thus, the very spot you stand upon also belongs to me. I shall overlook past grievances, yet from this moment forth, I shall not permit you to tread upon my territory any longer. Let a sign be erected. No entry for Japanese and dogs." Incite pointed at Sumu. Rendered speechless. Ignoring him, Sumu addressed the property manager. "It has been many years since our victory in the War of Resistance. How is it that we still cower before these petty individuals? In the future, should such incidents arise, simply wield a broom and drive them away." The onlooking neighbors grew animated, cheering and applauding. "Well said. These few Japanese, with their meager wealth, look down upon us, bullying their way through the community and creating chaos. Indeed, we have long found them displeasing. Should they dare to cause further disturbances, we shall expel them from the neighborhood. Seeing the crowd's fervor and realizing he had no allies, Yamamoto Irakairo dared not utter another word. He dragged his Tosa dog and squeezed through the throng, making a hasty retreat. Sumu spat at his retreating figure. "Pa, what a lowly quality to reside in the same villa community as me." Yan Qingshu eagerly approached Sumu, wrapping her arms around his. "The way you confronted Yamamoto just now was truly imposing. I found it immensely appealing." Sumu felt the softness pressed against his chest and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This woman is indeed quite proactive, since she is offering herself so generously. It would be unreasonable not to indulge. Although he had been quite busy these past few days, he found himself free this evening. "Why not come to my place for a couple of glasses of red wine?" he suggested. Yan Qingshu blinked her eyes, her heart racing with excitement. She was no fool. She understood perfectly well the implications of Su Mu's invitation to his room. However, she had just heard him state that the Finglinwen villa was indeed his, and that a contract had already been signed. The magnificent red Ferrari parked at the entrance, coupled with his ostentatious displays of wealth, left no doubt that he was a bona fide tycoon. Although she was uncertain how Su Mu had suddenly acquired such wealth, she surmised it was likely connected to gambling. That night, he had undoubtedly wagered far more than the mere 200,000 he had mentioned. Feigning modesty, Yan Qingshu leaned her head against Su Mu's shoulder. "Oh dear, you must be certain." Xia Baiwei watched them from the sidelines with a tinge of jealousy, feeling utterly helpless. Though she considered herself attractive, she could not compete with Yan Qingshu's dazzling beauty. Just a few days prior, driven by curiosity, Xia Baiwei had sent Su Mu numerous flirtatious messages, even sharing a few risque photos. Alas, he had not acknowledged her advances. After exchanging a few words with Wen, Su Mu urged them to expedite the villa renovations before leading Yan Qingshu to his home. The reason for not opting for a five-star hotel was simple. He deemed her unworthy. He spent 30,000 yuan hiring a private chef to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them. "Su Mu, I never expected you to become so affluent." After consuming 2 glasses of red wine, Yan Qingshu's complexion flushed a rosy hue. She feigned mild inebriation, gazing at Su Mu with dreamy eyes. Indeed, she did not wish to easily yield to him. Yet based on her observations over the past few days, she believed Su Mu's wealth had reached a rather alarming level. Mortgaging property for high-interest loans? Someone capable of purchasing several 100 million yuan villas surely would not be short of a little money. Most likely, he was merely raising funds for investment. "Oh, do you truly believe that?" Su Mu did not refute her. Instead, he cast a mischievous glance at Yan Qingshu and slowly placed his hand on her long legs adorned with black stockings. "Oh, how annoying. Why are you touching my leg?" Yan Qingshu playfully protested, yet she did not withdraw his hand, but rather leaned into his embrace. Noticing that Yan Qingshu showed no intention of resisting, Su Mu understood and, with a low growl, toppled her over, carrying her toward the bed. He harbored no thoughts of cherishing this woman. Madness filled his eyes as his movements turned forceful, leaving red marks upon her fair skin. "Amu, please don't be so rough, it hurts." Yan Qingshu furrowed her brow but dared not fight back, instead striving to please him. "Drug me. Let those brutes have their way with me." Oh, how ironic it is that she once appeared so aloof, refusing even a mere touch, yet now she had become my plaything. As Su Mu recalled the malevolent deeds of Yan Qingshu in his past life, he couldn't help but intensify his efforts. Throughout that night, Su Mu fervently exerted himself on multiple occasions, managing to slightly alleviate the animosity that festered within him. It was only when Yan Qingshu lay sprawled on the bed, utterly drained of strength, that Su Mu finally ceased his actions. Reclining on the bed, he lit a cigarette, contemplating, how wicked you are, Su Mu, to have tormented her for such an extended period. Yan Qingshu, wrapping herself in a blanket to shield her naked form, cast a melancholic gaze upon Su Mu, feeling genuinely fatigued. Is this fellow perhaps a reincarnation of a green bull spirit? My territory is nearly exhausted. She mused. Really? Then I desire several of the newly released LV bags. They aren't too expensive, merely over 300,000. Yan Qingshu exclaimed with excitement, only to suddenly pause, astonished. You're not leaving me here for the night? Of course not. Sumu exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking languidly. We have yet to formally establish our relationship, and staying here would tarnish your reputation. Yan Qingshu, indifferent to her reputation, dared not retort, so she reluctantly donned her clothes and, wincing in pain, limped away. However, the assurance that Su Mu would spend money on her lightened her spirits. What a farce! Given the malice of such a woman, how could he possibly allow her to share his bed? What if she were to harbor ulterior motives again? As for the promise of the new LV bags, Su Mu let out a cold laugh and dialed a friend who dealt in high-quality replicas of luxury goods. Regardless of the prestigious brand of bags, one could procure 2 or 3 for merely 1,000 yuan from him. You wish to squander my hard-earned money? Do you believe you are worthy? Chapter 18. Welcome back to the Apocalypse Sumo. Each day, he dined at the finest restaurants, subsequently purchasing copious amounts of food to store within his boundless space. In the evening, he would summon Yan Qingshu to his home, subjecting her to harsh treatment, before tossing her a counterfeit designer bag and bidding her to leave. Meanwhile, the machinery and supplies he ordered began to arrive in succession. Sumu would sign for them daily at the warehouse on the outskirts of the city, subsequently transferring them into his infinite space. Given that he had ordered goods from renowned manufacturers, the quality was generally assured. After a cursory inspection, he promptly settled the remaining balance. The finance personnel performed admirably, and the fuel from the gas station was also delivered here in due course, all of which Sumu collected. The 1,000 large water storage barrels were also in place, arranged within the warehouse. He paid the elderly warehouse renter 20,000 yuan, procured dozens of water pipes, and tirelessly filled the barrels with water day and night. Once filled, he meticulously transferred them into his infinite space. Various supplies were delivered to the warehouse at a flowing rate, and Sumu's funds similarly dwindled at an alarming pace. Particularly, he expended considerable amounts on precious metals such as gold and silver, accumulating only a portion of what he needed. The expenses for steel, stone, wood, cement, and various large machinery totaled over 2 billion. In this manner, his fortune of over 7 billion swiftly diminished. In the movies, they spend 1 billion in a month? I could easily exhaust 100 billion. Such actions, of course, could not escape the discerning eyes of the observant. However, those around him regarded Sumo as nothing more than a jest, believing he had succumbed to madness and mockingly whispering behind his back. Look, is that not Sumo? One would say. I heard he renovated his newly purchased villa entirely, even installing a formidable iron gate. It is not the end of the world. Yet he hoards such an abundance of goods. Surely, he must be of unsound mind. I still have salt from my last stockpile. They mused. Wealth does not come by such means. He must have suffered some mental trauma. Sumu remained wholly unperturbed by their biting remarks, steadfast in his own path. Nearby the warehouse, a stray dog wandered, and one day, feeling pity, Sumu casually fed it a sausage. To his surprise, this emaciated black dog became his loyal companion, accompanying him daily to the warehouse to receive shipments, occasionally presenting him with the dead mice it had caught. In these times, even dogs seemed to value loyalty more than humans. Sumu sighed and decided to adopt it, naming it Lao Mo. After a fortnight, Jean C., wearing glasses, arrived at the warehouse with a shipment of firearms and munitions, 30 AKs, 20 handguns, 20 submachine guns, 10 domestically produced QBZ, 191 automatic rifles, 3M, 200 sniper rifles, and 5 crates of grenades. There were even 2 portable rocket-propelled grenade launchers, commonly known as RPGs, along with a dozen crates of accompanying ammunition and 10 bundles of C4 plastic explosives. This arsenal could nearly equip an enhanced platoon. It remains a mystery how they managed to acquire such a plethora of weapons and transport them to the outskirts of Shunshun, an international metropolis. An AK-47 typically fetches around 20 to 30,000 on the foreign black market, yet the quoted price for Sumu was a staggering 300,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumu did not haggle. Given the security standards of Dacia, successfully delivering these items here was no small feat. He promptly transferred the remaining balance to their designated account, adding an extra 5 million. To my brothers who have worked diligently, let us celebrate with a drink, he declared with great generosity. These individuals, though reckless, adhered to a code of conduct. Perhaps they might survive the apocalypse, so forging a bond now seemed prudent. The man with golden-rimmed glasses flashed a momentary glimmer of understanding, nodded in silence, and led his men away in their vehicle. Sumu stored the weapons in an infinite space, with bows, crossbows, and a super-secure shelter encased in a metallic shell. He would no longer fear any impending dangers. A few days later, Wuan called to inform him that the renovation of the villa had been completed and invited him to inspect it. Sumu circled the Fenglinwen villa and was thoroughly pleased with his secure retreat. After conducting an on-site evaluation, he found that the exterior walls of the shelter now fully met his stringent requirements for blast resistance, heat insulation, and extreme cold tolerance. Wuan smiled mysteriously at Sumu and added, "To ensure your safety, we have installed a surveillance system throughout the entire community, covering all villas and buildings. With over 800 high-definition cameras, you can monitor every building and each floor without stepping outside." Upon hearing the news, Sumu was rendered speechless, only able to marvel at the impeccable work of the Golden Shield Security Company. He promptly transferred the final payment, and as for the remaining 10%, with the apocalypse looming, it seemed unlikely he would ever be able to settle it in this lifetime. Beep! A significant alteration in the structure of the host's Doomsday Fortress base has been detected. A safety scan is now in progress. Beep! The scan reveals no security vulnerabilities. The system has now assumed full control, allowing the host to autonomously manage the base through consciousness. Beep! The host has acquired some upgraded materials, yet is still lacking 7 tons of gold and 100 level 1 crystal cores. Please continue your efforts. Sumu was overjoyed. Although he had faith in the professional ethics of the Golden Shield Company, he still harbored fears of potential backdoors they might have left behind. However, with the Doomsday Fortress system now in control, all authority rested firmly in his hands, greatly alleviating his concerns. As for the level 1 crystal cores mentioned by the system, he remained unperturbed, as he was confident that a solution would present itself in due time. With approximately 6 or 7 days remaining until August 30th, Sumu diligently visited the shooting range in Shunxing each day to practice with both bow and firearms, striving to enhance his skills. While transforming himself into a marksman within a few days was unrealistic, he became considerably more familiar with the performance of these weapons. August 29th marked the day Sumu would take action against the Red Pill Corporation. As a globally renowned retail giant, Red Pill Corporation boasted a vast storage and logistics warehouse on the outskirts of the city, filled with an abundance of resources. In the evening, Sumu drove alone to a secluded corner near the warehouse, a spot beyond the reach of surveillance cameras. As a former employee of the company, he had frequently accompanied his superiors on inspections, rendering him well acquainted with the premises. The warehouse was manned around the clock. However, during the night, only 10 personnel were on duty. Employing a straightforward yet audacious strategy, he decided to administer anesthetic gas through the narrow gap of the door while all were preoccupied in the office preparing for the shift change. With the apocalypse merely a day away, he harbored no fear of being implicated. Due to Sumu's intimate knowledge of their shift schedules and the general tranquility of the area, combined with the guards' complacency, his plan unfolded with ease. As the sedative took effect, one by one, the guard succumbed to a deep slumber. Sumu then made his way to the monitoring room, where he disabled all surveillance cameras within the warehouse. Adorned with a mask, cloaked in a cape, and wearing gloves and shoe covers, he glided into the warehouse on a balanced scooter, commencing his collection of supplies. With merely a touch of his hand upon the shelves, his thoughts manifested the items into an infinite space, and he made no distinctions, methodically gathering everything in his path. Boxes of cigarettes, tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water, beverages, and spirits, including numerous premium liquors, red wines, and foreign wines. Mountains of noodles, rice flour, eggs, milk, cooking oil, canned foods, packaged roast chickens, roasted ducks, puff snacks, instant meals, and gourmet treats. Clothing, watches, jewelry, toothpaste, toothbrushes, facial cleansers, shampoos, body washes, laundry detergents, disinfectants, soaps, toilet paper, paper towels, wet wipes, kitchen paper, charcoal, solid alcohol, masks, disposable gloves, and even children's diapers. All were hastily stowed away in his boundless space. After securing the daily necessities, Su Mu proceeded to the section designated for sports equipment. These items were equally valuable. Regular exercise strengthens the body and ensures health, and in times of necessity, they could even be life-saving. After all, the system's space was infinite. So why not take full advantage? Moreover, he discovered some particularly useful items, such as baseball bats, skiing, and mountaineering gear. There were even numerous high-grade thermal suits designed for national athletes, reputed to withstand frigid temperatures as low as -80 or 90 degrees. Su Mu was unreserved, promptly collecting dozens of top-tier thermal suits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. He did not entertain the thought of leaving some for others. On one hand, it was a form of retribution against the Japanese company, and on the other, in the wake of the apocalypse, these items would unlikely reach the hands of ordinary citizens. After a full 2 hours, Su Mu had completely emptied this colossal warehouse, spanning over 200,000 square meters. The materials collected could sustain sumo for centuries. The next morning, the duty personnel awoke to find that every item in the vast warehouse had mysteriously vanished, leaving them trembling in fear as they hurried to report this alarming incident to the upper management. A throng of executives, astonished by the revelation, rushed to the scene and promptly alerted the authorities to investigate the matter. Yamamoto Eiichiro, upon witnessing the desolate warehouse, was nearly struck by a heart attack in his fury, vociferously berating the staff on duty the previous night as he desperately vented his outrage. However, in the span of a single night, goods worth billions had completely disappeared, an occurrence that defied all logic. Even with the police's exhaustive investigation, no leads emerged in the immediate aftermath. They even speculated whether the Hongwan Corporation had orchestrated a cunning scheme of self-theft, as their review of nearby surveillance footage revealed only a solitary red sports car passing by that night. Although the internal cameras had been disabled, the notion that one could abscond with an entire warehouse's worth of goods without leaving a trace was utterly implausible. After a restful slumber, he awaited the arrival of the apocalypse in quiet anticipation. On the dawn of August 30th, that fateful moment finally arrived. At midnight, the catastrophic energy unleashed by a supernova, having traversed the sun, triggered intense alterations within its core, albeit for a fleeting instant. The sun's emitted heat plummeted drastically, casting a devastating impact upon Blue Planet and heralding the onset of an age of ice. Sumu, accompanied by his adopted black dog, Lao Mo, sat on the sofa before the floor-to-ceiling window, witnessing a brilliant white light suddenly illuminate the horizon beyond. In the depths of the night, the earth seemed to be momentarily illuminated. However, this brilliance lasted merely a fleeting 1 or 2 seconds before swiftly fading into silence. Outside the dwelling, snowflakes began to drift gently, gradually intensifying until they blanketed the ground in a thick layer. Sumu remained silent for a moment, pouring himself a glass of red wine, raising it towards the swirling snowflakes in the sky. Welcome back to the Apocalypse, Sumu. Chapter 19. The Ice Age officially commences. Indeed, the end times have arrived punctually. In the early hours, most individuals had succumbed to slumber. After all, tomorrow marks September 1st, the official start of the school year, necessitating an early rise for both office workers and students. Unbeknownst to anyone, a global catastrophe had silently descended upon the world. Sumuchusto forgo sleep, casually tossing a few more logs into the newly kindled fireplace. Minutes later, the snowflakes began to grow larger, ultimately transforming into a flurry of goose feather snow. The howling cold wind outside enveloped the entire city, shrouded in an abrupt and overwhelming snowfall. Such a heavy snowfall in late summer was unprecedented. As the flames in the fireplace roared to life, the temperature within the villa began to rise gradually, becoming exceedingly warm, even bordering on hot. Sumu glanced at the thermometer on the table, which read 25.5. He looked outside again, where the relentless snow seemed to have submerged the entire city. Opening his phone, he found that news of the sudden drop in temperature had spread across the internet. Even in the stillness of the night, numerous night owls remain awake, sharing videos of the unexpected snowfall. How astonishing it is that, in the dead of night, such a heavy snow has descended upon us. The weather forecast gave no indication of this. Tomorrow, I'm due to go to work. With such a significant accumulation of snow, the roads will surely be frozen, making it impossible to commute. It truly feels like a curse. To think that it is July in the lunar calendar, and we are experiencing such a heavy snowfall. It is still summer. Surely, not even the most absurd of situations could conjure such a deluge. Has some new calamity befallen us? In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such an extraordinary snowfall. It is indeed a rare spectacle. Oh, how beautifully the snow falls. I must venture out to build a snowman. Many have commented on the videos of the snowfall, particularly those from the southern regions, who excitedly share their photos amidst the snow. Meanwhile, some audacious souls from northern cities have ventured outdoors, live streaming their antics of running naked in temperatures plummeting to minus 20 degrees, indulging in ice baths. I was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by the cold and hurried to turn on the air conditioning. Alas, our old air conditioner is ineffective at heating. After having it running for a while, it feels even colder. I must retrieve 2 more blankets. I see that your IP address is from New Province. Has it snowed there as well? Snow is blanketing the nation. Could it be that the apocalypse is upon us? Woohoo! Let the end come. Let everything be annihilated. Many individuals online have sensed an ominous turn of events, preparing to procure winter garments and stockpile provisions by dawn. Some sighed. This was merely the beginning. As the snow continued to fall heavily and temperatures plummeted, the true frozen hell would soon arrive. The Ice Age had officially commenced. Outside, the snow fell in large, feathery flakes. The biting wind howled, while within the cozy confines of the house, the fireplace crackled cheerfully, creating a pleasant warmth. Sumu quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Sumu awoke early and drew back the curtains to gaze outside. The snowfall persisted, with feathery flakes relentlessly descending upon the earth, showing no signs of abating. Seemingly more frantic than the previous night. From the 3rd floor, the community appeared blanketed in white, with snow accumulation exceeding a foot. Some low shrubs were nearly engulfed by the snow, leaving only a hint of green visible. Sumu retrieved an avocado tuna sandwich, a jianbingguozi, a bowl of spicy soup, and poured a glass of milk from the infinite space, placing them on the coffee table for breakfast. He settled onto the sofa and casually switched on the television. The loyal dog, old Mo, nestled beside him, and Sumu affectionately patted its head, serving it a portion of dog food. Thanks to Sumu's attentive care over the past few days, old Mo had shed its former frail appearance, boasting a much shinier and healthier coat. Morning news. At midnight last night, a sudden snowfall blanketed the globe simultaneously, with temperatures in most regions plummeting below 20 degrees Celsius. A sudden wave of global cooling has sparked considerable discussion and speculation among experts, yet the precise cause remains undetermined. The government has issued an orange snowstorm warning, forecasting over 10 millimeters of snowfall within the next 6 hours, which may significantly impact transportation and agriculture. Experts predict that this snowfall could persist for a duration of 3 to 10 days, urging residents to refrain from unnecessary outings and to embrace remote work, while adhering to the unified directives of local authorities to collectively combat the snow disaster. The government has activated emergency response protocols to clear accumulated snow, alleviate traffic congestion, and transport essential supplies to ensure the daily needs of citizens are met. Residents are advised to remain calm, avoid spreading rumors, and dress warmly when venturing outdoors. Following the government's guidance, motorists should be particularly cautious of slippery road conditions and reduce their speed, for reckless driving may lead to dire consequences. In light of the unexpected heavy snowfall, and in accordance with directive from the Municipal Education Bureau, all primary and secondary schools in the city will delay their reopening, with specific dates to be announced later. News reports are inundated with updates regarding the unprecedented snowfall. In the previous instance, it was similar. It remains uncertain whether the government misjudged the situation or sought to maintain public morale, as all news outlets endeavored to portray the snowstorm as a non-threatening event. Many individuals, having placed their trust in government announcements, were ill-prepared at home, leading to increasingly difficult circumstances. After just one night, the temperature in the city plummeted from over 30 degrees Celsius to below minus 10 degrees, marking a staggering drop of nearly 50 degrees in an instant. Located south of the Yangtze River, the city experiences a brief winter devoid of central heating. Most residents do not cultivate the habit of purchasing winter apparel, nor do they stockpile food like their northern counterparts. Even green onions are bought singularly. They are utterly unaccustomed to the abrupt drop in temperature, making it nearly impossible to venture outside without a down jacket. Yet few households are equipped with one. However, if they were to layer their clothing and muster the courage to procure essential supplies, they could certainly survive the harsh winter by rationing their food. Once the snow accumulates to over a meter and temperatures plummet to minus 40 or 50 degrees, venturing outdoors will become exceedingly challenging. Regrettably, neither the government nor the populace anticipated that this heavy snowfall would not be fleeting but would persist for a full 2 months, with temperatures continuing to decline, ultimately leading to an unbearable catastrophe. At this moment, Yan Qingshu called, and Su Mu answered casually. "Mu, it suddenly snowed heavily outside today. It's so cold. I could only fall asleep under 2 blankets last night. How about I come keep you company once the snow stops tonight?" She added, "And about that Chanel bag you promised me. Even in the face of an apocalypse, you're still thinking about a handbag. Truly incorrigible." The company had announced in the group chat that everyone would be working from home due to the heavy snowfall. Yan Qingshu playfully remarked, "I intended to go out and buy some things, but it's so cold outside. I really don't want to go out." To which Su Mu retorted, "If the snow is falling so heavily, then why venture out at all? That foolish woman has forfeited her last opportunity to stock up on supplies. But that is of no concern to me. By the way, did you stockpile so many resources because you had insider information about the impending severe drop in temperature? I only heard it in passing from a friend, though I never anticipated the chill would be so intense." Su Mu glanced at the thermometer on the table. After a night of burning in the fireplace, the temperature in the room had risen to 27.5 degrees, causing him to break a slight sweat. "You truly are something else. You torment me daily, yet fail to inform me about such a crucial matter in advance." Yan Qingshu playfully pouted. "It seems you do not hold me, your girlfriend, in high regard, leaving me to suffer in the cold." Su Mu scoffed. "I suppose you no longer desire that Chanel bag of yours. Truly, you lack any semblance of dignity, audaciously claiming to be my girlfriend?" Hearing Su Mu's irritation, Yan Qingshu immediately softened her tone, hastily explaining, "No, Mu too, I was merely jesting. I harbor no grievances towards you." Yet before she could finish, Su Mu had already hung up the phone, inciting her to curse in frustration. Heartless scoundrel. If it weren't for the designer bags you buy me, I wouldn't be so accommodating." Meanwhile, Xie Baiwei watched enviously from the side, as her friend Yan Qingshu had recently become entangled with Su Mu and took every opportunity to flaunt it before her. Gucci, Dior, LV Prada. Each day, she donned a different bag, yet she refrained from flaunting them in public. Xie Baiwei believed herself to be no less remarkable than Yan Qingshu and attempted to reach out to Su Mu, even sharing several alluring photographs. Alas, Su Mu remained preoccupied with the impending apocalypse and paid her no heed. May all the bags Su Mu buys for you be counterfeit." She silently cursed within her heart. Chapter 20. The Master of Versailles. Outside, the cold wind howled, but Su Mu, clad in pajamas, savored spicy soup and sandwiches at home, oblivious to the chill. After all, he resided in a top-tier safe house, crafted at a staggering cost of $3.5 billion. Utilizing the latest insulation materials developed for Antarctic research stations. He had specifically emphasized the thermal properties, ensuring minimal heat loss and a sustainable internal temperature. After finishing his meal, Su Mu indulged in gaming for a while before heading to the gym for over an hour of exercise. He then retreated to a designated room to practice with a compound bow and crossbow, In many instances, such cold weapons could prove to be extraordinarily effective, sometimes even surpassing their firearms counterparts. With a professional compound bow in hand and days of practice behind him, Mu could confidently assure that within a 20-meter range, his aim would be nearly infallible. Han Hao was an enthusiast of ancient weaponry, and, with the convenience of owning a forge, crafted arrows of a triangular shape, designed to penetrate armor. Not only were they effective against humans, but they could also inflict considerable damage on large dogs or even wild boars. Lao Mo remained inseparably by Mu's side, attentively retrieving fallen arrows and presenting them to him. By the afternoon, the accumulated snow on the roads had surpassed half a meter, and the outside temperature had plummeted to nearly minus 20 degrees. After completing his workout, Mu retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and gulped it down in one go, letting out a burp before settling onto the sofa to scroll through his phone. The messages in the owner group for Building 7 had already exceeded 99 and continued to flood in. His former residence, a 130-square-meter apartment, was located in Building 7. Although he had since moved into a villa, he had never left the group. "Oh my goodness, the temperature in my room is nearing freezing. This is truly unbearable." Indeed, the heavy snowfall persists. I saw videos where the snow on the roads reached over half a meter. Even with the air conditioning on, I still feel cold. They've stopped delivering takeout, and I never prepared any food at home. I'm on the verge of starvation, while you all are cozy at home. I'm stuck at work. I heard that due to the deep snow, the snowplows are overwhelmed, and both buses and taxis have ceased operations. Am I going to be trapped at the office? What nonsense! I'm not a crab with 8 claws. How could I carry that much? Can't you all just go out and buy something? But it's far too cold outside. I really don't want to venture out. Amidst the chatter, many expressed relief at being spared from work due to the snowstorm, while some neighbors even dug out their winter down jackets, planning to take their children outside to build snowmen. After all, it is merely the first day of snowfall and a drop in temperature. Many individuals still brave the biting cold to attend work, while some venture out to procure a modest supply of noodles, meat, and vegetables. Yet these quantities are scant, sufficient only to sustain them for a few days or perhaps a week. However, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside, most homeowners, despite some possessing a keen sense of awareness, soon abandon the notion of venturing out to gather supplies. The notion of a panic buying spree is utterly unfounded, given the administrative capabilities of the government. It is indeed rare to encounter a genuine shortage of resources. Mu let out a cold snort and tossed his phone aside. The homeowners in the chat group are currently able to engage in calm conversations, but it will not be long before their composure begins to unravel. As night falls, the snowfall intensifies, with accumulations in certain areas exceeding a meter in height. Government agencies have deployed large snowplows and graders to clear the streets, managing to maintain traffic on just a handful of major thoroughfares. The sun has set, and the chill outside has become even more severe. No matter the price offered, delivery personnel have ceased to accept orders. Today is September 1st, a day marked by an inexplicable global snowfall and a sudden temperature plunge. Monitoring reports indicate that the lowest temperature in Antarctica has plummeted below minus 100 degrees, while even regions near the equator approach minus 10 degrees. Many citizens of various countries have been caught off guard, suffering from frostbite, with a few tragic cases of fatalities due to the extreme cold. Experts suggest that this unprecedented global weather phenomenon, occurring once in a millennium, may be linked to internal solar activity. However, such internal activities are generally fleeting, and they shall soon pass. I implore the citizens not to panic and to remain warm. Mu gazed at the television, where a bald expert spoke at length, and could not help but scoff. An expert? Can one truly trust the words of so-called experts? It seems prudent to take their advice in the opposite direction. Utter nonsense. In this frozen apocalypse, the most detestable are those ineffectual experts who do nothing. Mu cursed under his breath. Had they urged the populace to stockpile supplies to withstand the harsh blizzards, he would have admired their acumen. Having once heeded their advice in his past life, he had failed to gather sufficient provisions and consequently endured great hardship, barely surviving the initial stages of the frozen era through sheer willpower and a modicum of luck. Indeed, By the following noon, the external temperature had plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero. All ground transportation within the city had come to a standstill, leaving many trapped in their homes or workplaces, anxiously awaiting the cessation of the snowfall. After finishing his workout, Sumu emerged from the bathroom clad only in a tank top and shorts, played with old Mo for a while, and then settled onto the sofa, picking up his mobile phone. Outside, the snowfall was relentless, rendering it impossible for him to venture out. The pantry was nearly bare, and both Bai Wei and he were on the verge of starvation. Sumu, did you not purchase a plethora of food? You ordered over 1,000 seafood banquets. Could you not send us some? Upon reading the message from Yan Qingshu, Sumu could not help but chuckle. However, this is the final opportunity. Today marks the second day of the sudden heavy snowfall. If this continues into tonight, the snow outside will accumulate to such depths that driving or even walking will be utterly impossible. Coupled with the extreme cold, venturing out in search of sustenance becomes nearly inconceivable. Apologies, while Sumu has an abundance of stored food, not a morsel is reserved for her. Furthermore, in a previous life, it was Yan Qingshu who administered poison to him, leading to his own demise as he was consumed by those trivial days. A smirk of mockery appeared on Sumu's face. He regarded Yan Qingshu merely as a plaything, relishing the thought of tormenting her and watching her suffer in excruciating agony as she met her end in this apocalyptic world. That was a month ago. How could such provisions possibly be preserved for so long? At present, my household possesses only a meager amount of food, far less than you might envision, and it has nearly been consumed. However, I have just prepared lunch. With that, Sumu retrieved a steaming portion of axe-cut steak and Australian lobster from his limitless space, uncorked a bottle of red wine, and began to dine. Meanwhile, Yan Qingshu was curled up in her rental apartment, tightly wrapped in 2 thick blankets. She and Xie Bai Wei had already cranked the air conditioning to its maximum output, yet due to the frigid outdoor temperatures, it proved to be of little effect. Upon opening the video sent by Sumu, Yan Qingshu's eyes widened in shock. In the video, Sumu, clad in a tank top and shorts, sat at the dining table, savoring his steak with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, he frowned. The steak was a tad overcooked today, rather unpalatable. After speaking, he unexpectedly placed the plate on the ground and beckoned Lao Mo to come and eat. The Australian lobster was truly delectable, fragrant and tender, perfectly suited to my palate. Sumu remarked, directly tearing open the shell of the lobster with his hands and savoring the succulent white meat, followed by a sip of red wine that he relished. Yan Qingshu could hardly believe her eyes. In such frigid weather, Sumu was comfortably clad in a tank top and shorts, indulging in lobster and fine wine. What infuriated her most was his audacity to feed the barely touched steak to the dog. Despite residing in the same neighborhood, it felt as though they inhabited entirely different worlds. Chapter 21. Sumu, you're in trouble. For the sake of confidentiality, Sumu had never allowed Yan Qingshu into his villa, always entertaining her in his previous residence, never permitting her to spend the night. Watching the luxurious decor and top-tier ingredients in the video, particularly the exquisite lobster on the table and that bottle of high-end red wine, made Yan Qingshu's mouth water. As a woman of ambition and ideals, she had researched many gourmet ingredients and had a discerning eye. The Australian lobster Sumu was consuming was nearly 2 feet long, undoubtedly expensive, and the wine was certainly from a prestigious vineyard. Even the steak he fed to the dog appeared to be of the finest Wagyu quality. I seem to be living a life inferior to that of a dog, Yan Qingshu thought with a hint of grievance. Wow, Sumu, do you reside in a villa? It's so grand and beautiful. And isn't it cold at your place? I wish I could enjoy lobster and red wine too. She deliberately sent a voice message, her tone playful as she said, after I finish eating, I will accompany you later. I just bought a pair of black stockings. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Sumu glanced at the message on his phone, his face adorned with a teasing smirk. He was intentionally flaunting his current comfort, hoping to provoke this woman into realizing just how well he was faring. Surely she did not believe that a few encounters in bed warranted a lifelong responsibility towards her. Upon reading the message, Yan Qingshu's expression darkened immediately. Was this not a trivial statement? Outside, The temperature had plummeted below -30 degrees. Even clad in 3 layers of down, the biting wind penetrated to the bone, and lingering outdoors for too long could lead to frostbite. After all, she was a delicate and exquisite fairy, and having shared her bed with him on numerous occasions, how could he expect her to brave such harsh weather to buy something? This was utterly unreasonable. What I meant was that I wished to dine at your place. Given the heavy snowfall outside, how could I possibly venture out to shop, walk to buy it? Sumu suddenly comprehended. Are you out of money? I could transfer you some. Yan Qingshu was nearly driven to the brink of fury, tossing her phone aside in exasperation. How dare Sumu play the fool to provoke her? He could forget about any intimate encounters with her now. Confident in her abilities, she was certain that it wouldn't be long before Sumu would come to apologize. Noticing that Yan Qingshu had ceased messaging him, Sumu smiled softly, preparing to indulge in a round of indoor golf, when suddenly, an unfamiliar call interrupted him. After casually connecting the call, Sumu was greeted by a stern voice. I am Officer Li from the Public Security Bureau of Shenzhen. Sumu, you have committed an offense. Come here immediately to surrender. Is it true that the scammers from northern Myanmar are so dedicated now? Even in such frigid weather, they do not forget to deceive. Sumu was taken aback, murmuring to himself before abruptly hanging up the phone. However, the relentless caller persisted, dialing again, prompting Sumu to frown and blacklist the number. Shortly thereafter, a landline number with the suffix 110 called, and Sumu finally sensed something amiss. You're quite audacious, aren't you? Daring to disregard Officer Li's call. You even claim we are the scammers from northern Myanmar. Let me be frank, during the month-end accounting, Hongwan Corporation discovered a fraud amounting to 200 million yen and reported it to the police. We have already determined that you are the perpetrator. I advise you to come to the police station to surrender at once for leniency. Sumu was not surprised. After all, his scamming techniques were hardly sophisticated, and it was entirely reasonable for the police to locate and pinpoint him. Their efficiency was indeed commendable, having uncovered the facts of his fraud merely a day after the end of August. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of surrendering. What a joke. The comfort of his villa far surpassed anything the station could offer. Why would he go there to await his doom? Indeed, he had deceived under the guise of Yamamoto Eiichiro, but with such heavy snowfall outside, how could he possibly turn himself in? He pondered for a moment and said, how about this? I still have over 10 million on my car that remains unspent. I can always return it to them. Moreover, on such a frigid day, there's no need for you to be so dedicated. As officers of the Dachau police, we need not safeguard the vampire companies that prey on ordinary lives. After uttering these words, he abruptly hung up the phone. His intentions were sincere, yet they incensed the recipient to the brink of fury. It was truly unprecedented to encounter such an audacious criminal, who not only brazenly confessed to his crimes, but also dared to provoke the police. Today, he must be apprehended. Officer Li flung his hat in frustration. However, how were they to capture him? The brothers who had just conducted an operation in the Danfeng Bailu community reported that this scoundrel's villa had undergone special modifications. The entrance was tightly sealed, resembling an impenetrable tin can, leaving them utterly clueless about how to gain entry. The brothers, feeling helpless, had turned to them in hopes of persuading this Sumu to surrender voluntarily. Moreover, the snowfall outside grew heavier by the minute, obstructing the roads entirely, aside from specialized vehicles. No other cars could venture out, rendering any attempt at support futile. Officer Li, momentarily taken aback, scratched his head and despondently took a seat. Forget it. Let him enjoy his freedom for a couple of days. Once the snow ceases, I will personally apprehend him. After all, with the city locked under snow, he cannot escape his own home. I refuse to believe that I cannot breach that iron fortress. With a flicker of thought, Sumu immersed himself in the Doomsday Fortress system, and indeed discovered a notification indicating that someone was approaching and attempting to breach the base. Lost in the exhilaration of teasing Yan Qingshu, he had been oblivious to this development. Steeling himself with newfound vigilance, Sumu cranked the system alert to its maximum volume. Vowing never to commit such an oversight again, he hurried to the monitoring room, where he summoned the visuals on an enormous screen that occupied an entire wall. There, he observed several individuals clad in police uniforms loitering outside the villa. Shortly, they received a phone call, after which they begrudgingly disbanded and boarded an off-road police vehicle, stubbornly maneuvering through over a meter of accumulated snow. A sigh of relief escaped Su-mu. If even the officers sent to apprehend him could not gain entry, it was a testament to the formidable security of his sanctuary. Others would undoubtedly find it even more challenging to breach his defenses. However, with the police thwarted today, the prospect of them succeeding in a few days was even more remote. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su-mu's eyes. He had yet to address the troubles caused by Yamamoto Eiichiro, yet he had hastily reported to the authorities. It seemed an opportune moment to administer a lesson. In this apocalyptic era, his status as the chairman of a Japanese corporation held little value. Suddenly, the notification sound of his phone broke the silence. Upon checking, he discovered a message in the owner's group for Building 7, tagged to all members. Chuanxia Mantion, Lu Chuanxia all members, I am Lu Chuanxia, a property management staff member of the Danfeng Bailu community and also a resident of Building 7. As per the directives of our superiors, I am now responsible for managing our building during this heavy snowfall. I trust everyone saw last night's news. The experts have assured us that this heavy snowfall will soon pass, urging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. The outside temperature is exceedingly frigid, and venturing out may result in frostbite. Thus, we must endure this discomfort, for perseverance shall lead us to victory. The government is diligently working to clear the snow, restore transportation, and ensure the supply of essential goods, promising a swift return to normalcy. Currently, there are individuals online who are inciting panic, proclaiming apocalyptic scenarios. I implore everyone to disregard such rumors and refrain from hoarding supplies, which could lead to societal unrest and skyrocketing prices. Our property management, in conjunction with the neighborhood committee, is actively seeking solutions to assist residents in overcoming difficulties. It is our hope that everyone will adhere to directives and cooperate to navigate this challenging situation together. The Danfeng Bailu community comprises 20 buildings and 20 villas, each equipped with a designated administrator to tackle the sudden snowstorm, while the villas are managed separately. Lu Chunxia, who works for the property management company, is responsible for the daily operations of Building Number 7. Typically, any updates from the property management and neighborhood committee are communicated by her in a group. Naturally, Lu Chunxia has taken on the role of the backbone for her building. Chapter 22. The Property Management's Cowardice. Madame Lu. Initially, the media reported that this snowfall would last merely a few hours. However, it has persisted for an entire day and night without ceasing. Indeed, my pantry is scarcely stocked with provisions. If the snow continues, how shall we manage in the days to come? I share your sentiment. It will be prudent for everyone to visit the supermarket and stock up on essentials at home. Initially, the price of vegetables tends to soar with the arrival of snow, and now, with the snowfall showing no signs of abating, it is feared that prices will escalate once more. Indeed, during the last mass shortage, I spent a staggering 1,000 yuan on a single cabbage, perhaps driven by instinct. Upon witnessing such an unexpected heavy snowfall, a sense of inexplicable unease envelopes the populace, prompting a habitual urge to stockpile food and vegetables as a precautionary measure. As discussions in the group leaned towards purchasing supplies, Lu Chunxia became incensed. I just mentioned the need to heed the higher authorities' call and refrain from hoarding supplies. Yet you not only disregard my words, but also challenge me directly. Am I to take this as a personal affront? Do my words fall upon deaf ears? Engaging in panic buying will only exacerbate prices and disrupt social order. If food is in short supply at home, neighbors can lend each other assistance. And once the snowstorm subsides, they can return the favor or simply purchase what they need. Should you choose to ignore my advice, do not expect any leniency from me. Lu Chunxia. From now on, I will cease to relay any notification from the property management to you. Furthermore, the prohibition against hoarding supplies is a directive from higher authorities. Should anyone dare to covertly engage in such behavior, I will not hesitate to report them to the relevant departments for price gouging and hoarding. Hearing her words, some individuals, wary of complications, abandoned their intentions to venture out for supplies. After all, the cold outside is unbearable, compounded by nearly a meter of accumulated snow, rendering a trip to the supermarket quite inconvenient. Sumu observed this with a faint, sardonic smile. Although it is already the second day of the Ice Age, thanks to the robust government guarantees, many major roads remain passable, and some large supermarkets are still managing to operate. Many people believe that the heavy snowfall will soon subside, allowing life to return to normal. Thus, the number of individuals stockpiling supplies is relatively low, ensuring that the supermarkets are well stocked. If one ventures out into the snow, as long as they are adequately bundled up, acquiring provisions is still quite feasible. However, by the third day, the temperature outside plummets to a chilling -50 or 60 degrees, and the snow accumulates to over a meter in depth, making any further excursions exceedingly difficult. Shenzhen, being a southern city, has rarely experienced snowfall and possesses no experience or capacity to handle a significant snow disaster. As time progresses, the government's ability to ensure the supply of necessities diminishes and normal operations falter, gradually leading to an unreliable power supply. At that point, life will truly descend into a hellish existence. Due to Lu Chuanxia's intimidation, many harbor a false sense of security, neglecting to venture out for groceries and supplies, with the inevitable consequences looming large. However, what does this have to do with Sumu? He has already amassed a considerable stockpile of provisions, sufficient to live comfortably in this apocalyptic world. Yet, those residing in the Danfeng Bailu community are predominantly well-off individuals. They seldom keep winter clothing and lack the habit of storing food. Typically, they dine out at restaurants, with hardly anyone cooking at home. After 2 days of heavy snowfall, their pantries have long been depleted. Now, witnessing Lu Chuanxia's refusal to allow anyone to venture out for purchases, while invoking the authority of higher-ups, has incited a furious backlash from many irritable homeowners against Lu Chuanxia. In the 18th floor of Unit 2, resident Lu Wei scoffed derisively. What an impressive display of authority. You are merely a property management personnel serving the homeowners. I pay a substantial amount in management fees each year to support you, and now you dare to bark at us? The heavy snowfall has persisted for 2 days, and we are nearly freezing to death while you remain indifferent. Now, when I wish to venture out for some necessities, you dare to stop me? Whom do you think you are threatening with your higher-ups? I intend to go out to purchase items, and I challenge anyone to prevent me. From the 7th floor of Unit 1, resident Qin Peng echoed, Indeed. What purpose does your property management serve? You're simply a property manager. My ability to go out and buy what I need is of no concern to you. How outrageous! You collect homeowners' fees and act as though you are the masters here. Frankly, you are nothing more than servants to the homeowners, mere dogs. And you ought to recognize your position. If your mind is troubled, seek help at a hospital, and don't even think about reporting this. Reporting is meaningless. Speak another word, and I swear I will make you regret it. On the 27th floor of Unit 1, resident Chao Guangming concurred. What both of you have said is absolutely correct. I have long been displeased with this fool. Several individuals then unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lu Chuanxia, after which they fell silent in the group chat, seemingly opting to go out for shopping instead. As a property management personnel, she was acutely aware of the backgrounds of these individuals, knowing well that they were not to be trifled with. Lu Wei, the owner of a boxing club, was known for his volatile temperament and his conspicuous physique. Qin Peng is a well-known figure in society, engaged in earthworks projects with hundreds of people under his command. There have long been rumors that he is burdened with several lives lost. Even Chao Guangming, a manager at a publicly listed company with a fortune in the millions, is among those who have witnessed numerous scenes and thus pays little heed to the threats posed by Lu Chuanxia, a mere property management personnel. Lu Wei, Qin Peng, Chao Guangming, you scoundrels. I am looking out for your best interests, and yet you dare to insult me? Lu Chuanxia seethed with anger. Very well, let us see if you survive the bitter cold. Enraged, she could only vent her frustrations impotently at home, unable to speak further in the group chat. Lu Chuanxia, none can predict how long this snow disaster will last. What if it extends for an extended period? Will you take responsibility if we run out of food? If others choose to go out, let them do so. Frostbite is their own decision. Observing the unfolding drama with keen interest, Su could not resist chiming in, merely seeking to stoke the flames of contention. The crowd had already harbored some dissatisfaction with Lu Qingshu's domineering attitude, yet they lacked the wealth, power, or influence of the three prominent figures. During this time of heavy snowfall and city lockdown, many matters still depended on the property management company. Hearing Su voice the sentiments of the group ignited an uproar. Indeed, if the snow continues to fall, Ludama, will you take responsibility if you prevent us from going out to procure supplies? Indeed, you discourage us from stockpiling supplies. When the time comes and we face scarcity, who shall be held accountable? Your household consists merely of two elderly individuals, whose consumption is naturally limited, requiring little in terms of provisions. I, however, am part of a large family. Lu Qingshu, upon realizing her frustration, remarked that she dared not provoke those three individuals. How dare you, an ordinary employee of a Japanese company, speak against me? Moreover, inciting others to hoard supplies. This is nothing short of a disgraceful affront. Little Su, whom are you addressing with your veiled threats and sarcasm? This is a quintessential act of disrupting social order and inciting public panic. I have refrained from reporting you to the authorities solely out of respect for our shared community. She paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, do not assume I am unaware of the origins of your wealth. You swindled several $100 million from the very company that initially employed you. I had no intention of disclosing this, but it seems appropriate to share now. This morning, the police inquired with the property management about your residence, intending to apprehend you. Upon hearing this salacious gossip, the neighbors erupted in lively chatter, discussing fervently. Even those who usually remain silent emerged to witness the spectacle. I find Su to be quite a decent fellow. One remarked, it is likely true. I just saw a police car pass by the Fenglinwen villa. Has he already been taken away? Nonsense. If Su had been apprehended, how could he still be communicating in the group? I expressed my astonishment at how he suddenly amassed wealth to purchase a villa and a sports car, only to discover that he had embezzled funds from his own company. Even Yan Qingshu reached out to him via WeChat, inquiring whether the rumors were true. Su was infuriated, his anger boiling over at that shameless old hag. The last time she approached him for something he refused to give her, she had harbored resentment ever since. And now she dared to expose his secrets in a group chat. Nonsense. The police never came to arrest me. I am living quite well at home. My wealth is none of your concern. Are you envious? Furthermore, should you spread such ridiculous rumors again, beware of my wrath. I might just shatter your windows. Chapter 23. What do I care about others' lives and deaths? The neighbors. Upon witnessing that Su had not been taken away by the police, and seeing his clarifications in the group chat, felt a twinge of embarrassment, considering they all lived in the same community. Su, we are merely concerned for you. We mean no harm. Indeed, it is a relief that you were not apprehended. It seems to have been a misunderstanding. The police did inquire with our property management about your situation and residence, claiming you were involved in fraud. That is not my concern. However, even if you were not arrested, what does it mean that you incite such unrest here? Once this snowstorm subsides, I will certainly report you to the relevant authorities for your actions that corrupt societal morals and incite public panic. Upon hearing Lu Qingshu denounce herself as a disgrace, Su merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the insult. Let her curse me if she wishes. It won't cost me a thing. Do not place such a heavy label upon me. It is one I cannot bear. Rest assured, it is far too cold outside for me to venture forth. I shall remain here, at ease, while you act as you please, having long since stockpiled his supplies. He saw no need to join others in a frenzied hunt for spoiled fish, rotten shrimp, or wilted vegetables at the supermarket. And yes, I am indeed a disgrace. Go ahead and report me. If you do not, I shall truly look down upon you. Su was unyielding, sending a disdainful emoji her way. You, just wait. I will ensure you are expelled from Building 7. Lu Qingshu seethed, incredulous that someone so shameless could reside here. You need not concern yourself with my departure. I no longer dwell in Building 7, but in the Fenglinwen villa. However, returning to the matter at hand, he continued, with such heavy snowfall, if this persists, The temperature outside will plummet to a chilling -50 or 60 degrees by nightfall, if you prevent the residents from procuring necessary supplies. When the time comes and food and water run scarce, will you, Aunt Lu, distribute provisions? Sumu unleashed a barrage of questions, leaving Lu Chunxia momentarily speechless. Before she could collect her thoughts, the residents in the group chat were once again stirred into action. As long as we have provisions, we shall remain untroubled. I do not care. I too must venture out to shop, for my stock of vegetables is dwindling and will not last for many more days. The property management is utterly incompetent. We possess our own wealth, and if we desire to purchase something, why must we seek their feudal opinions? Let be cold. It is far better than starving in the end. I shall take my leave to procure some sustenance. Observing that nearly all the homeowners in the group stood in opposition, Lu Chunxia suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of losing control. Our property management can assure everyone that resources will not be in short supply and the snowstorm will soon pass. Rest assured, notifications have been issued from above. Should the heavy snow persist into tomorrow, an official team will deliver supplies directly to our doorsteps. Consider this. During the mask lockdown over a decade ago, did we ever face a shortage of food and drink? Lu Chunxia hastily typed a message and shared a screenshot of the superior's notification in the group. This announcement acted as a potent stimulant, quieting the uproar within the chat. Indeed, with the government backing us, what is there to fear? As the chatter gradually subsided, Lu Chunxia wore a triumphant smile. "Hi, young one. You are still too inexperienced to contend with me." This message proved to be disastrous. Due to the accumulation of snow and ice on the roads, on the third day, the government supply team was only able to deliver a meager amount of resources to a few dozen communities, ultimately having to suspend operations. The Danfeng Bailu community, unfortunately, missed even this first batch of supplies, losing the last opportunity to venture out for provisions. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall while Sumu, clad in shorts and a tank top, stood before the floor-to-ceiling bulletproof glass window on the third floor, gazing outwards, with old Emo obediently lying at his feet. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the towering trees within the community, standing several meters high, were partially buried beneath the white blanket. If all proceeds as anticipated, the temperature outside will plummet to a chilling -50 or 60 degrees Celsius this evening. From this moment forth, the outdoor shall no longer be conducive to human activity. Without specially designed thermal attire, one risks succumbing to frostbite with alarming ease. It is only at that juncture that humanity will grasp the unprecedented severity of the snow calamity they face. Sumu felt a twinge of melancholy as the apocalypse loomed. Countless souls would likely perish from freezing and starvation. While some may be deemed unworthy of lament, many innocents would lose their lives in this harsh environment. This world has never known fairness. He swirled the red wine in his glass and consumed it in one gulp. Yet, what concern is the fate of others to me? Within his luxuriously appointed villa, Sumu lounged on a plush sofa, feeling a tinge of boredom. Various outdoor broadcasts had been suspended due to the extreme cold, and even his favorite beauty streamer on a popular platform had taken refuge under her blankets, shivering. Were they truly capable of swaying their hips and striking poses in such weather? He would find himself in awe and generously reward them with a flurry of virtual gifts. Modern residential constructions predominantly feature insulated exterior walls and double or even triple glazed windows, complemented by exceptional ceiling, effectively minimizing heat loss. Typically, the temperature differential between indoors and outdoors can reach between 20 to 25 degrees. However, the frigid conditions outside were so severe that even with the air conditioning operating at full capacity, many found it difficult to sustain an indoor temperature above freezing. Sumu retrieved his gaming equipment from his boundless space and connected it to the colossal plasma television in his living room, immersing himself in the world of gaming. He had procured over 100 PS5 and Switch consoles, and for game cartridges, he had amassed a staggering collection of tens of thousands. Sumu was engrossed in a classic game, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, The Shadow of Death, having previously downloaded a vast array of maps, allowing him to play at his leisure. In addition, he had prepared an extensive selection of other games, including Grand Theft Auto Call of Duty, Minecraft, Assassin's Creed, StarCraft, Counter-Strike, and Diablo. Furthermore, his cherished novels were stored across dozens of high-capacity hard drives, filled with countless classic web literature. For passing the time, these were indeed splendid choices. Without the burdens of work and social obligations to consider, this existence was even more enjoyable than before the apocalypse. Alas, nothing compares to the allure of online gaming. After several rounds of play, Su-mu sighed contentedly and turned to League of Legends for some excitement. With everyone confined at home and the internet still operational, he seized a moment to indulge in a few matches. In a few days, even if the internet remained intact, everyone would be too famished to care about ranked games. As he glanced outside at the deepening twilight, Su-mu felt a pang of hunger. He reached into his infinite space for a hamburger, a chicken leg, and some chips, along with a refreshing soda from the fridge. Taking a bite for himself, he also shared a morsel with his companion, Old Mo, both relishing the moment. During these past couple of days, in his spare time, Su-mu had also delved into the intricacies of his apocalyptic fortress system. Currently, there exists only an infinite space for utilization, along with the privilege of absolute dominion within the base. As for the external realm, I regret to inform you that it lies beyond reach. Moreover, Su-mu stumbled upon something quite intriguing. He could actually discern Lao Mo's loyalty towards him, which stood at a commendable 80. This figure signifies a high level of fidelity. Anything above it would denote unwavering allegiance, besides the desire for a living companion. This was also the rationale behind his allowance for the black dog Lao Mo to reside in his villa. Upon retrieving his mobile device, Su-mu discovered that the messages in the owner's group of building number 7 had accumulated to 99. Unit 1, 27th floor, owner Lu Wei remarked, "Dear owners, I must confess that I just ventured outside with Qin Peng and Chao Guangming, dressed in multiple layers. I wore 2 sets of thermal underwear, adhered heating pads all over my body, donned 3 down jackets, and even stuffed 4 hot water bottles on me. Yet I was still frozen to the bone. There are a few roads outside that remain passable, but it is exceedingly cold." Unit 1, 27th floor, owner Chao Guangming added, "Indeed. The most alarming aspect is that many supermarkets have shut their doors, with nary a soul inside. Looking through the glass, we saw that the supplies had long been depleted." He shared photographs taken at the supermarket, revealing completely barren shelves. Snowdrifts nearly a meter high blanketed the streets, with some vehicles buried, leaving only their rooftops visible. Owner Qin Peng from the 7th floor of Unit 1 vented in the group, "Where is that wretched property management that prevents us from procuring supplies? They ought to show themselves. Residents from other neighborhoods and buildings have already begun to venture out and stockpile supplies, yet you seem to be the only one fussing about. If it weren't for my determination to go out, I might not have been able to procure even these few items." The news concerning the 3 individuals erupted throughout the group, igniting a wave of anxiety among all members. Chapter 24. Fanning the flames in the group. For heaven's sake, it's not the end of the world. Have others truly gone mad? Why are they frantically hoarding supplies? My goodness, if the supermarket is barren, does that mean even if I venture out now, I will find nothing? Should we consider heading to a remote area in hopes of better luck? This is dire. My household is left with only a box of instant noodles and a few sausages. How on earth will we survive in this frigid weather? Lu Chunxia, please come forth. Can you confirm if the official announcement regarding the distribution of supplies tomorrow is true? Listening to the comments made by Lu Wei and others plunged the entire group into a state of panic. Lu Chunxia quickly emerged to quell the growing unrest, fervently assuring everyone that she had just received a call from the higher-ups. They are working through the night to prepare supplies, which will be delivered to each neighborhood by tomorrow morning. To bolster her credibility, she even posted screenshots of her call log and the government notice. Upon realizing the authenticity of her statements, the group began to calm down somewhat. At this moment, Zhang Lily, an owner from the 2nd floor of Unit 2, spoke up in the group. "Brother Lu Wei, may I kindly request a portion of the food you have procured? I do not typically indulge in the habit of stockpiling food, and my home is now devoid of provisions. Just a modest amount of instant food would suffice. For the authorities are set to distribute supplies tomorrow." Upon reading this message, Su-mu couldn't help but chuckle. Many of the residents in this community are affluent individuals who lack the inclination to hoard food, a sentiment he could understand. Yet, Zhang Lily's utter absence of any food reserves is quite astonishing. Surely, she could have managed to keep some snacks on hand. It is merely the second day since the onset of the apocalypse, and she finds herself with nothing to eat. At this juncture, humanity has not yet been entirely extinguished. They all reside in the same neighborhood, after all, frequently encountering one another. Moreover, the residents believe that the snowstorm will soon pass, leading Lu Wei to readily agree to provide Zhang Lily with some food. This, however, may represent the last flicker of humanity following the outbreak. Witnessing the cheerful demeanor of his former neighbors, who had once brought about his demise, Su Mu felt a surge of indignation. With a cunning glint in his eye, he reignited the flames of panic in the group chat. I had warned you all to swiftly gather supplies, yet you chose not to heed my advice now. I wonder if you regret your decision? Outside, the snow has sealed the city, with drifts reaching over a meter in depth, rendering passage impossible for anything but specialized vehicles. If the official supply distribution team fails to arrive tomorrow, I am eager to see how you will manage. With that, he even shared a photo of himself clad in a tank top and shorts, indulging in a hamburger and chips. And another image of him feeding a chicken leg to old M.O. This unabashed display of arrogance incited the ire of the neighbors, who vociferously condemned his actions. You, Su Mu, are a parasite of society. Cease your incitement and remove yourself from this group chat. Lu Chunxia, witnessing the hard-won tranquility of the group unravel into chaos once again, furiously retorted, "From now on, I shall no longer share any official or property-related news with you. I will not leave. What can you possibly do to me?" Su Mu scoffed. "If you detest me so much, why not simply expel me? However, I would advise against such an action, for you may find yourself pleading for my return to the group." Su Mu's laughter rang out, utterly dismissing her threats. "Were you to me, I would ever beg you to rejoin." After sending this message, Lu Chunxiao promptly removed Su Mu from the group chat. Seething under her covers, she muttered to herself that when the officials arrived the next day to distribute supplies, she would deliberately withhold assistance from Su Mu. After all, who did he think he was, being so brazen and intolerable? Meanwhile, Su Mu, upon receiving the notification that he had been removed from the Danfeng Bailu Communities Owners Group, remained unfazed. He had long since infiltrated the group using another account. No information shared by Lu Chunxia and her associates could escape his notice. Furthermore, Su Mu currently resided in the most exquisite villa of the community, Feng Linwen, and the property staff had already included him in another chat group. This exclusive group comprised the esteemed chairman of Hongwan Corporation, Yamamoto Eiichiro, along with several high-ranking executives from Japan. They had purchased 3 villas, with others distributed throughout the community's various buildings. Is the government's mobilization capacity in Daxia truly so inadequate? Yamamoto Eiichiro lamented. It is already the second day of the heavy snow lockdown. Why can we not venture outside? My company has come to a standstill. Indeed, fortunate was he that his villa's colossal refrigerator was stocked with frozen foods and beer, ensuring a temporary abundance of supplies. Yuta Watanabe, the general manager under Yamamoto, also conveyed his concerns, stating that the chill within the house was unbearable. I concur. However, my Tosa Inu requires a substantial amount of meat daily. I fear it may not last long. Speaking was Wang Hao from Villa Number 8, a young man whose father thrived in the real estate business in Shenzhen. A quintessential affluent heir, unyielding in the face of adversity. Displeased with Yamamoto's demeanor, he could not restrain himself from retorting in the group chat, "Damn it. Once this snow disaster subsides, I shall fly straight to Japan to seek out a few pure maidens to serve me." Damn. Indeed, a bunch of selfish beings. Had it not been for your discharge of nuclear waste, my seafood business would not be suffering so greatly. This was Li Guodong, the proprietor of a seafood restaurant, a northeasterner who had consistently harbored disdain for these Japanese. Upon witnessing dissent among the group, Yamamoto Eiichiro and Watanabe Yuta fell silent. Yet, these Japanese were not to be underestimated. In a past life, these resilient individuals, adept in patience, quickly coalesced into a formidable force, utilizing their strict hierarchical structure and obedience. They rallied a band of desperados, committing acts of slaughter and pillage against the community, unrelenting in their malevolence, ultimately enduring through the 2-month period of ice and snow. However, there is no need to rush. The icy apocalypse has only just begun, and there will be ample opportunities ahead. Gazing out at the heavy snowfall, Su-mu stretched languidly, made his way to the kitchen, and retrieved a few fresh tomatoes and eggs to prepare a delightful bowl of tomato and egg noodles. After indulging in rich dishes for the past couple of days, he decided to savor a simple meal of noodles tonight to alleviate the heaviness. After finishing his dinner, Su-mu exercised for an hour, took a refreshing hot shower, and comfortably settled in a bed to watch a movie he had downloaded. His loyal black dog, Lao Mo, lay quietly beside him, keeping him company. On the third morning, around 9 o'clock, Su-mu gradually awoke. He drew back the curtains and beheld the astonishing sight of the snow in the community, which had accumulated to an impressive thickness of over 2 meters. As far as the eye could see, the entire neighborhood was blanketed in pristine white. All the shrubs had vanished from sight, and the towering trees were buried halfway, many branches unable to bear the weight, having succumbed to the crushing snow. With the cold wind blowing, the first floor of his villa was nearly entirely concealed, and the glass of the sunroom in the yard was coated with snow, nearly reaching the second-floor windows. Despite this, the snowfall continued relentlessly from the sky, even heavier than in the previous days. After getting up and washing up, Su-mu discovered that the water supply had ceased. Realizing that the external temperatures were too low, causing the pipes to freeze, he remained unfazed. When constructing his safe house, he had already drilled a 1,500-meter deep well in the yard, ensuring a plentiful water source. Moreover, within the boundless expanse of his infinite space, he had amassed 1,000 colossal water storage barrels, each capable of holding 10 tons of water, alongside an abundance of bottled water, all in preparation for any eventuality. After activating the backup well for washing up, Su-mu proceeded to extract the generator from his infinite space and install it, safeguarding against any unforeseen power outages. It was only the third day since the sudden onset of heavy snowfall, and the national power supply system still ensured a steady flow of electricity. However, in the days to come, as the snow continued to accumulate, numerous lines would likely succumb to freezing or breakage. Power plants, too, would struggle to maintain normal operations due to a lack of maintenance personnel. Aside from essential government agencies and bases, residential communities would only receive limited power. A maximum effort on the government's part. Chapter 25. The Usurious Loan Sharks. Su-mu laid out a feast of fried dough sticks, steamed buns, banana pancakes, coconut milk tarts, and fruity toast pudding, and fried a few eggs in the kitchen. Accompanied by a bowl of savory tofu pudding, he enjoyed a delightful breakfast with old Mo. I still staunchly support the salty faction when it comes to tofu pudding. After a brief period of exercise post-meal, Su-mu received a call from an unfamiliar number. Who would call him at this hour? Surely it wasn't those police officers from yesterday? Curiosity piqued, he casually pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Su. This is Su Hua, the business manager of Duo Financial Services Company, Limited. A familiar voice resonated from the phone. Today is September 3rd. And your mortgage with our company has reached its due date. When can we expect the repayment? Su-mu was taken aback, suddenly recalling that in order to raise funds, he had mortgaged his property to secure a loan from this company. He never anticipated their unwavering diligence. It was already the third day of the city being blanketed by heavy snow, yet they still remembered to urge him for repayment. However, it is a well-known fact that those who operate high-interest lending companies are hardly virtuous. When Su-mu borrowed the money, he had never considered repayment. He mockingly remarked, "Given the heavy snowfall outside and the thick accumulation of snow in the streets, I am utterly unable to venture out. How could I possibly repay you?" "Not to worry," came the response. "With mobile payments being so convenient nowadays, I can provide you with an account. Just transfer 6 million today." For reasons unknown, Su-mu sensed a chill in Su Hua's voice, occasionally hearing the sound of teeth chattering in the background. Su-mu deliberately hesitated. "Unfortunately, my business is currently facing a cash flow issue, and I cannot produce 6 million at once. How about this? You lend me another 6 million. Once the snow ceases, I will repay you with interest at a mere 10. Su Hua was momentarily stunned. I come to collect the debt, and now you propose to borrow more? Not only have we not received the initial 6 million, but you want us to lend you another 6 million? We saw you at Qingjing Bar that night, gambling, and winning at least 29 million. I advise you not to play tricks. Return the 6 million to us promptly. Otherwise, I possess 100 methods to make your life in this city unbearable. There was a pause on the line before a somber voice emerged from the other end. Su Mu carefully discerned the voice, realizing it belonged to Li Jian, the owner of the company. He was momentarily taken aback. How could these two individuals be trapped together? Were they both confined within the company premises? It appeared that they had been delayed by matters in the evening and subsequently found themselves stuck. Fortunately, there was a supermarket downstairs, and recognizing the precarious situation, they had prudently stocked up on food and water. However, the company's insulation was rather inadequate, and the central air conditioning was ineffective. They had purchased several blankets from the supermarket and acquired multiple space heaters, donning every piece of clothing they could find. Yet they still felt as if they were freezing. Su Mu chuckled inwardly, surprised that these two remembered his gambling escapades. As for that, the winnings had long since been spent, and he found himself unable to repay the debt. Noticing a hint of anger from the other side, he leisurely remarked, "But do not be hasty. Have we not already signed a contract? If you wish, you may claim my apartment as payment. After all, the property deed is still in your possession." Li Jian was taken aback, not expecting Su Mu to be so straightforward. "Very well, let it be decided then. Due to your inability to repay the debt, you willingly offer the 130 square meter apartment in the Danfeng Bailu community as collateral, and now this property is mine." This apartment was situated in an upscale neighborhood, and it could easily fetch over 5 million upon sale. An attractive deal indeed. Within just a month, he had profited more than 1 million. This transaction was certainly worthwhile. Li Jian felt a surge of excitement, as if the chill had dissipated from his body. As soon as the heavy snow ceased, they would proceed with the formal transfer of ownership. Li Jian threatened, "I have recorded your words. Do not think of backing out." "No problem. Absolutely no regrets." Su Mu hung up the phone, amused. The heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating anytime soon, not to mention whether the two of you could endure the 2 months of freezing weather, even if you do manage to survive. The number of lives lost to the cold and hunger is staggering. There are countless vacant houses, utterly worthless, so take them if you wish. These usurious vampires, braving the blizzards to go to their offices, truly value money over life. Outside, the storm rages on, with snow accumulating to nearly 2 meters deep on streets. The official convoy for distributing supplies has yet to arrive, and the chat group for Building 7 has become lively once more. Upon waking this morning, I discovered that even the water had stopped. Presumably, the pipes outside have frozen, leaving me unable to wash my face. And let me tell you, it is indeed freezing outside. After just a brief stint of shoveling snow, even in 3 layers of down jackets, I felt overwhelmed. By the way, have your drainage pipes frozen? My toilet seems to be clogged. What is the property management doing? They should hurry and fix it. Indeed, Aunt Lu. Didn't you say the authorities would distribute supplies today? It's already noon. Why haven't they arrived? Exactly. We've been trapped in our homes for 2 or 3 days due to the heavy snowfall, and we've nearly exhausted our provisions. Some irate homeowners began to directly Lu Chunxia, even resorting to harsh insults. Lu Chunxia felt deeply wronged. She was merely adhering to the directives issued by her superiors, all in the interest of their well-being. Why was it that instead of expressing gratitude, they chose to criticize her? However, amidst the rising tide of discontent, she dared not offend anyone further and thus took to the group to explain, given the substantial snowfall and the poor road conditions, we must afford the authorities a moment to respond. She shared several images of the official supply distribution teams delivering provisions to other neighborhoods. Do you see? The distances vary, and it is not that they have neglected us. They simply have yet to reach our community. The officials are facing challenges as well. Let us exercise some patience. Neighbors who are short on supplies should lend a hand to one another until the snow subsides. We are all neighbors. Let us support each other through this trying time. Upon viewing the photos shared by Lu Chuanxia, the homeowner's ire temporarily diminished, leading them to shift the conversation to other matters. When will this dreadful snow cease? One lamented. Did the news not say that the heavy snowfall would not last long? It should clear up in a couple of days. Another chimed in. Fortunately, I was wise enough to stock up on food as soon as the snow began. I can manage for a week. A longing for the nightlife emerged. I wish I could venture out for some fun. It's so cold, and the house is hardly warm. I can't even muster the energy to watch cat videos. One neighbor added, I have completely run out of food and would like to ask if anyone has any spare supplies to lend me. I promise to return double after the snow stops, or I would even pay double the price if that would suffice. However, as a property management personnel, Lu Chunxia did not share the optimism of the average homeowner. The sudden onset of this snowstorm left her unsettled, and even now, official experts have yet to provide any clarity regarding its duration or cessation. Nevertheless, she was determined to keep this information to herself, even when Zhang Lily, a resident from Unit 2 on the second floor, sought assistance in the group chat. Lu Chunxia was no fool. If the snowstorm were to persist for an extended period, food would become the most precious resource in light of the inability to venture out for supplies. Chapter 26. For goodness sake, we are all adults here. As night fell, the official supply convoy had yet to arrive, leaving all residents of the Danfeng Bailu community to endure hunger and cold. They found themselves powerless, realizing that even loud complaints directed at the property management would yield no results. In Building 7, Lu Chunxia could only repeatedly post the notifications sent by her superiors in the group, attempting to reassure everyone. Meanwhile, Su Mu lounged on the sofa in a tank top and shorts, engrossed in the television, surrounded by an abundance of snacks, beverages, and fruits, while his loyal black dog, Lama, rested beside him. The temperature inside the villa was a comfortable 27 degrees Celsius. Currently, many television stations across the country had suspended broadcasting, with only a few provincial channels and CCTV remaining on air, primarily showcasing official efforts in disaster relief and encouraging slogans. We weather the storm together, overcoming hardships. It is easy to shake a city, but it is challenging to unite the will of the people. United as one, we resist this sudden and ferocious snowstorm, standing together in solidarity as we navigate through adversity. In the region of XX, the Guardians steadfastly fulfill their responsibilities without flinching, uniting the populace to forge a collective strength against the ravaging snowstorm, erecting formidable bastions impervious to the howling winds and the weight of snow. They step forward, embodying their sense of duty. XX has organized a battalion of 200 volunteers, charging into the front lines of safeguarding livelihoods amidst the tempest. With unwavering hearts, they face the storm, their convictions burning bright enough to melt the thickest ice. The power workers in XX stand ready around the clock, conducting inspections day and night to ensure the community enjoys stable and reassuring electricity even in the midst of the blizzard. Reports indicate that due to inadequate snow disaster prevention measures, the United States has suffered the calamity of 200 million affected individuals and hundreds of thousands of fatalities. The storm will soon pass, and spring will inevitably arrive. Let us remain calm and collected, placing our trust in the authorities. However, Su Mu shook his head, recognizing the vastness and terror of this snow disaster as beyond human comprehension. While the authorities strive to address the crisis, humanity's power pales in comparison to the might of nature. The alert on his phone chimed, and upon checking, he discovered a message from Yan Qingshu. Mu, Wei Wei and I have been trapped at home for 3 days, and we have run out of food. Could you possibly bring us some? Accompanied by a crying emoji. A cold smirk crept across Su Mu's lips. Indeed, whenever this woman sought him out, it was never for anything fortuitous. This was merely the 3rd day of the snow sealing the city. Besides those who never cooked at home, many households surely had some noodles, sausages, or snacks in reserve. Yan Qingshu lacks the intellect for such matters. It is highly likely that Xie Baiwei, sensing an unfavorable situation, has incited her to solicit provisions, perhaps to maintain a contingency. Alas, I find myself bereft of sustenance as well. You are aware that I have been dining out at restaurants lately. Surely, you could spare me a few packs of instant noodles? I have heard that you purchased an abundance of items on your last shopping spree. However, that was a month ago, and all has been consumed. Furthermore, I truly do not possess any instant noodles. You see, this is the extent of my usual fare. Sumu chuckled softly, capturing a photograph of the modest dinner spread before her and sending it to Yan Qingshu. This evening's repast was hardly lavish, consisting merely of a roasted suckling pig, a serving of foie gras, a portion of almas caviar, roasted truffles, a dish of smashed cucumbers, and a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. Additionally, a pot of pu'er tea, exuding steam, rested on the table, its warmth inviting. Upon receiving the photograph, Yan Qingshu's brows furrowed in indignation. Damn you, Sumu. What do you mean by this? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Her close friend, Xie Baiwei, peeked out from beneath the covers, inquiring, so has Sumu agreed to bring us some food? Due to the frigid weather and the lack of warmth in the room, the two had huddled together on the same bed, seeking mutual comfort. Take a look for yourself. Yan Qingshu huffed, tossing her phone to Xie Baiwei. The moment Xie Baiwei glimpsed the delectable array in the photograph, her eyes sparkled, and saliva involuntarily trickled from the corner of her mouth. These delicate fairies, accustomed to a life devoid of culinary endeavors, seldom cook for themselves. Their daily sustenance consists of takeout or lavish meals courtesy of devoted admirers. Apart from snacks, beverages, and some fruit, their home is woefully understocked with provisions. Such meager fare hardly qualifies as a proper meal. It may suffice for a day or two, yet excessive consumption of sugary drinks leads to uncomfortable acid reflux. Recently, a heavy snowfall has left the city in a state of lockdown, exacerbating their plight. Once the fruits in the refrigerator are consumed, their pantry will be utterly bare. Upon witnessing Su Mu indulge in roasted suckling pig and foie gras amid such circumstances, they felt a mix of anger and envy. Xie Baiwei remarked with a tinge of bitterness, "Wow, Su Mu is truly excessive. With all those delectable treats at home, you never thought of sharing. After all the time you've spent together, it seems insincere." Yan Qingshu also felt a surge of discontent, recalling that this was the second time Su Mu had flaunted his culinary delights. Yet, she could not fathom why he had suddenly turned his back on her. She had taken great care of him, even unlocking various positions for the sake of a designer handbag. She had traversed both the waters and the mountains for him. "Mu, have you truly abandoned me? I too desire that roasted suckling pig." Despite her frustration, Yan Qingshu suppressed her anger and made another attempt to reach out to Su Mu. "If you want to eat, you can always buy it yourself. If funds are an issue, I can send you some," in an effort to further provoke her. Su Mu initiated a video call, directing the camera towards his large black dog. "Come on, old M.O., perform a pig for me," she exclaimed. "It's freezing outside, and everything in the supermarket has been snatched away. Even if I venture out, I want to be able to procure anything to eat." Yan Qingshu swallowed hard, exasperation evident in her voice. "We are in a relationship, aren't we? Is it not a given to share food with your girlfriend? Besides, you've splurged on those extravagant bags worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. What is the harm in sharing a morsel with me? What relationship? Don't make ridiculous claims. I still intend to marry someone in the future. Be careful, or I might accuse you of defamation." Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Yan Qingshu was left utterly dumbfounded. What does that mean? Su Mu, are you denying our bond? If they're not in a relationship, what does it make of the countless moments they had shared, drenched in the fervor of youth? "Come on, don't jest at such a time. I'm truly starving," she pleaded. "If you find it too cold outside, I can always go to your place to retrieve some food." In her desperation for sustenance, Yan Qingshu even resorted to a high-pitched voice. Even Xie Baiwei, who was nearby, couldn't help but shudder at the sound. Goodness, that voice must have taken years of practice. Su Mu shivered, having never noticed Yan Qingshu's remarkable vocal talent before, even during their intimate moments. "Even if I stay at your place, that wouldn't be a problem," she said, licking her lips. "I recently received a few pieces of intimate apparel, meant specifically for special occasions." Uncertain of what modifications Su Mu had made within the villa, he nonchalantly donned only a tank top and shorts while outside. A flurry of snowflakes danced in the air. Did he not feel the chill? Yan Qingshu was now envious of Su Mu's opulent residence. It was certainly preferable to enduring hunger and frost at home. who was attempting to jest with her. She admonished him not to be overly sentimental. Did he truly believe that their numerous encounters would forge an unbreakable bond? For heaven's sake, they were both adults. If he were to pull up his trousers post-encounter and refer to her as baby, then he was the one in the wrong. With that, Sumu abruptly ended the video call. Chapter 27. On the self-cultivation of the infatuated. Each meeting merely consisted of relentless labor, devoid of even a whisper of sweet nothings. Yan Qingshu offered her companionship while Sumu indulged in lavish gifts. Certainly a fair exchange. How had she devolved into a mere object of his desire, a mere plaything? Sumu, you scoundrel, you cad, you wretched man. You have shared my bed, and now, with your trousers raised, you deny our connection? Are you even a man? You must take responsibility for your actions. In an instant, fury surged through Yan Qingshu's mind. The proud woman, could not fathom being relegated to the status of a mere fling. Hadn't she already experienced what it meant to be intimate with him? Their union had been entirely consensual. Sumu, with a hint of amusement, sent a voice message, reminding her, haven't I already bought you over a dozen bags? What more do you desire in terms of responsibility? Yan Qingshu was consumed with rage, unleashing a torrent of voice messages, vehemently berating Sumu. While WeChat imposed a 60-second limit on voice messages, it certainly did not constrain the bounds of her indignation. Sumu neither blacklisted her nor deleted her. Naturally, he would not bother to listen to the voice messages she sent, allowing Yan Qingshu to vent her anger unrestrained. When a moment felt right, he leisurely remarked, do not waste your energy. Even cursing requires a considerable expenditure of strength. You haven't feasted on roast suckling pig, so be cautious not to deplete your reserves. Embarrassed and enraged, she curled up under the blanket and wept inconsolably. Despite Yan Qingshu's materialistic tendencies, promiscuity, and manipulation of men's feelings, she had always considered herself a good girl. Meanwhile, Xie Baiwei feigned sympathy, declaring that no man was worth anything. Qingshu, with your beauty and figure, how could you possibly struggle to find a man? Once the snow disaster passes, we shall seek out someone even better, separated by mere centimeters. Xie Baiwei overheard every word exchange between Yan Qingshu and Sumu. For the past half-month, she had watched Yan Qingshu flaunt a new handbag each day, her envy nearly gnawing through her back teeth. That wretched harlot, Sumu showered you with so many bags without sharing even one with me. You deserve to have spent an entire month in vain. At that moment, her heart brimming with jealousy and resentment found a release. By the way, didn't Han Lei from the HR department rent an apartment in this complex to pursue you? Moreover, he resides in the same building as us. Xie Baiwei's eyes sparkled with a new idea. He must have some food, and we can seek his assistance. Under Xie Baiwei's persuasion, Yan Qingshu gradually ceased her tears and began to text Han Lei. Lei, I must confess, I was mistaken in my judgment of character. I have now parted ways with that scoundrel. Once the snowstorm has passed, may I invite you to dine with me? Han Lei, nestled under his comforter, aimlessly scrolling through his phone, was momentarily taken aback by Yan Qingshu's message. Recently, Yan Qingshu had been quite close to Sumu, hardly paying him any attention, save for one instance when she had asked him to purchase a box of children's diapers. On several occasions, Han Lei had encountered Yan Qingshu, her eyes sparkling. Emerging from Sumu's abode with a designer handbag in tow, it was painfully clear to him what had transpired. His heart ached, and he had sought solace in drink on multiple occasions. Was my sole involvement merely that the goddess had utilized the very items I had procured for her? To his astonishment, Yan Qingshu had now quarreled with Sumu and had reached out to him, suggesting a meal together, which filled Han Lei with both surprise and joy. A delectable cake, though nibbled on by others, remained a cake nonetheless, far superior to a mere steamed bun. Before long, Han Lei, draped in 2 blankets, jubilantly cradling a box of instant noodles, knocked on Yan Qingshu's door. Meanwhile, Sumu was oblivious to these developments. After finishing a game of 3 mouths and a pig with Lao Mo, he settled down to watch a disaster film. The movie, an old classic from decades past, titled The Day After Tomorrow, seemed eerily relevant to the current situation. As days turned into nights and time flowed serenely, 3 more days slipped by. During this period, despite the authorities' numerous attempts to ensure the supply of essential goods, the relentless blizzards rendered transport vehicles stranded on the highways, unable to proceed. As Shanghai, a cosmopolitan metropolis, boasts a resident population exceeding 20 million, the authorities have dispatched numerous rescue teams and trucks to distribute supplies, even mobilizing the military. Alas, these efforts are but a drop in the ocean, utterly insufficient to meet the overwhelming needs. On this particular day, as dawn's light barely graced the horizon, Sumu arose early, for he had a significant task ahead of him. He donned the bespoke leather armor he had commissioned prior to the snow disaster, which included a full set of gauntlets and greaves. This armor was remarkably resilient. Even when pierced by a blade, it would withstand the assault unless considerable force was applied. He retrieved 2 heart-protecting mirrors, purchased from Han Hao, placing one in front of his body and the other behind, ensuring that even adversaries wielding firearms or crossbows could not harm his vital areas. Finally, he adorned himself with specialized polar thermal clothing and a custom alloy protective helmet. Naturally, Sumu did not overlook old Mo, equipping him with suitable gear as well. Indeed, Sumu was preparing for an expedition. The city lay ensnared by heavy snowfall, with drifts surpassing 2 meters, confining residents to their homes. An opportune moment to execute his plan. Moreover, provisions remained relatively ample, and humanity had not yet been extinguished. Thus, venturing out posed minimal risk, even in the event of an encounter with others. Sumu led old Mo to the underground garage, opening the door and retrieving a Dodge Mammoth from his infinite space. He climbed into the vehicle, revving the powerful truck equipped with an 8-cylinder engine, turbochargers, and anti-skid, shock-absorbing tires, roaring forth. However, the entrance to the underground garage was already partially obstructed by the heavy snow, and upon plunging into the snowdrift, the Dodge Mammoth became immobilized. Sumu leapt from the vehicle, donned his snow goggles, and stowed the Dodge Mammoth into the infinite space. He then retrieved a snowmobile and, accompanied by Lao Mo, sped across the snowy expanse. Outside, the frigid wind howled, and heavy snowflakes danced in the air, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling -40 or 50 degrees. Yet, clad in professional cold weather gear, Sumu felt no trace of chill. The world outside was a vast, white desolation, with not a soul to be seen on the streets. He swiftly navigated the snowmobile to Xiafei Road, the most illustrious street in the city for jewelry and gold, and his intended destination. The system upgrade required an astonishing 10 tons of gold, a feat Sumu struggled to amass, leading him to resort to desperate measures. In times of prosperity, antiques flourish. In times of chaos, gold reigns supreme. As a most renowned currency on Blue Star, people's affinity for gold is etched deeply into their very essence. Furthermore, gold serves as a crucial industrial metal, essential in the production of numerous goods. Now, with the city newly cloaked in snow, the populace remained oblivious to the impending duration of the snow disaster, and social order had yet to collapse entirely. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would remember the treasures of gold and silver adorning this street. Therefore, one must act decisively. The shops along this avenue were shuttered tightly, with snow nearly engulfing their entrances. Standing on the snow, one could easily reach the second-floor windows. Sumu halted the snowmobile and stored it away, then extracted a crowbar, as thick as his thumb. He climbed to the second floor of a nearby jewelry store, forcefully prying open the security bars on the window. Leaving Lao Mo outside to stand guard, he shattered the glass and slipped inside, ignoring the blaring alarm. Sumu rushed into the jewelry store, swiftly gathering all the gold, silver, and jewels, along with the display cases, into the infinite space. In less than 5 minutes, all the items within the 3-story jewelry store were thoroughly cleared out by Sumu. After accomplishing this task, Sumu swiftly exited through the window and replicated the process in another jewelry store. As anticipated, the heavy snowfall had left the jewelry store unattended, and the police station was effectively paralyzed. The cacophony of alarms filled the air, yet no one appeared to respond. Sumu dedicated an entire day to plundering every jewelry store along the street, and upon receiving a notification from the system indicating that the quantity of gold acquired was sufficient, He finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, this location was still deemed unsuitable for lingering, prompting Sumu to retrieve his snowmobile and whisk away with old Mo once more. Having just completed his physical training, Sumu settled onto the sofa to rest. As he casually picked up his phone, he noticed that the owner group for Building 7, where his alternate account was active, had erupted in activity. Zhang Lily, a resident of Unit 2 on the second floor, tagged everyone in the group. Does anyone have any food left? I've run out again. If you have any to spare, I promise to repay you double once the storm passes. However, this time, no one responded. It had already been 5 days, and the snowstorm showed no signs of abating. The promised supplies from the authorities had yet to arrive. At this juncture, even the most oblivious individuals could sense that something was amiss, as a pervasive sense of fear and unease began to spread. The snow disaster showed no indication of coming to an end, and everyone remained confined within their homes, unable to venture outside. Food had become the ultimate assurance of survival, more precious than money. Who would be willing to lend any? Zhang Lily, desperate and starving, addressed everyone in the group chat. I implore you all to provide me with something to eat. I truly have nothing left. Are you really going to stand by and watch me perish from hunger? Noticing the lack of responses, she then directed her plea to the property manager. Lu Chunxia, come out. It was you who forbade us from going out to stock up on food. Now that I am left with nothing, you must take responsibility. Bring me something to eat immediately, or I shall lodge a complaint against you with the property company. Chapter 28. I must speak up for justice. When Zhang Lily's ire shifted towards her, Lu Chunxia, who was trembling under her blanket from the cold, felt a pang of frustration. However, given that she had been specifically named, feigning ignorance would render her incapable of managing the group moving forward. The official supplies have been persistently delayed. There is nothing I can do about it, she explained. I don't care about that. If you do not deliver food to me today, I will inform my husband and have him confront your property manager. Zhang Lily was, in truth, the mistress of a powerful tycoon who had purchased a residence for her within this community, a hidden sanctuary. Lu Chunxia, a member of the neighborhood's underground intelligence network, was well aware of the situation and dared not offend her. She thus lowered her voice and attempted to explain, but Zhang Lily was unyielding, insisting that she find a way to procure food for her. At this moment, the other homeowners in the group also realized the situation. Initially, they had contemplated venturing out into the biting cold to procure some supplies, much like Lu Wei and his companions. But Lu Chunxia's obstruction thwarted their plans. In an instant, Lu Chunxia became the target of their ire. Damn it, this incompetent property management. At the beginning, you claimed that the snowstorm would soon pass, didn't you? If it weren't for you, I would have purchased food days ago. Indeed, it is all this foolish property management's fault. Lu Chunxia, the food in my house is running low as well. You better think of a way to send some provisions my way. Yes, send some over to my home too. If you cannot resolve our food predicament, be prepared to be ousted from this community. The Danfeng Bailu community housed numerous affluent individuals who naturally carried themselves with an air of superiority, often speaking in a condescending manner. Lu Chunxia was immediately flustered. While she and her husband had a habit of stockpiling food, they could hardly cater to the needs of so many people. She attempted to explain herself for a long while, yet the crowd remained fervent, and soon she felt the situation slipping out of her control. Sweat beaded on Lu Chunxia's forehead as a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. That's right, there's food at Sumu's place. The city had been snowbound for several days, and everyone was aware that even if Lu Chunxia had provisions, she could hardly produce a significant amount. Their pent-up frustrations simply needed an outlet. However, upon hearing Lu Chunxia's words, the crowd began to connect the dots. Indeed, how could we have forgotten about that? Indeed, Sumu has stockpiled an abundance of supplies at home. I witnessed firsthand a dozen delivery carts bringing him goods. Just yesterday, he shared a photograph showcasing an array of delectable dishes laid out on his table. It's infuriating, with the city paralyzed under heavy snow for 5 days. While everyone else is struggling for sustenance, this Sumu not only lacks for food, but even has surplus chicken legs to feed his dog. This fellow must be privy to some insider information, prompting him to hoard such a vast quantity of supplies in advance. Aunt Lu, please hurry and bring Su-mu into the fold, so he could provide some resources for everyone. Yes, indeed. Let's get him in here swiftly. The homeowners unanimously urged Lu Chunxia to reinstate Su-mu into the group, seeking to borrow some food from him, and Lu Chunxia promptly obliged. Meanwhile, Su-mu was enjoying the spectacle under his pseudonym when he received the message from Lu Chunxia inviting him back into the group. Su-mu, please join the group quickly. There are crucial matters to announce. He had intended to enter the group to playfully tease those insufferable neighbors. It's maddening. Had it not been for my undercover presence with a secondary account, I might have fallen for this old hag's tricks again. Without hesitation, he sent a voice message, vehemently cursing, "You cowardly old woman. You threatened to kick me out, yet you pull me back in at your whim. Do you think I am so easily swayed?" Upon hearing Su-mu's voice message, Lu Chunxia felt both embarrassed and enraged, finding herself in a predicament. She hadn't realized this young man possessed such audacity. If she couldn't provide them with an explanation, she might as well abandon her role in property management altogether. Setting aside the facts, it was indeed my fault to argue with you yesterday. However, are you completely blameless? We are all neighbors in the same community, and it is best not to make matters so unpleasant. There is something significant happening in the group now, so please join us promptly. In the end, she chose to take a step back, providing both herself and Su-mu an opportunity to de-escalate the situation. Yet, Lu Chunxia was taken aback when Su-mu refused to accept this olive branch. Damn it, who do you think you are? What have I done wrong? I warned you yesterday that you'd regret kicking me out. You would be begging for my return. Unless you sincerely apologize, I will absolutely not rejoin the group. Lu Chunxia sprang up from her bed, her head buzzing with anger. The snow continued to fall relentlessly, and the remaining supplies were dwindling. She had finally redirected the hostility aimed at her towards Su-mu and could not afford to lose this opportunity. After several deep breaths, she managed to calm herself and resolved not to let the relationship deteriorate further. All right, I sincerely apologize. Now, please rejoin the group. Ultimately, Lu Chunxia chose to compromise, though she inwardly cursed Su-mu. You brat, I will remember this humiliation today, and when the opportunity arises, I will make you pay. As Su-mu read the messages on his phone, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Well, since you were so earnestly pleading with me, I suppose I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Upon the return of Su-mu to the group, the homeowners began to fervently tag him. Indeed, we do not wish for anything for free. We will pay what you initially paid, as long as you allocate a portion to us. We would not mind paying a little extra. Indeed, as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Everyone will remember your kindness. Hundreds of homeowners in the group were chattering enthusiastically, continually praising Su-mu. Observing the flurry of messages, Su-mu narrowed his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In his past life, when he was on the brink of starvation, he had sought assistance from these very individuals, his demeanor exceedingly humble, yet not a single soul extended a helping hand. Among them was a university student residing on the 20th floor of Building 2, an avid food enthusiast and broadcaster, who had a considerable stockpile of provisions at home. Even Lu Chunxia, who worked at the property management office, along with her husband, had a substantial reserve of rice and oil, enough to sustain them for a month or two if rationed. Regrettably, they still mingled among those truly in need, shamelessly soliciting supplies from him, even resorting to the tap to talk feature. Perhaps they had instinctively realized that this snow disaster could persist for an extended period. Now, they sought to hoard as much food as possible. Even if they had some at home, they still desired to share from Su-mu. A flash of menace flickered in Su-mu's eyes. Few among these neighbors were genuinely good-hearted. In his previous life, several had even participated in the act of seizing what was his. Human nature is inherently malevolent. Even if Su-mu were to generously share supplies with these individuals, they would not remember his kindness when faced with adversity. Su-mu broke into a smile, retrieving an array of roasted chickens, ducks, cakes, a bucket of KFC, boxes of instant noodles, packs of ham sausage, bags of flour, and an assortment of fruits from the boundless expanse of space. The spacious table could no longer accommodate the bounty, so Su Mu simply piled the offerings onto the floor. He then chose an appealing angle to capture the scene and shared the photo in the group chat. Indeed, I have quite a few of these items at home. Upon seeing the image, which nearly filled the entire living room with food, all the homeowners became exhilarated. Well done, Su Mu. I want a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausage. I desire roasted chicken and duck, along with some small cakes. I need 10 bags of flour. I will transfer you the money immediately. I want all those burgers and the KFC bucket. My children haven't had these delights in days. Their eyes widened as they hurriedly messaged Su Mu with their requests. Just as Su Mu was about to respond, Lu Chunxia interjected. Allow me to speak fairly. Su Mu's provisions are a result of his hard work in stockpiling. It is unjust for you all to simply purchase from him. And it is also unfair to the other homeowners who cannot procure food. The heavy snow showed no signs of abating, and the official supply dispatch team was uncertain when they would arrive. In these extraordinary times, we must all set aside our personal interests, consider the greater good, and unite in solidarity to overcome this challenge. Hence, I propose that not only the residents of Shumu, but also our neighbors who are currently well-stocked, should contribute all their surplus provisions to be held in unified custody by our property management. These supplies will be allocated scientifically based on the number of individuals in each household. Of course, these provisions will not be taken without compensation. We shall calculate the market price and charge each household double according to their consumption, with the intent to refund the contributors once the snow disaster has passed. In this spirit, I shall set an example by designating my home as the temporary command center for disaster relief of Building 7. I will meticulously record the surplus provisions brought by neighbors. What does everyone think? Chapter 29. Who can't be ruthless? Initially, the old woman spoke with some semblance of reason, but her rhetoric soon soured. The notion of centralizing the management of owner supplies under property management was merely a pretext for her to line her own pockets, while hypocritically standing on a moral high ground. Nonetheless, Lu Chuanxia's proposal garnered considerable support, with many voicing their agreement in the group, insisting that those with abundant food stores should contribute to a unified distribution, particularly targeting Shumu. Lu Chunxia felt a sense of triumph, thinking, "You think you can compete with me? You are far from my league." Meanwhile, Shumu merely chuckled derisively. "Are you all not frozen in your reasoning? I took photos merely to satiate your curiosity. At no point did I claim I would sell to you, much less share with you." He casually picked up an apple, took a crunching bite, and while chewing, sent a voice message in the group. The heavy snow continued to fall, and he asked, "Are you afraid in your heart? It has been such a long time without finding even a bun." The snow still fell, and I felt such fear in my heart. There isn't even a single bag of chips left at home. Hearing Sumu sing a parody of a song in a tuneless voice, the other homeowners began to express their anger. They criticized Sumu in the group for his disregard for face, lack of camaraderie, and absence of morality, especially Lu Chunxia, who vehemently condemned him, saying, "We are all neighbors. Sumu, you mustn't be so selfish. This is a critical time. Contributing your household supplies is a fundamental duty of a citizen. At worst, when the snow disaster ends, I will report to the higher-ups and award you a special contribution prize." Sumu scoffed and replied, "Lu Chunxia, spare me your moral coercion. I couldn't care less about that. Moreover, don't just blame me. There are others in Building 7 with supplies. If you have the ability to persuade Lu Wei, Qin Peng, and Chao Guangming to contribute their resources, as long as they take the lead, I will gladly give everything away to everyone without a second thought." Lu Chunxia was instantly at a loss for words. These individuals were wealthy and influential, especially Qin Peng, who was in the earth-moving business and notoriously difficult to deal with. How could she, a mere property management staff member, dare to ask them to hand over their supplies for her to distribute? Upon observing Lu Chunxia's silence, Su Mu felt a sense of triumph, realizing that they were merely preying on his vulnerability. His assertion held merit. Among the homeowners in the group, few were courageous enough to confront the situation. They began to tag Lu Wei and his companions. The irascible Qin Peng, exasperated by the incessant notifications, unleashed a torrent of invective in the group chat, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous dream! I braved the bitter cold to procure supplies. Why should I share with you idle leeches? Why don't you contribute your own resources for me to distribute?" Furthermore, he directed his ire at Yan Qingshu, calling her a wretched old hag, asserting that had she not prohibited everyone from venturing out to gather supplies, this debacle would not have arisen. "Anyone who dares to tag me again will regret it." Lu Wei and Chao Guangming echoed his sentiments without mercy, insisting that if they desired provisions, they should procure them themselves. "Do not attempt to morally manipulate me. I refuse to be swayed." The snow continued to fall, and Qin Peng lamented that his own household was barely sustainable, expressing his frustration at the thought of sharing with others. The group's voice messages conveyed their genuine anger, and while Chao Guangming remained somewhat composed, Lu Wei and Qin Peng, one a proprietor of a martial arts club and the other a figure of the underworld, would not allow their neighbors to easily intimidate them. Lu Qingshu shuddered upon hearing their words, and the rest fell silent, wary of provoking further wrath. Individuals like them, the common folk, are most susceptible to the strong and tend to cower before authority. Now, upon witnessing the resolute demeanor of Qin Peng and his associates, they have instantaneously faltered. Even after hurling his invectives, Qin Peng remained unsatisfied and proceeded to tag Su Mu. "You insolent wretch, while you prattle on aimlessly, what compels you to draw my ire? Are you courting death, or do you merely wish to provoke me for your amusement?" Qin Peng operates in the earth-moving trade, having engaged in countless disputes and brawls over business dealings. With several hundred subordinates under his command, he typically conducts himself with an air of arrogance and bravado. Neighbors residing in his vicinity are well aware of his intimidating nature and generally steer clear of him. However, while others may tremble before Qin Peng, he currently finds solace within his transformed villa, feeling quite secure. The entire debacle was instigated by Lu Qingshu, that cantankerous old crone. "What audacity do you possess to challenge me? You are but a scum of society, having amassed a trifling fortune through brute force. So what pretense do you maintain before me?" This Qin Peng is far from virtuous. In a previous life, he ruthlessly seized resources from his neighbors, managing to survive the frozen period that lasted 2 months. Subsequently, he allied himself with Yamamoto Ruichiro, becoming a staunch traitor and wreaking havoc in this region. It was he who orchestrated the ambush against Su Mu. Qin Peng's reputation within the community is far from commendable. When the group witnessed Su Mu rebuking him, they secretly relished the moment, all the while remaining silent spectators. In the realm of social dynamics, reputation holds significant weight. Qin Peng was taken aback by Su Mu's audacity to openly retort in the group chat, and the harshness of his words nearly drove him to the brink of fury. "How dare you provoke me, Qin Peng? It seems this little brat has no regard for his own life. Humph, who are you trying to intimidate here?" Su Mu dismissed him with contempt. "After all, who couldn't he play the tough guy? If you have the guts, come confront me directly." "Fine, little brat, just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I shall forfeit my surname." With that, Qin Peng seized a baseball bat from his home and stormed out with great fervor. The names of the homeowners in the group chat displayed their door numbers, so he had no fear of mistaking his target. However, as soon as he stepped outside, the frigid air caused him to shiver. He muttered a curse, tightened his down jacket, and pressed the button for the elevator to the 19th floor. Meanwhile, Su Mu made his way to the villa's surveillance room, where he accessed the hidden camera previously positioned in Building 7, clearly observing Qin Peng's movements. Qin Peng, brimming with aggression, arrived at the entrance of Unit 1901 and began to pound on the door with the bat, all the while hurling insults. To project an even more menacing image, he intentionally unzipped his jacket slightly, revealing the glimmer of a gold chain around his neck and the tattoos on his chest. Su Mu, however, was utterly unfazed. He didn't reside there, so let him wreak havoc on the door. He wouldn't lose a single hair from it. Not only that, he amplified his voice through the intercom left in the room, taunting Qin Peng, "Hit harder. Haven't you eaten? Even a woman has more strength than you. If you cannot enter today, it is as if you were raised by a stepmother." Upon hearing Su Mu's taunting words, Qin Peng was infuriated, his anger boiling over as he cursed vehemently and pounded the door with even greater ferocity. The door of Su Mu's home was hardly of premium quality, and with a single strike, a small dent appeared. With considerable experience, he targeted the area near the lock, and before long, he had shattered it. As he heaved and finally pried open the distorted door, ready to teach that sharp-tongued brat a lesson, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The interior was completely barren. All the furniture and appliances had vanished without a trace. The curtains had been torn down, and even the light fixtures from the ceiling had been removed. At that moment, the door of room 1902 creaked open a crack, and a trembling voice called out, "Brother Qin, Su Mu no longer resides here. He moved to the Fenglinwen villa long ago." Enraged, Qin Peng swung his fist against the door once more, exclaiming, "Damn it! If Su Mu doesn't live here, why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted so much effort for nothing." Startled, the owner of room 1902 quickly shut the door and locked it tight, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 30. I'll write my name backward if I don't deal with you. After exerting such effort to break into the door, to discover that Su Mu had not even been there was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Su Mu was in the villa, laughing heartily. Upon seeing Qin Peng about to leave, he couldn't help but mock him loudly. "What a coward! Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you sneaking away now? I'll be waiting for you at the Fenglinwen villa. If you don't come, you're nothing but a coward." When had Qin Peng ever encountered such provocation? He was nearly driven to madness, vowing to make Su Mu witness bloodshed. Outside, the snow had accumulated to a thickness of over 2 meters. Although Building 7 was not too far from the Fenglinwen villa, traversing the thick snow was impractical. The only option was to take a detour through the underground garage. The garage was vast and empty, and as the cold wind swept through the corridor lined with parked vehicles, Qin Peng shivered violently, hastily zipping up his down jacket. How frigid! His complexion took on a slight pallor, not from anger, but from the biting cold. Previously, he had only known that cold weather could make one feel younger, as if frozen into a child. Now, Qin Peng realized that the cold could also transform one into another species. He was on the verge of becoming a dog. However, in the underworld, maintaining one's reputation was paramount. If he did not teach this audacious young man a lesson, how could Qin Peng continue to navigate his world? With renewed determination, he strode through the underground garage, a fierce glint in his eyes, until he stood before the entrance of the exclusive parking area for the Fenglinwen villa, only to be taken aback. Unlike the underground garages of the other villas, the automatic door of Su Mu's villa had been replaced. It resembled a massive slab of black steel, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding walls. Qin Peng paid no heed to this. He spat into his palm and swung an axe down with all his might upon the garage door. A thunderous clang echoed, sparks flying from the door as Qin Peng's hands nearly slipped from the handle. Upon inspecting the door, he was astonished to find that there was not even a dent. Only a bit of paint had been scraped off, while his own hands were left bloodied. Good heavens, what material is this door made of? It's incredibly resilient. Through the surveillance camera, Su Mu observed Qin Peng approaching with a fire axe, intent on smashing the door. He had already been waiting in his garage, poised with a crossbow. Seeing that Qin Peng was utterly incapable of breaching his sturdy entrance, Su Mu could not help but burst into laughter. Qin Peng, despite the pain in his hands, struck the door several more times, yet it remained as immovable as if forged from bronze and iron. Exhausted and panting, he felt the chilling breeze from the garage render the sweat on his brow icy cold, igniting within him a desire to retreat. Damn it, you might as well hide in there like a turtle. This snow will eventually cease, and then we shall see how Grandpa Qin will deal with you. With no other options, Qin Peng begrudgingly turned away, cursing under his breath as he dragged the fire axe toward the elevator. Just as he had taken a few steps, a sudden voice rang out, "Watch the arrow, you brat." In an instant, a sharp glint flashed as a crossbow bolt, over 20 centimeters in length, flew straight toward him. It was Su Mu, standing on a chair, who had opened a small shooting aperture in the garage door and loosed a shot from his hand crossbow. The noise from firearms was too pronounced, making them less effective in such a situation compared to the silent crossbow. However, this hand crossbow was meticulously crafted by Han how to mimic ancient hunting crossbows. Even a 200-kilogram wild boar would struggle to withstand a single shot. Within a range of 20 meters, while not guaranteed to hit every time, Qin Peng felt confident that he would not miss such a large target. Nevertheless, Su Mu had no intention of aiming for a fatal strike. Allowing such scum to perish easily would be too lenient. Instead, he deliberately targeted Qin Peng's legs. Perhaps it was his first time aiming a crossbow at a living human, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. This bolt, capable of slaying wild boars, narrowly grazed the inner thigh of Qin Peng, traversing between his legs and creating a small crater in the hard cement floor before skidding away over the surface. Qin Peng felt a sudden chill between his legs, swiftly followed by a piercing pain that overwhelmed him. He could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. Discarding the fire axe and collapsing to the ground, clutching his groin in agony, he had merely struck at the man's door. Yet this man had unhesitatingly loosed a crossbow bolt in response. It was then that Qin Peng realized the magnitude of the peril he faced. As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are unafraid of death. Those of them who navigate the gray areas of society rely on audacity and fierceness to intimidate others. They may bully the innocent, but when confronted with someone truly willing to risk it all, they dare not provoke. In a state of sheer terror, Qin Peng lost all composure, forcing himself to rise despite the pain, disregarding the fire axe as he stumbled to a corner shielded from the line of fire, where he finally exhaled in relief. The events had unfolded so rapidly that he had failed to discern the origin of the bolt. Alas, it was somewhat regrettable. He noticed a pool of blood on the ground, indicating that Qin Peng had sustained an injury, while the severity of the wound remained uncertain. In such frigid temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees, without prompt medical attention, Qin Peng would inevitably succumb to infection. This was far more intriguing than simply killing him outright. He sat on the sofa, drenched in cold sweat, his down jacket soaked through, rapidly succumbing to the frigid temperatures that rendered him stiff and unyielding. Qin Peng's heart felt colder than the very air surrounding him, as the merciless attack from his assailant had laid bare an unadulterated intent to kill. Blood streamed from the wound at the base of his thigh, staining his trousers crimson, and soon it congealed into ice. The trousers could not be removed. He was left with no choice but to painstakingly sever them with scissors. As he glanced down at his injury, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The crossbow bolt had penetrated his legs, striking with unerring precision and severing his third limb halfway. In the biting cold, the wound quickly froze, halting the flow of blood, which dulled Qin Peng's pain to a mere numbness. Yet this did not bring him solace. Rather, it filled him with a chilling dread. Possessing a modicum of medical knowledge, he understood that without prompt treatment, his leg was destined for ruin. Frantically, Qin Peng fished out his mobile phone to dial emergency services, but after several attempts, his calls went unanswered. Just as despair began to envelop him, the call finally connected, and a voice trembled on the other end, inquiring from the municipal hospital. "Who is this? What do you want?" Overjoyed, Qin Peng quickly relayed his predicament, imploring them to dispatch an ambulance. After a moment of silence, the voice responded, revealing the grim reality. The outside world was besieged by relentless cold and snowdrifts towering over 2 meters high. What vehicle could possibly navigate such treacherous conditions to rescue him? The hospital had ground to a halt. Doctors were either confined to their homes or trapped within hospital, and they had no knowledge of how many critically ill patients had perished. There was no one available to attend to him. "If it weren't for my unfortunate predicament of being trapped here, I wouldn't even bother to answer your calls. You'd better fend for yourself." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. As he listened to the busy signal, a heavy weight descended upon Qin Peng's heart. He realized he could no longer rely on the hospital. His wife had long since divorced him, taking their child and leaving this place. At present, he was utterly alone, with no one to assist him. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Peng resolved to perform the surgery on himself. Fortunately, he was accustomed to brawling, and his home was stocked with bandages, alcohol, and various medications. After disinfecting the wound with alcohol, he applied Yunnan Baiyao and then bandaged it with clean gauze. Wincing, as he completed the task, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Peng's forehead, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. He collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. his heart seething with hatred for the one who had shot him. Sumu. In the world of martial arts, one must expect to be wounded. Qin Peng continually reassured himself that this minor injury was trivial. However, it concerned his future happiness, and he could not simply swallow this anger. That little brat. I swear I will kill him. At this moment, Qin Peng was truly consumed by murderous intent. He picked up his phone to message Sumu, only to find he had been blocked. Reluctantly, he resorted to tagging Sumu in the homeowners group chat. Sumu, you better wait for me. If I don't make you pay for this, I'll write my name backward. Chapter 31. Have you watched too many movies? Who in their right mind would use bulletproof glass for windows? Ha ha. Qin Peng, didn't you just say you were going to teach me a lesson? If not, you might as well take my surname. The outcome has not been as I expected. You should now be referred to as Su Peng. No, your bird is gone. You ought to be called Su Peng instead. As long as one remains ensconced within the villa, absolute safety is assured. 100 Qin Pengs hold no terror for me. He continued to send voice messages via his phone, wondering if that recent arrow had rendered you a eunuch. Worthless, detestable, traitorous scum, an utterly useless wretch. Should you dare provoke me again, what remains will be far more than just a third leg. The members of the group were all astounded, well aware of Qin Peng's notorious ruthlessness and his propensity for brutality. It was rumored that he had even claimed a few lives. Witnessing him confront Sumu, no one dared to speak up in protest, fearful that they might become entangled in the affair themselves. There were those who felt anxious, others who merely observed, and quite a few who relished the misfortune. Lu Chunxia gleefully remarked to her partner, "A dog bites another dog. Neither of these two is virtuous. It would be best if Qin Peng thoroughly thrashed Su Mu for his insolence. Serve him right." Yan Qingshu, too, harbored lingering resentment towards Su Mu, and upon reading the messages, she fervently wished for him to receive a lesson. However, upon observing the exchanges, it seemed that Qin Peng might have suffered some indignity. What could be meant by leaving a third leg? Upon encountering this message in the group, Qin Peng was nearly incapacitated with rage. He gripped his phone tightly, veins bulging, his face feeling as if it had been savagely slapped twice. Burning with pain, Qin Peng could not help but cast a glance downward, a wave of sorrow washing over him. If he truly became a eunuch, what was the point of living? Damn you, Sumu, just wait. I'll make you pay dearly. A fierce rage surged within Qin Peng, vowing to personally turn him into mincemeat. He picked up his phone and called the gangsters he had been nurturing outside. "Hello. Bring your weapons and come to the Danfeng Bailu community. I need you to eliminate someone." After all, the outside world was frigid, and the police department was likely in a state of paralysis. As long as they were cautious, no one would care if someone was killed. Even if the police investigated after the snowstorm, they could easily attribute Sumu's death to the blizzard. "Brother Peng, we're all stuck at home. How can we get out in this freezing weather?" On the other end of the line, several of his underlings lamented their predicament. "Useless fools. I don't care. Find a way to come." Qin Peng was infuriated. Otherwise, once the snow cleared, they could forget about working with him. Hearing their leader's unwavering command, the underlings had no choice but to employ their wits, armed with cleavers, baseball bats, and steel pipes, making their way to Qin Peng's residence. Even so, after night had passed, only 13 out of 20 managed to arrive. Despite Qin Peng's threats, they merely reiterated their inability to come, eventually refusing to answer his calls, leaving him seething with rage. Under the meager warmth of the air conditioning, the few underlings shared a steaming bowl of noodles, gradually warming themselves. Upon hearing Qin Peng recount the events, his followers clamored fervently to ensure that the assailant would meet a gruesome fate, eager to avenge their comrade's slight. This fellow was cunning, armed with a crossbow for protection, the very tool he had employed to launch a surprise attack on me. Qin Peng cautioned, "Exercise caution when you proceed." Naturally, the embarrassment of having his third leg shot off by Su Mu was too much for Qin Peng to admit. He merely alluded to having sustained an injury to his leg. Where's crossbow? In this day and age, how many truly possess the fortitude to face bloodshed? The arrow that struck Brother Peng was most likely a stroke of sheer luck. One of the younger men scoffed, "With our numbers, a full frontal assault will surely overwhelm him." Even if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be unable to withstand our onslaught. Qin Peng pondered this, realizing he may have been somewhat careless in that moment, failing to evade the attack. However, the door to the underground garage had been fortified, far too resilient to breach. He posed another concern. When I struck it with an axe, not a mark was left. It is utterly impenetrable. Another young man chuckled in disbelief. Brother Peng, do not fret. Isn't Su Mu residing in a villa? He may have reinforced the main entrance, but surely he hasn't fortified the windows as well. My partner and I fashioned a sled from our bed slats to come here. Later, we shall examine what items we can repurpose into sleds, and I will lead the brothers directly to the windows of his villa. Then, with a gleeful laugh, Qin Peng patted his shoulder and exclaimed, Ergo, your mind is truly sharp. I believe this plan will work. This lad lives alone. As long as you prevent him from shooting, once we breach his home, it will be quite effortless to eliminate him. Moreover, I have heard that his residence is a villa filled with ample supplies and provisions. Given the heavy snowfall that has besieged the city, with no indication of when it might cease, seizing his villa as our stronghold would allow us brothers to weather this calamity in comfort, aware that Su Mu possesses a crossbow. Ergo took the initiative to dismantle the dining and mahjong tables to create several rudimentary shields. The following morning, a dozen of his underlings glided on sleds directly towards the Fenglinwen villa. The snow had nearly engulfed the entire first floor of the villa, with only the top of the courtyard walls peeking out at just over a meter in height. Upon closer inspection, they discovered barbed wire strung across the top, along with countless shards of broken glass. Su Mu is indeed quite cautious, having adorned his courtyard wall with such treacherous traps. Fortunately, the wall was not excessively high. They piled all their sleds atop it to weigh down the barbed wire, allowing them to gradually scale over. Upon reaching the second-floor window, they began to fiercely smash the glass of Su Mu's home with the hammers and iron rods they had brought. Open the door. How dare you offend our brother Peng? Today, we shall show you how to meet your demise. This time next year shall mark your death anniversary. Su Mu was comfortably nestled in bed when he was abruptly roused by the frantic alerts of the system. An enemy was attempting to invade the base. Should he retaliate? Meanwhile, the black dog, Old Mo, was barking loudly and incessantly pawing at him, prompting Su Mu to awaken with a start. Through the Doomsday Fortress system, he swiftly pinpointed the invader's location and hurried to the window on the second floor, drawing back the curtains with a flourish. Surprisingly, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he dragged a lounge chair to position himself in front of the window and languidly remarked, So, it's you few little Karami seeking vengeance for Qin Peng. No worries. Just go ahead and smash away. I'll be watching from within. Can't you muster a bit more strength? Have you not had breakfast? He retrieved a hamburger and milk from the refrigerator and reclined back in his chair, adding, Why not come in for a bite? Through the glass, the group of assailants could clearly see Su Mu, whose audacity in the face of danger ignited their fury. They erupted into a flurry of curses, neglecting to ponder why Su Mu was clad only in a thin nightgown on such a frigid day, and they redoubled their efforts to shatter the glass. However, as they continued their assault, they grew increasingly perplexed. Why was this glass so remarkably resilient? They had assumed that a few strikes with iron rods would suffice to break it, yet after a prolonged effort, they had not even managed to create a single crack. What kind of glass was this so impervious? Could it possibly be bulletproof glass? Absurd. Surely, no one would install bulletproof glass in their windows. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, initially intending to rush in and swiftly eliminate Sumu, subsequently seizing his villa as their stronghold. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn, Sumu proclaimed as he stood, stretching lazily, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 32. A chill to cool your tempers. Ascending to the third floor, Sumu connected a water hose to the faucet and, with a flick, opened a small aperture, unleashing a torrent of water. I see your tempers are quite heated. Allow me to douse you with some water to temper your ardor. Outside the second-floor window, the ruffians continued their jeers, oblivious to the imminent deluge above. Suddenly, a torrential cascade descended upon them, transformed by the biting winds into a frigid mixture of water and ice. drenching them thoroughly. Can you fathom the sensation of being drenched in icy water at a temperature plummeting below 50 degrees? Initially, the water emerged with a hint of warmth, yet upon contact, it swiftly crystallized into a layer of ice upon their skin. Clad in heavy down jackets and sweaters, these thugs found themselves soaked as if cast into an ice cellar. Good heavens, it's freezing. I'm going to freeze to death. They screamed. Stop pouring. Stop pouring. Run. Caught off guard. Their shields proved useless as they felt their lips turn purple from the cold, hastily retreating from Sumu's window, discarding their weapons in their frantic escape. In a mere span of seconds, the water poured down upon them, thoroughly soaking their bodies. As the cold wind blew, their clothes became stiff and unyielding. A few, in their panic, stumbled into snowdrifts, struggling to extricate themselves. With the assistance of others, they managed to escape the deluge from a hose, supporting one another as they climbed over the wall and trudged toward building number 7. Sumu watched their frantic retreat, a cold smile gracing his lips as he turned off the tap. The sheer number of his adversaries dissuaded him from using crossbow bolts. Instead, he opted for this inundating assault. In such frigid conditions, being drenched could easily lead to illness, which was exceedingly perilous in their current environment. Moreover, Sumu felt there was ample time to prolong the game. After all, a slower pace rendered it far more enjoyable. Thus, he refrained from utilizing crossbow arrows or activating the high-voltage wires. After dealing with Qin Peng's subordinates, Sumu opened his phone and sent a message in the group chat. How does it feel to be drenched like drowned rats? Qin Peng, waiting at home for his underling's triumphant return, envisioned ways to torment Sumu and seize his villa as a base. Little did he expect to first receive a bewildering message, and then, upon opening the door, to witness the disheveled figures of his subordinates. Each one appeared frozen, their faces tinged with blue. A few of the weaker ones had even succumbed to unconsciousness. They paid no heed to Qin Peng's inquiries, rushing inside to hastily strip off their ice-laden garments and rummaging through drawers for warm clothing and blankets. Wait, Urgu tremulously exclaimed, after frostbite. One must rub the body with snow to stimulate blood circulation and restore the flow of vital energy. Otherwise, it may lead to necrosis. Once their skin was rubbed until it turned crimson and they felt a hint of warmth, they huddled together under a blanket for warmth. However, with so many bare-bottomed men cramped together, the scene was somewhat peculiar. Once the younger brothers regained a semblance of body heat, they finally had the opportunity to explain the situation to Qin Peng. That Sumu was utterly despicable, using a water hose to spray us in this frigid weather. Indeed, being soaked and then exposed to the cold wind felt like knives slicing into flesh. It was unbearable. Hasn't the water supply been cut off? I wonder where he procured the water. Furthermore, it remains a mystery what kind of glass his windows are made of, despite our relentless efforts to break them. We couldn't even leave a mark. After listening to the brothers' animated reports, Qin Peng furrowed his brow deeply. He pondered for a moment before asking, Urgu, what is your perspective? Urgu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and appearing somewhat refined, was in fact the cunning strategist of their group, deeply trusted by Qin Peng. He stammered. This fellow's villa has clearly been specially modified. Given the current circumstances, a direct assault seems rather challenging. The brothers have suffered varying degrees of frostbite. It would be wise to recuperate and regain our strength before seeking retribution. Urga let out a cold chuckle. Even if his family was akin to an impenetrable fortress, there would inevitably be vulnerabilities. He could not possibly remain confined within his abode for eternity. Let us assign individuals to monitor him in shifts the moment he steps outside. We shall promptly sever his escape route. In this manner, his villa will be within our grasp. Upon hearing this, Qin Peng nodded in agreement, though he was soon plagued by a sense of unease. Since my brothers are aiding me in avenging my grievances, I must ensure they are provided for. Although I had procured a portion of supplies before the snowfall, the consumption will be significant due to our numbers, and with the snow showing no signs of abating, it is unlikely we can sustain ourselves for long. Urga sneered, suggesting that we could dispatch groups to utilize sleds and venture out to supermarkets or warehouses in search of provisions. If the food supply dwindles further, we may have to impose upon Brother Peng's neighbors. Qin Peng and his comrades, being men of desperation, instantly grasped his implication and responded with derisive laughter. The commotion stirred by Qin Peng's younger brothers dispelled Su Mu's desire to continue sleeping. He made his way to the kitchen and quickly prepared a bowl of plain noodles, adding 2 fried eggs to serve as breakfast. As for Old Mo, he had an abundance of premium dog food. After days of nourishment, Old Mo's loyalty had risen to 83 points. It seemed that even animals were acutely aware of the perilous environment outside. Following their master, they enjoyed ample food and warmth. Thus their loyalty increased rapidly. Su Mu understood that Qin Peng and his associates would not relent easily, but unless they possessed heavy weaponry like tanks. Breaching his home was simply out of the question. So what was there to fear? As for venturing outside, Su Mu had no such intentions at all. With an abundance of resources, including food and drink, and even hundreds of lifelike dolls and high-end catgirl robots, he simply wished to remain in his home, waiting for eternity. Since the arrival of the apocalypse, the tension that had once gripped his heart had finally eased. He now enjoyed the luxury of a free daily routine, sleeping when tired, eating when hungry, watching movies, playing games when bored, and engaging in fitness and archery when weary. There was no need to distinguish between day and night, to consider neighborly relations, or to endure the workplace's psychological manipulation. It seemed he had finally attained the life he had always dreamed of. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall, yet the villa remained warm and cozy, with the fireplace crackling cheerfully, maintaining a stable temperature of around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. Blissful, Su Mu reclined in the massage bathtub, sipping red wine, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. However, others were not as fortunate as he, enduring the harshness of hunger. Days passed, and still, the snow showed no sign of relenting, and suddenly, the power in the entire Danfeng Bailu community went out. In the face of such a natural disaster, the authorities had striven to ensure power supply for the residents. The fact that it had lasted this long was nothing short of miraculous. The frigid temperatures had frozen the pipes, causing the water supply to cease days earlier. However, one could still dig through the ice and snow outside to melt it for use. The power outage plunged ordinary lives into darkness. The air conditioning and heating units, already barely functional, ceased to operate entirely, plunging everyone into a state of panic. Chapter 33. Flaunting, a blatant display of ostentation. Su Mu activated the 2 silently prepared generators and connected the backup circuit, and instantly, the villa was once again illuminated. But why did the power suddenly cut off? In such frigid weather, the air conditioning was rendered utterly useless, and there was no way to utilize the heater. How are we to endure these days ahead? Why does the authorities not intervene? If this continues, it may very well lead to dire consequences. Did not those so-called experts claim that the snow disaster would soon pass? Yet after 7 days, there is still no sign of the heavy snowfall abating. Indeed, it is bitterly cold outside, and the indoors is hardly warm. The food supplies in my home are nearly depleted. What nonsense these so-called experts spout. Their predictions are utterly unreliable. From now on, I would rather trust a dog than these so-called specialists. The internet is awash with criticism. Those who once placed their faith in the experts' words now hurl the most vitriolic insults. The snow continues to fall relentlessly, and the government, plagued by severe manpower shortages, has nearly come to a standstill. Managing to sustain only a few critical departments is a considerable achievement. The entire world is submerged beneath the snowfall. In some northern cities, temperatures have plummeted to over 80 degrees below zero, with many towns buried under a thick blanket of snow. 7 days can be considered neither long nor short. Yet for countless souls enduring the bitter cold, confined to their homes in a desperate struggle for survival, this span feels longer than the passage of 7 years. Although the authorities continue to encourage unity and mutual assistance through the scant channels available, gazing upon the frozen city outside, the spirits of the people gradually begin to wane. Observing the discussions on the internet, Su Mu silently shook his head. At this moment, the authorities were too preoccupied to attend to everyone. To survive, one could only rely on oneself. The apocalypse, in its true essence, had truly commenced today. The community owners group was rife with various discussions. Complaints about the lack of water, electricity, and supplies, as well as curses directed at the experts. Thanks to the unparalleled electrical grid infrastructure of the Great Xia. Even after enduring days of heavy snowfall, residents still managed to receive approximately 2 hours of electricity daily. Furthermore, satellites and the internet could still be utilized, albeit barely, allowing them to communicate within the group. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, apart from a few affluent individuals who had prepared in advance with generators, the entire nation was engulfed in darkness, with countless souls perishing from cold and hunger. Zhang Lily, a resident on the second floor of Unit 2, once again tagged everyone in the group. Does anyone have food? We don't even have a single biscuit at home. I beg you all to spare me something to eat. She had never cultivated a habit of stockpiling food, and after begging Lu Wei for an extended period, she had only received a meager supply that barely lasted a few days. Now, she was reduced to licking the crumbs from the snack wrappers clean, and, finally, she could bear it no longer. Unfortunately, this time, no one responded to her. Everyone feigned ignorance, pretending not to see, and even the discussions came to a halt. Panic began to set in for Zhang Lily as she hastily tagged property manager Lu Chunxia. You wretched property management, come out and bring me some food at once. Otherwise, I will call my husband right now and have the property company dismiss you. However, the information fell on deaf ears, as Lu Chunxia completely disregarded her. The snow had fallen incessantly for 7 days, and everyone now understood that food equated to life. Who would willingly surrender their existence? Zhang Lily unleashed a torrent of curses in the group, yet not a single person responded to her. At last, it was Lu Qian, a university student living on the 20th floor who was known for her food broadcasts, who could no longer hold her tongue. She stated in the group, Sister Zhang, I still have a little food left. I can share some with you, though it won't be much. Zhang Lily was overjoyed and eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, All right, sister. I won't take your things for free. I have a brand new, unopened set of L'Oreal cosmetics worth over 5,000. I'll give it to you. She then added sarcastically in the group, Humph, there are still good people in this world. Lu Qian is far better than you heartless souls. Upon seeing this, Sumu let out a cold laugh, thinking, Silly girl, you are far too kind. You underestimate human nature in this apocalypse. Once someone sets their sights on you, not only your supplies may be at risk, but your very life as well. As anticipated, upon witnessing Lu Qian willingly share her food with Zhang Lily, many neighbors began to harbor ulterior motives. Sister Lu, I have run out of food too. Could you spare me some? An elder implored. I want tea, take it for nothing. I can offer you something in exchange. Qian, please share some supplies with my family. My baby is only a few months old, and without food, I cannot produce milk. My child is crying from hunger. In a live broadcast room, a young woman pleaded, I have previously rewarded you, yet now I find myself without any sustenance. Could you kindly spare me a morsel? Even the property manager, Lu Chunxia, chimed in, tagging Lu Qian, Child, have you forgotten? It was I who assisted you in securing this rental abode. The elderly woman lamented her own meager provisions, urging for assistance. Observing the demeanor of the homeowners in the chat, Su Mu could not suppress her disdainful laughter. The same familiar scenario, the same insatiable appetite. This group of ungrateful individuals, despite having some food at home, feigned deprivation solely to exploit the young girl. Lu Qian, taken aback by the unfolding events, quickly interjected in the group, Please, everyone, refrain from this behavior. I have not stockpiled much. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. When Lu Qian offered her first morsel, the others assumed she possessed an abundance. The homeowners, employing both coercion and flattery, sought to seize a portion of her meager supply. Terrified, Lu Qian's voice quivered as she implored in the group, Please spare me. I truly have only this little left. I had intended to share with Sister Zhang, but now, given the circumstances, I can no longer do so. With that, she abruptly exited the group. Zhang Lily, in a panic, hurried to add Lu Qian on WeChat, only to find her settings disallowing any new friend requests. Lu Qian had ceased all exchanges, leaving Zhang Lily with no choice but to refrain from forcefully demanding her share. Enraged, Zhang Lili began to chastise her neighbors in the group chat for undermining her own interests. Had it not been for them, I might have been able to procure a morsel of food to sustain my life. Now, my home is devoid of any provisions, and in this frigid weather, I cannot even ascertain whether I will survive the night. No one anticipated that matters would devolve to this extent. A palpable discomfort settled upon their faces, and gradually, they ceased to communicate in the group. Zhang Lili, still seething with anger, incessantly unleashed a torrent of curses within the chat. Unlike me, who has sustenance and drink, one must understand that even the act of cursing requires a certain level of vitality. In a fit of defiance, he snapped a photo of his lunch and shared it with the group. Tonight's dinner was rather simple. A dish of boiled meat slices, braised lion's head meatballs, a pan-seared steak, and a steaming roasted chicken. To prevent monotony, Sumu had even photographed a cucumber and sought Ed a plate of broccoli. With a delightful balance of meat and vegetables, complemented by a bottle of 82 Lafitte, it was utterly exquisite. A blatant display of extravagance. Chapter 34. 20,000 for a pack of instant noodles. Take as many as you desire. Indeed, Sumu had no ulterior motive in sharing this photograph. He simply wished to provoke their envy. As anticipated, upon viewing the image, the neighbors were engulfed in a tumult of emotions, consumed by jealousy. With their own food supplies dwindling, they dared to prepare mere thin porridge made from just a handful of rice, while the relentless snowfall outside continued unabated. Even in times of relative abundance, they hesitated to use more than 2 taels of rice, often resorting to instant noodles or bread to stave off hunger. Yet, they could only silently curse within the confines of their homes, with Sumu's temperament having undergone a dramatic transformation. Even Qin Peng, the local tough guy, had suffered losses at his hands, leaving them too intimidated to confront him openly in the group. Upon gazing at the photograph, Zhang Lili was utterly captivated, her mouth watering uncontrollably. She momentarily set aside her grievances with the neighbors and hastily endeavored to curry favor with Sumu. Sumu, dear brother, you are the kindest. With your ample provisions, could you possibly spare some for your sister? Regrettably, my own stockpile is rather limited, Sumu replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Why should I part with the fruits of my labor for free? Panic-stricken, Zhang Lili retorted, I would be willing to purchase your food at a premium. She continued, I have no desire for your steak or roasted chicken. I noticed an abundance of instant noodles in your last photograph. I will pay you 1,000 yuan for a box. As a mistress pampered by a wealthy benefactor, she was not particularly short of funds. However, her proposition sparked intrigue among the others. Before Sumu could respond, several eager individuals in the group began to chime in. Sumu, I will buy your instant noodles for 2,000 yuan a box. I'll offer 3,000 for a box. Sumu, whatever quantity you have, I shall purchase it all. The affluent members of the group were plentiful, and the bids escalated rapidly, transforming the ordinarily modest price of a box of instant noodles from a mere 50 yuan to an astonishing 10,000. How can you behave in such a manner? Zhang Lili exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she vented her frustration in the chat. Despite receiving a substantial allowance from her benefactor, her finances were perilously low. She often splurged on designer cosmetics and handbags, indulged in shopping and dining, and, to maintain her figure, had even enrolled in yoga classes and hired a personal trainer. Consequently, her bank account now barely held 20 to 30,000 yuan. Now, subjected to the sensationalism of these unscrupulous neighbors, one realizes that purchasing anything substantial is nearly impossible. And moreover, Sumu may not even be willing to sell to her. Suddenly, a startling announcement emerged. I shall offer 10,000 yuan for a single pack of instant noodles and 10,000 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Not only Sumu, but any neighbor wishing to sell may contact me directly. Regardless of the type of food, quality, or quantity, I will acquire anything from willing sellers at the price of 10,000 yuan. This individual, previously disdainful of the residents, regarded them as mere petty citizens. Believing himself to be on an entirely different echelon, maintaining an air of superiority, he wouldn't even spare a glance during their encounters. Yet, upon awakening, The world had transformed dramatically. Heavy snow had blocked the roads, trapping him and his girlfriend within the confines of the community. A single utterance from Wang Hao sent ripples through the group chat, leaving Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei utterly astonished. What? 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. 10,000 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Am I seeing this correctly? One homeowner trembled as he spoke. Hey, please refrain from inflating prices like this. It frightens me. Surely, this snow disaster will pass, right? There is really no need for such measures. Although snowbound for 7 days, the residents had not completely relinquished hope. However, the exorbitant prices offered by the wealthy Wang Hao for food struck a deeply sensitive chord within their already fragile hearts. Someone feigned calmness and said, "Don't joke around. A pack of instant noodles for 10,000? Do you really think it's the end of the world?" "Ha ha," Wang Hao arrogantly declared in the group. "Don't compare me to you impoverished wretches. If it weren't for this damned heavy snow, I would have already been at a 5-star hotel, indulging in lobster with a beautiful woman. Instant noodles, pa. It's something I wouldn't even glance at on a regular day. Aside from instant noodles and bottled water, I will purchase any other food at 10,000. After all, I am wealthy. If you wish to sell, message me privately. If not, that's your choice." Wealthy individuals are not necessarily kind, but they are certainly not foolish. Many believe that second-generation rich kids are merely inept and frivolous. However, in truth, they have been groomed with elite education since childhood, starting their race far ahead of the average person. Their mindset, awareness, and knowledge often surpass that of ordinary individuals. Wang Hao, raised in a wealthy family, is well acquainted with the world. Upon witnessing such extreme weather and leveraging certain familial connections, he understood that this snowfall would not cease anytime soon. Deep down, he was terrified. Otherwise, he would not have dared to set such an exorbitant price for a pack of instant noodles. He was not in need of money. He realized that during such times, food equates to survival. The more provisions one hoards, the greater the chance of enduring this calamity. Zhang Lili exclaimed excitedly, "Wang Hao, how can you be like this? I have nothing to eat right now. Buying food is a matter of life and death." Wang Hao bluntly replied, "I am not competing with you. It is simply that my offer is somewhat higher. It is their prerogative to whom they choose to sell. Do you have any say in this?" Zhang Lili, noticing that Wang Hao was utterly indifferent to her, remarked in the group, "Then I shall also offer 10,000 for a packet." She resolved firmly, thinking that she could always have her wealthy patron transfer more money later. 20,000 per packet. Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, "This opportunity is singular. Yet you must ensure that the food is delivered to my villa. It is far too cold outside, and I have no desire to venture out." Zhang Lili was thoroughly exasperated. She wished to curse him but felt too intimidated, leaving her seething in silence. The group fell into a hush as everyone began to weigh the pros and cons in their minds. It is important to note that the average salary in Shuncheng is merely over 10,000. While there are indeed numerous affluent individuals residing in this community, the majority of families possess only a few tens of thousands in savings, hardly accustomed to the lavish spending of someone like Wang Hao. Previously, many believed that the calamity would soon pass and the city would reopen, allowing life and commerce to resume. Thus, while there were occasional food transactions, prices merely soared to a few times or a dozen times higher than usual. However, as time progressed, an increasing number of households found their supplies nearly depleted. In such dire straits, food became synonymous with life itself, the very hope of survival, who would willingly part with their hard-earned provisions at a bargain. Some hopeful homeowners had already begun to muster the courage to part with their limited supplies, discreetly approaching Wang Hao to negotiate deals. Amidst the farce unfolding in the group, Sumu chose to remain an indifferent observer, sipping her red wine without concern for the commotion around her. After all, most of these neighbors would hardly endure the 2-month-long ice age. Their survival was of no consequence to her. In contrast, Zhang Lili was in a state of panic, hastily dialing her affluent benefactor, resorting to a blend of charm and desperation in hopes of persuading him to send her some sustenance. Unfortunately, her benefactor was also ensnared in his own home, preoccupied with his own troubles, and Zhang Lili was merely one of his many distractions. alongside the formidable woman who was trapped with him. Frustrated by Zhang Lily's incessant pleas and fearing the wrath of the formidable woman, he ultimately blocked her in a fit of anger. This left Zhang Lily utterly dumbfounded. She cursed the old man for his cruelty and lack of chivalry, yet found herself powerless to change her fate. As she observed the now-silent WeChat group, Zhang Lily patted her growling stomach, her mind racing with possibilities. She realized that in such dire circumstances, she would need to up the ante to secure food. Chapter 35. A blade hangs over the word of desire, especially in this apocalyptic era. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Lily directly Sumu in the group, exclaiming, "Sumu, sister truly cannot hold on any longer. Please, grant me a morsel of food. I would mind staying at your place. You understand what I mean, right?" Though she played the role of a mistress, she was certainly not foolish. The photograph Sumu had posted earlier showcased a bright ambience, with steaming food tantalizingly displayed. Besides, as a self-proclaimed seductive woman, she felt utterly restless if a day passed without indulging in her desires. Upon receiving this message, Sumu, who was in the midst of sipping her wine, nearly spat it out in astonishment. "I merely wish to convey how splendidly I am faring now, only to find that you have taken an interest in my very existence." This brazen mistress, who once survived the Ice Age by commodifying her own body, ultimately became a mere plaything for the likes of Yamamoto Eiger and his ilk. Indeed, Zhang Lily is strikingly beautiful and possesses an alluring figure. However, Sumu harbors a deep-seated mistrust for this one woman, who would so readily share her bed for a morsel of sustenance. His past experiences of being devoured by others have instilled in him a natural aversion towards anyone seeking entry into his sanctuary. The human heart is a labyrinth, especially when it pertains to one who would share the intimacy of his pillow. Zhang Lily, brimming with confidence in her appearance and physique, was taken aback by Sumu's unrelenting rejection, her face flushing with indignation. "I deign to share my bed with you," she exclaimed. "I could simply beckon, and there would be countless suitors eager for my company." Unable to contain herself, she unleashed a torrent of invective. Yet, Sumu paid her no heed, choosing instead to block her messages. After a spell of vitriol, Zhang Lily, recognizing that Sumu's disdain did nothing to assuage her hunger, reluctantly shifted her focus and began a private conversation with Wang Hao, hoping to find sanctuary in his villa. Given that Wang Hao had stocked up on numerous instant noodles and other provisions, he was undoubtedly the most viable option apart from Sumu. Although instant noodles may not rival the taste of steak, she found herself devoid of any other alternatives. He was not foolish, with the snowstorm showing no sign of abating. Sharing his resources with a stranger was an act only a fool would entertain. Zhang Lily was somewhat taken aback. She had never anticipated that her pride in her beauty and figure would fail to captivate these two individuals. However, there were still many single men residing in Building No. 7, and not everyone could resist Zhang Lily's allure. After several attempts, she finally managed to exchange some instant noodles with Lu Wei. At that moment, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei stared in disbelief at the messages in the group chat. They never expected that a mere pack of ordinary instant noodles would fetch an astonishing price of 20,000 yuan at this juncture. "Wei, what should we do? Our remaining supplies are dwindling. We can only last for 3 or 4 more days at most. That scoundrel Wang Hao is offering such exorbitant prices for food. With our meager savings, we can barely afford a single pack of noodles." Yan Qingshu exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation, tears threatening to spill as the snow continued to fall, with no sign of abating. "Will we starve to death?" Xie Baiwei pondered for a moment, suggesting, "How about we ask Han Lei, that sycophant, to bring us some food? He delivered 10 or so packs of noodles just yesterday. I suspect his supplies are running low as well." Recalling how much thinner Han Lei had become over the past few days, Yan Qingshu replied, "There is nothing left to squeeze from him. He has nothing to spare. Then we must seek out Sumu. He is likely still hoarding a substantial amount of supplies." In the photo he shared a few days ago, there were plenty of delectable items. Xie Baiwei swallowed hard, remembering that he had just mentioned enjoying steak and roasted chicken. Yan Qingshu could not help but salivate at the thought of it. Instant noodles every day had left her quite nauseated. She longed for steak and roasted chicken. Xia Baiwei continued. Have you noticed that when Su Mu video called you the other day, he was wearing only a tank top and shorts? This indicates that his home is exceedingly warm. If only we could enter his abode, we would lack for nothing. However, Yan Qingshu felt utterly despondent, but you saw for yourself that day. He didn't share any food with me. I have spent so much time with him, yet he remains so callous. I don't even understand why. Xia Baiwei pondered for a moment and replied, the thoughts of the wealthy are indeed perplexing. Perhaps he has other considerations. Yet we have no choice but to yield to him. It is better than starving, after all. Furthermore, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Surely he must have some feelings for you. Men are like that, aren't they? Mu too. How I miss you. I know you love me too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have pursued me for over 2 years. I admit I had little feeling for you at first. But as the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. Isn't love something that grows gradually? As time passed, your sincerity gradually moved me, and I slowly accepted you. I wished to bear children with you and lead a simple life together. Otherwise, I would not have shared a bed with you. It is essential to remember that this is her first time. I am uncertain as to what misunderstanding has suddenly arisen between us. But I truly have nothing to eat at home. Could you bear to see me starve or freeze to death outside? Su Mu, once the heavy snow ceases, would you consider marrying me? Yan Qingshu spoke these words with a quivering voice, her tone imbued with a poignant sense of grievance. Yet, Su Mu shuddered. This woman had gone to great lengths to enter his villa. If he were still the person he once was, he would have been overjoyed. However, her betrayal had transformed him, leaving only a profound disdain in its wake. Betrayal comes in 2 forms, never and an infinite number of times. Moreover, he had previously employed the most venomous words to provoke and retaliate against Yan Qingshu. She was no fool and undoubtedly understood that he was merely toying with her. Now, with the city engulfed in snow and the apocalypse at hand, all their neighbors were suffering from hunger and cold, while his home remained a sanctuary of warmth and abundance. Su Mu had boasted in the group chat numerous times, unaware of how many were scheming against him. This Yan Qingshu was likely feigning vulnerability and grievance, biding her time to gain his trust before infiltrating his sanctuary. Subsequently, she might find the opportunity to betray him once more, or even resort to his demise. Just as she had in his previous life, the thought sent a chill down his spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat within the warm confines of his home. He had already suffered once at the hands of this woman. He would not make the same mistake again. The allure of desire is a perilous blade, and especially so in these times of crisis. Chapter 36. The infuriating sycophant, alas. He could not relinquish his own corporeal desires. However, you surely do not believe that I would ever harbor affection for someone of your ilk? While you possess a modicum of allure, I never intended to engage in a romantic liaison with you. It was always meant to be a mere dalliance. His words rang true. Su Mu, being a native of Shunsheng, held an official residence, owned property, and boasted savings exceeding $1 million, along with a stable job yielding a monthly salary surpassing 10,000. In the realm of Shunsheng's matchmaking market, he was undoubtedly a catch. In his previous life, had Su Mu possessed even a modicum of charm, he would have exchanged countless partners by now. Su Mu's words struck like daggers, piercing the very heart of Yan Qingshu. For one who prided herself on being a goddess, the most intolerable truth was the lack of recognition for her allure. In the past, she considered Su Mu merely a backup, a sycophant who could be toyed with while she sought out wealthier heirs. Yet to her dismay, Su Mu revealed that he was merely playing with her, a revelation that she found utterly unacceptable. Her voice trembled with indignation. Su Mu, you are being utterly unreasonable. Unfazed, Su Mu continued to mock her with a cold smirk. And do not masquerade as some pure, innocent maiden. Your so-called first time? Do not presume I'm ignorant. It was nothing more than a ruse. I have long discerned your true nature, though your circumstances are less than stellar. You still dream of ensnaring a wealthy husband. By the way, allow me to enlighten you further. You are notorious within the circles of Shunsheng's affluent heirs. Do you truly believe that the affluent are mere fools? They merely indulge in your company for a fleeting moment. And yet you dare to fantasize about becoming the cherished lady of a wealthy household? Do you have any inkling of what they call you behind closed doors? Objects of derision, akin to public transport, or even a human toilet. Yan Qingshu's complexion turned a ghostly white, her body trembling with indignation. A torrent of shame, fury, frustration, and helplessness surged within her. When had she ever been so publicly humiliated, and by none other than the backup suitor she regarded as a mere dog, who so ruthlessly mocked her? It was as if her self-esteem had been mercilessly ground into the dirt. Yan Qingshu bellowed, "Sumu, you better shut your mouth." Sumu scoffed, "Am I not merely speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these actions entirely yours? You wish to play the harlot, while also erecting a monument to your virtue." Without allowing Yan Qingshu a moment to retaliate, Sumu swiftly blocked her on WeChat, along with her phone number. "Ah, Sumu, you scoundrel. You wretched creature. After having slept with me, you dare to speak of me like this." Yan Qingshu could hardly fathom that after spending nearly a month in Sumu's company, this was the response she garnered. Once she regained her composure, she furiously unleashed a barrage of voice messages cursing him. Yet, after sending a flurry of messages, her chat was filled with red exclamation marks. Sumu had removed her. She attempted to call, only to find herself blocked once more. Yan Qingshu vented her fury for an extended period, even damaging her beloved stuffed bear in the process. Having failed to procure food from Sumu, Xie Baiwei felt a tinge of disappointment. However, witnessing her best friend's current state inexplicably brought her a sense of relief. "You wretched woman, pretending before me." Initially, she contemplated deleting the message outright, yet her curiosity prevailed, prompting her to click and view it. Despite recognizing this woman's flaws, her superficiality, her materialism, there was no denying her prowess in bed. After all, they had been intimate for quite some time, and who knows, they might still engage in exchanges in the future. Upon reflection, her previous remarks seemed excessively harsh. There remained a semblance of emotional foundation between them. Even if they could not be friends in the future, maintaining a friends with benefits arrangement was still plausible. Seeing her companion in distress weighed heavily on her heart. "I apologize for my earlier outburst," she conceded. Observing Sumu's somewhat submissive demeanor, Yan Qingshu's frantic emotions began to settle, and an unpleasant smile crept upon her lips. This insufferable sycophant, ultimately unable to relinquish her desires. Living in the same community, they would inevitably cross paths. Mutual assistance was warranted, especially given their history as lovers. "Haven't you run out of food? Very well then. Considering the time we've spent together, I shall reluctantly offer you some provisions. However, it's too cold for me to venture outside. I will leave them at the entrance of my underground garage. You may come and retrieve them yourself." Upon finishing her words, Sumu sent a photograph featuring an array of frozen beef, lamb, chicken, and pork, accompanied by a selection of fresh vegetables and eggs. Yan Qingshu, filled with delight, immediately cast aside the recent humiliation inflicted upon her by Sumu and hurriedly donned her clothes. "Where are you going?" Xie Baiwei inquired, puzzled by her friend's frantic demeanor. With a sense of triumph, Yan Qingshu replied, "Sumu is still unable to let me go. He has promised to give us some food, but we must retrieve it ourselves." At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride in her alluring prowess, believing she had captivated Sumu with her physicality. "I'll go with you," Xie Baiwei exclaimed, hastily dressing herself upon hearing Yan Qingshu's declaration. "Sumu, you need not apologize. I admit, there was a time when I indulged in a bit of frivolity, but that was merely an attempt to savor my youth. Since meeting you, I have changed, and I no longer associate with those unworthy of my time. I have genuinely fallen for you. Just open the door and let me in. I am entirely yours, free to indulge in any manner you desire. Any position is acceptable." Upon hearing this, Sumu shuddered and quickly interjected, Stop. Our relationship is strictly that of friends with benefits. If you want the supplies, come and take them. If not, so be it. I will leave them at the door. But if someone else takes them, that is no concern of mine. I want it. Yan Qingshu quickly wrapped herself in a blanket and, together with Xie Baiwei, opened the door. As the door creaked open, a piercing chill surged in, penetrating to their very bones. Both hailed from the southern regions and were utterly unaccustomed to such frigid weather. Even clad in sweaters, leather trousers, and down jackets, with an additional 2 layers of blankets, they still trembled uncontrollably. Due to a power outage, the elevator had ceased to operate, leaving them no choice but to descend the stairs. Nevertheless, in pursuit of supplies, the two of them gritted their teeth and supported one another, step by arduous step, towards the ground floor. The snow outside was exceedingly deep. The only route to reach Sumu's villa was through the underground garage. Sumu sat in the surveillance room, observing through the extensive network of cameras scattered throughout the community. He noted that Wang Hao, leveraging his financial resources, had successfully procured supplies from numerous neighbors, including those from Building 7. The quantity was substantial enough that, if rationed, it would sustain Wang Hao and his girlfriend for the next 2 months. How fortunate are the affluent, Sumu mused, stroking the head of Lao Mo, his dog, and remarked. Yet, this is merely the last flicker of warmth that wealth can offer in a world undone. As the stockpile of supplies gradually diminished, it would not be long before people realized that money had become worthless scraps of paper, and that food was the true sovereign. At that juncture, one could only wonder how many would regret their actions in selling supplies. Chapter 37. The 3 Amusements of Yan Qingshu. As Sumu continued to monitor Wang Hao's acquisitions, he was suddenly alerted by the Apocalypse Fortress system that someone was attempting to assault his base, prompting him to swiftly switch the surveillance feed. In the scene, he discerned 2 figures wrapped in thick blankets, with only their heads exposed. They were Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei. The 2 were shivering at the entrance of their underground garage, incessantly pounding on the heavy door with mounting frustration. The surveillance equipment transmitted both sound and image flawlessly, capturing the moment when Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei struck the garage door with a resounding thud, vociferously calling out, "Sumu, we have arrived. Hurry and open the door." How amusing it was that they had come so swiftly. Sumu smirked with disdain, contemplating how he could possibly provide them with sustenance. He merely sought to toy with them, deliberately feigning ignorance. He picked up a novel and became engrossed in its pages. Yan Qingshu, consumed by rage, felt utterly deceived. That scoundrel Sumu, there was nothing but emptiness before the garage door. Were the black plastic bags filled with food? In her fury, she pounded on the frigid garage door, yet it stood unmoving, akin to an immovable mountain. Shivering uncontrollably, Yan Qingshu could no longer endure her plight. She pulled out her phone to call Sumu. Unfortunately, the signal in the underground garage was poor, rendering her attempts to connect futile, and her messages failed to send. Meanwhile, Sumu lounged on the sofa, chuckling mockingly, pleased with the effectiveness of the signal jamming device within the garage. After waiting a while longer, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei found the door still unyielding. The biting wind swept through the underground garage, causing their hands to turn red and purple from the cold. Unable to bear it any longer, they turned to leave, trembling all the while. In the biting cold, Yan Qingshu had waited for so long that she was on the verge of tears, cursing Sumu under her breath. "You scoundrel, how dare you toy with me? Just wait. If I ever share a bed with you again, I shall consider myself a fool." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she picked up her phone to unleash a tirade against Sumu. However, Sumu appeared utterly innocent, responding, "When did you all arrive? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I was concerned that the food might be taken by someone else, which is why I didn't place it outside beforehand. Besides, why didn't you call me upon your arrival? Who said I didn't attempt to call? How was I to know that the signal in that underground garage was poor, rendering my calls futile and my messages undeliverable? It seems you are intent on playing tricks on me." Yan Qingshu was infuriated and was about to launch another round of insults when she noticed another message from Sumu. He had recorded a video showcasing himself retrieving chicken, lamb, pork, potatoes, and vegetables from the fridge, all packed into a large black plastic bag, which he then sent to Yan Qingshu. "Here is the plan. I will place the items by the garage entrance for you to collect." He made his way to the underground garage, opened the reserved window above the door, and tossed the bag outside. "See, I've already left the items by the garage entrance. My garage door is frozen shut and cannot be opened, which is why I cannot let you in." Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei exchanged a glance, realizing that they had indeed wronged Su Mu earlier. He had truly filled a large bag with food and tossed it outside the garage door. Based on a market price of 20,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, this substantial bundle of food was worth at least 1 to 200,000 yuan, sufficient for the two of them to indulge for 2 to 3 weeks. Overjoyed, they hastily wrapped themselves in thick blankets and rushed out, neglecting the lingering cold that still clung to their bodies. They were completely unaware that Su Mu had tied a slender rope to the top of the bag. Immediately after filming the video, he had pulled the items back up. Absurd. Such meat was intended for human consumption. How could it possibly be fed to a heartless dog? When the two women finally arrived back at Su Mu's garage door, they stood in stunned disbelief. The thin layer of snow blown in by the wind revealed nothing but a mark where a heavy object had once rested. There was absolutely nothing else. Yan Qingshu was on the verge of madness, pounding on the garage door with her gloved fists and cursing loudly. Su Mu, watching their frantic antics through the surveillance camera, couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, the door remained firmly shut. After a spell of venting their frustration, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei, unable to endure the chilling draft, supported each other as they made their way home. A few neighbors, carrying items to trade with Wang Hao, caught sight of them and cast surprised glances in their direction. That's Su Mu. He has played us again. Yan Qingshu, trembling with rage, curled up in bed, tears streaming down her face. She felt utterly wronged. Yet, the video he recorded did not seem fabricated. Perhaps you should ask him again. Xie Baiwei pressed a hot water bag against her face, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, stinging with a bite of the cold. Su Mu was taken aback, exclaiming, I assure you, I have already sent a video to you. I swear I truly placed the food outside the garage. You know my garage door is frozen shut and cannot be opened. Everything was tossed out through the window. He paused, contemplating the situation. There are numerous residents from the neighborhood discreetly selling food to Wang Hao, passing by here continuously. Could it be that they have taken it? Here's what we shall do. I will place another bag of food down in 10 minutes. You must time your arrival accordingly. However, I must stress, my supplies are dwindling, and this is the final time. Su Mu sent another video, showcasing a large black plastic bag filled with beef, lamb, chicken, and various vegetables, replenishing the provisions. The two were deeply touched by Su Mu's thoughtfulness, quickly rising to wrap themselves in blankets and hastening to the garage, fearing they might be outpaced by others. By the time they arrived at Su Mu's garage door for the third time, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. Breathless, they came to a halt, and indeed, they discovered a large black plastic bag at the garage entrance, already covered with a thin layer of frost. Overjoyed, they glanced around to ensure no one was watching and rushed forward to retrieve it. However, when they attempted to lift the bulging bag from the ground, they were suddenly taken aback. It would not budge. Undeterred, they exerted more force to lift it again, yet still found it immovable. Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with astonishment. What could this mean? This scoundrel, Su Mu, was unexpectedly generous, bestowing upon them such an abundance of supplies. The two women employed all four hands, straining to lift the plastic bag, yet remained immovable, the handles bending straight, with one even snapping under the pressure. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the bag was firmly frozen to the ground. Inside, several layers of black plastic bags seemed to have been drenched in water, all firmly bonded together, rendering the contents invisible. The ice was so solidly adhered to the ground that even a robust man wielding an axe might struggle to break free, let alone two exhausted women, worn down to the bone. Yan Qingshu immediately erupted in anger, cursing, that bastard Su Mu. This must be intentional. Chapter 38. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Yan Qingshu continued her furious tirade. That scoundrel Su Mu. It must be deliberate. What do you mean, Yan Qingshu? I kindly offered you food, and you dare to curse at me? If you do not desire the provisions, then be off. There are plenty who do. From behind the door, Su Mu's voice, laced with fury, caused Yan Qingshu to pause. She had not anticipated that he would be right inside, overhearing her insults. Yet was it not his intention to saturate the plastic bag, causing it to freeze to the ground? How could he lack such decency? Yan Qingshu's imposing demeanor suddenly weakened. Although she still harbored a trace of anger, her voice had diminished significantly. Yet, as she continued speaking, her frustration grew once more. Sumu let out a cold snort. Did your physical knowledge come from a physical education teacher? I can forgive your lack of schooling, but to accuse me of lacking morality truly infuriates me. The alternating temperatures naturally produce moisture. My room is warm and cozy, and when these items exit into the cold, it's perfectly normal for condensation to freeze. Your tardiness is of no concern to me. If you don't want these items, then leave quickly and never expect me to provide you with supplies again. I was blind to extend my kindness to someone like you. Upon hearing Sumu's words, the two were taken aback. Although their academic performance was lacking, they had some understanding of this natural phenomenon. Yan Qingshu forced a smile that was more pitiable than crying as she said, Brother Sumu, please do not be angry. I misjudged you, and I sincerely apologize. Faint footsteps could be heard from within, indicating that Sumu was genuinely upset and had begun to walk away. Bradib Sumu, If you truly intend to apologize, then when you encounter him again, simply unlock a few more gestures. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingshu agreed and, alongside Xie Baiwei, began to struggle to move the frozen plastic bags on the ground. They were bulging, undoubtedly filled with meat and vegetables. Unfortunately, the bags were frozen solid, rendering them impossible to open. Not long after, the two individuals felt as though their hands had become numb from the cold. Sumu reclined on the sofa in the surveillance room, pouring himself a glass of red wine, while observing the two of them through the monitor. One was attempting to pry open the frozen plastic bag with her fingers, while the other blew warm air onto her hands in a futile effort to alleviate the chill. Sumu chuckled heartily, reveling in their predicament. You two materialistic women are going to freeze. Initially, he had underestimated their determination to remove the plastic bag. Yet they proved him wrong with their unexpected resilience. Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei, muttering softly in frustration, removed the blankets wrapped around themselves and draped them over the plastic bag, summoning all their strength to shake it vigorously. The underground parking lot was devoid of any shelter. The biting wind howled mercilessly, leaving the two shivering uncontrollably. Despite the cold, they were reluctant to cover themselves with the blankets again, persistently shaking the plastic bag. Their perseverance bore fruit. The ice-encased plastic bag was indeed dislodged. Elated, they hoisted the blanket, akin to thieves making off with their spoils, and hurried toward the stairwell. Sumu watched their retreating figures, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is a gift I labored to prepare for you. Do not squander my goodwill. However, the plastic bag was encased in layer upon layer of ice, rendering its contents completely obscured. To retrieve what lay within, it would require thawing first. These items weighed several tens of pounds, and, if rationed, could sustain them for 2 or 3 weeks. Indeed, after days of subsisting on snacks, instant noodles and sausages, their palates had grown weary of such fare. I want to boil some water. Let us first thaw the food. Tonight, we shall indulge in meat. However, after toiling for quite some time, when they finally managed to thaw the ice in the plastic bag, an unpleasant stench wafted forth. Could it be that the meat had spoiled? Logically, in this frigid weather, that should not be the case. Yan Qingshu was perplexed, reaching out to select some meat that had not rotted. Yet, those items felt soft and slippery, oozing through her fingers like mud, immediately releasing an intense, foul odor. Yan Qingshu sensed that something was amiss, letting out a scream as she shook her hand vigorously, causing Xie Baiwei, caught off guard, to be splattered with those slimy substances. Only then did they realize that the plastic bag was filled entirely with excrement and discarded bones. The two hurriedly cast the plastic bag aside, retching uncontrollably. What do you mean by this, Sumu? Yan Qingshu, exasperated, quickly messaged Sumu, demanding to know why the food she promised had turned into filth and refuse. Because you are filth, you are refuse. I am someone who harbors a deep aversion to uncleanliness. Had it not been for someone familiar with your past informing me, I would not have treated you this way. Which man would desire a woman as promiscuous as you? Sumu replied coldly with a smirk. Indeed, I intended to mock you, to toy with you. This is your retribution. With that, Sumu blacklisted her on WeChat and severed all communication. Why? Why? What have I done wrong to provoke such disdain from Sumu? Upon hearing Sumu's nonsensical remark, Yan Qingshu was left in a daze for quite some time. Before burying her head between her legs, weeping inconsolably, she simply could not comprehend why, despite her slight affection for wealth and a somewhat materialistic nature, she had not committed any transgression against Sumu, yet he seemed intent on targeting her. Xia Baiwei, who had just finished cleaning up, was equally perplexed, sitting in silence, lost in her own thoughts. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yan Qingshu finally regained her composure, only to be overwhelmed by the grim reality of their situation. Together, she and Xia Baiwei possessed less than 20,000 yuan, leaving them unable to afford even a single pack of instant noodles. Yet, her growling stomach demanded appeasement. Life must go on. After much deliberation, she reluctantly decided to part with one of the designer bags that Sumu had gifted her in exchange for sustenance. The collective worth of these bags exceeded 1 million yuan, and Yan Qingshu was confident that some vain young female owners would be tempted into a trade for food. Though it pained her deeply, survival compelled her to take this route. Yan Qingshu added several familiar female owners from Building 7, sending them photos of the bags while expressing her desire to exchange them for food. Although the replicas appeared remarkably authentic, they remained mere knockoffs. The total value of these bags likely fell short of 5,000 yuan. What? Knockoffs? Yan Qingshu felt as though she had been struck dumb, her ears buzzing in disbelief. After spending nearly a month sharing a bed with Sumu, not only had she failed to earn his genuine affection, but the bags he had gifted her were also counterfeit? No, this cannot be true. Surely, these female proprietors must have misjudged. Yan Qingshu remains undeterred, posting photographs on social media to solicit opinions from well-meaning netizens for verification. The verdict, however, remains unchanged. Counterfeit. Ah, Sumu, you are indeed a devil. Yan Qingshu, infuriated to the brink of fainting, pondered in despair. What have I done to deserve such torment from you? Why? She slumped on the bed, engulfed by a profound sense of desolation, shame, and hopelessness overwhelming her being. What offense had she committed against Sumu that warranted such humiliation? Lying nearby, Xia Baiwei was equally astonished, unable to believe that her curse had come to fruition. All these bags were, in fact, fakes. Chapter 39. This, perhaps, is love. Xia Baiwei gazed at Yan Qingshu, who appeared vacant and hollow, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she sensed an opportunity arising. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her phone, locating Sumu in her contacts. Excusing herself to the restroom, she discreetly messaged him, Sumu, I was right beside you when you criticized Yan Qingshu, and I must say, you were absolutely spot on. You are correct. She is indeed entangled with numerous men outside. Recognizing her true nature and cutting your losses early was the right choice. Sumu picked up his phone, reading Xia Baiwei's message with a chuckle, amused by the plastic sisterhood that so quickly betrayed Yan Qingshu. Yet, this was to be expected. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and neither of them were virtuous. Encouraged, Xia Baiwei continued, in the past, witnessing your pursuit of Yan Qingshu brought me great sorrow. Sumu, do you know? In truth, I have always held feelings for you. Now that you have parted ways with Yan Qingshu, why don't we be together? Immediately afterward, she sent a few rather provocative photos, all impeccably retouched. Sumu, while sipping a can of snowflake beer, nearly spewed it out upon reading her message. Goodness, this woman is remarkably forthright. It seems that Xia Baiwei, upon learning of Yan Qingshu's complete severance with him and noticing his affluent living conditions, is attempting to seize the opportunity. Xia Baiwei hastily declared, I'm not like that wretched Yan Qingshu. While I may not possess her beauty, I am genuinely virtuous. Sumu was taken aback. In this tumultuous society, is there still a woman who clings to such elementary ideals? Nevertheless, in an era where even atomic bombs can be fabricated, he was not easily swayed. He chuckled. That alone does not sway me. You are aware that the city is cloaked in heavy snow, with everyone struggling to find sustenance, while my villa is as warm as spring, brimming with provisions. With just a single box of instant noodles, I could entice a woman of Jean Lily's stature to share my bed. Who knows when the snowfall will cease? In a few days, even with merely a single sausage as bait, women would line up outside my villa. Among them, there would undoubtedly be those claiming to be untouched. Do you still believe your body is an advantage? Xia Baiwei fell silent, for she recognized the truth in Su Mu's words. Su Mu smiled, then prove it to me. If you can bring me sufficient benefits, I shall consider providing you with some food. Perhaps, I may even allow you entry into my villa. In the endless monotony of apocalyptic days, Su Mu found himself at a loss for how to pass the time. Since Xia Baiwei wished to play, he decided to indulge her for a while. Upon hearing this, Xia Baiwei instantly perked up, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Let me tell you about Yan Qingshu, that woman." As Yan Qingshu's cohabiting confidant, Xia Baiwei was privy to many of her dark secrets and began to divulge them all to gain Su Mu's trust. Observing the continuous revelations from Xia Baiwei, a playful smile adorned Su Mu's face as he captured screenshots of her words, preparing to share them at an opportune moment. In truth, Xia Baiwei had long harbored resentment towards Yan Qingshu. After all, Yan Qingshu was more beautiful, possessed a more alluring figure, and had a talent for charmingly flirting, endearing herself to men. This left Xia Baiwei feeling like nothing more than a mere accessory in her presence. However, what woman willingly plays the role of another supporting character? Thus, Xia Baiwei's heart brimmed with jealousy towards Yan Qingshu. Gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, pride, lust, and wrath, the 7 deadly sins of humanity as defined by Western Catholic doctrine. Envy was indeed one of them. Wei, hearing Yan Qingshu's call while hiding in the restroom and texting, Xia Baiwei was startled and instinctively concealed her phone. She looked up and saw Yan Qingshu with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, staring intently at her. Xia Baiwei's heart sank, and she hurriedly asked, "Qingshu, what happened to you?" Fortunately, Yan Qingshu did not notice her slight movement. Her eyes radiated deep-seated hatred. "That Su Mu humiliated me so profoundly. I wish I could kill him." Xia Baiwei gasped. "Kill someone? Are you out of your mind? You must know that murder is a crime. Moreover, Su Mu is a man who has already caused Qin Peng to suffer. How could we possibly be his match?" Yan Qingshu said fiercely, "No, Su Mu must die." Her pride had been trampled by Su Mu to the ground, and her heart had long harbored an intense loathing for him. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "However, as 2 frail women, we indeed cannot accomplish this task. Then let us seek external assistance. We shall storm into Su Mu's villa, seize his supplies, and then drive him out to fend for himself." A cruel smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Doesn't he enjoy flaunting those pictures of food? Let that scoundrel experience the agony of hunger and cold. Upon hearing that it did not involve her directly committing murder, Xia Baiwei felt a wave of relief wash over her, followed by a secret delight. She had been troubled about how to prove her worth and earn Su Mu's trust. And now, an opportunity had presented itself. Yet, she remained hesitant, unsure whether to betray him outright or to follow Yan Qingshu in this endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to seize this opportunity. After all, confronting Su Mu directly to seize food was far more advantageous than relying on his hollow promises. Xia Baiwei felt a surge of excitement. Leaning forward eagerly, "Count me in," she exclaimed with indignation. "This Su Mu has gone too far. Even if he refuses to provide us with food, he shouldn't mock us with filth. It has left me reeking, and I loathe him for it. However, who should they seek for assistance? Lu Wei or Qin Peng?" Yan Qingshu shook her head. "No, we cannot involve Qin Peng and his ruthless gang. Even if we successfully infiltrate Su Mu's villa, they would seize all the supplies, leaving us with nothing. Moreover, they might ensnare us in their schemes. Let's turn to Han Lei." Upon receiving Yan Qingshu's call, Han Lei could scarcely believe that the goddess herself had invited him to her residence. He hurriedly grabbed the last package of ham from his home and dashed out. But as he reached the door, he reconsidered and took a few sticks to leave behind, before enthusiastically knocking on Yan Qingshu's door. After a few days apart, Yan Qingshu appeared slightly haggard, although she wore light makeup. It could not conceal the remnants of her tears, which tugged at Han Lei's heartstrings. Su Mu has tormented me. I seek revenge. Yan Qingshu cut straight to the chase, locking her gaze on Han Lei's eyes and asking, "Will you help me?" Upon hearing that his goddess had been wronged, Han Lei felt a surge of righteous anger coursing through him. How could Su Mu be so despicable as to bully a woman? He pounded his slightly frail chest, assuring her, "Fear not. I shall certainly stand up for you and teach him a proper lesson." Yan Qingshu rose, wrapping her arms around Han Lei's, gently swaying as she sweetly remarked, "I knew you would be the best for me." Su Mu's home was stocked with an abundance of delectable treats, and he had even shared videos showcasing his cozy abode with a fireplace, radiating warmth, perfect for this chilly weather, where one could confidently don a tank top and shorts. "We must devise a plan to seize his house." Leaning her head ever so slightly on Han Lei's shoulder, she added, "From now on, we shall live there together. What do you think?" Through layers of clothing, Han Lei could feel the faint, soft sensation of Yan Qingshu against him, causing his head to spin. Without a second thought, he readily agreed, absolutely. His disdain for Su Mu had long been simmering, fueled by the fact that Su Mu was slightly more handsome and wealthier than he. Both had pursued Yan Qingshu, with Su Mu holding the upper hand. Now that Yan Qingshu had explicitly invited him to confront Su Mu, it seemed their bond had irreparably frayed, and he was the man she trusted the most. Why else would she seek him out first, instead of anyone else? Perhaps this is what love truly is. Chapter 40. Who will kill whom remains uncertain. Furthermore, Yan Qingshu had even mentioned that once they acquired Su Mu's house, they would live together. Is this a hint or a promise? Han Lei's breath grew heavy. "All right, I shall seize his house and have you move in." Yan Qingshu felt a surge of satisfaction. She had not anticipated how easily Han Lei could be deceived, which rekindled her confidence in her allure. That selfish and shameless Su Mu, should we recklessly attempt to take his property, he would undoubtedly retaliate. After pondering, she continued, "Thus, we must arm ourselves, trick him into opening the door, and then storm in to eliminate him." Xia Baiwei chimed in, fueling the fire. "Yes, eliminate him. Eliminate him." She spat with venom. "This scoundrel dares to mock us, and even sullied me." Upon hearing this, Han Lei hesitated. The notion of taking a life seemed simple in conversation, yet he had only witnessed such acts in films and novels. They were all individuals living in a civilized society, raised with an education that instilled a deep-seated aversion to such grisly deeds. Furthermore, the relentless snow would eventually cease, and once societal order was restored, would he not be condemned to a lifetime in prison for committing murder? Observing Han Lei's uncertainty, Yan Qingshu's expression darkened. "What? Do you disagree? Su Mu has bullied me so, and you still show him mercy." She abruptly turned her back to Han Lei, weeping. "It seems your declarations of love for me were all a facade." Han Lei, witnessing Yan Qingshu's anger, panicked. No. My love for you is as vast as the heavens. Qingshu, please do not be upset. I will heed your wishes." He clenched his teeth. As long as he could obtain Yan Qingshu, what was a little bloodshed? He would do it. The city was now blanketed in snow, and the police were unable to respond. At worst, he would clean up the scene meticulously to avoid leaving any trace. Besides, the two women were accomplices and would surely not betray their own. Yan Qingshu immediately turned her sorrow into joy, leaping into his embrace and planting a heavy kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "I knew you would agree. You are the best to me." Without further ado, while the day still held light, they decided to proceed. "We'll first deceive Su Mu into opening the door, and then we shall." She lifted her head from Han Lei's shoulder and mimicked a throat-slitting gesture with her hand. The group rummaged through drawers and cabinets, discovering 2 kitchen knives, a paring knife, and removing 2 legs from a chair before setting off towards Su Mu's residence with a palpable air of menace. On the way, Han Lei called Su Mu, stating he had something of utmost importance to discuss face-to-face. Previously, as a rival in pursuit of Yan Qingshu, his relationship with Su Mu had been rather tenuous, merely acquaintances at best, and Su Mu lazily inquired, "What is it that requires an in-person meeting?" Han Lei had already devised his response. "A friend of mine happens to be a subordinate of Qin Peng. I heard him say that Qin Peng has recently gathered many followers, intending to take revenge on you. Of course, this information came at a price. To learn of their specific plans, Su Mu would need to part with some food. If it truly assists me, what harm is there in sharing a little sustenance? He sneered coldly within, knowing that regardless of the veracity of the matter, as long as he remained within the villa, armed with merely a few crowbars and steel pipes, even if Qin Peng had 100 lackeys, they would be unable to breach his sanctuary. However, Su Mu felt a twinge of confusion. Han Lei, even if aware of this news, should have been reveling in schadenfreude from the sidelines. How could he possibly be benevolent enough to inform him? When circumstances deviate from the norm, there lies a hidden agenda. With a sardonic smile, Su Mu resolved to engage in their game, keen to discern Han Lei's ulterior motives. If he wished to converse face-to-face, let him come through the underground parking garage and elaborate on the situation. Surely, I shall not treat him unfairly. Han Lei was elated, surprised by how easily Su Mu fell into his trap. He cast a triumphant glance at Yan Qingshu and proceeded towards the underground garage. The wind and snow that infiltrated the garage blanketed the parked cars in a thick layer of snow, rendering the entire underground space akin to a vast ice cellar. Upon reaching the entrance to Su Mu's garage, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei concealed themselves nearby, weapons in hand, to avoid detection through the peephole. The two exchanged a glance with Han Lei, signaling him to knock on the door and lure Su Mu out. Han Lei nodded, his hand brushing against the fruit knife hidden within his sleeve, instilling him with newfound confidence. He knocked on the door, his gloved hand producing a dull thud. However, after a prolonged silence, there was no response from within, as if Su Mu had not heard him at all. Han Lei shivered with the cold and was about to call Su Mu when Yan Qingshu whispered to him. The signal in the underground garage is poor. I've tried, and the phone simply won't connect. The sound of your knocking is too faint. Use the chair leg instead. Who is it? What are you knocking for? It's incredibly noisy. Finally, an impatient voice from inside the door emerged, belonging to Su Mu. A few individuals exchanged surprised glances, tightening their grips on their weapons, eagerly awaiting Su Mu to open the door so they could rush in. It was their first time engaging in such a murderous endeavor, and they felt a twinge of anxiety. However, the thought of eliminating Su Mu and moving into his warm, comfortable abode filled with ample provisions steeled their resolve. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Su Mu still did not open the door. Han Lei, growing anxious, shouted from outside, Su Mu, open the door quickly and let me in. We need to discuss matters. Through the surveillance camera, Su Mu had already spotted Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei, who were lurking nearby with knives. A chill coursed through him. He had underestimated the malice of Yan Qingshu. Having just toyed with her, she was now seeking revenge. And how many days had it been since the heavy snow had sealed off the city? They dared to contemplate murder and seizing his home? A murderous glint spread across Su Mu's eyes. With such inept individuals as you, do you truly believe you can kill me? Who will be the hunter and who the hunted remains uncertain. My door is frozen shut. I cannot open it. He replied coolly, you may speak from outside. I can hear you just fine. Han Lei was momentarily taken aback. If Su Mu refused to open the door, how could their subsequent plans proceed? Su Mu, this is a matter of life and death for you. I genuinely have something of great importance to discuss with you. The chill outside is unbearable. How could you allow your savior to freeze in such conditions? This is quite disrespectful, Han Lei earnestly implored, hoping that Su Mu would open the door and let him in. I already mentioned that the garage door is frozen solid and cannot be opened. Su Mu's impatient voice resonated from within, seemingly indifferent to the so-called secret that Han Lei spoke of. Caught off guard by Su Mu's lack of reaction, Han Lei found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Yan Qingshu could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward, wielding a kitchen knife, and began to strike the door furiously, her mouth spewing curses. With the deception failing, they resorted to a forceful assault. Han Lei and Xie Baiwei, witnessing the scene, also drew their weapons and began to strike at the door wildly. However, the heavy alloy door was impervious to the feeble attempts of these individuals armed with only knives and wooden sticks. Their efforts left no mark whatsoever. Startled by their frenzy, Su Mu quickly retrieved a handgun from his infinite space, clicking the safety off, preparing to shoot them through a small opening. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, realizing that simply shooting them would be too lenient. With a sly grin, he fetched a ladder from his infinite space, climbed up, opened a pre-existing small hole above the door, and after removing his trousers, drew another gun, aiming it outside and firing. Chapter 41. Recently, I have indulged in an abundance of meat, and the odor has become rather pungent. Ah, what is this, warm and moist? Yan Qingshu and her companions remained oblivious to the sudden appearance of a small hole above them, continuing their fervent attempts to break down the door. Without warning, a warm liquid cascaded over them, and upon detecting the peculiar, acrid odor, they finally grasped the reality of their situation, erupting into high-pitched screams. This indeed was urine. As the repugnant liquid drenched them, the two women shrieked as if they were being slaughtered, instinctively retreating to a safe distance, crouching on the ground and retching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Han Lei's eyes blazed with fury, and he pounded the door with even greater force. Sumu, I swear you better come out. I will end you. Positioned in the center, he bore the brunt of Sumu's foul prank and was consumed by rage. Sumu, en face Yan Lei's vehement curses, laughed heartily. Ah, how does it feel to be drenched in warm urine? Apologies, I've indulged a bit too much in meat lately, resulting in a rather pungent aroma. I hope you can overlook it. A bunch of fools. You think you can come and kill me? You're far too early for that. Ah, Sumu, you scoundrel. Show yourself. Han Lei, wielding a fruit knife, flailed against the alloy door in a desperate frenzy, yet remained impervious to his efforts. In his exertion, the knife unexpectedly snapped, the broken tip narrowly grazing his forehead as it flew away, leaving a deep gash. Han Lei broke out in a cold sweat. Had it veered just a fraction more, it could have pierced his skull. Having narrowly escaped death, he found himself dampened with a fresh wave of fear. After a while, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his forehead and hastily covered the wound with his hand, crying out in agony as he fled in panic. Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei, witnessing this, abandoned the fallen kitchen knife and hurriedly followed suit. In their chaotic retreat, Su Mu observed every detail through the surveillance. Yet he had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he raised his beer and drank it down in one gulp, to alleviate his pent-up resentment. He thought it far more entertaining to let these individuals live, slowly consumed by the terror of the apocalypse, rather than simply shooting them down. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in romance of the Three Kingdoms 7, having just recruited the exceptional General Zhao Yun and was eager to showcase his prowess. Han Lei, on the other hand, trembled uncontrollably, having narrowly escaped death moments ago, still haunted by the experience. After catching her breath, Yan Qingshu glanced up and was appalled to see Han Lei covered in filth, with urine staining her sofa. She immediately pointed at him and screamed, "Ah, get away! You're filthy! Who allowed you to sit on my sofa?" Han Lei felt deeply aggrieved by the disdain of the goddess before him. After all, he had sought out Su Mu to avenge Yan Qingshu. Instead, not only had he been drenched in humiliation, but he had also nearly lost his life. Rather than expressing concern for him, Yan Qingshu seemed more troubled by the state of her sofa. Did he mean so little to her, overshadowed by a mere piece of furniture? However, Han Lei dared not retaliate against Yan Qingshu's anger. He quickly stood up and apologized. "I'm sorry, Qingshu. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei were both overwhelmed by the unpleasant odor of urine, a scent so repugnant that it compelled them to urgently change their clothes. With a swift wave of her hand, she ordered him to leave, stating, "You must hurry and exit. We need to change." Han Lei sighed, placing the half package of sausages he had brought on the coffee table before departing from Yan Qingshu's home. Su Mu was correct. His recent consumption of meat had indeed intensified the odor of his urine. After all, the stench was not limited to their garments. It had permeated their hair and faces, with some of the liquid even trickling down their necks into their undergarments. However, the frigid weather had rendered the water pipes frozen, making bathing or washing one's hair utterly impossible. The risk of catching a cold in such conditions could be fatal, especially since the hospital system had ground to a halt, leaving them with only a scant supply of cold medicine at home. They could only endure the nausea, pouring a few precious drops of hot water from the kettle and vigorously scrubbing their bodies with towels, wishing they could peel away a layer of skin. You and Yan Qingshu conspired against me. Is this your idea of proving your worth? I dare say you will never gain entry to my villa again. Su Mu was not the type to suffer in silence. After finishing a game, he sent 2 messages to Xie Baiwei and casually forwarded her incriminating chat screenshots to Yan Qingshu. Ah, you wretched person, how dare you speak of me like that? Yan Qingshu, having finally managed to cleanse herself, picked up her phone only to be met with such inflammatory messages, igniting her fury. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Xie Baiwei, pinning her to the ground and clawing at her face in a tempest of indignation. Women are inherently enamored with beauty, and Yan Qingshu is no exception. With her long, exquisite nails, she unleashed a furious assault, carving several deep gashes across Xie Baiwei's face. Although Xie Baiwei could not comprehend the sudden outburst of Yan Qingshu, the brutal self-destruction provoked her ire, prompting her to retaliate with a piercing scream. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, pulling each other's hair, grasping at arms, and clawing at one another's faces. It was only when they were utterly drained of energy that they ceased their combat, yet continued to glare at each other with palpable animosity, as if they wished to consume one another's very hearts. Upon finally uncovering the truth behind the turmoil, Xie Baiwei felt an overwhelming disdain for Su Mu. However, she was also secretly alarmed by Su Mu's ruthless nature. A mere moment of hesitation on her part, a fleeting thought of opportunism, had led to him capturing their conversation and sending it to Yan Qingshu. Reflecting on the situation, Xie Baiwei hastily sent an apologetic message to Su Mu, claiming that Yan Qingshu and Han Lei were too vigilant, leaving her no chance to forewarn him. She fervently vowed to unite with him henceforth, striving to prove her worth. Regrettably, Su Mu remained unresponsive, leaving Xie Baiwei in a state of perpetual unease. Following this upheaval, the fragile bond of their superficial sisterhood was rendered even more precarious. Xie Baiwei promptly relocated to another room, and both parties chose to ignore one another. While the altercation between Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei caused little commotion, the extravagant expenditure by Wang Hao on provisions sent ripples throughout the entire community, awakening everyone to the stark reality of the scarcity of resources. At the onset of the snow disaster, there were still some individuals who amicably shared resources with their neighbors. However, as time has passed, everyone has become increasingly anxious, clutching their food supplies tightly, exhibiting a level of stinginess that surpasses even that of a miser. Even when approached by their closest friends seeking a morsel to eat, they would offer various excuses to decline. In Qin Peng's household, he held his smartphone tightly, sneering repeatedly as he commanded, "Ergo, take note of those who have sent friend requests, such as Wang Hao." And Lu Qian, that dim-witted woman, is a food vlogger who usually hoards a significant amount of food. The fact that she can still spare provisions for Zhang Lili indicates that she has plenty left. Oh, and don't forget Lu Chuanxia, that old hag. If it weren't for her meddling, I wouldn't have been injured. Indeed, Qin Peng has begun to entertain malicious thoughts. Accustomed to violence, he understands that the essence of this world is survival of the fittest. Moreover, with the city effectively paralyzed by the heavy snowfall, government offices and police stations are practically non-functional, rendering them powerless to intervene. On the first day of the snow disaster, although Qin Peng had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, the sudden influx of over a dozen subordinates has multiplied his consumption by more than tenfold, making it unsustainable for long. Additionally, after being drenched a couple of days prior, 2 of his subordinates have developed high fevers, and under these frigid conditions, the usual cold remedies are proving to be woefully ineffective, leaving them to endure the illness. Thus, he is in dire need of a fresh supply of resources to appease his subordinates. However, Qin Peng is currently wary of offending someone like Wang Hao, a top-tier, rich second generation, and is forced to shift his focus towards the common folk. Chapter 42. Another unremarkable day. Initially, Qin Peng reached out to Lu Wei and Chao Guangming, seeking collaboration with the two. When the snow first fell, they had collectively purchased a substantial amount of supplies, making them among the most well-stocked households in the building. Chao Guangming, a manager at a publicly listed company with a fortune in the millions, was not particularly impressed by individuals of Qin Peng's ilk, and given his social standing, he felt no fear of him. However, with everyone confined to their homes by the heavy snowfall, and with Qin Peng's reckless demeanor accompanied by a large entourage of subordinates, Chao Guangming, being astute, recognized the wisdom of not drawing attention to oneself. After weighing the pros and cons, he generously decided to donate half of his supplies to Qin Peng without condition. Nevertheless, he politely declined Qin Peng's suggestion to allow his subordinates to stay at his home, citing the inconvenience of having his wife and children present. Observing his willingness to cooperate, Qin Peng chose not to press the matter further. In stark contrast, Lu Wei resolutely rejected Qin Peng's overtures and refused to part with even a fraction of his supplies. As the proprietor of a martial arts gym, he was quite capable himself and had a loyal group of followers, matching Qin Peng in strength. Qin Peng chuckled to himself. Taking note of this incident, he was biding his time, awaiting the recovery of his health, the improvement of his subordinates' colds, and the arrival of a suitable opportunity. On the 10th day of the snowbound city, despair began to permeate the atmosphere. The snow continued to fall relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. Outside, the snow had accumulated to depths of 4 to 5 meters, completely submerging the ground floor of the apartment building and covering most of the second floor. The military even took the risk of using helicopters to airdrop supplies to various neighborhoods, and Danfeng Bailu community received a portion. However, with a multitude of people and scant resources, over 10,000 residents in the community were faced with just over a ton of supplies, which was utterly insufficient. Before the property management could organize a distribution, the news spread, and a throng of people descended, seizing everything in sight. Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei arrived late and managed to grab nothing at all. Qin Peng and his companions, relying on their numbers, managed to snatch only 3 bags of flour and 2 boxes of instant noodles. During this tumultuous time, several altercations broke out, leaving some residents bloodied and bruised, further inflaming tensions among the community. Even those fortunate enough to have obtained food could barely extend their sustenance for 2 or 3 additional days. Su Mu became aware of the situation. However, with ample supplies in his limitless space, he had no desire to participate. This was also the military's sole airdrop of supplies. Prompted by a sudden heavy snowfall that rendered resources scarce across the country, compounded by the bitter cold and fierce winds of 6 or 7 degrees. It was perilous for helicopters to take off and drop supplies in such conditions. How much longer would this dreadful weather persist? Our provisions are nearly depleted. I am so hungry. I haven't eaten for a day, and there's no water to drink. Is there anyone who can help me? My family also has nothing to eat. If anyone has food, I am willing to pay 20,000 for a pack of instant noodles. I will buy as well. Does anyone have any to spare? Su Mu grinned and snapped several photos of braised beef, promptly sharing them in the group. Finally awake, it had been a long time since he enjoyed a lazy morning. Once again, it is an unremarkable day. For lunch, I indulged in braised beef, pondering whether others have had their meals yet. Gazing at the steaming, thumb-sized chunks of beef, one cannot help but swallow in anticipation. In the late hours of the evening, is there truly someone tempting fate with such delectable imagery? I feel a pang of sorrow, having only consumed a single meal today, porridge, no less, scarcely containing a mere handful of rice, relying solely on the broth to satiate my hunger. Alas, it is already the 10th day of being snowbound, and yet, how is it possible that there remains food, particularly braised beef? Dear friend, I would gladly part with 50,000 for your share of that braised beef. Given that you possess ample provisions, it would be commendable to share them with others, especially since we all reside in the same building. Indeed, many are on the brink of starvation. Do they not understand that saving a life is worth more than the construction of a magnificent pagoda? Observing the fervent discussions within the group, I, Su Mu, can only scoff derisively. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of a pagoda? Nonsense. In this lifetime, I have no intentions of playing the martyr. If I were to embody any figure of reverence, it would be that of a formidable deity. My apologies. I was preoccupied with my meal and neglected to check my phone. After a brief interval, an image of an empty dish, devoid of anything but the remnants of broth, was shared once more. I let out a hearty belch, and I must admit, the braised beef from the five-star hotel is truly exquisite. Noticing that Lao Mo still gazes at me, seemingly unsatisfied, I retrieved another portion of braised beef from my infinite space and poured it into his food container, capturing a photograph to share with the group. The neighbors were instantly incensed, and some began to tag Sumu, exclaiming, "Sumu, what on earth do you mean by this? Are you sending such images merely to tantalize us? If you're unwilling to share with us, then refrain from posting such trivialities that tempt our appetites. How could you possibly have braised beef, yet choose to feed it to your dog instead of sharing it with your neighbors? Are you even human? If you do not cherish it, then do not inflict harm." The strands of the braised beef were somewhat coarse. Sumu casually picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth and, with a nonchalant demeanor, declared, "Indeed, I am tempting you. I wish to let you know just how splendidly I am living. Furthermore, this is not the first time I have shared similar photos in the group. It seems you have only just noticed." He even took pleasure in seeing neighbors pleading for food on social media, enthusiastically liking their posts and adding captions like, "Haven't you anything to eat? How splendid, for I have plenty." He would then thoughtfully attach an image, either of roast chicken, steak, or steaming rice. The crowd was taken aback, only to erupt in furious curses. "Damn it, you little rascal. You're truly asking for trouble. Hurry up and bring that food over here, or I swear I will come down and deal with you. Indeed, this fellow is exceedingly infuriating. I can no longer restrain myself. Who will join me in giving him a good thrashing and, while we're at it, seize his provisions? Count me in." In the face of such extreme weather, individuals found themselves confined within their homes for over 10 days, leading to a gradual accumulation of pent-up frustration. The oppressive combination of cold and hunger became the final straw, prompting them to resort to desperate measures for a morsel of sustenance. Witnessing this dire situation, Qin Peng felt a surge of elation. Their stockpiled supplies were nearly depleted, and at last, an opportunity for action had arisen. The morale of the group was ripe for mobilization. He promptly proclaimed within a group, "I am Qin Peng, the owner of Unit 7001, volunteering to lead us through this snow disaster. In these trying circumstances, we must unite to overcome adversity. Thus, I propose that we gather all our resources and distribute them equitably among ourselves." Upon hearing Qin Peng endorse her idea, Lu Chunxia beamed with excitement, being the first to express her agreement. "Indeed, I had suggested this very approach at the onset of the snow disaster, and experience has proven it to be the most effective means of survival." The other homeowners, equally incensed, voiced their support, eagerly awaiting Qin Peng to spearhead an assault on Sumu's residence, hoping to capitalize on the chaos to acquire additional supplies. Sumu, observing this unfolding drama, merely smiled with amusement, utterly unconcerned. "With such a disorganized mob, how could you possibly breach my meticulously fortified villa? Since you all consent, I kindly ask that you entrust all your supplies to me, and I shall oversee their distribution to each household." Listening to the exchanges, Qin Peng nodded, finally revealing his true intentions. "Oh, are we not here to seize Sumu's provisions?" The homeowners were taken aback. The script deviated significantly from their expectations. The supplies at Sumu's residence were undoubtedly to be seized. Yet before that, it was imperative to ensure the stability and purity of the entire Building 7. "Lu Chunxia, since you were the one to propose this idea, let us commence with your household." Qin Peng, like a venomous serpent, gradually revealed his fangs. "What?" His malicious words left Lu Chunxia momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that Qin Peng would not target Su Mu's hoarded supplies, but instead focus on her first. Flustered, she exclaimed, "But my food is all gone. There are no supplies left at home." Qin Peng's expression darkened immediately. "What? You propose this idea, and yet do not support my efforts? Is it a lack of trust in me, or is it a selfish desire? Unwilling to share your supplies with your neighbors?" A barrage of accusations struck Lu Chunxia dumbfounded. These remarks seemed more fitting for her to express. Nevertheless, she did not believe that Qin Peng would dare to harm her. With a facade of bravado, she retorted in the group, "You wish. I simply refuse to comply. Do you think you can kill me?" Those were your words. Qin Peng, with a grim demeanor, waved his hand. "Brothers, it's time to act." Leaning on 2 sticks as crutches, he personally led the team to gather supplies. Qin Peng was remarkably fortunate, as his home was conveniently stocked with medicinal supplies for treating knife wounds. The third leg, severed by Su Mu, miraculously showed no signs of infection or inflammation and was gradually healing. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanxia huddled in her home, trembling with fear. Her spouse, Wang Dehai, was barricading the door with furniture while lamenting her reckless chatter in the group. Now, they had provoked the formidable Qin Peng. Su Mu poured himself a glass of red wine, settled onto the sofa, and observed the footage on the monitor with the black dog, Lao Mo, quietly resting at his feet. Although Qin Peng's audacious actions were somewhat unexpected, they brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. After all, who doesn't relish the spectacle of dogs fighting dogs? Before long, Qin Peng, accompanied by a dozen of his ruffian associates wielding crowbars and steel pipes, arrived at Lu Chuanxia's doorstep, vociferously berating them. Upon realizing they had truly come to confront them, Lu Chuanxia and her husband instinctively clung to each other in terror. Chapter 43. Their dogs bite each other. What does it matter to me? With a pack of ferocious companions at his side, Qin Peng swiftly smashed open the door to Lu Chuanxia's residence with a crowbar. They forcefully cleared away the obstacles blocking the entrance and stormed into her home. Leaning on his cane, Qin Peng slowly advanced, striking the terrified Lu Chuanxia, who stood frozen in shock, causing her to fall to the floor, blood seeping from her mouth. He sneered, "You old hag, not only do you defy my orders, but you also dare to confront me in the group. Attack her." Instantly, his gang descended upon the elderly couple, raining blows upon them. How could 2 septuagenarians withstand such a ferocious onslaught? Their cries of anguish echoed through the air as they pleaded for mercy from Qin Peng. "Big brother Qin, please stop. We were wrong. We exchanged supplies. Can't we just return them? Had I known it would come to this, why do we wait so long?" Lu Chuanxia was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through her body. She hurriedly crawled a few steps forward and clutched Qin Peng's thigh, pleading desperately, "Brother Qin, you cannot take everything away. It's still snowing heavily outside, and we have no way to go out and buy anything. Please, leave a little for us old couple, or how shall we survive?" Qin Peng responded with a kick to her face, declaring, "I care not how you survive. If it weren't for you, everyone would have been able to buy food and store it, and we wouldn't be facing all this trouble now." The thought that it was because of her that he had been shot in the leg by Su Mu ignited a furious rage within him. Grabbing his cane, he struck her mercilessly. Before long, Lu Chuanxia lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. "Old woman, what has happened to you?" Wang Dehai rushed over, shaking her a few times. When he realized his partner was unresponsive, he struggled to his feet and charged at Qin Peng, shouting, "You've killed my wife. I will fight you." Qin Peng, unable to evade due to his limited mobility, was knocked down by Wang Dehai's reckless charge. In a fit of madness, Wang Dehai clawed and struck at him, while his subordinates hurriedly restrained him and helped Qin Peng back up. Qin Peng felt a sharp pain in his injured leg, possibly reopened, and his fury escalated. "Strike! Kill this old fool. I will take responsibility for any consequences." The younger brothers surged forward, unleashing a torrent of blows upon Wang Dehai, swiftly rendering him unconscious. To amplify the intimidation, one of them was specifically tasked with recording the incident and disseminating the video in the group chat of Building Number 7, boasting, "This is the fate that awaits those who oppose me. Qin Peng, you now have 1 hour to deliver all supplies to my residence, where I shall oversee their distribution. Otherwise, prepare for my men to come knocking at your doors one by one." After viewing the video, Su Mu let out a sigh. In such frigid weather, with their food supplies depleted, that elderly woman was doomed. However, this was merely a case of dogs biting dogs. It was of no concern to me. Su Mu tilted his head back and drained the last of his beer, continuing to tease old Mo. The snow disaster had now reached its 10th day, and the police station's phone lines had long been rendered inoperative, while government assistance remained elusive. The latent malevolence hidden within human nature began to surface gradually. The video capturing Qin Peng robbing Lu Chuanxia's family of their supplies sparked a tremendous uproar in the group. Particularly haunting was the image of the elderly couple lying on the ground, bloodied and bruised, which evoked a profound sense of sorrow among the residents. Yet, they remained silent, none daring to speak up in the group chat. Instead, they engaged in private conversations or phone calls, deliberating whether to submit or resist. "Brother, we thoroughly searched that elderly woman's home and only managed to seize a box of instant noodles, 2 bundles of vegetables, 5 packs of ham, over 50 pounds of rice, 2 bags of flour, a few pounds of meat, and some cooking oil and seasonings. Though there appears to be an abundance of provisions, with so many brothers present, even a most frugal consumption would only sustain us for a week at most." Ergo leaned closer to Qin Peng and whispered, "But we have no idea when this snow will cease. What shall we do then?" Qin Peng shot him a sidelong glance. "Did I not share the video in the group? After an hour, we will collect the supplies. The distribution will be determined by us brothers, won't it? Given the fate of that old hag, I doubt these fellows will dare to oppose us." Yet, Ergo wore a troubled expression. "We cannot underestimate them. A cornered rabbit may bite. What if they unite against us? This entire building houses nearly 100 households. If each household sends out a man, we could be overpowered." He continued, "Moreover, with the bitter cold outside and the dwindling supplies, the situation is bound to worsen. What if the residents from other buildings decide to attack us?" Ergo, whose real name is Go Wenbin, earned the nickname due to his family's lineage as the second son. He is a genuine university student, possessing a modicum of knowledge and a keen perspective on issues, which has garnered Qin Peng's respect. Reflecting on Ergo's concerns, Qin Peng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Then what shall we do? I have already made threatening remarks in the group. Should we simply let them off the hook?" Ergo pondered for a moment. Establishing authority is essential. The crucial point is to manage the aftermath effectively. We must first consolidate this building under the elder brother's leadership to prevent it from devolving into chaos. However, we must not relentlessly extort these individuals. We must offer them some incentives and then selectively recruit the robust men to join our ranks. Only by expanding our numbers and strengthening our force can we secure our very existence. A smile crept across Qin Peng's face as he agreed. "All right, let us proceed as you suggest. But what if they fail to surrender the supplies after an hour?" Ergo replied, "Then we shall find another target to establish our authority." "Who shall we target? Perhaps we should eliminate that Lu Wei first? I have endured him for far too long." "No, let's first choose the softer targets. Let us go after that female college student who streams her meals." A cruel smile appeared on Ergo's face. As the adage goes, survival of the fittest. We must first eliminate the useless elderly, women, and children, and then threaten and entice the strong to join us, enabling our continuous growth and expansion. Qin Peng burst into laughter. His mind began to devise how to establish his own organization, perhaps even carve out a niche for himself in this apocalyptic world. To earn a person's respect is not derived from kindness, but from strength. When one is powerful, the entire world greets them with warmth. However, Su Mu remained oblivious to Qin Peng's grand ambitions and had no desire to know. His sole wish was to quietly reside within the safety of his refuge, indifferent to the raging storms of the outside world. As for Qin Peng's plundering of the neighbor's supplies, Su Mu felt no interest, fully aware that it was their only means of survival. He did not succumb to despair, but instead began to focus on strengthening his own body. In this apocalyptic world, where medical resources are scarce, a robust physique is indispensable. Su Mu devised a rigorous exercise regimen for himself, committed to adhering to it strictly unless exceptional circumstances arose. An hour swiftly elapsed, yet none from Building 7 volunteered to surrender supplies to Qin Peng. Everyone remained watchful, wagering that Qin Peng would not dare to provoke the entire building by resorting to the brazen theft of their provisions. Lu Chunxia, after all, was merely a property manager, while many among them were societal elites. Once the heavy snow ceased and societal order was restored, any one of them could easily make Qin Peng regret his audacity. A cruel smile crept across Qin Peng's face as he mused. "Ergu, you were indeed correct. These individuals will not shed tears until faced with the grave. Let us proceed to the 20th floor. That live-streaming girl is alone and possesses a considerable stockpile of supplies. She shall be our prime target. His next chosen victim to establish dominance was Lu Qian, the university student. Chapter 44. In a world of despair, lives are worthless. Due to a power outage, the elevator was no longer operational. Qin Peng and his entourage of over 10, clad in thick garments and armed with crowbars and fire axes, ascended the stairs to Lu Qian's doorstep. Qin Peng's injury was aggravated when Wang Dehai inadvertently collided with him, causing the previous wound to reopen. Yet, in a bid to further intimidate the neighbors, he simply applied some ointment and resolutely led the charge for this operation. After an hour of exercise, Sumu wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and entered the surveillance room, where monitors displayed the movements of Qin Peng and his group throughout the entire complex with crystal clarity. He chose not to venture out for a rescue. Instead, he took a bottle of beer and sat quietly on the sofa, savoring the moment. In this apocalyptic world, he had witnessed such events countless times. He felt indifferent and had no desire to intervene. As the sound of pounding on the door echoed from outside, Lu Qian's face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, after withholding food from Zhang Lily the last time, she had foreseen such a scenario and had prudently fortified the entrance with heavy furniture, such as the sofa and cabinets. Watching the door being relentlessly battered, Lu Qian frantically dialed the police station, but to her dismay, all she encountered was silence. No one answered. Realizing that this avenue was futile, she resorted to calling for help in the group chat, unaware that she had unwittingly joined the group using a different account. This is Lu Qian from Unit 2 on the 20th floor. This is my alternate account. Someone is breaking down my door, and I am terrified. I cannot even reach 110. Neighbors, please help me. It seemed that none of her neighbors noticed her plea. Not a single soul responded. As the door was on the verge of being breached and the cabinet barricade trembled under the force of Qin Peng and his companions, Lu Qian's fear escalated. Whoever comes to my aid, I shall reward them with a pack of instant noodles. No, 5 packs. Upon reading this message, some began to waver. And after a moment of hesitation, one replied, "But there are so many of them. Our building has plenty of people too. Are you all not men?" Ignoring any reservations, Lu Qian unleashed a frantic outcry in the chat. With 70 or 80 strong men, are you afraid of a few ruffians? I will remember those who spoke up just now. Qin Peng ominously proclaimed that anyone who dared to interfere with his endeavors would be considered his adversary. The group fell silent, and those who had previously spoken trembled with fear. They hastily barricaded their doors with heavy objects, fearing Qin Peng's wrath. Despite her desperate gaze, the imposing figures effortlessly breached the barricade of furniture. Her harrowing screams echoed through the residence. After an extended period, the group emerged, laden with provisions and supplies. Their spirits lifted. They had plundered nearly every consumable and usable item from her home, even dismantling and carrying away wooden furniture. They exclaimed that they had discovered an unexpected cache of provisions, enough to satiate their appetites for days, marveling at their fortune. They rejoiced at the prospect of a hearty meal after days of deprivation. They lewdly commented on the woman's fair complexion and captivating cries. They remarked that Brother Ergo had reaped a considerable reward, as the college student was still a virgin. Whispers circulated about Qin Peng's initial claim to her virginity, and the inexplicable decision to relinquish it to Brother Ergo. They cautioned each other to remain silent and depart swiftly. After the departure of the marauders, the naked corpse of Lu Qian lay on the frigid floor, her eyes wide with disbelief. They had ultimately succumbed to their desires, shattering the last vestiges of civilization. Sumu sighed before the surveillance cameras, recognizing that the food chain in this apocalyptic world had finally taken shape and the baser instincts of humanity were beginning to proliferate. In this grim reality, once Pandora's box is opened, it unveils the unvarnished laws of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Such occurrences will undoubtedly become more frequent. Qin Peng once again shared the video of his plundering of Lu Qian in the group, brazenly demanding that everyone surrender their supplies within an hour. Otherwise, he threatened to visit each one personally, armed with crowbars and steel pipes, to impart his wisdom. Strangely, Qin Peng felt no sense of guilt. Rather, he perceived an invisible shackle that had bound him being shattered. He even found a certain perverse satisfaction in the arrival of the apocalypse, relishing his newfound power akin to that of an emperor, free to act as he pleased. Indeed, it was quite comfortable. Yet, the loss of Kuan left him somewhat perturbed, as it abruptly reminded him of the term eunuch. Ever since Qin Peng and his associates raided Lu Qian's home and disseminated the footage, many residents of Building 7 could no longer withstand the pressure and began to reach out to Qin Peng voluntarily to surrender their supplies. The news spread, causing some wavering residents to hesitate, secretly taking a portion of their belongings and humbly presenting them to Qin Peng. He accepted everything without objection, even extending invitations to a dozen or so robust male residents to join his ranks, promising an abundance of resources as long as they aligned themselves with him. Tempted by the allure of supplies, these individuals hesitated only momentarily before acquiescing. Qin Peng welcomed a new cadre of subordinates, significantly augmenting his power and emerging as the undisputed leader of Building 7. Ergo, you truly are remarkable. Qin Peng patted Ergo on the shoulder, remarking on his keen understanding of these individual psyches. We have seized their supplies, yet not only do they harbor no resentment, but they express gratitude towards us. Ergo replied with pride, Brother, your praise is appreciated. At present, the inhabitants of Building Number 7 are numerous. Should they unite as one, it would not bode well for us. As long as we do not force them too harshly and provide them with a semblance of hope, they will not resist fiercely. As for the die-hard elements among them, we have ample time to deal with them at our leisure. Commencing the following day, Qin Peng led his subordinates, methodically demanding provisions from each household, starting from the first floor. For those who had not voluntarily surrendered any supplies, they forcibly breached the doors and looted every last item within, leaving the residents to fend for themselves. Naturally, there were homeowners who dared to resist, but the sheer number and brutality of Qin Peng's group overwhelmed them. Not only were the homeowners stripped of all their possessions, but they also endured severe beatings. In such harsh weather, with a scarcity of medicine, it was uncertain whether the injured could survive even 2 days. Before long, news spread that 2 severely wounded homeowners succumbed to the combined toll of cold and starvation. This led to an outpouring of grief throughout the building, filled with cries of despair, pleas for mercy, curses, and threats. Unfortunately, Qin Peng remained unyielding, unmoved by their plight, continuing his relentless pillaging. With no police oversight, they had descended into lawlessness. Even during the plundering of supplies, should they take a fancy to the young maidens of a particular household, they would forcibly abduct them for their own amusement. If the homeowners dared to resist, they would be met with brutal force. A few familiar neighbors secretly banded together for mutual support, resolutely refusing to surrender their provisions. Qin Peng did not indulge them. He rallied the newly allied homeowners, forming a formidable group of over 30 individuals, and commenced a systematic looting. Their numbers were vast, comprised of desperate men, rendering the united homeowners no match for Qin Peng and his cohorts, who swiftly vanquished them. This time, Qin Peng resorted to extreme measures, executing those who resisted most fiercely, seizing all supplies and disseminating photographs and videos in their group chat as a means of intimidation. Su Mu, observing through surveillance, witnessed Qin Peng's heinous acts in stark clarity. He sighed deeply, lamenting that in chaotic times, human life is as fragile as grass. Chapter 45. The complete transformation of Yan Qingshu. Qin Peng shed all pretense, engaging in unrestrained violence and robbery in Building 7. Upon viewing the video Qin Peng shared in the group, Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei trembled in fear. Sustained by the half-pack of ham sausages gifted by Han Lei, the two managed to endure for another 2 days. Now, on the 12th day following the snow disaster, they had exhausted their food supply, relying solely on melted snow for sustenance. In recent days, Qin Peng had been preoccupied with scavenging resources from other floors, temporarily neglecting their plight. However, it would not be long before he arrived at their level. Qingshu, what shall we do? If Qin Peng is willing to kill, and we fail to provide food, We will be doomed once they breach our door. In the frigid confines of their shared accommodation, Xia Baiwei tugged at the increasingly taciturn Yan Qingshu, voicing her concerns with palpable anxiety. After all, residing under the same roof, Yan Qingshu and Xia Baiwei had not completely severed their bond. On the surface, they still appeared to be inseparable companions. Yan Qingshu's hair was a disheveled mess, unwashed for days, resembling a bundle of withered straw and emanating an unpleasant odor. Her complexion was pallid, her eyes deeply sunken, and her lips devoid of color, leaving no trace of her former goddess-like beauty. As she lifted her head, her eyes were bloodshot, and her tone was chillingly indifferent. Well, they barged in. So what? We have only 2 packets of instant noodles and a couple of sausages left, not enough for even one more meal. We can stash them in our undergarments. Can they really search us? She remarked nonchalantly. Oh, and there's half a bottle of Lao Ganma in the kitchen. Let them take it if they wish. They are nothing but thugs, utterly devoid of principles. Yan Qingshu continued with an air of indifference. If they fancy it, at least we might barter our bodies for some food. It's better than starving to death. Or perhaps we should reach out to Sumu again. As long as we can gain entry to his villa, we would be safe. Xia Baiwei's eyes flickered with caution. Let's not forget, he is the one who has caused Qin Peng to suffer. At the mere mention of Sumu, Yan Qingshu reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, vehemently cursing, "Do not speak of that scoundrel in my presence. I would rather die of hunger, endure humiliation at the hands of Qin Peng and his ilk, than ever bow to that wretched woman in supplication." Xia Baiwei fell into silence. Unlike Yan Qingshu, she harbored no significant animosity toward Sumu. In fact, she felt a twinge of regret for having participated in Han Lei and Yan Qingshu's scheme against him, which led to Sumu developing a negative impression of her and cost her the opportunity to enter his villa. I have made up my mind. I shall join Qin Peng's ranks, even if it means becoming their plaything. As long as he assists me in eliminating that scoundrel Sumu, I am willing to undertake any task. Vivi, will you join me? With that, Yan Qingshu lifted her head, tilting it as she gazed at Xia Baiwei. Her eyes were filled with a wild fervor and unyielding resentment, causing Xia Baiwei to shudder involuntarily. What are you jesting about? Qin Peng's group consists of over 30 men. Can you endure that? Xia Baiwei exclaimed loudly. I have heard that the female university student Lu Qian was tortured to death by them. Yan Qingshu shivered, and a flicker of fear crossed her face, but it quickly vanished. It matters not. Sumu has destroyed everything I held dear. As long as Qin Peng aids me in taking his life, I shall endure any number of adversities. She had been deceived and toyed with by Sumu, suffering both financial and emotional losses, and now her sole desire was to eliminate him. Yan Qingshu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Sumu was the individual in the entire community with the most resources at his disposal. His flamboyant personality is quite repugnant. He relishes in sharing his culinary delights with the group daily, much to our chagrin. The discontent among us has long been palpable. Qin Peng, yet again, has suffered injuries at his hands, and given his unwillingness to endure injustice, he will undoubtedly devise a scheme for retribution. When the time comes, Qin Peng will surely storm into his villa, leaving no resources untouched. If I align myself with them, I shall have the opportunity to personally eliminate Sumu. As Yan Qingshu's tone grew increasingly sinister, her expression morphed into one of grotesque intensity. Wei, would you be willing to assist me? Well, very well. Seeing her in such a frenzied state, Xia Baiwei swallowed hard and acquiesced. She then excused herself to the restroom, utilizing her phone to send a message to Sumu. At that moment, Xia Baiwei had already formulated a plan to regain Sumu's trust. Unlike Yan Qingshu, who was both ample in figure and lacking in intellect, she refused to underestimate men, dismissing them as creatures who think solely with their lower selves. She understood that her youth and beauty would not suffice to attract countless admirers merely by beckoning with a finger. Xia Baiwei believed that every affluent individual possessed considerable intellect. Otherwise, they would not have amassed such wealth. In these apocalyptic times, when sustenance is scarce, it is remarkable that Sumu had already taken precautions. stockpiling abundant provisions and even warm supplies. Such a personality is surely marked by extreme caution, reluctant to place trust in just anyone. To gain entry into Su Mu's villa, one must first offer him a benefit and, more importantly, establish a foundation of trust. I initially feigned agreement with Yan Qingshu, deciding to join Qin Peng's faction. As long as I could ascertain when they would invade the Su family, I could promptly relay this information to Su Mu. He would undoubtedly express profound gratitude, granting me access to his residence. Xie Baiwei's heart surged with elation. This was a remarkable opportunity presented by the two fools, Xie Baiwei and Qin Peng. Her eyes sparkled with ambition. You wish to be toyed with, but I'm focused on gaining entry to Su Mu's villa. Upon receiving Xie Baiwei's message, Su Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yan Qingshu would be so resolute, willing to sleep with over 30 men merely for revenge against him. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Indeed, you have demonstrated a certain value. I hope you won't waver as you did last time. Otherwise, Xie Baiwei hastily responded, "That was just a moment of confusion. Rest assured, it will not happen again. Look, I have shared such crucial information with you. May I enter your villa? You must be feeling quite lonely at home, yes? Though I may not possess the beauty of Yan Qingshu, I am still a woman and can assist you in many ways." Su Mu, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, "Do you really believe that the hundreds of intelligent dolls and cat-girl robots within my infinite space are mere decorations? They come in all nationalities, skin tones, and body types, equipped with intelligent voice functions. Everything you could possibly desire is at your disposal." Seeing Xie Baiwei becoming somewhat overbearing, Su Mu coldly remarked, "One must present a token of allegiance to ascend Mount Liang. The value of this information is far insufficient to grant you entry into my villa. Thus, you shall first infiltrate their ranks and report any intelligence to me at your convenience. Should you conduct yourself appropriately, I shall contemplate whether to permit you into my abode. However, I must caution you that Qin Peng's entourage comprises solely men, and I fear their first time is something they wish to reserve for their brothers. You are a clever woman. I trust you will safeguard your own interests. As for your own inexperience, I can hardly believe it. In just 3 short days, Qin Peng had nearly commandeered the entirety of Building 7. All the residents were either compelled to join their ranks or left to perish after being stripped of their resources. Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei had successfully integrated into Qin Peng's faction, yet they were spared the anticipated torment and humiliation, which brought them a sigh of relief. With the biting cold, everyone struggled to find sufficient sustenance and warmth, and even their desires had significantly diminished. Furthermore, with the water pipes frozen, the two had gone several days without grooming, their disheveled appearances and gaunt figures rendering them less alluring, thus allowing them to momentarily evade disaster. Nevertheless, they were still young and beautiful, particularly Yan Qingshu, who was akin to the enchanting Zhang Lily. Although Xie Baiwei fell slightly short in comparison, it was rumored she still possessed her innocence. This piqued Qin Peng's interest as he contemplated adding both of them to his harem. His own endowments may have been severed, yet who decreed that a truncated member could not still serve its purpose? Once the wounds have healed, they may emerge even stronger, brief yet impactful. Once the snow disaster passes, or should he seize that villa in the suburb, Qin Peng will undoubtedly showcase his prowess. Since the elder brother has taken them as his own, the younger ones naturally dare not act recklessly. After all, there are other women in the corridor, rendering it unnecessary to provoke the elder's ire. Only Han Lei, upon learning of this, seethed with indignation, yet he found himself on the brink of starvation. Preoccupied with his own plight, who would heed his counsel? With a deep sigh, he joined Qin Peng's ranks, believing that at the very least, this would bring him closer to his goddess. Should trouble arise, he could still protect her. In just a few days, over 100 residents of Building 7 had divided into 3 small factions, each vying for dominance. The most formidable among them was, of course, Qin Peng, who commanded a loyal cadre of over a dozen devoted followers and had enlisted more than 20 robust male residents to his cause. The two households residing directly across from each other on the same floor, united for warmth and swift mutual aid in times of need. The second group consisted of a dozen familiar residents gathered by Lu Wei, armed with baseball bats, steel pipes, and fire axes for protection. Additionally, there were scattered groups of dozens seeking solace in numbers, which, though appearing numerous, primarily comprised the elderly, the weak, and women and children. On the 15th day, the heavy snow showed no signs of abating, with the accumulation outside reaching heights of 6 to 7 meters, burying the entire second floor of the building. The situation grew increasingly dire. Even though Qin Peng had plundered substantial resources from numerous residents, sustaining his 30-odd followers proved to be exceedingly challenging. He could only divide the food into small portions, first ensuring the supply for his loyal underlings, and then distributing the remainder to the newly joined peripheral members, providing a daily, measured ration. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Su Mu let out a cold laugh and then shared a video in the group. In the warm and luxurious villa, Su Mu, clad in a tank top and shorts, was busy in front of a copper hot pot. A plethora of ingredients lay on the table: beef, lamb, tripe, yellow throat, quail eggs, shrimp paste, fish balls, fresh scallops, meatballs, and an assortment of fresh vegetables. Upon seeing this, the members of the group could hardly contain their drool. Su Mu, it has been ages since I've had a hot meal. Could you spare me a bite? Indeed, Su Mu, I am so hungry. As long as you give me some food, I would do anything you ask. Su Mu, would you consider forming a team? I will be the first to volunteer as your subordinate. Brother Su Mu, it's me, Linner. Just give me a bite to eat, and I can unlock any pose for you. Su Mu automatically disregarded their pleas, astonished. What? You have all gone so long without a hot meal? No worries, just watch me eat. Ancient sages could quench their thirst by gazing at plums. Surely you can stave off hunger by watching me feast. With that, Su Mu began to showcase his culinary skills. He added various condiments to the hot pot, followed by beef, large shrimp, meatballs, and other ingredients. Steam rising and enticing aromas wafting through the air. Lao Mo squatted nearby, watching intently, nearly drooling. With wine and meat, hot pot, and camaraderie, the vibrant warmth of human existence captivates me immensely. Alas, this scoundrel is flaunting his opulence once more. I can no longer contain my frustration. Who will join me in teaching him a lesson? Indeed, this fellow not only deprives us of his culinary offerings, but also tempts us daily. His abode must be filled with delectable delights. Let us besiege his villa and seize his provisions. Brother Peng, let us proceed. I have witnessed with my own eyes how this Su Mu has hoarded an abundance of food, with the Tianhai Pavilion Seafood Restaurant delivering supplies using dozens of carts. Indeed, if we pilfer his bounty, we shall no longer endure hunger. Have you noticed? This Su Mu is clad in short sleeves, indicating that his home must be exceptionally warm. After watching the video, Qin Peng's subordinates were equally enticed, engaging in a flurry of disorganized discussions. Qin Peng, stirred by their excitement, turned to his astute advisor, Go Wenbin. Ergu, what is your perspective? Ergu pondered for a moment before replying. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. We still face dissent from Lu Wei and his faction. Furthermore, Su Mu's villa has been specially fortified. Should we falter in our assault, they could exploit our vulnerabilities. Qin Peng shuddered at the realization. Indeed, Lu Wei must be eliminated, for he poses a significant threat to our ranks. In light of this, let's first deal with him and achieve complete control over Building 7. With a formidable force of over 30, Qin Peng set forth, brimming with determination to confront Lu Wei. Lu Wei had long stationed numerous individuals on each floor's guards. Upon receiving the news, he was not to be outdone, leading his men to block Qin Peng and his entourage at the stairway. The two factions faced off, and their conversation quickly soured, resulting in an immediate brawl. Lu Wei, wielding a machete, boldly positioned himself at the stairway's entrance. As the proprietor of a martial arts dojo, he possessed a robust physique and remarkable skills, swiftly bringing down 3 or 4 individuals in mere moments. The foremost attackers were new homeowners, often referred to as cannon fodder, unaccustomed to such a bloody spectacle, and they began to retreat in alarm. Qin Peng's loyal followers, trapped behind, brandished steel pipes and crowbars but found it impossible to advance. Disperse! With a commanding shout from Qin Peng, his subordinates cleared the obstructed path, causing the homeowners to retreat as if struck by lightning, creating an opening. Lu Wei, brandishing his bloodied machete, sneered, "Qin Peng, is this all you can muster? How dare you attempt to seize my supplies? According to the rules of the underworld, if you have the guts, come and face me in a one-on-one duel." "A duel?" Qin Peng chuckled softly, drawing a firearm from beneath his clothing and aiming it at Lu Wei before pulling the trigger. With a deafening bang, Lu Wei, caught off guard, was riddled with bullets, collapsing into a pool of blood with a cry of despair. "Fool! What era are we in that you still cling to knife play?" He blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle and bellowed, "Charge!" Instantly, his subordinates lunged forward with ferocity. This firearm had been secretly modified for Qin Peng. Engaged in the earth-moving business, often found himself in confrontations. With this weapon, he could bolster his courage and ensure his safety in numerous situations. In this confrontation with Lu Wei, he unleashed his ultimate weapon, decisively altering the course of events at a critical juncture. The homeowners accompanying Lu Wei, upon witnessing his gunshot wound and uncertain fate, were instantly paralyzed with fear. Some fled in terror, others trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, while some discarded their weapons in sheer panic, surrendering on their knees, proclaiming that they would lay down their arms and not be killed. Upon hearing this, the individuals trembled in trepidation, relinquishing their weapons and kneeling before him. Qin Peng effortlessly gathered Lu Wei's 10 or so subordinates. Lu Wei had been shot, his chest nearly perforated, and he coughed up blood incessantly. However, due to the frigid weather and the multiple layers of thick clothing he wore, he did not succumb immediately. Yet, blood flowed profusely from his wounds, and in such extreme cold, it quickly froze, leaving him with little hope of survival. Qin Peng sneered, "I hear this fellow has a 16-year-old daughter, and his wife is quite well preserved. Consider it a boon for you." Chapter 47. The Vengeful Lu Chuanxia. Lu Wei's eyes widened in horror, desperate to speak, yet his mouth was filled with blood, and his trembling lips could scarcely form a word. Upon hearing Qin Peng's command, his subordinates erupted in jubilation, rushing towards Lu Wei's home, banging on the door with fervor. "Wait!" Qin Peng shouted, "Bring this scoundrel inside as well. Let him witness firsthand how his wife and daughter are toyed with. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me." Qin Peng. Lu Wei's eyes were wide with fury, yet he found himself utterly helpless as several individuals forcibly dragged him into the room, leaving him to witness the humiliation of his wife and daughter. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he succumbed to a fit of rage, his breath ceasing, his eyes remaining unblinking in death. The agonizing screams reverberating from within the room sent the homeowners who had followed Lu Wei crashing to their knees, trembling in terror, too frightened to utter a word. Amidst this chaos, Qin Peng reveled in delight, shouldering his weapon while surveying the bowed heads of neighbors around him, his heart swelling with boundless bravado. In that moment, he felt like the sovereign of the entire building. After plundering Lu Wei's home, Qin Peng, accompanied by his followers laden with stolen goods, made his way back home. Following several days of recovery, Kun, who had been injured, was now considerably better and hardly seemed hindered in his ability to walk. With a sense of triumph, Qin Peng strode confidently at the forefront. But as he reached the 13th floor, he remained unaware of two bloodshot eyes glaring at him through a crack in the door. Upon his entrance, the door to room 1301 suddenly burst open with great force, and a gaunt, disheveled figure emerged, shrieking as she wielded a blood-stained kitchen knife, aiming for Qin Peng's head. Startled, Qin Peng instinctively tilted his head, barely avoiding the blade, which instead struck his left shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. As the shadowy figure raised the knife, intent on delivering a second blow to Qin Peng's neck, his followers finally reacted, rushing to intercept her. However, the frenzied woman wielding the knife struck wildly, and despite the efforts of a dozen young men, they struggled to contain her, narrowly avoiding injuries themselves. With the assistance of Ergo, Qin Peng struggled to rise from the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the deranged figure before him was none other than Lu Chuanxia. the property management personnel. Just a few days prior, Lu Chunxia had fallen victim to Qin Peng's ruthless plunder of supplies, and since then, there had been no sign of her. In such frigid weather devoid of food, many had presumed she was dead. To their astonishment, not only was she alive, but she was also moving about as if possessed by madness. Qin Peng instinctively touched his shoulder, only to find his hand smeared with blood, igniting a surge of fury within him. Fortunately, he was clad in thick clothing, including a leather jacket beneath, which had spared him from severe injury. The blade had merely grazed his flesh without reaching the bone. However, in these extreme cold conditions, any wound could heal at a painfully slow pace, and any misstep could lead to infection and inflammation, certainly a fatal predicament. Seeing his subordinate struggle for so long against a deranged woman only fueled Qin Peng's wrath. Everyone disperse. He raised his shotgun and, without hesitation, fired a round at Lu Chunxia, the scattered pellets tearing through her torso. The force of the blast propelled Lu Chunxia violently into the air, where she collided heavily with the stair railing before crashing to the ground. The cleaver she had wielded now lost to the chaos. Despite her grievous injuries, Lu Chunxia remained alive, collapsing on the ground as she strained to lift her head. With bloodshot eyes, she fixed her gaze intently on Qin Peng. Her voice a garbled cry. "Qin Peng, I will kill you. You shall pay for my husband's death." The madness reflected in Lu Chunxia's eyes sent a shiver down Qin Peng's spine. That cursed old woman! His eyes gleamed with malice as he seized a hefty crowbar from one of his subordinates and swung it down towards Lu Chunxia's head. Lu Chunxia had been shot and was on the brink of death, struggling to evade her fate. With a sickening crack of shattering bones, her brain matter exploded, leaving her motionless on the staircase. "Go, check her home," one of them exclaimed. That old hag, after we looted her last time, somehow still managed to survive for this long. She must have plenty of food hidden away. Qin Peng, wincing from the pain in his shoulder as he swung his club, inhaled sharply and tossed the crowbar to his subordinate, commanding, "Search thoroughly." Several underlings rushed into room 1301, only to emerge pale-faced, one of them running to a corner to vomit. "Brother Peng, you should see for yourself." Qin Peng, filled with suspicion, cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. Upon catching a glimpse, he quickly recoiled, his face contorted with horror. The room was strewn with the dismembered remains of Wang Dehai, the floor soaked in congealed blood, and several gnawed bones lay scattered about. It became evident that Lu Chunxia had been surviving by consuming the flesh and blood of her late partner. The fury of revenge had sustained her through the bitter cold, allowing her the opportunity to strike at Qin Peng. "Throw this lunatic's corpse out the window," he bellowed, gazing into Lu Chunxia's unblinking eyes, which seemed to shimmer with vengeful light. Su Mu, observing the two brutal encounters through the surveillance, let out a long sigh. Several had met a gruesome end this time, yet his heart remained untroubled. These individuals are hardly of good character. Their demise matters not to me. However, since Qin Peng has unified Building 7, the next phase must be the competition among the community. Just as Su Mu was about to continue his physical training, a sudden realization struck him. He received an alert that the system base was under siege. He hurriedly accessed the surveillance feed and observed a dozen unfamiliar faces relentlessly striking the entrance to his underground garage with sledgehammers and crowbars. Who were these intruders? They did not resemble the neighbors from Building 7. As Su Mu pondered the situation, enlightenment dawned upon him. His daily posts of steaming culinary delights in the Building 7 group had undoubtedly drawn attention, revealing his ample food reserves. It was likely that an owner from Building 7 had shared his photos with other resident groups, thus enticing this new wave of individuals to chance their luck in breaching his villa to seize his supplies. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Whether they were former neighbors or residents from other buildings, anyone who dared to covet his possessions would meet a grim fate. He retrieved a crossbow from his infinite space, knocked a bolt, and charged towards the underground garage, brimming with lethal resolve. Ascending the ladder, Su Mu cautiously opened the small window he had reserved, preparing to eliminate the encroaching foes with his crossbow. Yet they were directly below, laboriously hammering at the door. positioned perfectly in a shooting blind spot. He could not strike them from this angle. When the safe house was constructed, every aspect had been designed with personal safety in mind, and he had refrained from creating shooting apertures too low. Sumu found himself in a rather absurd predicament, utterly astonished that such a scenario could unfold. Was he truly left with no choice but to resort to more unconventional methods? He shook his head, contemplating the multitude outside. How much could he possibly relieve himself to ensure everyone received their fair share? After a moment's thought, Sumu produced a length of hose, connected it to the reserved outlet in the adjacent room's drainage system, and ascended the ladder once more, directing the opening toward the shooting hole beyond. What material was used to construct the garage door of this Sumu? After hammering away for so long, not a single mark was left upon it. Who could say? It was rumored that his villa had undergone special renovations. I personally witnessed several trucks unloading various items there. This Sumu, incessantly sharing images and videos of delectable dishes in the owner-esque group of Building 7, left me nearly in tears of longing after my sister forwarded them to me. Meanwhile, we all endure hunger and cold. Why should this fellow live in such comfort? Enough of this idle chatter. Let's hasten our efforts, break down the door, and seize what he possesses, so we may feast. Very well, I desire that roasted chicken. As they were engaged in discussion, a loud bellow resounded from above. No roasted chicken, but plenty of excrement. They jolted in surprise, quickly looking up to witness a torrent of foul-smelling yellow liquid cascading down upon them. Chapter 48. Hey grandsons, look at the arrows. The drainage system in Sumu's villa connected to a waste disposal unit, filled to the brim with urine, feces, and various kitchen refuse, which had fermented to produce a truly pungent aroma. What is this substance? Why is it so foul? Ugh, it has flowed into my mouth. Damn it, is this guy really pouring waste upon us? I can no longer endure this. Flee swiftly. The individual outside, who was vehemently pounding on the door, was suddenly doused from head to toe. The chilling gust from the underground parking lot rendered him a mere shard of ice clinging to his frame. In a state of urgency and indignation, they retreated a considerable distance, directing a torrent of curses at Sumu. Hey, you rascals! Behold the arrows. Sumu Viself closed the valve and drew his crossbow, releasing an arrow with precision. The 20-centimeter bolt accurately penetrated a man's thigh, leaving half of the fletching visibly quivering outside. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound and howling in agony. Run! He possesses a crossbow. The others, taken aback, abandoned their injured comrade, hastily turning to flee. Don't leave. Wait for me. The wounded man, one hand pressed against his injury, desperately crawled forward, leaving a trail of blood upon the snow-covered ground. Oof. Sumu smirked coldly, reloaded the crossbow, disregarding the injured man, and aimed at another fleeing figure. The arrow pierced the calf of that individual, causing him to tumble to the ground, his nose colliding with the hard surface, resulting in a profuse nosebleed. With unhurried composure, Sumu loosed a third arrow, which penetrated the right shoulder of yet another retreating man. Remarkably, this man, a true tough, gritted his teeth and remained silent, accelerating forward despite the bolt embedded in him. Witnessing the continuous injuries among their comrades, the remaining few instinctively summoned every ounce of their strength, sprinting with a speed surpassing that of a frenzied wild dog. As he observed the multitude fleeing beyond his range, Sumu reluctantly lowered his crossbow and closed the shooting aperture. Outside, two enemies lay on the ground, clutching their legs in agony, yet Sumu held no interest in them, not even bothering to release another arrow. In this frigid weather, where water turns to ice, without timely aid, they would inevitably succumb to a painful demise. Having been injured and rendered incapable of self-defense, these unfortunate souls would undoubtedly become targets for their companions, and in their most desperate hour, might even be consumed as sustenance. Was not Wang Dahai, Lu Chunxia's elderly partner, a living testament to this grim reality? Now, on the 15th day of the snow disaster, the food reserves had dwindled significantly. In a few days, famished individuals might resort to cannibalism without a second thought. The two injured men, upon noticing that Sumu had ceased his pursuit, felt a surge of joy, cursing as they dragged their wounded legs in retreat. Regardless of the carnage occurring outside, it held no significance for him. His villa was a veritable fortress, impervious to any assault. He preferred to remain comfortably ensconced within, unwilling to venture out. After Qin Peng unified Building 7, he consolidated all resources into his possession, distributing them in a timely and measured manner. The core group of his subordinates could manage to eat their fill each day, while the peripheral residents faced a grim fate, receiving only meager rations barely sufficient for survival. As for the final group of surrendered residents, Qin Peng selected only a handful of robust young individuals to join him, while all remaining food from the others was confiscated, leaving them to fend for themselves. Young women are still willing to barter their bodies with the Qin Peng gang in exchange for mere sustenance. The elderly, the infirm, and powerless children have resorted to boiling their leather coats, belts, and sofas to survive the biting cold. Many have succumbed to the harshness of the winter, curled up and freezing to death in the corners of their homes. After killing Lu Wei, Qin Peng's confidence surged. He heeded Go's advice to relocate all the residents from the lower floors to the upper levels, dividing his 50 or so able-bodied men into 3 groups to reside there, vigilantly guarding each level. He also barricaded the stairs leading to the underground garage with miscellaneous items to prevent individuals from other buildings from launching attacks against them. It was once again time for the daily display of excess. What shall we feast on today? Sitting at the dining table, Su Mu feigned distress, saying, it has been several days since I last enjoyed a steak. Today shall be the day. He first retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafitte and poured himself a glass. He then placed a hefty, steaming steak on the table, weighing 2 to 3 pounds, exuding an enticing aroma. Su Mu savored the steak, which was tender and perfectly cooked, melting in his mouth with a rich black pepper flavor that was utterly irresistible. Moreover, he casually offered a large piece of steak to the old black dog, Mo. Upon watching the video Su Mu shared in the group, Qin Peng found his instant noodles and sausages suddenly unappealing. He slammed the noodle bowl onto the table, cursing, "Damn it, this Su Mu is truly infuriating. That dog of his is eating better than we are." In truth, this is the finest sustenance they have managed to procure under the current circumstances, with the authorities only able to guarantee 2 hours of electricity each day. Being able to enjoy instant noodles prepared with hot water is already quite a feat. Brother Peng, should we venture to Su Mu's villa and seize all his belongings? One of the underlings, drooling and trembling, remarked, "Look at him, still bare-chested. There must be some special heating apparatus within that villa." Qin Peng was greatly intrigued and turned to his companion, Go. After a moment of contemplation, Go replied, "Su Mu's villa has undergone special modifications. What we know so far is that the garage door is made of alloy steel, and the windows possess a hardness comparable to bulletproof glass. However, he can't have replaced all the walls with steel, can he? I believe it is worth a try, especially since it is exceedingly cold here, and we are in dire need of a warm base. Moreover, Su Mu is so ostentatious that even if we refrain from attacking his villa, others will eventually devise a way to break in." Qin Peng, filled with excitement, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Then let us go and seize what is rightfully his." Go stood up to block him, chuckling, "Brother, hold on. Su Mu possesses crossbows. We must tread carefully. I propose we adopt a different approach." He paced the room for a moment before continuing. "Since Su Mu's villa is impenetrable, why don't we target another one? Not every villa can be fortified like his. Surely some are less fortified. We are crammed into just a few rooms, making it quite congested. However, the spacious villa is just right for the brothers to stir things up." Qin Peng, somewhat puzzled, scratched his head and inquired if we are not robbing Su Mu. "Then whom shall we target?" Go chuckled. "Do I even need to say? We shall undoubtedly go after that Wang Hao. This fellow recently splurged on an extravagant amount of food. If we seize it from him, it will alleviate our material crisis. While we are on the brink of starvation, Wang Hao hoards an abundance of provisions. Even if we refrain from taking action, it is only a matter of time before someone else sets their sights on him." Lawyer Zhang Sen once remarked that when a person faces starvation, even committing murder can be justified as an act of necessity. Qin Peng burst into laughter. "Indeed, you possess quite the knowledge. Very well, we shall follow your lead." Let us redistribute wealth and uphold justice. Chapter 49. A fiery confrontation in the underground garage. Without further ado, Qin Peng, disregarding Lu Chuanxia's still-healing shoulder wound, personally led dozens of his subordinates, armed with an array of weapons. As they stepped outside to clear the debris blocking the staircase, preparing to launch an assault on Wang Hao's Villa number 8 through the underground garage. Unbeknownst to Su Mu, who was oblivious to Qin Peng's scheme, he had stumbled upon something quite intriguing in the surveillance feed. Yamamoto Aichi had made an appearance. Of course, he was not alone. Trailing beside him were over 20 Japanese individuals, each emerging from the underground garage of Yamamoto Aichi's villa. The individuals gathered before me brandished long knives and crowbars. Their thick hats adorned with white ribbons emblazoned with the bold red characters proclaiming victory. They appeared to be residents of this community, comprising high-ranking officials from the Red Pill Corporation, employees of various other Japanese firms, as well as international students seeking knowledge. As the heavy snow blanketed the city, rendering it a prison of frost, they were acutely aware that their Japanese identities might incite resentment in this land of Great Xia. Thus, they congregated within the villa of Yamamoto Eiichiro, seeking warmth in numbers. It was impossible for Su Mu to monitor the surveillance constantly, and he remained oblivious to their clandestine assembly. Observing their furtive movements, he could only speculate about their malevolent intentions. The underground parking lot, neglected for too long, had transformed into a frozen cavern, with an array of vehicles entombed in ice and snow, resembling exquisite artifacts in a frigid hell. What was that scoundrel Yamamoto Eiichiro planning, leading such a multitude of Japanese out into the cold? As Sumo beheld these nefarious figures congregating in the subterranean garage, a flicker of doubt ignited within him, quickly followed by exhilaration. Could they be plotting an assault on my villa? Each day, he showcased an array of culinary delights in the community chat groups, particularly in the residence group of Building Number 7, aiming to flaunt his status as the individual with the most abundant food reserves in the entire neighborhood. Indeed, Sumu's true intention was to lure them in, especially hoping to ensnare the ferocious Yamamoto Eiichiro, a figurative man-eating fish. The outside world was perilously cold, and he had no desire to leave the sanctuary of his safe haven. Thus, he resorted to this method to gradually lure them in. At last, Yamamoto Eiichiro had made his appearance. Su Mu was eager and brimming with thoughts on how to impart a profound lesson upon him. Naturally, he could not allow this individual to perish prematurely. He must be subjected to the most brutal tortures, ultimately leading him to a death steeped in despair. However, after gathering, Yamamoto Eiichiro and his associates did not head towards Su Mu's villa. Instead, they stealthily approached the garage of the affluent Wang Hao, brandishing crowbars to begin their assault on the door. Su Mu quickly realized that Wang Hao had recently garnered attention in various circles for his ostentatious and exorbitant purchases of food supplies, which had now piqued the interest of some unscrupulous individuals. It was likely that Yamamoto and his cohort were running low on their own stock, thus setting their sights on Wang Hao. After only a few strikes, the garage door suddenly swung open, and a dozen burly men emerged, wielding machetes and steel pipes, unleashing chaos upon the assailants. The invaders were caught off guard, with several of them felled and beaten mercilessly, bloodied and wailing in agony upon the ground. In the backdrop, Wang Hao's arrogant voice resounded, proclaiming, having expended a fortune on these supplies, I knew there would be some nefarious individuals seeking to do me harm. But alas, I have long been prepared for your schemes and have allied with brotherly Guodong. You puny little rascals think you can ambush me? Bah, you are but dreamers. Brothers, let's teach these scoundrels a lesson. For every injury inflicted, reward them with a bowl of instant noodles. For every life taken, 3 bowls shall be their prize. In the surveillance footage, Su Mu witnessed the formidable figure of Northeast businessman Li Guodong, brandishing a half-meter-long machete, roaring as he cleaved left and right with unparalleled ferocity. Instantly, 2 factions engaged in a brutal melee within the frigid confines of the garage, blood and flesh flying in all directions as individuals fell, writhing in agony upon the crimson-stained ground. Su Mu, feeling a surge of adrenaline, slapped Lao Mo's head and retrieved an M2 200 sniper rifle from the infinite space. Dashing towards the underground garage, he opened the designated firing aperture in the wall, extending the gun's muzzle in an attempt to observe the unfolding battle through the scope, hoping to provide support at the opportune moment. However, due to the angle, he could discern nothing, prompting him to slam the stock of the rifle in frustration and prepare to burst through the garage door to assist. Just then, a sharp gunshot rang out within the garage, followed by the panicked shouts of Wang Hao and others. Not good. Brother Li has been shot. The little devils are treacherous. Hiding firearms. Quickly, retreat with the wounded brothers. Su Mu was startled by the gunfire, a chill running down his spine, and hastily closed a third of the garage door. He slapped himself, lamenting how he had promised to remain hidden in the villa indefinitely, yet found himself unable to resist when it came to the conflict between the Dachao people and the little devils. Brotherly Guodong clutched his chest tightly, but the torrent of blood could not be staunched. His comrades quickly lifted him, fighting their way backward. Meanwhile, the Japanese assailants, emboldened and relentless, pursued fiercely, brandishing their long knives and crowbars. At the cost of 2 lives, Wang Hao and his comrades finally retreated into the garage, desperately sealing the door and barricading it with various objects. Although the Japanese had managed to break the lock and partially pry open the door, the defenders wielded their machetes with fervor, fending off several attempts to breach their sanctuary. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the solid wooden table that obstructed the door without penetrating it. The splintered fragments grazed the cheeks of 2 individuals behind the barricade, who recoiled in terror but swiftly charged forward again, shouting and slashing wildly with their blades. Wang Hao, armed with a machete, positioned himself at the front, urging his brothers to be cautious, warning them of the dishonorable tactics employed by the enemy. Damn it, we won't back down. Despite their fierce resistance, the Japanese made no headway and suffered several injuries in the process. Su Mu observed the scene through the surveillance cameras, noting the grim expression of Yamamoto Ryo Akairo, who brandished an M57 pistol, the very weapon that had injured Li Guodong. Baka! Yamamoto cursed, having fired 3 shots in this skirmish, yet only the first had struck its target, while the subsequent 2 missed entirely. As the assault dragged on without success, and witnessing the growing number of casualties among his ranks, Yamamoto reluctantly ordered a retreat. Wang Hao and his comrades, not daring to let their guard down, hastily moved sofas and cabinets from upstairs to thoroughly barricade the entire underground garage, finally allowing themselves a moment of relief. Only the pools of blood in the underground garage revealed that a brief yet intense confrontation had recently transpired. Chapter 50, Little Devils. Taste the gift from grandfather. No one anticipated that, in a nation where gun control is exceedingly stringent, Yamamoto Eiichiro, a Japanese national, would clandestinely possess a handgun. Perhaps due to the limited number of bullets, or perhaps owing to his lack of marksmanship or psychological fortitude, his subsequent 2 shots failed to hit the intended target. Had he been more accurate, Wang Hao and his companions would likely have fallen victim to this band of little devils in a swift and merciless manner. The gunfire not only startled Su Mu and Wang Hao, but also frightened Qin Peng and others who were moving items in the stairwell. In this era of information overload, the devastating power of firearms is well recognized. This explains why, after Qin Peng dispatched Lu Wei with a shotgun, he could swiftly compel the homeowners who followed him to submit. However, the shotgun in Qin Peng's possession was merely a homemade contraption, firing steel balls. Although it proved effective at close range, it was nearly incapable of hitting anything beyond 20 meters. In contrast, Yamamoto Eiichiro's handgun, with a sound reminiscent of those in films, was undoubtedly a product of modern industrialization, possessing far greater power and range than the makeshift shotgun in Qin Peng's hands. Through the gaps and the clutter, they witnessed the gruesome scene of both sides clashing in a violent struggle, a horrific spectacle that left the young ruffians trembling in fear. Observing Yamamoto Eiichiro wielding the gun, yet failing to seize Wang Hao's villa, Qin Peng and Go exchanged glances, each seeing the reflection of dread in the other's eyes. The combat prowess of both sides exceeded their expectations. Gritted his teeth and remarked, "Brother, I believe we must deliberate on this matter at length. He simultaneously instructed them to bring in additional cabinets and tables, ensuring that the staircase entrance was thoroughly barricaded. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hao disseminated a message across various groups. Does anyone possess firearms or medical supplies for knife or gunshot wounds? If you deliver them to Villa number 8, I shall exchange them for provisions sufficient for 10 people. Once the snow disaster has passed, I will directly reward you with 20 million. Furthermore, he inquired, are there any surgeons in our community? We have an injured individual in need of surgical assistance. The terms are negotiable. Upon witnessing Wang Hao's generous offer, the group quickly became animated. I had faintly heard the sound of gunfire echoing from the underground garage moments ago. Could it be that a shootout was taking place? In this heavily regulated environment, who could possibly be so audacious as to acquire firearms? Is there someone among us who has sustained a gunshot wound? I possess some Yunnan Baiyao, though I am uncertain of its efficacy. Additionally, I have some ibuprofen and cephalospore medications that can reduce swelling and inflammation. I am willing to trade them. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Eiichiro also took note of this message in the community group. He ominously declared, whoever dares to aid that Wang Hao shall find themselves opposing me. Yamamoto, I have taken note of those who spoke up in the group. Shortly, I shall pay each of your households a visit with my subordinates. If you have medicine at home, prepare to use it for yourselves. I hope you find it necessary. The audacity of that little rascal is truly astounding. He openly threatens everyone in the main group. However, his words have had a remarkable effect. Upon witnessing his bravado, the members of the group fell into a chilling silence, and no one dared to utter another word. I possess a complete set of surgical instruments and medical supplies. Send someone to collect them. Yamamoto Eiichiro, basking in his own arrogance, suddenly noticed Su Mu tagging Wang Hao in the group with such a message. Baka! Yamamoto was infuriated, immediately responding to Su Mu. It is you, that detestable Xia pig, who has deceived our company out of 200 million yen. Not only that, but you have also impersonated my name to swindle several of my colleagues out of billions of yen. I have yet to seek vengeance on you, and you dare to confront me openly? Do you wish for death? The brain is a wonderful thing, but regrettably, none of you possess one. So what if I oppose you? Come take a bite out of me. His safe haven was fortified like an impregnable fortress, without heavy weaponry, such as tanks. It was utterly impossible to breach. Thus, he had no fear. Very well, just wait. Yamamoto Eiichiro wasted no more words and personally led a dozen uninjured subordinates out, preparing to assault Su Mu's villa and seize the supplies. Su Mu had been flaunting an array of delectable foods in the group, and Yamamoto had long been coveting them. However, seeing him maintain such a high profile made it difficult to discern what trump cards he possessed, which had caused a delay until now. After clashing with Wang Hao, their side had suffered the loss of 7 or 8 of their compatriots, and in the absence of medical care and supplies, it was uncertain how long the injured could endure. If he could seize the opportunity to infiltrate the villa of Sumo, the abundance of provisions there would undoubtedly attract a greater number of subordinates. Even the people from the Great Xia would crawl at his feet for a morsel of food, obeying his commands and becoming new allies in the royalist army and reconnaissance teams. Noticing that Yamamoto had ceased to pay him any attention, Somo felt a pang of disappointment. Suddenly, Wang Hao sent a friend request, which he knew was related to the matter of the medicine, and he hastily accepted it. Thank you, Brother Su. However, those surgical instruments and therapeutic medications will not be needed for the time being. Brotherly was shot in a vital area and has just passed away. Upon hearing this, Sumu was momentarily stunned. He never expected the usually generous brotherly Guodong from northeast China to be so ruthlessly slain by the Japanese. He quickly accessed the surveillance footage and saw a dozen Japanese soldiers fiercely assaulting the door of his garage. With a cold snort, he retrieved his AK-47, clicking off the safety, ready to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, a flicker caught his peripheral vision. On the monitor, he spotted Yamamoto Eiichiro lurking behind a nearby vehicle, aiming his weapon at the entrance. Sumu's eyes narrowed. These Japanese were indeed cunning, launching an assault on his villa while simultaneously plotting in the shadows. He reached into his infinite space and pulled out a grenade, weighing it in his hand. a sinister smile creeping across his face. Sumu paced around the room, locating several empty beer bottles, filling them halfway with a mixture of gasoline and alcohol, and plugging the openings with cloth strips to create makeshift Molotov cocktails. He felt that the power was still insufficient, so he rummaged through the infinite space for a while and added some white phosphorus and rusty iron nails. The Japanese outside the garage door had been smashing for quite some time, panting heavily, yet the door remained unscathed, not a single mark upon it. What on earth is this door made of? Why is it so incredibly sturdy? Indeed, even with thick gloves on, the recoil nearly tore my hands apart. This door seemed to be nearly fused with the wall, lacking even a lock. How could it possibly be opened? Yamamoto-kun, we cannot break through this grand door. What shall we do next? The Japanese who had been hammering at the door halted, turning to look at Yamamoto-Ichiro, who was hiding behind a car, awaiting further instructions. Yamamoto had heard that Samuki's villa had undergone special modifications, but he had initially been skeptical. Little did he expect that they would be unable to open even a single door, leaving him quite vexed. Before he could devise a solution, a small hole suddenly opened above the garage door, followed by the hurling of a lit makeshift Molotov cocktail. From within came Samuki's arrogant laughter. Little devils, enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. As the Molotov cocktail hit the ground, it erupted in a fiery explosion, flames soaring high, engulfing several unsuspecting Japanese soldiers. To enhance its potency, Samuki had added white phosphorus and rusty iron nails to the incendiary device. As those wretched fiends writhed and shrieked upon the ground, the flames of white phosphorus clung to them like maggots, mercilessly scorching their flesh. A few, pierced by nails, lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and crying out in agony. Baka! Yamamoto-Iger erupted in fury, hastily raising his gun to fire. Yet, Sumo had long anticipated this. He swiftly hurled a Molotov cocktail and promptly sealed the shooting aperture. The bullets ricocheted off the door with a resounding thud, but alas, they could not harm Sumu in the slightest. His heart raced with inexplicable tension and exhilaration as he dashed to the monitoring room to assess his results. There, at the entrance, flames continued to dance in a fiery circle, while the four wretched souls were dragged into a blind spot by their compatriots, who desperately attempted to extinguish the flames, engulfing them with snow. However, the mixture of gasoline and alcohol infused with white phosphorus was akin to hellfire, impossible to douse. Observing his severely injured subordinates, it became evident that in such extreme temperatures, timely assistance was a mere fantasy. They were essentially condemned to death. Yamamoto-Iger stood nearby, his countenance ashen. Suddenly, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. With a savage howl, he aimed at the four forlorn souls and squeezed the trigger. Like a wounded lone wolf, Yamamoto-Iger panted heavily as he orchestrated their fate. The food reserves were alarmingly low and in dire circumstances. The corpses of comrades could serve as their guarantee for survival. Over a century ago, they had engaged in such acts. The snow showed no sign of ceasing, and it was clear that Yamamoto-Iger had thoroughly contemplated the direst of scenarios. Seated before the surveillance monitors, Sumu was taken aback by the ruthlessness of Yamamoto-Igiro, astonished that these little devils would even resort to killing their own kind. Upon returning to the villa, Yamamoto-Igiro wielded a katana, shattering the table before him into splinters. Their supply of food was dwindling. If they did not devise a plan to forage for sustenance soon, they would either succumb to starvation or turn upon one another in a deadly frenzy. In a previous life, these Japanese individuals, bolstered by a rigid hierarchy and unwavering obedience, rapidly coalesced into a formidable force, seizing control of this community, driving others away, and engaging in plunder, declaring themselves sovereigns. However, this time fortune did not favor them. The emergence of Sumu, the instigator, led to Yamamoto-Igiro clashing with Wang Hao and his men, resulting in the loss of a dozen lives. Furthermore, Sumu had employed Molotov cocktails, incinerating 4 of their ranks and injuring 3 others, significantly diminishing their mass strength. These were his elite forces, the very foundation of his survival in this apocalyptic world, and Yamamoto-Igiro felt his heart bleed at the thought. He could hardly swallow the bitterness of his defeat. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a solution. Su Mu's villa was as impenetrable as a tortoise shell, fortified by the presence of incendiary devices. Having received professional military training in his youth, Yamamoto recognized that although the Molotov cocktail appeared rudimentary, it was in fact a variant of the internationally banned white phosphorus grenade. Curse Su Mu. Just wait. I shall make you experience the torments of hell. Yamamoto Ijiro spat venomously after venting his anger. Su Mu sent a message to Wang Hao, stating, I have just dispatched 4 or 5 of those little devils, avenging brotherly in the process. He not only felt a sense of reflection, but also recognized that these affluent individuals were undoubtedly far from foolish. Their foresight and judgment surpassed that of the average citizen. Whether it was the extravagant purchase of food in light of a foreboding situation, or the alliance formed with Li Guodong to safeguard their villas. The demeanor exhibited by Wang Hao was certainly not that of a mere playboy living off inherited wealth. This served as a reminder to Su Mu that he must never underestimate the world around him, simply because he was a reincarnated being. The outside world was perilous. It was prudent to remain sheltered within his safe haven. Stretching lazily, he led old Mo to his courtyard, which had been meticulously transformed into a vast sunroom. However, the glass ceiling was now cloaked in a thick layer of ice and snow, obscuring any view of the outside world. Yet, this space was far from gloomy. Dozens of LED lights illuminated it brilliantly. In the half-acre vegetable garden, various crops thrived abundantly. Indeed, Su Mu had not squandered the space in his yard. He had installed several vertical cultivation systems to grow tomatoes, bok choy, spinach, Shanghai green, cucumbers, and other vegetables, all flourishing splendidly. Kijwali Su Mu plucked a tender cucumber, gave it a quick wipe, and took a crisp bite, instantly releasing an enchanting fragrance in his mouth. After a couple of chews, he noticed old Mo gazing at him eagerly, and with a smile, he offered the remaining substantial portion of the cucumber directly into its mouth. Reclining on a lounge chair beside the pond in the courtyard, Su Mu opened a bag of fish food to feed the koi, watching as a dozen fish, each over a foot long, jostled for the morsels, filling his heart with tranquility. Slowly, in this sanctuary reminiscent of a paradise, Su Mu fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, unaware even when old Mo, fearing he might catch a chill, scampered inside to drape a blanket over him. However, the other residents of the community were not as inclined towards slumber as Su Mu. They were still embroiled in fierce struggles over mere scraps of food. In this apocalyptic world, strength and brutality reigned supreme. The snow had been falling relentlessly for 20 days, and as resources dwindled and food became scarce, societal order began to spiral into chaos, revealing the darker facets of human nature. People, whether through volition or coercion, formed factions, plundering others or falling victim to theft themselves, each building witnessing its own tragic dramas unfold. In this realm, some tread cautiously and adhere to laws, yet misfortune may still befall them, while others act with impunity. Unperturbed by the prospect of murder and arson, Qin Peng grew increasingly ruthless. Of the more than 100 households in Building 7, fewer than half of the 400 souls remained alive. All resources had been seized by Qin Peng, who holed up with a band of lackeys, clinging to survival. The defiant men had long since been slain, while the beautiful women were retained for their amusement, leaving the elderly, weak, and children to fend for themselves. Now, in the biting cold, nature itself served as a vast refrigerator. Though they had not yet resorted to cannibalism, many corpses were already regarded as reserves of sustenance. Witnessing Lu Chunxia consume the remains of her husband, Wang Dehai, Qin Peng found himself increasingly desensitized to the notion of human flesh. When one is ravaged by hunger, what is there that cannot be consumed? As Qin Peng ruthlessly exploited the neighbors in the building, he also prepared for battle, anticipating an attack from individuals in other buildings. Zhang Lili, who had been following Lu Wei, had already been mercilessly ravaged by several of Qin Peng's subordinates. His own injuries had yet to heal, leaving him unable to take action, merely watching as the beautiful Yan Qingshu and Xie Baiwei were denied sustenance, observing the increasingly frenzied and brutal gazes of his underlings. Qin Peng ultimately decided to reward them with the two women in order to maintain morale. While Xie Baiwei endured humiliation and hardship, she did not forget to discreetly message Su Mu, reporting the movements of Qin Peng and his gang. She fantasized about residing in Su Mu's warm villa, dreaming of a life free from want. Chapter 52. A renewed assault on Su Mu's villa. Ergo, when shall we launch an attack on Su Mu's villa? Yan Qingshu inquired breathlessly, attempting to please Ergo beneath her. Why do you ask? Ergo trembled slightly, then contentedly rose from Yan Qingshu's alabaster form, lighting a red tower cigarette and savoring a deep inhale. In this frigid apocalypse, only those who could manage to fill their bellies even a little had the desire to engage in such activities. Only able to endure for 2 minutes. What a weakling. A flicker of disdain crossed Yan Qingshu's eyes, soon replaced by a glint of vengeful determination. I shall personally rid the world of this scoundrel. He cannot last much longer. Ergo exhaled a smoke ring, chuckling coldly. Our supplies are dwindling. If we do not devise a means to procure more food, we shall be left with no choice but to resort to cannibalism. Yan Qingshu shivered involuntarily, stifling a dry heave as the grim tales of Lu Chuanxia's desperate survival reached her ears, tales of a woman who resorted to consuming her own husband's flesh. She was acutely aware that several households in this building had been thoroughly stripped of their resources by Qin Peng, leaving them bereft of sustenance. The hunger-driven neighbors, their eyes wild with desperation, had turned their blades upon their own spouses and children. She had no desire to meet such a pitiful fate, to perish like a wretched dog, ultimately devoured and reduced to filth. With this thought in mind, Yan Qingshu wrapped her arms around Ergo's neck, her voice dripping with sweetness as she said, "Brother dog, since I've been so attentive to you, I trust you'll take care of me from now on." Ergo's hands roamed over her body, attempting to rekindle his vigor, as he leered, "No problem. I suspect the boss will soon call me to discuss this matter. And when we capture that kid Su Mu, you can do with him as you please." Indeed, it wasn't long before a young underling knocked on the door, announcing, "Brother dog, the boss wants you for a meeting. Here it comes." Ergo fondled Yan Qingshu's bosom a few last times before reluctantly donning his clothes and departing. As Ergo walked away, the young messenger closed the door, rubbing his hands together with a lecherous grin as he approached. "My lovely beauty, I'm here." Ergo, the seventh building is now merely a gathering of the frail and the dying, awaiting their fate. There are no resources left to extract. Our food supply can barely last 3 more days. We must devise a plan to secure a new source of sustenance. Otherwise, we may find ourselves resorting to cannibalism like that old gang led by Lu Chuanxia to stave off hunger. Presently, each building has largely fallen under the control of various factions. I have heard that several villas have also been seized, leaving few weak ones behind. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. Qin Peng held onto his yellow crane tower cigarette, which had burned down to a mere stub, reluctant to part with it. He took a deep drag before turning to Ergo. This cigarette was pilfered from homeowner, and his stash was dwindling. Each puff diminished his supply, and he hesitated even to exhale the smoke swiftly. In this wretched world, how he longed for the days of yore when he savored fine cigars. Now, even the thought of enjoying a yellow crane tower felt like an unattainable luxury. "Brother Peng, I propose we launch an assault on that villa owned by Su Mu. I have gathered intel that, although his villa has been specially fortified and is quite warm, stocked with ample provisions, he is alone within. Currently, the snow outside has accumulated to nearly 10 meters, nearly engulfing the 3-story building. Even Su Mu's villa, slightly elevated, is almost buried beneath the snowfall. Furthermore, the barbed wire surrounding his property has been rendered ineffective, buried under the snow. We could utilize sleds to ascend to the roof of his 3-story abode. Surely, he cannot seal the rooftop with steel plates. Let us bring hammers and steel rods. If we can breach the rooftop, entering his villa, it would be child's play to overpower him, given that he is all alone. Moreover, it is imperative that we act swiftly. This fellow is quite ostentatious, flaunting an array of steaming delicacies in the group chat daily. Word has spread to the other buildings, and many are already contemplating their intentions towards him. Presently, We number slightly over 50 brothers, which is insufficient for an assault on the other buildings. Yet, dealing with Su Mu should be more than manageable. Ergo extracted a Huanghe Tower cigarette from Qin Peng's pack, igniting it and inhaling the smoke deeply before exhaling a lengthy ring. All right, let us assemble the brethren at once, Qin Peng declared, extinguishing the cigarette but forcefully in the ashtray. I shall personally lead the charge. We depart immediately. Wait, let us act when the night is deep and tranquil, and Su Mu is sound asleep. Ergo intervened, noting that while it may be colder then, it would also be considerably safer. Qin Peng decisively affirmed, very well. It shall be set for midnight tonight. We shall launch a surprise attack on Su Mu's villa, ensure that each individual is assigned their weapons, gear, and tasks. Let us be swift in our actions and aim to breach his abode within 5 minutes. Furthermore, distribute a pack of instant noodles to each brother, so that they may have a hearty meal and possess the strength to carry out our mission. Meanwhile, in another room, Xie Bai Wei, disheveled and huddled under her blanket, secretly messaged Su Mu. Brother Su Mu, Qin Peng, and the others have resolved to strike at midnight tonight. When shall you come to my rescue? For your sake, I have endured considerable hardship. After spending time with several of Qin Peng's trusted subordinates, Xie Bai Wei finally learned the news. She was exceedingly exhilarated, believing that her opportunity had finally arrived, and promptly informed Su Mu. Su Mu, who was currently exercising, let out a cold chuckle upon receiving Xie Bai Wei's message. This Qin Peng truly regarded himself as a significant figure. With only a handful of subordinates, he dared to launch an assault on his villa. Well, as long as I have no engagements tonight, I shall certainly reward you with some provisions, and perhaps you may visit my residence for a more profound exchange. At 11:45 in the evening, Qin Peng, accompanied by his band of followers, stealthily leapt from the 4th-floor window, gliding closer to Su Mu's villa on makeshift sleds. After much persuasion, Yan Qingshu finally secured her chance to join the assault on Su Mu's residence. She was resolute in her desire to personally eliminate this scoundrel. The heavy snow continued to swirl in the air, casting a pall over the entire neighborhood, with only the faint reflections in the snow illuminating their path. The temperature plummeted further into the depths of winter, hovering around -6 or 7 degrees. Despite having donned every piece of clothing available, Qin Peng and his companions still felt the biting cold seeping into their bones. Yan Qingshu trailed at the back, wielding a knife that gleamed with a sharpened edge. The moment the roof and walls were breached, she was determined to rush in and dispatch Su Mu without hesitation. Fortunately, Su Mu's villa was not too distant from Building 7. Before long, they beheld the house, nearly buried beneath the snow. Upon observing the house devoid of any glimmer of light, Qin Peng discerned that Su Mu had succumbed to slumber. An inexplicable joy surged within him as he gestured, prompting his subordinates to converge, armed and ready. They were acutely aware of Su Mu's proficiency with the crossbow. Thus, in a bid to fortify their position, they had fashioned rudimentary shields from solid wood, carried by a few of the more robust members of their gang. Before they could approach the villa, a sudden, piercing whistle cleaved through the stillness of the air. In an instant, Ergo clutched his throat, emitting a muffled groan before collapsing into the snow, his blood blossoming like a peony upon the white expanse. He struggled momentarily, then lay still, lifeless. Qin Peng turned to behold a feathered arrow embedded in Ergo's neck, still quivering ominously. Astonished, he realized that Su Mu had anticipated this encounter, striking down his loyal subordinate with lethal precision. A surge of fury ignited within Qin Peng's eyes as he drew his shotgun and fired indiscriminately at the villa. Chapter 53. I sip my red wine, watching you demolish the walls. The sudden appearance of the dark arrow that had felled Ergo sent shockwaves of fear through the ranks of his men, who instinctively shrank behind their shields, hesitant to advance. Yet, under the relentless urging of their leader, they steeled themselves and charged forward. With a haunting swish, arrows flew through the dim moonlight like vengeful wraiths, striking true against their forms. Several of his subordinates howled in agony, clutching their wounds as they writhed in the snow. Fortunately, their foresight in preparing solid wooden shields mitigated the extent of their injuries. Otherwise, the toll would have been far greater. Nonetheless, bolstered by a few intrepid souls undeterred by death, they eventually managed to reach the vicinity of the third floor of Su Mu's villa. However, before they could produce their crowbars and hammers to begin dismantling the tiles from the roof, a flaming bottle suddenly soared through the air, exploding mid-flight and engulfing 4 or 5 individuals in flames. The anguished screams of these unfortunate souls shattered the tranquility of the night. The neighbors in the adjacent buildings, already roused by Qin Peng's gunfire, found themselves unable to return to slumber. The bolder ones peered cautiously from their windows, while the timid cowered beneath their blankets, trembling in fear of the marauders invading their homes. Su Mu, equipped with night vision goggles, concealed himself in a secluded corner of the villa. Through a strategically placed shooting aperture, he methodically targeted Qin Peng's men with his crossbow. His night vision device, procured online, proved to be of mediocre quality. Aside from the first arrow, the subsequent shots failed to strike vital points, unbeknownst to him that one arrow had indeed felled a prominent lieutenant of Qin Peng. Nonetheless, the tension was palpable, particularly following the explosion of the incendiary device, which instilled terror in the hearts of homeowners who had only witnessed such scenes in films. Just as they were about to flee, Qin Peng arrived, bellowing fiercely, "No one is to retreat. If we cannot breach Su Mu's villa and seize food, we shall starve or fall prey to others who will. We might as well fight with all we have. I declare that once we enter, my brothers shall feast, and the first to storm into Su Mu's villa will receive an additional share of provisions." Upon hearing this, Su Mu was greatly impressed. He had not anticipated that this man, known solely for his propensity for violence, possessed an understanding of motivation and morale boosting. Thus, he aimed in the direction from which Qin Peng's voice emanated, and, relying on instinct, released an arrow. A piercing scream echoed from that side, though it remained uncertain whether he had struck Qin Peng. Nevertheless, Qin Peng's strategy proved effective. Upon hearing the commotion, his underlings surged forward with renewed fervor. Although Su Mu valiantly defended himself against the onslaught from the villa, claiming the lives of around 10 adversaries, he faced an overwhelming force of over 50 of Qin Peng's henchmen, who attacked from multiple directions, leaving him unable to manage the chaos. Before long, several dozen approached the third floor of the villa, wielding fire axes and crowbars, assaulting the walls with fervor. Qin Peng charged forward, shotgun in hand, and fired a shot at the window. The thunderous blast resonated, yet Su Mu's bulletproof glass remained unscathed. The steel pellets ricocheted, injuring several nearby, who immediately cried out in distress. One of the henchmen quickly cautioned, "Boss, his glass is quite sturdy, seemingly bulletproof. We can't attack from that side. Then let's smash the walls." The underlings, armed with hammers and crowbars, began to pound at the walls with relentless vigor. Due to the angle and the proximity of their foes, Su Mu refrained from risking an opening for a shot. With Qin Peng still wielding a shotgun, he was wary that should he be discovered and the barrel thrust through, he possessed little confidence in his ability to withstand the barrage of flying pellets. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, he watched Qin Peng and his crew at work with a playful expression, continuously mocking, "Haven't you all eaten? Put in some effort. Yes, I am speaking to you, you big oaf. By the manner in which you are attempting to breach my defenses, I dare say, even until dawn, your efforts will prove futile." Qin Peng and his companions, upon hearing this, felt their tempers flare. They had encountered many provocations, but none as infuriating as this. Instinctively, they increased their force. How infuriating! I have long harbored disdain for that Su Mu fellow. What is he, after all? Merely someone who has prepared a few supplies in advance. Yet he parades about in the group, boasting incessantly. Indeed, individuals like him, who take pleasure in flaunting their possessions, deserve nothing less than contempt. Look at that. Su Mu's villa is illuminated, with a crackling fireplace and a table adorned with fruits and snacks. It's nothing short of a paradise. Let's hasten our efforts. We must storm in, eliminate him, and seize his abode and provisions. Over the past few days, these homeowners have allied with Qin Peng, raiding one household after another, and have succumbed to a primal instinct. They have cast aside notions of morality and ethics, driven solely by the most basic urge to satiate their hunger and survive. Individuals like Su Mu, who hoard resources and revel in their ostentation, are akin to lambs dancing provocatively before them, enticing their predatory instincts. Yan Qingshu, wielding a kitchen knife, struck wildly against the window, her voice laced with venomous rage. "Come forth, Su Mu, you beast. I am not one of your trifles to be toyed with. Since you have chosen to play with my affections, you shall pay the price before you meet your end. I shall sever that which you hold dear and force it into your mouth. How dare you remain hidden? Is this what you call masculinity?" Observing the seemingly deranged Yan Qingshu, Su Mu teased with a sardonic smile. "Have you not experienced enough to ascertain my masculinity? Is your mind not functioning properly? You are intent on taking my life. Do you truly believe I would venture out merely to present myself as a target for your blade?" Qin Peng and his associates toiled diligently, yet after a span of over 10 minutes, they had only managed to breach the surface of the villa's lime wall. Finally, someone discerned an anomaly, halting their vigorous hammering to scrutinize the material behind the lime, F.A.Ade, utterly dumbfounded. "Peng, brother Peng. The wall behind this lime seems to be crafted from titanium alloy." Upon hearing this, Qin Peng's fury surged forth as he forcefully kicked the speaker aside, cursing vehemently. "Do you take me for a fool? Who in their right mind construct walls from titanium alloy? You can't even comprehend a simple task. When we seize the supplies, you'll be lucky to take a single share, you imbecile." At that moment, a loyal subordinate approached, peering at the wall before retreating to Qin Peng's side, his expression grim. "Brother, he speaks the truth. This wall indeed appears to be made of titanium alloy." With this revelation, doubt crept into Qin Peng's mind. He approached the breach, cautiously touching the area behind it, and upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. This was certainly no ordinary wall. While he could not confirm if it was indeed titanium alloy, it was undoubtedly a form of metal. What on earth is wrong with this fool? He has audaciously reinforced the walls with metal. Qin Peng erupted in a torrent of curses. The grand entrance is fashioned from extraordinary materials, and while I can overlook the bulletproof windows, it is utterly bewildering that even the walls are constructed of metal. What does this signify? Qin Peng is on the verge of a breakdown. He finally comprehends why Su Mu exudes such confidence, casually standing behind the window, holding a glass of red wine, while observing their futile attempts to breach the wall. It appears that Su Mu resides within a veritable fortress, assured that they could never penetrate his defenses. Chapter 54. If RPGs cannot breach my door, what use is this wretched explosive? Yan Qingshu, sensing something amiss, hurried over, her brow furrowed in concern. Qin Peng spat on the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! Not only are this guy's windows bulletproof, but even the inner layer of the walls is made of metal. Forget about breaking through with a hammer. Even a professional laser cutter would struggle to make a dent. Is that true?" Yan Qingshu's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Su Mu, who remained composed and leisurely sipping wine inside. The realization dawned upon her. Su Mu had anticipated the impending snow disaster all along. He not only stockpiled a substantial amount of food in advance, but also invested heavily in transforming his villa into a warm, fortified stronghold. From the very beginning, Su Mu was merely toying with her, harboring deep-seated suspicions. No wonder he never allowed her to spend the night at his place, nor permitted her entry into his villa. "Ah, Su Mu, you truly are a devil. No, you are even more malevolent than a devil." After coming to a realization, Yan Qingshu was overwhelmed with emotion. Without a second thought, she wielded a kitchen knife and began to furiously strike at the glass. Just as Qin Peng and his companions found themselves at a loss, contemplating alternative approaches, the mocking voice of Su Mu emanated through the two-way intercom embedded in the wall, reaching their ears. "You fellows seem to be quite full. Coming all the way here in the dead of night to smash my windows and walls. Go on, continue smashing. Come in and kill me. If you're not going to smash, then it's my turn to make a move." Upon hearing this, Qin Peng was initially taken aback, only to be gripped by anxiety. He had not anticipated that their meticulously devised plan would be completely upended. First, their strategy had somehow been leaked, and that treacherous Su Mu had laid an ambush, taking out his most capable subordinate, ergo, with a single arrow. Just when they had managed to approach the villa, they had lost 4 or 5 men to incendiary devices. Moreover, Su Mu had callously reinforced the walls with metal. After toiling in sub-zero temperatures for half a day, they had been unable to breach the walls. Exhausted, they were now in a precarious situation. If Su Mu initiated a counterattack and unleashed his crossbow upon them, the consequences will be dire. Qin Peng quickly instructed his subordinates to disperse, then seized a makeshift shield that had been prepared in advance, positioning it before him. He blustered defiantly, "Su Mu, you cowardly scoundrel, come out and face me in a duel. Let's see if I one-t end you. Hiding behind such iron fortifications. What kind of hero are you?" Su Mu chuckled softly, downing the glass of red wine in one go. "Indeed, I am no hero, nor do I dare to venture outside. With so many of you out there, which fool would step out to face you in a duel? However, do refrain from merely barking from outside. If you possess any courage, come in and finish me off." He picked up a crossbow from a nearby table, methodically loading it. "It's freezing outside. I wonder how long you can endure the cold?" A sinister smile crept across Su Mu's lips. "As soon as you can no longer withstand the chill and retreat, I shall pick you off one by one." Seeing the devilish grin on his face, Qin Peng and the others couldn't help but gasp, instinctively taking a few steps back. Just as Su Mu was about to speak again, he suddenly heard a frantic alert from the system indicating that someone was preparing to assault the base. Should a counterattack be initiated? He was momentarily taken aback. Was it not Qin Peng who was attacking outside? Why the alert? Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from below, causing the entire villa to tremble slightly, as if someone had detonated explosives in the underground garage. Damn, is Qin Peng truly that clever, dividing his forces? Yet, explosives are tightly controlled by the state. Where could they have acquired such materials? Although the Golden Shield Security Company has confidently asserted that all doors, windows, and walls have been specially reinforced, rendering them impervious to even small bombs. Without witnessing the effectiveness firsthand, one cannot help but feel uneasy. Anxious, Su Mu contemplated descending to investigate, yet hesitated, knowing that Qin Peng and his men had yet to retreat. Upon witnessing such a commotion, Qin Peng initially assumed that Su Mu was up to some mischief again, prompting him to scream in terror and lead his companions in a hasty retreat. "Withdraw, quickly," he cried. The other subordinates, equally frightened, hurriedly followed suit, their fear palpable. Seizing the moment, Su Mu, filled with exhilaration, opened the pre-prepared shooting aperture, disregarding who was outside, and armed himself with a crossbow, aiming and firing into the fray. A tall, slender individual, who had already been struck in the calf by an arrow, found himself unable to evade the subsequent barrage and was pierced by another deadly projectile. This time, fortune did not favor him. A 20-centimeter arrow found its mark, penetrating him from behind, resulting in a grievous wound that gushed forth blood. In such dire circumstances, unless one possessed extraordinary resilience, no one could withstand such a lethal strike. The others, witnessing this gruesome sight, were paralyzed by fear and hastened their escape, with some even collapsing onto their sleds, propelling themselves away with urgency. A mere rabble. Su Mu scoffed as he observed them retreating beyond the range of his crossbow. Chuckling heartily, he retracted his weapon and made his way toward the surveillance room. On the screen, the garage entrance lay in disarray. As the smoke cleared, silhouettes of over a dozen individuals emerged in the distance. These newcomers, equipped with axes and other tools, donned headlamps and carried climbing packs, appearing unfamiliar and certainly not residents of Building Number 7. It was evident they too had set their sights on Su Mu, coincidentally choosing midnight as the opportune moment for their assault. However, their approaches differed. One group opted to ski across the ground to breach the walls, while another chose to blast through the underground garage entrance. As the dust settled, a figure resembling a leader brushed off the dirt from his attire, wielding a Swiss Army knife, and exclaimed with fervor, "This villa belongs to the Su Mu family, and it harbors a vast supply of provisions. Let us charge in and eliminate that scoundrel. This house shall henceforth be ours. No more hunger." The others, armed and emboldened, shouted in unison as they rushed towards the garage door. However, upon clearing the dust, they were met with bewilderment. The garage door of the Sumu residence, despite the explosive detonation, remained utterly unscathed, not a single dent marred its surface. The leader turned to one of his comrades, demanding, "After all your years in demolition, how could you possibly fail to breach such a modest garage door?" Stammering in disbelief, the individual known as Old Six was similarly astonished by the sight before him. It was crucial to note that they utilized precision explosives designed for mountain blasting and road construction. Although the explosive's range was limited, its power within a confined area was formidable, akin to the C4 explosives frequently employed by special forces for breaching operations. Having been a professional demolitions expert for over a decade, Old Six had never encountered a failure. He approached the door, running his fingers along its surface, only to discover that it appeared to be entirely composed of metal. He did not even entertain the notion of it being an alloy. After all, who would adorn their home with a door resembling that of a bank vault? Upon witnessing this scene, Sumu felt a profound sense of calm. What significance does your C4 explosive hold? If an RPG launcher cannot breach my door, what utility does your inferior explosive possess? Chapter 55. Ensnared in the Frozen Abyss. Could it be that the explosives have succumbed to moisture? Lao Lu scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Shall I add more and attempt once more? He unstrapped the backpack from his shoulders, intent on employing double the amount this time. Even if you were to detonate this door 100 times, it remains impervious. However, I am no easy target. Do you truly think you can continuously bombard me as if I were a lifeless statue? With a cold smile, Sumu retrieved a high-pressure water gun from his infinite space. These individuals, having procured a significant quantity of explosives, are undoubtedly of no ordinary standing. They are either involved in substantial civil engineering projects or entangled in underground dealings. They are certainly no saints. Compared to them, Qin Peng, who dabbles in earth-moving business, is merely a petty thug, a compliant little boy. In this apocalyptic world, these people are the genuine desperados. Yet, Sumu had little interest in their true identities. Since they have come to seek their demise, he would gladly escort them to meet the king of hell. Initially, he contemplated unleashing a hail of indiscriminate fire with his AK-47, but considering their remaining explosives, he hesitated. Extending the muzzle through a concealed opening, he realized that should an accident occur and the explosives detonate, he could very well be caught in the blast. In this frigid, desolate environment, even the slightest injury could prove fatal. He did not use a crossbow, as it was rather slow to draw and could only shoot one bolt at a time. His adversaries numbered over a dozen, and they had even acquired explosives. Who could say if they were concealing firearms or grenades? If he were struck through a shooting hole, wouldn't Sumu be reduced to ashes? Sumu would never gamble his precious life on a mere 1 in 10,000 chance against such ruffians. Old Lu retrieved C4 explosives, crouching down to adhere them to the garage door, while several accomplices attentively assisted him, passing supplies. Suddenly, a blue arc of light flashed, and Old Lu let out a horrifying scream as his body was flung away, curling on the ground in a continuous tremor, the explosives slipping from his grasp. Unbeknownst to them, a dark aperture slowly opened above their flank, revealing the nozzle of a high-pressure water gun. With a jolt, Sumu first incapacitated Old Lu with a surge of electricity, then activated the high-pressure water gun. Instantly, a torrent of white water surged forth, aimed directly at the group of about 10 below. Caught off guard, they were swept away, toppling to the ground in disarray. The underground garage was already cold and damp, and in the biting chill of the night, temperatures plummeted to over 70 degrees below zero, resembling a vast ice cellar. In such conditions, the temperature differential between indoors and outdoors approached 100 degrees. The initially warm water jet, emanating with wisps of steam, instantly began to freeze upon contact with their bodies. Some yearned to cry out, yet frigid water relentlessly cascaded upon their faces, flooding their noses, mouths, and collars, rendering their eyes unable to open. Others sought to evade the deluge, but alas, bright searchlights adorned their heads, illuminating the dark underground garage like brilliant fireflies, revealing their positions to Sumo. Moments later, The icy water had permeated their entire beings, the chill burrowing deep into their bones, their clothes drenched and clinging to their skin, rapidly transforming into rigid blocks of ice. These individuals shrieked in terror, their lips turning a ghastly shade of purple, every inch of their bodies assaulted by a cold, piercing sensation, as if thousands of tiny needles pricked every pore. They attempted to rise from the ground, but the high-pressure water jets relentlessly battered them, leaving them unsteady. Moreover, the floor had frozen into a thick layer of ice, causing their feet to slip, rendering them unable to crawl. Sumu, disregarding their cries of despair, continued to wield the hose, mercilessly dousing them with water. If they wished to use explosives to breach the door and end their own lives, they must be prepared for a brutal retaliation. 2 minutes later, these individuals lay on the ground, silenced, their bodies contorted in shades of blue and purple. 3 minutes later, they could scarcely move, having transformed into a collection of variously shaped ice blocks. 5 minutes later, these blocks had grown even larger, with several merging into a single massive slab of ice, frozen in such a manner, even if they were to be immediately thawed and rushed to the hospital, they would either perish or suffer grievous harm. He was increasingly vexed by the harassment from these individuals and resolved to assert his dominance over them. A mere 10 minutes later, a colossal block of ice materialized approximately 7 or 8 meters from the entrance of the garage, entombing a dozen or so individuals within. Resembling insects trapped in amber, each contorted in grotesque postures, their faces twisted in agony, eyes wide open, radiating sheer terror. Utterly delusional, Sumu did not venture outside to investigate. After retracting the high-pressure water gun, he firmly shut the firing aperture with a resounding clap. In the dimness of the underground garage, only the faint glow emitted by the searchlights worn atop the frozen heads of the captives illuminated the surroundings, casting an eerie light reminiscent of a frigid hell. Unbeknownst to Sumu, 2 fortunate survivors were cautiously rising outside the garage door, in a blind spot beyond his line of sight. They had been positioned further out and, by some stroke of luck, had escaped the wrath of the high-pressure water gun. In their frantic attempt to evade capture, they had inadvertently knocked their searchlights to the ground, fortuitously eluding a grim fate. Only after the fearsome figure had closed the firing aperture and departed did they dare to rise, refraining from activating their searchlights as they supported each other, gingerly making their escape. In such frigid weather, the consequences of falling into a snowdrift were all too apparent. This operation had not only failed to breach Sumu's villa as planned, but had also resulted in a loss of a third of their forces, including the untimely death of his trusted aide, ergo. With no benefits reaped and such heavy losses incurred, Qin Peng felt as though his heart were bleeding profusely. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated sustenance, allies, and strength. Otherwise, one can only become a stepping stone for others, mere fodder. Qin Peng sat pensively on the sofa, while Yan Qingshu, who was tending to the wound on his ear, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed urgently, "Brother Peng, something is amiss. It's as if Sumu anticipated our arrival tonight. In the dead of night, he was awake, lying in wait, catching us off guard with crossbows and incendiary bottles. The crossbows are one thing, but incendiary bottles are highly flammable and explosive, with a fireplace lit in his room. It's evident he had prepared for our assault well in advance." Typically lacking in intellect, Yan Qingshu's analysis was surprisingly coherent this time. Her words jolted Qin Peng into realization. It was clear that Sumu had known of their midnight assault on the villa and had devised strategies to counter them. Who had leaked this information? Damn, there's a traitor among us. Chapter 56, Dismemberment, Preparing Provisions. The revelation of a traitor resonated with the group, as they too recognized that Sumu's behavior tonight was premeditated, a deliberate setup awaiting their arrival. Who among us, that insidious rat, divulged our plan to Sumu? Qin Peng's face darkened as he rose, his narrowed eyes scanning the gathered crowd, radiating malice. The younger brothers exchanged glances, a silent agreement of apprehension hanging in the air. The tension escalated as Qin Peng's expression grew increasingly grim. He commanded loudly, "Everyone inside the room, Surrender your phones immediately for a thorough inspection. His loyal subordinates exchanged glances and promptly stepped forward, placing their phones upon the table before brandishing their weapons at the newly arrived homeowners. As Qin Peng suddenly demanded to inspect everyone's phones, several individuals turned pale with fear. He scrutinized the information on each device, his expression growing increasingly grim. To his dismay, he discovered that 4 or 5 among them had been exchanging furtive glances with acquaintances from other buildings, even alerting them to his every move. His actions were nearly laid bare before their eyes. With a sudden outburst, he rose to his feet, furiously pointing at several homeowners, and bellowed, "Eliminate these individuals and seize all their supplies. Moreover, eradicate their families. Let them be entirely wiped out." The stunned individuals fell to the ground in terror. 2 of them crawled towards Qin Peng, clutching his legs and pleading desperately, "Brother Peng, we were wrong. Spare us this once, and we shall comply with your every demand. My daughter is quite beautiful, only 12 years old. I intended to send her to serve you. Please grant me mercy. You may perish, yet your daughter will belong to me." Qin Peng remained unmoved, kicking the 2 away with disdain, signaling to his subordinates. Understanding his intent, they disregarded the homeowner's desperate pleas, forcibly dragging them from the premises. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from outside. The remaining homeowners felt a tightening in their chests, shrinking back in fear, paralyzed with dread. Qin Peng, having somewhat alleviated his indignation, reseated himself and, with a hint of bewilderment, remarked, "How peculiar. Although those individuals are indeed traitors deserving of their fate. A thorough examination of their phones reveals that none of them communicated any warning to Sumu." Yan Qingshu, her eyes darting thoughtfully, uncertainly suggested, "Could it be that someone who did not partake in today's operation learned of the news and discreetly relayed it?" A spark of realization ignited in Qin Peng's eyes. There was indeed merit to her theory. He commanded loudly that all personnel absent from today's operation be summoned immediately for a meticulous inspection of their phones. Xia Baiwei and several young, alluring women residing in another floor's quarters were in the midst of a hazy slumber when they were abruptly roused by the intrusion of some underlings who seized their phones. One woman, in a moment of complaint, was met with 2 swift slaps, silencing her instantly. Xia Baiwei, bewildered by the unfolding events, felt a profound sense of unease. Shortly thereafter, over 20 remaining personnel were brought forth, their phones arranged in a precise line upon the table. Most were the young, captivating women Qin Peng had chosen to entertain, alongside a few trusted subordinates tasked with safeguarding the premises. As Qin Peng scrutinized the information on each phone, a sudden surge of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he held up a pink fruit-themed device, inquiring, "Whose phone is this?" Xia Baiwei's complexion turned ashen, while Yan Qingshu cast her a curious glance. Upon receiving the phone and glancing at its contents, she was immediately engulfed in a fit of rage. "Brother Sumu, they intend to embark on a sleigh ride to your villa at midnight tonight, taking advantage of your slumber to force their way in. However, they mentioned that the windows of your villa are specially crafted and exceedingly difficult to break. So they have resolved to use tools to breach the walls directly or to create an opening from the rooftop. I have heard that you severed Qin Peng's weapon with your crossbow. If you prepare adequately and strike unexpectedly, you could injure or eliminate a few of them, causing this rabble to disperse and lose their fighting spirit instantly. Yet exercise caution, for they have fashioned rudimentary shield from solid wood tables specifically to guard against your crossbow bolts. Furthermore, that scoundrel Qin Peng wields a shotgun of tremendous power. I have witnessed him transform a man into a sieve with it. Brother Sumu, given the substantial assistance I have provided, might I request to reside in your villa? You, a solitary man, must feel particularly lonely at home. My beauty is hardly inferior to that of the wretched Yan Qingshu. All that she can do, I can do as well, and perhaps even better. Moreover, my appetite is quite modest, so you need not worry about being unable to support me." This Ye Baiwei not only divulged Qin Peng's plans in their entirety, but also thoughtfully devised strategies for Sumu and even negotiated terms to stay in his villa. Qin Peng narrowed his eyes, drawing a concealed dagger from his waist, a sinister expression crossing his face. Indeed, it is you, wretched soul, who has brought us such tremendous loss. Even Ergo has met his demise at the hands of Su Mu. Witnessing the unmasked intent to kill in Qin Peng's eyes, Xia Baiwei was instantly seized by panic. She retreated a couple of steps and fell to the ground, her gaze filled with terror as she implored, Penggu, please allow me to explain. Turning to Yan Qingshu, she pleaded, Qingshu, we are good sisters. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. You informed Su Mu, hoping to use it as a stepping stone to enter his abode alone, did you not? Yan Qingshu intercepted Qin Peng, kneeling beside Xia Baiwei, gripping her chin with a sorrowful expression. Baiwei, after all these years of sisterhood, why have you chosen to betray me and ally yourself with that scoundrel, Su Mu? Xia Baiwei, as if clinging to the last shred of hope, clutched Yan Qingshu's leg, tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry I was wrong. I should not have believed the vile lies of that scoundrel, Su Mu. Qingshu, please intercede with Penggu on my behalf. Spare me, However, before she could finish her plea, a sudden gust of wind rushed towards her. It was Yan Qingshu, her face contorted with rage, brandishing a razor-sharp kitchen knife, aiming it directly at Xia Baiwei's forehead. Stop! Qin Peng, with swift reflexes, seized Yan Qingshu's wrist, halting the knife mere centimeters from Xia Baiwei's face. Xia Baiwei narrowly escaped death, scrambling backward in terror, gasping for breath, momentarily at a loss for words. She could hardly believe that her dear friend Yan Qingshu would dare to put her life in jeopardy. How could it be? Yan Qingshu tilted her head and gazed at Qin Peng, questioning why he did not allow her to execute the traitor. Qin Peng turned to Xia Baiwei, a sinister smile creeping across his face. She was responsible for the death of Ergo, for the demise of so many brothers. Allowing her to perish so easily would indeed be too lenient. With a menacing aura, he commanded his underlings, today, one and all, go after her. Strip her of her clothes and cast her outside. Let her freeze to death, then we shall dismember her and turn her into provisions. Chapter 57. The beautiful doctor comes knocking. Qin Peng's ruthlessness sent shivers down the spines of all present, yet not a single soul dared to voice dissent. Amidst Xia Baiwei's terrified cries for help, one man after another lunged forward with malicious grins, Han Lei among them, for the sake of his beloved goddess. Han Lei had sacrificed most of his rations to Yan Qingshu since the snow began to fall, nearly starving himself in the process. In his quest for retribution, he even summoned the courage to confront Su Mu, only to return humiliated and drenched in disgrace, earning Yan Qingshu's disdain to the point where she wouldn't even allow him to sit on the sofa. When Qin Peng took control of Building 7, recognizing Han Lei's youth and vigor, he reluctantly absorbed him into the ranks, allowing him to survive by a thread. Witnessing Yan Qingshu reduced to a mere plaything for Qin Peng and his cohorts, Han Lei felt a profound sorrow. Having once brought her the meager food he had painstakingly saved. To speak candidly, I harbor no affection for you. I merely relish the feeling of being adored by you, treating you as nothing more than an ATM. Though I find myself in a state of ruin now, I assure you that even in a twist of fate, it shall not be your turn. From that moment on, Han Lei experienced a profound epiphany, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame for his previous sycophantic behavior. This Xia Baiwei, as Yan Qingshu's confidant, had not hesitated to stoke the flames and ensnare him financially. Thus, when the time came for Han Lei to exact his retribution upon her, he did so with fervor, as though he sought to purge years of pent-up resentment. With bloodshot eyes, Han Lei unleashed his frustrations upon Xia Baiwei. In this apocalyptic world, with uncertainty looming over tomorrow's survival, what significance do ethics and morality hold? Damn it, I too desire to thrive in this desolation, to possess strength and to be surrounded by beautiful women. Han Lei's heart roared in fervent desperation. Nevertheless, these matters bore little relevance to Su Mu, who had toiled through the night and was utterly exhausted. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, he nestled into the warmth of his comfortable bed, embracing the slumbering Lao Mo. Perhaps the array of ice sculptures at the garage served as a deterrent for the ensuing 2 days. no vulgardi individual derto provoxumo. Yet, as time passed and resources dwindled, the desperation of the masses grew palpable. Sumu could sense the undercurrents of tension, subtly heightening his guard. On this day, after completing his routine exercise, he settled into a massage chair for a well-deserved massage. This exquisite massage chair was procured from the warehouse of Hongwan Corporation, valued at over 100,000 yuan, far surpassing the shared massage chairs available in shopping malls, offering an exceptionally comfortable experience. Suddenly, his phone chimed, revealing a friend request from a user named Dr. Qingshu from Building 13, accompanied by a feminine profile picture. Prior to this, numerous female residents from the community had reached out to him privately, many of whom were already married. They were aware that Su Mu had stockpiled a substantial amount of food, and, possessing considerable wealth, they unanimously proposed to barter their bodies for his protection. Even if they could not gain entry into his villa, they were willing to exchange their bodies for some provisions. Of course, a few were bold enough to send Su Mu intimate selfies or videos. Su Mu, I'm so hungry. Could you spare some food for me? Seductive image JPG. Handsome, please adopt me. I can be both a lowly and a mature woman, ready to fulfill all your desires. Mature voice MP4, lowly voice MP4, Lolita JPG. Dear sir, may I have your contact information? I have a 36D bust. 36D, seductive image JPG. Goodness, Su Mu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost compelled to take out his catgirl robot to relieve his fervor. Was this the standard to test his resolve? Which official could withstand such trials? Yet, it seemed they underestimated Su Mu's aesthetic sensibilities. Su Mu merely glanced at the content, selecting a few particularly captivating pieces to save for leisurely appreciation later, while disregarding the rest entirely. After all, they were not akin to the female streamers on certain platforms, who had honed their skills in provocative movements. There was hardly anything of interest. Su Mu presumed that the request to add him as a friend stemmed from a similar context, and paid it little mind. Feeling somewhat bored, he casually approved the request. Before long, a message from Qingshu arrived. Hello Su Mu, Yan Qingshu, a resident of Building 13 and a clinical doctor at Shenzhen First People's Hospital. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. This woman was quite astute. She immediately introduced her identity as a doctor. Even in a world not beset by the calamity of a snowbound city, no one could guarantee their immunity to illness. And the profession of a doctor commands deep respect. However, Su Mu was not particularly concerned. He had already stockpiled a substantial amount of medication, and, as long as he did not act recklessly, he generally avoided serious ailments. Furthermore, he was a stranger to Qingshu. Who could fathom her true intentions? Su Mu chuckled to himself, pondering her audacity. What gave her the confidence that he would permit her into his villa? Is it merely your status as a doctor at Shenzhen First People's Hospital, a clinician of considerable experience? Humans consume grains and legumes. Illness is an inevitability. And you need me. Forgive me, but it is you who require my assistance. I can go for 3 to 5 months without needing a doctor. Yet you cannot last 3 to 5 days without sustenance. After a moment of silence, Qingshu added, besides that, I am also a woman, a 24-year-old young and beautiful single woman. She shared a photograph of herself, and upon clicking it, Su Mu was struck by the undeniable allure of the young woman depicted. Her features were strikingly prominent where they should be, and gracefully recessed where appropriate. Her visage was handsome, and her figure undeniably voluptuous. These women truly follow a familiar script. I am not lacking in female companionship. Su Mu laughed heartily, for many young and beautiful women resided in his neighborhood. If he so desired, with merely a beckoning gesture, they would eagerly vie to enter his villa. I concede that what you say holds a grain of truth. Yet not every beautiful woman is a physician. Qingshu fell into a momentary silence before asserting, you must acknowledge that, in this apocalyptic scenario, my worth surpasses that of those alluring yet trivial temptresses. Su Mu refrained from responding directly, but instead posed another query. You claim to be an unattached woman. However, as far as I am aware, the life of a single woman in these circumstances is hardly enviable. They either become the playthings of some powerful overlord or are stripped of their possessions, left to freeze and starve. or even meet a gruesome end at the hands of others. How have you managed to survive for so many days? His curiosity was piqued. After all, the heavy snow had persisted for over 20 days, leading to instances of cannibalism in various buildings as people struggled for sustenance. How could such a beautiful, solitary woman endure amidst a pack of wolves? The answer was quite simple. Conflicts erupted daily in the buildings, resulting in countless casualties. As for me, I am a skilled surgeon, well-versed in internal medicine as well, and due to my professional habits, I have stocked a considerable supply of medications at home. Though I am youthful, I am a distinguished scholar of the nation. When the snow disaster first commenced, I received an official notification urging me to evacuate to the nearest shelter. Regrettably, I was skeptical at the time and missed the evacuation window, ultimately becoming ensnared in this community. Chapter 58. Another informant secured. In a previous life, I had heard whispers that, shortly after the onset of the snow disaster, governments worldwide implemented their apocalyptic survival plans. To avert societal unrest, a tacit agreement was reached among nations to maintain secrecy, prioritizing the notification of key figures and elite individuals, discreetly guiding them towards the nearest underground sanctuaries. But why have you sought me out again? Because my provisions are dwindling. Presently, there are fewer than 150 souls remaining in Building 13, and in the struggle for sustenance, they are capable of anything. I sense impending peril, and thus, I must secure an escape route for myself. She is a remarkably composed and rational woman. I reclined comfortably in the massage chair, my mind racing with thoughts of whether to retain her assistance for myself and my dear brother. Though I am currently at ease, my second brother is enduring a rather grim situation, having not tasted genuine meat in quite some time. As the saying goes, a well-fed man is prone to desires. Being a vigorous young man, he naturally has such needs, yet he typically resorts to intelligent dolls or cat-girl robots to satisfy them. Even in times of peace, a man engaging in relations with a stranger is not an extraordinary affair. How much more so in this apocalyptic world, where morality and law have all but vanished. There is no need to live in excessive restraint. Su-mu felt a flicker of temptation, yet having experienced the fate of being consumed by others in his past life, he harbored a deep aversion to the closeness of strangers. Qingshu presented herself as a viable option, yet until he possessed absolute control over her, Su-mu dared not allow her into his abode. Alas, perhaps it is best to refrain. Surely, after the snow disaster, other survivors will emerge. With my advantageous circumstances, can I not find skilled doctors and worthy companions? What you can offer is merely your medical skills, perhaps accompanied by your body. I am currently living quite comfortably on my own. Introducing a stranger into my sanctuary entails an insurmountable risk. Qingshu, having lived a life of ease and fortune, was taken aback by Su-mu's rejection and stammered in urgency. But I truly cannot endure any longer. The glances of my neighbors are filled with envy. What does that have to do with me? If you wish to enter my villa, you must at least demonstrate your worth or provide something of value in exchange. You frequently boast about your culinary delights in various groups, and you have become the bane of this community. To my knowledge, at least 7 leaders from different buildings are plotting against you, discussing how to breach your villa. After pondering for a moment, Qingshu remarked, "If I were to inform you of their movements prior to their assault, would you permit me entry into your villa?" This woman appears quite astute. Yet being a spy or infiltrator is no easy task. Have we not seen how Xie Wei was brutally tormented to death after her exposure by Qin Peng and his cohorts? Su-mu regarded this with disdain, thinking, "Let them come. It remains to be seen whether they will invade my villa, or if I shall eliminate these intruders altogether." He had long anticipated that these ravenous neighbors would eventually attack his home in a desperate bid for sustenance. However, having invested such a substantial fortune in constructing this steel fortress, it would be nearly impossible for even a battalion of armed soldiers to breach his defenses without heavy artillery, let alone these emaciated, frostbitten neighbors who have barely survived for over 20 days. Furthermore, Su-mu had deliberately remained in this community, waiting for this very day to arrive. The more they come, the more exhilarating the slaughter will be, and thus, his inner demons shall recede more swiftly. Qingshu urgently advised, but the community houses over 10,000 people. Even if half were to perish, there would still be over 5,000 remaining. How could you possibly manage them all alone? If I were in their position, I would not even need to launch a direct assault. A simple diversion would suffice to deprive you of sleep and wear you down. Moreover, this community is home to a diverse array of individuals, and I have heard of a group skilled in engineering who possess explosives. A few days ago, an assault was launched on Villa Number 13 using explosives, resulting in the demise of its occupants and the plundering of all resources within. I'm aware of this. They have since been transformed into icy sculptures, positioned before the garage door to instill fear in others. However, Qingshu does present a valid point. Sumu is, after all, not made of iron. He cannot remain vigilant around the clock. He inevitably requires sustenance, rest, and personal relief. A moment of negligence could lead to a sudden ambush, which would be troublesome. Having an insider would undeniably serve as an additional layer of assurance, allowing him to prepare in advance. Reflecting on this, Sumu nodded, acknowledging her insight. You make a compelling argument. I consent to your role as my informant. However, the ultimate outcome will depend on your performance. Qingshu, elated, promptly reassured him. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my purpose and will strive to prove my worth. A faint smile graced Sumu's lips. He had successfully enlisted another insider. As for whether she would gain access to his villa, that decision lay entirely within his purview. Indeed, Qingshu was correct. With the depletion of resources, instances of cannibalism had become unavoidable in several buildings. At this juncture, Sumu, residing in a well-stocked and warm villa, had become the prime target for their predation. The frozen bodies of Lao Lu and his companions had failed to deter these ravenous neighbors. Through surveillance, Sumu observed that individuals were stealthily prowling near his villa in the biting cold, including some who had emerged from Yamamoto Itaro's estate. Sumu, I have heard some whispers. Chui Heng from Building 13 has organized around 70 to 80 homeowners, preparing to assault your villa. That night, just as Sumu was about to retire for the evening, he received a message from Qingshu. However, I could not ascertain the exact timing. Do take care of yourself. A chill ran through Sumu's heart. Were they making their move so swiftly? When the enemy comes, one must defend. When the waters rise, one must build a dam. It is nothing of great concern. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning and shall remain vigilant. In due time, I shall treat you to a meal. The following morning, over 100 individuals began to emerge from Building 13. Each was thoroughly bundled up, wielding weapons such as machetes and steel pipes, utilizing makeshift sleds fashioned from door panels to glide before Sumu's villa. Aware of Chui Heng's impending assault, Sumu decided to set up a bed in the monitoring room for ease of observing the situation. As he watched the unfolding scene through the surveillance feed, he was taken aback. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated that this group would brazenly approach in broad daylight. A young leader emerged from the throng, brandishing a machete, and shouted, "Is Sumu residing within the villa? Come out and answer." Chapter 59. A frenzied assault with an AK-47. The snow had now completely inundated the 2 stories of the villa. Sumu climbed to the 3rd floor, drew aside the curtains, and peered out at the audacious young man through the window. I am Sumu. Who are you? What brings you to my home? Although this group had heard prior to their arrival that Sumu's villa had undergone special renovations, rendering it remarkably warm and comfortable, most had never witnessed it firsthand and remained skeptical. Outside, the biting cold wind cut like a knife, chilling them to the bone. They were bundled up like Michelin tires, their stomachs grumbling with hunger. Yet, through the window, they beheld Sumu clad in nothing but a thin nightgown, while a roaring fire blazed in the fireplace behind him, and a table adorned with fresh fruits lay before him. They could not help but exclaim in astonishment as a glimmer of greed spread like wildfire in their eyes. A young man swallowed hard and proclaimed loudly, I am Chui Heng, representing the 100 households of Building 13 in negotiations with you. Sumu, we are neighbors residing in the same community. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Now, with the heavy snowfall wreaking havoc, since you have stored a considerable amount of food, You ought to share some and lend support to us, your struggling neighbors. According to Qingshu, Chui Hung was a bold and aggressive local tough, living with his parents. After the catastrophe, he relied on his ruthless nature and fearless demeanor to quickly unite Building 13, commanding a formidable group of over 100 male homeowners. Thus, Chui Hung brimmed with confidence, believing that leading such a multitude to Sumu's door would surely instill fear in him, prompting a swift and gracious welcome into the villa. To his surprise, Sumo burst into laughter, retorting, "These provisions are purchased with my own money. Why should I simply give them to you, just because you ask?" Upon the utterance of those words, a commotion ensued among the crowd. You truly are a despicable individual, knowing that disaster approaches. You fail to warn your neighbors and instead hoard a vast quantity of supplies for yourself. While we are all left without food, you boast daily in the group. And our disdain for you has been mounting. Indeed, for over 20 days, I have barely been able to fill my stomach with instant noodles, my mouth parched. This fellow indulges in steak and roasted chicken daily, leaving me salivating. I endure hunger and cold while he mocks us from his perch. If you do not share some food with us today, we shall storm in and seize it from you. Yes, storm in, storm in. Upon hearing Su Mu's outright rejection, Chui Heng's expression turned grim. He raised his clenched fist above his head, and the murmurs of the crowd gradually quieted. He pointed his long knife towards Su Mu, who stood behind the window, and proclaimed loudly, "Su Mu, do you see this? These are the voices of the people. We number over 100. I advise you to be sensible and open your door for us. Otherwise, should we act on impulse and burst into your home, I cannot guarantee what unfortunate events may transpire." Huh? Is it that a mere disagreement leads you to resort to force? Su Mu retorted, crossing his arms and smirking. Then by all means, do give a try. You refuse a toast and instead seek punishment. Chui Heng's expression shifted as he swung his knife forward with fervor. Kill. Upon entering, they seized his residence and plundered his provisions. The crowd behind him erupted with exhilaration, brandishing an array of weapons as they charged forward. A cruel smile crept across Su Mu's face as he opened a concealed compartment in the window, extending the muzzle of an AK-47 outward. Having meticulously observed through the surveillance, he noted that the assailants were armed solely with bladed weapons and crowbars, devoid of firearms, granting him the assurance to commence the massacre. The staccato of gunfire erupted, akin to the sound of popping beans, as vibrant blossoms of blood erupted from the chests of the foremost 10 individuals, who collapsed in agony. He was armed. The remaining assailants were taken aback, abruptly halting their advance. How could those accustomed to peaceful times fathom such a scene reminiscent of the silver screen? Overcome by the pungent scent of blood, many felt a dampness spreading in their trousers. As a last bullet was discharged, Su Mu did not relent. He swiftly retrieved another magazine from the boundless space and squeezed the trigger once more. Amidst the cacophony of anguished screams, another 10 homeowners succumbed, falling into a pool of blood. Run! A cry pierced the air, and in an instant, panic ensued as everyone turned to flee, disregarding the groans of the wounded on the ground. Su Mu, grinning malevolently, replaced the magazine for a third time, unleashing another torrent of bullets, sending the last few stragglers crashing to the ground in despair. Others were in a state of sheer panic, wishing desperately that their parents had bestowed upon them additional limbs. As they frantically propelled their sleds forward, many tumbled to the ground, some even becoming ensnared in snowdrifts. Su Mu adjusted his firearm from automatic to single shot, taking aim at the fleeing homeowners, methodically picking them off one by one. The effective range of the AK-47 is approximately 400 meters. However, beyond 300 meters, accuracy diminishes significantly. Furthermore, lacking professional training, Su Mu's marksmanship was rather poor, often requiring 4 or 5 shots to hit a single target. Yet, this was deemed insufficient, as within a mere 1 or 2 minutes, dozens of corpses lay strewn across the snow, and more than 10 wounded individuals groaned in agony upon the frozen ground. Of the 100 or so who had arrived, less than half managed to escape beyond the range of fire or into blind spots. Such overestimations of their own capabilities. To the injured, he did not squander ammunition for finishing shots. In such frigid weather, suffering gunshot wounds without timely medical intervention would only lead to a grim fate. Chui Hung stood at the forefront, having sustained 3 gunshot wounds, his long knife long since discarded. Overcome by terror, he crawled painfully across the icy expanse, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. However, he did not manage to crawl far before exhaustion overwhelmed him, collapsing in the snow, wide-eyed as he awaited the chilling winds to siphon away the last remnants of warmth from his body, ultimately being gradually concealed beneath the encroaching snow. Surrounding windows of towering edifices were filled with onlookers, each face pale and trembling in fear. At the outset, they secretly lamented being outpaced by Chui Hung of Building 13. After breaching Su Mu's villa, they found themselves unable to partake in the spoils. No one anticipated that Su Mu possessed an automatic rifle, a devastating weapon strictly regulated by the state, and would resort to lethal violence at the slightest provocation, gunning down dozens of residents in mere minutes. Su Mu was not to be trifled with. Many homeowners had already branded him a demon in their minds. Seated comfortably on his sofa, Su Mu's heart raced as he uncapped a bottle of chilled beer and drank deeply. Although this was not his first experience with taking a life, the act of using a firearm to kill so many in an instant left him somewhat disoriented. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure. Outside, apart from the corpses half buried in the snowstorm, there was not a soul in sight. Building 13 was finished. It was foreseeable that after Chui Heng's demise, chaos would inevitably ensue within Building 13 until a formidable leader emerged to unify them once more. Of course, there's also the possibility that residents from other buildings might seize the opportunity in their leaderless state, plundering resources and either eliminating or subjugating them. However, such matters were of no concern to Su Mu. As he often said, the fates of others were of no consequence to him. At noon, Su Mu shared a photograph in the community group depicting a blood-soaked steak, accompanied by these words, "Dear neighbors, it's that time of day again to flaunt. Today, I am enjoying a steak, intentionally cooked to a medium rare, symbolizing the bloody battlefield outside. I wonder what you all are having." Chapter 60, Issuing a Bounty. Thanks to the unparalleled electrical grid established by the Great Xia, even after enduring over 20 days of heavy snowfall, residents still managed to maintain approximately 2 hours of power daily. Remarkably, satellite communication and the internet were barely functional, which allowed them to communicate normally within their group. In stark contrast, across the ocean in the United States, apart from a few wealthy individuals who had prepared in advance with generators, the entire nation was engulfed in darkness, with countless individuals succumbing to hunger and freezing temperatures. Upon hearing the news, the neighbors fell silent, gripped by fear. None dared to utter a word. This morning, Su Mu imparted a profound lesson through cold-bloodedness and violence. Qin Peng was drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. It turned out that this young man possessed such a formidable weapon as an AK. Had Su Mu aimed that gun at them during the assault on his villa, they would have undoubtedly faced total annihilation. In comparison to the automatic rifle, the shotgun in his possession seemed almost laughable. Upon receiving the news, Qin Kur immediately sent Su Mu a message, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." One person managed to thwart the advance of over 100 of them, and even turn the tables, eliminating so many. "Look, I've already informed you in advance. When can I visit your villa?" Just as she reveled in her victory, she eagerly sought to take credit, revealing a somewhat impatient nature. "This ragtag group was no match for me. Even without your warning, it would have made no difference." Su Mu remarked with a hint of amusement. "If you wish to enter my villa, do not rush. Continue to prove your worth." As Su Mu resolutely denied her entry, Qin Kur became increasingly frustrated, yet found herself powerless to change the situation. After persistent coaxing for quite some time, Su Mu remained steadfast, only conceding to provide her with a morsel of food, instructing her to retrieve it from the underground garage. Fearing his disdain, Qin Kur dared not press him further and reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Wang Hao sent his congratulations, subtly expressing his desire to borrow some supplies. "What do we share that would justify such a request?" He pondered. My previous willingness to assist was merely due to our common adversary, those little devils. It certainly did not stem from any fondness for you, the spoiled scion. Lending you supplies is not out of the question, but given the snowbound city, these items cannot be given freely. You must offer something in exchange. Wang Hao, sensing Su Mu's slight concession, rejoiced and quickly inquired, I wonder what you require, Sugo. Anything within my means shall be yours. However, in this apocalyptic era, where money had become as worthless as scrap paper, he astutely refrained from mentioning currency. Su Mu coldly stated, I demand the head of Yamamoto, Ryo Cairo. Upon hearing Su Mu's condition, Wang Hao hesitated. This was no simple task. The last confrontation with those little devils had inflicted considerable losses on them. Yet in recent days, Yamamoto, Ryo Cairo had attacked several owners, seizing their resources and rallying a band of traders from the Great Xia, amassing over 30 subordinates with formidable strength. Moreover, he wielded a firearm, rendering our ability to defend ourselves precarious, leaving us devoid of the means to launch any offensive against them. Sumochakald Koldi, disdainful of the notion of acquiring resources without exertion. Such a notion is preposterous. Just because a task is arduous does not imply it is insurmountable. Here is my proposition. Eliminate Yamamoto Eiichiro, and I shall reward you with provision sufficient for 10 days for each of you. Capture Yamamoto Eiichiro alive and deliver him to me, and I shall bestow upon you provisions for 15 days for each individual. As for his minions, regardless of their fate, I shall grant you 3 days' worth of sustenance for each one you dispatch. What say you? Is this not a tempting offer? Furthermore, you must expedite your efforts. For in 2 days, I shall disseminate this bounty within the community's main group, and I cannot assure you of your chance to claim the reward thereafter. To think that by merely eliminating a petty adversary or a traitor, one could procure such ample provisions? By all means, let us proceed. Upon hearing Su Mu's terms, Wang Hao's eyes widened, and he eagerly acquiesced. Even though Yamamoto Eiichiro's defenses were formidable, eliminating him would be a formidable task. However, they would inevitably venture out in search of food, and it would not be impossible to eliminate 1 or 2 of his subordinates. After sending Wang Hao on his way, Su Mu contemplated for a moment before posting a message in the 7th building group. Qin Peng has repeatedly provoked me without cause, desiring my demise. Yet he remains unrepentant despite the lessons learned. Today, I hereby declare a bounty. Whoever brings about the demise of Qin Peng, be it through a recorded execution or by severing his head as proof, shall be rewarded with provisions sufficient for 10 days. Following the incident involving the traitor, Qin Peng has tightened his grip on his subordinates, confiscating all mobile phones for centralized management. Upon discovering Su Mu's bounty announcement targeting him in the group chat, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he silently congratulated himself for his foresight in securing the phones of his subordinates in advance. A 10-day supply of food is no trivial matter. In this world where humanity is disregarded and morality has decayed, individuals may resort to any means for mere sustenance. Those subordinates were subdued through force, rendering their loyalty non-existent. Even his former allies, whom he once considered dependable, could betray him for a morsel of food. After all, the food reserves in Building Number 7 have nearly been depleted, and even Qin Peng himself possesses only 3 packets of instant noodles and 5 sausages. Poor Ergo, who had been unwaveringly loyal to Qin Peng, would never have anticipated such a fate after his demise. Qin Peng carries a shotgun with him at all times, even while asleep, and conceals a sharp dagger within his sleeve. He perceives treachery lurking in everyone, and even his closest allies must maintain a distance of at least 3 meters when conversing with him. He is genuinely afraid. Hanlei also caught sight of Su Mu's bounty announcement in the group chat and felt a surge of joy, sensing that his opportunity had arrived. He possesses 2 mobile phones. The one he typically carries has been confiscated by Qin Peng, but he secretly retains another one hidden within his rental apartment. However, he did not send a message to Su Mu to express his loyalty. Hanlei was acutely aware of the strained relationship between himself and Su Mu, having recently attacked him at Yan Qingshu's instigation. Sending a message impulsively would only invite Su Mu's disdain. it would be better to wait until after he eliminated Qin Peng. Even if he could not enter Su Mu's villa, exchanging some normal food would suffice, for he had been subsisting solely on human flesh these past few days, which left him with a relentless acid reflux. That night, Su Mu shared several images in the group, accompanied by a caption, "Freshly made braised meat. The aroma fills the entire room. Even I am salivating." He playfully inquired, "In this frozen apocalypse, can I exchange this bowl of red braised meat for 5 wives?" To which someone retorted, "Who on earth would make such a trade? Are you unaware of how many bowls of red braised meat 5 wives could prepare?" Upon seeing this, Qin Peng's eyes sparkled with a wicked idea. "Were you not inciting others in the building to conspire against me? Then I shall strike at the very root." Chapter 61. Striking at the root, Qin Peng slaughters the residents of building number 7. Qin Peng resolved to ruthlessly eliminate all the remaining residents of the building who were still clinging to life, to eradicate any future threats. After all, the food supply in building number 7 had been nearly depleted, and without any new sources of nourishment, even he would soon be forced to resort to cannibalism for survival. The weak and infirm were bound to perish eventually. It would be more prudent to eliminate them sooner rather than later, especially the children and women, whose tender flesh was far more delectable than that of men and the elderly. These should be dispatched without delay. If he were to endure hunger for a few more days, there might not be much meat left to consume. The frigid exterior served as a natural freezer, ensuring that the meat would not spoil. With unwavering determination, Qin Peng swiftly summoned his underlings to assemble, preparing for an audacious undertaking. Gazing upon the 30 or so individuals before him, a profound sorrow welled within his heart. After a fierce confrontation with Lu Wei, he had successfully gathered a loyal band of followers, boasting a formidable strength of nearly 70 subordinates at one point. Regrettably, after 2 assaults on Sumu and subsequent internal restructuring, his numbers had dwindled to less than 30. The steadfast companions he had once led were now reduced to merely 7 or 8, and even Ergo had fallen victim to their hunger. In this operation to eliminate the remaining residents of building number 7, Qin Peng chose to bring only his loyal few, deliberately excluding the original residents from participation, instead confining them together. Residing in the same building, it was uncertain whether any of them shared special ties. With a bounty placed on his head by Sumo, Qin Peng could not afford the peril of betrayal by these residents. For over 20 days, the city had been blanketed in snow, causing many of the residents of building number 7 to perish from hunger and cold, while the survivors languished, barely clinging to life in the frigid conditions. Ignoring their plight, Qin Peng and his followers forcefully smashed their way into each unit, ruthlessly slaughtering any living residents they encountered, indiscriminately executing them before ransacking for supplies. Surprisingly, they uncovered 2 packs of noodles for sausages and 5 packets of compressed biscuits. How astonishing that these cowardly wretches, despite being thoroughly plundered, managed to conceal such provisions. Qin Peng cast aside the lifeless body of an infant, no more than 3 or 4 years old, and spat contemptuously at the unblinking corpse of its mother beneath his feet. Upon witnessing Qin Peng leading a group of his followers armed with weapons, and hearing the faint cries of despair emanating from both upstairs and downstairs, Han Lei and the others swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The homeowners, whose families or friends were still clinging to life, grew frantic, rushing to the door and shaking the handle with all their might. Unfortunately, Qin Peng and his gang had secured the entrance with iron chains from the outside, rendering it utterly inoperable. Seizing the moment, Han Lei rose abruptly and declared loudly, "Perhaps you have all realized. That beast, Qin Peng, has lost his sanity. He is hell-bent on slaughtering the remaining residents of Building 7. He harbors no trust in us, thus locking us in here. He is a demon, and if we continue to follow him, we too shall meet our demise at his hands." Han Lei produced a mobile phone, cleverly concealed within his clothing, revealing the messages from their group. "You all can see it, can't you? Su Mu has already placed a bounty on Qin Peng's head. Whoever succeeds in eliminating him will be rewarded with 10 days' worth of provisions. 10 days of sustenance, my friends. If we ration wisely, that could sustain us for at least 20 days. The eyes of the crowd began to glimmer with hope. For the prospect of 10 days' worth of food was undeniably enticing. Some even found themselves swallowing in anticipation. However, skepticism soon emerged among the crowd. But Qin Peng wields a firearm, and his followers are no pushovers. All our weapons have been confiscated. How can we possibly stand a chance against them? Han Lei retorted sternly. Shall we then resign ourselves to inaction? Waiting for Qin Peng to finish off the remaining residents of Building 7, ultimately slaughtering us all to serve as sustenance or as mere cannon fodder for raiding other buildings? Lacking weaponry, could we not dismantle the tables and chairs here? Furthermore, the kitchen knives, are they not weapons in their own right? I have observed that Qin Peng's firearm is a rudimentary homemade gun, incapable of firing in succession. After each shot, he must reload, including Qin Peng. They number fewer than 10, while we stand at a formidable 21. 21, my friends. In a surprise attack, we could undoubtedly catch them off guard. Yet, witnessing some hesitance, Han Lei seized a chair and brought it crashing down upon one individual's head. What a brutal strike. Once the residents of Building 7 are exterminated, if we do not resist, we should be the next victims. If you wish to perish, I, for one, wish to survive. A surge of fury erupted within him, and he relentlessly swung the chair, striking the individual repeatedly. Bloodied and battered, the person cried out for mercy, yet Han Lei, blinded by rage, remained unyielding. Before long, the individual lay motionless in a pool of blood. Han Lei, drenched in blood and with a grim visage, turned to the others in the room, panting as he asked, "So, is there anyone else who opposes this?" Faced with Han Lei's ferocity and the threat to their own lives, a chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. Damn it, let us do this. Indeed, let us rid ourselves of that wretched Qin Peng. I have long harbored disdain for him. Sui Hua, my child, I am determined to avenge you. Observing that everyone had concurred, Han Lei was overjoyed and promptly joined the others in crafting weapons and equipment. Suddenly, a muffled female voice emanated from within the inner room, as if someone had inadvertently stumbled and gasped in surprise. To Han Lei's astonishment, there were indeed others present. He tensed, demanding, "Who is there?" Grasping a chair leg, he swiftly approached and forcefully kicked open the door, revealing Yan Qingshu sprawled on the floor behind it. The earlier sound had clearly originated from her. Additionally, several disheveled young women huddled in the corner of the bed, likely having overheard their clandestine plotting. Han Lei's expression grew cold as he bent down to seize Yan Qingshu by the hair, yanking her up and darkly inquiring, "Did you hear our conversation?" Yan Qingshu, taken aback, never anticipated that the once obsequious visage would now appear so menacing. Fear enveloped her as she desperately beat against Han Lei's arm, shouting, "You scoundrel! Han Lei, you are hurting me, let me go." As the other proprietors gathered around, Han Lei forcefully threw Yan Qingshu to the ground, snarling, "I demand to know, did you hear or not?" Faced with the crowd, Yan Qingshu finally succumbed to terror, trembling as she retorted, "So what if I heard? And what if I didn't? I am indeed your most cherished individual. You do not intend to take my life, do you?" Han Lei fell silent as he gazed at her, and, after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Yan Qingshu, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Presently, Su Mu has placed a bounty on Qin Peng's head, and if you join us in eliminating him, we can then seek refuge with Su Mu. I have already negotiated with him. He will provide us sustenance. Otherwise," Yan Qingshu, observing Han Lei's bloodied visage and the murderous glint in his eyes, realized that refusal would undoubtedly lead to her immediate demise. Her eyes darted about, and she hastily replied, "Very well, I shall do whatever you command." The others, jesting, unlocked the door, and upon entering, they discovered the owners encircling them, creating an atmosphere that felt rather unsettling. Just as Qin Peng was about to inquire, Yan Qingshu, hidden at the back, suddenly shouted, "Brother Peng, be wary. Han Lei has betrayed you. He and these owners intend to kill you." "Damn, that wretched woman." Han Lei, disregarding everything else, sprang up and struck the nearest enemy with a knife, bellowing, "Everyone, hurry and join the fray." Chapter 62, Deception and Betrayal. The owners had long been prepared. Upon hearing his words, they brandished the clubs and knives they had concealed behind them and surged forward. Block them. Qin Peng, taken aback, hastily drew his gun to fire, but Han Lei, swift of hand and eye, forcefully shoved the comrade beside him, who had been struck in the face with a knife. Forward! The sound of gunfire erupted, and the young man who had been shoved forward was instantly transformed into a bloodied figure, lying on the ground and twitching slightly, clearly on the brink of death. Han Lei was elated and shouted loudly, "He is out of bullets!" Everyone seized this opportunity to eliminate him. The morale of the crowd surged, and they began to indiscriminately strike at Qin Peng and his companions with their weapons. Only 7 or 8 loyal subordinates remained by Qin Peng's side, leaving them at a numerical disadvantage. However, accustomed to fierce confrontations under Qin Peng's leadership, and given that he ensured their supply of resources during these apocalyptic times, they generally fared much better in terms of sustenance compared to these landlords. Thus, their stamina remained relatively high. Armed with machetes and steel pipes, they managed to engage evenly with more than 20 attackers. Seeing that the offensive had stalled, and noticing Qin Peng retreating to hurriedly reload his shotgun, Han Lei grew anxious and shouted, "This beast, Qin Peng, has slaughtered our neighbors and kin. Now, there are barely 20 of us left in Building 7. This ambush against Qin Peng leaves us with no alternative. Either they perish or we do. If we wish to survive, we must fight with all our might. Fighting does not guarantee death, but inaction will surely lead to our demise. Moreover, Sumu has promised that whoever kills Qin Peng will receive provisions sufficient for 10 people." Initially, some among the crowd felt a tinge of hesitation due to Yan Qingshu's revelation, but Han Lei's fervent words ignited a frenzy within them. "Qin Peng, damn you and your ancestors! Return the lives of my family," cried one anguished soul. "My poor child, witness as I avenge you. Suehua, your demise is truly lamentable." They are determined to fight back. The homeowners, blinded by fury, are willing to exchange injury for injury, as 3 or 4 of them confront a single opponent. In this chaotic melee, how can Qin Peng and his companions withstand such onslaught? It is only the confined space within the room that hampers their movements. Otherwise, they would have already been brought to their knees. Retreat. Amidst the jumbled throng inside, Qin Peng dared not fire indiscriminately, casting furtive glances at the tumult around him. Sensing the dire situation, he swiftly led his subordinates in a hasty escape. "Quick, pursue them," Han Lei bellowed, cleaving down an injured comrade in his path before charging out the door. Spotting Qin Peng at the staircase, Han Lei grew frantic and hurled his kitchen knife with a swift motion. With a sharp whoosh, the knife struck Qin Peng squarely in the back. Fortunately, due to the frigid weather, Qin Peng was clad in thick clothing, causing the blade to penetrate only a modest depth, resulting in a relatively minor wound. Qin Peng let out a pained cry, firing a shot into the chaos behind him, indifferent to whether he hit anything, and hastily descended the stairs. The scattered bullets ricocheted in the corridor, hitting several of the homeowners who had rushed out, and even Han Lei suffered a gash on his forehead, blood streaming down. Witnessing the formidable power of Qin Peng's firearm, the homeowners hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances, their momentum stalled by doubt. It is best to consider that Qin Peng wields a gun. It is unwise to pursue a desperate foe. He is injured and cannot flee far. Our own casualties are significant, and we must take a moment to regroup. Qin Peng is likely to have some provisions hidden away. Let us first locate them, and, once we have satisfied our hunger and thirst, devise a plan to eliminate him. Han Lei, witnessing the cowardice displayed by the homeowners, understood that the situation was dire. He too hesitated to pursue alone, ultimately sighing in resignation and abandoning the chase. Among the 20 or so homeowners, fewer than 10 remained standing. The rest were either dead or sprawled on the ground, grievously injured and groaning. "Pungo, wait for me." In the midst of the earlier skirmish, Yan Qingshu had cowered in fear, clutching her head. She had intended to gain Qin Peng's further trust through her reminder, but was taken aback by their swift defeat. Realizing that remaining here would yield no good outcome, she hurriedly rose, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. However, Han Lei, quick on the draw, seized her by the hair and struck her down with a slap, sneering, "Where do you think you're going, you wretched creature?" Blood streamed from the wounds on his face, exacerbating his menacing appearance. He kicked Yan Qingshu into the corner of the room, closed the door, and began to tidy up the battlefield. Together with the others, he mercilessly dispatched the injured foes, while their own comrades received only rudimentary treatment. In such dire circumstances, survival depended solely on their own fortune. As the group rummaged through the place, they even searched the bodies of Qin Peng's subordinates, discovering several packs of instant noodles, ham sausages, and a fair amount of compressed biscuits alongside a few cans of beef. They had not enjoyed a full meal for several days, and upon seeing the food, they could not contain their delight. Ignoring the blood and corpses strewn across the floor, they hastily tore open the packaging and devoured the food ravenously. Yan Qingshu lay on the ground for a while, observing that no one paid her any mind. She clutched her stomach and cautiously stood up, inching her way along the wall toward the door. Han Lei, having swallowed a sausage in a few bites, lifted his gaze and spotted Yan Qingshu attempting to escape. He swiftly strode over, seized her by the hair, and yanked her back into the room. He shouted angrily, "I treated you so well before, pursued you for so long, and you wouldn't even let me touch you. A filthy whore who has been toyed with by others. And yet you still pretend to be a pure maiden in this apocalypse? How was I so blind to have chosen you? Didn't you say I wouldn't have a chance? Today, I shall have my way with you." The room echoed with Yan Qingshu's cries, while outside, the onlookers were well aware of the events transpiring within, but chose to turn a deaf ear, focusing intently on their own food. Soon after, Han Lei emerged satisfied. Adjusting his clothing, he pointed back into the room and remarked, "Brothers, that whore is quite the catch. Usually monopolized by Qin Peng's lackeys, but today, you all should have your turn. Afterward," he added, "once we're done here, we'll hunt down that scoundrel Qin Peng." Meanwhile, Qin Peng, along with his remaining two subordinates, fled in disarray, finally exhaling in relief when he realized Han Lei and his group were not in pursuit. The staircase leading to the underground garage was obstructed by a pile of clutter. If Han Lei and his group truly pursued them, aside from a desperate fight, Qin Peng and his companions had no choice but to leap from the third-floor window. Fortunately, Han Lei's crew was hesitant, wary of the shotgun in Qin Peng's possession, which granted them a rare moment to catch their breath. Qin Peng inhaled deeply and commanded, "Quickly move these obstacles aside. We must descend to the underground garage. Brother Peng, we have no food and have been driven from our home. How shall we survive in the days to come?" One of the younger brothers inquired breathlessly while clearing the debris. Indeed, instead of seeking refuge in a secluded spot, why are we going to the underground garage? Another echoed, "We're going to seek refuge with Yamamoto Hiroikairo. I have already spoken with him. He will take us in," Qin Peng declared. The younger brother paused momentarily, and Qin Peng, vigilant as ever, cast a puzzled glance at them. "What is it?" "Nothing," they replied with forced laughter. "Then hurry and clear the way." Qin Peng, still guarding with the shotgun, failed to notice the furtive exchange of glances between the two, their eyes glinting with an unusual light. Chapter 63. Qin Peng's Reckoning. In order to facilitate monitoring, Su Mu had been residing in the surveillance room for the past few days. With his boundless space, collecting and releasing items was exceedingly convenient. While exercising on a treadmill, he was suddenly startled by the loud barking of black dog Lao Mo. He gazed in confusion following old Mo's line of sight, discovering a surveillance feed where Qin Peng was drenched in blood, desperately attempting to clear the debris obstructing the passage from Building 7 to the underground garage with two subordinates. Old Mo was indeed astute. Su Mu stepped off the treadmill, gently patted Old Mo on the head, and retrieved a dog biscuit from the infinite space, placing it into the dog's mouth. Just a couple of days prior, he had merely mentioned in passing for Old Mo to keep an eye on the movements around Building 7, and to his astonishment, the clever canine had truly grasped the instruction. Su Mu took out a towel to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, reclining on the luxurious sofa as he maximized the surveillance footage of Building 7. He was eager to discern what schemes Qin Peng was concocting. As the two subordinates finally managed to clear a narrow pathway in the stairwell, Qin Peng urgently shouted, "Hurry, hurry." The two subordinates promptly squeezed through, with Qin Peng bringing up the rear, armed with a gun. Just as he emerged and was about to instruct his subordinates to block the passage again, He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side. Glancing down, he saw one of his subordinates grinning maliciously as he withdrew a knife from Qin Peng's body. Years of brawling experience saved Qin Peng's life. Before the subordinate could strike again, he stepped back swiftly, wincing in pain, and fired a shotgun, instantly turning the ambusher into a sieve. Ignoring the wounded subordinate who lay screaming on the ground, Qin Peng retreated another step, bellowing at the other, knife-wielding subordinate charging at him. "Wait, I have something to say." Clutching his injured side, he used the shotgun to prop himself up, his body trembling precariously, his eyes blazing with fury. Qin Peng gritted his teeth and demanded of the only remaining subordinate, "I have treated you all fairly. Why have you chosen to betray me? Even in this dire apocalypse, while our provisions may be scarce, you are always prioritized." He bellowed, "Speak. Why? Why have you forsaken me?" The subordinate, wielding a machete, met Qin Peng's gaze fearlessly and replied solemnly, "Brother Peng, in the realm we inhabit, loyalty is paramount. You are our leader. We would lay down our lives for you. Even in your downfall, we would gladly follow, hoping for your resurgence. However, you have crossed an unforgivable line by allying with the enemy. My education may be limited, but I understand the gravity of such treachery. Serving as a traitor to the enemy invites eternal scorn, and even death would not grant a proper resting place in one's ancestral grave. With my youthful folly, may not be virtuous, unafraid of violence, yet I cannot bear the thought of treachery." Veins bulged on Qin Peng's forehead as he exclaimed, "What? You would betray your leader of years over such trivial reasons? Or have you been swayed by Su Mu's bounty on my head, wishing to become his pawn?" The young man let out a soft laugh. "Indeed, I have seen the bounty that Su Mu has placed in the group. After killing you, one could claim 10 portions of food from him. This was common knowledge among the brethren, yet none were swayed. However, it appears we have misjudged you. You claim I serve as a dog for Su Mu. Perhaps that is true. Nevertheless, I would rather be a dog for the Da Xiao people than betray my own ancestors." His expression suddenly twisted into a snarl. "Peng Gu, you are injured, and your shotgun is devoid of ammunition. You stand no chance against me. Therefore, Peng Gu, I implore you to die." With that, the yellow-haired one lunged forward. Qin Peng swiftly dodged, but alas, his back and waist bore wounds that severely hampered his movements, rendering him unable to evade. In desperation, Qin Peng let out a fierce roar and swung the empty shotgun towards the younger brother's face. The young man tilted his head just in time to avoid the blow. Undeterred, Qin Peng pressed forward, ducking into his embrace, and deftly drew a dagger from his sleeve, swiftly stabbing at the young man's abdomen. The latter, caught off guard, was struck multiple times, and despite managing to land 2 weak blows on Qin Peng's back, he soon lost his strength and collapsed with a pained cry. Qin Peng, undeterred, continued his relentless assault with the dagger, piercing the yellow-haired one's chest and abdomen until they were utterly mutilated, before finally gasping for breath as he rose from the lifeless body. Su Mu, observing from the surveillance room, was left dumbfounded, just moments after Qin Peng had escaped from Building 7 with 2 younger brothers. He was embroiled in a violent confrontation once more. Upon overhearing their exchange through hidden cameras, he fell silent, pondering the grim reality that loyalty often leads to the slaughter of the ignoble. Yet, Qin Peng, the leader, seemed willing to voluntarily serve the little devils. As Qin Peng surveyed his surroundings, he found himself alone and gasping for breath. After a moment, he struggled to his feet, retrieved his shotgun, and loaded a bullet from his pocket. His back bore several deep gashes, and a knife wound marred his waist, leaving him uncertain if his kidney would ever function properly again. In the biting cold, his wounds quickly froze. Although the bleeding had ceased, he felt a wave of darkness encroaching upon his vision. He understood the gravity of his injuries. Without prompt medical attention, his life would surely slip away. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hand against his waist to stanch the pain and painstakingly made his way to the garage door of Yamamoto Ryoikaro's villa. Bang! 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 Qin Peng held his gun at the ready with his right hand while pounding on the garage door with his left fist. After what felt like an eternity, a voice finally emerged from within, inquiring who was knocking. Leaning against the door, Qin Peng shouted, "It is I, Qin Peng from Building 7. I have come to seek refuge with Mr. Yamamoto Ryo. As we have discussed, the garage door opened a crack, revealing a curious figure peering outside, who questioned, "Why are you alone?" With gritted teeth, Qin Peng replied, "There was a minor setback. My subordinates betrayed me, and I am the sole survivor seeking refuge." The door opened a little wider as another individual cautiously emerged, glancing around before noticing that Qin Peng was indeed alone, which seemed to ease their concerns. "You must first throw your gun inside, before I can let you in," they demanded. Qin Peng, feeling utterly helpless, resignedly tossed the firearm through the crack of the door, inquiring if he could now be granted entry. The man caught the weapon and gestured for him to proceed. With a sigh of relief, Qin Peng stumbled into the garage. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, several sharp tanto were pressed against his neck. Startled, Qin Peng turned to see a frail, middle-aged man from Japan standing behind him. He hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Yamamoto, what is the meaning of this? I came here in good faith to seek your protection, yet you treat me in such a manner. Are you not concerned about disheartening a loyal ally? Is this truly the hospitality of your nation? Loyal ally?" Yamamoto Eiichiro chuckled derisively, waving his hand. One of his subordinates nodded and plunged the tanto directly into Qin Peng's abdomen. Chapter 64. A Little Devil Pretending to Claim a Bounty. Qin Peng's eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered back, clutching his wound, his back against the garage door. With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. "Why? Why must you kill me?" Yamamoto Eiichiro smirked contemptuously. "Why, you ask? What I desire is your subordinates, not a lost dog like you. Besides, you are already gravely injured. Rather than waste precious medicine on your treatment, it would be more beneficial to put you to use. I am aware that Sumo is offering a bounty of 10 portions of food for your head, and your demise will conveniently provide us with some sustenance." Qin Peng spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice a hoarse cry. "Yamamoto, you deceived me. May you meet a dreadful fate." With those words, he exhaled his final breath, slowly collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. "Sever his head and send it to Su Mu with one of the unfamiliar underlings. Leave the body. Our reserves of meat are dwindling, and this will serve as a fitting supplement." Yamamoto Ryo did not even cast a glance at Qin Peng's lifeless form. After issuing his command, he turned and ascended the stairs. Once Qin Peng entered Yamamoto Ryo's garage, Su Mu's surveillance could no longer monitor him. Regretting his inability to ascertain what transpired next, Su Mu was suddenly alerted by a notification on his phone, indicating that someone wished to add him as a friend. The accompanying message read, "I have killed Qin Peng." Su Mu was taken aback. Had Qin Peng not just entered Yamamoto Ryo's garage? How could someone claim to have already slain him? In his confusion, he accepted the friend request, only for the individual to promptly send a photograph, revealing Qin Peng, drenched in blood, his head severed from his body. "Greetings, Bossu. I am Lu Ming, the owner of Building 7. I have slain Qin Peng, whom you have placed a bounty on in the group. How shall those rewards be redeemed?" Qin Peng had indeed been killed. Su Mu enlarged the image for a closer inspection, noting that it appeared genuine, not digitally manipulated. He felt a pang of doubt. "You say your name is Lu Ming? Which unit and floor do you reside on? I don't recall seeing you in Building 7. "I live on the 31st floor of Unit 1. I just rented the apartment shortly before the snow disaster and have only recently moved in." Su Mu chuckled coldly. In Unit 1, Room 31 of Building 7 resided an elderly couple, while Room 2 was home to a newlywed pair. He happened to know both households well and understood that it was utterly impossible for them to have rented out their apartments. Moreover, he had observed through the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the buildings that, more than half a month after the snow disaster, these two families had been raided by Qin Peng and his men. The elderly couple in Room 1 perished from hunger and cold, while the male occupant of Room 2 was killed, leaving the female occupant as their plaything. How absurd that some fool, emerging from who knows where, would attempt to deceive him. Upon reflection, Su Mu realized that after Qin Peng entered the villa of Yamamoto Ryo, he was most likely betrayed. Yamamoto, seeking to exploit him, dispatched others to bring his head in a bid to procure some food. Qin Peng was finally dead. Sumu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. In his previous life, Qin Peng had allied himself with the Japanese, becoming a vicious dog under Yamamoto's command. In this life, he remained steadfast in his treachery, still yearning to ally himself with the enemy. However, due to Su Mu's rebirth, the tides had turned, leading to Qin Peng's cruel demise at the hands of those he sought to serve. Quickly regaining his composure, Su Mu feigned delight. "So, you have indeed slain Qin Peng? Yet, one photograph alone cannot suffice to ascertain the truth. How can I be certain that the image you provide is not doctored? Therefore, bring me Qin Peng's severed head from the underground garage, and I shall verify its authenticity in person. Once I confirm it, I shall undoubtedly reward you with provisions. Fear not that I cannot settle the debt. My villa is replete with ample supplies." Lu Ming clicked on the video and was greeted by a vast array of food spread across a large table. There were steaming steaks and roasted chickens, crabs and large shrimp, boxes upon boxes of instant noodles and ham sausages, as well as countless cans and an assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables. Upon witnessing the video, even Yamamoto Ijiro could not suppress a gulp, hastily instructing, "Quickly follow his orders and deliver Qin Peng's head to this Sumu in exchange for food. Damn it. In this weather, this fellow possesses such a bounty of food, all steaming hot. By Amaterasu, it has been days since I last consumed a proper meal." This individual, named Lu Ming, was a thug from the Great Xia, whom Yamamoto Ijiro had recruited during his plundering of other buildings. Hearing his master's command, he eagerly complied. He placed Qin Peng's head into a plastic bag and was about to head to the underground garage when Yamamoto Ijiro suddenly shouted, "Hold on. Everyone, assemble." Seeing Lu Ming's puzzled expression, Yamamoto Ijiro explained, "Lu-san, you will use Qin Peng's head to deceive Sumu into opening the door. We will lie in ambush beside the garage door, and once he opens it, we shall rush in." With animated gestures, he articulated his scheme. Lu Ming hesitated, wondering what if they could not trick him. Moreover, he had heard that Sumu was armed and had recently killed dozens of attackers at his villa. In the event that he discovers the anomaly, that is precisely why we must lay in wait. Yamamoto Eiichiro patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Lu-san, this time it all hinges on you. If you can deceive him into opening the door, the accolades shall be immense." Ah, indeed. Gaining his master's affirmation, Lu Ming was filled with exhilaration and, mimicking the etiquette of the Japanese, performed a deep bow of 90 degrees. Shortly thereafter, Sumu observed through the surveillance footage a shadowy figure emerging from Yamamoto Eiichiro's garage, clutching a black bag, followed closely by over 30 burly men, each armed to the teeth. "Oomph. I knew these little devils harbored ill intentions." Sumu muttered a curse under his breath as he continued to scrutinize the situation in the monitoring room, eager to discern their true motives. Lu Ming, bearing the black bag, cautiously approached the entrance of Sumu's garage, casting a terrified glance at the frozen corpses of Lao Lu and the others encased in a block of ice, shivering involuntarily. Once the Japanese operatives had taken their positions on either side of the garage door, Lu Ming summoned his courage and began to knock on the door. After a considerable time, feeling as though he might succumb to the biting cold, Lu Ming grew increasingly impatient until a languid voice emanated from within. "Who is it? Who is knocking at my door?" He opened the black plastic bag in his hands, lifting the severed head of Qin Peng, its eyes wide with fury, stating, "I previously messaged you, seeking Su Degu to claim the reward for slaying Qin Peng." The head bore a striking resemblance to Qin Peng, yet whether it truly was him would require further scrutiny. A hesitant voice from within beckoned, "Please, come in." As the garage door creaked open, Lu Ming found himself momentarily taken aback. How easily had this Su Mu been deceived, allowing access with such simplicity? Could the task be completed so effortlessly? A sense of trepidation filled Lu Ming's mind, prompting him to glance towards Yamamoto Eiichiro, who lay in wait not far off. Why aren't you coming in?" Sumu inquired, a hint of suspicion lacing his tone. Noticing Sumu's growing doubt, Yamamoto Eiichiro paused to contemplate, then quietly instructed his subordinate, Watanabe-kun, "Take 10 men and charge in to assess the situation." He made a gesture across his throat, implying that if they encountered Sumu, the outcome would be dire. "Huh. Yes. Watanabe Junichi responded, leading Lu Ming and a handful of others swiftly through the garage door. Yet, within the garage, emptiness reigned, aside from the bare walls. Not even a scrap of wood could be found. There, Watanabe Junichi's eyes lit up as he spotted Su Mu standing at the top of the staircase, gazing down at him with a look of sheer terror. With a sinister grin, he brandished his katana and surged forward. Just 2 steps away from the doorway, Su Mu waved his hand and offered a peculiar smile. Sayonara. Chapter 65, Trapped like a tortoise. With that, Su Mu swiftly slammed the staircase door shut. Watanabe Junichi, propelled by his momentum, collided violently with the door, nearly breaking his nose in the process. A sharp pain coursed through him, and tears welled up in his eyes. Junichi Watanabe, pinching his nose, grimaced in pain as he rapped the knife handle against the stairway door. Upon hearing the distinctive metallic clang of the door, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned and shouted, "This is a trap. We've been deceived. We must retreat at once." From behind the door, a mocking voice of Sumu echoed, "Ha ha ha. Only now do you realize it's a trap? It's too late. Now that you've entered, you shall not escape." As Watanabe and his companions descended the stairs, they discovered that the garage door had silently closed, entrapping them within the confines of the garage. Baka, outside, Yamamoto Eiichiro sensed the sudden turn of events and became alarmed. He hurriedly led the remaining subordinates to the garage door, wielding their weapons and striking the door with all their might. Unfortunately, the garage door did not budge. Their weapons left not even a mark, while the recoil rendered their hands sore. "You scoundrel, Yamamoto, is the lesson from last time not enough? You dare to target my villa again? Very well, I shall gladly accept the dozen pigs you sent." Sumu's voice, emanating from the hidden camera installed on the garage door, was chillingly cold. "I will keep them here to breed poison and observe what they ultimately become." "You devil," Yamamoto roared, fervently swinging his katana at the garage door. However, in a moment of uneven force, the blade shattered with a sharp crack, the broken edge piercing the arm of one of his subordinates, who howled in pain. In his mind, the Doomsday Fortress system incessantly delivered notifications. Ding! Detected 11 low-level carbon-based life forms entering the host base, proceeding to scan them one by one. Ding! Watanabe Junichi, Japanese, loyalty 0, hostility 100. Host is advised to exercise extreme caution, recommended action. Eliminate. Ding! Ito Takuma, Japanese, loyalty 0, hostility 100. Host is advised to exercise extreme caution, recommended action. Eliminate. Ding! Li Kong, Great Xia, loyalty 0, hostility 100. Host is advised to exercise extreme caution, recommended action. Eliminate. Ding! Lu Ming, Great Xia, loyalty 0, hostility 100. Host is advised to exercise extreme caution, recommended action. Eliminate. Ding! Lin Jiamin, Great Xia, loyalty 0, hostility 100. Host is advised to exercise extreme caution, recommended action. Eliminate. Among the 11 individuals confined in the garage, 6 were from Great Xia, which filled Su Mu with an inexplicable chill and fury. How infuriating. These traitors to their ancestors were even inferior to Old Mo. To compare them with Old Mo is an insult to Old Mo. At least, after such a prolonged period of companionship, Old Mo's loyalty to Su Mu had reached 90. In the garage, Watanabe Junichi and his group were not merely resigned to their fate. Instead, they wielded Japanese blades and steel pipes, relentlessly striking the garage door and staircase door. Unfortunately, all the doors in the villa had been ingeniously modified by Su Mu, rendering them impervious to their attempts. With no other options, Watanabe Junichi and his companions were compelled to shift their strategy and resort to attacking the ceiling with their weapons. However, when they finally managed to break through the layer of plaster on the ceiling, they were astonished to discover a thick layer of alloy steel beneath. Watanabe Junichi, undeterred by superstition, began to excavate the surrounding walls and floor. After demolishing the outer layer of plaster, he found once again a formidable sheet of alloy steel. By all that's holy, is this wood akin to that of a tortoise? It is one thing to replace the door with steel, but how is it that the ceiling and walls are also made of steel? The garage echoed with Watanabe Junichi's wolf-like howl. The insulation of Sumu's villa was remarkably effective. Even in the garage, the temperature hovered around 0 degrees, a stark contrast to the frigid temperatures outside, which plummeted to 50 or 60 degrees below. Alas, the space was utterly barren, devoid of any provisions. What would they eat and drink? The 11 of them found themselves trapped in this nearly 100-square-foot garage. And after much exertion, their strength began to wane, leading them into despair. I intend to catch the turtle in the urn. I shall relish the spectacle that unfolds when you are driven to the brink of starvation. Just as Sumu was reveling in his triumph, he suddenly heard a notification from his phone. Upon checking, he found several messages from Han Lei. "Brother Su, this is Han Lei. I mistakenly heeded the instigation of that wretched Yan Qingshu last time, and blinded by folly, I caused you trouble. For this, I sincerely apologize. Please, in your magnanimity, do not hold my actions against me." Han Lei, in need of help, subconsciously adopted a respectful tone. What could possibly be the matter? Observing his rambling, Sumu felt a twinge of impatience. "I do not have the luxury of time for your meandering. Get to the point." Han Lei, with a hasty smile, replied, "Indeed. Sugu, I have seen your bounty on Qin Peng shared in the group. Consequently, I rallied a group of owners from Building 7 and, with great effort, eliminated all of Qin Peng's subordinates, leaving only Qin Peng himself to flee in disarray. However, our confrontation with him resulted in considerable losses, and our provisions have been depleted. We managed to vanquish 8 of Qin Peng's staunch followers. May I inquire if we can exchange their heads for some food? All of Qin Peng's subordinates have been slain?" Upon hearing Han Lei's detailed account, Sumu finally comprehended why Qin Peng, who had been the undisputed ruler of Building 7, chose to abandon his stronghold and flee with but 2 followers. It was, in fact, a retreat forced upon him by Han Lei and his group's ambush. Upon viewing the photographs of the slain subordinates sent by Han Lei, Sumu was taken aback to recognize 2 familiar faces. Were they not the 2 yellow-haired individuals who had perished during the confrontation with Qin Peng in the underground garage? How had they become trophies for Han Lei and his associates? At that moment, he had been entangled with Yamamoto Aikichiro and had completely overlooked this development. "My bounty is for Qin Peng's head, not that of his subordinates. Their lives are of no value to me. Since Qin Peng has fled alone, why do you not pursue him? If you succeed in slaying him, I shall undoubtedly honor my promise and provide you with 10 portions of food. Behold, my food reserves are ample. You need not worry about my ability to fulfill the bounty." Having spoken, he resent the video he had just sent to Lu Ming to Han Lei. Qin Peng had long been dispatched by those little devils of Yamamoto, Ryo and Cairo. His head now held by Lu Ming, resting in his own garage. Han Lei and his associates were destined never to claim the bounty on his head. Chapter 66. A sudden appearance of Chung Yaojin. With Qin Peng already deceased, Han Lei's group was fated to remain empty-handed. However, granting them a sliver of hope would render their eventual despair all the more entertaining, providing a greater sense of accomplishment for Sumu. Haha, how wicked of me. Since his rebirth, Sumu's heart had grown exceedingly narrow. Since Han Lei sought to take his life, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Sumu was not one to forgive easily, even in light of Han Lei's flippant apologies. Not long prior, he and a few audacious property owners had ventured through the stairwell into the underground garage, only to discover the corpses of 2 with yellow hair, while Qin Peng was nowhere to be found. Yet, they did uncover bloodstains and footprints left by Qin Peng, indicating he had been injured and could hardly escape far in such frigid weather. Just as they were about to eagerly follow the trail of blood to pursue and claim Qin Peng's head for the reward from Sumu, they stumbled upon Yamamoto, Ryo and Kuro emerging from the garage, flanked by numerous armed men with an intimidating presence. They were instantly paralyzed with fear, hiding in the shadows. Fortunately, Yamamoto, Ryo and Kuro did not notice them and proceeded to lay an ambush at the entrance of Sumu's garage. As they engaged in this tense moment, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, praying fervently to the heavens that these ruthless little devils would not take notice of their presence. Perhaps it is indeed the case that some divine entity has bestowed mercy, as Watanabe Junichi and his companions found themselves confined in a small, dark room by Sumo. Meanwhile, Yamamoto, Ichiro, anxiously assailed the garage door with weapons, creating a cacophony that masked the subtle movements of Han Lei and his associates. Han Lei implored, "Brother Sumo, you cannot say such things. After all, we have fought valiantly against so many of Qin Peng's underlings. Though we may not have merit, we have certainly endured hardships." Sumo interrupted him, stating, "Enough. I do not concern myself with that. When I announced the bounty in the group, I made it clear that whoever kills Qin Peng would receive provisions sufficient for 10 people. There was no mention of his underlings. Since you have failed to accomplish this, I have no obligation to fulfill my promise. That is that. Come back when you have slain Qin Peng." With that, Sumo cast his phone aside, disregarding Han Lei entirely. Outside the underground garage, Yamamoto, Ichiro, and his men, having battered the door for quite some time, found their efforts fruitless. The bitter cold soon sapped their strength. Realizing the futility of their endeavor, Yamamoto, consumed by impotent rage, reluctantly led his men in retreat. However, as they passed Villa Number 8, the garage door unexpectedly swung open. "Charge! Let us vanquish the little devils and claim our reward." Wang Hao, leading a formidable group of over 20 burly men, brandished steel blades and iron clubs, shouting fiercely as they charged towards Yamamoto and his men. "Baka! Be cautious, we are under attack." Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Yamamoto quickly alerted his subordinates, raising his handgun to commence firing. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao and his companions wielded makeshift shields crafted from tables, their surfaces even adorned with fur garments to enhance their protective capabilities. The power of the handguns proved insufficient. The bullets barely inflicted any significant damage. Yamamoto, Ichiro, fired all 8 rounds from his magazine, yet only 2 individuals were injured. The shotgun, seized from Qin Peng, was rendered utterly ineffective, as the steel pellets failed to penetrate the leather and solid with shields. Elated, Wing Ao exclaimed, "Ah, I told you this idea would work. Everyone charge. Killing Yamamoto, Ichiro will yield 10 days' worth of food for each of us. Capturing him alive grants 15 days. As for his minions, regardless of their fate, each one slain will provide 3 days' worth of sustenance. If you desire steak and roasted chicken, then fight with all your might." Upon hearing his words, the morale of the crowd surged, each individual eagerly brandishing their weapons and rushing towards Yamamoto, Ichiro, and his cohorts. This operation saw Yamamoto, Ichiro muster over 20 individuals. However, 11 were confined within Sumu's garage, leaving only a dozen or so to contend with the onslaught. Furthermore, after half a day of battering at the door, their stamina was considerably depleted, and the biting cold from the garage had rendered their limbs somewhat numb, making them no match for these fresh combatants. They could only protect Yamamoto, Ichiro while retreating under fire. In that moment, the garage echoed with the cacophony of battle cries, and blood splattered in every direction. Sumu, taken aback by Wang Hao's opportunistic assault on Yamamoto, Ichiro, felt his own blood boil as he watched from the surveillance room, fervently raising his fist to cheer them on. "Press on, and vanquish these wretched foes. Where are you aiming your strikes? Have you not dined? How is it that your blade cannot sever even the arm of these miscreants? Indeed, strike at their heads and slash at their necks. Such actions would surely prove fatal. Given their heavy attire, how much harm can you inflict merely by stabbing their thighs? As for whether they are purely of that accursed lineage or if there are traitorous collaborators among them, he unconsciously disregards this entirely. What a farce! Can one consider these foes and their traitors as human? They ought to be dispatched together." The skirmish did not endure for long. The enemy left behind 5 or 6 corpses while desperately retreating with Yamamoto, Ichiro into the garage of the villa. Yamamoto hastily reloaded his weapon and fired indiscriminately, incurring the loss of 3 men before he barely managed to close the garage door. Wang Hao and his comrades relentlessly hacked and battered the door, striving to breach it and eliminate Yamamoto and his men once and for all. However, the 10 or so defenders stationed in the villa had already arrived to provide support, armed with handguns and shotguns. Fearing excessive casualties, Wang Hao had no choice but to withdraw with reluctance. Prepared for this encounter, Wang Hao and his team wielded makeshift shields, with iron plates strapped to their vital areas. In a surprise attack, they managed to slay 5 or 6 of the enemy, while sustaining only minor injuries to 5 of their own. A resounding victory indeed. Observing that some of the adversaries still lay writhing in agony upon the ground, Wang Hao, filled with exuberance, led his men forward to personally bring an end to their lives. Greeting his comrades, Wang Hao commanded them to behead these individuals. He led them to the garage door of Sumu, pounding fiercely upon it. "Brother Sumo, I know you can hear me. We have slain 6 of Yamamoto Ijiro's subordinates, and now come to claim our reward. As per our agreement, you are obliged to provide us with 18 days' worth of rations for each person. I hope you will honor your promise." After a moment of silence, Sumu's voice resonated through the speaker of the surveillance camera. "Wang Hao, I commend your courage and your ability to seize the moment. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise and provide you with the 18 days' worth of food. However, I currently have 11 of Yamamoto Ijiro's men detained in my garage, making it impossible to deliver the provisions through the underground garage. Instead, I will package the food and toss it down from the 3rd floor into the snow. You may send someone to retrieve it shortly. If others happen to take it, that is not my concern." Chapter 67. The Charm of That Shot. Wang Hao, initially proud of his gang's triumph over 6 of Yamamoto Ijiro's subordinates, felt a sudden chill of trepidation upon learning that 11 of the enemy were still confined in Sumu's garage. Damn it, I knew Sumu was twisted, but I never anticipated this level of depravity. Capturing one person alive is challenging enough, let alone seizing so many at once. Wang Hao swallowed hard and declared, "Very well. I shall personally lead my men to collect the provisions." Sumu selected some instant noodles, flour, ham sausages, and canned goods, items that are easy to store, packed them into a large foam box, and then threw it out of the window on the 3rd floor. To him, this modest amount of food was but a trifling matter, and he felt no regret. He had no intention of keeping these provisions for himself. Once he had set a bounty, he was committed to fulfilling it. Otherwise, the tactic would lose its efficacy in the future. Furthermore, although Wang Hao was a debauched scion of wealth, his approach to matters aligned well with Sumu's preferences. Before long, Wang Hao, accompanied by a dozen individuals, emerged through the window of his villa and glided over on a makeshift sled to Sumu's residence. They soon discovered the large foam box lying outside. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a treasure trove of instant noodles and ham, prompting joyous cheers. If they were prudent with their consumption, this bounty would sustain them for 4 or 5 days. Wang Hao respectfully clasped his hands together in a gesture of gratitude towards Sumu, who stood behind the window, and expressed, "Brother Su, thank you." Sumu, with his hands nestled in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. I offer a bounty, and you reap the rewards. It's only natural. If you wish to continue receiving provisions, then you must find a way to bring me Yamamoto Ryoichiro's head. Tomorrow, I shall post a bounty on these little devils in the main group. Act wisely." Once Wang Hao and his companions departed, filled with expressions of gratitude, Sumu gazed out the window towards Yamamoto Ryoichiro's villa. Between the two villas lay a distance of nearly 200 meters. Sumu felt a surge of excitement as he retrieved the M200 sniper rifle from the boundless expanse. Peering through the scope, he observed the scene before him. The heavy snowfall had engulfed the lower 2 floors of the villa, leaving only the uppermost floor partially exposed above the snow, still allowing the daylight to filter in. The curtains across the way remained undrawn, and through the lens, Sumu could clearly see Yamamoto Ichiro, who had just retreated, engaged in discussion with several subordinates in the villa's 3rd floor room. However, due to the angle, he could only glimpse the upper portion of Yamamoto's head. Just as Sumu was about to excitedly pull the trigger, a thought struck him. To dispatch him with a single shot would be far too lenient. Much like a cat that captures a plump mouse, it does not immediately devour its prey. Rather, it plays with it until satisfied, only then delivering the fatal bite to the neck. Such a pursuit would yield greater joy and a more profound sense of fulfillment. Thus, Sumu adjusted the rifle's aim slightly, directing it at the young soldier seated opposite Yamamoto. The high-velocity bullet shattered the villa's window, creating a gaping hole, and obliterated the young soldier's head, splattering blood and brain matter all over Yamamoto Eiichiro. Victory! Sumu was astonished that his inaugural shot with a sniper rifle had struck true, and with such devastating effect. Perhaps I truly possess a talent for marksmanship, he mused with pride. Through the scope, he observed Yamamoto Eiichiro's initial bewilderment, swiftly followed by a frantic scream as he dove beneath the table, leaving only his trembling backside exposed. Yamamoto Eiichiro was thoroughly startled by the bullet that had inexplicably been fired from an unknown source. In his youth, he had undergone specialized military training and immediately recognized the distinct sound of sniper rifle. In a time of peace within the Great Xia, who would possess such a long-range weapon? Had he inadvertently provoked a formidable soldier from an active military unit? Moreover, he discerned that this shot bore a significant warning. The assailant clearly intended to convey that this time he could easily take out one of his subordinates, and next time it could very well be him. Observing the panicked little devils hastily drawing the curtains and barricading the windows with various objects, Sumu let out a cold chuckle and put away his sniper rifle. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Sumu felt no urgency. The advantage was his. He preferred to savor the gradual dismemberment of his enemies, relishing in the exquisite pleasure of witnessing their slow descent into despair. The impact of this gunshot reverberated throughout the entire Danfeng Bailu community. Long after the sound had faded, numerous neighbors remained huddled in corners, trembling in fear, speculating who could possibly possess such a formidable weapon as a sniper rifle. This night was destined to be sleepless for many. In stark contrast, Sumu slept soundly, cocooned in warmth while the frigid winds howled and snowflakes danced outside. Inside, it was as warm as spring, and the soft, smooth fur of old Emon nestled in his arms felt like a large plush toy. The following morning, upon rising, Sumu's first task was to observe through the surveillance cameras the 11 individuals trapped in the underground garage. After having locked them up the previous day, he had paid them no further mind. They had bickered and fussed throughout the night, and now lay curled up in a corner of the garage, huddled together for warmth, though they appeared considerably more dispirited. Haha, life is rather pleasant. As a responsible host, Sumu promptly decided to awaken them for a bathroom break. Utilizing the Doomsday Fortress system, Sumu commanded the garage door to open a narrow slit, scarcely wide enough for a finger. Instantly, the biting cold wind howled through the crevice. A few individuals, still in a drowsy slumber, were jolted awake by the sound of the wind and the plummeting temperature. One sharp-eyed fellow spotted the garage door ajar and exclaimed in delight, "The door is open. We are saved." Everyone immediately roused, confirming the sight, and hastily rushed towards the opening, clamoring to squeeze through. Alas! The metal door had only parted a mere 2 centimeters, barely accommodating a finger. There were no paper dolls, after all. "Let's pull it open together," shouted Junichi Watanabe, dividing the 11 individuals into 2 teams, each gripping the door's edge, straining to pull it apart. Despite their utmost efforts, the garage door remained immovable. Just as they were about to concede defeat, Sumu, amused by their struggle, gradually maneuvered the door to widen further through the system's control. "It's opening. Everyone, put in more effort," Junichi Watanabe exclaimed joyfully, and they exerted every ounce of strength to pull. The door creaked open slowly, yet when it reached a size of over 10 centimeters, it stubbornly refused to budge any further, no matter their efforts. 2 diminutive figures exerted themselves to squeeze through the narrow opening several times, but alas, the gap was too small and lacking any training in the art of contortion. They found themselves unable to escape. What to do? The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for ideas. "Ladies and gentlemen, the time to act has come. If we cannot pry this door open, we shall surely perish of hunger here." Watanabe Jun's eyes gleamed with determination as he directed the others to insert a crowbar into the door's crevice, employing the principle of leverage to summon every ounce of strength they possessed to pry the door open. "How foolish," laughed Sumo coldly, as he began to control the garage door, causing it to close slowly. Watanabe Jun and his companions were left astounded, desperately attempting to maneuver the steel pipe. Yet no matter how fiercely they struggled, They could not halt the inexorable descent of the garage door, as the door nearly closed to a mere 5 centimeters. They were on the verge of surrender when, suddenly, the pace of its closure slackened and it began to open once more. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Although they were uncertain of the events that had transpired, the door was not fully shut, and they resumed their strenuous efforts to maneuver the crowbar. However, after a brief moment of opening, the garage door began to close again slowly. Chapter 68. A toy not to be underestimated. The bounty escalates. At this point, even the most oblivious among them could sense that something was amiss. This was dire. Their actions had been detected by Sumo, who was manipulating the opening and closing of the garage door. Watanabe Jun was taken aback, urging everyone to exert even more effort. They must not allow him to seal the door. Sumi deliberately controlled the pace at which the door closed, creating the illusion that with just a little more effort, they could force it open. Yet, without exerting their utmost strength, it would inevitably shut. After a strenuous struggle, Watanabe Junichi and his companions, not being fools, finally comprehended that Sumi was merely toying with them, manipulating the door at will. A wave of despair washed over them, leaving them limp on the ground. They had not consumed a morsel since the previous afternoon, and having exerted themselves under the adrenaline rush, they now felt utterly drained and powerless, as if reduced to a puddle of mud, incapable of rising. Ha ha! Now that you have fallen into my trap, how could I possibly let you go so easily? Sumi's laughter echoed throughout the garage, his words colder than the icy snow outside. He shut the garage door once more, but left the 4 firing ports wide open. These apertures, positioned over 2 meters above the ground and measuring merely 10 centimeters on each side, rendered Sumi unperturbed by any attempts to form a human ladder to escape. The biting cold wind swept through the firing ports without restraint, swiftly plunging the garage temperature to a chilling -30 or 40 degrees. This fiend was nothing short of a devil. The Japanese soldiers, unable to endure the cold, were gripped by an even deeper fear. When the time felt right, Sumi closed the firing ports, unwilling to let such a delightful game end with their immediate demise. Once Watanabe and the others regained some semblance of composure, Sumi again manipulated the garage door, slowly opening a fist-sized crack to entice them. He reveled in the sheer amusement of it all. Regrettably, the tale of the boy who cried wolf has lost its allure through repetition. This time, however, Watanabe Junichi and his companions are no longer deceived. Instead, they huddle in a sheltered corner, trembling with fear. Observing their withdrawal from the games, Sumu soon lost interest as well, closing the garage door and heading off for breakfast. Today's repast consisted of fermented mung bean juice accompanied by crispy fried dough, complemented by a plate of pickled mustard greens drizzled with sesame oil. The flavor was simply exquisite. After his meal, Sumu issued a bounty in the community group for the gang led by Yamamoto Eiichiro. As the saying goes, with great rewards come brave hearts. By merely offering some provisions, he enlisted the help of Wang Hao and his associates to eliminate 6 adversaries, delighting Sumu with the results. Following yesterday's skirmish, few remained at Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa. Sumu accessed all surveillance footage and captured screenshots of everyone who had recently entered the villa. After eliminating the deceased and the 11 confined in his garage, he counted a total of 23 individuals still within the premises of Yamamoto Eiichiro. He disseminated their high-resolution portraits in the group chat, transparently pricing the bounty. This time, he raised the stakes. Anyone who successfully captured Yamamoto Eiichiro and delivered him to Sumu's villa would receive a month's worth of provisions, while for each of Yamamoto's subordinates slain, a reward of 5 days' worth of food would be granted, and capturing one alive would yield a bounty of 10 days' worth of sustenance. Indeed, Sumu currently harbors no desire to allow these little rascals to meet an untimely demise with ease. After this morning's training session with those mischievous youths in the garage, he realized that sometimes the thrill of having them alive is far more exhilarating than their demise. Once Sumu's bounty notice was issued, the neighbors in the community could no longer remain composed, engaging in fervent discussions. Is it true? Can one truly gain such a bounty of provisions for slaying a little rascal? Capturing one alive even promises a double reward. What splendid fortune. Is that not Zhu Chong from the 18th floor of our building? What is he doing in the rascal's villa? Indeed, Li Ziming from the 27th floor is also among them. Need it be stated? He must have forsaken his ancestors and turned traitor, with the snow having fallen for nearly a month. Who could possibly have stockpiled such an abundance of food? I suspect it is a hoax. Exactly, a bounty notice? If there are grievances, one should seek vengeance on their own. Why should we risk our lives for you? If you hesitate to fight, I am willing. Sumu, if what you say holds true, I shall devise a plan to eliminate a few rascals. Count me in, Sumu. From now on, I shall follow you. Just provide me with a morsel to eat, and I shall follow your every command without question. Sumu, dear brother, since you possess provisions, why not share a bit? You would not suffer for it. After all, 3060, able to chill drinks and warm beds. Shall we converse privately? Since you possess such an abundance of provisions, it would only be fitting to extend support to your neighbors. After all, distant relatives pale in comparison to those who live nearby. Once the snow disaster has passed, your kindness will surely be remembered. Indeed, we are suffering from scarcity, facing hunger and cold. Yet instead of offering us aid, you incite us to compete with others. What is your true intention? The community chat has erupted with voices of doubt. Attempts to curry favor, pleas for support, and moral accusations. There is an array of opinions expressed. In response, Su Mu remains indifferent, inwardly mocking the unpredictable nature of human emotions in these dire times. This is merely a transaction based on fairness. Believe it or not. Furthermore, I must solemnly warn you that Yamamoto Iger and his group of fierce adversaries are exceedingly ruthless. You must assess your own capabilities wisely. They are armed with at least one handgun and one shotgun. As for other firearms, I cannot guarantee their availability. Should you choose to turn over any seized handguns, shotguns, or other weapons to me, each firearm can be exchanged for provisions sufficient for 10 individuals. This is not a matter of Su Mu being overly altruistic. Rather, it is a critical reminder to neighbors to avoid being ambushed by Yamamoto Iger and his firearms to prevent grievous losses. The lethality of such weapons is immense, and he must retain control over them. Otherwise, should they fall into the hands of others, a sudden attack could lead to a disastrous end. I, Wang Hao, can attest that Su Mu's bounty is genuine. Just yesterday afternoon, my companions and I eliminated 6 adversaries, securing enough sustenance from Su Mu to last 18 days for one person. In fact, the bounty on Yamamoto Ijuro and his associates commenced the day before yesterday. However, at that time, the rewards offered were not as substantial. It was unexpected that Boss Su would raise the stakes today. Wang Hao shared a picture in the main group of the substantial haul of food they acquired yesterday, leaving little to be said. Currently, there are still about 20 individuals left from Yamamoto Ijiro's group. Everyone we eliminate diminishes their numbers. We shall proceed with our task. The community group was instantly abuzz, with many tagging Wang Hao to inquire about the veracity of the news. Unfortunately, Wang Hao had submerged in his silence, paying them no heed. What is there to fear about guns? Death by gunfire is still death. Freezing or starving to death is no different. Let us charge forth. Indeed, if this debauched young man can slay 6 of the enemy, surely we can as well. Let us go. Who will form a team with me? Bosu. Must Yamamoto Ijiro remain alive? Would it suffice if he were dead? Indeed, so many are vying for his miserable life. What if I can only manage to seize an arm or a leg? Bosu, please speak up quickly. Chapter 69. Slaying the enemy, executing traitors, claiming the reward. Yamamoto Ijiro and his cohort also caught wind of Su Mu's bounty in the main group, and a cold sweat swept over them. This is undoubtedly a blatant scheme. The glances exchanged among companions were now rife with scrutiny, for Su Mu explicitly stated in the group that anyone who succeeds in slaying them would be entitled to the reward. Indeed, this applies to anyone, including those among them. Particularly, Ijiro Yamamoto felt a chilling sensation surge from his coccyx, casting a dubious glance at each of his subordinates. He feared they might suddenly converge upon him, binding him to present himself to Sumo for a reward. His ascension to the position of commander stemmed from a strictly hierarchical relationship imposed from above. rather than from any prowess or combat capabilities he possessed. However, this action incited skepticism among his subordinates. Even his most trusted aide questioned Yamamoto's intentions. At a loss for words, he, nonetheless, embodied the astuteness of the chairman of Akimeru Corporation. With a flicker of inspiration, he quickly devised a response. "Baka, you foolish pigs. Do you not see? Our faces have all been broadcasted in the group by that Sumu. He seeks our very lives. Even if you were to bind me and deliver me to him, do you truly believe he would spare you? Such naivete." The young subordinates exchanged glances, seemingly realizing the validity of his argument, and the clamor began to subside. Let us not forget, we still have a dozen defectors from the Great Xia among us. If they harbor ill intentions, we would be in peril. Thus, he decreed that not only firearms but also knives and other weapons should be uniformly collected and securely stored in one location, to be distributed only when missions arise. His gaze swept across the group of young subordinates before asserting, "As for the custodian of these arms, I propose that it be entrusted to Mr. Inoue." "I concur. Senior Inoue, revered and esteemed, I wholeheartedly concur. Indeed, we are currently being hunted, and only through unity and unwavering cooperation can we survive. Senior Kamita is indeed correct. We must reinforce all doors and windows to thwart the intrusion of those marauding foes amidst the chaos." The young soldiers, persuaded by Yamamoto Eiichiro, began to voice their opinions. Witnessing the signs of internal strife finally extinguished and thoughts unified once more, Yamamoto Eiichiro exhaled a sigh of relief. "However, what are we to do now? Our provisions have been depleted, and the materials for warmth have nearly been consumed. At this rate, within a week, even if we are not slain by others, we shall perish from the cold and hunger. Moreover, it is unbearable to think that someone has created a gaping hole in the third-floor window, rendering that room uninhabitable. Even so, the frigid wind continues to seep in relentlessly. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, a new wave of concern arose, leaving Yamamoto Eiichiro somewhat exasperated. After contemplating for a moment, he remarked, "We still have over 20 individuals, well-armed and equipped with firearms. Overall, we remain a formidable force not to be underestimated. It will not be an easy task for those from other buildings to overthrow us." A young soldier nodded in agreement, stating, "This is indeed a sound strategy." Yamamoto Eiichiro paced thoughtfully within the room. This was undoubtedly a pressing dilemma. However, I find it hard to believe that he possesses any extraordinary abilities. Unless there's a traitor among us relaying information to him, or perhaps he has installed surveillance cameras at his doorstep, allowing him to monitor our movements. As the saying goes in the land of the Great Xia, we are all in this together, much like grasshoppers on the same string. The probability of a traitor is slim. I suspect that the notion of Su Mu having installed cameras is far more plausible. I recall there are several cans of spray paint in the storage room. Let us take them and thoroughly cover his garage door with paint. This way, even if he has hidden cameras, they will be rendered blind and unable to see us." The days swiftly passed, and Su Mu engaged in physical exercise, watched films, and played games, leading a fulfilling life. After taking a shower in the evening, he retired to bed early, holding onto Lao Mo while reading a novel for a while before drifting into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, once the lights in Su Mu's villa were extinguished, Yamamoto Eiichiro commenced his long-planned operation. The garage door of Yamamoto's villa quietly creaked open, revealing a small Japanese soldier cautiously peeking out. Just as he was about to glance around, the sound of a bowstring snapped, and an arrow, seemingly from nowhere, pierced through his skull. Kill the Japanese, eliminate the traitors, claim the reward. A thunderous roar echoed as dozens of individuals surged from all directions, shouting fiercely. Yamamoto Eiichiro and his companions never anticipated that, even at such a late hour, there would still be individuals lying in wait outside. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted as individuals relentlessly battered the grand entrance. Although Yamamoto Eiichiro had not intentionally altered the villa, the developers of the Danfeng Bailu community had ensured that the garage doors of the villa district were crafted from 1 centimeter thick steel plates, a testament to their commendable quality. Even when struck by a fire axe, The most it could leave was a faint white mark. After hours of assault, only a few minor dents marred its surface. Suddenly, the muzzle of a gun protruded through one of the dents, a flash igniting as it unleashed a barrage of steel pellets. The crowd outside, engrossed in their fervent assault on the door, remained oblivious to this perilous turn of events, and soon cries of agony pierced the air as several fell to the ground. Goodness, these rascals are armed. Everyone retreats swiftly. They arrived with haste and departed just as quickly, leaving behind naught but a pool of blood at the villa's threshold. As if nothing had transpired at all, Su Mu, lost in slumber, faintly perceived what seemed like distant firecrackers, yet remained undisturbed, murmuring softly before turning over and sinking back into deep sleep. Lao Mo contemplated rousing his master, but was instead ensnared in Su Mu's embrace as he rolled over. Pinning him down, straining his ears once more, he detected no further unusual sounds and contentedly nestled his head into Su Mu's arms, closing his eyes in tranquility. Fortunately, the brothers had fortified their vital areas with thick wooden boards, resulting in only minor injuries. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. After transporting the wounded brothers to Qingshu for treatment, one of the brothers responsible for filming inquired, "Did we capture the scene of our assault on those invaders?" "I possess a high-end camera imported from abroad. Rest assured, every moment was recorded." However, there was not a single ray of light in the garage. The scene was rendered in monochrome. "Behold, that arrow has struck the little devil right in the head. But it is the dead of night. He may be asleep. Never mind that. Let us send it forth without delay." Chapter 70. The corpse thief, Yamamoto Iger within the villa. Yamamoto Iger lamented the loss of yet another subordinate. That fellow had received an arrow to the head and promptly ascended to meet their infernal master. They were filled with both joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from acquiring another corpse, which would afford them a few more days of sustenance, while the trepidation arose from the uncertainty of whether more adversaries lay in ambush outside. Yamamoto Iger contemplated for a moment and stated with unwavering conviction, "Given the frigid temperatures outside, even if a group were to lie in wait to launch a surprise attack against us, there will surely not be a second wave of assailants. After all, these Daxia swine lack trust amongst themselves. Otherwise, the later it becomes, the more disadvantageous it would be for us." Indeed, Yamamoto Iger's words rang true. When they ventured out for a second time, they encountered no further ambush. Cautiously, they crept along the wall to the entrance of Sumu's garage. With a wave of his hand, Yamamoto Iger signaled for several individuals to proceed and spray paint the entire surface of the large door. Sumu, perhaps in slumber, showed no reaction. Yamamoto Iger exhaled in relief and instructed a few men to disperse at a distance to keep watch, while the others vigorously wielded their tools to smash the ice. In the biting cold of -60 to 70 degrees, the ice was as hard as stone. However, they arrived fully prepared this time, astonishingly producing a lumberjack's saw from an unknown source and began to saw vigorously. The others employed crowbars, fire axes, and hammers, creating a cacophony of sounds. The corpses of the sixth and his comrades had long since frozen into the ice, shattering into a myriad of colorful fragments upon impact. The little devils paid no heed to this, swiftly loading the remnants of the bodies onto several sleds that had been meticulously prepared. After more than an hour of labor, they finally managed to dismember all the corpses. They hastily transported everything away. Although Yamamoto Ichiro was clad in thick clothing, he still felt the biting cold and incessantly stomped his feet to stave off the chill. Only when he saw that the mission had been successfully completed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. They quickly pulled the sleds and hurried towards their villa. With the 10 or so corpses of the sixth and his group, at least for the next half-month, they would no longer have to worry about food. If they rationed their provisions, they could even last a month. The next morning, after Sumu awoke, he instinctively took out his phone to check. He discovered that someone named Huang Defa from Building 17 had sent a friend request with a note stating, "Su boss, we killed a little devil yesterday and have come to claim the reward." Su Mu was greatly intrigued. He had only issued a bounty the previous morning, and within just one night, someone had killed a little devil and come for the reward. What remarkable speed. The video was shrouded in darkness. The imagery rendered in shades of black and white, clearly filmed at night or in a poorly lit environment. Sumu observed carefully and discovered that the filming location was at the entrance of Yamamoto Aikichi's garage. Just as a Japanese soldier poked his head out, he was instantly pierced through the skull by a crossbow bolt. Huang defa ingrattingly remarked, Burotursu. We lay in ambush at the entrance of Yamamoto Aikichi's villa garage for half the night and finally managed to eliminate a Japanese soldier. We intended to seize the momentum and strike decisively to take them all down. Unfortunately, the body of the soldier we shot was too far away and was taken by them. For now, we can only send you the video. Please take a look at this reward. Although the video was somewhat dim, the clarity was remarkable, evidently filmed with a high-quality camera, not fabricated. Sumu proceeded to the monitoring room and retrieved the footage from the camera installed in front of Yamamoto Aikichi's garage. Indeed, he witnessed a group lying in ambush and attacking the Japanese soldiers last night, clearly seeing a crossbow bolt embedded in the head of the soldier who had ventured out. I shall honor my promise and provide each of you with 5 days' worth of rations. I will pack the food in a foam box and toss it onto the snow from the third-floor window of the villa. You may come and collect it yourselves. After saying this, he rummaged through his infinite space, took out some easily storable food, and then tossed it out of the window. Suddenly, he noticed that the camera outside his garage door had gone dark, rendering it completely invisible. Could it be that the camera was malfunctioning? Sumu felt a sense of despondency, as he had not anticipated that the high-definition infrared camera he had purchased and installed at a considerable expense would malfunction within less than a month. In the midst of this frigid winter, where could he possibly find someone to repair or replace it? As he accessed footage from several nearby cameras, he was astonished to discover that the bodies of his companions, who had frozen solid by the garage door, were inexplicably missing. Who would exert such effort to remove such a large mass of ice? In disbelief, Sumu rubbed his eyes. He hastily reviewed the recordings from the previous night captured by the nearby cameras for comparison, only to realize that it was not his camera that had failed. Rather, Yamamoto, Eiichiro, and his associates had spray-painted the entire garage door, obscuring the camera's view with dye. Furthermore, they had utilized a large saw and axe to dismember and remove the bodies of his companions. These little rascals were rather clever, having identified their need for sustenance and resorting to the remains of their fallen comrades. Sumu could not help but feel a twinge of admiration, quickly followed by a cold smirk. However, in the vast sea of people's warfare, they would not last long. Upon reviewing the footage from the underground garage, Sumu was confronted with a scene of utter chaos, littered with dismembered body parts and bloodstains, which made him gag involuntarily. Fortunately, he had not yet eaten breakfast. Otherwise, he would have surely vomited. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to retch and focused on uncovering what had transpired. Of the 11 individuals trapped, 2 had already perished, leaving him uncertain as to whether they had succumbed to the cold, starvation, or had turned against one another in a deadly struggle. 9 survivors huddled in corners, their mouths stained with fresh blood, desperately gnawing on dismembered limbs clutched tightly in their arms. In this apocalyptic world, the essence of humanity and morality had been utterly obliterated in the struggle for survival. Yet, the depravity exhibited by these individuals was profoundly disturbing. Let them perish in their own brutality, murmured Sumu, retching once more before departing from the monitoring room. He was not a morbid voyeur, devoid of interest in scrutinizing the previous day's recordings to uncover the grim events that had transpired. Witnessing such grotesque scenes so early in the day had stripped him of any appetite for breakfast. After carelessly serving a packet of premium dog food to old M.O., he reclined on the sofa and began scrolling through his phone. Chapter 71. To enter my villa, present your tokens. Not long ago, Huang Defa had sent him a message, expressing gratitude for the provisions Sumu had provided and asserting that they would undoubtedly seek opportunities to eliminate more adversaries for greater rewards. Turning his gaze to the window, Sumu noted the absence of the phone boxes, and he encouraged Huang Defa with a few words before continuing to peruse other messages. He disregarded those that beseeched sympathy, sought assistance, or attempted moral coercion, as well as any threats. In this frigid landscape, he had no time to engage in futile debates. Suddenly, a message from Qingshu caught his eye. Sumu, several leaders from different buildings are planning to unite to pressure you. They believe you are hoarding a substantial amount of food. Moreover, those little devils possess firearms. Rather than risking an assault on them, it would be far more prudent to directly launch an attack on your villa. To my knowledge, approximately 10 buildings residents are preparing to unite, forming a contingent of nearly 500 individuals to execute this plan. Why not bypass the intermediaries and save the price difference? The last time I eliminated many, including that individual Chui Hung, did they not feel fear? Qingshu remarked, yet you are but one person with a single gun. Even if your ammunition is plentiful, how many can you truly take down? Should they stealthily approach while you slumber, catching you off guard? Can you safeguard every corner of the villa? If they manage to breach even a single entry point, it would spell your doom. Furthermore, Yamamoto Aijuru is unlike you. He has stockpiled a considerable amount of resources in advance. Even if you were to take the risk of eliminating them, it would yield you only a meager supply of food. Clearly, it would be far more advantageous to kill you and seize your resources. Sumu chuckled coldly within, aware that very few individuals had undergone the specialized modifications to his villa. Those who understood its defensive capabilities most profoundly, like Qin Peng, had already perished. These individuals, who had lived in times of peace, remained oblivious to the protective strength of their sanctuary, clinging to unrealistic fantasies. The weaponry at my disposal is no trifling matter. Thus, Sumu harbored no qualms about imparting a bloody lesson to them. As the saying goes, when soldiers approach, let them be met with soldiers. When water comes, let be concealed with earth. Upon observing Sumu, Qingshu, deep in thought, remarked, I have provided you with such crucial information. Would you permit me entry into your villa? Sumu, somewhat perplexed, countered, given that you are aware they are organizing a considerable assault on my villa, which is inherently perilous. Why do you insist on entering my residence? With a wry smile, Qingshu replied, because I know they could never breach your villa. A horde of starving individuals, lacking any military training, even if they managed to assemble, would merely be a disorganized rabble. How much combat effectiveness could they possibly muster? They might succeed in easy skirmishes, but once confronted with an insurmountable force, they would swiftly disband. Most importantly, I am utterly at my wit's end. My supplies of medicine have nearly been depleted, and the glances from others now resemble those of ravenous wolves. I am genuinely fearful of when they might lose control and pounce upon me, tearing me apart and devouring me whole. After much contemplation, it appears that your villa is perhaps the only sanctuary within the entire community that can offer me any semblance of safety. Sumu nodded and smiled. Indeed, amidst the snow disaster, my house alone can provide you with the necessary protection. However, the value of the intelligence you provided is rather limited. I do not believe it suffices for you to gain entry into my villa. Last time you claimed I did not meet the requirements, and now you say the same again. What must I do to gain entry to your villa? Even if you desire my body, I would not refuse. Sumu coldly replied, Haha, you overestimate your worth. A woman like you may seem unattainable in the eyes of others, but to me, you are utterly worthless. I possess a warm and comfortable home, with a lifetime supply of food. Once the snow disaster passes, what sort of woman could I not find? My villa, though spacious, does not accommodate idlers. To enter, you must prove your value. Qingshu fell silent. The truth was indeed as he stated. The leverage she held was of little appeal to Sumu, leaving her without any bargaining power. What exactly do you want me to do to prove my worth? I am willing to offer my loyalty. In the past few days, Yamamoto Aijuro's villa had been bustling with activity as numerous individuals, enticed by Sumu's bounty, sought to harass and assault him. Some lay in ambush within the underground garage, while others, under the cover of night, shattered the third-floor windows to hurl homemade Molotov cocktails inside. Some even attempted to breach the roof to gain entry. A determined group of dozens took to digging snow tunnels to reach Yamamoto Aijuro's villa, smashing through the second-floor windows to infiltrate. Had it not been for Yamamoto Eijiro and his associates fortuitously residing on the second floor, familiar with the layout, and uniting their strength to launch a fierce counterattack, they would have been overwhelmed entirely. In just a few days, Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa had become a dilapidated shell, with a shattered roof and broken windows. Aside from 2 limited rooms, the rest was utterly uninhabitable. Moreover, after numerous assaults, their casualties had mounted significantly, leaving only 13 survivors. "This is unbearable," he exclaimed in frustration. The cold was relentless, and the enemy could infiltrate at any moment for a sneak attack. He had not enjoyed a single restful night in days. He would rather perish like a true warrior on the battlefield than be cornered like a rat in a gutter, facing a grim demise within the confines of the villa. In a fit of rage, Inoue Kezuro overturned the villa's sole remaining table, only to have his head severed by the enemy, taken to the local warlord for a bounty. After a moment of contemplation, Yamamoto Eiichiro realized that their current existence could not continue. "We must abandon this place," he declared. "Abandon it? Where shall we go?" Came the hesitant reply. Yamamoto responded solemnly, "To building number 7. There has been internal strife there. The former ruler, Qin Peng, is dead. Their forces must also have suffered heavy losses. With our 13 men, we can certainly launch an assault." He continued, "We shall secure a higher floor for refuge. Although this carries its own risks, at least we will not have to worry about defending multiple locations. As for sustenance, the corpses in building No. 7 should provide ample provisions for us." Yamamoto Eiichiro, truly deserving of his title as the president of a multinational corporation, swiftly conceived a brilliant solution amidst the prevailing circumstances. After much contemplation, the group could devise no better alternative and thus acquiesced to his plan. Without delay, that very evening, Yamamoto Eiichiro led his companions in gathering their belongings and stealthily exited through a window on the second floor of the villa. The heavy snow had engulfed the entire 3-story building, and the windows on the 4th floor were thoroughly barricaded by Han Lei and his associates, rendering entry impossible. However, these obstacles did not deter Yamamoto Eiichiro and his team. They formed a human ladder, allowing an agile individual to ascend to the 4th floor window, shatter the glass, and slip inside. Subsequently, they used a rope to hoist the others one by one. 13 shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated building number 7, preparing to seize control. Chapter 72. What? Yamamoto Eiichiro was not in the villa. Shortly after Yamamoto Eiichiro and his companions departed, a team stealthily entered his villa under the cover of darkness. To their astonishment, their mission proceeded with remarkable ease. They encountered not a single adversary within the villa. In disbelief, they meticulously searched each room, only to unexpectedly discover no signs of living enemies. Ultimately, in a room on the 2nd floor of the villa, they stumbled upon nearly 20 frozen, rigid corpses. "That's Lin Jia. I recognize him. His likeness is featured on the bounty notice for Sumu," whispered one individual under the dim light of a flashlight. "And there's Kurita Jingoro. Li Yongsheng is here too, and a dog-esque corpse, that of Yamamoto Eiichiro's fierce pit bull. Wealth has arrived. Wealth has arrived. Quickly, sever their heads and seek out Sumu to claim the reward. Today has not been in vain. I have stumbled upon such a significant opportunity. Yet, where have Yamamoto Eiichiro and the others gone? Regardless, with this multitude of heads, we can afford to ration our food, sufficient to sustain us for an entire month. Ah, this dog is rather sizable. It has been quite a while since I last savored a dog meat hot pot." As for Sumu, he remains blissfully unaware of the night's events, sleeping soundly in the warmth and comfort of his bed. Today is October 1st, marking an entire month since the onset of the snow disaster. After his morning routine, Sumu dutifully proceeds to the monitoring room to assess the situation. There are no peculiarities around the villa. Aside from a few more bloodstains than yesterday, there are no significant changes within the various buildings. Switching to the footage from the underground garage, he is met with a scene reminiscent of hell itself. 3 individuals, no longer deserving of the title human, cower in a corner, trembling, their mouths mumbling incoherently, their eyes clouded with despair. Trapped in this lightless garage for 4 days, they have succumbed to madness. The primal fear of darkness, embedded in human genes, is unparalleled. No horror film can evoke terror as profoundly as the absence of light. Though they might resort to consuming the flesh of their companions to stave off hunger and drinking their blood to quench their thirst, the suffocating darkness and silence have long shattered their spirits. Sumu sighs. For these three, living may well be worse than death. He did not feel pity or sympathy for them. Rather, he believed that allowing them to perish so easily was somewhat of an affront to their existence. Unfortunately, Sumu valued his life too dearly, possessing numerous ideas yet unable to risk himself in their fabrication. He resigned himself to the situation, acknowledging that they would not endure much longer anyway. Just as Sumu was about to depart the surveillance room for breakfast, he suddenly noticed on one of the screens a group of individuals on sleds making their way toward his villa. Were enemies approaching once more? Did these individuals not know when to give up, still intent on assaulting his abode? Sumu's gaze sharpened, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips as he magnified the surveillance footage to discern who dared to challenge him so audaciously. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a contingent of over 30 individuals, their faces alight with excitement, appearing far from the demeanor of aggressors intent on attacking the villa. Trailing behind them was a sled bearing a dozen or so dark, watermelon-like objects. Intriguing. Seeing this, Sumu felt a measure of calmness wash over him. Nevertheless, for the sake of precaution, he retrieved an AK rifle from the infinite space and chambered a round with a satisfying click. The group halted about 3 meters from the villa's entrance, pushing the sled with the peculiar objects to the forefront while calling out loudly. Sulaoda? Sulaoda. Are you home? We've taken the heads of 10 little devils and traitors and have come to claim the bounty. Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Yamamoto, Ryoakuro, and his cohorts had retreated into the villa, and several groups had risked assaults, yet none had succeeded. To their astonishment, these individuals had managed to sever the heads of over 10 enemy soldiers in a single sweep. How is this possible? Sumu approached the window on the 3rd floor, drew back the curtains, and beheld the round, watermelon-like objects outside, which were in fact human heads. Frowning slightly, he addressed them through the intercom, inquiring, "From where did you procure these enemy heads? Arrange them neatly. I must verify each one individually. If they are indeed the targets for which I have placed a bounty, I shall surely reward you." A leader among them quickly bowed in response, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. We shall hasten to bring forth the heads of those enemies and traitors for Boss Su's inspection." They meticulously laid the severed heads out on the snow-covered ground outside the window, eagerly awaiting Sumu's reward. However, after comparing the heads with images captured by the surveillance cameras, Sumu's expression darkened. He noted, among those you have killed, several have already had their bounties claimed with evidence presented. For instance, this Kuwaitan Yuan Walang, Li Jian, Li Yongsheng, and Lin Jie. From where did you acquire their heads? Only to attempt to claim rewards again? In recent days, numerous groups from various buildings had organized assaults on Sanban Rongalong's villa, successfully eliminating many of his accomplices. Regrettably, their efforts were thwarted due to unfamiliar terrain and hostile conditions, resulting in several failed incursions and considerable losses. Moreover, the corpses of the enemies and traitors they sought to claim were not acquired. Instead, several of their own comrades' bodies were left behind within Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa. Some of the more astute individuals, during the assault on Yamamoto Eiichiro's residence, carried cameras or used mobile devices to capture footage. As long as they could provide evidence of having slain the adversaries or traitors, rewards would be granted upon verification by Sumo. Conversely, those who could not substantiate their claims were denied sustenance, adhering strictly to Sumu's principles. Consequently, although a total of 10 individuals perished in the recent days, Sumu only dispensed rewards for 4, leaving the remaining 6 still listed on his bounty blacklist. One cannot satiate a wolf all at once. Otherwise, its appetite for attack may wane, a truth Sumu understood profoundly. The individuals outside exchanged glances, pondering whether rewards had already been claimed. Indeed, from where did you acquire these severed heads? We stealthily raided Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa last night, hoping to seize the moment and eliminate a few enemies or traitors for rewards. To our astonishment, There was no resistance within the villa. We gained entry with remarkable ease. Upon conducting a thorough search, we found the villa eerily vacant, except for around 20 corpses discovered in one room, with not a single living soul in sight. After careful comparison and identification, we realized that 10 of the bodies were on Sumu's bounty list, while the others must have belonged to the Dashiao individuals who had met their demise in previous assaults on the villa. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, we hastily severed the heads of these 10 individuals to claim our reward from you. Unbeknownst to us, others had already claimed their rewards. We sincerely hope for your understanding. Boss Su, after speaking, he cast a nervous glance at Su Mu through the window, anxious that their effort from the previous night would amount to naught. What? Yamamoto Eiichiro is not in the villa. Su Mu was taken aback. Chapter 73. The cunning Yamamoto Eiichiro. The bounty has been raised. What? Yamamoto Eiichiro is not in the villa. Su Mu was surprised, but soon regained his composure. He paced back and forth in the room, pondering for a moment before declaring, I will issue a bounty in the group. It stipulates that anyone who brings me their heads can claim a reward, except for the 4 already claimed from Kamita Genjur. Since you have brought me 6 heads, I shall honor our agreement and provide you each with 30 days' worth of provisions. Initially, the group felt trepidation, fearing that Su Mu might not honor the deal, but to their astonishment, the outcome was exceedingly favorable, and they expressed their gratitude with exuberance. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Mu's mind, and he instructed, step back, all of you, to a distance of 30 meters. He feared that the allure of the villa's warmth would tempt them to strike while he opened the window. Though the likelihood seemed slim, Su Mu was unwilling to take any risks. Fortunately, the group complied promptly, retreating to a safe distance. Su Mu entered the surveillance room, first ensuring that there were no hidden individuals lurking around the villa. After confirming this, he made his way to the other side of the villa and opened a concealed window, discarding a foam box outside. There you go. Your reward has been tossed to the other side of the villa. Just make your way around to collect it, he remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. Upon opening the box, they discovered it brimming with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, as well as instant noodles, sausage, and canned goods, which elicited their heartfelt gratitude. Just as they were about to depart with their bounty, Su Mu suddenly called out, Wait a moment. Take these rotten watermelons with you. Don't leave them here to disgust me. Understood. Understood. The leader quickly responded, and together with the others, they placed the 10 heads back into the sled and swiftly departed, watching them disappear into the distance. Su Mu re-entered the surveillance room to review the footage from the previous night. Upon close examination, he discovered that Yamamoto Eiichiro and his companions had indeed stealthily slipped out of the villa in the dead of night, climbing through a window into building number 7. Su Mu let out a cold chuckle. What a cunning fellow Yamamoto Eiichiro is. What a brilliant stratagem for evasion. They had even dug a tunnel to conceal themselves in building number 7, thinking that by hiding there, they would elude my grasp. Now that I am aware of your hiding place, capturing you should be a simple task. With this thought in mind, Su Mu posted a new bounty notice in the community group. Under the command of Yamamoto Eiichiro, 10 of his subordinates, including Kitata Jengo, have met their demise, and those responsible for their downfall have successfully claimed their rewards. Presently, 13 members of Yamamoto's cadre remain concealed within room 1801 of Building 7. Should anyone manage to eliminate them or capture them alive, they may present valid evidence to claim a reward from me. To further incentivize the pursuit of these adversaries, I hereby declare an increase of 50 to the original bounty. However, it is crucial that Yamamoto Eiichiro be captured alive. No rewards will be granted for the deceased. Upon the announcement of this new bounty, the community group chat erupted with excitement. In just 2 or 3 days, nearly half of these adversaries have already been eradicated. I previously advised against hesitation. Look, others have already claimed the rewards. If you do not act swiftly, you shall miss the opportunity entirely. Let us move, gather our forces, and launch an assault on Building 7 before someone else seizes the initiative. Some residents proudly shared photos of the food rewards bestowed by the community, affirming that they have indeed secured their prizes. Preparations are complete. We shall soon advance on room 1801 of Building 7 To those who are late to the realization, you may as well wallow in your ignorance behind us. How could they possibly know we are hiding here? Upon witnessing the bounty issued by the community, Yamamoto, Eiichiro, and his associates were filled with both astonishment and fury. They had just entered Building 7 last night, stealthily selecting several rooms in the darkness. Upon discovering room 1801, which contained some beds, furniture, and warm clothing, they found it to be largely satisfactory for their needs and decided to temporarily settle there. They planned to use this location as a base, intending to devise a means to eliminate all the occupants of the building at dawn to prevent any news from leaking, while also utilizing their corpses as sustenance for survival. Yamamoto, it is your fault that you have led us to such a dire situation. We are on the 18th floor. They need not even launch an attack. If they merely block the exits, we will have no place to escape. Our arrival was rather hurried, aside from our clothing and weapons. We only brought along some easily transportable jerky, which will last us at most 2 days. Inoue Yoshihiko gasped for breath, loudly reproaching Yamamoto, Ryo, lamenting that soon we will all perish from hunger and thirst. Baka, Inoue, you coward. At this critical juncture, instead of focusing on finding a solution to our predicament, you choose to criticize my decisions. I am beginning to suspect that there is a traitor among us. Otherwise, how could Sumu have known our exact location immediately upon our arrival at Building 7? Yamamoto, Ryo, pulled out his handgun, his bloodshot eyes scanning the 12 subordinates like a ravenous, enraged wolf. The group was immediately struck with fear, each one hastily proclaiming their unwavering loyalty, asserting that they had not colluded with the cunning Dashao individual, Sumu. Then what shall we do? Kazuhiko, in no way, felt a twinge of regret for his earlier impulsiveness as he averted his gaze from the penetrating eyes of his companion. Shall we perhaps take out our phones and inspect them one by one? He inquired. Yamamoto, Eiichiro, shook his head, expressing doubts that the traitor had not already deleted the chat records, rendering such an examination potentially fruitless. Nevertheless, your suggestion holds merit. All phones must be surrendered to me for centralized management to avert the possibility of betrayal among us. Ladies and gentlemen, I must reiterate, we are all on Suma's bounty list, and he shall not spare any of us. We stand on the precipice of life and death. And in these dire circumstances, I implore you to unite in solidarity to navigate this crisis together. Before he could finish his remarks, a violent crash echoed from the entrance. It was Han Lei, who had caught wind of the bounty information circulating in the community group. After conferring with the remaining residents of Building 7, he had resolved to take a calculated risk. With over 20 male residents familiar with the nuances of Building 7, they believed that it would be a simple task to deal with the 13 cornered foes. Esteemed colleagues, how audacious it is that Yamamoto, Eiichiro, and his faction have infiltrated our territory without a whisper. If we do not eliminate them swiftly, it shall be our lives that hang in the balance once they solidify their position. Last time, our momentary lapse allowed that scoundrel Chin Peng to escape, denying us the reward from Sumo. Now, fortune presents itself. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. With fervor, Han Lei declared, let us all band together to vanquish the foes and the traitors and claim our rewards. Chapter 74. Let those deceivers and manipulators who have wronged us pay the price. Sumu retrieved a bucket of popcorn and 2 cans of beer, settling comfortably on the plush sofa. He maximized the surveillance footage from Building 7 and, alongside Lao Mo, reveled in the performance of Han Lei and his companions. With mere trifles of sustenance, they could exchange for such fervent displays of combat, entirely authentic and bloody. The thought stirred a thrill within Sumu. It was exhilarating. Han Lei and his group, residing in Building 7, were acutely aware of their proximity to the scene and, fearing others might seize the opportunity, rushed to room 1801 upon receiving the news. They prepared to ensnare Yamamoto, Eiichiro, and his associates. Not only that, they had fashioned a long, sturdy plank into a battering ram, creating a cacophony as they struck the door. When Yamamoto, Eiichiro, and his crew had entered the previous night, they had never anticipated being discovered so swiftly, hence they had not fortified the door in any manner. The wooden furniture in the room had largely been appropriated by the survivors of Building 7 for warmth, leaving little other than some electrical appliances. With no other recourse, Yamamoto Ijiro's team resorted to barricading the door with their bodies. Alas, outnumbered, Han Lei's group proved too formidable. The door could not withstand the relentless strikes of the battering ram. With a resounding crash, it collapsed after mere moments, crushing the two soldiers hiding behind it. As the door gave way, Han Lei and his companions erupted in joy, charging forth onward. Slay the enemy, vanquish the traitors, claim the rewards, and feast. As everyone surged through the collapsing doorway, they clashed fiercely with the small adversaries behind it. In an instant, steel pipes whirled and blades slashed, flesh and blood flying in chaotic disarray. Once they entered the room, Su Mu's surveillance lost all visual feed. However, he remained unperturbed, casually opening a bag of potato chips, munching contentedly while he patiently awaited the unfolding events. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out with a resounding bang, and a man was sent sprawling backward by the sheer force of a shotgun. Although aware that Yamamoto Ijiro possessed a firearm, and having taken precautions such as reinforcing their chests with thick planks before Han Lei and the others arrived, the close-range blast rendered one man's chest a gruesome mess, blood pooling around him as he lay on the ground, wailing in agony, clearly nearing his end. The ferocity of Han Lei's group faltered momentarily. Yet, driven by the allure of substantial food rewards, they summoned their courage to continue wielding their knives and pipes in a desperate onslaught. Yamamoto Ijiro aimed his pistol at the bravest among them, firing a shot that struck the man squarely in the head. He fell lifelessly to the ground without a sound. Han Lei and his companions were taken aback by the fierce tenacity of these adversaries, and their momentum faltered. Once ordinary citizens before the calamity, they had only engaged in a few robberies alongside Qin Peng and had little experience with violence, lacking the steely resolve and courage required for such a brutal confrontation. Realizing that the battle was not unfolding as they had envisioned, and witnessing the dogged resistance of their opponents fighting for survival, fear began to creep in. After Yamamoto Ijiro claimed another victim with his gun, their spirits finally shattered. A voice suddenly cried out, "These little devils are too formidable. We cannot prevail. Quick, flee!" Without a moment's hesitation for their fallen comrades, they turned and fled in a panic. Enraged, Han Lei cursed, but outnumbered and fearing entrapment, he had no choice but to follow suit and escape. These individuals, devoid of morale, were relentlessly pursued by Yamamoto Ikichiro and his men, resulting in a loss of 4 or 5 more lives. Over 20 spirited residents of Building Number 7 launched an attack against Yamamoto Ikichiro, only to find themselves in disarray, retreating in shame. By the time they returned to their hideout, merely 5 remained, each one wounded. Sumu watched this unfold on the surveillance, shaking his head in disbelief at the abysmal combat prowess of Han Lei and his group. Yan Qingshu approached with Zhang Lili and a dozen young women, momentarily stunned by their disheveled appearance. "Did you not go to slay Yamamoto Ikichiro?" she inquired. Han Lei, infuriated and humiliated, leapt up and struck her, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! Are you mocking me?" The blow left Yan Qingshu's mouth bleeding, yet she refrained from any complaint. No, I was merely concerned for you." At that moment, Han Lei's expression shifted to one of anguish. Clutching his chest with his left hand, his right hand weakly reached towards Yan Qingshu, only for her to deftly evade him. Unbeknownst to him, she had procured a fruit knife and, seizing the opportunity during their embrace, had plunged it into his heart. Han Lei let out a defiant roar, collapsing to the ground, where he swiftly succumbed to death. The other 4 male owners lay helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath, still bewildered by the turn of events. Before they could comprehend what was happening, Zhang Lili and her companions had already pounced upon them, wielding scissors and striking mercilessly with chair legs. Yan Qingshu, her face a mask of frenzy, charged forward with a blood-stained fruit knife, slashing wildly. These men had just escaped the jaws of Yamamoto Ryoakairo, only to stumble into the den of Yan Qingshu. Already injured and caught off guard by the ambush, they were utterly defenseless quickly crying out for mercy. Unfortunately, the women had endured enough of their torment and paid no heed, their strikes brutally relentless. By the time they dispersed, the 4 male owners had been reduced to mangled corpses. Yan Qingshu, panting heavily, kicked a few of the bodies beneath her feet, still unsatisfied with her vengeance, and frantically hacked at them until they were nothing more than a bloody pulp. Only then did she slowly rise, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Sisters, we are free now. We must unite and make those deceitful, manipulative men pay for their sins." In this confrontation, aside from the 2 unfortunate souls crushed underfoot, only one fell during the struggle. With 3 sustaining injuries, a resounding victory. Eliminate all wounded enemies, strip them of their clothing, and take some of the flesh with us. We must leave at once. Yamamoto Ryokuro commanded loudly. "This place is not safe. We do not know when the next wave of enemies will arrive. Where shall we go?" "Downstairs, through the first-floor lobby. We will find a place to hide in Unit 2. They hastily gathered their belongings, armed with weapons and provisions, descending the stairs in a frantic rush. Unbeknownst to them, an ambush awaited, ready to ensnare them in its trap. Wang Hao erupted into raucous laughter. "Yamamoto Eiichiro, you scoundrel, this time I have you caught." With a rallying cry, he urged his comrades, "Let us slay them. Suga has promised us ample rewards." Meanwhile, Su Mu observed the unfolding scene on the surveillance monitor. Taking a sip of cola, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Now, this is more like it. Wang Hao possesses quite the flair." Chapter 75. This lad is indeed a talent. A share for all who witness? The combat prowess of Wang Hao's cohort far surpassed that of Han Lei's group. Equipped with superior weaponry, they unleashed chaos upon the unsuspecting Japanese soldiers. Inoue Kazuhiko, armed with a shotgun, became a prime target. Just as he prepared to fire, a hatchet flew through the air, striking him squarely on the forehead. Inoue Kazuhiko's skull was cleaved open, and he fell back lifelessly, without uttering a sound. Yamamoto Eiichiro let out a frantic howl, raising his pistol to shoot. Yet, his adversaries were well prepared, each wielding makeshift shields crafted from thick wooden planks, layered with leather armor. Key areas of their bodies were fortified with additional wooden boards or metal sheets, significantly diminishing the impact of Yamamoto's gunfire. By the time he hastily emptied his magazine, only one of Wang Hao's men had fallen, leaving him with merely 3 or 4 allies still standing beside him. Yamamoto Eiichiro, sensing the impending danger, disregarded all else, and, while his companions were still entangled with Wang Hao and his men, abruptly turned and fled down the stairs. He was bewildered by the animosity harbored by that Su Mu, who had relentlessly targeted him since the snow disaster, and now even placed a bounty for his capture, offering provisions for 45 days. Yamamoto could vividly imagine the inhumane torment that awaited him should he be captured alive. "Don't let that old scoundrel escape. Pursue him," Wang Hao commanded, swiftly dispatching the remaining adversaries to the ground. Observing that Yamamoto had already descended 2 flights of stairs, he hastily positioned a few men to guard the battlefield and led the rest in a rapid chase downstairs. Su Mu, monitoring the skirmish from the surveillance, could not help but regard this wealthy heir with newfound respect. With a well-executed ambush and a fierce assault, his forces had decimated Yamamoto and his companions with minimal casualties. This lad was indeed a talent. Had he been born in a time of war, he might have risen to prominence as a formidable general. In his frantic descent, Yamamoto suddenly recalled that all routes to the underground parking garage were obstructed by debris, rendering them impassable. A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes as he let out a desperate roar and, without hesitation, crashed through a window on the 4th floor. Leaping into the abyss below, the snow accumulated below was over 10 meters deep, so Yamamoto sustained little harm from the fall. The sheer force of gravity only caused him to plunge half a meter into the snowdrift. In a flurry of panic, he scrambled to extricate himself, daring not to rise, and began rolling through the snow in a desperate bid for escape. Wang Hao and his companions rushed over, peering through the window to see that Yamamoto Eiichiro had already fled a considerable distance. Several subordinates grew anxious, ready to leap out in pursuit, but Wang Hao merely chuckled, raising a hand to halt them. He deftly retrieved a hand crossbow from behind, complete with a scope. As a wealthy scion accustomed to a life of leisure, Wang Hao dabbled in numerous pursuits, be it racing, horseback riding, hunting, or marksmanship. He was well-versed in them all. With ample resources at his disposal, acquiring a few hunting crossbows was hardly a challenge. I'll give you a head start of 39 meters. Let us see if my 40-meter-long blade can reach you. Wang Hao grinned confidently, taking aim at the writhing figure below, and swiftly released an arrow. His shooting skills proved commendable, as the sharp bolt pierced through Yamamoto Eiichiro's calf. A cry of agony escaped Yamamoto as he discarded his pistol, clutching his left leg and rolling in the snow, wailing in distress. Wang Hao erupted in laughter, instructing his subordinates, "All right, descend now and bring this old fool back." Just as his men began to jump down, Su Mu, observing through the surveillance monitors, suddenly noticed a multitude of figures swiftly approaching Building Number 7 on sleds. With a gentle clap of his hands, he remarked with a smile, "Things are becoming increasingly interesting. New forces have arrived to contest your spoils. Wang Hao, let us see how you navigate this crisis." Upon noticing the looming crowd, Wang Hao's demeanor shifted to one of concern. He readied another bolt in his crossbow and shouted, "Which building do you belong to? Do you understand the rules? This old fellow is someone we have painstakingly captured. If any of you dare to approach and attempt to seize him from us, do not blame me for being ungracious." Unfortunately, the adversaries remained oblivious, continuing to shout as they swiftly approached Building Number 7 on their sleigh. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he aimed his crossbow at the foremost individual and pulled the trigger. The arrow struck the man's neck, causing him to tumble off the speeding sleigh, rolling twice in the snow before lying still. A large pool of blood spread beneath him, blooming like a vibrant red rose against the white snow. The others, witnessing Wang Hao's ruthlessness as he indiscriminately shot down one of their own, halted in shock, staring at him in terror. Wang Hao knocked another arrow, aiming it downward with a sinister grin, and declared, "What? Do you take my words as mere whispers? I shall repeat myself. Yamamoto Eiji is our captive, and you shall not interfere. I warn you once more. If you wish to avoid death, retreat at once." He tilted his head, and his subordinates understood the cue, promptly revealing several more crossbows from the windows, aimed at the ground below. The ancient crossbow, a formidable ranged weapon, ranks just below firearms in terms of power. Upon seeing the numerous crossbows wielded by Wang Hao and his men, fear finally gripped the opponents, causing them to instinctively step back. Meanwhile, several of Wang Hao's underlings seized the opportunity to restrain the injured Yamamoto Eiji, binding him with ropes they had prepared in advance. The other party, growing increasingly impatient, disregarded the threat posed by several crossbows and boldly stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Wang Hao, as the saying goes, those who witness must share. You have consumed everything without leaving even a drop for us. Is that not a trifle excessive? If you wish to hoard it all for yourself, you ought to consult my brothers here and see if they agree." With a leader taking the initiative, the crowd behind him erupted in a cacophony of protest. "Indeed, this is outrageous. You feast on the meat, yet deny us even the broth? If you ask me, what are those paltry crossbows to us? We outnumber them. We could simply charge in and seize the spoils." Their numbers amounted to 50 or 60, and the uproar was indeed formidable. Wang Hao scoffed derisively, retorting, "Excessive? We exerted tremendous effort to capture this old villain. Why should you be entitled to benefits merely for laying eyes on him? You must be dreaming." He then turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Go and behead all the fallen foes, bringing their heads with us. Bind the living with ropes and accompany me to seek rewards from Sumo. Everyone must remain vigilant. Should anyone dare to snatch our spoils, they will face lethal consequences. This is not the time for mercy." Given the circumstance, clearing the clutter obstructing the path to the underground garage would consume too much time. Wang Hao, fearing the night would bring unforeseen complications, opted to approach Sumu's Villa Number 1 directly through the snow. They had been excessively ruthless earlier, and their hold on the situation was tenuous. Yamamoto Eijiro and his 13 companions fell victim to Han Lei and his associates, with 3 lives claimed. Subsequently, Wang Hao and his group eliminated another 7, including Yamamoto Ijiro. Only 3 captives remain alive. Wang Hao and his companions retrieved their concealed sled, securing the 10 severed heads and binding the 3 living captives together like rice dumplings atop the sled. They swiftly navigated towards Sumu's villa. In Chapter 76, what qualifications do you have to oppose? Wang Hao's contingent, comprising just over 30 individuals, found themselves at a numerical disadvantage compared to their adversaries. However, armed with superior weaponry and emboldened by their recent victory over Yamamoto Ijiro and his men, they retained an intimidating presence and were undeterred by the opposition. Wang Hao deployed a portion of his forces with crossbows, vigilantly guarding the perimeter to prevent desperate attempts by the enemy to seize their captives. Those who contemplated a forceful approach were deterred by the threat of the crossbows, retreating in reluctant frustration while remaining just beyond the range of fire. Moreover, news of the altercation spread among the other buildings, drawing forth individuals like sharks sensing blood. Gradually, their numbers swelled to hundreds as they emerged from their respective structures. Despite the frigid temperature plummeting to around -50 degrees, beads of sweat formed on Wang Hao's forehead, leaving him with no choice but to remain vigilant and cautious. Fortunately, Building number 7 was not far from Villa number 1, and it wasn't long before Wang Hao and his brothers arrived at Sumu's villa. The others, undeterred, armed themselves and encircled the area at a distance, their eyes greedily fixed upon the captives. Yet, mutual apprehension held them back, and none dared to make the first move. Wang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Boss Su, are you there? We have fulfilled our mission. We have completely annihilated the enemy hiding in building number 7 and captured 3 of them, including Yamamoto Ijiro. We have come to claim our reward." Sumu, observing the throng gathering from the surveillance footage, felt a twinge of anxiety. He prepared an array of weapons from the infinite space, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he casually drew back the curtains, clad only in a thin nightgown, boldly standing behind the bulletproof glass window. Steadying himself, he disregarded the crowd behind him and addressed Wang Hao directly. "Wang Hao, bring those enemy heads and the captives over here for inspection. Once their identities are confirmed, your reward will undoubtedly be substantial." It was apparent that Su Mu was supportive of them. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao beamed with joy, quickly aligning the severed heads in a row while dragging the injured Yamamoto Ijiro and the other 2 captives forward, compelling them to kneel before Su Mu. After a moment's hesitation, he placed the handgun and shotgun outside the window. Wang Hao, being a clever man, understood that he could not safeguard these 2 firearms. So it was better to present them early, preventing Su Mu from harboring any thoughts about them. Unhurriedly, Su Mu took out his phone to match the photographs, confirming that all these individuals were indeed on his bounty list. He nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. According to my bounty standards for 10 heads, you shall receive 75 days' worth of provisions for 1 person, and for the 2 living captives, an additional 30 days' worth of provisions for 1 person. As for Yamamoto Ijiro, that old scoundrel, he has allocated a personal supply of food for 45 days, 2 rifles, and additionally, a personal supply of food for 30 days. Upon the announcement of this bounty, Wang Hao and his companions immediately erupted in cheers. However, the expressions of those on the outer edges turned grim. They exchanged glances, and a few spokespersons stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "We oppose this." Wang Hao and his group's demeanor shifted as they gazed at these individuals with evident hostility. "What qualifications do you possess to oppose this?" Su Mu scoffed, stating, "I have set the bounty within the group. Wang Hao and the others will earn their rewards based on merit. This is none of your concern." With Su Mu's backing, Wang Hao and his companions began to vociferously proclaim, "Indeed, if you possess the capability, go and slay the enemy for the rewards. Those who lack the ability to combat the foe are quite adept at berating their countrymen. I wonder, could these individuals be in cahoots with those little devils? It is quite possible. They might even be traitors who have forsaken their ancestry." Hearing their derision, the faces of several spokespersons turned a deep shade of crimson. One stepped forward, shouting, "You lackeys of Su Mu, be silent." He then turned to Su Mu, who stood behind the window, declaring, "We are indifferent to your bounty." The entire community houses over 10,000 residents, and now, with the heavy snow sealing the city, everyone is left to endure hunger and cold within their homes. Only you have hoarded such an abundance of food, not only flaunting in the group daily, but even resorting to some sort of bounty, inciting us to turn on each other for your personal vendetta. Sumu, you are an astute individual and should comprehend the principle that an innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing something precious can lead to peril. I advise you to be wise and distribute the supplies to everyone early on, otherwise. A man peered through the window, greedily eyeing the fresh fruits and steaming tea on the table, and remarked, "Indeed, we have long harbored disdain for you. You have become the envy of the entire community. And the only reason we have not acted against you is merely a matter of weighing the pros and cons." Sumu cast a cold, piercing gaze at him and inquired, "What do you wish to do?" The man, brimming with arrogance, replied, "My demands are not excessive. As long as you ensure the basic food supply for all residents of Building 8, I, Lin Yongjing, can assure you on their behalf that we will not take action against you." The leaders from other buildings chimed in loudly, affirming, "Indeed, as long as you provide us with food, we can maintain our neutrality towards you. Furthermore, your villa is quite spacious. Accommodating more people should pose no issue. I believe you ought to permit those in greater need to reside there. Yes, you surely do not desire for us all to become your adversaries, do you?" "Are you threatening me?" Sumu's voice grew colder, laced with a chilling intent. "We do not threaten you. We merely state a fact. Opposing us yields no benefit for you. Agree to our terms, and you shall gain our friendship. Moreover, we number in the hundreds. Do you truly believe you can offer a bounty to eliminate us all?" Sumu seized the sniper rifle resting nearby, swiftly created a small opening in the window, and with a single shot, blew Lin Yongjing's head apart. "I detest being threatened. Since you wish to be my adversary, what would it matter if I were to eliminate you all?" The tremendous power of the M200 sniper rifle shattered Lin Yongjing's skull, splattering crimson blood and white brain matter across the ground, causing those nearby to scream and scatter. That formidable rifle belonged to Sumu. The other leaders in the vicinity, witnessing Sumu's abrupt act of violence, drawing his sniper rifle to eliminate Lin Yongjing, were left trembling in fear, nearly wetting themselves. Who exactly is Sumu? Not only does he possess a rapid-fire rifle, but he also wields a devastating sniper rifle, a weapon typically seen only in films. Sumu, do you intend to confront the entire community single-handedly? One individual, visibly trembling, remarked, "Even if you possess a sniper rifle, how many bullets can you have? We have hundreds." Sumu ignored his incessant chatter and, without hesitation, shot him in the head, dismissing him as a mere nuisance. "The question of whether I have enough bullets is irrelevant. Suffice it to say, it is sufficient to eliminate you." Chapter 77. The Devil Who Kills Without Hesitation. To the astonishment of the crowd, Sumu exhibited a shocking disregard for the principles of martial ethics, opening fire without hesitation and executing the leaders of 2 buildings with a single shot. Some timid individuals had already slumped down into the snow, a foul liquid seeping between their legs. "Wang Hao, get down!" Sumu bellowed as he observed the panicked crowd attempting to flee. He cast aside the M200 sniper rifle and drew his AK-47, sweeping it menacingly over the gathering, with the fear of Wang Hao and his companions' crossbows looming over them. These individuals had positioned themselves a good 40 meters from a villa. However, Sumu was no sharpshooter, given his level of marksmanship. He could not reliably achieve headshots with the AK. Thus, he opted to use the M200 sniper rifle to intimidate Lin Yongjing and the others first. Yet, after instilling fear with the sniper's precision, he found the AK-47 spray to be far more gratifying. With an effective range of 400 meters, the tightly clustered crowd rendered aiming unnecessary. He simply unleashed a barrage of bullets. The air was soon filled with anguished cries and desperate howls. It was only after he emptied a magazine that they began to comprehend the dire situation. "Help! I've been shot. On my thigh it hurts. This man is a merciless demon. Run for your lives. Don't abandon me. Take me with you." Amidst the chaos, The air resonated with screams and wails. Su Mu, however, merely smirked as he reloaded another magazine and continued his relentless assault. He harbored no fondness for these so-called neighbors. Beneath their pretentious exteriors lay no virtuous souls. The heavy snow has enveloped the city for an entire month, and they are the survivors who emerged from the various buildings, having fought for their lives. In the process of unifying their respective strongholds, they have committed unspeakable acts, staining their hands with the blood of countless innocents. The snowstorm acts as a great sieve, where the weak are ruthlessly eliminated. Those unfit for survival have long been discarded, be it by freezing, starvation, or illness, or succumbing to the predation of beasts. The fate of the frail is grim. Su Mu has emptied 5 magazines before the panicked neighbors finally fled into his line of fire. The scene is a chaotic tableau, with 50 or 60 bodies sprawled in pools of blood. Some injured souls, not yet dead, wail in agony, but in this frigid climate, with the government in disarray and hospitals inoperative, a gunshot wound is a certain death sentence. Thus, Su Mu has no intention of reloading. With a cold smirk, he stows away the AK-47 and closes the shooting aperture of the window. Under Su Mu's guidance, Wang Hao and the others immediately drop to the snow, escaping injury, though their faces betray their terror. Su Mu is truly merciless. In the face of so many neighbors, he did not hesitate to raise his weapon and fire. It is said that the Great Xia enforces strict gun control. One wonders where he procured such formidable arms, be it a sniper rifle or an AK. Moreover, how does he possess such an abundance of ammunition, seemingly without concern for waste? Wang Hao once contemplated seizing Yamamoto Ryoikaru's pistol, yet after searching his person thoroughly, he could only find fewer than 10 bullets. A firearm without ammunition is no more than scrap metal, and a wave of dread washed over Wang Hao as he felt fortunate to have surrendered it to Su Mu in exchange for food. All right, everyone rise. Upon hearing Su Mu's cold voice, Wang Hao and the others cautiously got up, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, gazing at Su Mu with a sense of reverence from behind the glass. Since you have successfully completed my task and brought Yamamoto Ryoikaru and his underlings before me, I shall honor our agreement by providing you with a ration of food sufficient for 180 days per person. However, this is not a place for negotiations. Those heads should be disposed of here, and you are to escort the 3 of them alive to the underground garage, where I shall place the provisions. Despite the considerable risks undertaken, the prospect of securing enough sustenance for half a year filled Wang Hao and his companions with elation. The snowstorm's end remained uncertain. Yet with such ample supplies, even if divided among over 30 individuals, they could sustain themselves for more than half a month, provided they exercised restraint. Most importantly, Su Mu appeared exceedingly pleased with their actions. As long as they maintained this connection, they could continue to work under him for food. Originally, it was about earning a living. Now it was about acquiring sustenance to survive. Both were equally valid pursuits. The 3 deranged traders ultimately succumbed to the biting cold, curling up in a corner of the garage, their bodies now stiff and lifeless. Su Mu filled several foam boxes with the provisions sufficient for 180 days, flinging them into the underground garage from the villa before promptly shutting the door with disdain. The neighbors, long terrified by Su Mu's ruthless rampage, did not impede Wang Hao and his group as they departed. Before long, they escorted the 3 living Japanese captives, Yamamoto Eiichiro among them, to the entrance of the underground garage and cautiously knocked on the door. Su Mu had been waiting in the monitoring room. Although the camera at the main entrance had been spray-painted, other cameras remained operational, allowing for their immediate detection. The garage door slowly creaked open under his control. Illuminated by hidden lights, the initially jubilant group was met with a scene reminiscent of hell, their expressions shifting dramatically. The air was thick with a foul odor, and the floor was strewn with human bones. In a corner of the room lay several mutilated corpses, their flesh gnawed away, despite having fought for their lives multiple times. Some of them having been forced to consume human flesh to survive, they were still unprepared for the sight of such dismembered remains. A few could not withstand the gruesome spectacle and promptly retched, But in this apocalyptic reality, they could only expel a few mouthfuls of clear, sour liquid. The others managed to hold themselves together, their faces pale and grim. Sumu's voice emanated from the loudspeaker, instructing them that the food promised to them was contained within those large boxes. There were several iron rings on the wall. They were to bind Yamamoto and the others securely. Additionally, he requested their assistance in cleaning the garage. As a reward, he would provide them with 2 extra days of food. Such a generous offer, Wang Hao and the others exclaimed with delight, their feelings of nausea and revulsion vanishing in an instant, readily agreeing. Of course, it's merely a matter of moving a few dismembered bodies. After all, in recent days, they have personally slain several individuals. Do the living truly fear the dead? They suppressed their revulsion as they methodically removed the frozen, rigid corpses, arranging them neatly for transport to their villa for storage. In desperate circumstances, these bodies could serve as sustenance for their survival. Sumu, displaying a sliver of compassion, tossed aside a water hose and several ragged cloths, instructing them to cleanse the bloodstains from the garage. These gentlemen had never engaged in such menial tasks, yet, lured by the promise of food, they clumsily set to work. After a half-day of toil, 30 individuals finally restored the garage to a pristine condition, refreshing it entirely. Elated, Sumu rewarded them with 2 days' worth of rations for each. Wang Hao, brimming with enthusiasm, pounded his chest and vowed that as long as provisions were ample, they would become Sumu's loyal enforcers, ready to strike wherever commanded. They would act as his hounds, ready to attack on his whim. Who among them would resort to cannibalism if they could feast on proper food? Once Wang Hao and his companions departed in high spirits, Sumu intended to descend and personally craft a fate for Yamamoto Ryoe Cairo. Suddenly, a message arrived. Chapter 78, A Blood Oath. The message was from Qingshu, who informed him that Sumu's brutal act of shooting the neighbors had incited public outrage. Now all the buildings were preparing to unite against him. The situation was dire. They had established a group specifically to strategize an assault on his villa. Anxiously reviadet. I secretly witnessed this while treating Shun Kai from Building 14 for his gunshot wound. I saw it on his phone. Oh, Sumu said with a hint of amusement. Today I have taken the lives of so many, yet these individuals show no fear. Instead, they remain resolute. There are at least 5,000 or 6,000 people within these buildings. Though you wield a firearm, it is improbable that you could eliminate them all, is it not? I am unconcerned with such matters. Sumu stated coldly. Once you provoke me, it is a matter of life and death. After a moment of silence, Qingshu spoke. Surely this intelligence carries sufficient weight for me to gain entry into your villa? Not enough. Sumu replied. I have insisted on proving your worth. You must present a token of allegiance. Qingshu gritted her teeth and proposed. What the head of Building 14, Shinkai? If I eliminate him, the more than 230 residents of Building 14 will be left leaderless, and they will certainly be unable to muster any force to threaten you in the near term. Sumu was taken aback. Is there still such a number of survivors in Building 14? Indeed, she confirmed. Shinkai is a highly capable organizer. He unified Building 14 early on. All provisions and heating supplies were distributed fairly, minimizing internal strife, resulting in only about a third of the population perishing. Furthermore, he is also the initiator of the Anti-Su Alliance. Sumukozd, the Anti-Su Alliance. Yes, the coalition opposing your tyrannical rule. Well, have I ever ruled them with tyranny? Does that truly matter? This is merely an excuse for them to assault your villa and seize your provisions. After a moment of contemplation, Sumu remarked, very well. As long as you can eliminate Shinkai, I shall grant you entry into my villa. However, I am curious. Although you are an accomplished physician, you are also a woman of delicate constitution. A person like Shinkai undoubtedly has numerous protectors surrounding him. How do you intend to accomplish this feat? Qingshu flashed a cunning smile. Fear not, I possess a clever plan. After concluding their conversation, Sumu opened the door and instructed Lao Mo to scurry down to the underground garage to retrieve the handgun and shotgun surrendered by Wang Hao. The reason for sending Lao Mo was that Sumu would never risk his life without absolute confidence. The power of these two firearms was rather mediocre, incomparable to the high-end weaponry provided by his golden-rimmed glasses. After toying with them for a while, Sumu quickly lost interest and stored them in his infinite space. As night fell, he stifled a yawn, preparing to dine, indulge in some gaming, and retire for the night. Meanwhile, Yamamoto, Ryo Akiro, and his two companions, realizing their chances of survival were bleak, resorted to loud and profane outbursts in the garage. Observing their unyielding spirits, Sumu decided to leave them suspended there for a while, intending to collect them after they were thoroughly starved, to prevent them from freezing. He generously ensured that warmth was provided in the underground garage. The night passed swiftly, and early the next morning, Sumu was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of a telephone. He groggily answered the call, and within, he heard the anxious voice of Qingshu. "Sumu, I have completed the task. I will evacuate towards your villa through the underground garage in 5 minutes. Please be ready to assist me. I have sent you the token via WeChat. You will understand upon seeing it." A jolt of urgency coursed through Sumu, instantly banishing his sleepiness. He opened the video that Qingshu had sent on WeChat, revealing a pale young man lying on the sofa. A sharp surgical knife plunged into the area of his heart. This young man, Sumu recognized from the surveillance footage, was none other than Shinkai, the influential figure of Building 14. This girl is quite ruthless. As a doctor, she truly had the audacity to take a life just to gain entry to my villa. Allowing her into my abode, was that decision right or wrong? Regardless, I can always monitor her loyalty within the base. If she proves disobedient, I can cast her out at any moment. Sumu stroked the stubble on his chin, dangerous glimmers flickering in his eyes. He had tested this ability multiple times. Whether human or beast, anyone entering his base's perimeter would reveal their loyalty levels. For instance, those who helped him clean the garage last night, like Wang Hao and others, had loyalty scores ranging between 20 to 30. In stark contrast, those bound to the iron rings on the wall, such as Yamamoto Aichi, naturally held the lowest score of 0. Sumu threw off the covers and rose from bed, pulling back the curtains to gaze outside. Snowflakes continue to descend in a flurry, and perhaps it is merely Sumu's delusion, but they seem somewhat smaller than before. In just a single night, the heavy snowfall has completely concealed the death and malice that once lay bare. It is uncertain when this relentless snowfall will cease. Though cannibalism is both repugnant and immoral, survival has become their paramount concern. In this apocalyptic world, preserving one's life outweighs all else. As Sumu reflects on this, he suddenly receives a notification from the Doomsday Fortress system. Someone is attempting to enter the base through the underground garage. Could it be that Qingshu has arrived so soon? Sumu refrains from hastily opening the garage door, and instead makes his way to the adjacent surveillance room to confirm via the cameras. Outside the garage door stands a young woman, anxiously pounding on the door and repeatedly calling out Sumu's name. A dozen armed men are hastily pursuing her, closing in within mere 20 to 30 meters. As the woman realizes that the garage door remains shut, despair washes over her, and she weakly leans against the door. Watching as her pursuers draw ever nearer, she suddenly pulls out a dagger, gritting her teeth, preparing to plunge it into her own chest. Just then, Sumu's calm voice resonates through the speaker. "Fool, why resort to suicide? The door is already open. Hurry inside." The woman then notices that the garage door has, unbeknownst to her, slid open enough for a single person to pass through. Overjoyed, she swiftly sheaths her dagger and darts through the opening, with her nearest pursuer now less than 3 meters away. As the woman who had slain their leader entered the garage, panic surged through the group, prompting them to accelerate in pursuit. The man leading the charge thrust his hand into the gap, seizing the fleeing woman's garment, intending to drag her back. Startled, she let out a piercing scream, while Sumu's expression darkened, hastening the closure of the garage door. To his astonishment, the door's swift descent caught the man off guard, leaving him no time to retract his hand. In an instant, his right arm was gruesomely crushed by the alloy door, causing him to collapse on the ground, grasping his severed limb and wailing in agony. "You dare come to my Sumu's doorstep seeking trouble? Do you wish for death?" Hearing Sumu's icy words, the approaching men turned pale, silenced by fear, as they swiftly hoisted their injured comrade and retreated. Chapter 79. I shall flay you alive to avenge the grudge of being dismembered and devoured in a past life. The woman shrieked, discarding the severed hand that still clutched her clothing onto the ground. After gasping for breath for a considerable time, she finally regained her composure. However, upon witnessing the scene in the garage, her expression stiffened. At that moment, Su Mu's mocking voice echoed, "What is this?" The beautiful doctor who dared to stab Shun Kai to death, now trembling in fear before three bound and powerless little devils? The woman was none other than Qingshu. Upon hearing Su Mu's taunts, her face flushed, yet she retorted defiantly, "When have I ever been afraid?" Only after the chase did she sense the gravity of her situation. And now, enveloped in the warmth of Su Mu's underground garage, she felt a comforting wave wash over her. The previously pervasive chill that enveloped her entire being was now swiftly dissipating. What a delightful warmth! A spark of exhilaration ignited in Qingshu's eyes. This enchanting warmth felt akin to a soothing bath, a sensation she had not experienced since the snowstorm. At that moment, she felt as though she had ascended to paradise. Is your garage truly this warm? Clad in 4 sweaters and 2 down jackets, she resembled a rather plump figure. Having abruptly transitioned from an exterior temperature of over -50 degrees to the garage, where she began to feel an overwhelming heat. Of course, the temperature in my garage hovers around 10 degrees. Su Mu directed the camera towards the 3 captives, Yamamoto, Ichiro, and his companions, bound to the wall. In such conditions, their thick down jackets had long since become drenched. Moreover, a sizable puddle of sweat had formed beneath them, the result of their exertions throughout the night. They had long lost the spirit to hurl insults. Now resembling limp fish hanging against the wall, their lips chapped and unable to utter a single word. What? The temperature in the underground garage is around 10 degrees? Qingshu felt somewhat bewildered, with the city buried in snow and no electricity. The temperature at her home lingered around -10 to 20 degrees. How could this person's space maintain such warmth? Yet, the sensation of heat in her body felt genuine. She hastily shed the 2 outer down jackets and removed 2 sweaters, finally feeling considerably more comfortable. This truly is an environment conducive to human habitation. Qingshu gasped for breath, managing to suppress her excitement as she began to survey her surroundings. The garage was expansive and desolate, devoid of anything but the 3 large men hanging on the wall. They were clad in thick clothing, heads bowed, their status unknown. She called out loudly, "Su Mu, I believe you've seen the video of me killing Shinkai. As per our agreement, you should allow me to reside in your villa. Have I not already granted you access to my villa?" Su Mu replied with a mocking tone. "But this is merely the underground garage, a place for parking vehicles. Yet this garage is indeed a part of my villa," Su Mu retorted. Qingshu was momentarily stunned, then sighed in resignation. "Su Mu, young Master Su, let's not engage in wordplay any longer, shall we? I am sincerely seeking refuge with you. Your sincerity is a farce." Su Mu thought bitterly, noting her loyalty level displayed at an alarming 30 points. He cursed inwardly, realizing she was merely seeking a more comfortable existence within his villa. His voice grew increasingly cold. "The garage is also part of my villa. I have fulfilled my promise. If you find it unsatisfactory, you are free to leave at any time." With that, Su Mu opened the garage door slightly, a cold gust of wind rushing in from outside. Qingshu shivered, finally comprehending that she was dealing with a capricious and unyielding individual. As she retreated to the farthest corner of the garage, she pleaded pitifully, "No, please. I don't want to leave. Don't cast me out. Just let me stay, and I will do anything you ask." Having already taken the life of Shun Kai, Qingshu could vividly envision the grim fate that awaited her should she be captured by those lurking outside the villa. The warmth of Su Mu's garage was a stark contrast to the chilling reality that lay beyond. The rooms above promised even greater comfort. Compared to her previous living conditions, this place felt like paradise. Qingshu, possessing a keen intellect, understood early on that to acquire certain things in life, one must be prepared to pay an equivalent price. However, She never anticipated that despite her striking appearance and several subtle hints, he would still be unwilling to embrace such a delicate beauty. Was he not a man after all? Very well, then proceed to execute these three individuals. Su Mu stated matter-of-factly, "If you execute these three, I shall grant you access to the guest room on the first floor of the villa." What? Execute? Who are they? Why must I commit such a heinous act? Qingshu screamed, taken aback by the gruesome term, nearly collapsing to the ground. What is this? Are you unwilling? Su Mu chuckled, revealing the insincerity in her earlier words. No, I am willing. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Qingshu's eyes. After all, she had already taken one life. What did it matter to her if she had to end three more? In the grand scheme of things, her own life was paramount. Over the past month, she had witnessed an abundance of the survival of the fittest, with violence and bloodshed rampant. To kill others for her own survival. Wasn't that the prevailing theme echoing through the corridors of every building? In the apocalyptic world, a woman like herself finds her fate to be the most tragic. Qingshu sighed softly, retrieving a scalpel from her medical kit, and approached the three individuals suspended against the wall. It was Yamamoto, Eiichiro. Upon recognizing their faces, Qingshu could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. She had seen their photographs among the group, and was acutely aware of the immense cost Su Mu had incurred in his pursuit to capture Yamamoto Eiichiro alive. To say that food supplies were scarce would be an understatement. Even a solitary biscuit placed outside would incite a fierce scramble among the survivors. As Qingshu lamented this reality, she deftly sliced open Yamamoto Eiichiro's clothing with a sharp scalpel, revealing his emaciated chest. However, despite her studies in anatomy, she had never before operated on a living person. The scalpel awkwardly hovered over Yamamoto's body as she struggled to find a suitable point of incision. Just then, a chilling sensation against his chest roused Yamamoto Eiichiro from his semi-conscious state. Upon seeing a woman brandishing a sharp blade so near, he was startled, exclaiming, "Baka, what do you intend to do?" Qingshu flinched and stepped back, inadvertently dragging the scalpel across his chest, drawing a line of blood that made him grimace in pain. "Ha! Yamamoto, you old devil, you have finally fallen into my grasp." Su Mu's cold laughter echoed from the garage. "I shall flay you alive to avenge the grudge of your dismemberment and consumption from my past life." Chapter 80. Lingchi Yamamoto Eiichiro. In the garage, the chilling laughter of Su Mu echoed. "I shall flay you alive to avenge the enmity of our past lives." Yamamoto Eiichiro was taken aback, struggling desperately. "Baka Yuru, Su Mu, you scoundrel, how have I wronged you? Since the blizzard, you have relentlessly targeted me. Not only did you swindle the company and my funds, but after the snow disaster, you have continued to create troubles for me." He felt profoundly aggrieved. Su Mu had merely been an ordinary employee in his company, someone with whom he had little to no interaction, having barely crossed paths. Why then did Su Mu harbor such intense animosity towards him? Offend me, and you have truly crossed the line. Recalling the tragic circumstances of his previous life and the accompanying torment, Su Mu felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He rose abruptly, his hands trembling with agitation. Old Mo, sensing his distress, approached obediently and licked his fingers. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Eiichiro continued to shout curses and struggle. Su Mu exhaled a heavy breath, forcing himself to regain composure. These individuals were oblivious to his reincarnation, unaware of the profound hatred he bore them, nor the immense cost he was willing to pay to capture them alive. He felt no inclination to explain himself, allowing Yamamoto Eiichiro and his companions to perish in their confusion. This, too, would serve as retribution for another version of himself in a parallel universe. Whether he personally wielded the hand that delivered justice mattered little. Furthermore, should these three little devils manage to break free from their bindings, he might find himself in grave danger. With Qingshu there to assist, why not let her take the lead? Upon this realization, Su Mu revealed a cruel smile and spoke through the speaker. "Qingshu, I previously stated that if you execute those three with the utmost brutality, I shall grant you access to the guest room located on the first floor of the villa. Why do you hesitate?" "Oh, all right." Qingshu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Clutching the scalpel, she stepped forward, her beautiful eyes narrowing, her delicate lips moistening. Steeling herself as she sliced a small piece of flesh from Yamamoto Iger's chest. Execution? Oh no, I was mistaken. Please do not kill me. Do not be so cruel. I do not wish to die. No, no, no. Sumo, grandadesu, I shall never oppose you again. I am wealthy. I will relinquish everything I possess to you. Yamamoto Iger's complexion drained of color as he cried out in panic. Spare me, spare me. Having an extensive understanding of Daxia culture, upon hearing the term execution, Yamamoto Iger was initially taken aback and then began to struggle frantically. Sumu's devilish voice instilled such terror in him that he was momentarily paralyzed with fear. His cries jolted the two nearby little devils awake, who opened their eyes, bewildered, looking at their superior, still trying to grasp the unfolding events. Upon catching a whiff of Yamamoto Iger's unmistakable scent of urine, Qingshu recoiled in disgust. Covering her petite and charming nose with her hand, she retrieved 2 layers of masks from the medical kit and donned them. Just as she was about to advance with the knife once more, Sumu interjected, "Wait, the side dishes have yet to be served. How can we proceed with the main course? You might as well practice on those 2 fellows beside you, lest your hands grow clumsy when attending to Mr. Yamamoto later." His voice was colder than the howling wind outside. In ancient times, the punishment of lingqi required 600 cuts, but since this is not your profession, I shall grant you a concession. It suffices to inflict a mere 1,000 or so cuts on them. 1,000 or so cuts. Qingshu felt a shiver run through her, the warmth of the room evaporating, leaving her feeling chilled to the bone. However, she knew she had no standing to negotiate and could only swallow hard, trembling as she responded, "All right, I will give it a try." Soon, the underground chamber echoed with screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig. Indeed, Qingshu was an exceptionally skilled surgeon, though she had only dissected rabbits and frogs. She possessed an intimate knowledge of human anatomy. With unwavering resolve, she executed Sumu's orders, her delicate and agile hands wielding a sharp scalpel, deftly slicing away pieces of flesh the size of fingernails from one unfortunate enemy. These slender hands must have been kissed by that accursed deity. Blood splattered onto her exquisite face, adding an unsettling beauty to her appearance. Beside her, Yamamoto Iger and another enemy watched in horror, feeling a chilling dread wash over them. The thought of enduring such a torturous fate themselves spurred them to struggle, curse, and plead for mercy. Alas, Wang had bound them too securely, rendering their efforts futile. Before long, the wretched screams of the enemy abruptly ceased. He, already injured, could not withstand the ordeal. Qingshu gazed at his mangled corpse, momentarily at a loss. Only 483 cuts? Such skill is unacceptable. However, considering this is your first attempt, I shall refrain from saying too much. A languid voice emanated from the speaker. Yet next time, if you allow that little rascal to perish within 800 cuts, you are to vacate my villa. Qingshu turned towards the source of the voice, defiantly asserting, "You cannot doubt my professional abilities. I haven't eaten in quite some time, and my strength is lacking. Moreover, the opponent was already injured, weak in body. It is only natural that they could not endure." Silence enveloped the surroundings for a while, and just as Qingshu found herself at a loss, the door leading to the basement swung open, and a black plastic bag was tossed out. Inside were bread and water. You may first satiate your hunger. Additionally, I possess a plethora of medications for disinfection, hemostasis, and pain relief. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. The voice from behind the door continued. We must not allow them to tragically perish before experiencing the warm hospitality of our great Xia. Bread and water? Qingshu's eyes brightened, and she immediately dashed forward. Upon opening the plastic bag, she discovered indeed a large loaf of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water. The bread was substantial, resembling a large round loaf, with a crisp, golden crust and a layer of cream spread atop, as if it had just emerged from the oven, still radiating warmth. Such a sizable piece of bread, left unattended, could surely incite a fierce struggle among several individuals. Enticed by the tantalizing aroma of freshly baked bread, Qingshu, who had not consumed anything for over a day, could no longer restrain herself. With a delighted gasp, she took a hearty bite. She devoured the bread voraciously. Her previous disdain for fast food, which she had once avoided to maintain her figure, now transformed into overwhelming gratitude that brought tears to her eyes. The 2 bottles of mineral water were a revelation. Heaven knows how long it had been since she had tasted clean water, typically making do with melted snow. And yet, these precious items had been casually discarded by Sumu. Rumors circulated that Sumu had stockpiled a considerable amount of food before the snow disaster and had recently issued numerous bounties. Clearly, the tales were true. After consuming only half of the substantial loaf, Qingshu found herself unable to continue. She let out a satisfied burp and gulped down a bottle of water before carefully stowing away the remaining food in the corner. "All right, I am ready. Prepare the following medications for me, and I assure you that the little demon will only succumb after enduring 800 knife wounds." Having finished her meal, Qingshu radiated a robust confidence. "No problem." Sumu retrieved the requested medications from his infinite space and placed them outside the door. True to her word, with the aid of these pharmaceuticals, the second little demon met his end after enduring a staggering 857 knife wounds, departing this world with a reluctant sigh. She then approached the nearly petrified Yamamoto Aikichiro, administering an injection before using her bloodied scalpel to slice open his skin. Chapter 81. Not enough. Continue undressing. Sumu reclined on the spacious sofa in the surveillance room, suppressing his nausea as he forced himself to endure the gruesome spectacle of Qingshu vivisecting a living being. When the final blow fell, reducing Yamamoto Eirik to a mere skeletal remnant, he could no longer contain himself and rushed to the restroom, retching violently. As he vomited, the oppressive resentment that had long festered within him dissipated like mist. Those who had been the architects of his past suffering, Xie Baiwei, Qin Peng, and Yamamoto Eirik, met their tragic fates one after another. As for Yan Qingshu, although he had yet to lay eyes on her corpse in such circumstances, it was highly probable that she had already perished, perhaps even consumed by others, reduced to mere refuse. From that moment forth, Sumu felt a profound sense of liberation. The burdens of his heart lifted, and clarity dawned upon him. With vengeance fulfilled, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Just then, a voice echoed from the garage. "Sumu, Brother Su, are you there? I have completed the task. When shall I be allowed to access the first floor of the villa?" Despite having dissected 3 living beings, Qingshu bore no trace of discomfort on her face. However, the ordeal had drained her. After a grueling day of work, she longed to collapse onto her bed and surrender to sleep. "Understood. Please come over." A concealed door in the garage wall swung open, revealing an elevator. Qingshu exhaled in relief as she tidied her medical kit, preparing to step inside, only to discover that the elevator doors had not opened at all. What does this mean? She pondered, momentarily stunned. "You aren't concealing any weapons, are you?" Qingshu silently raised her hands, turning gracefully before the camera. "Look at me. How could I possibly conceal any dangerous weapon?" Sumu's expression remained indifferent as he languidly replied, "Produce the scalpel you just had, and that dagger intended for self-harm. Place them where I can see them. Furthermore, remove your clothing so I may conduct a thorough examination." Qingshu's face flushed a deep crimson hue, yet she recognized her lack of bargaining power. This place was warm and comfortable, with an abundance of food. Compared to her previous surroundings, it was akin to paradise. "Fine, I understand." Taking a few deep breaths to suppress her embarrassment, she placed the scalpel and dagger at a safe distance from herself and summoned the courage to unbutton her attire. She was a perceptive woman, aware that to attain her desires, sacrifices were necessary. Soon, Qingshu shed her blood-stained garments, revealing her exquisite figure. To her astonishment, despite her seemingly slender frame, she possessed an alluring form. Her curves were enchanting, her legs long and shapely, her waist elegant, her abdomen flat, and her posterior firm, a true epitome of beauty. Sumu maximized the surveillance screen, his gaze fixed intently upon her, vigilant against any sudden emergence of lethal weaponry. Of course, this was purely for safety, A man of his integrity would harbor no ulterior motives. Enough, is this sufficient? Qingshu, clad only in her undergarments, shyly inquired while encircling her chest. Is it not enough? Continue to undress. Who knows if you might conceal a blade or some lethal weapon in a hidden place? Sumu swallowed hard and replied, furthermore, let down your hair and meticulously comb through it yourself. A tear trickled down the corner of Qingshu's eye. After a moment's hesitation, she resignedly shed the last of her attire and complied with Sumu's demands. Now are you satisfied? She cried out in indignation, her gaze imbued with shame, reluctance, and an almost humble plea. In the underground garage, 3 mangled corpses hung grotesquely from the walls, starkly contrasting with the delicate, pale form of the young woman, creating an unsettling aesthetic of sin. Very well, leave your clothing there. Take nothing with you. Just walk in as you are. The elevator doors opened silently, revealing a crimson carpet. Qingshu shielded her modesty with her hands, her face flushed as she entered, completely bare. The elevator ascended and came to a stop on the first floor. The temperature here was notably warmer than in the garage, and the goosebumps that had formed on her skin due to the cold gradually faded, leaving her feeling immensely comfortable. I suggest you take a shower first. Sumu's voice echoed in the room. Head left, proceed through the corridor, and enter the 3rd room. The door is ajar. Kinkaya es sheiks deepened in kala. After the water supply had ceased, it had indeed been quite some time since she had bathed, and her body naturally bore an odor, her hair tangling into strands. Beneath her shyness, she hastily retreated into the bathroom. Sumu rummaged through the infinite space and procured some women's garments, which he instructed Lao Mo to deliver to her outside the bathroom. Here are some fresh clothes. You may take them to wear shortly. I have selected an outfit according to your measurements. Do try it on and see if it fits. If not, I shall find you something else. Sumu had carefully observed Qingshu for a while and had accurately deduced her size. Even if he were mistaken, it mattered little, for the infinite space was replete with garments of every size and style. If necessary, he could always fetch a few more. This place was not only spacious and clean, but also warm and inviting, with a grand massage bathtub prominently placed in the center. She casually turned on a faucet, and clean water gushed forth, surprisingly warm. How could the plumbing remain unaffected by the frost? Qingshu's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement, mingled with profound curiosity, as she settled into the expansive massage bathtub. Ah, how delightful! Sumu observed, somewhat speechless, as Qingshu's loyalty visibly surged. Initially, upon her arrival at the villa, her loyalty was measured at 30 points. After he had compelled her to inflict punishment on Yamamoto Hiroikairo, it had diminished by 5 points. But after providing her with a hearty loaf of bread and mineral water, it had increased by 3 points. Now, merely allowing her a warm bath had propelled her loyalty to an impressive 40 points. He shook his head, pondering the complexity of women. Having gone over a month without a wash, Qingshu was particularly meticulous in her cleansing ritual. It was not until an hour had passed that she suddenly realized she was in Sumu's home and hastily quickened her bathing pace. After all, water resources have become exceedingly precious. Despite the abundance of ice and snow outside, the scant 2 hours of electricity provided daily is barely sufficient to melt enough for drinking. The luxury of hot water for bathing is an unattainable dream. With a crisp sound, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a steaming arm emerging from within, which reached out to retrieve the clothes that Lao Mo had left outside. Shortly thereafter, Qingshu appeared, clad in a silk nightgown, her damp hair cascading down her back, exuding an alluring charm. However, Sumu remained oblivious to her presence. This young woman could dissect 3 living beings without flinching, undoubtedly a ruthless character. Moreover, her loyalty was a mere 40 points, insufficient even to match half of Lao Mo's. If he were to indulge in any reckless fantasies, he might find himself at her mercy. This risk was one Sumu was unwilling to take. Chapter 82. The Ice Age Plan. Wang Hao demands full allegiance from all. Sumu's cold voice resonated in the room. The guest room I prepared for you is open. It is well furnished, complete with a bed and a private bathroom. However, it is important to note that every corner of this house is under surveillance. You are perpetually within my watchful gaze, and there is no semblance of privacy. The doors and walls are constructed of metal, impervious to any human force. It would be wise for you to dismiss any impractical notions. Should you harbor any objections, you may leave at this moment. Until I ascertain this woman's reliability, Sumu would not let his guard down. In this apocalyptic world, even seemingly frail women, the elderly, or children could pose a deadly threat. Upon noticing that Sumu had yet to make an appearance, Qingshu felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she graciously expressed her gratitude. As for leaving, such a notion had never crossed her mind. She had gone to great lengths to provide Sumu with intelligence. Having not only eliminated Shunkai, but also executed the 3 Japanese subordinates, Yamamoto, Aikichiro among them, all in a bid to earn his trust and gain entry into his villa. This place was warm and comfortable. She could roam freely in her pajamas, indulging in delectable food and warm bathing water. Compared to the harshness of the outside world, this abode felt like paradise. What did it matter if there was no privacy? After all, he had already seen her completely. She had long been prepared to exchange her body for protection. It was hardly a concern. Even if Sumo were to impose the most stringent conditions, she would unhesitatingly agree. Qingshu nodded, affirming, "Very well. I shall heed your every command." Her compliant demeanor greatly pleased Sumo. "Listen well. I have allowed you to reside here not only out of promise, but also because you are a physician, which holds some value for me. However, you must always remember that this is my home. Your presence here is a privilege I bestow upon you. Therefore, you must obey all of my commands, or I shall not hesitate to expel you. Furthermore, should you entertain any improper intentions towards me, rest assured, I will show no mercy in dealing with you." Qingshu responded with utmost respect, repeatedly agreeing. By now, she had gleaned some understanding of Sumu's character and was keen to avoid inciting his wrath, lest she find herself cast out. Since ancient times, women have revered the strong. Sumu's commanding declaration instilled in Qingshu an overwhelming sense of safety and protection. To his astonishment, Sumu noted that her loyalty towards him inexplicably increased by 3 points. Perplexed, he shook his head and voiced his confusion. As a seemingly frail woman, how did you manage to kill Shinkai and escape? The authority figure of Building 14, Shunkai, was wounded by your gunfire and will be visiting me for treatment in the coming days. Yesterday, when he arrived with several accomplices, they seized the meager amount of rice porridge I had painstakingly cooked for my dwindling supplies. Unbeknownst to them, I had laced it with a substantial dose of sleeping pills. Once they succumbed to slumber, I eliminated Shinkai and made my escape. Qingshu, somewhat shaken, patted her full bosom, and amidst the tumultuous waves, Sumu found himself momentarily dizzy from the sight. A month had passed since the snow disaster struck, and while this young woman appeared slightly gaunt in the face, her figure remained remarkably firm. It seemed he would need to seek out the Catwoman robot to alleviate his mounting frustration. Suppressing the turmoil within, he pressed on with his inquiry. "I recall you once mentioned receiving an official evacuation notice. Could you elaborate on the specifics?" Seated on the plush bed with her knees drawn to her chest, Qingshu wore a contemplative expression. "Though I am merely 24 years old, I hold dual doctorates in biology and medicine, and I am a distinguished surgeon and elite scholar. 3 days after the snow disaster struck, a person claiming to be from the National Security Rescue Agency contacted me, stating that, according to expert predictions, the heavy snowfall would not cease anytime soon. The government had initiated the Ice Age plan, asserting that I was a national elite talent and that specialized personnel would either come to retrieve me or I should make my way to a designated underground shelter for refuge. As you are already aware, the situation unfolded differently. The snow continued to fall relentlessly, and I remained trapped in my home, with no sign of the promised personnel." She offered a wry smile, acknowledging her fortunate status as an accomplished surgeon. Regardless of the conflicts that erupted in various buildings, injuries were inevitable, and people generally refrained from crossing her too severely. This fortuitous circumstance had allowed her to survive thus far. Sumu, however, remained silent. At the onset of the snow disaster, in a moment of boredom, he had sent a drone out into the storm for reconnaissance. To his surprise, he discovered special vehicles marked with distinctive insignia entering a nearby community, extracting a few individuals before speeding off. As for why no one came to rescue Qingshu or later, perhaps their vehicle was filled to capacity. It is also plausible that her harsh reprimands towards the agency staff had resulted in her being placed on a blacklist. The disaster had arrived so abruptly that the government was initially caught off guard. By the time they comprehended the gravity of the situation, it had spiraled into a global calamity. In the ensuing haste, the state was unable to provide universal assistance to the populace. Though they organized several military rescue missions and distributed supplies, they ultimately succumbed to the relentless cold and the thick blanket of snow, reluctantly prioritizing the protection of societal elites. As for the unfortunate ordinary citizens, they can only struggle desperately beneath the weight of the snow disaster, left to fend for themselves. Sumu suddenly felt a surge of irritation at being abandoned, yet he quickly found solace in the thought. After all, he was still at the police station. Labeled as a fraudster, the nation would certainly not squander its precious rescue resources on someone as insignificant as himself. With a self-deprecating smile, he was about to inquire further when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wang Hao. As soon as he answered, Wang Hao's anxious voice came through. "Boss Su, could we take refuge in your villa?" His tone was filled with indignation. "It's those damned pests from other buildings. Envious of the substantial food rewards we've received, they dare not confront you, Boss Su, so they've turned their hostility towards us, banding together to threaten us into surrendering our supplies. Naturally, we refused, and since yesterday, a few reckless individuals have launched assaults on my villa. Fortunately, my brothers have united and repelled 3 waves of attacks. However, they are numerous, and we have lost 2 brothers in the fray. If this continues, we shall inevitably be worn down. Thus, after deliberation, we wish to pledge our allegiance to you, Boss Su. If you'd only take us in, we shall serve you faithfully from this day forth. We hope for your benevolence." Chapter 83. A reenactment of a scene. After a prolonged deliberation, Su Mu refrained from accepting the allegiance of Wang Hao and his companions. Their loyalty had merely registered at a mere 30 points during their last visit to his villa, an intolerably low figure. In this frigid apocalypse, they managed to thrive with remarkable vigor. They were fiercely independent, subtly forming their own faction, and would not genuinely pledge their loyalty to Su Mu until they faced utter despair. Even the most formidable fortress can be easily breached from within. Su Mu was not incapable of supporting them. He possessed the confidence to exert complete control over the villa through the Apocalypse Fortress system. Yet, he remained apprehensive that their inclusion could jeopardize his safety. Having experienced betrayal in his past life, Su Mu held an innate aversion and skepticism towards human nature. This was precisely why he had subjected Qingshu to numerous trials and tribulations before allowing her into the villa. Even now, he had yet to place his full trust in her. Should he perceive any threat from her, he would not hesitate to eliminate her without remorse. Presently, he was content living alone, merely wishing to linger in his villa until the end of time, devoid of any grand aspirations to save humanity or ambitions to establish dominance in the apocalypse. Upon hearing Su Mu's refusal, Wang Hao felt a profound disappointment but found himself powerless to alter the situation. Consequently, he abandoned the 3rd floor of the villa and contracted their defensive perimeter. In the short term, they were not lacking in provisions and could sustain themselves under their full defensive efforts for a while. With the end of the Ice Age approaching, only a little over a week remained of their safe period before the eerie resurgence began. After avenging his great grievances, Su Mu did not succumb to despondency. Rather, he merely indulged in idleness for a while before swiftly regaining his composure. In the present Ice Age, as long as one remains within the confines of a safe house, the probability of encountering any misfortune is a staggering 99. However, the most terrifying and perilous aspect of a global catastrophe lies in the days that follow the Ice Age. The corpses of humans and other beings who perish from starvation, exposure, and disease will, under the influence of a mysterious virus, rise as zombies. Those who have consumed the flesh and blood of their kind are predominantly infected as well, transforming into zombies that possess a semblance of intelligence. The scant remaining flora, insects, birds, beasts, and fish have also undergone mutations. Moreover, in various locales, dimensional rifts and spatial fissures have opened, unleashing a plethora of monstrous entities from alternate worlds. The few humans who have managed to survive the Ice Age, alongside a fortunate few who, influenced by high-energy particles, ionizing radiation, and gamma rays, experience genetic mutations that awaken a range of extraordinary abilities. Yet, unofficial survivors, lacking sufficient combat prowess and organization, are almost entirely destined to become prey for the zombies and various monsters that roam the land. Sumu, unaffected by the arrival of a woman in his home, continues to adhere to his routine, eating, drinking, and exercising as necessary to prepare for the days to come. As for Qin Ke, she is held under house arrest in a guest room on the first floor, receiving meager supplies of food and drink from old Mo each day. Just a couple of degrees worth. However, this indicates that the blizzard is beginning to show signs of abating. In approximately 20 days, the heavy snowfall shall cease entirely. Sumu gives little thought to these matters. After breakfast, he eagerly busies himself with the drone, while old Mo obediently lies beside him, his dark, curious eyes fixed upon him with intrigue. Sumu meticulously followed the tutorial he had downloaded online, attaching 6 grenades to transform them into a compact bomber. However, he had yet to test them, leaving the effectiveness and power uncertain. Jinsi managed to procure only 5 crates of grenades for Sumu, totaling 250 units, prompting him to modify just 10 drones for emergencies, while the remainder remained stored in an infinite space. Once everything was prepared, Sumu opened the skylight and remotely piloted a drone into the sky. This was an industrial-grade drone specifically designed for aerial photography, boasting an astonishing flight radius of 50 kilometers, maintaining stability even amidst the biting winds of level 5 or 6. The heavy snowfall had nearly submerged the 3rd floor of Sumu's villa, with only the very top of the attic roof visible. The neighborhood was devoid of any human presence, save for the occasional glimpse of dazed eyes peering through the glass of high-rise windows, marveling at the passing drone. Many low-lying structures in the city had vanished beneath the snow, and even the towering buildings were draped in thick icicles, rivaling the special effects seen in the film The Day After Tomorrow. Although the external temperature plummeted to a frigid minus 50 or 60 degrees, little black figures could occasionally be spotted moving in the streets, desperate individuals risking exposure in search of food supplies. Humanity, akin to rats in a gutter, possesses an indomitable spirit, enduring even in the harshest of conditions. It seemed that Sumu too would have to venture outside, for the relentless snow had engulfed the entire city, concealing countless treasures beneath its icy veil. To elevate one's doomsday fortress system to level 1 necessitates a considerable quantity of steel, cement, timber, and various other materials. To pursue further upgrades, one can only speculate on the additional resources required. Thus, preparing in advance is undoubtedly prudent. Most critically, with the government in a state of paralysis and order disintegrated, these materials have become treasures without an owner, no matter how much one gathers. There will be no one demanding payment. Upon his arrival in the community, he discerned through the surveillance cameras that several individuals were gradually emerging from various buildings. What mischief are these individuals up to now? Sumu chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. He positioned his drone atop a nearby building, directing the camera below to ascertain their intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded 5 modified drones to exit through the skylight and take station on adjacent rooftops, prepared for any eventualities. As the occupants of the buildings began to congregate, they astonishingly formed a cohort of 400 to 500 individuals, gliding towards his direction on sleds. Did they truly intend to assault my villa? Sumu was taken aback that, after having suffered several setbacks, these individuals remained obstinate, still daring to seek sustenance from him at this juncture. It had been several days since he had boasted in the group following his decisive action against Yamamoto Eiichiro. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Sumu's eyes as he retrieved an AK from his infinite space, ready to impart a profound lesson to these oblivious neighbors. However, to his astonishment, the group veered off course midway. Their target was none other than Wang Hao's Villa No. 8. It appeared the bounty for food from a few days prior had incited this turmoil. With such a formidable assault, Wang Hao and his mere 30 companions would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught. This wealthy heir was in grave peril. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Su Mu grappled with the dilemma of whether to intervene or not. He pondered the fact that dozens had already shattered the attic's glass and leaped down. After all, Wang Hao had not sought his assistance, so why should he rush to help? Even if the time came when Wang could no longer endure, it would not be too late to offer aid then. Chapter 84. A clever trick of substitution amidst darkness. Remarkably, those individuals who had infiltrated the villa soon emerged again. Devoid of any signs of struggle, they engaged in heated debate outside Villa Number 8. But the distance was too great for Su Mu to discern the nature of their discourse. After a while, they dispatched 5 or 6 individuals who slowly approached Su Mu's villa. These men raised their hands high, signaling their lack of hostility, almost as if they were waving white flags. Su Mu, uncertain of their intentions, chose not to be concerned and allowed them to approach. Sulauda, Sulauda, are you there? One young man, brimming with bravado, stepped forward and called out loudly, I am Wu Kuan from Building Number 9, representing the neighbors of the community to ask you a few questions. Upon hearing his name, Su Mu nearly burst into laughter. It was evident that Wu Kuan's parents had not given much thought when naming him. A man might lack a house, a car, money, or even a partner, but one could hardly find a reason to overlook a name like Kuan Ba. What brings you here? Su Mu initially intended to ignore him, but Wu Kuan persistently shouted from outside the villa. Reluctantly, he approached the attic window and lazily replied, Vokun lodli inkurith. May I ask if Wang Hao and the others are hiding in your villa? Are they not at their residence? Su Mu was taken aback by the inquiry. No, we just entered his villa, and it was utterly vacant. All 20 or 30 of them have vanished. If they are gone, then so be it. I am not a police officer. If you cannot locate them, why question me? Su Mu instantly lost interest and was about to turn away. The entire neighborhood is aware that Wang Hao and his associates are merely your pawns, mercilessly eliminating that group of Japanese for your personal vendetta. If they're not in their villa, where else could they possibly be? Seeing Su Mu attempting to depart, Wu Kuan grew anxious and pointed an accusatory finger, demanding, Are you sheltering them? Though he posed it as a question, his tone was rather aggressive. Su Mu halted, a smile gracing his lips as he turned around and replied, Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Recently, he had taken many lives, exuding a formidable presence that momentarily caused Wu Kuan to retreat a step, his complexion paling. This was not from anger or cold, but sheer fright. You are hardly virtuous yourselves. Seeking Wang Hao in his villa is merely an attempt to seize the bounty I have placed. Su Mu drew a cold handgun. The sound of it chambering echoed ominously. Wu Kuan and the others' expressions shifted drastically, retreating several steps while nervously stammering. Su Mu, what are you planning to do? You may possess a gun, but we have hundreds of neighbors behind us. No matter how strong you are but one man. Do you not fear our collective retaliation? Can you withstand our collective assault? Seeing that Su Mu had not taken further action, Wu Kuan assumed that his words had intimidated him, and his confidence began to swell. Behind him stood nearly 800 brothers, and he could hardly conceive of a way to lose. Stepping forward, Wu Kuan proclaimed with arrogance, Su Mu, the snowstorm will eventually pass. We are all neighbors living in the same community. Why must we let our relationship grow so tense? You are an astute individual. Given the abundance of food you have hoarded, you cannot possibly consume it all by yourself. Why not share a portion with everyone? If you provide us with sustenance, we would willingly follow your lead. You shall reign as the king of this community. Whatever you desire, be it status or companionship, we can fulfill your wishes. Before he could finish his sentence, a gaping wound appeared on his forehead. Su Mu exhaled the lingering smoke from the muzzle of his gun, irritated. I truly cannot fathom your thinking, believing that mere words could sway me. It appears you have learned nothing from the fate of Lin Yongjing and the others. The remaining individuals, witnessing Wu Kuan's demise at Su Mu's hands, gasped in terror and hastily fled. Make sure to carry away this fool's corpse. Su Mu called after them. These vermin were hardly worth wasting bullets on. He holstered his pistol and made his way to the surveillance room. Outside, the frigid air was laden with snow, piled up to several meters, and miraculously, over 30 living souls, including Wang Hao, had collectively vanished without a trace. Su Mu was filled with curiosity about how they had managed to pull it off. He accessed the surveillance footage from the vicinity of Villa No. 8 over the past few days, meticulously scrutinizing each clip until he finally uncovered a clue. Last night, Wang Hao and his group had stealthily emerged from the garage, burdened with numerous bags, and had surreptitiously entered the garage of Yamamoto Ryōe Kairo's residence. What a clever ruse, akin to switching the sun and the moon under the cover of darkness. All of Yamamoto Ryōe Kairo's minions had perished, and after several skirmishes, the villa had become dilapidated, with its roof caved in and windows shattered, rendering it nearly uninhabitable. No one could have anticipated that Wang Hao and his companions would abandon their own villa and stealthily take refuge in Yamamoto Ryōe Kairo's abode. Wang Hao truly possessed a keen intellect, devising such a cunning plan. Su Mu was deeply impressed. He took out his phone and sent Wang Hao a message, inquiring whether he was comfortable residing in Yamamoto Ryōe Kairo's villa. Wang Hao, lurking in the shadows and relishing the sight of his neighbors returning empty-handed, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat upon receiving Su Mu's message. "Boss Su, how did you know I was at Yamamoto Ryōe Kairo's villa?" Sometimes, maintaining an air of mystery is more effective in instilling fear in others. Just then, he heard a system prompt indicating that their base was under attack, and he was asked whether to retaliate. Su Mu was taken aback. Hadn't he just eliminated that Wu Kuan fellow? Why were there still insolent individuals daring to provoke him? He quickly accessed the footage captured by the drone stationed on the rooftop, only to discover that his villa was surrounded by hundreds of neighbors. They were wielding various tools, relentlessly hacking and smashing away at his loft. Before long, a large section of the tiles outside was lifted, revealing the grayish cement beneath. These shameless individuals. That Su Mu is truly a scoundrel. When Wu Kuan represented us in a sincere discussion, he callously shot him dead without a second thought. Just days ago, he sheltered the vile woman who killed our esteemed leader, Shun Kai. Wang Hao and the others must surely be hiding in his villa. Brothers, this Su Mu has stockpiled an abundance of delectable food. If we can infiltrate his villa and eliminate him, all that bounty will be ours. Fear not, for we are many. We shall launch a comprehensive assault. He possesses but one gun, with a limited supply of ammunition, and can defend only a few directions. Once we breach a single point, his demise is inevitable. Whether frozen or starved, death is death. Being shot is no different. It is better to take a chance. Should we prevail, we at least stand to enjoy a few hearty meals. This scoundrel hoards so much food. Unable to consume it all himself, why should he not share a portion with us? In the midst of the scene, voices rang out, rallying the crowd with fervor. Su Mu chuckled coldly. These desperate souls, incited by someone unknown, dare to believe they could overwhelm a wealthy target through sheer numbers. Yet, with such ragtag forces armed with mere axes and crowbars, do they truly think they can breach my specially fortified villa? That is nothing short of a fantasy. Chapter 85. Is being numerous truly formidable? Su Mu retrieved an AK rifle from the infinite space, preparing to open the firing port in the window to teach them a lesson, when suddenly his peripheral vision caught a glimmer in the snow nearby. His heart raced in alarm as he hastily opened his phone and redirected the drone's camera for a closer inspection. To his dismay, he discovered that individuals lay in ambush amidst the snow, wielding a crossbow equipped with a scope aimed directly at him. Moreover, he realized that there was more than one archer concealed in the vicinity. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. Should he dare to open the shooting aperture, he would be vulnerable to a surprise attack from these assailants. Given the proximity, enhanced by the precision of their scopes, they could easily shoot a bolt through the palm-sized opening. Though he possessed boundless resources, he remained but a mortal. A single arrow could leave him gravely injured or worse. Fury surged within him. If they were so eager to meet their demise, he would gladly oblige. Seizing the remote control, he maneuvered a modified drone to approach, releasing 6 grenades in a swift cascade. The buzzing of the propellers instinctively drew the attention of many, who glanced skyward to witness dark objects plummeting towards the ground. What could this be? Before they could discern the nature of the falling objects, the grenades struck the earth with a resounding explosion. Boom! Flames erupted skyward as dozens of individuals near the impact zone were catapulted into the air by the force of the blast. Following the cacophony of detonations, crimson blood gushed forth uncontrollably, while countless shattered limbs and organs littered the ground. The deafening explosions incited a wave of panic screams. These individuals had densely congregated around Su Mu's villa, and the 6 grenades instantly claimed the lives of 40 to 50 souls. The shockwaves and flying shrapnel further affected numerous others, leaving them sprawled in the snow, clutching their wounds and moaning in agony. In such a frigid environment, the only fate awaiting these wounded souls is to perish in agony. A single wave of assault has resulted in over 100 casualties. The sudden explosion startled everyone, for they are but ordinary individuals who have never encountered grenades in their lives, let alone imagine themselves under such an attack. These people are a rabble, emboldened by their numbers to engage in one-sided skirmishes, yet they have never witnessed such a brutal scene. Even the leaders of the various buildings, who are merely slightly bolder and more ruthless than the average person, were struck with terror by the unexpected grenade explosion. Aronsu Moesvilla. Chaos erupted as people screamed and fled, creating a scene of utter disarray. Everyone, remain calm. Do not be afraid. A few leaders amidst the crowd, grappling with their own fear, shouted loudly in an attempt to restore order. However, these individuals were no army, and discipline was a foreign concept to them. Even their loyal subordinates were paralyzed with fear, some hastily dropping to the ground, clutching their heads in a tight ball, while others fled in panic. A sinister smile crept across Su Mu's face as he maneuvered a drone to soar above, dropping 6 more grenades. Yet this time, the crowd had scattered, resulting in far fewer casualties, only 30 or so wounded. Now, their retreat was even swifter. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the drone overhead. Is being numerous truly impressive? Can you withstand my barrage of grenades? The fleeing crowd momentarily halted, their eyes widening in disbelief, filled with astonishment. These grenades were all hurled by Sumo. Where did he acquire such grenades? How could he possess so many? They felt their minds were inadequate to comprehend the situation. Why do we still engage in combat with cold weapons when you have resorted to handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles, and now grenades have emerged? Will you pull out an RPG next time? Or even a cannon? As the crowd began to disperse, Sumo felt a twinge of regret at the thought of wasting more grenades under these circumstances, and he ceased his bombardment. Instead, he drew out his sniper rifle. The archers hidden in the snow, who intended to ambush Sumo, were the first casualties, having long since perished in the grenade explosions. Thus, sniping the enemies posed little threat. Sumo had no intention of sparing these individuals, unless he inflicted thorough pain upon them, instilling fear. They would never remember their horror. What exhilaration! Sumo, still savoring the moment, retracted his sniper rifle and closed the shooting aperture. This time, he had successfully killed or injured more than 200 people, leaving a multitude of corpses sprawled outside the villa, with many wounded, still moaning in agony on the ground. As for subjugating them to serve him, Sumo expressed no interest whatsoever. These individuals were merely ordinary civilians, disorganized and undisciplined. In peacetime, each may appear to be an elite member of society, but in this cannibalistic apocalypse, they are utterly insignificant. They are even inferior to Wang Hao and his gang. Sumo is nothing short of a merciless devil. They were utterly terrified, vowing never to provoke that fearsome individual, Sumo, again. What if Sumo's villa was stocked with an abundance of provisions? Despite the multitude that had attempted to assault his residence, they not only failed to seize even a morsel of food, but were instead mercilessly slaughtered by him, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. What do we do? We too were in despair. Perhaps it would be best to contemplate alternative strategies. Sumu hummed a tune as he entered the bathroom, easing himself into the spacious bath. Old Emo followed suit, leaping in and splashing water on his Suma's face. At that moment, the phone rang, and Sumu casually activated the speakerphone, revealing Wang Hao's trembling voice. "Boss Sumu, were those people you killed just now?" "Yes, what of it?" he replied lazily, as the warm water enveloped him, eliciting a contented murmur. "Boss, you are truly phenomenal. My admiration for you flows endlessly like the mighty Yangtze River, relentless as the surging Yellow River." Sumu quickly interjected, "Wait, I'm not your boss, and spare me the flattery. If you have something to say, then speak plainly." Wang Hao, with a sycophantic grin, responded, "Boss, here's the situation. We still have half of the provisions we acquired after taking down Yamamoto, Ryo Akairo. But with this heavy snowfall, it's uncertain when it will cease. We discussed the possibility of taking on another task from you. For instance, eliminating those scoundrels who offended you today. Just give the word, and we shall stealthily approach tonight to take care of them. Certainly, if you feel that we have avenged you, do not forget to reward us with some sustenance." Wang Hao's voice, which had been filled with a fierce intensity just moments ago, now took on a tone of humility and caution. Chapter 86. Embrace the role of free cannon fodder. Sumu couldn't help but chuckle at the cleverness of Wang Hao's mind. Upon realizing that Su Mu was reluctant to accept them as subordinates, he swiftly altered his approach, seeking to acquire food through mercenary work. Following the snow disaster, the resurgence of spiritual energy would likely lead to the emergence of bizarre events. Faced with those legendary monsters, it remains uncertain whether the modified villa could withstand their onslaught. Su Mu's thoughts raced. Wang Hao, with his strong organizational skills and cunning, might indeed transform into an invaluable asset if accepted. With this group of free cannon fodder, tasks that were inconvenient for Su Mu to undertake himself, or potential dangers he preferred to avoid, could be entrusted to them. In the aftermath of the snow disaster, the government's influence had significantly waned. Societal order had descended into chaos. Factory production had come to a halt, and various essential supplies were in dire scarcity. The items he had hoarded in his infinite space provided a sense of security. At the very least, he could prevent Wang Hao and his group from entering his villa, and as for loyalty, it could be gradually cultivated over time. With this in mind, Su Mu inquired, "How many of you remain in total? Among you, has anyone ever tasted human flesh?" Wang Hao was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Boss Su, why do you suddenly bring up this question?" Su Mu snorted coldly. "You had better clarify this matter. It pertains to your survival in the wake of the snowstorm, when the aura of revival emerged. Those who had once consumed the flesh of their own kind had largely transformed into zombies." Caught off guard, even if Wang Hao and his companions barely survived the snow disaster, they would most likely be devoured alive by these mutated zombies. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hao called, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation, as he had taken the precaution of hiding in a room to make the call. "Boss, I have verified that among our group of 32, only 17 have not consumed human flesh. The remaining 15 have partaken in it. Can you assure me of that?" "The 17 have been with me since the onset of the snow disaster, relying on the provisions I had purchased at a premium price to survive the intermittent hunger. The other 15 joined later. Their consumption of human flesh is not surprising." Su Mu fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "By the way, I recall you have a young girlfriend. Why have I never seen her?" "She passed away," Wang Hao replied with a bitter smile. "Her health was already fragile, and shortly after the snow disaster, she succumbed to a cold. Despite my efforts to procure medicine at a high price, the subsequent lack of nutrition ultimately led to her demise." "Very well. Find an opportunity to eliminate those 15 who have consumed human flesh. You and the remaining individuals must heed my instructions," Su Mu stated. "As compensation, I shall provide you with sustenance for 10 individuals each day." Wang Hao exclaimed in desperation. 10 portions of food? That is hardly sufficient. Humph. It is precisely to ensure that you remain unsatisfied. If the hunting dogs were well fed, how could they still harbor thoughts of the hunt? Having enough to eat is already a privilege. Wiping the stern expression from his face, Su Mu inquired, "What? Do you think my provisions fall from the heavens?" Wang Hao, though hesitant to retort, ventured another question. "Boss, may I inquire why you want me to expel those 15 individuals who have tasted human flesh?" "You need not address me as boss. When I instruct you, simply comply. Should you doubt my authority, The agreement is nullified. Please no. I shall make arrangements immediately. Boss, I merely asked out of curiosity. I have told you. Do not call me boss. Understood, boss. After temporarily accepting Wang Hao and his companions as external personnel, Su Mu felt a surge of joy. He spent a delightful time frolicking with old Mo in a bathhouse before finally stepping ashore. Draping a towel around himself, Su Mu settled onto the nearby sofa and accessed the Doomsday Fortress system to assess the damage sustained by the villa that day. Numerous spots on the attic roof had been shattered by those intruders, and several areas were perilously close to where grenades had detonated. The outer walls suffered considerable damage, even exposing the inner alloy steel plates. Nonetheless, this did not compromise the villa's defensive capabilities. Aesthetics be damned. As long as the intruders could not breach it, all was well. Su Mu was not one to prioritize appearance, and he nodded in satisfaction at the transformation of his villa. As he casually glanced over the system panel, he was astonished to discover that Qingshu's loyalty had surged to an impressive 51 points in just 3 or 4 days. How could there be such a significant increase? He quickly glanced at Lao Mo, whose loyalty stood at 93 points, indicating a state of unwavering devotion. The koi in the yard, perhaps lacking Lao Mo's intelligence, appeared rather oblivious, with their loyalty hovering between 50 and 60. After contemplating for a moment, Su Mu resolved to personally descend to the first floor to ascertain what this young lady was up to and why her loyalty had surged so dramatically. Upon reaching the first floor, Su Mu accessed the camera connected to his phone and beheld Qingshu practicing yoga in her room. To be candid, Qingshu was indeed a rare beauty, and her form-fitting yoga attire showcased her exquisite figure to perfection. As he watched, Su Mu couldn't help but swallow hard, a surge of heat igniting within him. He was a normal man, and after being confined at home for over a month, although he occasionally resorted to those intelligent toys for relief, nothing compared to the real thing, and he felt a desperate yearning. However, Su Mu did not allow himself to be blinded by her beauty. He dared not engage with her physically until her loyalty reached 80. After all, she was a formidable individual capable of ruthlessly eliminating Shun Kai and torturing San Ben Rongi Lang without batting an eye. What if, during their athletic endeavors, she inadvertently caused him harm? After admiring her for a while, once she completed her series of movements, he forcefully subdued his rising desire and inquired, "Qingshu, how do you find it here?" Upon hearing Su Mu's voice, Qingshu initially felt a thrill of surprise, but upon noticing her attire, she turned slightly bashful and hastily draped a blanket over herself. Su Mu curled his lips, remarking that he had thoroughly examined every inch of her body, even storing a video of her bathing on his phone. Now, she pretended to be innocent. This place was warm and comfortable with plenty of food, and he was sincerely grateful for her invitation into the villa. Qingshu brushed her hair back and softly stated, "Compared to my previous living environment, this place is nothing short of paradise." "Well, that's good." Su Mu, who was not particularly familiar with her, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Qingshu continued the conversation. "I heard several loud explosions earlier. Did you encounter some trouble?" "Indeed, there were some fools in the neighborhood who attempted to attack my villa, but I repelled them with a grenade." "Wow, you are truly impressive." Women inherently admire the strong, and the fact that Su Mu had managed to acquire a grenade, a weapon strictly controlled by the state, and fend off so many attackers on his own, filled Qingshu with a profound sense of security. She felt that entering his villa was undoubtedly the wisest decision she had ever made. To Su Mu's astonishment, he discovered that Qingshu's loyalty had increased by 3 points. Chapter 87. The second outing after the snow disaster. Women are indeed peculiar beings. Su Mu shook his head, maintaining his vigilance. Currently, Qingshu's loyalty stood at only 54 points, which was tenuous and could lead to betrayal at any moment. Until he had absolute assurance, he would never engage in direct contact with her. In that case, you should stay comfortably in the villa. Do not dwell on trivial matters that bear no significance. Instead, reflect upon how to manifest your value. Su Mu warned, "Otherwise, I shall expel you from the villa at any moment." Qingshu, feeling anxious, sprang to her feet and exclaimed, please do not act this way. I will certainly adhere to your arrangements and refrain from any actions that contravene your wishes. Let us evaluate your performance, he replied coolly. From now on, the entire first floor is accessible to you. You may roam freely and enter the courtyard. However, without my express permission, you are forbidden from ascending to the second floor or beyond. Having delivered his words, Sumu turned and departed. During the renovation of the villa, each floor was equipped with separate doors, rendering him entirely untroubled by the thought of Qingshu venturing upstairs to undermine him. Although she was merely a woman devoid of any means to defend herself, and despite enjoying a life of comfort within Sumu's villa, the restrictions placed upon her movement rendered her situation akin to house arrest. According to Sumu, he did not accommodate idlers. Yet aside from her medical skills and physical prowess, she found herself at a loss as to how to demonstrate her worth. Alas, she decided to take things one step at a time. At the very least, her newfound freedom of movement indicated that Sumu's trust in her was gradually increasing. With this thought, a faint smile graced Qingshu's lips as she changed her attire and stepped through the door, eager to finally stretch her legs after being cooped up for so long. The outside temperature was quite frigid, and she knew that leaving the drone on the rooftop for too long could result in it freezing. Sumu was not idle. He diligently compared the images transmitted by the drone with a pre-downloaded city map, meticulously marking the locations of the police station, factories, supermarkets, banks, and other significant structures. Beneath these edifices lay a wealth of resources, akin to undiscovered treasures awaiting his exploration. Sumu had no choice. Upgrading the Doomsday Fortress system required a substantial amount of supplies. With the snowstorm showing signs of abating, he knew he must gather resources in advance, lest he be outpaced by others. The aftermath of the blizzard marked a period of intense competition among the surviving factions for resources, compounded by the presence of countless awakened individuals and the roaming undead and monstrous beasts in both urban and rural landscapes. Though the first-tier villas appeared formidable, they would be no match for a powerful adversary, rendering them as fragile as mere paper. At that juncture, survival within the villa would be untenable. Preparations were essential. After marking the significant buildings within a 20-kilometer radius, dusk had descended. Sumu rubbed his slightly sore neck, rose from his seat, and prepared to have dinner. Suddenly, he heard Qingshu calling out, Sumu, Sumu, I picked some fresh cucumbers and vegetables from the yard. I noticed there were some ingredients in the kitchen, so I took the liberty of preparing a few dishes. Come and eat. Sumu paused, realizing that Qingshu was deliberately trying to please him. However, he had no intention of partaking in her meal. He wondered what she might have added to the dishes. I have my own food. You can eat yours. Sumu replied coolly, retrieving several plates of food from his infinite space and placing them on the table. After a moment's consideration, he also pulled out a serving of lobster and set it on the stairway leading to the second floor, allowing Qingshu to fetch it herself. Having acquired experience in raising the loyal canine, Sumu has now gleaned some insights into methods for augmenting loyalty, employing a blend of incentives and deterrents, essentially a carrot-and-stick approach. However, human sentiments are far more intricate than those of dogs, necessitating a cautious demeanor to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. After dinner, Sumu meticulously inspected the equipment required for his outing, engaged in a brief session of physical exercise, and indulged in some gaming before finally embracing a deep slumber with his faithful companion, Lao Mo. At the break of dawn the following day, Sumu drew back the curtains to behold the landscape, where remnants of violence had been thoroughly cleared away. The heavy snowfall had completely obscured the traces of blood upon the ground. After savoring a bowl of wontons, he conducted another thorough inspection of the villa for any vulnerabilities before preparing to venture out. He retrieved the gear he had employed during his previous excursion, donning the custom-made leather armor tailored for the harsh winter conditions, securing protective arm and leg gear, and positioning 2 heart shields at the front and back of his torso. Thus, even in the event of encountering adversaries wielding firearms or crossbows, he would remain shielded from mortal harm. Finally, Sumu adorned himself with a specialized polar survival suit, affixed a bespoke alloy protective helmet, and lowered the face shield. At this juncture, his figure appeared somewhat cumbersome, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Fully equipped, he cautiously opened the skylight of the attic, clumsily maneuvering his way out, with Lao Mo closely following suit, equally armed. The moment his feet touched the ground, the snow enveloped him up to his knees. However, due to the compaction of the accumulating snow, the surface had solidified sufficiently to prevent him from sinking entirely. Nevertheless, traversing such snowy terrain proved to be quite arduous. This marked the second occasion in over a month since the snow disaster that Su-mu had stepped beyond the confines of his villa. The temperature outside was frigid. Even clad in professional winter attire, Su-mu could still feel a hint of chill. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. The expansive Danfeng Bailu community lay in utter silence, the only sound being the howling wind. Perhaps he had risen too early, as his neighbors remained cocooned in their blankets, shivering in the warmth of their beds, and he saw no prying eyes upon him. Su-mu inhaled a breath of the crisp, cold air and summoned his snowmobile from the boundless expanse. Old Mo, swathed snugly in layers, revealed only his head and paws, leaped on his Su-mu's back. "Hold on tight," Su-mu exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he ignited the snowmobile. With the engine's sharp roar, they shot forth across the snowy terrain like an arrow. He had initially ordered a vehicle capable of traversing the extreme conditions of Antarctica, but regrettably, it was out of stock. Even with additional payment, it could not be produced in a short span. Thus, he had to settle for the snowmobile. The snowmobile surged forth with remarkable speed, quickly exiting the community. The heavy snowfall obscured many low-lying houses, rendering the streets virtually invisible. A blanket of white snow enveloped everything, revealing only the shadows of towering buildings, with the rest consumed by the pure, glistening snow. Su-mu rode swiftly on the snowmobile, racing across the snowy expanse, the wind whipping past his ears, a sensation utterly exhilarating. In a fit of excitement, he couldn't help but howl a few times, prompting old Mo to join in, their cries echoing like a wailing specter. Su-mu laughed heartily, soaring away with old Mo in tow. In the silent city, the subtle hum of the snowmobile, albeit minimal, commands considerable attention. As Su-mu traversed the landscape, he caught fleeting glimpses of shadows moving behind the glass of towering edifices. Even amidst the apocalypse, a fraction of humanity, resilient as ever, continues to endure, akin to the rodents scuttling through the gutters. Su-mu surveyed the array of firearms and grenades within the boundless space, and an immediate sense of security enveloped him. Each survivor in this city could potentially pose a threat. In these dire times, the most untrustworthy element remains human nature. Chapter 88. Unearthing treasures buried beneath the snow. Su-mu harbored no fear of ambush. Fully armed, his safety was assured unless struck by a high-caliber weapon targeting a vital area. Following the map he had studied the previous night, he made his way to the nearest Ginza supermarket. The 5-story establishment lay nearly submerged under snow, with only the top floor remaining visible. However, the 4th floor's glass had shattered, revealing a gaping hole through which the icy wind howled, signaling that others had arrived before him. It was only logical. Such supermarkets housed a wealth of food and clothing, making it the prime target for daring locals seeking supplies. Su-mu parked the snowmobile at the window's aperture and, after shutting off the engine, leapt down alongside Lao Mo. He stowed the snowmobile within the infinite space and produced a crowbar, brandishing it with a few practice swings. Su-mu felt compelled to take precautions. Who could say if he might encounter others within, leading to potential conflicts that would necessitate self-defense? He dared not casually wield his firearm, for the risk of being ambushed and having it seized would be troublesome. In such a confined space, when the time for combat arrived, a robust crowbar would prove far more effective than any blade. A wound inflicted by a knife might not immediately incapacitate an adversary, yet a single blow from a crowbar would surely bring them to the ground in an instant. Once all preparations were complete, Su-mu, accompanied by Lao Mo, cautiously slipped through the broken window. The interior was shrouded in darkness, prompting him to activate the concealed headlamp on his helmet, a feature he had specifically requested during customization. Compact in size, yet remarkably bright, the lamp illuminated the surroundings like a miniature sun, casting a brilliant light that revealed the remnants of the once vibrant supermarket. Having visited this Silver Plaza supermarket a few times before, Su-mu was somewhat familiar with its layout. Under the bright illumination, traces of its former splendor lingered. The circular marketplace showcased an array of luxurious cosmetics, clothing, shoes, and various household goods, all neatly arranged on the shelves. Clearly, the previous visitors had deemed these items insufficient for sustenance or warmth, leaving much behind. However, Su-mu held no disdain. With delight, he collected each item into his infinite storage, not sparing even the tables, chairs, bowls, and shelves. Who could tell what materials might be required when the Doomsday Fortress system advanced to the next level? In any case, his storage was boundless. It was prudent to gather what he could, for it might come in handy. Su-mu swept through the place like a locust, leaving no trace in his wake. He entered each shop and turned to amass supplies, while Lao Mo stood vigilantly on guard. After more than an hour of effort, Su-mu finally gathered all the items from various stores into the infinite space. The delay was primarily due to some locked doors that necessitated the use of a crowbar to break open. Regrettably, the jewelry on the first floor was nowhere to be found. It remained a mystery whether it had been taken by the owner or pilfered by earlier visitors. Upon entering the supermarket located in the basement, Su-mu observed that the shelves were nearly barren, appearing as pristine as if freshly stocked, while the floor was littered with some frozen, spoiled vegetable leaves. He was not surprised, considering the proximity to residential areas, making it entirely reasonable for the goods to have been seized. Just as he was about to store the shelves into the infinite space, Old Mo suddenly let out a fierce bark and lunged toward a corner. Su-mu promptly directed his light towards the commotion, revealing a frail man armed with a machete, hiding in a corner approximately 10 meters away. It appeared he was another local resident hoping to scavenge supplies, but upon seeing Su-mu clad in high-end gear, he was overtaken by greed and sought an opportunity to ambush. Little did he realize that Su-mu was accompanied by a dog. Upon being detected by Old Mo, the man brandished his machete and charged at Su-mu with ferocity. Without uttering a word, Su-mu swiftly drew his pistol and fired a shot, taking the man down. Beyond 10 meters, the gun was fast. Within 10 meters, it was both accurate and swift. Su-mu blew the smoke from the barrel and approached slowly with the crowbar in hand. The assailant, shot in the chest and bleeding profusely, was not yet lifeless, groaning softly on the ground as Old Mo viciously bit at his hand holding the knife. With an impassive expression, Su-mu delivered a decisive blow to the man's head, ending the assailant's suffering. He remained oblivious to the identity of the individual and harbored no desire to uncover it. However, should this person harbor any malice towards him, Su-mu would unhesitatingly eliminate him without mercy. After gently patting Old Mo's head as a gesture of encouragement, Su-mu surveyed the surroundings, finding no signs of other assailants. He stepped over the corpse on the ground and continued to gather various shelves into his infinite space. Most of these shelves were crafted from aluminum alloy, while some are made of wood, likely to be beneficial when upgrading the Doomsday Fortress system. Once he had collected everything, the expansive basement level was left barren, with nothing remaining except for the body of the attacker. Let us proceed. Su-mu whistled to summon Old Mo, leading him down the staircase to the second basement level. As anticipated, it was filled with thousands of various vehicles. Ah, fortune smiles upon us, Su-mu exclaimed softly, methodically collecting each vehicle into his infinite space, leaving the shopping mall with lingering satisfaction. Emerging from the fourth-floor aperture, Su-mu retrieved his snowmobile, mounting it and speeding away. Nearby lay a gas station, yet it had been completely submerged beneath the heavy snowfall. Fortunately, Su-mu had foreseen such a scenario and had acquired several excavators prior to the calamity. He extracted a fully fueled excavator from his infinite space, casting it onto the snow. The immense weight caused it to sink over a meter deep. Su-mu swung open the door and climbed in, taking his seat in the driver's position, while Old Mo obediently settled beside him. Operating this machinery was not particularly challenging. Su-mu had devoted several days to intensive training, navigating it with ease. He had previously purchased a gas station and was naturally aware of the location of the fuel tanks. Once he pinpointed the site, Sumu swiftly took control of the excavator, carefully excavating a passageway leading below. He dismounted the excavator, entered the gas station, and pried open the door lock with a crowbar, making his way directly to the underground fuel storage room. Without regard for the quantity of fuel within, Sumu promptly absorbed the enormous metal tank into his infinite space. Inside the gas station's retail store, he discovered 2 frozen corpses, presumably the night shift employees. Sumu paid them no mind, instead collecting anything of value into his infinite space before departing from the desolate gas station. His next target was the bank. Sumu had long heard tales of the underground vault beneath the bank, rumored to contain substantial quantities of gold and other precious metals. Yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. This was his opportunity to explore. The bank was the largest in the city, its towering structure rising over 10 stories, with only the ground floor submerged in snow, while most of it remained exposed. Sumu casually selected a window, smashing a hole to gain entry. Inside, he found no one present. Perhaps the on-duty staff had succumbed to the cold elsewhere. He dismissed the thought and proceeded down the staircase, navigating unfamiliar territory. After considerable effort, he finally located what appeared to be the entrance to the underground vault. The imposing metal door was exceptionally sturdy, unlike anything Sumu had ever encountered, and after toying with it for a considerable time, he remained baffled by how to unlock it. Fortunately, he had C4 explosives at his disposal. However, Sumu had never detonated such devices and was utterly clueless as to the quantity required to breach this formidable door. Scratching his helmet, Sumu first retrieved 2 blocks of C4 explosives, and after a moment's contemplation, he produced 2 more. Mimicking the action seen in films, he affixed the explosives to the 4 corners of the main entrance, setting the timer for a 10-minute countdown. Having completed this task, Sumu swiftly ascended the stairs with Lao Mo. He was unaware of the true potency of the explosives. The thought of the building collapsing and entombing him within its ruins was a source of trepidation. Chapter 89. The dream of resupplying firearms and ammunition shattered. Emerging through the shattered glass hole, Sumu mounted the snowmobile and sped away for quite a distance before he heard a muffled explosion from below. The bank building swayed precariously, with numerous windows shattering and snow and ice from above cascading downwards. Sumu stood in stunned silence, astonished by the overwhelming power of the C4 explosives, a wave of fear washing over him. Fortunately, he had fled far enough. Otherwise, he would likely have been buried alive. Fortunately, the bank was an independent structure, its foundation deep and its construction solid. After a brief moment, the tremors subsided, and the building showed no signs of collapse. As the smoke cleared, Sumu cautiously descended the somewhat fractured staircase. The underground vault was a scene of chaos, with debris strewn about. The 2 massive metal doors remained intact, yet the connection points to the walls were distorted from the explosive force, creating a passage barely large enough for a person to squeeze through. Elated, Sumu quickly bent down and crawled inside. However, the scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. Apart from a few iron frames and safes, the place was devoid of any treasures. The mountains of cash and gold he had envisioned were conspicuously absent. Sumu smacked his forehead, inwardly lamenting his miscalculation. How could the state neglect such a vital institution as a bank? It was likely that, immediately following the snowstorm, they dispatched personnel to relocate those valuable items to a secure location. He had a total of 10 bundles of C4 explosives, and now, having utilized 4, he was left with this disappointing outcome. In a fit of rage, Sumu gathered all the metallic racks and safes from the underground vault into his boundless space. If not for the twisted metal door being unremovable, he might have even considered seizing the entrance itself. Still feeling unsatisfied, Sumu proceeded to smash open every room in the bank, collecting all office furniture, cabinets, and anything else he could find, leaving not even a scrap of paper behind. By the time he had thoroughly looted the building, nearly 3 hours had elapsed. Sumu mounted his snowmobile and headed towards the municipal police station, hoping to uncover some useful equipment there. However, he harbored a premonition that this visit to the precinct would yield little reward. Indeed, the police station was deserted, not a soul in sight. It appeared they had evacuated in great haste, as numerous scattered documents littered the floors of many offices. After much effort, Sumu located the armory, only to discover that, besides a handful of bulletproof vests and some riot helmets, explosion-proof shields, and batons, the firearms he so desperately desired were entirely missing. After enduring numerous days of combat, his ammunition had significantly dwindled, extinguishing his hopes of replenishing his firearms. Incite. In the face of a formidable national apparatus, swiftly relocating any firearms and munitions that could incite unrest was hardly a daunting task. After wandering for some time, he found nothing of particular value, save for a dozen specialized police vehicles stationed in the underground garage. By the time Sumu had scavenged every item from the building, dusk had settled. Venturing outside at this hour posed considerable danger, prompting him to change course and speed homeward on his snowmobile. As he passed a familiar building on the street, Sumu recalled that the owner, Li Jian, had pressed him for debts when the snowstorm had first struck. He wondered how he was faring now. While driving, he dialed Li Jian's number, only to discover that the phone was switched off, leaving no one to answer. With the heavy snowfall persisting for over a month, it was conceivable that he and the business manager, Su Hua, had succumbed to the freezing conditions. Such unscrupulous merchants deserved to meet an early demise, he mused. After circling the villa without detecting any signs of an ambush, he parked the snowmobile and stored it in the infinite space before climbing through the attic window. Upon entering his home, he was enveloped by a wave of warmth. Sumu quickly shed his excess clothing and assisted old Mo with his garments. There truly was no place as comforting as home. Having toiled throughout the day without a proper meal, he had merely subsisted on a few hastily consumed pieces of chocolate to stave off hunger. He extracted 2 steaming axe steaks from the boundless expanse, reserving one for himself and tossing the other to old Mo. Once his hunger was satiated, Sumu reclined on the sofa, stifling a satisfied burp while cradling his belly. Despite his absence throughout the day, the villa remained unchanged. Qingshu was still in her room practicing yoga, confined to the first floor. The young woman's loyalty had increased by 2 points, now reaching a commendable 56. This was indeed a positive development, indicating her growing reliance on him. The day when he could indulge in his desires was likely not far off. After a brief respite, he luxuriated in a warm bath and then succumbed to a deep slumber in his bed. Old Mo lay beside him, listening to the soft sounds of his master's snores, his eyes gleaming with joy and contentment. In the ensuing days, Sumu toiled like a diligent worker ant, traversing the international metropolis of Shuncheng on his snowmobile, tirelessly unearthing treasures buried beneath the snow. He particularly focused on jewelry stores, factories, warehouses, gas stations, and car dealerships, all prime targets for his endeavors. Even when obscured by deep snow, the presence of an excavator allowed Sumu to effortlessly carve a passage, amassing a plethora of diverse materials into his infinite space: clothing, metals, fuel, timber, stones. He accepted everything that came his way. Each time he sped across the snowy surface on his snowmobile, he felt the weight of countless hidden gazes from the buildings surrounding him. Although he could not discern the faces behind the myriad windows, he was acutely aware that many were watching him, filled with greed and malice. The unsettling sensation of being scrutinized in secrecy gnawed at him. Sumu raised his head, his gaze coldly sweeping over the towering edifices. In recent days, while scavenging for supplies, he had encountered numerous local residents braving the frigid air in pursuit of resources as well. However, as long as they did not provoke him, he had no desire to trouble them. Yet, there were many who, blinded by their numbers, attempted to forcibly seize Sumu's snowmobile and the garments he wore. Those intruders were swiftly taught a lesson by Sumu utilizing his crossbow, handgun, and AK, instructing them in a rather literal sense of rebirth. In the past few days, he had dispatched countless assailants and harassers, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, but they continued to swarm like locusts, seemingly endless. He had nearly exhausted the supplies in several surrounding blocks and deemed it prudent to pause his endeavors. His neighbors had likely noticed his possession of the snowmobile, which facilitated his foraging expeditions. He wondered if they might harbor ill intentions. Sumu contemplated embarking on one final excursion the following day, thereafter retreating to the safety of his villa. On the 44th day of the snowbound city, he ventured outside once more in search of supplies. Just as he entered the community, he was suddenly alerted by the frantic cries of old Mo from behind. Chapter 90. A conspiracy of collusion from within and without. Upon hearing old Mo's shouts, Sumu's instincts sharpened. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, chaos erupted. The snow underfoot suddenly erupted, revealing two individuals who emerged from beneath the snow, brandishing a rope that they stretched across Sumu's path. Suddenly caught off guard, Sumu found himself unable to break in time. He was abruptly ensnared by a rope and hurled into the snow, landing heavily on the ground. The snowmobile lost control, careening forward for quite a distance before finally toppling over. Fortunately, the snow was deep and soft, and Sumu was clad in layers of protective gear, sustaining no injuries. Lao Mo leapt from the vehicle, rushing to Sumu's side to lick his face. Upon realizing he was unharmed, Lao Mo immediately bared his teeth and growled at the surroundings. Shaking his slightly dazed head, Sumu quickly recognized that he had fallen into an ambush. Before he could rise, over a dozen burly men sprang forth from beneath the snow, wielding machetes and steel pipes, charging towards him. Even before they reached him, a few swift sounds pierced the air as crossbow bolts struck Sumu, one even embedding itself in his helmet. To his astonishment, archers were lying in wait as well. Alarmed, Sumu swiftly rolled to evade the onslaught. Luckily, his usual caution had him donning the bulletproof vest and leather armor acquired from the police station, along with two protective visors, providing formidable defense. The bolts that had been shot at close range merely pierced his outer garments, causing a slight sting, yet he remained unscathed. The assailants charged forward rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon Sumu, grinning malevolently as they raised their blades to strike. Enraged, Sumu drew an AK from his infinite space and unleashed a torrent of gunfire. The bullets erupted in a spray of crimson from the foremost attackers, who immediately fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Old Mo had already pounced upon one of the attackers, clinging tightly to his arm, his entire body suspended in midair. However, another assailant surged forward, closing the distance to less than a meter from Sumu, raising a steel pipe with the intent to strike him viciously on the head. Suddenly, a police riot shield appeared in Sumu's left hand, raised to block the impending blow. In his right hand, an AK was aimed directly at the assailant's head, the muzzle nearly thrust into his mouth. The man's body froze in an instant, and just as he attempted to utter a word, Sumu had already squeezed the trigger. The deafening gunfire erupted, bullets tearing through his mouth and explosively demolishing a significant portion of his skull, splattering crimson blood, white brain matter, and bone fragments across the ground. This horrifying scene rendered the other attackers, who had been charging forward, completely paralyzed in shock, their feet rooted to the spot. They had never encountered such ruthlessness. Not only had Sumu swiftly eliminated 5 or 6 of their comrades, but he had also obliterated one of them with a single shot to the head. Sumu was not about to grant them a moment's respite. He stowed the emptied AK-47 into an infinite space and retrieved a fully loaded rifle, raising it to fire once more, instantly taking down 2 more men. Seeing that even the crossbow bolts aimed at Sumu had no effect, the concealed archers hiding in the snow could no longer remain in their positions. They scrambled to join their fleeing companions. Sumu, however, showed them no mercy, grinning menacingly as he turned the gun back on them and pulled the trigger again. How could mere mortals outrun bullets? Several men fell, struck in the back, each one howling in agony as they collapsed to the ground. The man who had been bitten by old Mo screamed in pain, flailing wildly with his knife in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, old Mo was clad in a bulletproof vest, rendering him impervious to such an assault. The assailant, realizing this, was about to strike him on the head with a knife. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air, and a gaping wound appeared on the man's forehead. He stood in a daze for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. It turned out that Sumu had dealt with the others and had dispatched this final adversary with a bullet. Breathing heavily, Sumu surveyed his surroundings with bloodshot eyes. The area was eerily silent, save for the howling wind that whipped the snowflakes around, punctuated occasionally by the groans of those still alive but wounded. These individuals appeared unfamiliar, likely not residents of this community. It was unclear how they had conspired with the inhabitants of Danfeng Bailu community to orchestrate an ambush on Sumo. Sumu holstered his weapon and slowly approached to right the snowmobile, remounting it and beckoning old Mo to leap onto the back as they continued toward the villa. Though he had sustained no injuries during the recent skirmish, the fall from the speeding snowmobile had left its mark. To avert further ambushes, he decided to proceed at a more cautious pace. As he ventured deeper into the community, Sumo noticed armed individuals wielding shields emerging from various buildings, while others raced in on sleds from outside the community. Had the surprise attack transformed into a frontal assault? It seemed this was a collusion between internal and external forces, a meticulously planned operation. In recent days, he had frequently ventured out on the snowmobile in search of supplies, which had drawn the envy of the surrounding community members. Nonetheless, for safety reasons, Sumu's outings were always unpredictable, typically involving early departures and late returns. As for the direction and path taken each time he leaves the community, it is utterly arbitrary. He simply does not wish for others to exploit this to their advantage. The possibility of an ambush is entirely out of the question. In such frigid temperatures, burying oneself in the snow, no matter how thickly clothed one is, cannot last beyond half an hour. Yet today, those individuals have fortuitously managed to lie in wait for him in the snow. Such coincidence is exceedingly rare in this world, indicating that the residents of the community must have known of his departure and conspired with individuals from neighboring communities to ambush Sumu. Surely, there must also be someone in the higher floors of the building utilizing binoculars or similar devices to observe, thus deducing his route and setting the trap in advance. Sumu did not feel particularly enraged. He was aware that his neighbors were far from virtuous, as long as the promise of profit was substantial enough. Betraying him would not pose much difficulty. Moreover, many of those who had perished at his hands had left behind a considerable number of neighbors who harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. It was only due to his formidable strength that they had refrained from seeking vengeance. However, he had not anticipated that this situation would escalate to such proportions, with individuals from several surrounding communities swiftly converging toward his location. As the number of approaching individuals grew, reaching over 1,000, they formed an extensive encirclement between Sumu and the villa. They hastily sought to intercept Sumu, ensuring that he would not escape. If they could seize that snowmobile, they too could venture outside in search of supplies and no longer endure hunger. Ideally, they hoped to capture Sumu alive, compelling him to unlock the villa, thus providing them with a warm and comfortable base. The attire he donned was remarkably distinctive, exuding warmth at first glance. This fellow bore a firearm. Everyone take heed. Companions armed with crossbows should prepare for the initial assault. These individuals displayed a glimmer of avarice, clamoring and rushing forward with fervor. Chapter 91. Carving a Bloody Path. Old Mo wailed from behind, yearning to leap into the fray and confront them, yet he was restrained by Sumu. A ragtag assembly. Sumu felt no trepidation. Instead, a sinister grin crept across his face as he accelerated the snowmobile, hurtling towards the throng that obstructed his path. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Sumu shouted maniacally, deftly maneuvering the snowmobile with one hand while the other unleashed a barrage from his AK-47. In his boundless domain, he possessed no fewer than 30 of these automatic rifles, all equipped with loaded magazines and safeties disengaged, ready for action at a moment's notice. Additionally, he wielded 20 handguns, 30 submachine guns, and several crates of grenades. Given sufficient time and space, Sumu alone could obliterate these miscreants entirely. This time, he did not hesitate in expending ammunition, as flames erupted from the muzzle of his weapon. The makeshift shields wielded by the advancing foes were utterly ineffectual, and many fell to the ground, struck down, groaning amidst the pools of their own blood. However, those behind were undeterred by the carnage, resolutely stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, while some archers continued to rain arrows upon Sumu. As he witnessed these individuals suddenly become fearless, Sumu felt a flicker of confusion. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. He continued his relentless advance. Several crossbow bolts struck the snowmobile, producing a cacophony of sounds, yet Sumu paid no heed, lowering himself as he pressed forward. The massive snowmobile surged into the crowd, sending several people flying and even crushing one unfortunate soul beneath its chassis. Weighing over 500 kilograms, the combined mass of Sumu and his vehicle was a force to be reckoned with. Anyone acquainted with physics would understand the sheer terror of being caught beneath such weight. The unfortunate victim emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his spine shattered as the snowmobile relentlessly trampled over his back and head, burying him beneath a layer of snow. Although the snow provided some cushion, the sheer weight caused him to spit blood and lose consciousness on the spot. Sumu did not spare him a glance, wielding his AK as he swept fire in all directions, occasionally tossing a grenade into the fray. Despite the throngs surrounding him, they were no match for his formidable firepower, which carved a bloody path through their ranks. As he neared his villa, a mere 30 meters away, excitement surged within him, prompting him to accelerate once more. Suddenly, a fireball, as large as a basin, hurtled from the crowd. It raced towards him with alarming speed, leaving Sumu no time to evade. Instinctively, he slightly adjusted the handlebars, only to have it collide violently with the front of his vehicle, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The windshield shattered into countless fragments, and a tremendous shockwave sent Sumu and old Mo hurtling through the air, tumbling several times before coming to halt on the ground. Fortunately, Sumu was clad in a bulletproof vest and a specially designed helmet, with gloves crafted from layers of resilient calfskin. Aside from feeling disoriented and nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit blood, his injuries were not severe. However, his AK had vanished into the chaos. What on earth was happening? An overwhelming sense of dread filled Sumu. He had just witnessed a fireball, glowing an ominous orange, resembling a miniature rocket propelled with immense force. This was evidently not a high-tech weapon, but bore a striking resemblance to the skills wielded by superpowered individuals from his previous life. With half a month remaining until the end of the snow disaster, mutated superpowered beings had already begun to emerge, indicating that he was not the sole beneficiary of extraordinary encounters. Thanks to his regular fitness regimen and ample nutritional intake, Sumu's physique had significantly strengthened. He rolled in the snow and swiftly regained his footing. From his infinite space, he retrieved an RPG and fired it towards the direction for which the fireball had been launched, irrespective of whether he struck the assailant with fire-based abilities. Sumu stowed the RPG and began hurling grenades indiscriminately. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the individuals standing before him were torn apart, their anguished cries echoing as they collapsed to the ground. Ignoring the damaged snowmobile and the fallen AK, Sumu urged old Mo to refrain from lingering in battle and to hasten towards his villa. The villa, having undergone a remarkable transformation, is fortified by an apocalyptic stronghold system, ensuring one's safety upon entry. However, it remains uncertain whether the recent rocket fire has neutralized the fire-wielding attacker. Fortune had favored me earlier, as the explosive force of the fireball was largely absorbed by the snowmobile. Had I been struck directly, even clad in a bulletproof vest, I doubt I could have withstood the impact. Thankfully, I am now merely a few meters away from the villa. If I can run swiftly, I shall soon reach my sanctuary. Yet, the path ahead is littered with craters and depressions left by grenades, forcing me to navigate the snow with labored steps. Akin to a tortoise's crawl. Injured, my escape seems increasingly improbable. Everyone, muster your strength. The boss has declared that whoever captures me first will be rewarded with 3 days' worth of food and 5 beautiful women. If we fail to catch him, we shall all perish. Victory is within reach. For food and beauty, charge forth. It is unclear who among the crowd incited this fervor, but the shock of the rocket explosion soon faded, and they rallied with renewed courage, rushing forward. As I observed the throngs closing in, mere meters from the villa, a sense of despair enveloped me. Am I truly destined to perish here today? Meanwhile, old Mo paid little heed to such thoughts, roaring with ferocity as he forged ahead, relentlessly assaulting the enemies before him, his claws soaked in crimson. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Mu resolved that if even old Mo, this dog, refused to surrender in battle, he had no right to lose the courage to resist. Damn it, he thought, let us fight to the end. His vision blurred with rage. He bellowed, those who stand in my way shall perish. Gripping a micro-submachine gun in each hand, he advanced towards the villa while unleashing a hail of gunfire around him. After depleting more than 10 magazines, Su Mu finally carved out a bloody path. Reaching the loft of his own villa, summoning his will, a large window swung open, and he promptly leaped inside. A man closely followed, thrusting half his body through the opening and seizing Su Mu's clothing. Without hesitation, Su Mu turned and drew the hunting knife forged from Damascus steel, which he had previously acquired from Han Hao. He had tested its edge and knew it was exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. With a soft whoosh, the blade glided across the man's neck, sending a head soaring into the air before it tumbled onto the floor, crimson blood splattering everywhere. Su Mu pushed the lifeless body out the window and was about to close it when he noticed old Mo still engaged in combat outside. Old Mo, hurry inside, he called, extending the muzzle of his AK rifle out the window to provide covering fire. Old Mo, clever as ever, heeded his master's command, abandoning the fray and nimbly maneuvering through the window. Just as Su Mu was about to shut the window, a hand grasped the barrel of his AK. Despite his vigorous attempts to wrest it free, he could not prevail against the force. Observing several more hands reaching through the window, he decided to empty the weapon of its remaining rounds, relinquishing the AK to the outside and commanding the system to forcibly close the window. The Doomsday Fortress system dutifully executed its commands, the sturdy bulletproof glass severing several arms that reached in, which then fell inside the villa. Chapter 92. A novice fire elemental dared to proclaim himself the Fire Emperor? As Su Mu escaped into the villa, their efforts came to naught, eliciting anguished roars from those outside, who desperately wielded various weapons to strike at the windows and walls, venting their fury with reckless abandon. They had prepared for this ambush for several days, meticulously tracking Su Mu's movements and timing, dispatching over 10 skilled operatives to lie in wait at every entrance of the community. Originally, they believed that facing one individual with over 1,000 men would be as effortless as pinching a snail with their fingers. Little did they know that Su Mu not only possessed an AK assault rifle, but also an astonishing amount of ammunition, allowing him to fire without needing to change magazines. Furthermore, he astonishingly produced an RPG seemingly out of thin air. This was a formidable weapon typically seen only in films, capable of obliterating armored vehicles and even tanks, truly unfathomable. They were unaware that Su Mu possessed an infinite space. Witnessing such an incredible spectacle drove them to the brink of madness. Were it not for the lucrative promises made by the organizer behind them and their fear of the fire elemental's prowess, they would have long since scattered in chaos. At present, not only had they failed to eliminate Su Mu and seize his snowmobile, but they had also suffered significant losses. Regardless of how the assailants battered the villa, their attacks proved utterly futile. The villa, fortified with a staggering investment of 3.5 billion yuan, left them in a state of utter despair. Su Mu paid them no mind, collapsing onto the floor, breathing heavily. At this moment, he began to feel the intense ache throughout his body, his limbs trembling, and sweat had thoroughly soaked through several layers of clothing. He hastily peeled away his garments for a meticulous inspection. To his dismay, he discovered that his attire was tattered, and several crossbow bolts were embedded in his body, while a gunshot wound marred his left arm, and the skin between his hands had split open, blood flowing freely. Fortunately, Su Mu had always been cautious. Whenever venturing outside, he donned bulletproof vests and leather armor, accompanied by a specially designed helmet. The crossbow bolts had not penetrated deeply, merely embedding themselves slightly. Gritting his teeth, Su Mu resolutely extracted the bolts, the barbed tips tearing away a small piece of flesh, causing him to wince in pain. The bulletproof vest had proven ineffective against his arms, and the leather armor was utterly inadequate against gunfire, resulting in his gunshot wound. The injury on his left arm was not severe, merely a scrape. The bullet had not lodged itself nor impacted the bone. After catching his breath, he summoned the bloodied Old Mo to inspect for any injuries. As expected, Old Mo had sustained a blow to his right front leg, seemingly suffering from a fracture, barely daring to touch the ground, and could only hop along on 3 legs. Damn it! Sumu cursed under his breath, though he was not lacking in medical supplies. This injury, in such dire circumstances, would undoubtedly hinder his future plans. Moreover, this was the bitterly cold, frozen apocalypse, where even the slightest injury could lead to death. A wave of dread washed over him. Sumu could hardly fathom that the neighbors had conspired with outsiders from the community, mobilizing such a formidable force. One misstep, and he could have found himself in an irretrievable predicament. In Sumu's eyes, a glimmer of wrath ignited as he witnessed his neighbors relentlessly assaulting his villa. He swiftly rose, intent on devising a means to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from outside, proclaiming, "All of you, step away from the windows and allow me." The crowd, upon hearing this authoritative tone, displayed expressions of awe and reverence, promptly dispersing. With keen observation, Sumu discerned a pale young man, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, concealed behind several towering figures. This youth swiftly formed intricate hand seals, conjuring a fireball of considerable size, akin to a bowl. The fireball blazed with an intense orange hue, indicating its temperature had reached a staggering 1,000 degrees Celsius. Sumu's eyes widened in shock. He pondered whether his bulletproof glass could withstand the force of such a fireball. Instinctively, he leapt behind the sofa, cradling his head against the ground. The fireball hurtled toward him with alarming speed, detonating against the bulletproof glass with a resounding explosion. A tremendous blast reverberated, sending shockwaves that toppled nearby individuals like tumbling gourds, while the villa itself trembled slightly. The bulletproof glass bore several massive, visible cracks, yet miraculously, it remained intact. The power of the fireball was comparable to that of a small bomb, potent enough to claim the lives of 3 to 5 individuals, but alas, it fell short against the formidable bulletproof glass that Sumu had invested heavily in. Alert! The base has sustained a low-level energy impact. The attic window has incurred 37 damage. Would you like to spend 35 kilograms of steel, 0, 3 cubic meters of ordinary glass, and 0, 5 cubic meters of sand for repairs? As Sumu observed the bulletproof glass successfully thwarting the onslaught of fireballs, a sense of relief washed over him. His spirits soared further upon hearing the Doomsday Fortress system announce its capability for self-repair. In recent days, he had tirelessly scavenged for resources buried beneath the snow, pillaging numerous factories and warehouses. Within the confines of his infinite space, he stored a plethora of items, including vehicles, machinery, clothing, furniture, and an abundance of materials such as steel, wood, stone, and sand. Comment se repère? Sumu exclaimed arrogantly. No sooner had he spoken than the previously damaged window began to restore itself at a visibly remarkable pace, with the cracks vanishing without a trace. Outside, the crowd erupted in cheers, believing that with just a few more efforts, they would soon breach this formidable iron fortress. However, upon witnessing the miraculous restoration, their exuberance was abruptly halted, replaced by gasps of astonishment as if they had been caught by the throat like a chicken. The fire elemental adept, witnessing the unfolding scene, wore an expression of disbelief. Could it be that this villa was somehow alive, capable of autonomously healing its wounds? It was indeed surprising that the earlier RPG had failed to extinguish the life of this fire wielder, yet Sumu felt a surge of determination upon spotting him. Rising swiftly from behind the sofa, Sumu retrieved an M200 sniper rifle from his infinite space and took aim at the fire adept. The glass window under his command conveniently opened a fist-sized aperture, allowing the bullet to soar forth. The fire adept, seeking shelter behind 2 towering subordinates, had to shift his position slightly to cast a spell, thus exposing himself. In the depths of his horrified gaze, the bullet precisely penetrated his skull. The immense kinetic energy carried by the 408 Chaitak round caused the head of this fire element ability wielder to explode like a rotten watermelon. Chaos erupted among the crowd outside, with some exclaiming in alarm. "Oh no! The Fire Emperor is dead! The Fire Emperor is dead! What? The leader is dead? If even the leader could not withstand Sumu, we should flee at once." Upon hearing this, Sumu merely scoffed. After all, he was just a novice fire element ability user, daring to call himself the Fire Emperor, or even a leader. Bah! Nonsense! Chapter 93. I stand before you completely bare, and yet you still harbor doubts? Observing the ensuing turmoil outside, Sumu set aside his M200 sniper rifle and retrieved a high-pressure water gun from his infinite space. He activated a concealed aperture in the wall, extending his arm to pull the trigger. This high-pressure water gun was connected to a metal barrel filled with a concoction of gasoline and insecticide, a makeshift flamethrower that Sumu had meticulously crafted following online tutorials. As the switch was flipped, a fire jet over 3 meters in length erupted forth. Several individuals outside, caught off guard, were instantly ignited, transforming into human candles, while the air became thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. These flaming figures tumbled onto the snow, desperately rolling to extinguish the flames consuming them. Alas, Sumu had intentionally added a certain quantity of insecticide as a thickening agent, along with some white phosphorus. The flames clung to them like a relentless parasite, utterly impervious to their frantic attempts to extinguish them. They continued to wail in agony until the flames consumed their flesh, bones, and innards, ultimately succumbing to their fate with great reluctance. The remaining witnesses, unable to endure the horrific scene any longer, cried out in terror and fled. Sumu, donning an assault rifle set to single-fire mode, created a small aperture the size of an egg and, with a stoic expression, methodically targeted each of them. At that moment, his heart brimmed with a murderous rage, yearning to eradicate every last one of those who sought to take his life. Only when those assailants finally escaped his range did Sumu cease his relentless pursuit. Outside, the ground was littered with corpses. No fewer than 200 or 300 had perished in the vicinity of the villa. Occasionally, a few who had not yet breathed their last lay moaning weakly in the snow. Sumu collected his emptied weapon, assessed the remaining arms in his infinite space, and felt a pang of regret. He had lost 2 AK-47s, and nearly half of his 10 boxes of ammunition had been spent, with few grenades left. Damn it, he cursed, feeling a trickle of sweat run down his body, the sticky sensation uncomfortable enough to compel him to hastily discard his thick clothing onto the ground. Gazing at the gunshot wound on his arm, he sighed, realizing that his discarded AK had likely fallen into someone else's hands, who then unexpectedly shot him. Fortunately, his superior gear had afforded him adequate protection, resulting in only a minor injury. He first took out alcohol and iodine for disinfection, then applied Yunnan Baiyao before hastily wrapping a bandage around the wound with one hand. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a tetanus vaccine to administer to himself, finally feeling a slight sense of relief. However, several bruises on his back remained inaccessible for treatment, forcing him to temporarily forego their care. After completing these tasks, he was drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. However, Old Mo's right front paw seemed to be fractured, and he was not a trained physician, rendering him powerless in this situation. After a moment of silence, Sumu accessed the system panel to check the loyalty level of Qingshu, who resided on the first floor. After a prolonged period of feeding, he discovered that her loyalty had risen to 62 points, reaching a state of fairly loyal. 62 points were practically sufficient. Old Mo's injuries could not be delayed, and after some contemplation, Sumu decided to take a risk. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Qingshu, are you there?" Qingshu was curled up in her bed on the first floor, trembling in fear. The commotion outside had been overwhelming, shaking the entire villa, indicating that Sumu was engaged in a fierce battle. She was unaware of the specifics of the situation and felt an intense sense of dread, silently praying to all the deities for Sumu's safety. The place where she currently resided was warm and comfortable, with an abundance of food, truly a paradise amidst the calamity of a snow disaster. If the villa were to be breached, she would undoubtedly be left homeless once again, perhaps even reduced to a mere plaything for those men ultimately meeting a fate where she would have no burial place. Such a life would be worse than death. Knowing that Su Mu was alive, she instantly felt a sense of reliance, and her loyalty increased by another point. I need you to assist me with something, Su Mu instructed. Remove all your clothing and come to the second floor of the villa. I've already opened the door for you. Immediately, he cautioned her, do not attempt any tricks, or I shall cast you out of the villa. Outside, there are at least 1,000 men. Qingshu barely registered the latter statement. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Had the day finally arrived? Ever since her arrival at the villa, she had harbored such an awareness. Unfortunately, these past few days, Su Mu had been leaving early and returning late, tirelessly riding his snowmobile to gather supplies. Aside from the occasional brief exchanges during dinner, he had largely disregarded her presence. This neglect instilled within Qingshu a persistent sense of surreal dread, fearing that Su Mu might deem her worthless and expel her from the villa. She touched her heated cheeks, constantly encouraging herself. Qingshu, when you came to Su Mu's villa, did you not already entertain the notion of exchanging your body for survival? What is there to fear now? Her singular wish at present was that Su Mu would not be an old, repugnant man, and that he would not treat her with brutality. As she gradually shed her garments, revealing her youthful and graceful form, she padded barefoot towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Outside, the snow fell in a flurry, yet the villa maintained a comfortable temperature of around 24 to 25 degrees. However, under the exhilarating yet bashful stimulation, a fine layer of goosebumps rose upon her skin. Qingshu ascended the steps and gently pushed against the large door leading to the villa's second level. To her surprise, the door that had remained steadfastly shut was now easily pushed open. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her leg and stepped through the threshold. As Qingshu traversed the lengthy corridor, she beheld a young man seated upon a genuine leather sofa in the living room, with a bloodied black dog sprawled beside him. The man was bare-chested, clad only in a pair of shorts, and his left arm was heavily bandaged, with blood faintly seeping through. Although not conventionally handsome, his chiseled features emanated a certain charisma. This marked her first encounter with Su Mu, and she found him even more captivating than she had imagined, with an added allure. Qingshu momentarily froze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, the sight of him brandishing a handgun towards her somewhat diminished her impression of him, leaving her with a tinge of apprehension. It was said that the wealthy were often eccentric, indulging in peculiar whims. She hoped he would not subject her to such cruelty. Seat, Su Mu commanded, directing the gun towards Qingshu, urging her to take a seat on the opposite sofa. Unaccustomed to being scrutinized so intently by a man, she felt her face flush, instinctively placing one hand on her chest and the other shielding herself as she cautiously approached and settled onto the sofa, her expression tinged with trepidation. Despite the allure of her curvaceous figure, Su Mu seemingly regarded her with indifference, devoid of any lewd intent in his gaze. Without preamble, he addressed her directly. You are a surgeon, but can you perform surgery on a dog? Taken aback, Qingshu struggled to comprehend the situation, stammering, I am a human doctor, not a veterinarian. Noticing a flicker of disappointment in Su Mu's eyes, she quickly added, however, many principles in medicine are interconnected. I have also perused several veterinary-related texts and possess a certain degree of understanding. Su Mu nodded, stating, very well, Lao Mo has sustained a fracture in its foreleg. Please examine it. Lao Muntak. Qingshu glanced at the large black dog hopping over on 3 legs, finally comprehending that Lao Mo was its name. She quickly rose, intending to approach for an examination. No need. You may conduct the assessment from where you sit, Su Mu declared loudly, aiming his gun at Qingshu. This fellow is remarkably vigilant. I stand before you, completely unadorned, and yet you remain unconvinced? Chapter 94. I have emerged from a myriad of betrayals. Thus I am naturally more sensitive. Qingshu internally scoffed, yet did not dare to reveal a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. She promptly resumed her seat on the sofa, awaiting Lao Mo's arrival to conduct a thorough examination. After a moment, Qingshu remarked, it appears that the fracture in its foreleg was caused by a blunt instrument, such as a club. With proper surgical intervention and the application of a splint, it will recover in due course. Such a minor procedure can be performed here. Sumu immediately exhaled in relief, responding, "Whatever medications and materials you require, just state them. I have everything on hand." Qingshu indeed displayed remarkable professionalism, promptly listing a myriad of instruments and materials. With a wave of his left hand, a plethora of items materialized on a coffee table, as if conjured from thin air. His infinite space contained a multitude of medical supplies, including an array of medications worth 50 million soft sister coins, purchased prior to the snow disaster, as well as medical equipment collected from hospitals and warehouses just days earlier. Was this magic? The phenomenon of conjuring objects from thin air surpassed Qingshu's comprehension. She gently covered her mouth with her hand, her captivating Castellan eyes wide with astonishment. She felt akin to a catfish thrown onto the shore, utterly gasping for air. It was not magic, it was a superpower. Upon learning that Lao Mo was safe, Sumu's spirits lifted considerably, and he casually remarked, "You need not worry about the details. Focus on performing the surgery for Lao Mo." "Oh, right. It was only then that Qingshu emerged from her shock, collecting herself as she activated the shadowless lamp, allowing Lao Mo to lie on the tea table while she prepared the instruments for the operation. Lao Mo, being exceedingly intelligent, understood that this was for his own good and cooperated without any resistance. Whether intentional or not, Sumu did not provide Qingshu with a surgical gown, only offering her several pairs of sterile latex gloves. While she operated on Lao Mo, Sumu stood 3 meters away, his gaze unwavering. The muzzle of his gun never lowered. Qingshu felt a prickling sensation on her back, acutely aware of her own state of undress, a blend of shyness and tension causing her to nearly falter several times. However, she truly is an exceptionally skilled surgeon. In just over half an hour, she completed the debridement, disinfection, foreign object removal, reduction, suturing, and stabilization, finally applying a splint and plaster cast to old Mo. At last, Qingshu had accomplished the final step. With her left hand, she wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, while her right hand held the scalpel, straightening her posture, her exquisite figure becoming unmistakably apparent. "Do not move," Sumu commanded, his voice sharp as he pointed a gun at her. A person who has taken a life inevitably acquires an aura of murderous intent. Both their demeanor and gaze shift profoundly. To date, Sumu has personally ended the lives of several hundred individuals. This overwhelming aura of violence sent a chill coursing through Qingshu, nearly paralyzing her with fear. She hastily complied, trembling. Sumu, with one hand still aimed at Qingshu, motioned for her to step back while he approached to gather the scattered instruments into an infinite space. Truly, he is a ruthless yet cautious man. As Qingshu's heart, which had been racing, gradually calmed, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. He crouched down, inspecting old Mo with a sidelong glance. And though the creature appeared somewhat lethargic, it was evident that its spirits had risen significantly, which pleased him greatly. "You did well." Upon witnessing old Mo struggling to rise and lick his master, Sumu felt a surge of joy. He rarely displayed tenderness, lowering the muzzle of his weapon. In the evening, he offered to enhance your meal. "Whatever you desire, feel free to express it to me. Lobster, abalone, steak. Any delicacy from land or sea is within reach." Has this fellow finally begun to acknowledge and accept me? Qingshu felt a surge of joy within her and softly replied, "I am quite content here. I do not require any additional meals. As long as I can be of assistance to you, that suffices." To Sumu's astonishment, he discovered that Qingshu's loyalty had swiftly escalated from 63 points to 70 points. What on earth is happening? Sumu felt his mind was somewhat befuddled, rubbing his eyes several times to confirm he was not mistaken. Women are indeed peculiar beings. Yet the system could not possibly err, regardless of the triggering factors. Qingshu's loyalty reaching the loyalty status was undoubtedly a positive development. Should he seize the opportunity to indulge himself? Sumu swallowed discreetly, remaining silent for a moment before ultimately deciding to bide his time. "All right, since you've finished your tasks, You should depart swiftly. I shall bring the food to you shortly. He had just endured an intense battle, his body and mind laden with fatigue, and he was hardly in the frame of mind to contemplate such matters. Is this person blind? For the first time in her life, Qingshu lost confidence in her figure and appearance. Summoning her courage, she urgently exclaimed, But you still have wounds on your arm, and from my observations, it appears you have sustained a gunshot wound. Even if the bullet did not directly strike, the surrounding tissues may have experienced varying degrees of damage due to the pressure. If not treated promptly, it is highly likely to result in lasting repercussions. Sumu was taken aback, glancing at his left arm to find that the hastily wrapped bandage had somehow come undone, revealing a gruesome wound. He felt a pang of uncertainty. Sumu was not a doctor and lacked the expertise to ascertain whether Qingshu was exaggerating. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to place his trust in her this once. After all, her loyalty had reached a commendable 70 points, which should preclude any ill intentions towards him. He gestured for her to come over and examine him. Qingshu approached with delight, gently unwrapping the bandage. Upon seeing the injury on his arm, her brow furrowed in concern. This method of treating your wound is inadequate. It is prone to infection. Very well, you may attend to it, he replied. Certainly. Qingshu immediately began enumerating a series of medical instruments and materials, her gaze fixed expectantly on Sumu. Sumu frowned, questioning. Is it absolutely necessary to use a scalpel? Qingshu nodded. The size of your wound requires that I use a scalpel for cleaning, suturing, and proper care. Noticing Sumu's silence and his reluctance to produce the surgical instruments, she felt a twinge of grievance. I've already exposed myself to this extent. Why do you still harbor such mistrust towards me? I am not foolish enough to jeopardize your safety, especially in this frozen apocalypse where survival is a grim challenge. Sumu sighed and replied, Caution is never misplaced. Having endured countless betrayals, I have naturally become somewhat sensitive to such matters. He retrieved the necessary materials for Qingshu from the boundless expanse, striving to soften his tone. All right, please assist me in treating the wound. Qingshu wiped away her tears, first administering anesthesia before picking up the scalpel. Sumu, with his right hand gripping the gun, remained vigilant, directing it at her. However, their proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of her delightful fragrance, stirring feelings of confusion and desire within him, causing a stir below. Chapter 95. The Fire Master eliminated prematurely. Qingshu, perched above him, caught sight of this and felt a flush rise to her cheeks. With a subtle smile, she said nothing and continued to cleanse the wound. Her medical skills were indeed remarkable, as she deftly excised the damaged tissues surrounding the injury, proceeded to stitch it up, apply medication, and bandage it. After tending to the abrasions on Sumu's back, she finally exhaled in relief. Well, nothing was damaged to the bone. With 10 days of rest, you shall be fine. Sumu moved his left arm and found the pain had indeed lessened. With a wave of his right hand, a collection of designer apparel, cosmetics, and a steaming dish of foie gras and caviar manifested on the table. There you go. This is your reward. You may leave now. Qingshu understood that trust is not built in a day. Silently, she gathered the items and began to make her way toward the door. Suddenly, she turned. Her face flushed and smiled brightly. You needn't hold back so much. I have been prepared for this all along. With that, Qingshu bashfully dashed out the door. Prepared already, was she? The delicate fragrance of a young maiden seemed to linger between Sumu's nostrils, prompting him to repeat the thought. He suddenly chuckled softly, reflecting that a true man, standing amidst heaven and earth, ought not to be swayed by mere beauty. However, he soon wore a troubled expression, acknowledging that he was but a normal man, unable to wield his sword and mount his steed in the face of such enchanting allure. It indeed left him feeling quite stifled. Alas, he had no choice but to seek assistance from those intelligent dolls. Wang Hao, come out here. After resolving his personal dilemma, Sumu dialed Wang Hao's number. Upon hearing Sumu's voice, which bore an air of displeasure, Wang Hao trembled in fear. With a quivering voice, he inquired, Boss, what do you need from me? Did you see me being besieged today? With such a commotion, how could I possibly miss it? But why didn't you come to my aid? Wang Hao was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "But there were thousands of them, boss. We barely have 20 people in total. Our presence would have been utterly futile amidst such chaos. A single spit from each of them could drown us." Confronted with Wang Hao's candidness, Su Mu found himself at a loss for words. In this apocalyptic world, notions of loyalty and friendship were mere illusions. Merely providing them with a few days' worth of food did not justify expecting them to rush to his rescue when their own lives were at stake. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Su Mu decided to let the matter rest for the time being. Wang Hao, feeling aggrieved, responded, "How was I to know? It was you who instructed us to remain inactive at Yamamoto Aikichi's villa, adhering to your arrangements, collecting our phones for centralized management, and forbidding any private communication with the outside world." Su Mu felt a suffocating rage welling within, unable to find release, and shouted vehemently, "Return the phones. Investigate at once. No matter the method, I demand results within a day. Should you fail to comply, I shall no longer provide you with any provisions, and you'll be left to fend for yourselves. Please don't do this, boss." Wang Hao cried out in despair, attempting to plead further, but Su Mu abruptly terminated the call. With no other choice, Wang Hao reluctantly obeyed Su Mu's command. This matter, however, was not particularly shrouded in secrecy. Wang Hao was a well-known scion of a wealthy family, possessing extensive connections. By infiltrating other group chats, he could easily uncover the truth of the situation. It turned out that a resident of the neighboring Gus Tianxiang community had taken a perilous risk while searching for supplies and inadvertently consumed a bright red fruit. Unexpectedly, this act awakened a fire-based ability within him, enabling the release of orange fireballs with destructive power akin to that of small explosives. Armed with this extraordinary power, he swiftly united the entire community, establishing himself as the supreme ruler and declaring himself the Fire Emperor. Later, upon the suggestion of his confidants, he founded the Holy Fire Sect, claiming it could guide people in this frigid apocalypse toward warmth and light, thereby enticing many desperate souls from nearby communities to join his cause. Later, upon hearing of the substantial supplies stored by Su Mu in the Danfeng Bailu community, the Fire Emperor became exceedingly intrigued and promptly dispatched individuals to liaise with the representatives of the various buildings within the community. Su Mu, Bazesing Arms, stood as the most formidable entity in the area. Although he had never been seen departing from his villa, his mere existence posed a significant threat to others. Moreover, Su Mu had claimed numerous lives within the community, instilling both fear and awe among the residents. Thus, when news arrived of superpowered individuals from outside the community volunteering to confront him, there was widespread elation. After witnessing the Fire Emperor's extraordinary abilities on several occasions, many individuals willingly pledged allegiance to the Holy Fire Sect. Upon receiving a phone report from Wang Hao, Su Mu could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, one must never underestimate any adversary. Establishing a sect during the apocalypse is particularly fitting, as despair and resentment fill the hearts of the populace, creating an urgent need for spiritual solace. With just a hint of persuasion, throngs of individuals would naturally flock to the sect. Furthermore, once indoctrinated, individuals often become fearless in pursuit of the so-called ideals and the promise of entering a purported paradise. That fire elemental, superpowered individual was fortunate and persuasive, leveraging his early awakening to gain an advantage. Barring any unforeseen events, he could undoubtedly ascend to a position of power in the post-apocalyptic world. Alas, encounter Sumo, who swiftly ended him with a single shot to the head. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu inquired, "Have you completed the task I assigned regarding those subordinates who have tasted human flesh? I have long since disposed of them under various pretexts." "Very well. Take the remaining individuals and bring tools to my underground garage. Ensure that the sanitation there is thoroughly attended to." Although he did not comprehend why Su Mu suddenly ordered them to clean, Wang Hao dutifully executed his command. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao and the 16 others, fully equipped, cautiously made their way through the underground garage to the entrance of Su Mu's villa garage. Su Mu had already spotted their figures on the surveillance camera, and, with a thought, activated the garage door using the Doomsday Fortress system. Upon entering the garage, they were met with the stark illumination revealing the bodies of Yamamoto, Aikichiro, and two others hanging from the wall. To prevent the corpses from decaying, Sumu had deliberately ceased the heating supply to the underground level. Although the temperature here was slightly warmer than outside, it still hovered around minus 20 degrees Celsius. The bodies were covered with a layer of pink frost, and beneath them lay heaps of frozen, decayed flesh, with several articles of women's clothing nearby. Despite having endured numerous bloody confrontations and witnessing many gruesome deaths, the sight of these three corpses repulsed them, particularly Yamamoto, Aikichiro. Almost reduced to a skeletal frame by Qingshu, provided an intense visual shock. After a considerable time, they finally managed to regain their composure, suppressing their nausea as they began to slowly collect the bones and fragmented flesh into garbage bags, using the water gun supplied by Sumu to clean the garage. During their labor, Sumu remained in the surveillance room, observing. After days of nurturing, their loyalty had risen to between 35 and 45, significantly higher than before, yet still teetering on the brink of potential betrayal. As Wang Hao and his companions finished tidying up and were about to leave, they suddenly discovered that the garage door had silently closed without their noticing. Chapter 96. I want you to eliminate everyone in the community. Upon seeing the garage door shut, they were instantly filled with both shock and anger. Wang Hao quickly stammered, "Boss, what? What does this mean?" Sumu remained silent for a moment before responding. "Haven't you all been eager to serve me? Now, I present you with an opportunity. If you perform well, I can ensure you have enough to eat and wear every day." After recently being ambushed, he realized that fighting alone was perilously dangerous. Even though Sumu was fully armed, he thought he could easily take on 10 or even 100 opponents. However, who could foresee the sudden emergence of a fire-type ability user? If this fire user could rally thousands of people from several communities to attack him, what if there were others who had awakened their powers early and could organize thousands or even tens of thousands against him? Such a scenario could not be overlooked. Having already sustained injuries, Sumu decided it was best to remain hidden in the villa for the time being, postponing any thoughts of venturing out. Since he could not go out, it was time for Wang Hao and his companions, the cannon fodder, to play their part. However, before addressing external threats, he needed to ensure the internal environment was secure. Therefore, he must first clear out the entire community to eliminate any lingering concerns. Wang Hao was filled with excitement. "Boss, you finally acknowledge us." He patted his frail chest, proclaiming, "Boss, as long as you give the order, I, Wang Hao, shall brave any peril, be it a mountain of blades or a cauldron of oil. Should I dare to furrow my brow, I would not be worthy of the title of a true man." This affluent scion was remarkably astute, understanding that in this apocalyptic world, all power and wealth were mere illusions. Only strength and resources ensured survival. Over the past few days, they had secretly witnessed Sumu's exploits on the snowmobile from their villa, filling their hearts with envy. After being supported by Sumu for so long, they were finally entrusted with tasks and were explicitly acknowledged as his subordinates. How could Wang Hao not be exhilarated? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that must be seized. With him leading the charge, the other 16 expressed their willingness to obey. In this frigid, frozen apocalypse, where life was as cheap as grass, aligning with Sumu meant having food and drink, far superior to the plight of those outside. "Very well, I possess 17 poison needles. You shall inject them into your own bodies," he declared. "This is a slow-acting poison, and every 7 days I shall provide you with the antidote. From now on, you will obey my commands unconditionally. Otherwise, you will succumb to a fate of decay and death. Of course," he added, "if you choose not to inject, I shall not compel you." A glint of menace flickered in Sumu's eyes, yet his voice remained as gentle as a spring breeze. "Let us part amicably. I will allow you to leave shortly." Wang Hao turned to see that the concealed elevator in the garage had opened, revealing a table upon which lay an open silver suitcase. Within the suitcase, a dozen syringes lay meticulously arranged, their depths filled with a deep azure liquid that instantly evoked thoughts of lethal injectables often depicted in films. Sumu's voice resonated. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, joined the military at 18, and at 20 entered the most enigmatic special forces of the Great Xia, the Dragon Warriors. However, during a mission, I disobeyed orders and, in a violation of protocol, fatally shot a drug dealer who had taken hostages, forcing my premature retirement. After leaving the service, I made my living in underground bare-knuckle boxing, achieving a flawless record across 108 fights, dominating the underground arena. Subsequently, I became a member of the French mercenaries, frequently engaging in the most intense conflicts in the Middle East, earning the moniker Desert Eagle. Wang Hao and his companions were left astounded, their minds racing as they realized this man harbored such a multitude of concealed identities. It was no wonder he exhibited such ruthlessness in combat. No wonder he could procure prohibited weapons like AKs, grenades, and sniper rifles. No wonder he fought his way through assaults from thousands. No wonder he possessed those syringes filled with the very toxins seen in cinematic portrayals. I told you, this individual is either a retired urban warrior or a professional assassin. How could an ordinary person display such decisive brutality? He is a true overlord, and in this apocalypse, aligning with him could ensure survival. Wang Hao swallowed hard, cautiously approaching and trembling as he picked up a syringe, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. A fierce glint suddenly appeared on his face as he shouted, "Damn it! If I'm to die, let it be facing the heavens. If not, I shall starve to death anyway. Life and death hang in the balance. Su Lauda. I am willing to sell my life to you." With those words, he plunged the needle into his arm and gradually injected the cerulean serum into his body. As for Su Mu's claims that they would be freed if they were unwilling to take the serum, Wang Hao scoffed. "I believe you not at all. Su Mu, you cunning old man, if you truly wished for our release, why would you stealthily close the garage door? It is evident that if someone disagrees, they will be left to perish here." The memories of his first visit to Su Mu's garage, where he had witnessed the grisly sight of Junichi Watanabe and others trapped here, sent a shiver down Wang Hao's spine. With Wang Hao setting an example, the others exchanged glances, and in the end, resigned themselves to injecting the serum into their bodies. Just as Wang Hao was about to speak, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground, retching violently. He felt utterly miserable, dizzy, gagging, with a tight chest, and even his breathing became labored. The faces of the others turned pale, and a few exhibited similar symptoms. They quickly assumed defensive postures, with some instinctively drawing their weapons. Through the Doomsday Fortress system, Su Mu observed their loyalty levels plummeting, some even dropping below 20. However, Su Mu remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. There is no need for alarm. The poison acts slowly, and a slight reaction is entirely normal. To put it bluntly, I could extinguish your lives as easily as crushing a few ants. There is no need for such elaborate efforts. Consider the perspective. In this situation, who would casually trust another based solely on a few flattering words? My intention is to foster an atmosphere devoid of mutual suspicion. Consequently, should any of you betray me or attempt to undermine me from behind, your own survival would be at stake. The adverse reactions are indeed real, as is the chronic poison. These concoctions were specifically prepared by Su Mu for Qin Kur. It must be acknowledged that having a dedicated medical professional is undeniably a remarkable asset. The current loyalty of these individuals is exceedingly low, compelling Su Mu to resort to such drastic measures for control. Wang Hao retched for a while before gradually rising to his feet. Despite his discomfort, he became increasingly convinced of his poisoning. Nevertheless, he recognized the absence of trust among them, and achieving this outcome was already quite commendable. He wiped the white foam from his mouth and inquired, "Boss, everyone has complied with the orders and injected the poison. What would you like us to do next?" Su Mu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Excellent. Now you are all under my command. Your first task is to eliminate every neighbor in the community." "Eliminate them all?" Wang Hao exclaimed in shock, and the other members wore expressions of disbelief. "Boss, are you serious? You want us to exterminate every neighbor in the community?" Even after the calamity of snowstorms, where a significant portion succumbed to freezing, starvation, and disease, and further losses incurred through internal strife, along with the hundreds you have slain. Our community of 8,000 to 9,000 souls now dwindles to merely around 2,000, with only 17 of US remaining. How could we possibly annihilate them all? These individuals participated in the assault against Sumo, and it is understandable that the leader harbors resentment towards them. However, Wang Hao does not believe Sumo would be so merciless as to eliminate all the neighbors in the community. The leader must surely intend to arm us with AK-47s and grenades, perhaps even those RPG rocket launchers. With such weaponry given a little time, I am confident that I could lead my brothers to systematically cleanse each building within the community. He was elated, gesticulating wildly, urging the leader to procure them immediately. I have experience with ordinary handguns and AK-47s from my time abroad, but I have yet to handle an RPG. I've heard that when used correctly, a single shot can obliterate tanks and helicopters. I long to experience that thrill. The others, upon hearing this, began to whisper excitedly among themselves. What are you dreaming about? Sumu retorted mercilessly. With those tools, by the time you finish off these people, it will be too late. With a thought, he activated the Doomsday Fortress system, opening the isolation door on the second level of the underground garage, revealing the inner sanctum. Beneath the brilliant lights, 5 imposing pickups, cloaked in black paint and adorned with alloy bodies, powerful V8 engines, turbochargers, and anti-slip shock-absorbing tires, stand like slumbering steel beasts, poised for a sudden charge. It is indeed the Dodge Mammoth, a magnificent and formidable sight. I encountered this vehicle at an auto show. It costs around 2 million yuan domestically. This particular model appears to have been specially modified, boasting a degree of bulletproof capability. One could hardly acquire it for less than 3 million. I've heard rumors that old Su is a billionaire, and I often wondered why his garage lacked a few luxury cars to showcase his wealth. Little did I know they were all concealed here, and in a jaw-dropping display, there are 5 of them. What man does not relish the sight of such a majestic steel behemoth? Before the snow disaster, most of these individuals were merely ordinary citizens, clocking in for their wages. When had they ever laid eyes on such luxury? Their mouths agape, a dozen of them rushed forward, gently caressing the vehicles, their voices filled with awe. Wang Hao, observing his companion's naivety, could not help but smirk, silently deriding them as country bumpkins. He refrained from joining the fray, yet inwardly acknowledged that such vehicles were indeed befitting of a true gentleman. In comparison, his own sports cars seemed rather effeminate. Sumu remarked nonchalantly, "Since you admire them so, these 5 vehicles shall be your steeds from now on." Just days prior, he had emptied the 4S dealership in the eastern part of the city, as well as the largest second-hand car market. Within the infinite space, nearly 30,000 vehicles of all kinds of weight, including a plethora of prestigious luxury cars. After all, it took considerable effort to tame these tools. I have procured 5 Dodge Mammoths, equipped with a certain degree of protective capability, solely to ensure they do not perish easily before their value is fully realized. Thank you, boss. The crowd cheered, recognizing that with these vehicles, though they may struggle in the snow, they could essentially maneuver effortlessly within the confines of the underground garage. Subsequently, Su Mu observed an increase of 3 to 5 percentage points in the loyalty of his more than a dozen subordinates. Was concealed behind the pickup truck. A junior member lifted the tarp at the back, revealing a fully loaded cargo area. It was piled high with damp timber, discarded plastics, sponge, asphalt, tarpaulin leather, and various metal barrels, along with several hunting knives and crossbows, as well as a few blast shields and batons. Those metal barrels contain my homemade napalm, crafted from gasoline and polypropylene, with the addition of oxidizers, white phosphorus, calcium powder, and barium powder. Exercise caution while transporting them. Napalm? Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he could not suppress a gulp. He was well versed in various matters and understood the devastating power of such a substance. Upon detonation, napalm generates high-temperature flames that radiate outward, reaching temperatures of approximately 1,000 degrees Celsius, and can adhere to surfaces, burning for extended periods. Moreover, the scattering of white phosphorus particles post-explosion exacerbates the difficulty of controlling the flames. More terrifying is the fact that even the slightest splatter of fuel on a person's body can sear through to the bone, rendering it utterly extinguishable. It is said that during the Second World War, General Lee May of the United States used napalm to incinerate over 500,000 Japanese soldiers, a toll that exceeded the casualties caused by 2 atomic bombs by a factor of 2. The destruction of homes left more than 8 million Japanese people homeless, a historical event referred to as the Lee May barbecue. Indeed, I want all 20 buildings in the community turned into barbecues. Boss, you can't be serious. There are at least 2,000 people inside, Wang Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had always thought that Su Mu was merely speaking in anger. But now he realized that this man truly intended to take action. Since they conspired with outsiders to attempt my life, they must face the consequences. Go, gather the fuel and pile it up in their buildings, then ignite it. Su Mu's voice was laced with coldness, sending a shiver down Wang Hao's spine. I do not wish to see a single survivor before dawn. While many within those buildings may not have participated in the assault against Su Mu, he lacked both the time and patience to differentiate. It was far simpler to eliminate them all. Understood. Wang Hao swallowed hard, fully aware that the situation was irreversible. He signaled to his brothers, and they drove 5 armored vehicles out of the underground garage. Wang Xiao, do we truly have to go through with this? One of his younger associates ventured to ask after several hesitant attempts to speak. Of course. Better to die with comrades than to perish alone. We've been marked with poison. If we do not eliminate them, we will be the ones to die. Wang Hao cursed. What are these fools thinking? They know full well that Su Mu is a harbinger of death. Why provoke this scourge? The group moved swiftly through the underground parking lot and into the corridors of the various buildings, forcefully clearing the debris that obstructed the passageways. They discarded wet timber and an assortment of discarded tires into the space, then drenched it with napalm. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the building, having followed the Fire Emperor in their attempts to confront Su Mu, found themselves in a state of trepidation, huddled in their homes, trembling in fear of impending retribution. Yet, many clung to a sense of false hope, believing that with so many people in the building, how could Su Mu possibly eliminate them all? Some building leaders continuously rallied their subordinates, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? This building is our stronghold. The environment is intricate and brimming with traps. Even if Su Mu is formidable, he is but one man. Even with a firearm, he cannot charge in without sustaining injuries." They speculated that perhaps they might even turn the tables on him and seize his equipment. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the ruthlessness of Su Mu, who was prepared to employ incendiary devices against them. None realized that they were on the brink of disaster. As they passed by Building 7, Wang Hao was about to lead his men down to clear the debris when one of his underlings remarked, "Young Master Wang, I've heard that all the residents of Building 7 are long gone. There's no need to waste fuel. We could leave some for ourselves to keep warm." His face was etched with greed as he lamented, "I can hardly remember the last time I felt the warmth." Wang Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. True enough. Aside from Building 7, I've also heard that Buildings 13 and 18 are devoid of life. He sighed, "Alas, this damned apocalypse." Chapter 98, Annihilation. After dousing all the buildings with napalm, Wang Hao and his companions each grasped a torch, casting them into the building's corridor. In an instant, the flames erupted, illuminating the entire underground parking lot with their flickering glow. They swiftly entered their vehicles, retreating to a secure distance. Within mere seconds, the inferno intensified, fiercely engulfing the staircase that led to the upper levels. Wet wood, plastic, sponge, asphalt, tar, leather, and other materials began to burn violently, releasing thick, black smoke that billowed upwards, emitting copious amounts of toxic fumes and noxious gases. In such frigid weather, every window of the buildings was tightly sealed. The suffocating smoke had no escape, resembling a black dragon, slithering upwards, finding every crevice, rapidly consuming layer upon layer. The occupants above, initially in slumber, were abruptly awakened by the acrid, choking smoke. "Why is there fire all of a sudden? Quickly, open the windows to disperse the smoke. Cough, cough. This is suffocating. Water. We need water to extinguish the flames. Where's the water? Only ice remains. Quick, wet your clothes and cover your nose, or we will choke to death. No water? Can't we use urine? Look outside. It seems not only our building is ablaze. The other buildings in the community are also engulfed in flames. Oh heavens, save me. I do not wish to become a roasted pig. The flames rapidly ascended, accompanied by thick smoke, transforming the buildings into colossal torches ablaze. By the time the occupants realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to open the windows for air, it was far too late. In this frigid environment, all windows had been frozen shut by snow and ice, rendering them utterly unyielding. What was once a sanctuary of life had now morphed into a series of deathly prisons, devoid of any possibility for escape. In that moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of screams, curses, and pleas for help, reminiscent of a veritable hell on earth. Sumu stood upon the loft of the villa, gazing through the window at the towering inferno outside, a sinister grin upon his face. Since you have conspired with outsiders to bring about my demise, I shall ensure that I eliminate you all. The flickering flames danced through the window, casting an eerie light upon his visage, resembling a demon sprung from the depths of hell. This night was destined to be one of sleepless torment. Soon, someone could no longer endure the suffocating smoke and rushed down the staircase, desperate to escape. Setting aside the choking fumes, the flames below were fueled by napalm, and even the slightest spark would cling like a parasitic worm, utterly impossible to extinguish. Having scarcely descended a few flights, the individual was overwhelmed by the smoke, collapsing helplessly down the stairs. Moments later, the flames surged upward, accompanied by a chilling scream, as he was swiftly consumed by the fire, his body's fat providing sustenance for the relentless blaze. With a sudden crash, someone above shattered the windows and protective screens of the room, disregarding the peril, and leaped out with eyes tightly shut. The height was staggering, spanning several stories, easily dozens of meters. Few would dare to jump from such a height unless threatened by death itself. Below, the accumulated snow had partially melted due to the raging fire, yet it still lay thick about 10 meters deep, except for a few unfortunate souls who miscalculated their jump and broke their necks, or who plunged headfirst into the snowdrifts and found themselves unable to escape. Most individuals emerged with little more than minor injuries, cushioned by the deep snow. However, they were drenched in the melted snow, and as they struggled to climb out, the frigid wind, at a biting 50 degrees below zero, sent them into uncontrollable shivers. If they could not swiftly change into dry clothing or dry their garments by the fire, they would soon succumb to hypothermia. Fortunately, the burning building offered some warmth. They dared not stray far, forced to watch their homes turn to ashes while trembling by the fire, weeping and cursing. Who was the nefarious arsonist responsible for this calamity? Now they had lost their last refuge. How would they survive? Indeed, in such frigid weather, lacking food and shelter from the storm, and soaked to the skin, it was likely they would freeze to death before long. It must be that rascal, Sumu, behind this. Only he possesses such power. There is a saying, wrong should be addressed at their source. We did not partake in the assault against him today. Why must he seek our complete annihilation? Should we seek refuge with the inhabitants of another community? Absolutely not. In these times of scarcity, one must tread carefully, lest we become mere sustenance for them. What then shall we do? We cannot simply await our demise here, can we? Perhaps we should approach Sumu. He would not dare to annihilate all of us, would he? Indeed, he is the architect of our plight, and he must provide us with recompense. Let's all confront him and settle the score. Yet, I wonder from whence they derive their audacity. A handful of instigators has incited these individuals to once again provoke Sumu. It seems that the opportunity to confront him may have slipped from your grasp. A sinister voice echoed from the shadows, followed swiftly by a volley of crossbow bolts, which felled half of the 30-odd individuals remaining in the building. The survivors, bewildered and unaware of their assailants, were soon met with another barrage of bolts, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries as they collapsed into a pool of blood. It was none other than Wang Hao and 16 others, having ignited their weapons, who traversed through Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa into the snowy expanse, intent on eliminating these escaped neighbors. Noticing that none remained standing, Wang Hao gestured for his comrades to proceed to the next building. The group of 17 swiftly maneuvered their sleds towards the remaining souls in another structure. In preparation for their undertaking, Sumu had spared no expense, equipping each of them with a set of thermal attire, a crossbow, a hunting knife, an anti-explosive shield, and a baton. This arsenal rendered them formidable within the community. After Wang Hao and his companions slaughtered the occupants of 5 or 6 buildings, an unsettling awareness began to dawn upon a few, who quickly perceived their ominous presence and fled in terror. Yet, in the dead of night, they were abruptly roused, frantically leaping from the upper floors, utterly unarmed, unable to gather even a semblance of weaponry. In the thick blanket of snow, how could mere legs hope to outpace a sled? Illuminated by the flickering flames, they appeared as living targets, at the mercy of Wang Hao and his crew. The surroundings were engulfed in blinding fire, with billowing smoke punctuated by their anguished cries of despair. Half of the neighbors perished from the flames and smoke, while others met their fate by leaping from heights, yet around 400 to 500 souls remained, driven by the primal instinct for survival. They huddled together like a flock of sheep, stumbling and shoving as they were herded. Wang Hao offered no words, merely maneuvering the sled behind them, drawing his crossbow to unleash a barrage of bolts. Each member of their group was equipped with 30 crossbow arrows, more than sufficient to extinguish the lives of these desperate neighbors. Regardless of their cries, curses, and pleas, Wang Hao and his companions remained resolute, faithfully executing the merciless directive to eradicate all survivors. Some dared to resist, yet their flesh and blood were no match for the deadly arrows and hunting knives wielded by their assailants. Before they could close the distance, bolts had already found their marks. Even those who managed to slip through the initial onslaught could not breach the defenders' shields and were swiftly dispatched by the keen blades. Soon, the snow was stained crimson, and a grotesque array of lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground. The remaining neighbors had no choice but to flee in disarray, desperately seeking to evade the relentless pursuit of Wang Hao and his grim entourage. Some burrowed into the snowdrifts, while others daringly leapt into the melting snow water, and some stealthily slipped away into the darkness. Chapter 99. So this is a level 1 crystal core. The 17 residential buildings in the Danfeng Bailu community were completely consumed by a raging inferno, with the corpses, furniture, and fabrics within providing ample fuel for the flames. The ferocious fire blazed for over an hour before it began to wane, yet the thick smoke showed no signs of abating. Moreover, the base of the building, charred to a crisp by the incendiary gasoline, had become precarious after being soaked by the snow melt, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. According to logical deduction, it was nearly impossible for any survivors to remain inside the building at this point. Following this catastrophe, the few remaining neighbors in the Danfeng Bailu community had largely perished, with only a handful having the foresight to escape into the night amidst the wind and snow. However, they were left without food or warm clothing, destined to meet a grim fate in the bitter cold and blizzard. Wang Hao and his companions, taking advantage of the faint glow of the fire, continued their relentless pursuit of the fleeing neighbors. Sumu, standing in the attic, grew bored after a while and was about to depart when his attention was suddenly drawn to a flicker of red light outside the window. He focused intently and noticed, not far from his attic window, a stone the size of a fingertip, shimmering with an enchanting red glow under the distant illumination of the flames. What could that be? Curiously, the source of the red light was precisely where Su Mu had shot and killed the fire-type ability user. The heavy snowfall had blanketed the corpse with a thin layer, yet it did not obscure the small red stone. Could it be an artifact left behind by that fire elemental ability user? After old M.O., clad in a bulletproof vest, leapt through the window on his 3 legs. Sumu promptly closed the window and retrieved an AK rifle for vigilance. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief as he accepted the glowing red stone from Old Mo's hands. This peculiar object, no larger than the tip of a pinky finger, was smooth and warm to the touch, resembling an odd crystal that shimmered with an eerie red light under the illumination. As soon as he grasped the crystal, Sumu was startled by the alert sound of the Doomsday Fortress system echoing in his mind. Ding! Level 1 crystal core detected. 99 more level 1 crystal cores are needed for base upgrade. Su Mu was taken aback, realizing that this was the so-called level 1 crystal. Excitement surged within him. If he could eliminate enough ability users, wouldn't he rapidly elevate the system's base to level 1? Meanwhile, Wang Hao and the others pursued the remaining neighbors until midnight, utterly exhausted as they reported back to Su Mu. Just as they maneuvered the sled to the front of the villa, a thunderous crash echoed, and upon looking up, they witnessed a residential building collapse, sending a torrent of ice and snow into the air. It turned out that the building had been rendered fragile by the incendiary gel burning the lower floors, then soaked by melted snow, and finally, the frigid winds at -40 to 50 degrees Celsius had caused it to succumb to the stresses of thermal expansion and contraction, resulting in its catastrophic collapse. Fortunately, the building was situated far from Su Mu's villa, causing only a momentary fright without any further repercussions. However, the tremors triggered a chain reaction, causing the remaining 16 residential buildings, still emitting wisps of smoke, to collapse like a series of toppled dominoes. Witnessing such a magnificent spectacle, Wang Hao and his companions were drenched in cold sweat, their reverence for Su Mu intensifying exponentially. Su Mu, who was engrossed in examining the crimson crystal, was momentarily stunned by the cacophony outside the villa, his gaze fixed on the sequentially crumbling 17 buildings. At this point, even if there were survivors within those structures, no matter their capabilities, survival was no longer feasible. With the exception of 3 buildings, there were no taller edifices within a 500-meter radius, effectively eliminating the possibility of ambushes from those structures. Wang Hao swallowed hard and turned to Su Mu, who was inside the window, stating, "Boss, the mission is nearly accomplished. Aside from buildings 7, 13, and 18, all other structures have been ignited and have already collapsed. Furthermore, we specifically pursued those who could not resist leaping from the smoke and flames, with only a handful managing to escape amidst the chaos. However, in such frigid weather, lacking proper clothing and with their garments drenched by the melting snow, they would soon succumb to the cold." "Well done," Su Mu commended, but suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression shifted to one of concern as he inquired, Why were those 3 buildings not ignited?" "Boss, everyone inside those 3 buildings has long since perished. There is no need to set them ablaze." "Long since perished? Is this true?" Su Mu inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Wang Hao, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Indeed, I made a substantial purchase of provisions last time, and I was added to the community group and all the building groups. Just a moment ago, I checked, and it appears that no one from those buildings has conversed for over a week. Every single resource is exceedingly precious now. I deemed it unnecessary to squander them. Hence I took it upon myself to preserve them." Su Mu pondered for a moment and recognized the validity of his reasoning. If there were indeed any survivors in those 3 buildings, they could dispatch Wang Hao and his team to eradicate them later. 17 robust men equipped with riot shields, hunting knives, and batons should have no trouble dealing with a few starting neighbors. He nodded and said, "Very well, you have worked hard. Proceed to the underground garage. I have prepared some food as a reward for you." Upon hearing of the reward, Wang Hao and the others were elated, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Like ferocious dogs that must be fed after a hunt to maintain their morale, Wang Hao and his companions eagerly made their way to Yamamoto Ryuikaro's villa, intending to access the garage. "What's the matter?" Su Mu waved. "Boss, the underground garage is completely flooded. We can't get through." "What?" Su Mu was taken aback and hurried to the monitoring room to check. And indeed, the underground parking lot was inundated with melted snow from the burning buildings, the water level reaching over a meter deep. In the frigid weather, the water rapidly froze into ice, ensnaring various vehicles parked in the underground garage. Su Mu had not anticipated such an occurrence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, it mattered little. Once the temperatures rose and the ice melted, these cars would eventually be revealed, albeit rendered inoperable, reduced to mere scrap metal. Fortunately, the 5 Dodge Mammoths, after indulging in a fiery display, had found refuge within the garage, shielded from the encroaching water by the sturdy metallic door. Yet, the ice had frozen the door shut, and despite Su Mu's repeated attempts, it remained impervious to his efforts. Chapter 100. The wealthy truly know how to enjoy themselves. These individuals were equipped with their own crossbow knives, and the thought of a sudden attack sent shivers down their spines. What delightful treats had Su Laoda prepared for them this time? Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of unboxing. Upon opening the insulated container, they were astonished to find 3 copper hot pots, accompanied by a small basin of charcoal and an abundance of beef rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, various meatballs, and vegetables. It was indeed a hot pot feast. The group rejoiced, hastily setting up the copper pots and igniting the charcoal. They scooped some snow from outside to melt, added the base ingredients, and then introduced the slices of meat and vegetables. After enduring over a month of snow disasters, with water and electricity restrictions, their diet had largely consisted of frozen foods, leaving them yearning for something warm. The tantalizing aroma of the hot pot made their mouths water uncontrollably as the food submerged in the water reached its desired doneness. A chorus of cheers erupted, and everyone eagerly seized their chopsticks, devouring the meal with great zeal. Oh, how delectable it was! I could hardly recall the last time I savored such steaming nourishment. The meatballs were particularly enticing, dipped in a touch of seasoning and placed upon my tongue. The flavor was simply exquisite. Indeed, for days, my diet had consisted solely of instant noodles and sausages, and the occasional bowl of rice porridge accompanied by canned beef was considered a treat. I never anticipated that I would have the pleasure of indulging in a hot pot this time. Wang Hao directly grabbed a piece of fresh lettuce and stuffed it into his mouth, moved to tears. For heaven knows how long it had been since he last tasted fresh vegetables. I had nearly forgotten their flavor. Though the biting wind howled outside, within the villa, the atmosphere seemed to warm as these individuals relished their hot pot and sang merrily. After finishing the meal, the group sat back, patting their bellies and picking their teeth. Wearied, yet utterly satisfied. One young fellow hesitated for a moment before leaning toward Wang Hao and whispering, "Young Master Wang, that Sumu effortlessly produced such a bounty of delicious food. It is evident that the villa still harbors a wealth of supplies. Now that we are armed with crossbows and hunting knives and equipped with blast shields, why not deceive Sumu into granting us entry into the villa?" Compelling him to provide us with the antidote, and then a glint of malice flickered across his face as he mimicked a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. Wang Chong, consider this conversation as if it never occurred. Wang Hao, his face as pale as death, hastily covered his mouth, glanced around, and sternly declared, "If you ever utter such words again, I shall certainly expel you from our ranks, leaving you to fend for yourself." Noticing the defiance etched on the faces of others, Wang Hao sighed and remarked, "Su, our leader, is ruthless and cunning. In this entire community of nearly 10,000, at least a third have met their demise, directly or indirectly, at his hands. Sumu is notoriously cautious. The very fact that he dares to equip us with weaponry signifies that he is absolutely prepared for any eventuality. Do you truly believe that a few hunting knives and crossbows can contend with Sumu, who wields firearms and grenades? Do not indulge in such fantasies. Consider how he single-handedly broke through a siege of over 1,000, effortlessly dispatching a fireball-wielding fiend. This individual is formidable indeed." The crowd fell into silence, acknowledging the unsettling truth about Sumu. One of the younger members proposed, "Why don't we simply flee? With these weapons, we could easily establish dominion in another community." The notion of Sumu's lethal tendencies weighed heavily on me. I constantly felt a chill of dread, fearing he might end my life with a single shot. Wang Hao scoffed, "And where do you propose we escape to? Setting aside the fact that we are afflicted with slow-acting poison, our lives are firmly in his grasp. Furthermore, do you think other communities can be easily overtaken? What if we suffer casualties? And even if we were to conquer them, what then? The snow disaster has lingered for nearly 2 months. How much supplies can they possibly have left? We will still have to endure hunger." He sighed, contemplating one step at a time, for following Sumo might at least ensure a few hearty meals. What if he sees us fleeing and decides to place a bounty on us? Just imagine the fate of Yamamoto Eiichiro, who suffered a brutal end. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, until someone finally remarked, "Indeed, the price of betrayal is far too steep. At the very least, it won't allow us the luxury of hot pot. Indeed, today, as hot pot is utterly delightful. I haven't felt so satiated in a long time. I never imagined that the feeling of a full stomach could bring such joy. When I placed the lamb into my mouth just now, I nearly shed tears. In this frozen apocalypse, life here is undoubtedly better than anywhere else. It's best not to provoke trouble. Just the other day, I was so famished that I resorted to gnawing on my leather shoes, belt, and genuine leather sofa. Had it not been for Wang Xiao leading us to slay Yamamoto Eiichiro and claim Sumu's bounty, I truly wouldn't know how I would have survived. Alas, have you noticed? Although Sumu is ruthless, he has never initiated an attack against anyone. I believe as long as we remain obedient, we will surely endure this snow disaster. Indeed, but how could Sumu possibly stockpile such an abundance of supplies? In the early decades of this century, science fiction films suddenly gained immense popularity worldwide, particularly apocalyptic-themed movies. Notable examples include the American films The Day After Tomorrow in 2012, as well as the Chinese series The Wandering Earth, all of which dominated the box office rankings of their respective years. The fervor surrounding these end-of-the-world films significantly influenced society, prompting some individuals, including elite billionaires, to construct shelters or safe houses for potential apocalyptic scenarios. However, most people regarded such actions as mere folly, with few genuinely believing in the impending doom. Wang Hao, a privileged heir with extensive connections, had the opportunity to visit several wealthy friend-safe houses abroad. He had even encountered those touted as impenetrable unless struck directly by a nuclear blast. These shelters boasted clearly defined areas for relaxation, entertainment, exercise, and communal sleeping, stocked with ample supplies of food, fresh water, and fuel. Some even featured small ecological systems, capable of sustaining dozens of occupants for a decade without issue. In comparison, Sumu's villas seemed trivial. What is a communal sleeping area? One might ask. It is quite literally what it implies. The younger members of Wang's entourage listened intently, their expressions filled with envy. Wang, to build an apocalyptic safe house requires a communal sleeping area. Wealthy people certainly know how to indulge. Wang Hao sighed, expressing a sense of resignation. What good is wealth now? In this apocalyptic world, even wiping oneself feels like a cumbersome task. Chapter 101. It is God's prerogative to discern their guilt. In the following days, Su Mu resolved to remain sequestered within the villa, venturing outside, not at all. On one hand, both he and Lao Mo bore injuries that necessitated rest and recuperation. On the other hand, the harrowing experience of being besieged by 1,000 individuals had left an indelible psychological scar upon him. Moreover, the emergence of humans who had awakened prematurely served as a dire warning to Su Mu. Naturally, the imperative task of upgrading the Doomsday Fortress system and collecting resources could not be neglected. However, with Wang Hao and his 17 companions at his disposal, was there truly a need for the leader to toil personally? Su Mu assigned them a mission to thoroughly scour the undamaged residential buildings numbered 7, 13, and 18, along with the remaining villas. He sought everything: metal, wood, leather, plastic, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners. He demanded it all. To facilitate the reception of materials, Su Mu employed gasoline to melt the ice layer obstructing the underground garage entrance, thereby granting access to the expansive basement. He meticulously organized a designated area for the storage of the collected items. The villa's entire basement spanned over 1,000 square meters, providing ample space, which he partitioned into several sections using metal sheets sufficient for their endeavors. With the assistance of these individuals in gathering resources, the pace may have been slower, yet it afforded him an absolute sense of security. Thus, Wang Hao and his companions assumed the role of refuse collectors, laboriously retrieving items from the other buildings each day and transporting them back to Su Mu's villa. Su Mu established a rule. The individual who gathered the highest value of resources each day would receive an extra portion of rice, while the one with the lowest value would go without. Regarding the hot pot feast as a reward for the day of the residential building fire. It was a special incentive. From now on, they must labor diligently to earn their sustenance. Wang Hao and his companions found themselves in a predicament. In this apocalyptic world, having anything to eat was already a considerable fortune, far better than enduring hunger. Thus, they exerted themselves even more in their endeavors. However, they were perplexed by the fact that no matter how many supplies and materials they managed to procure and stack within the garage, they mysteriously vanished by the next visit. They dared not inquire, resorting instead to furtive speculations amongst themselves. Outside, heavy snow fell like feathers, with only a handful of them to shoulder the burden. They found it nearly impossible to move the larger, weightier items, resulting in dismally low efficiency and a meager daily yield of supplies. Observing the cat-girl robot bringing him coffee, Su Mu sighed, wishing he could create military-grade robots. Such machines would be entirely loyal, possessing immense strength. Provided they had sufficient fuel, one could replace several. Even a dozen humans. Alas, the current civilian robots, with their limited AI capabilities, were only capable of executing simple tasks and utterly inadequate for navigating complex situations. In the frigid outdoors, the household robots he had purchased would likely soon become inoperative if exposed to the elements. Over the past few days, Su Mu had not been idle. He tended to his injuries while simultaneously controlling drones to patrol the vicinity. The entire neighborhood now lay in an eerie silence, as all the neighbors had perished, and this world seemed to have grown quiet as well. During the recent inferno that engulfed the residential building, the flames had melted the snow, which was subsequently frozen by the biting wind, entombing countless charred corpses, some having perished from the fire, others from the hands of Wang Hao and his cohorts, creating an eerily haunting scene. Su Mu, unfazed by this grim tableau, deftly maneuvered his drones to conduct a comprehensive surveillance of the nearby Tianxiang community. He was far from magnanimous. After all, the inhabitants of this neighborhood had once banded together under the leadership of the Fire Emperor to assault his own community, a vendetta that had yet to be avenged. Now that the entire Danfeng Bailu community had been consigned to the depths of hell, it was only fitting that the residents of Tianxiang should also meet their demise in due course, so they could reunite with their fallen comrades. However, the recent conflagration of 17 residential buildings had rendered them wary, fearing that Su Mu might employ the same tactics once more. They had fortified their defenses with numerous traps throughout the buildings, maintaining vigilant watch both day and night. Su Mu had previously dispatched Wang Hao and others to launch surprise attacks on 2 occasions, both of which had ended in failure, nearly resulting in a counteroffensive against them. It seemed that unless Su Mu took matters into his own hands, the path of arson would remain unattainable. With a cold smirk, Su Mu mused, "You believe that by hiding within the buildings, you can evade my reach?" He orchestrated the deployment of hundreds of drones, transporting canisters of homemade napalm under the cover of darkness to the rooftops of the 30 residential buildings in Tianxiang, discarding them down the ventilation shafts. Concerned that the potency might not suffice, he ensured that each building received a substantial supply, effectively depleting his entire stockpile prepared over the past few days. The sudden noise instilled a sense of dread among the inhabitants of the upper floors, as the darkness and the howling snowstorm concealed the movements of the drone. They never anticipated that someone would hurl objects into the ventilation shaft from above. Fortunately, the commotion was brief and soon ceased, leaving them to futilely search for the source of the disturbance, unaware that danger was already upon them. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, when weariness weighed most heavily upon people, Su Mu called Wang Hao, instructing him to gather his men and head to the Tianxiang community for retribution. Revenge? Who are we targeting? The drowsy Wang Hao took a moment to comprehend, then sprang to his feet with excitement, rallying his brothers to arm themselves for vengeance at Tianxiang. As Wang Hao and his companions donned their gear and glided on sleds to the outskirts of the community, they beheld 30 drones flying in formation overhead. The barbecue feast was about to commence. Su Mu's cold voice echoed through their wireless headsets, and shortly after, the 30 drones began to drop wind-resistant lighters, capable of withstanding winds of up to 8 degrees, directly into the ventilation shafts of the residential buildings. The gelatinous mixture of gasoline ignited upon contact with sparks, swiftly expanding within the confines of the narrow ventilation shafts, leading to a violent explosion followed by intense flames that emitted copious amounts of toxic smoke and pollutants. Due to the substantial number of incendiary devices Sumu deployed, some buildings were cleaved in two by the unexpected blasts. The towering 30-plus story structures immediately tilted and collapsed, some even toppling neighboring buildings in the process. Even the fortunate residence buildings, which narrowly escaped destruction, now teeter precariously as flames swiftly ascend through the ventilation shafts. Thousands of surviving residents are abruptly roused by the deafening explosions, frantically screaming as they flee, many in their panic resorting to smashing windows to leap outside. In the distance, Wang Hao and his companions are nearly toppled by the shockwave from the blasts, their eyes wide as they take in the chaos within the community. With great difficulty, Wang Hao swallows hard, reflecting, Boss Su's methods are indeed grand this time. Does he intend to film a war movie? You lot, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and pursue those fleeing individuals. The stern voice of Su Mu reverberates through their wireless headsets. Wang Hao, feeling the urgency, hastily joins his subordinates, propelling themselves forward on sleds, brandishing their blades with menacing grins at the hapless residents who dared to emerge. They had executed such actions before, and now they proceed with even greater proficiency. From the footage captured by the drone, Su Mu observes the burning structures and the scattering masses, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. As for how many among them are innocent, Su Mu deems that to be of no concern to him. Determining their guilt is a divine duty. Su Mu's task is merely to escort them to meet their maker. Chapter 102. Fear not, for I shall be gentler this time. Boss, your prowess is truly remarkable. Legend has it that Zhuge Liang was a master of fire attacks, setting ablaze at Baoang Slope, Xinya, the armored soldiers, and Shangfang Valley. Your fiery displays are certainly not inferior to his. Deep within Su Mu, a sense of pride swelled, yet he spoke with an air of haughtiness. Enough with the flattery. What is the current situation? Just as yesterday, we drove them into a panicked retreat, their ranks shattered, and scarcely a few managed to escape. None of our brothers suffered any casualties. Even those who fled will ultimately succumb to the biting cold and hunger. Wang Hao declared triumphantly. The entire Gus Tianxiang community is finished. Excellent work. What culinary rewards do you desire? Su Mu nodded in satisfaction, deciding to be a tad generous. Boss, can we choose our own food as a reward? An eager younger brother inquired. I pride myself on fairness and justice. Since you have worked diligently for me, it is only natural that there are rewards. I want braised pork. I want roasted lamb chops. I want sweet and sour fish. I want. Wang Hao and the others were filled with excitement, the exhaustion from their midnight pursuit seemingly vanishing in an instant as they loudly proclaimed their desired dishes. Su Mu noted each request and then said, All right, I have taken note. As per our usual practice, come back in 10 minutes to collect your rewards. Upon opening the containers, they were indeed filled with the very dishes they had just requested, still steaming with warmth. Boss Su is truly remarkable. He managed to procure what we desired in such a brief span of time. Have you noticed? These dishes are steaming hot, as if freshly prepared. Moreover, it is truly astonishing that he could produce such a multitude of drones and napalm in an instant. Although there was a fleeting suspicion in his heart, he decided to dismiss it. Wang Hao pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, You must remember, never betray Su Mu, or the consequences will be dire. The group shuddered at the thought of the 4 to 5,000 lives lost at Su Mu's hands in just the past few days, and they readily agreed. Driven by the desire to eliminate the residents of the Gus Tianxiang community, he had spent the entire night without sleep and now felt utterly exhausted. Succumbing to slumber held in the arms of old Mo Su Mu, however, did not slumber for long before being roused by the call of Qingshu. Su Mu. Master, are you there? Your wound needs dressing. Master? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. When did Qingshu learn such an address? The power of the title was immense, and he took several deep breaths before managing to send away Steward Shun. I am in the attic bedroom. The door is already open. "So you may come in." "Yes, master." Upon hearing Qingshu's soft voice, Sumu nearly lost control again. Frustrated, he tapped his head, feeling that the trials with those hundreds of intelligent dolls had rendered him completely ineffectual. Shortly thereafter, Qingshu gracefully approached, her bare form illuminated by the light, revealing her exquisite figure in full view. "And master, it is time for the dressing." It seemed that she too was not entirely accustomed to such a title. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, enhancing her already captivating allure. Sumu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, suppressing the impulsive desire of his younger self. He coldly remarked, "Come over and change the dressings promptly." With a flick of his right hand, an array of materials required for the dressing change appeared on the nearby table. Qingshu, already accustomed to Sumu's extraordinary abilities, had long since surmised the truth in her heart, though she chose to remain silent. Her techniques were remarkably proficient, and she swiftly attended to both Sumu and Old Mo's wounds. As Qingshu straightened up, she inadvertently caught a glimpse outside through the partially opened curtains, and was instantly stunned. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and hastened to the window, exclaiming in astonishment, "What happened to the residential buildings outside? Why do they resemble a massive garbage dump?" Sumu, admiring the undulating hills as she rushed past, replied nonchalantly, "I set them ablaze the night before last." "And what is that still emitting smoke in the distance?" "Oh, that would be the neighboring Gustiantang community. All 30 of their residential buildings were also reduced to ashes by me last night." Qingshu turned around, her face a picture of horror. "So all the explosions and cries for help outside over the past 2 days were caused by you? And nearly 50 buildings with thousands of residents have perished?" Sumu nodded, a playful glint in his eyes as he observed her reaction. "Indeed. Tell me, as a healer sworn to save lives, do you feel any sympathy for them?" Sumu stood up and approached, pressing her body against the window. He extended his right hand to lift her delicate, pale chin, a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Why did you suddenly call me master?" Qingshu's face flushed crimson. She attempted to turn her head away, but Sumu firmly held her chin, leaving her no choice but to anxiously gaze at him. I've read some novels and watched films that say men like being addressed that way by women. Is that why you decided to adopt it?" "Well, in this apocalyptic world, I merely wish to earn my master's trust and survive." Upon hearing her soft, alluring voice, Sumu could no longer contain himself and leaned down to capture her cherry-red lips with his. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Sumu lifted the blushing Qingshu and carried her toward the bed. "Not now. Your injuries aren't fully healed." Qingshu protested, torn between reluctance and desire. "It's nothing." As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Sumu unexpectedly discovered a crimson mark on the bedsheet. He looked at Qingshu with astonishment, asking, "You still?" Qingshu bashfully covered her face with a thin blanket, well aware of the implications. "Are you really so oblivious?" "No, I can't. I can't come now. It still hurts," she exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. "Don't worry. This time I will be gentler." Ultimately, unable to withstand the temptation, Qingshu succumbed to sleep on the bed. Sumu gazed at her smooth, tender back, lost in contemplation. Had I known that a mere slumber could elevate loyalty so significantly, why had I persisted in pretending to be a monk for so many days? Indeed, after a passionate encounter between the two, Qingshu's loyalty remarkably surged by a full 10 points, reaching an impressive score of 82, thereby entering the realm of extreme loyalty. Perhaps it was due to her wholehearted devotion to Sumu that she could finally relax, resulting in such a significant increase in her loyalty. As of now, she stands as the most loyal individual toward Sumu, far surpassing the average loyalty score of over 50 points exhibited by Wang Hao and the others. Although Lao Mo boasts a score of 95, it is a dog and thus does not count. In Chapter 103, a monstrous shadow appeared in the neighborhood. In the ensuing days, Sumu and Lao Mo recuperated in the villa under the meticulous care of Qingshu, with her loyalty now at 82 points. She closely resembled the initial state of Lao Mo, qualifying as a trustworthy individual. Sumu, therefore, granted her the freedom to move about the villa. However, He candidly informed Qingshu that everything within the villa was contingent upon his very existence. Should he meet his demise, the entire villa would cease to function, transforming into an impenetrable metal can, leaving Qingshu trapped, destined to perish from starvation or suffocation. Yet, human hearts are fickle. Sumu was not one to easily place his trust. He thus equipped her with a self-detonating collar. Once configured, if his heartbeat were to cease, a loud explosion would render Qingshu a headless beauty. This device had been discovered during his resource scavenging at the police station, originally intended as evidence in a case involving a terrorist holding hostages. Before it could be disposed of, a sudden snowstorm had struck, and it was left behind as the police evacuated. A double assurance. There should be no issues. Though Qingshu felt somewhat helpless regarding Sumu's excessive caution, she could only passively accept it, resorting to another means of retaliation. Having recently tasted the pleasures of intimacy, she had transformed into a veritable juicer these past few days, relentlessly squeezing Sumu dry. Each morning, Qingshu arose invigorated, her complexion radiant as if she had consumed a potent tonic. In stark contrast, Sumu appeared haggard, requiring support to walk, acutely aware of what it meant to be utterly exhausted and on the brink of collapse. During these days, while he recuperated in the villa and nurtured his bond with the enchanting woman, Wang Hao and his companions were not afforded such luxury. They were compelled by Sumu to scour various buildings and villas daily in search of valuable items. On the 50th day of the snowbound city, piercing cries suddenly echoed outside, jarring the silence of the community. Just after finishing his workout, Sumu lay resting on the loft sofa. Understanding his needs, Qingshu kindly massaged his legs and occasionally fed him a grape. What had transpired? Startled by the sounds, Sumu sprang to his feet, conjuring an M200 sniper rifle from thin air, adjusting the scope to aim in that direction. Aware of her limited abilities, Qingshu quickly stepped aside, while Wang Hao and his companions, bloodied and panicked, leapt from the fourth-floor window of building number 7, seemingly pursued by some monstrous beast. "Boss, save us! There's a terrifying creature inside," they cried out, fleeing clumsily through the snow. Through the scope, Sumu discerned a slender figure leaping from the fourth-floor window, closely following them. This creature bore a grotesque visage, its gaping maw dominating half of its face, with long hair crowned by 2 pointed beastly ears. Strangely, it was clad in a woman's attire, stained profusely with blood. In a matter of strides, it caught up with the slowest of the group, mercilessly plunging a withered, sharp claw into his back. The thick fabric of his clothing offered no resistance against its lethal talons, which sliced through like mere parchment, resulting in a spattering of crimson. The young man's agonized scream lasted only moments before it abruptly ceased, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The monster emitted a chilling laugh, clutching a still quivering heart in its grasp. It brought the heart to its mouth, voraciously tearing into it, with foul, sanguine fluid streaming down its chin. Sumu, witnessing this horrific scene through the scope, felt a chill run down his spine. What manner of beast was this, so cruel as to consume human hearts raw? Alarmed, he noted the creature finishing its gruesome meal and preparing to pursue another member of the group, prompting him to hastily pull the trigger. However, the monster moved with remarkable agility, and as Sumu was no professional marksman, his shot merely grazed its shoulder, failing to inflict a critical wound. "I shall tear you to shreds and devour every piece of you." The creature abandoned its pursuit of Wang Hao and the others, turning instead to flee beyond the confines of the community, swiftly vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. Sumu fired several more shots at its retreating figure, yet none found their mark. Upon hearing the thunderous report of the sniper rifle, Wang Hao and his companions understood that Sumu was aiding them against the foe, urging them to hasten their escape. When they finally reached the villa entrance of Sumu, breathless and stumbling, the group of 17 had dwindled to 13. Many had lost their equipment, and several bore injuries, bloodied and battered. Upon seeing Sumu, who had been waiting by the window, Wang Hao nearly broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Boss, I almost didn't make it to see you." Sumu, irritated by the sight of a grown man weeping, interrupted him with impatience, demanding to know what had transpired. Suppressing his fear and regaining his composure, Wang Hao recounted, "We were gathering supplies and building No. 7 when we entered a room and encountered a monstrous creature gnawing on a corpse. It had its back to us, dressed in women's clothing, and at first, we thought it might be a fortunate survivor. We were about to confront it when it turned around, revealing an utterly grotesque visage that startled us all. Terrified, we shot a few arrows in haste, intending to retreat. However, the creature was remarkably agile, darting around the room with incredible speed, and only 4 of our arrows found their mark. It yanked out the bolts and tossed them aside as if unaffected, then screamed and charged at us. Its movements were swift, and with a single strike, it snatched the heart from one of our brothers. In the confined space, we were utterly mismatched against such an entity. Having never encountered a creature of this nature before, fear gripped our hearts, compelling us to retreat. Were it not for the presence of the blast-proof shield, my companions and I would likely have met our demise there. The subsequent events are known to you upon hearing this." Su Mu's gaze sharpened, and he fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts. The heavy snowfall showed no sign of abating, and the creature's appearance was clearly not that of a zombie. It resembled a humanoid beast. Although building number 7 had not succumbed to flames or collapse, it had long since run out of provisions. Even if there remained a few survivors, they could only feast upon the flesh of the deceased. Logically, one would expect that such a creature, even if mutated, would transform into a zombie. So how had it morphed into this peculiar monstrosity? Despite the distance, the creature's sharp voice sounded inexplicably familiar to Su Mu. In the corridor, Wang Hao and the others were in a state of panic, fleeing in disarray, while the creature darted about like a large, agile feline, ruthlessly attacking them. Su Mu retrieved several close-up images of the monster's face, enlarging them for meticulous examination. To his astonishment, he discerned a striking resemblance between its visage and that of Yan Qingshu, an uncanny similarity of 7 or 8 parts. No wonder the voice I heard earlier seemed familiar. It was indeed her. Chapter 104. The Roar of the F-Rare. Yan Qingshu? Su Mu's heart constricted. The very architect of his past demise had not perished, and it appeared she had undergone significant transformation, seemingly mutated. Today marked the 50th day of the snow disaster, with only 10 days remaining until the snowfall would officially cease, at which point a large-scale outbreak of zombies and mutations would ensue. The individual known as the Fire Emperor, a wielder of fire-based abilities, managed to awaken prematurely, all thanks to consuming a certain red fruit. Yet, how could this woman, ensnared within Building 7 and surviving off the corpses of the deceased, have undergone a similar transformation? It defies logic. Damn it, what discrepancies exist between this life and the previous one? Su Mu racked his brain in vain, ultimately concluding that some unknown change must have transpired in the interim. Given Yan Qingshu's animosity towards him, now that she has awakened and gained formidable powers, it is certain she will not stray far, lurking nearby to seek her revenge. With such a creature roaming the vicinity, danger and uncertainty loom large. From the combat prowess demonstrated by Yan Qingshu, Su Mu comprehended that he stood no chance against her in a one-on-one confrontation. His plan to venture out and gather more supplies before the snow ceased must once again be shelved. When the snow finally stops and the zombies encircle the area, although his safe house can withstand ordinary zombies, it may prove powerless against those of higher mutation levels. Furthermore, awakened humans who glimpse his refuge might harbor thoughts of plunder. His weapon supply is nearly depleted. He cannot simply endure blows without retaliating. If new weapons and equipment are not procured soon, passive defense alone will inevitably lead to the breach of the villa. After contemplating for an extended period, Su Mu still failed to devise an effective solution. Damn it, did not Wang Hao insist that there were no living souls left in Building 7? Su Mu slammed his fist onto the table, expressing his frustration vehemently. At that moment, Su Mu's phone rang. He picked it up to discover it was a call from Wang Hao. Frustrated by his ineptitude, Su Mu answered brusquely, inquiring what he wanted. Sensing Su Mu's foul mood, Wang Hao gulped nervously before hesitantly stammering, "Boss, we've encountered that terrifying creature today. The brothers are utterly terrified. He fumbled over his words and asked, "Could we possibly seek refuge in your villa?" Su Mu's anger erupted completely as he shouted into the phone. "You want to take shelter in my villa? What nonsense are you spewing? A dozen fully armed men have been utterly decimated by a newly mutated creature, and you dare to tell me you're scared?" His voice dripped with disdain. "I provided you with ample napalm, yet you chose to be miserly. What are you saving it for? It's not even yours. Now, thanks to your foolishness, I have a monstrous disruption ruining all my plans." Su Mu transformed into a roaring tyrant, unleashing a tirade upon Wang Hao, who stood frozen in place, too intimidated to utter a word, drenched in cold sweat. After venting his fury, Su Mu collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. Wang Hao cautiously attempted to placate him, saying, "Boss, perhaps you should calm down. You managed to take down that fireball-throwing freak with one shot. This creature is hardly a three-headed, six-armed monstrosity. What is there to fear?" Suddenly, Su Mu's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, Yan Qingshu had just awakened her extraordinary abilities, and her strength was hardly formidable, at most. She was only a couple of times stronger than an ordinary person. Under normal circumstances, a dozen or so attackers could easily bring her down. Upon encountering such a creature, Wang Hao and the others were paralyzed with fear, devoid of any inclination to resist, which had allowed Yan Qingshu to wreak havoc. Su Mu, too, was flustered, yet he believed that given the right opportunity, he could certainly obliterate her with a single shot to the head. His mood lightened considerably, and after a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Very well. If you manage to slay that monster, I shall permit you to temporarily take refuge in my villa." "What? Boss, that creature is utterly terrifying." Wang Hao exclaimed in alarm. Su Mu coldly interrupted him. "I do not harbor idlers. I have provided you with ample weaponry. If you cannot accomplish this, then you may as well perish." Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Wang Hao forced a smile as he turned to his surrounding subordinates, saying, "The boss is angry. He said unless we kill that monster, he will not allow us to take shelter in his villa." Upon hearing this, the subordinates grew frantic, chattering anxiously among themselves. "What shall we do? Are we truly expected to confront that dreadful creature? Indeed, we have no idea what kind of monster it is, moving like lightning and impervious even to crossbows. How could we possibly defeat it? Perhaps we should flee instead. Could it be a demon? Nonsense. What monsters could possibly exist in this world? It is likely some survivor. But what human possesses such a form? Could it be that the Earth's spiritual energy has revived, causing mutations among humans? Just a few days ago, did we not encounter a peculiar individual capable of launching fireballs? An enthusiastic young man, fond of online literature, exclaimed, "Could it be that we too might awaken superpowers?" As the discussion spiraled into absurdity, Wang Hao could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Everyone, shut up." Having witnessed much and held a position of authority for a long time, he naturally exuded an intimidating presence. At the sight of his fury, the crowd quickly fell silent. Since Boss Su had issued an order, it must be executed. Failure to do so would mean death. Stop fixating on escape. Let's not forget that we are afflicted with a slow-acting poison. If we do not continue to administer the antidote, our fate will be far worse. That creature is not a three-headed, six-armed Neza. It could be injured and bleed from a crossbow bolt. Since Boss Su was able to slay that fireball-throwing oddity, we too can vanquish this beast. Wang Hao, with eyes of flame, regarded them. In this apocalyptic world, if one wishes to survive, one must fight with all their might. The city had been engulfed in snow for over a month, and everyone had clawed their way out from the piles of corpses. Who among them did not bear the weight of dozens of lives on their hands? Upon hearing his words, their eyes grew fierce. Wang Xiao spoke the truth. If we cannot eliminate that monster, we are all doomed. At worst, we shall wager our lives, ensuring that the creature knows we are not to be trifled with. With determination, they staked everything on the victory of acquiring a villa. Failure would mean a rebirth into a challenging existence. The remains of the 4 deceased brothers could not be abandoned, left to the monster's insatiable appetite. A bit of gasoline would aid in their cremation. Then, they would devise a strategy to eliminate the creature. Wang Hao led the group out of the villa, forming battle formations with 3 members per team, cautiously advancing towards building number 7. Qingshu's massage technique was exquisite, allowing Su Mu to swiftly forget his troubles. It was indeed a pleasure to have an astute beauty by one's side. No wonder the affluent often took their secretaries everywhere. Feeling better? Qingshu gently inquired. You've been under immense pressure lately. You ought to relax. Can the pressure not be immense? Su Mu replied with a wry smile. His past experiences seemed to diverge in unexpected ways. Who could foresee what would transpire after the snow ceased? Regardless, he decided to cast aside such thoughts. Even relying solely on a modified villa, it could undoubtedly withstand the onslaught of low-level zombies in its current state. Since the ability users could yield level 1 crystal cores, it was likely that the zombies could as well. Once they collected 100 level 1 crystal cores and upgraded the base to level 1, perhaps the system would bestow some delightful surprises. With these thoughts, Su Mu turned and playfully pushed Qingshu onto the sofa, his hand swiftly navigating to her ample bosom as he grinned mischievously. Well then, allow your master to unwind. Kinkai agaspit. Only to have her startled cry silenced by Su Mu's lips as she half-heartedly acquiesced to his advance. Old Mo lay beside, quietly covering his eyes with his 2 front paws. The scene that unfolded was not one that a mere dog should witness, an affront to modesty. Chapter 105. The path to heaven you refuse to walk, yet you intrude upon hell. Wang Hao and his companions meticulously scoured the entirety of Building 7, but found no trace of the creature. Aside from some corpses nearly reduced to white bones, the entire edifice was devoid of life. They gathered the skeletal remains, along with their 4 fallen comrades, dousing them in gasoline before igniting a fiery conflagration. This creature must subsist on human remains. With the destruction of these remnants, it would lose its source of sustenance. In such frigid weather, even a monster requires a secure refuge and a stable food supply. Currently, the only survivors in the entire community were Su Mu, hidden within a villa, and the 13 of them. The creature would either seek prey in other neighborhoods or lie in ambush to strike at them. Should it make an appearance, Wang Hao and his companions would have the opportunity to vanquish the beast. Unfortunately, Yan Qingshu had seemingly vanished, not to be seen for several days. Wang Hao and his group had almost turned the entire Danfeng Bailu community upside down, yet found no sign of her. Given their failure to complete the task, Su Mu naturally regarded them with disdain, offering only meager rations of dry noodles and wilted vegetable leaves. Wang Hao and his companions dared not voice a single complaint and continued their diligent search, gathering supplies in hopes of earning Su Mu's pity and forgiveness. In recent days, Su Mu had been plagued by uncertainty, his mood oscillating between highs and lows. Due to Yan Qingshu's premature awakening and mutation, he worried that unforeseen deviations might have occurred, rendering all his efforts since Rebirth futile. In an effort to soothe Su Mu's emotions, Qingshu proactively unlocked several novel postures, allowing Su Mu to experience a myriad of unique sensations. Nevertheless, he still occasionally succumbed to melancholy. Qingshu set a plate of stir-fried greens and a grilled steak on the dining table, gazing at Su Mu as she inquired, "Are you still troubled by that monstrous being?" Her loyalty had now reached a commendable 83 points, and Su Mu entrusted her with even the matters concerning Yan Qingshu. With a wry smile, Su Mu replied, "Indeed, I have nearly recovered from my injuries and was contemplating the next phase of my plan to prepare for the aftermath of the snowfall. Unfortunately, a monster lurks outside, watching my every move. She harbors a deep-seated vendetta against me, and should I step outside the villa, I would undoubtedly fall prey to her ambush. Until I can eliminate her, my mind shall remain restless." Qingshu served Su Mu a bowl of rice and handed him a pair of chopsticks, encouraging him, "Come, sample my culinary skills." Sitting opposite him, she continued, "Did you not mention that this villa has undergone special modifications? Surely, she cannot breach our defenses. Let's remain here, for we have sustenance. What is there to fear from her?" Su Mu placed a generous piece of steak in Lao Mo's food bowl and replied, "You fail to understand. The true apocalypse will arrive after the snow disaster. While this villa may withstand the assaults of ordinary individuals, I have no confidence against those mutated zombies. If we do not eliminate the monster created by Yan Qingshu soon, it may continue to evolve, rendering it even more formidable in the future. Moreover, we cannot remain confined within this villa indefinitely. Qingshu set down her chopsticks and proposed, given the circumstances. Why don't we lure her out and set a trap to eliminate her? But how do we draw her out? It was said that Yan Qingshu despises our master above all else. Therefore, we could use our master as bait, presenting her with the opportunity to kill him, which would undoubtedly entice her. Qingshu smiled softly, brushing her long hair behind her ear as she articulated her plan. After 2 fruitless days of searching, Wang Hao received a new directive from Sumu to cease concern over the monster and prioritize the collection of supplies. With no alternative, they continued to scour the remaining buildings and villas in the community for items. However, nearly all easily transportable goods had already been gathered into Sumu's villa, leaving primarily large items behind. They had no choice but to station a few as sentinels while the others worked together to move the belongings to the underground garage, from where they would be transported to Sumu's villa via a pickup truck. Fortunately, the icy surface of the underground garage had little effect on vehicles like the Dodge Mammoth. Otherwise, they would have exhausted themselves. Sumu had also granted Wang Hao temporary access to the garage door to facilitate their comings and goings. Additionally, a figure resembling Sumu frequently appeared in the garage, assisting them in the transportation of goods. On that day, Wang Hao and his companions struggled to lift a mahogany wardrobe onto the Dodge Mammoth, a piece of furniture he had extracted from his residence in Villa Number 8. Most of the items in the villa had been disassembled and removed, but this cumbersome object remained difficult to transport. Once they maneuvered the vehicle into the underground garage of Sumu, before they could even begin to unload the wardrobe, its doors suddenly shattered into splinters, and an abhorrent creature leaped out, bearing its gaping maw. This beast, clad in a woman's attire, bore 2 beastly ears atop its head, its face shrouded in a fine layer of fur. Long whiskers sprouted from its cheeks, its fingers adorned with elongated claws, and trailing behind was a lengthy tail, reminiscent of an oversized feline. It was none other than Yan Qingshu, transformed into a monster. Unbeknownst to them, she had stealthily concealed herself within the wardrobe during its transport to Sumu's villa. With a sudden leap from the wardrobe, she let out a terrifying roar, her claws darting like lightning towards Wang Hao's face, who stood a short distance away. "Be careful, Wang Xiao." A vigilant subordinate swiftly raised a blast shield in defense. The creature's sharp claws struck the shield, producing a jarring screech and leaving deep gashes. Wang Hao staggered back a few steps, narrowly escaping the fate of having his skull punctured, though he was still grazed by the creature's fierce swipe, eliciting a cold sweat to break out upon him. He swiftly drew his hunting knife and retrieved another blast shield from the vehicle to protect himself, shouting fervently, "The monster has finally revealed itself. Brothers, quickly block the door. Do not let her escape." A group of over 10 individuals brandished their hunting knives and shields, encircling Yan Qingshu. Noticing their apparent preparedness, Yan Qingshu's eyes narrowed, and an unsettling feeling crept into her mind. However, she dismissed her unease. Her purpose for coming today was to eliminate Sumu, yet his villa had been ingeniously fortified, resembling an ironclad fortress that was virtually impenetrable from the outside. Having finally infiltrated the interior, how could she let this opportunity slip away? Scanning her surroundings and finding no sign of Sumu, she deftly evaded Wang Hao and his companions' encirclement and leaped toward the staircase leading to the basement level of the villa. Ding! Warning! Warning! An individual harboring malicious intent has breached the base. The commotion in the underground garage quickly captured Sumu's attention, prompting him to project the live feed. Upon realizing that Yan Qingshu had entered his garage, he could not contain his delight. Since she had ventured into his territory, he relished the thought of her escape being thwarted. Just as Yan Qingshu ascended the stairs, Sumu's voice erupted from the garage. Yan Qingshu, long time no see. You tread where heaven offers no path and barge into hell without invitation. I was at a loss for where to find you, yet here you are." delivered right to my doorstep. Yan Qingshu halted, her gaze fixated on the source of the voice, her eyes ablaze with unparalleled hatred. She crouched slightly, her voice a harsh rasp. Sumu, you scoundrel, come out here. I shall tear your flesh piece by piece and savor every bite. Chapter 106, If there is a fault to be found, it is perhaps a penance for your past life. Sumu mocked. Are you foolish? You intend to kill me. Yet why would I willingly step outside? If you have the guts, come strike me. Yan Qingshu let out a sinister laugh. Do you truly believe that by hiding behind the door, I cannot seize you? The outer wall of your villa may be made of alloy, but I refuse to believe your door is as well. With that, she extended her claw-like fingers, each adorned with sharp talons measuring 4 to 5 inches, and raked them against the door leading to the basement. She had previously tested her claws, which were exceedingly sharp, capable of tearing through hard concrete as easily as one would crush tofu. However, when her claws met the great door, sparks flew, and in the next moment, all 10 of her nails shattered, leaving her fingers bloodied and raw. The fingers are connected to the heart. Yan Qingshu let out a chilling scream. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at her broken claws. Ha ha ha, I must apologize, but my door is indeed made of alloy. Somewhat daunted, his demeanor suddenly shifting. Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. His tone grew stern. Wang Hao, are you not yet prepared to act? Yes, over there. Wang Hao and the others had already armed themselves with crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 crossbow bolts swiftly shot towards Yan Qingshu. She hurriedly attempted to evade, yet the barrage was relentless and dense, covering most of her escape routes. Although she managed to dodge the majority of the arrows, 3 or 4 still found their mark, embedding themselves in her body. It was only then that she realized she had fallen into a trap. Attempting to retreat, she discovered that the door had silently closed at some unknown moment. Damn those wretched ants. I shall eradicate you all. Yan Qingshu cried out in a fit of rage, abandoning the door and lunging once more at Wang Hao and his companions. The underground garage was cramped, with a few Dodge mammoths parked within. Fearing that their crossbows might injure their own, Wang Hao and the others reluctantly stowed their bows and instead wielded explosive shields, engaging her in close combat with their sharp hunting knives. Yan Qingshu moved like a humanoid feline, crouching low to the ground, her movements swift as lightning. Though outnumbered, Wang Hao and his companions found themselves unable to subdue her. Sumu, however, refrained from assisting, instead pouring himself a glass of red wine and leisurely reclining on the sofa in the surveillance room, legs crossed, observing the chaos with disinterest. Lao Mo lay beside him, panting and keeping him company. Yan Qingshu had become a fish in a barrel, providing a perfect opportunity to assess her prowess. In the days since their last encounter, her strength had evidently improved, as she had adapted further to the power bestowed upon her by her body's transformation. Even with 10 broken nails, Yan Qingshu remained agile, maneuvering through the confined garage, continually seeking openings to claw and bite. Her strength was astonishing. A single kick could send 2 burly men flying. Wang Hao and his companions gradually refined their strategy, opting not to engage her head-on. Each took a defensive stance behind their explosive shields, wielding their hunting knives with precision, working in perfect harmony. Bah, you scoundrel, you deceive me so thoroughly. I shall never again trust a word you say. Feel free to do as you wish. I am merely curious as to why you have suddenly transformed in this manner. Yan Qingshu resembled an enraged feline, her fur bristling with agitation. While she fended off Wang Hao and his associates' assaults, she let out a chilling, derisive laugh. Why? Why? Because I harbor an intense loathing for you. Though I may have been somewhat materialistic and overly emotional, I have nonetheless shared countless nights with you. Yet you bestowed upon me counterfeit gifts, denied me sustenance after the snowstorm, and took pleasure in tormenting and humiliating me. What have I done to deserve such relentless cruelty? Why must you subject me to this torment? I cannot comprehend it, and I refuse to accept it. Thus, I shall fight to survive, and I shall personally bring about your demise. To fulfill this vengeance, I would willingly consort with dozens of men, for the sake of slaying you. I have endured the repulsion of consuming human flesh, in pursuit of your destruction, I have withstood unspeakable suffering. To ensure your end, I have eliminated and consumed every adversary within building number 7. The heavens have bestowed upon me extraordinary powers, and I would embrace the transformation into a monstrous feline form. Indeed, in this life, Yan Qingshu knows nothing and has committed no egregious acts against herself. Why, then, is she subjected to such relentless animosity? As she cried out in anguish and fury, Su Mu found his mind momentarily adrift, as the harrowing memories of dismemberment and consumption resurfaced with a vengeance. His gaze instantly hardened. If there were to be any fault, it would be to atone for your past life. Su Mu drained the glass of red wine in one gulp and said calmly, "This person has gone mad. Wang Hao, kill her. End this monstrosity. Not only will I allow you to reside in my villa, but I will also reward you with a grand feast today." Wang Hao and the others, already shaken by Yan Qingshu's curse and fearful of the repercussions from Su Mu, felt a surge of determination upon hearing his command. They launched into a fervent assault. Yan Qingshu let out a piercing wail, her voice sending chills down their spines, the sound reverberating in their ears. She struggled fiercely, yet even her awakened mutation could not withstand the strength of a dozen burly men. Countless blades struck her, and ultimately, she bowed her head, succumbing to stillness. Wang Hao and his companions feigned ignorance, relentlessly hacking away with their hunting knives until Su Mu finally interjected, prompting them to cease. They panted heavily, their eyes ablaze, still unable to fathom they had slain a monster. "Ha ha!" Wang Hao erupted into maniacal laughter, dragging his wearied body forward to deliver a final blow, severing Yan Qingshu's head and raising it triumphantly above his own, allowing the foul blood to drench him. What if she were a monster? She was still slain by us. The crowd seemed to forget their exhaustion, erupting in cheers at his words. Su Mu gazed with a complex expression into Yan Qingshu's lifeless eyes, his emotions tumultuous. He sighed and instructed, "Split open her skull and see if there are any small stones or crystals inside. As for the body, chop it up and dispose of it outside." After cleaving open Yan Qingshu's skull, Wang Hao indeed discovered a crystal the size of a fingertip, albeit in a shade of blue. "You have done well. I shall honor my promise and ensure you feast abundantly tonight. I permit you to reside in my villa, though your stay shall be confined to the basement garage." With another crystal core in his possession, Su Mu was exceedingly pleased, and his generosity in rewards increased significantly. Just then, the elevator doors opened to reveal a plump goat, skinned and ready for cooking. There were also a grill and charcoal, seasonings, and even 10 cases of Qingdao beer alongside a pack of Li Kun cigarettes. Such invaluable assistance is rare indeed. Su Mu would rely on them for gathering supplies and traversing minefields. Long live the boss! The sight of cigarettes, liquor, and meat caused the crowd's eyes to widen, and they eagerly rushed forward, momentarily forgetting their injuries. Chapter 107. News from the military base. Many of these individuals are seasoned smokers. Since the heavy snowfall sealed off the city, their home supplies had long been depleted. They had managed to scavenge some from neighboring houses in a desperate bid. Yet they had been without for over half a month. To endure such a lengthy period without smoking was a torment more excruciating than death itself. Wang Hao's lips trembled with excitement. "Quickly, open it up and hand me one to savor. I have gone half a month without a cigarette. I am nearly losing my sanity." He cared not for the quality of the smoke, hastily accepting a cigarette from one of his subordinates and stuffing it into his mouth. "Fire! Is there a flame? Come, quickly light it." A few individuals, disregarding the lamb and beer, clutched cigarettes, their hands trembling as they ignited them, drawing deep puffs and exhaling white smoke from their nostrils, their faces betraying an ethereal bliss. Others, cigarette in one hand, cracked open beers and guzzled them down, exclaiming with gusto, "Refreshing." The garage was enveloped in a haze, the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb wafting from the grill. The crowd indulged in hearty feasts of meat, copious amounts of alcohol, and incessant laughter, reveling in their merriment. With Yan Qingshu dealt with, Su Mu felt a weight lift from his shoulders, smiling at them as he proclaimed, "As long as you remain obedient, your provisions will be assured. In the future, I shall continue to supply you with cigarettes, alcohol, clothing, and even medical supplies. It appeared the allure of smoke and drink was quite potent. He observed many loyalty levels surging, generally reaching around 60 points. Bosu, as long as you guarantee me cigarettes and alcohol, I will serve you faithfully, even if food is scarce. Indeed, as long as our living conditions are secured, we shall not resist you. We might even assist you in combating such monsters. Strength in numbers prevails. Look, we've dispatched that creature with ease. Precisely. Let our future sustenance adhere to this standard. At least 2 packs of cigarettes daily. I desire to indulge in a smoke. Under the influence of alcohol, the spirits that had been fervently suppressed for over a month finally relaxed, and having just tasted a hint of advantage, they audaciously began to voice their demands. Sumo, with a countenance as fierce as a dog, let out a cold laugh upon hearing their words. Humph! What delusional dreams are you indulging in? I command you to do as I say, and failure to comply will lead to your demise. Do you possess the audacity to refuse or negotiate? It is your fortune to serve me. My provision of sustenance is a boon bestowed upon you. Should I choose, I could extinguish your lives in an instant, akin to crushing an ant beneath my heel. Su Mu's words pierced the air like a frigid wind, chilling to the bone, devoid of any warmth. The alcohol they had consumed transformed into cold sweat that erupted forth, and even clad in thick garments, their backs became drenched. They could not help but secretly lament how, after merely sipping a bit of low-quality liquor, they had become intoxicated with arrogance. Su Mu was not a man to be trifled with. In recent days, the number of those who had met their end at his hands, directly or indirectly, had reached 4,000 or 5,000. With poison coursing through their veins and their very lives held as grip, they dared to speak with such brazen audacity. Wang Hao quickly stepped forward, delivering 2 sharp slaps to the faces of those who had spoken foolishly, then forced a laugh, saying, "Boss, they did not intend that. These fellows have merely had too much to drink and are speaking without thought. Humph, it would be best if that were the case. Otherwise, you all know the consequences." Yes. Su Mu controlled the alloy door to open, revealing the inner layer of the parking lot. His villa's basement level spans over 1,000 square meters. In addition to the parking area, there's also a wine cellar and an underground shooting range. Naturally, Su Mu would not allow them to reside in the wine cellar or the shooting range. He simply arranged a few double-decker beds in the inner layer of the parking lot, along with a few tables and chairs. This would be their abode henceforth. As for leather sofas and luxurious mattresses, those were merely fanciful dreams. Having a bunk bed to sleep on was already a considerable favor. Su Mu was no philanthropist. Had it not been for the slight utility of Wang Hao and the others, he would have dispatched them with a single shot, thus saving on his provisions. After the earlier scare, the group had quieted down considerably, no longer daring to speak recklessly, let alone voice any complaints regarding their living conditions. Once he had settled them in, Su Mu was about to depart when he suddenly recalled that his firearms were dwindling. He casually inquired, "By the way, does anyone know where to find firearms and ammunition?" Wang Hao and the others exchanged glances. "Boss, we live in a country with strict gun control laws. Where we possibly find such things?" One remarked, "Indeed, this is not some lawless land where shops selling weapons abound." However, one of the younger members timidly raised his hand. "I am a veteran. I know there's a military base on the outskirts of Shunsheng. I served there for 2 years during my service. There are guns and artillery inside, though I'm uncertain if there are still weapons available now." Su Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No matter," he said, "just tell me the location. Whether we find it or not, it will still be credited to your merit. With the nation's mobilization capabilities, even the police station could be swiftly relocated. It's highly likely that this military base has already been vacated." Nevertheless, Su Mu was determined to take a chance, for there might still be items left behind. If he could procure heavy weaponry, such as tanks or armored vehicles, the defensive capabilities of his base would be significantly enhanced. After all, isn't all fear rooted in insufficient firepower? Anyone who dares to defy us could be swiftly silenced with a single shot. The veteran, named Li Chong, promptly disclosed the location of the base to Su Mu. It was situated in a remote area northwest of the city, approximately 150 kilometers away from their current location. Su retrieved the electronic map he had previously downloaded for comparison and discovered that this military base was not marked on the map at all. Military bases were typically located in discrete peripheries of the city, surrounded by farmland and wasteland. After being blanketed by heavy snowfall, pinpointing the exact location proved exceedingly challenging. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Are there any distinctive landmarks in that area?" Li Chong replied, "I am quite familiar with that place. I visited last year to reunite with old comrades. If I search carefully, I should be able to ascertain the general direction. However, given the prolonged snowfall, the military camp and its warehouses are surely buried under the snow. Even if we were to go there, it would be futile, as we have no means to excavate." The corners of Sumu's mouth revealed a mysterious smile. "Excavation, you say? I am quite familiar with that. Very well. Come to the basement level 1. I have prepared a private room for you. Rest well, and tomorrow morning we shall set off to locate this military base. As for the rest of you..." Sumu paused. "If any among you possesses special skills or information, feel free to share. I shall treat you with equal regard." Chapter 108. Talent should be privileged. Upon hearing these words, the 10 or so individuals in the garage erupted in excitement. A young subordinate raised his hand. "Boss Sumu, my name is Yan Qingshu, and I am adept at handmade crafts. I possess a certain understanding of firearms and ammunition manufacturing and have secretly crafted a few shotguns and rifles, along with the corresponding ammunition. However, upon witnessing the government's stringent gun control measures, I discreetly destroyed them. Unfortunately, I reside in Building 20, and the tools and materials I had at home are now buried beneath the ruins." Sumo frowned. What could such an amateur possibly produce? "No matter. Tell me what tools and materials you require, and I shall see if I have them available." Yan Qingshu replied, "A 3D printer, a CNC milling machine, a CNC lathe, a grinding machine, along with quality steel, copper, and gunpowder. With these resources, the manufacturing of firearms and ammunition would be feasible, albeit not at an accelerated pace." Upon hearing him recount his experiences with such familiarity, Sumu felt reassured rather than skeptical, and thus entertained a notion of giving it a try. "Very well. I shall procure the necessary tools and materials. Are there any other skilled individuals among you?" Another man raised his hand, exclaiming, "Count me in. My name is Du Hongwei. Prior to the snow disaster, I was a programming researcher at a robotics manufacturing company. Given sufficient tools and materials, I can create or modify robots." His shiny, bald head and a hairline reminiscent of a Qing dynasty emperor marked him as a quintessential programmer. Sumu immediately recalled the over 300 catgirl robots within his infinite space and nodded with delight, saying, "You too, along with Li Chong, shall proceed to the basement of the villa. I will prepare separate rooms for you. I will also supply the necessary materials, as long as you can demonstrate your worth. I shall generously reward you." Observing the significant elevation in status for the 3 individuals, the rest of the group regarded them with envy. Wang Hao shouted exuberantly, "Boss, I possess talents as well. I hold dual master's degrees in economics and management. I can help you generate profits." But we are presently amidst a frozen apocalypse. What use does money serve now? What I require are individuals skilled in military affairs, capable of assisting me in fending off the peculiarities." "What peculiarities?" Sumu, aware of his indiscretion, swiftly shifted the subject, asserting that talent ought to be duly rewarded. "Is there anyone among you who can assist me in enhancing the combat and defense capabilities of the villa? I am willing to offer individual rewards." The crowd exchanged glances, remaining silent. Most of them were ordinary folks, accustomed to the daily grind of a 996 work culture, unfamiliar with the brutalities of conflict. Surviving the harsh winter calamity was merely a testament to their tenacity and willingness to endure greater hardships than others. Sumu remarked calmly, "Very well, since it is thus. Li Chong and the 2 of you, step forward. The rest shall remain on the 2nd basement level." Wang Hao and the others, with no alternative, could only watch as the 3 entered the elevator to the 1st basement, while they were left to squeeze together on cramped bunk beds in the 2nd basement. "Remember, I do not tolerate idleness here. If you wish to survive, you must adhere to my directives and demonstrate your own worth. Su Mu manipulated a crack in the corner of the wall, revealing some medicinal supplies for external injuries, antiseptic and anti-inflammatory treatments. If anyone is injured, feel free to apply these yourself. As for Li Chong and the two technicians, Su Mu arranged for Qin Ke to personally attend to them in the first basement, ensuring they receive care for the wounds sustained during their battle with Yan Qingshu. Naturally, she would be appropriately clothed for the examination. Undressing for such checks was solely Su Mu's prerogative. Fortunately, he had recently cleared several large machinery factories, and there was no shortage of equipment and materials. According to the list provided by the two technicians, he ensured that they received everything they required. The sole requirement was to expedite the transformation of weaponry and equipment, ensuring a certain level of combat readiness before the snowstorm concluded. Early the next morning, Su Mu instructed Li Chong to leave all the weapons behind and ventured alone through the underground garage passage to await outside Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa. Kinkai, an astuta woman, recognized Su Mu's intent without probing further. She silently assisted him in donning his leather armor, bulletproof vest, and chest protector, followed by specialized cold weather attire and boots. With his helmet securely in place, Su Mu then climbed out of the attic window alongside the equally armed Lao Mo. After inhaling the crisp, frigid air, Su Mu utilized the Doomsday Fortress system to seal all doors and windows of the villa, confining Wang Hao and others to the basement level, while also restricting Qin Ke to the upper 3 floors of the villa. He retrieved a snowmobile, beckoned Lao Mo to take a seat behind him, and activated the ignition. Speeding away, as he passed by Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa, Su Mu produced another snowmobile, inquiring Li Chong, who had been waiting nearby. "Are you capable of operating this?" Li Chong, astonished by Su Mu's seemingly magical ability to materialize a massive snowmobile, widened his eyes in disbelief. Upon Su Mu's repeated question, he finally regained his composure, swallowed hard, and nodded vacantly. "I come from a tank operator background. I can drive just about any vehicle." "Excellent. Lead the way." Su Mu tossed him a helmet and a set of professional cold weather gear, urging him to don them swiftly. Amidst the relentless tempest of snow, maneuvering a snowmobile feels akin to facing a barrage of daggers as the icy gusts assault one's visage, rendering the eyes nearly unopenable. Without the protection of specialized helmets and insulated attire, one would succumb to the frigid temperatures in no time. Two individuals navigate the snow-laden terrain, braving the biting wind and swirling snow as they set their course toward the northwestern expanse of Shenzhen. The entirety of the Danfeng Bailu community has been reduced to mere rubble, liberating them from the need for concealment as they boldly forge ahead. However, the ferocity of the storm curtails their speed. Any haste risks the peril of overturning their vehicle. The city remains enveloped in a profound silence, with only sporadic glimpses of figures venturing forth in search of supplies. After nearly 2 months of relentless snowfall, those who have not perished from the cold, hunger, or illness, or who are not clinging to life in some hidden nook, are indeed formidable survivors. Yet, when confronted by the swift passage of the snowmobile, these individuals can only gaze in envy as it recedes into the distance, lacking any inclination to impede its progress. In such dire circumstances, those who can still afford to operate a snowmobile are certainly not to be trifled with. Su Mu and Li Chong maintain a steady pace of around 40 to 50 miles per hour, and after more than 3 hours of travel, they finally reach the desolate wilderness to the northwest of Shenzhen. Upon departing from the urban landscape, they are greeted by an expanse devoid of landmarks. The snow and ice, accumulating to heights of several meters, obscure every trace of the ground beneath. Confronted by an endless sea of white, Li Chong and Su Mu stop intermittently, repeatedly consulting their electronic map to ensure they have not strayed from their intended path. Li Chong gazed upon a snow-laden hill in the distance, finally exhaling in relief as he pointed towards it, declaring, "The military base lies within the valley over there, approximately 5 kilometers from here." Su Mu nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 109. Discovering the military base before long, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they found that the snow had concealed everything. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any prominent structures, and not a single soul was in sight. Feeling a wave of inexplicable anxiety at Su Mu's puzzled glance, Li Chang reassured him, "Boss, I can stake my life that the military base is nearby. However, the heavy snow has completely buried it. As for the precise location, I will need to ascertain it carefully." Understanding the truth of the matter, Su Mu did not press him further and simply replied, "All right, take your time to search." The two slowly maneuvered their snowmobiles around the vicinity, striving to pinpoint the exact location of the base. Yet, military camps seldom featured tall edifices. Even the dormitories were merely 2 or 3 stories high for the sake of swift assembly. Furthermore, military bases were generally shrouded in secrecy, amplifying the challenge of their search. Had it not been for Li Chang's guidance, Su Mu, despite having a rough idea of the area, might have spent 10 days or even half a month searching in vain. After a considerable period of searching, Li Chang suddenly pointed excitedly in a direction, exclaiming, "I found it!" Su Mu swiftly turned to look and beheld a half-buried metallic pole protruding from the snow, roughly the thickness of an arm and standing 5 or 6 meters tall, glinting momentarily under the dim light. Before them stood a flagpole at the training ground, with over 10 meters buried beneath the snow. Li Chang leapt from the vehicle, removed his helmet, and gently caressed the metallic pole, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. "We used to hold the flag-raising ceremony here every day. This implies that the base lies beneath the snow." Su Mu, filled with joy, also dismounted from the snowmobile and inquired, "But the area of the base must be considerable. How shall we locate the armory?" Li Chang replied, "I served here, and I still remember the approximate location of the armory." Su Mu eagerly exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look." However, the snow here is at least 20 meters deep. Even if we know the armory's location, we cannot retrieve the weapons, due to the base's position in a valley. The biting cold wind had blown much of the snow from the mountain tops into this area, resulting in a far thicker accumulation than on flat ground. No matter, I have a solution. The heavy machinery immediately caused 2 excavators to sink over a meter deep into the snow. Li Chang stood in shock, struggling to believe his eyes. As in the blink of an eye, these massive machines appeared before him. "Boss, you. He had been perplexed when he first witnessed Su Mu conjuring the snowmobile from thin air, and now, faced with this scene, he could scarcely articulate his astonishment. "Indeed, as you might imagine, I am a superpowered individual." Su Mu chuckled coldly, unperturbed by the possibility of Li Chang revealing his secrets. After all, the cessation of the heavy snowfall was merely days away, and with it would come a horde of zombies and mutated creatures. Many survivors would likely awaken superhuman abilities, rendering concealment futile. Allowing Li Chang to recognize his uniqueness would only serve to deepen the awe he felt, given Su Mu's unfamiliarity with the military base. Despite the control of chronic toxins, he pondered the precariousness of their situation. Should Li Chang decide to abandon life and drag him along to the grave, it would indeed spell disaster. It is crucial to acknowledge that in this apocalyptic world, countless individuals succumbed to the torment of their minds and chose to end their own lives. "Do you know how to operate an excavator? Then you shall drive that one," Su Mu commanded, leaping onto an excavator while instructing Lao Mo to follow Li Chang onto another. The spacious cabin of a large excavator provided ample room, and Lao Mo wisely crouched behind Li Chang, ready to strike if he exhibited any harmful intentions toward Su Mu. Li Chang felt the warm breath from Lao Mo's nostrils against his neck, and although he found Su Mu's caution somewhat exasperating, he resolved to remain vigilant as he operated the excavator to clear the snow. After a flurry of activity, they soon unearthed a structure beneath. Filled with elation, Su Mu quickly dismounted the excavator, urging Li Chang to take the lead as they prepared to search inside. However, upon breaking down the door, they discovered not an armory, but rather the soldiers' quarters. "My apologies, boss. It appears we've slightly miscalculated our location. We've excavated into the duty dormitory." Li Qiang stammered, beads of cold sweat forming as he caught Su Mu's dubious gaze. Amidst the profound blanket of snow, it was entirely reasonable that an accurate location could not be immediately unearthed. Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering a word, instead gesturing for him to emerge and reassess the position for further excavation. However, upon entering the dormitory, Su Mu discerned something peculiar. The bedding lay meticulously folded, and even the sheets had been smoothed out, suggesting that the soldiers had departed with composure upon receiving orders. He proceeded to inspect the adjacent dormitories, only to encounter a similar tableau, devoid of any frozen soldiers. When considering the earlier visit to the police station and other significant government establishments, all of which had been entirely evacuated, alongside Yan Qingshu's mention of the Ice Age project, Su Mu surmised that the nation could not possibly be oblivious to the impending snow disaster. A notion began to crystallize in his mind. It was highly plausible that the higher-ups had procured precise information, cognizant that the apocalypse was utterly unavoidable. Given the country's disaster response capabilities, it was clear that safeguarding such a multitude of individuals was beyond their means, forcing them to prioritize military personnel, scientists, technicians, and other societal elites for entry into the shelters. As for ordinary citizens, they were left to fend for themselves. Moreover, to maintain societal stability, the government persistently fueled optimism through the media while ensuring the most basic provisions of electricity and internet connectivity. The intent was to encourage the populace to remain indoors, thereby mitigating substantial damage to urban environments. After all, once hope is extinguished, one cannot fathom the frenzied actions born from despair. The military personnel at this base were likely reassigned shortly after the snow calamity. It remained uncertain whether they had been dispatched to an underground refuge or tasked with safeguarding the security of those societal elites. It appeared yet again that this endeavor might yield no results. Su Mu let out a sigh. The arsenal's formidable weaponry, as crucial supplies, had undoubtedly been swiftly relocated alongside the troops. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, it felt somewhat unsatisfactory not to witness the ultimate outcome. Thus, he resolved to make another attempt. On the snowy surface, Liqiang had already resumed his assessment of the surrounding references and initiated the excavation with the digger. Su Mu, not wishing to remain idle, climbed back onto the excavator and joined Liqiang in the endeavor. Before long, they successfully unearthed the location of the arsenal. Nestled against the mountainside, the facility was secured by a heavy metal door adorned with a formidable lock, seemingly resistant to damage. Without wasting words, Su Mu engaged the excavator in a vigorous assault. Under the immense mechanical force, the lock yielded like a strand of pasta, easily snapping apart. Although the metal door was frozen shut, it could not withstand the brute strength of the excavator for long before it was forcefully breached. Chapter 110. The latest main battle tanks and the frigid storm. Indeed, it matched his suspicions perfectly. Upon entering the arsenal, illuminated by the bright cap lamps, they found the interior desolate, save for a few iron racks against the walls, devoid of any equipment. Liqiang expressed confusion, remarking, "I recall this place being stocked with sufficient armaments to equip an entire regiment. There were even tanks, armored vehicles, and howitzers. Where have they all gone?" In a city as internationalized as Shunsheng, it was not unusual to maintain such a robust defensive force in the outskirts. Su Mu, harboring a cold smirk, opted not to elucidate further, stating, with such a thick blanket of snow outside, it would not be an easy task to transport all the weaponry away. Here, upon meticulous inspection, one might discover some overlooked weaponry and ammunition. Liqiang nodded in agreement, wielding a powerful flashlight, and accompanied by Su Mu, ventured deeper into the premises. The armory was expansive, divided into several zones, with numerous forklifts stationed against the walls, tasked with transportation duties. Driven by the notion of not leaving empty-handed, Su Mu collected all visible items and vehicles into the infinite space. "Boss, come quickly. Look what I have found." Upon hearing Liqiang's call, Su Mu hastened over, discovering him straining to pry open a large iron door that was not locked. Illuminated by the beam of light, a massive dark silhouette emerged from within. "A tank!" Su Mu exclaimed, rushing towards it alongside Lao Mo, his hands eagerly caressing the sturdy armor. Although not an aficionado of military equipment, he had encountered images of such tanks online. This was the latest model of the Dacia's Type 23 main battle tank, weighing 68 tons, crewed by 3, with a maximum speed of 120 kilometers per hour on the road. It was equipped with a 150mm electromagnetic cannon and an array of advanced technologies, such as laser rangefinders and anti-aircraft radar. However, Sumu found it peculiar that this vital land warfare machine had not been removed. "Boss, this tank is broken and under repair. It is entirely immobile." Li Chong pointed at a scattered pile of parts on the ground. Sumu suddenly understood. It was likely that this tank could not be repaired immediately. And with the heavy snowfall outside, this colossal vehicle, weighing several tons, could not be towed away. Thus it had been left behind. Uncertain whether the repairs could still be executed, Sumu lamented the absence of ammunition. He was not picky. He collected the tank and all the components from underground into his infinite space, clicking his tongue in regret. Regardless of the circumstances, Sumu's dream of owning a tank had ultimately been realized. The two then ventured into other areas to search, and, at last, within the innermost warehouse, they stumbled upon dozens of military green boxes. Sumu recognized these boxes from his previous encounter with the arms dealer, as they were crafted from flame-retardant, high-strength polyethylene material. Filled with delight, he hurriedly began to open the boxes one by one, and indeed, they were brimming with bright yellow bullets, nearly 100,000 rounds in total. Although these 8mm small-caliber bullets were unsuitable for the AK rifle, the batch of arms sold to him by the dealer included 10 domestically manufactured QBZ 191 automatic rifles, which could readily utilize this type of ammunition. Given the production capabilities of the Great Xia's military industry, the cost of manufacturing a single bullet was merely a few cents. The rapid onset of the snow disaster likely resulted in insufficient space for transport vehicles, causing these relatively inexpensive bullets to be left behind. It was presumed that the soldiers, during their retreat, believed that due to the country's strict gun control measures, ordinary citizens could not possibly possess firearms, and thus, even if they acquired this batch of ammunition, it would not pose a significant threat. However, for Sumu, this stockpile of ammunition was akin to a lifeline. He possessed dozens of firearms, yet his supply of bullets was dwindling. A gun without ammunition was less useful than a mere stick for kindling. Immediately, Sumu and Li Chong began their search within the armory, but regrettably, aside from the derelict tank, they found no other weaponry. No grenades whatsoever. "Let's go," Sumu lamented. By the time they completed their search of the entire armory, it was already 3 p.m. Although they were aware that the rest of the base likely harbored a plethora of supplies that had not been evacuated in time, possibly containing some valuable items, Sumu found it difficult to part with the place. Outside, heavy snow continued to fall, and with darkness approaching by 6 p.m., the safety of traveling at night diminished significantly. Li Chong recognized the gravity of the situation and addressed Sumu. He then guided Sumu out of the valley, speeding swiftly in a singular direction. After more than an hour, they crossed an icy river and arrived near a small hill. As they walked, Li Chong suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Boss, look, what is that?" Sumu squinted to see several snow tornadoes abruptly materializing within the clouds above the outskirts of the city. These tornadoes connected the clouds above to the ground below, slowly advancing towards them. Sumu raised his binoculars. Wherever the tornadoes passed, everything was instantly frozen. Even towering skyscrapers transformed into enormous ice sculptures after being swept by the blizzard, clear and crystalline. As the storm drew nearer, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a pale blue chill permeated the air, almost visible to the naked eye. "This is bad. It's an extreme cold storm." Sumu's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly turned the vehicle around, starting the snowmobile to flee. He recalled a disaster film he had watched in the past, where a pale blue Arctic storm swept through with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, the carefree beachgoers who had been frolicking in the sun were transformed into statues of ice, standing frozen in their last moments of life. Countless birds, encased in ice, plummeted from the sky, and even an aircraft descended as a massive block of ice, exploding into a fiery ball upon impact. "Boss, wait for me." Li Chong suddenly sensed the danger and hurried to catch up. The strength of the individual pales in comparison to the might of nature. The temperature within this Arctic tempest could plummet to a staggering -100 degrees Celsius. Even if Sumu donned the most advanced thermal gear available, he could not escape the fate of becoming an ice sculpture. Damn it. Did I forget to check the almanac before heading out today? How could I encounter such an unlikely catastrophe? Sumo lamented, desperately cranking up the throttle on his snowmobile, pushing it to its limits as he sped forward. Boss, there's a small hill ahead. Let us veer behind it. We might just evade the Arctic storm, Li Chong shouted through the communicator. If it weren't for this fool suggesting a shortcut, they might have avoided this misfortune altogether. Although Sumo felt an overwhelming urge to shoot Li Chong, he recognized that this was not the time for reckoning. Instead, he raced alongside him towards the shelter of the small hill. The ferocity of the Arctic storm was relentless, swiftly advancing from over 10 kilometers away to their present location in mere moments. The heavy clouds, stirred by the tempest, shattered into countless fragments, transforming into hailstones, tens, hundreds, and thousands of white shadows cascading relentlessly from the heavens. Chapter 111. A critical moment. Thick clouds loomed above as Sumu braved the onslaught of fist-sized hailstones, flooring the accelerator as he propelled the snowmobile forward with reckless abandon. The frigid storm pursued them closely, and Sumu dared not relent for a moment. Clad in a specially designed helmet, thermal suit, and leather armor, he sustained minimal harm from the hail, yet each impact still stung painfully. As he veered behind a small hill, a luxurious villa district came into view. The hill formed a natural barrier, shielding the area from the relentless wind and snow, resulting in a remarkably lighter accumulation of snow. Even the upper floors of the villas were largely exposed. Seeking refuge in the villa district, Sumu felt a surge of joy, hastily steering his vehicle toward it, with Li Chong closely trailing behind. Just as they were about to enter the villa district, a sudden scream pierced the air. Through the rearview mirror, Sumu witnessed Li Chong struck by a grapefruit-sized hailstone, causing him to topple from the speeding snowmobile. Fortunately, Li Chong's physical condition was fairly robust, and with the protection of his helmet, he sustained only a minor dizziness and no significant injuries, quickly rolling and regaining his feet. "Boss, save me," he called out, his snowmobile propelled far away by the force of inertia, as Li Chong stumbled through the snow, desperately seeking Sumu's assistance. Sumu's face revealed a trace of ruthlessness, deaf to Li Chong's cries for help, as he resolutely accelerated the motorcycle forward. A pale blue gust of frigid air rushed past from behind, yet the small hill slightly altered the trajectory of his advance. Li Chong had sprinted to the fallen snowmobile, exerting all his strength to right it. Just as he prepared to start it, the tail of the extreme cold storm caught up with him, engulfing both him and the vehicle in an instant, freezing them into a lifelike ice sculpture. The expression of despair on Li Chong's face, along with his poised stance to ignite the engine, was forever captured in the ice. Faster, just a little faster. Sumu gritted his teeth, unleashing the full power of the motorcycle as he desperately surged toward the villa district. Fortunately, the small hill had redirected the storm's path, causing its speed to match that of the snowmobile, preventing it from overtaking Sumu. He soon dashed into the villa area, where a villa abruptly loomed ahead. With no time to adjust his course, he glimpsed the extreme cold storm approaching in the rearview mirror and shouted, "Old Mo, hold on tight." He leaned forward, aiming for the second-floor window of the villa, and propelled the motorcycle with all his might. In an instant, the window shattered, and Sumu rode the snowmobile through the opening, engulfed by swirling snow. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, he swiftly retracted the snowmobile into an infinite space and simultaneously tossed out an open-fire safety cushion in front of him. With a resounding thud, both Sumu and Old Mo collided onto the cushion, rolling onto the ground. A bulletproof glass canopy swiftly descended upon them, encasing them within a cocoon of warmth while hundreds of down jackets enveloped their surroundings. The frigid storm swept past the villa with a fierce rush, and in an instant, a layer of ice crystals formed upon the bulletproof glass. Meanwhile, the other villas that were directly struck by the storm's tail were instantaneously transformed into crystalline ice sculptures. Their windows shattered as if they had been subjected to an explosive force, even if there were living souls within. Encountering such an extreme cold front would likely leave them either lifeless or severely frostbitten. As the tempest subsided, Su Mu shivered as he rose, retracting the bulletproof glass canopy and down jackets into his infinite space. After inspecting his body, he found only the lingering pain from where the hail had struck. Otherwise, he appeared unscathed. Earlier, Lao Mo had been crouched upon Su Mu's back, silently shielding him from the hail with its own body, not uttering a single sound. Fortunately, it too was clad in a helmet, adorned with a modified bulletproof vest and cold-resistant attire crafted by Qin Ke, showing no visible signs of distress, though the possibility of internal injuries remained uncertain. Now, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. Despite the chaos of shattered glass and swirling snow that littered the floor, the opulence of the room was unmistakable, revealing that its owner was undoubtedly affluent. In the earlier panic, Su Mu had lost track of his location and was unsure whether the extreme cold storm had truly passed, realizing that venturing outside recklessly would be perilous. Although this villa lacks the comfort of his familiar abode, his infinite space contains ample fuel and charcoal, as well as sufficient provisions and warm clothing, ensuring he can weather the night unscathed. As for whether there are others in the villa and their consent to his presence, does it truly matter? Su Mu can use his firearm to compel the most judicious choice. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly nudged by Lao Mo, indicating the approach of another. Su Mu's gaze sharpened as he retrieved an anti-explosion shield and a hunting knife from his infinite space, stealthily concealing himself behind the door. A faint sound of footsteps grew nearer, and the door creaked open to reveal a figure clad in a thick down jacket and wearing a motorcycle helmet. The figure was petite, likely a woman. Clad in thick gloves, she cautiously entered, wielding a baseball bat, seemingly drawn by the commotion from the second floor. Upon sighting the shattered window and the chaos that ensued, she gasped in shock, letting out a scream as she turned to flee, just as a sharp hunting knife was pressed against her throat. Upon catching sight of the gleaming blade, she dropped the bat in terror, covering her head and screaming at the top of her lungs. Even through the helmet, Su Mu felt as though her scream could shatter the ceiling. Without hesitation, he struck her down with the flat of his knife, commanding fiercely, "Silence. One more sound, and I shall end you." This proclamation proved more effective than any other. She immediately ceased her cries, curling into a ball, her legs flailing backward as she whispered fervent pleas for her life. "Do not kill me, please." Su Mu found the situation somewhat amusing, contemplating stepping forward to lift her helmet and glimpse her features. Suddenly, he heard a voice exclaiming, "Don't bully my sister." A figure, also clad in a motorcycle helmet, rushed towards him, brandishing a baseball bat and swinging it down forcefully at Su Mu's head. Caught off guard with his back to the door, Su Mu was unable to evade the blow and bore the brunt of the strike. Meanwhile, Lao Mo, who was nearby, let out a furious yell and lunged forward. However, thanks to the protection of the helmet, Su Mu emerged unscathed. Enraged, he swiftly produced a handgun from his infinite space, pivoted, and fired a shot at the assailant. As the man struggled with Lao Mo, a burst of blood erupted from his chest, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream. Concerned that the man might not be completely incapacitated, Su Mu coldly snorted and fired another shot at his head. A large hole was instantly made in the helmet, blood gushing forth as the man twitched a few times before lying still. The woman who had entered earlier, witnessing her brother's demise, let out another piercing scream, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Su Mu's principle had always been to eliminate threats entirely to prevent future troubles. However, he hesitated momentarily in the presence of the incapacitated woman. He retrieved some rope and securely bound her. Then, armed with a ballistic shield and a handgun, he slowly exited the room with Lao Mo. He intended to search the villa for any remaining occupants and ascertain whether any danger lingered. This villa was 3 stories high, expansive and lavishly decorated. Aside from the brother and sister duo, Su Mu only discovered a half-dismembered corpse in the kitchen, along with several pieces of boiled meat in a pot. Observing the lifeless body and the garments strewn nearby, it appeared to be the villa's chef. She met her just deserts. Chapter 112. A family should be neatly united. Su Mu wandered about, discovering that the villa was exquisitely adorned. with several renowned calligraphies and paintings gracing the walls of the living room. The furnishings and appliances were all from prestigious, imported brands. He even uncovered over 100 bottles of exquisite red wine in the wine cellar on the basement level and 3 luxury cars worth millions in the garage. However, after scouring the entire villa, Su Mu was astounded to find not a morsel of food. No wonder the siblings resorted to killing and consuming the chef. In this brutal, post-apocalyptic winter, notions of benevolence and morality had long perished. Having witnessed numerous instances of cannibalism, Su Mu remained unfazed, unceremoniously collecting every item of value into his infinite space. He noticed the young man's delicate features, although his face was coated with thick white powder and adorned with eyeshadow, giving him an effeminate appearance. Su Mu found his visage somewhat familiar, yet could not place it, so he paid it no further heed. Stepping over the body, Su Mu approached the woman who had fainted from fear, removing her helmet to reveal a delicate, porcelain-like face, reminiscent of a charming fox. Su Mu paused, for although he was not an ardent follower of celebrities, he recognized this strikingly distinctive face. This woman was Fan Mingming, a well-known figure in the entertainment industry, often regarded as a mere decorative presence, lacking any notable works, yet thriving due to her astute business acumen. However, her reputation is rather tarnished, relying on her beguiling charms. It is rumored that she has entangled herself with numerous prominent figures both within and outside the industry, many of whom have succumbed to her allure. The entertainment circle is notoriously chaotic, and the veracity of such rumors remains uncertain. Subsequently, due to tax evasion, she was blacklisted by the authorities, and it is quite unexpected to encounter her here. As Su Mu pondered, the cold wind outside stirred, and Fan Mingming soon stirred awake, catching sight of her brother's lifeless body not far away, and was about to scream. Su Mu swiftly aimed his gun at her, commanding, "Utter another sound, and I shall not hesitate to end your life as well." Fan Mingming's scream abruptly ceased as she realized she was in the presence of a remorseless and vicious criminal. She retreated to the corner, trembling with fear, pleading, "Please do not kill me. Take anything you wish from my home. I will give you whatever you desire. I ask you, where is this place?" Just moments ago, in a frantic attempt to escape the frigid storm, Su Mu had lost his bearings and had no idea where he had arrived. The Zun in the northern suburbs of Shunsheng. Fan Mingming stammered. Zun? Su Mu recognized this name. It is one of the most prestigious villa communities in Shunsheng, where each property is valued at hundreds of millions or even billions. It is a residence for the affluent, including the most celebrated figures in the entertainment industry. Though Fan Mingming has fallen from grace and has incurred a hefty tax penalty of 10 billion, even a famished camel is larger than a horse. And possessing a residence here is quite commonplace. Heavens, when I was toiling away as a corporate drone, I barely earn a meager sum of 10,000 yuan a month, while you, as a celebrity, effortlessly rake in billions simply by swaying your waist and flaunting your figure, driving luxurious cars, and residing in opulent mansions. Where can one seek justice in this disparity? Were it not for the fortuitous benefits bestowed by my rebirth, Su Mu would still be languishing in the drudgery of his previous life, unable even to hold his girlfriend's hand. The thought left him momentarily unbalanced. Fan Mingming noticed Su Mu's unwavering gaze fixed upon her in silence, and ripples of emotion stirred within her. As a seasoned woman in the entertainment industry, she was acutely aware of the advantages her physique afforded her. Any normal man, regardless of whether he had a penchant for idolizing stars, has surely fantasized about sharing a bed with a celebrity. This is especially true for those endowed with perfect figures who are simply irresistible. This allure explains why affluent men often seek to keep starlets as their companions. Although Fan Mingming was slightly older and a divorcee, she was still in the prime of her allure, possessing a captivating charm that proved irresistible to certain unscrupulous men. She shifted her posture slightly, revealing a hint of her delicate collarbone, biting her lip ever so gently, and softly uttered, "Could you please lower the gun? It's quite frightening." Her lips, tinted a soft pink and glistening with lip balm, rendered her both innocent and enticing. However, Su Mu was not swayed by her allure and suddenly inquired, Was that person in the kitchen when you killed? No, we did not kill anyone. It was her, yes. It was Huang Ma who was famished and sought to end our lives, which forced us to retaliate. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Fan Mingming was immediately flustered, her speech becoming somewhat incoherent. I am a star, a public figure. Please do not report me. The police will come to arrest me. Sumu, Kladina Elmit, rendered his expression invisible to Fan Mingming. As she noticed he remained silent, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washed over her. She crawled towards him, clutching his thigh, gazing up at Sumu with a pitiful look, pleading earnestly, "The snow falls so heavily that we cannot leave. We have finished all the food at home. Those despicable neighbors only think of themselves and offer no assistance. We are truly starving. It's just Huang Ma is merely a lowly servant. Yet I am a grand star. If you spare me, I shall comply with any request you make. I can promise you whatever conditions you desire. Murder is a grave offense, especially considering she has consumed human flesh. Those who relish the benefits of society are the ones most averse to the collapse of traditional social order." Fan Mingming, possessing considerable wealth, clung to the fantasy of continuing her life of privilege even after the snow disaster, and she certainly did not wish to jeopardize her future over such an incident. Thus, she deliberately enunciated every word with emphasis, believing this man would surely grasp her implied meaning. Fan Mingming portrayed herself as exceedingly pitiable, akin to a frail, oppressed white rabbit. Moreover, her eyes seemed to possess hooks that could ensnare a man's very soul. As an actress, although her skills had been criticized, she was adept at seducing men with ease. Sumu lifted the visor of his helmet, gazing at Fan Mingming with a broad smile. Fan Mingming returned the smile, licking her lips, her eyes glimmering with a hint of seduction, exuding an allure that was utterly captivating. She was aware that this man had already developed feelings for her, and in the next moment, he would be panting heavily as he pinned her to the ground, entering her body either with ferocity or tenderness. Yet, in the very next instant, Sumu indeed drew a weapon, but it was a handgun. With a resounding bang, he shattered her skull. Fan Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom why Sumu had chosen to end her life. I have no interest in buses, especially those that have feasted on human flesh. They reek. What a farce. As the saying goes, desire is a double-edged sword, and Sumu's resolve was far from feeble. To engage intimately with a stranger in such an alien place, especially after having just taken the life of her brother, was an act of sheer folly born from insatiable thirst. Sumu had always believed that a family should remain intact. Thus he chose to send Fan Mingming down to reunite with her brother. He had no desire to collect the remains of these two siblings. He simply left them in the room, allowing the icy snow blowing through the shattered window to envelop them. Chapter 113. Good day to you, officer. You carry quite the authority. After such a lengthy ordeal, the outside world had grown dim. With the power long since cut, the villa remained in darkness, and Sumu, accustomed to illumination, found himself somewhat disoriented. The second-floor window of the villa had been breached by Sumu, and the biting cold wind, laden with snow, swept inside, while the flimsy door offered no resistance against the oppressive chill. The residual warmth within the villa swiftly dissipated, plummeting the temperature to a frigid -20 to 30 degrees, rendering it uninhabitable. Situated 3 to 4 meters underground, the space was relatively confined, yet the temperature was considerably higher than that above. Sumu retrieved a high-density battery, connecting it to the lighting apparatus and several electric heaters. After securing the door with nails and wooden boards, he felt a modicum of safety from the boundless space. Sumu produced a specialized Antarctic expedition cold-resistant tent, preparing a sleeping bag for both himself and old M.O. After a moment's contemplation, he also extracted an oxygen generator to prevent suffocation due to the stale, oxygen-depleted air of the cellar. Once everything was arranged, Sumu set out a table and chairs, laying out delectable steaks, and enjoyed a sumptuous meal with old M.O. Being away from home necessitated caution. Hence, Sumu placed his handgun within easy reach and, fully clothed, nestled into his sleeping bag. The night passed swiftly, the villa area enveloped in an eerie silence. as if the gunshots from the afternoon had been whisked away by the howling winds, garnering no attention from the other residents. Of course, it was also plausible that most of the inhabitants of the villa had perished. At dawn the following day, Su-mu awoke early. This place, while not inferior to his own sanctuary, offered little reassurance despite old Mo's presence beside him. After freshening up, Su-mu and old Mo indulged in a hearty breakfast before stowing their belongings in the infinite space. He donned his helmet once more, armed with a shield and hunting knife, and gradually ascended the stairs alongside old Mo. The gaping hole in the second-floor window of the villa remained as brutally exposed as it had been the previous day. The wind and snow had filled the entire room, encasing the lifeless bodies of Fan Mingming and her brother in a half-meter depth of snow. Noticing the absence of any signs of human or animal presence in the vicinity, Su-mu let out a sigh of relief, climbing through the window's aperture and stepping onto the snow-covered ground. It was then that he realized this villa district, nestled against the mountains and facing the water, possessed excellent feng shui. The small hills behind formed a natural, semi-encompassing barrier, shielding the area from the brunt of the wind and snow, which fell lightly here compared to other locations, accumulating to a mere 5 or 6 meters. Su-mu marveled at the sight. Indeed, Zuin was worthy of being a gathering place for affluent stars. His own Fenglinwen villa was considered quite prestigious, yet it paled in comparison to this locale. However, even the wealthy residents here lacked foresight. None had anticipated that the snow disaster would endure for such an extended period. Without a fortunate stockpile of provisions, they were likely facing dire consequences. A glimmer of greed flickered in Su-mu's mind. Surely there must be valuable treasures within. Suddenly, as Su-mu contemplated his next move, a window on the second floor of a nearby villa swung open, revealing a figure clad in a thick down jacket, waving their arms and calling out to him loudly. The individual's voice was robust, suggesting they had not suffered from hunger. Su-mu's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the pistol's trigger. He had let his guard down. Had this person possessed a firearm or crossbow, a surprise attack would have left him at a severe disadvantage. As Su-mu gradually brought the snowmobile to a halt, a figure emerged from the window and boldly obstructed his path, grumbling, "Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Why have you not responded despite my numerous calls?" Su-mu furrowed his brow slightly, irritated by the person's coarse language. However, the mention of Director Hua sending someone to escort him to a shelter piqued Su-mu's curiosity. Could this individual be an esteemed social elite or a technical expert? Suppressing the impulse to eliminate this person with a single shot, Su-mu coldly inquired, "What business do you have in blocking my way?" The individual pulled down the scarf wrapped around his face, revealing a delicately made-up visage adorned with eyeshadow. "What? You don't even recognize me? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. I'm the renowned idol, Chai Jinquan," he exclaimed. "It's outrageous. You've been calling Director Hua for so long, and only now do they send someone to take us away. I truly wonder what you are doing with our tax dollars." Su-mu was taken aback, not expecting to encounter the internet sensation known for his captivating rap and basketball skills. This individual, while not particularly gifted in singing, had his basketball dance transformed into countless viral videos online. Observing Su-mu's stunned silence, Chai Jinquan grew impatient. "What are you still dawdling for? Our supplies at home are running low. Hurry and take us to the shelter. We can't remain here for even a moment longer. However, do ensure that I am assigned a private room. After all, I am a prominent star and cannot possibly share accommodations with others." Su-mu raised an eyebrow, for this was the second time he had heard the term shelter today. In response to significant natural disasters or the threat of air raids during wartime, every city constructs numerous shelters to accommodate the populace. Previously, Qingshu had mentioned that the authorities had notified her of plans to escort her to an underground refuge. But, regrettably, she could not attend. Yet, she was unaware of the specific location of the shelter. Otherwise, Su-mu would undoubtedly seek to investigate it. He was contemplating visiting other villas to gather supplies and had no desire to waste time with this Chai Jinquan. He forcefully pushed him aside and coldly stated, "Get lost. I'm not here to fetch you." I said, "Move aside." Upon seeing Chai Jinquan still obstructing his vehicle, Su-mu frowned. contemplating whether he should teach this fellow a lesson. "Officer, you certainly carry a considerable air of authority." A mocking voice interjected. Sumu turned to see a tall, slender figure accompanied by two burly men emerging from the second-floor window of the villa, slowly making their way toward him. "Su Xiao, you have arrived." Chai Jinquin scampered over, his face beaming with a smile. "I failed to handle this trivial matter, and it has even drawn your attention. I truly deserve to be reprimanded." The man nodded in acknowledgement and addressed Su Mu, saying, "Young man, you are serving under Director Hua at the police department. Why are your eyes not more discerning? Are you unaware of our relationship with Director Hua? How dare you speak to us in such a manner?" Chapter 114. You go down to the underground to secure a spot for your father. This individual exuded an undeniable aura, clearly someone accustomed to a position of authority. The two burly men flanking him were likely his hired bodyguards. With the city buried in snow for nearly 2 months, the fact that these individuals maintained such vitality indicated they possessed ample provisions. This man kept casting furtive glances at Lao Mo, who was clad in a bulletproof vest emblazoned with police insignia. Upon noticing Su Mu dressed in specialized cold weather gear and riding a snowmobile, he mistakenly presumed Su Mu to be an aide of the police chief, sent to escort them to a shelter for refuge. Su Mu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "And who might you be?" The man snorted disdainfully, remaining silent, his nostrils flared in a haughty display. Chai Jinquin stepped forward, thumb raised in a gesture of introduction, proclaiming, "This is Su Hui, one of the 4 prominent young masters of Shun City." Su Mu nodded, yet internally dismissed him with scorn. He had heard of this Su Hui, a notorious playboy in the Daxia realm. His father, embroiled in a real estate venture gone awry, was burdened with over 20 billion in debts and was currently under national mandate for rectification. Nevertheless, his father had lavishly set aside over 20 billion in trust funds overseas for Su Hui, inaccessible to anyone else. Thus, even as the family business teetered on the brink of collapse, this young man continued to live in unbridled luxury. Chai Jinquin, brimming with pride, taunted, "So, young man, are you intimidated by Su Xiao's name? He is indeed a distinguished guest of Director Hua. If you were to speak a few flattering words on behalf of Director Hua, would you not soar to great heights, you mere officer?" Su Mu let out a cold snort, asserting, "I am not affiliated with the authorities, nor do I know Director Hua, and I certainly am not here at his behest to escort you." With the snow piled so high, everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs. Who would spare a thought for you? How ridiculous! A mediocre idol of fleeting fame and the son of a nearly bankrupt real estate mogul. Do you truly believe the state would concern itself with your plight? Upon hearing this, several faces turned ashen. Chai Jinquin was momentarily stunned, his fingers delicately poised over his lips, murmuring in disbelief, "Impossible, it cannot be. We are good friends with Director Hua. He would never abandon us. I am a major celebrity. If they neglect even me, do they not fear public outcry and backlash from my fans? Su Xiao, the scion of a billionaire, would he not dread the prospect of his company collapsing after the snowstorm, inflicting significant losses upon the nation?" Su Mu remained silent, revving the snowmobile, preparing to depart. To his surprise, he encountered 2 self-righteous fools, merely wasting his time. Su Hui spread his arms wide, blocking the path of the snowmobile, exclaiming, "If you are not sent by Director Hua, how do you come clad in professional gear adorned with the Antarctic Research logo? Even dogs are dressed in police bulletproof vests? Oh, now I understand." He extracted a checkbook from his pocket, swiftly inscribing a few figures before presenting it to Su Mu with a cold voice. "Here is a check for 1 million. It can be withdrawn at any designated bank at any time. Should be sufficient, don't you think?" Su Mu stood momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that this individual presumed he was exploiting the chaos for personal gain and accepting bribes. Yet, in such a frozen apocalypse where society, economy, and morality have all collapsed, what use is a 1 million check? It would be as valuable as rough toilet paper. Before Su Mu could respond, Chai Jinquin had already squeezed in, snatching the check from Su Hui's hands and attempting to thrust it into Su Mu's embrace. "Young master, Su has bestowed a favor. You should seize it at once. We are all significant figures. Countless individuals are clamoring to curry favor with us. Aligning yourself with young master, Su could easily spare you 30 years of struggle. If you fail to grasp this splendid opportunity, you shall remain a destitute wretch for life. At the very least, I could add my autograph photo. You must know, those female admirers line up for a chance with me, and I've yet to part with signed photographs for them. Annoyed by his condescending demeanor, Su Mu coldly pushed him away, declaring, I have no interest. Now be gone. Do not hinder my affairs. Seeing that Su Mu was utterly unimpressed by their antics, several individuals' expressions shifted dramatically. Su Hui, with a sinister tone, warned, Kid, don't be ungrateful. If you know what is good for you, lead us to the underground shelter at once, where you will face dire consequences. Upon hearing their employer's command, the two bodyguards immediately clenched their fists and approached with stern expressions. Listen here, I strongly advise you to comply. Should young Master Su take offense, the consequences could be dire. Over the past 2 months, Su Mu had weathered numerous storms and was hardly intimidated by their verbal threats. With a disdainful smirk, he retorted, I've already stated that I am not affiliated with Director Hua, and I have no knowledge of the so-called refuge location. Who do you think you are? An inconsequential internet celebrity and the son of a corrupt businessman. How could the government possibly send someone to rescue worthless trash like you? Su Mu's patience was wearing thin as he barked. If you don't step aside, you will bear the consequences. Su Hui's countenance darkened at these words, and he sneered. Since you are not sent by Director Hua, then there is no need for civility. He gestured. Hey Bao, go ahead and dislocate his arms. Teach this brat a lesson about respect. Behind them, Chai Jinkuan chimed in excitedly. Yes, let's take his snowmobile. That way, we can venture out in search of food and strip him of his thermal suit. It is absolutely freezing. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards lunged towards Su Mu, sneering, Boy, do you not know how to address young Master Su properly? Yet before they could close the distance, 2 muffled gunshots echoed, and each bodyguard was met with a gaping wound on their foreheads, their faces frozen in disbelief as they collapsed into the snow. This is how you write death, Su Mu remarked coldly, directing the still-smoking barrel of his gun at the pale-faced Su Hui. Moreover, I am accustomed to speaking with my firearm. Ah, he has killed. It was only then that Chai Zhengkuan grasped the gravity of the situation, covering his face with his hands and emitting a high-pitched scream. Su Mu frowned. He had never anticipated that a man's scream could be more jarring than that of a woman's. With little patience, he swiftly redirected his weapon toward Chai Zhengkuan's head and fired. The bullet grazed the side of Chai Zhengkuan's skull, taking with it half of his ear. Ah! Chai Zhengkuan cried out in agony, clutching his ear as he collapsed into the snow, a pool of liquid seeping from his groin, which quickly froze into ice. His face, heavily coated with foundation, was already alarmingly pale, but now it appeared even more ghostly. Su Mu's eyes, concealed beneath his helmet, betrayed no emotion. Such an unbearable scream. Are you courting death? He had initially aimed for Chai Zhengkuan's head, but in his panic, Chai Zhengkuan had inadvertently caused a shot to go awry. Shu Hui, in contrast to Chai Zhengkuan, exhibited slightly better composure. Although he trembled uncontrollably, he managed to remain standing, albeit with a soiled pair of trousers. As Su Mu aimed the pistol at his own head, Su Hui's complexion turned pale. Struggling to maintain his composure, he spoke with a tremor in his voice. What were you planning to do? Murder is against the law. My father is Su Jiaying. If you harm me, he certainly won't let you go. Su Mu, however, was not one to leave loose ends. He immediately pulled the trigger, obliterating Su Hui's head. Is that so? Chapter 115. Having suffered from hunger in his youth, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of food. Now, tell me, where is the underground shelter you mentioned? Su Mu redirected the gun towards Chai Zhengkuan, his tone devoid of emotion, colder than the biting wind. I don't know. Director Hua only mentioned sending someone to pick us up. He never disclosed the location of the shelter. Witnessing the gruesome scene as a bullet tore through Su Hui's skull, leaving a gaping, bloody cavity and exposing fragments of white bone and teeth, Chai Zhengkuan was paralyzed with fear. Ignoring the pain in his ears, he frantically retreated on the snow, his hands bracing against the ground, and screamed, Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Just spare my life, and I will give you anything you desire, even if it means A look of shame suddenly crossed his face as he bit his lip. Even if you want me, I would. I would comply. This is permissible? A few dark lines crossed Su Mu's forehead, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I have no interest in fencing. Having failed to inquire about the location of the shelter, Su Mu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet it was overshadowed by a sense of revulsion towards the male figure before him. He promptly aimed at Chai Jinquan's head and pulled the trigger once more. This time, Su Mu's shot found its mark with devastating accuracy. The bullet's immense force obliterated the entirety of Chai Jinquan's occiput, scattering a gruesome mix of brain matter and blood across the ground. Chai Jinquan lay twitching in the snow for a moment before succumbing to stillness. Help! A murder has occurred. The anguished cries of women echoed from within the villa, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Su Mu's eyes narrowed. There were indeed others inside this mansion. Let's go investigate. Old M.O., ever the eager one, was the first to dart through the window on the second floor of the villa. Su Mu leaped off his snowmobile, stowing it in an infinite space, and followed closely behind, armed with a ballistic shield and a handgun. This villa was even larger than Fan Mingming's, adorned with an opulence that could only be described as extravagant. The lofty ceilings were graced with splendid chandeliers, resembling shimmering diamonds, while the floor was laid with exquisite marble and the walls adorned with portraits of renowned figures. However, Su Mu harbored no interest in such fineries. He swiftly joined Old M.O. before a tightly shut door. Old M.O. indicated that their quarry was just beyond. Su Mu nodded, aimed at the lock, and fired a shot, then forcefully kicked the door open. The sudden appearance of armed strangers sent three stunningly beautiful girls, with alluring figures and exquisite features, into a state of terror. They screamed in unison, huddling together in a corner of the room, their faces a mask of fear. Three girls stood together. One exuded a mature allure. Another was petite and innocent, while the last possessed a haughty, icy beauty. Even clad in voluminous down jackets, their curvaceous figures could not be concealed. Upon seeing Su Mu approach with a firearm in hand, the trio instinctively huddled together in a corner, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear, vulnerability, and a delicate sense of helplessness that could easily ignite a man's desire to conquer. In the presence of a typical LSP, one could only imagine the uncontrollable urge that would ensue. The petite girl gazed at the fully armed Su Mu, her large eyes brimming with trepidation. Who are you? What do you want? Choo-choo baby? Su Mu immediately recognized her. She was an immensely popular internet celebrity, known for her striking contrast of youthful innocence and voluptuous appeal that had captivated over 5 million fans online. He had once been a devoted admirer, spending countless lonely nights watching her suggestive videos and generously tipping her. However, after the snow disaster, he had not encountered her online again, making her unexpected presence here all the more surprising. He couldn't help but muse. The wealthy truly know how to indulge. Their means of enjoyment are distinctly unique. Upon hearing this moniker, the girls' expressions darkened, their faces flushing with indignation as they retorted, "How dare you tarnish our reputation without cause? We are not Kun. We are socialites." Socialites? So you are indeed Kun. Su Mu remained unfazed. He retrieved a length of rope from his infinite space and tossed it towards them, commanding, "Bind yourselves together." The three women were strikingly beautiful, with alluring figures, yet they were highly skilled, proficient in a myriad of knowledge as advanced female technicians. However, Su Mu possessed a certain mental fastidiousness, preferring not to engage in camaraderie with others. Although there was a female broadcaster whom he greatly admired, in this unfamiliar setting, who could possibly focus on discussing the intricacies of negative distance piston motion, a physics conundrum. Observing the three girls hesitating and reluctant to act, Su Mu grew impatient. He pointed his pistol and coldly commanded, "Hurry up and bind yourselves." Confronted with the ominous barrel of the gun, they trembled in fear, no longer daring to delay, and quickly picked up the ropes to bind one another. Remarkably, their technique was commendable, as they executed the classic tortoise shell tie. Su Mu noticed the last girl had managed to secure her two companions, but was at a loss on how to bind herself. Without hesitation, he approached her, forcefully kicked her to the ground, and swiftly tied her up, tightening the ropes around the two already bound girls. Furthermore, Su produced duct tape and sealed their mouths shut. Now silenced, they could only gaze at him with pitiful eyes, indifferent to their plight. Su ensured their bindings were secure before leaving them there, shutting the door behind him. He was not the type of man consumed by lust. He intended to continue investigating the villa for any other lurking dangers. With great caution, Su meticulously searched the entire villa and indeed discovered a driver, a gardener, and two maids in the other rooms. They too heard the gunfire, trembling in their abode, paralyzed by fear. Yet, under old Mo's keen instincts, they were utterly exposed, dragged out one by Su and tightly bound. A cold sweat broke out on Su. Could it be that Su Hui possessed a sixth sense? How could this villa harbor so many individuals? However, after inquiring with a housekeeper, he learned that Su Jiaying had endured a life of poverty in her youth, having suffered the pangs of hunger, which left her with deep-seated anxieties. She had stockpiled food in every household, and even the refrigerator in the vehicle was crammed with various canned goods and sausages. The basement of this villa housed a small cold storage, containing over 100 premium Spanish hams and an array of other exclusive provisions, sufficient to sustain more than 10 individuals for half a year. Just a day before the snow disaster, Su Hui had fortuitously brought Chai Zhengquan and 3 socialites to this villa for a debauch, specifically arranging for the driver to procure a substantial amount of food, filling 5 or 6 refrigerators, thus ensuring an ample supply. Su Jiaying's childhood fears of starvation had inadvertently spared her son from a similar fate. Su mused, yet he could never have imagined that ultimately, due to offending me, he would meet his demise by a bullet. Indeed, Su discovered a plethora of leftover delicacies in the refrigerator, including Ima's caviar, Yubari king melons, dog claw snails, and Italian Albo white truffles, among other exquisite provisions. As for the renowned wines like Roman Icani, Gagno vineyard wines, and Martel brandy, they filled half the wine cellar. Additionally, there were numerous treasures of gold and silver, along with various bespoke luxury items. Oh dear, is this truly the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy? There are countless items here that I have neither tasted nor even laid eyes upon. Naturally, Su was not one to be polite. He swept through the villa with old Mo, taking everything that could be carried, and joyfully departed from the premises. As for the 7 individuals bound and left behind, they had long since faded from his thoughts. Chapter 116. I truly did not intend this. Do you believe me? By the time Su exited Su Hui's villa, it was nearly noon. Observing the myriad of other villas within the community, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. There were so many exquisite treasures here that one could hardly find elsewhere. Regrettably, time was not on his side today. He would have to seize another opportunity in the future. It seemed that quite a number of individuals still lingered in the villa area, startled by the gunfire, yet too frightened to venture outside and assess the situation. These so-called affluent elites, accustomed to a life of privilege, harbored a deeper fear of death than ordinary folk. Once the roar of the snowmobile faded into the distance, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, peering cautiously from behind their windows. As Su rode his vehicle to the entrance of the villa area, he discovered the frozen body of Li Chong still standing there, half buried in the snow and wind. Since you have accompanied me in this endeavor, I cannot allow your corpse to remain exposed in the wilderness. He sighed, collecting Li Chong's remains into his infinite space, and then sped homeward. Oh dear, I do not possess any cough syrup. Why do you persist in pursuing me? This monstrous creature resembled a wolf dog the size of a calf, yet had an eerie assortment of bone spurs protruding from its body. Similar to the creatures from the Resident Evil series, yet distinctly different, the beast bore sharp fangs and a blood-red tongue. Just moments ago, as he maneuvered his vehicle through a neighborhood, he inadvertently roused this monster, which had been lurking in the shadows of the residential buildings, preying upon the remnants of humanity. This day marked the 55th since the snow disaster, and Su was taken aback to encounter yet another mutated creature ahead of schedule. With one hand on the wheel and the other gripping the QBZ 191 automatic rifle, he fired incessantly into the rear. Unfortunately, the bumpy road and the creature's remarkable agility meant that only a couple of bullets found their mark, inflicting minimal damage. The wolf dog leaped and bounded across the snow, relentlessly pursuing him behind the snowmobile. Suddenly, it surged forward with alarming speed, leaping high to pounce upon Su Mu's back. Turning his head, Su Mu caught sight of its gaping maw. Even through his helmet, he could detect the foul stench emanating from within. Just as Lao Mo prepared to leap into the fray against the wolf dog, Su Mu intervened. He pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it directly into the creature's wide-open mouth. The monster, insatiable, devoured the grenade hole. With a thunderous explosion, the grenade detonated within its body, sending blood and flesh flying as the immense force shattered it into several pieces. Gluttony is indeed a cardinal sin. In a graceful drift, Su Mu brought the snowmobile to a halt beside the dismembered creature, disembarked, and wielded his hunting knife to cleave open its skull. To his satisfaction, he discovered a white crystal nestled within the brain matter. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 1 crystal core. Currently, the base requires 97 more level 1 crystal cores for an upgrade. Gazing at the crystal core in his hand, Su Mu could not help but sigh. Alas, something must have transpired in this world that he was unaware of. In just a few short days, he had managed to slay 3 mutated monsters. After collecting his spoils, Su Mu, not daring to delay, pushed the snowmobile to its maximum speed, racing back home. Upon seeing Su Mu return safely, Qingshu embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Of course, the primary reason was the explosive collar around her neck. If Su Mu were to perish, she would meet a similar fate. Even with a heart as steely as Su Mu's, the beauty in his arms stirred something within him. The anger provoked by the 3 Kuan in Su Hui's villa erupted at that moment. Conjuring a grand bed with a wave of his hand, and they tumbled onto it together. Old Mo silently observed his unreliable master, lying down nearby. Damn it, I still haven't removed my bulletproof vest, he thought, feeling the heat of the villa. After a considerable time, Su Mu finally extricated himself from Qingshu, feeling invigorated. He playfully patted her rosy cheeks and instructed her to prepare lunch while he took the time to free Old Mo from his restraints. Old Mo shot him a glance before moving to point at the kettle with his paw, indicating that Su Mu should pour him some water. Sumuchak cold in disbelief. This clever creature truly understood human nature, almost as if it were evolving. He wondered if it might undergo mutation in the days to come. After a belated lunch, Su Mu made his way to the surveillance room to check on Wang Hao and the others. When Su Mu had departed the villa with Li Chong the previous day, they had only been left with a day's rations. Qingshu lacked the access rights to open the passage to the basement level of the villa, leaving Wang Hao and his companions to endure the pangs of hunger. They had no knowledge of Su Mu's whereabouts and dared not voice a single complaint, instead lying on their beds, idly boasting to pass the time. Li Chong is dead, Su Mu announced. The sound of his voice startled Wang, Hao, and the others, who were about to greet him, but fell silent upon grasping the gravity of his words. Li Chong had been a member of Wang Hao's team since the onset of the snow disaster, a veteran figure among them. Although it was commonplace to lose lives in this apocalyptic world, the sudden news of his demise stirred feelings of sorrow and loss. Some among them harbored other thoughts. Had Li Chong, accompanying Su Mu on a mission, witnessed something he should not have? Su Mu, however, was not inclined to speculate on their thoughts, and continued. I have placed his body in the snow outside the villa. You may bid him farewell and incinerate him at your convenience. The group turned their gazes toward Wang Hao, who clenched his teeth and said, Let's go take a look. Outside the villa, in the snow, the figure of Li Chong on a snowmobile, poised for a swift dash, appeared vividly lifelike. This was certainly not a result of mere human effort. Wang Hao felt a pang of sentimentality and glanced back at his subordinates, the meaning unspoken but clear. As he reached out to gently touch Li Chong's arm, he was taken aback when it unexpectedly snapped off. Oh, I didn't mean to. I shall assist you promptly. Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, perceiving this as a profound disrespect towards his deceased brother. In a frantic attempt, he hurriedly gathered the severed fragments of Li Chong's arm that lay scattered in the snow, only to inadvertently collide with Li Chang's body. With a cacophony of shattering sounds, Li Chang's corpse, along with several components of the snowmobile, disintegrated into countless pieces, leaving behind merely a skeletal frame on the ground. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Do you believe me? Wang Hao, clutching the fragmented pieces of Li Chang's arm, displayed a grimace of discomfort towards his subordinates. Chapter 117. The transformation of catgirl robots and the extensive preparation of weapons and ammunition. Su Mu paid no heed to Wang Hao and his companions, who were incinerating Li Chang's shattered remains in the snow. He left behind provisions and water in the underground garage and proceeded to inspect the progress of Geng Tianfu and Du Hongwei. To his astonishment, both men exhibited the traits of workaholics, remaining hunched over their workbenches, diligently laboring, with a considerable amount of their meals still untouched in the corner. As the camera shifted to the workshop of the robotic modification expert, Du Hongwei, Su Mu observed that he had successfully conducted experimental modifications on over 10 catgirl robots. The originally domestic catgirl robots, designed for homebodies, underwent a remarkable transformation, their legs converting into tracks, while their arms and shoulders were retrofitted to accommodate turrets, rendering them more suited for mobility in combat. According to the modification data provided by Du Hongwei, although these robots still fell short of military-grade standards, their performance had been significantly enhanced. Once equipped with weaponry, they would become formidable instruments of destruction. Considering the current progress of the work, it will only take him a few more days to complete the transformation of all the catgirl robots. Su Mu was exceedingly pleased with this and readily agreed to Du Hongwei's request, even allocating a few assistants to expedite the task, aiming to finish the modification of over 300 catgirl robots within 5 days. By the way, have you heard of the Ice Age project? After encouraging Du Hongwei with a few words, Su Mu was about to switch topics when a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire. Du Hongwei possède momentanité Nabak. And with a nostalgic tone, he replied, I have indeed heard of it. As a technician in the field of robot production and modification, I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation. It occurred on the 5th day after the snow disaster began. I received a mysterious call from someone claiming to be a representative of a national security rescue agency. They informed me that, according to experts, the heavy snowfall would not cease anytime soon, and the country had initiated the Ice Age project, demanding that I immediately follow them to a designated shelter. Su Mu inquired, Then why did you not go? Du Hongwei let out a bitter smile and explained, because they insisted that I go alone. Given my technical expertise, I was deemed unworthy of bringing my family into the shelter. My wife and children would have to remain behind and await their fate. Naturally, I was unwilling and promptly refused their offer. A shadow of sorrow crossed his face as he reflected on the prolonged duration of the snowstorm. To compete for food and supplies, the neighbors had all gone mad. In the end, my child succumbed to illness, my wife perished from starvation, and I too joined Wang Xiao's ranks. Su Mu fell into silence, pondering the capriciousness of fate. Each individual possesses their own choices, and one cannot fault others for them. It seems he is also a pitiable soul. He offered a few words of consolation to Du Hongwei, intending to depart when he suddenly noticed a system notification appearing in crimson text. Ding! Please be advised, the loyalty of this low-level carbon-based life form has plummeted to 28 points, posing a potential threat to the host. Ding! Scanning of the modified 11 entry-level controllable robots has revealed the malicious implantation of backdoor programs, indicating a risk of external control. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently smirk, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Is it not sufficient to simply live well? Why do they all presume themselves so clever? He cast a sympathetic glance at Du Hongwei before departing. As long as he remained cautious within the confines of his villa, Su Mu had little to fear regarding harm. Thus there was no need to hastily ensnare his prey. Du Hongwei, feeling somewhat smug, recognized that although he was not a top-tier programmer, implanting a backdoor into the control systems of the modified robots was a relatively straightforward task. Once the opportunity arose, he could manipulate these robots via the back end to coerce Su Mu into providing him with an antidote, and then he had long coveted Su Mu's villa. A ruthless glimmer shone in Du Hongwei's eyes. If Su Mu could thrive in this apocalyptic landscape, why could he not do the same? However, Du Hongwei could never have anticipated that the opponent he sought to outmaneuver was an extraordinary existence, one beyond the ordinary realm. After watching the transformation of the Catwoman robot, Su Mu switched the scene to Yan Qingshu. Upon hearing his boss inquire about his progress, Yan Qingshu eagerly began his introduction. "Boss, didn't you assign me the task the day before yesterday to create a batch of more powerful bombs? Take a look at these." He quickly walked to the corner and lifted the canvas covering. Through the camera, Su Mu was left speechless as he beheld several Kaizen rockets, along with gas canisters and steel pipes fashioned into a hell cannon resting on the iron frame. This fellow had even welded together a massive gas canister artillery vehicle using iron frames, steel pipes, and tires. With pride, Yan Qingshu exclaimed, "Boss, my nickname handmade, Jing is not without merit. The formula for high explosive granules is classified by the state, so I am unaware of the precise proportions. Therefore, I had to extract ammonium nitrate and potassium nitrate from fertilizers, mix them with sulfur and charcoal to create black powder, and then add potassium permanganate and sugar to concoct an alternative explosive. However, do not underestimate the power of this creation. Decades ago, an organization called Demise caused significant trouble for their enemies with this type of explosive, which they referred to as dismemberment. This explosive paired with the Hell Cannon is simply a match made in heaven. Although its range isn't vast, a single shot can bring down an entire building." Prompted by his mention, Su Mu swiftly recalled several videos he had watched in his youth. Indeed, the power seemed to align with what Yan Qingshu had asserted, igniting his interest. This device, simple to operate yet formidable in impact, would serve as an exceptionally effective weapon against hordes of zombies. Had he possessed such an apparatus earlier, dealing with those odious neighbors would have been a breeze. One blast would suffice, rendering the cumbersome task of utilizing napalm unnecessary. Overjoyed, Su Mu lavished praise upon Yan Qingshu before instructing him to place the finished products outside the door for later collection. These items, being highly flammable and explosive, posed a significant risk. A detonation could wreak havoc upon the villa. For safety's sake, it was prudent to produce a batch and store it in the infinite space. Su Mu then assigned Yan Qingshu several additional tasks, inquiring whether he might construct some rudimentary grenades. He had failed to locate such items in the armory at the base yesterday, and his remaining stock was dwindling. Additionally, the napalm bomb, when utilized correctly, could be a devastating weapon. Su Mu was nearly addicted to the idea. Naturally, if feasible, it would be ideal to also fabricate some M200 sniper rifles and ammunition for the AK-47, as his supply was running low, with each shot depleting his reserves. Having previously researched ammunition manufacturing online, he understood that the process was exceedingly intricate, involving numerous steps such as core insertion, pre-compression of the tail cone, edge rolling of the base, shaping the tail cone, diameter adjustment, grooving, dimension measurement, weighing, and visual inspection, among many others. However, Yan Qingshu confidently assured him that there would be no issues. Over a century ago, the pioneers of the base adeptly utilized rudimentary equipment and materials to fabricate landmines and grenades. They even repurposed discarded bullet casings through meticulous manual processing, reloading them with explosives, assembling primers, and affixing projectiles, thus creating what were termed reloaded bullets. Presently, equipped with a plethora of modern, advanced machinery, they are certainly capable of manufacturing such armaments, albeit with a slight compromise in range and potency. Upon hearing this, Su Mu was elated and lavished praise upon him, making a special trip to present Yan Qingshu with a large lobster and several hairy crabs as a token of appreciation, leaving behind some raw materials before taking his leave. Chapter 118: External News, Betrayal, and Retribution. After attending to these matters, Su Mu powered on his computer, connecting to a small server specifically configured prior to the snow disaster. Circumventing barriers to access the external network, he commenced browsing various information on the international web. Thanks to the extensive network of artificial satellites orbiting the Earth, coupled with the maintenance provided by personnel from underground national-level shelters, global connectivity remained intact. They, in fact, had a greater necessity for satellites to acquire worldwide news than the average individual. In recent days, Su Mu had encountered 3 mutated creatures that had surfaced prematurely, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled, prompting him to seek relevant information online. After all, in his previous life, he had merely survived the snow disaster for a brief period before meeting his demise, and thus his understanding of mutated organisms was quite limited. The internet was rife with a plethora of chaotic information, so Su Mu specifically sought out data disseminated by the research institutions of major nations. With the assistance of translation software, he navigated through these resources with relative ease. The recent global snowfall has plunged the average temperature worldwide to approximately -2 degrees Celsius, a chilling 8 degrees lower than the average temperature during the Ice Age 2 millennia ago. This frigid environment has resulted in the demise of the vast majority of Earth's life forms. Nevertheless, humanity persists with a resilience akin to that of rats hidden in the shadows, with a considerable number of individuals surviving even in such extreme conditions. A reputable foreign research institution has released information claiming that, based on their computer simulations, the recent snowstorm has led to nearly 5 billion deaths globally over the past 2 months due to hunger, cold, and disease, accounting for roughly half of the world's population. However, as the effects of the supernova explosion wane, solar activity is expected to gradually normalize, and the snowfall will eventually cease. Yet, humanity will still face an extraordinarily prolonged winter. In the aftermath of the snow disaster, the number of lives lost due to secondary disasters, shortages of supplies, and frostbite is estimated to be around 1 to 2 billion. Furthermore, due to the extreme cold, human activities have essentially come to a standstill, with agricultural production, manufacturing, and resource extraction rendered impossible. Consequently, essentials such as food, clothing, energy, and various other materials will become exceedingly scarce. In this dire scenario, individuals, regions, and even nations will find themselves embroiled in conflict and strife as they vie for the limited resources available, leading to an even greater unraveling of international order. The possibility of nuclear warfare, should tensions escalate to a critical point, cannot be dismissed. Su Mu, observing this unfolding chaos, felt a shiver of dread creep over him. On one hand, he felt fortunate to have stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies in advance, ensuring he would not lack the essentials for survival. On the other hand, he harbored a deep-seated fear that should a large-scale conflict arise, or even a nuclear war, the current defensive capabilities of his villa would undoubtedly prove inadequate. He reclined in his chair, contemplating for an extended period, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. He resolved to take things one step at a time. Perhaps, in the future, the Doomsday Fortress system would be upgraded sufficiently to enable an escape from Earth, embarking on a journey into the cosmos. Su Mu continued to peruse the web, specifically seeking information regarding mutated humans and flora and fauna. As anticipated, numerous peculiar occurrences had been reported across the globe, with over 100 nations documenting the existence of mutated individuals. These transformations were not limited to humans, but extended to mutated animals, insects, and even plants. Su Mu released a long sigh of frustration. It seemed that mutations had not merely accelerated but had been ongoing all along. Due to the intense internal changes within the sun, the high-energy particles, ionizing radiation, and gamma rays directed towards Earth had undergone significant alterations compared to previous times. Under such circumstances, the genes of all living beings on Earth had essentially experienced various mutations, which only now began to manifest gradually. These early mutated individuals were referred to as mutants in the United States, psychics in the West, Zumas in the wasteland, super beings in Russia, awakened ones in India, and extraordinary beings in the Great Xia. As for other flora and fauna, they were uniformly designated as monsters. According to the principles of biology, the direction of genetic mutations remains uncertain, and the variations among organisms can yield both beneficial and detrimental outcomes. Some creatures have attained extraordinary abilities through mutations, awakening a myriad of extraordinary powers, such as elemental control, beast transformation, spirit communication, and bodily aberration. Conversely, there are instances where mutations have failed, resulting in grotesque forms akin to those subjected to nuclear radiation, devoid of superhuman capabilities and often leading to immediate demise. As of now, the number of reported mutants worldwide is relatively low, with only a few thousand cases documented. This figure is undoubtedly inaccurate. The heavy snowfall has concealed the majority of pre-existing mutated flora and fauna from discovery and subsequent enumeration. It is noteworthy that, even within the brief span of a few days, I have encountered 3 successful mutations involving the Sioux-wood alone. This suggests that a substantial number of mutated beings remain hidden in various locales, rendering the outside world perilously treacherous. It appears that I must continue to remain sequestered within the villa. A sigh escapes me as I ponder when I will possess sufficient strength to traverse the outside world with confidence. I find myself questioning whether my ability to harness spatial energy stems from individual mutation or is a gift bestowed by a system. The following days unfold for me in tranquility and fulfillment, with no bothersome neighbors to intrude. I have orchestrated for Wang Hao and a few others to assist Geng Tianfu and Du Hongwei, dedicating our efforts to the production of weaponry and the enhancement of the Catgirl robot. He himself was not idle. Aside from engaging in some delightful exercises with Qin Ke, he spent the remainder of his time immersed in the gym. Regardless of the circumstances, a robust and healthy physique is the cornerstone of survival. On the 60th day following the snowstorm, the howling winds and snowfall outside had noticeably diminished, yet the cold remained biting, with outdoor temperatures consistently hovering around -40 degrees. With the assistance of the apocalyptic fortress system, Su Mu had long since uncovered Du Hongwei's intentions. However, Su Mu chose not to expose him immediately. Instead, he waited until Du Hongwei had toiled day and night for several days, completing the modifications on the existing hundreds of Catgirl robots, before releasing a cloud of anesthetic gas into his chamber. When Du Hongwei regained consciousness, he found Wang Hao and about 10 others gazing at him with pity, including Geng Tianfu, the weapons and ammunition manufacturer. Du Hongwei's head still throbbed with confusion, leaving him bewildered about the unfolding events. Upon noticing his awakening, Wang Hao pointed at him and sternly declared, "Du Hongwei, your deeds have come to light. How dare you secretly insert backdoors into the boss's robot control system? Attempting to usurp control? You truly have no inkling of the concept of mortality." Panic surged through Du Hongwei as the gravity of his discovery struck him. His mind felt as if it were exploding. Parched and desperate, he steadied himself and fervently waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "No, I did not. No need for denial. The boss had already discerned your little schemes. He had hoped it was merely a moment of folly on your part, granting you the opportunity for redemption. Yet you have remained obstinate, not only failing to restrain yourself, but exacerbating the situation by implanting backdoors into all the robot's control systems. How has the boss treated you? In this frozen apocalypse, he has provided you with sustenance and even special privileges, and this is how you repay him?" Du Hongwei felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "Wang Xiaoai." Wang Hao raised a hand, interrupting him. "There's no need to elaborate. The boss has granted you an opportunity. This is the 8th villa where I once resided, situated approximately 100 meters from Yamamoto Ijuro's villa. Outside the villa is a box containing winter clothing. The boss commanded you to strip off your garments. If you can run 100 meters in the snowstorm and don the clothing before succumbing to the cold, he will forgive you." Chapter 119. The application of both grace and severity remains the most effective means to win hearts. Although the snowfall has diminished significantly, the external temperature persists at around -40 degrees. Scientific evidence indicates that a healthy adult can run naked for 3 minutes at -40 degrees. This is nearly the human threshold for enduring extreme cold. However, under the relentless biting wind, the rate of heat loss from the body is nearly doubled. Thus, for Du Hongwei to survive, he must complete the 100-meter dash within 2 minutes. This is an almost insurmountable challenge. Du Hongwei was struck with terror and pleaded, No, Bosu, sperme. I should not have been so foolish as to harbor treasonous thoughts." He turned to Wang Hao, kneeling and striking his head against the ground with a resounding thud. Wang Xiao, please plead with Su Lauda for me. I do not wish to die. I still hold value. I can still assist in the creation of robots. Please do not kill me. I promise I will not defy you again. Wang Hao closed his eyes, expressing his helplessness. It is too late for words now. I have long warned you not to betray Su Lauda. Why did you not heed my counsel? Moreover, the boss has not exterminated you completely. He has granted you a chance for survival. Life and death are predestined. Fortune is in the hands of fate. Go now. Su Lauda awaits you in the villa. If you can don the thermal suit before succumbing to the cold, he may still accept you. He commanded his subordinates sternly. Hurry up and strip him of his clothing. Despite Du Hongwei's desperate struggles and pleas, he could not escape the grasp of the 10 or so burly men. Soon, he found himself stripped bare and thrust into the deep snow. Go. Retrieve your clothing before you freeze to death. You might just survive. It's so cold. The moment he was deprived of his garments, Du Hongwei's face turned pale, his body trembling as he wrapped his arms around himself. Yet he understood that there was no retreat left for him. In a frenzy, he began to trudge through the thick snow. The layers were deep, and he found himself sinking to mid-thigh in the soft drifts, stumbling as he rushed forward, his pace far from swift. In a matter of mere seconds, a task that could be accomplished on level ground took him an interminable amount of time. Yet he had not yet finished. After all, Du Hongwei was merely an office-bound programmer, not an athlete of remarkable prowess. Moreover, during the past 2 months, save for a few days at the Sumibi Villa, he had endured a state of inadequate nourishment and insufficient warmth, rendering his body exceedingly frail. As the biting cold wind assailed him, Du Hongwei managed to run a little over 80 meters before collapsing to the ground, his body rendered stiff with cold. Nevertheless, the instinct for survival compelled him to crawl forward, his eyes filled with an intense yearning for life. Just a little further, just a little further. I will soon reach the villa and survive, just a little further. He muttered to himself, his eyelids growing heavy, feeling drowsy, as if his deceased wife and child were smiling down upon him from the heavens. Yet, with the box containing the thermal clothing less than 10 meters away, a fierce flame ignited within him. Dragging his frozen limbs, he inched forward. At last, his fingers grazed the box that held the thermal attire. Good, splendid. I shall finally escape death. Elated, Du Hongwei yearned to struggle to his feet. However, his hands and feet were so frozen that he could not even muster the strength to stand, let alone perform the simplest motion of bending his fingers. Trembling, he lay prone in the snow, despairingly gazing at the thermal clothing within arm's reach, muttering incoherently. No, no, I do not wish to perish. I cannot succumb to death. Yet the frigid wind has already stripped him of his last vestige of warmth. He twitched slightly a few times, ultimately falling utterly still. Witnessing Du Hongwei succumb to the biting cold, gradually being concealed by the falling snow, Wang Hao and the others couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for the fate of a fellow creature. The leader is indeed demonstrating a harsh lesson. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao sighed and declared, "Let us depart. Su, our leader, is not a man of benevolence. Remember, your abilities may be lacking, yet loyalty is imperative. Otherwise, this will be your fate." As for Du Hongwei's remains, let them be, serving as a grim warning to all. A collective shiver ran through the group, and they promptly agreed in unison. With Du Hongwei as a cautionary example, none dared to entertain rebellious thoughts, dutifully assisting Su Mu with their tasks, their loyalty soaring above 65. Su Mu stood behind the attic window, lowering his binoculars, a cold smile gracing his lips. The balance of reward and punishment has always been the most effective method to win hearts. Su Mu established a small military factory in the underground garage on the second basement level, where under the guidance of the mediocre military expert Yan Qingshu, Wang Hao and the others labored day and night to fabricate an array of weaponry. They produced thousands of items, including gas canister cannons, napalm bombs, grenades, explosive packs, flamethrowers, and Kaizen rocket launchers. Although these antiquated explosives may lack the potency of modern weaponry, they're more than sufficient to combat the lower-tier zombies. Yan Qingshu meticulously crafted over 1,408 Chaitak bullets, albeit with only half the range and power of the original. After eliminating Du Hongwei, the hidden access within the Catwoman robot became utterly redundant. Adhering to the principle of not harboring idle, mechanical beings, Sumu promptly dispatched all of them to gather various resources from the surroundings. With technology having advanced to its current state, robots have attained a fundamental level of intelligence, capable of managing most situations barring the exceedingly complex. With the assistance of hundreds of modified robots, Sumu's resource collection endeavor proceeded with remarkable efficacy. Metals, furniture, timber, stones, plastics, glass, all were welcomed without exception. However, Sumu refrained from sending them into residential areas, uncertain of the number of living souls that might remain there or whether any had prematurely awakened into mutants or monsters, as such recklessness could result in the loss of his robotic allies. On October 1st, a day that should have been marked by national celebration in the sweltering summer, the relentless snowfall that had plagued for 2 months finally ceased. Even in the southern city of Shunsheng, the accumulated snow reached nearly 17 or 18 meters in depth, blanketing everything in a vast expanse of white. In the distant north, the cold was even more severe, with snowdrifts burying numerous cities beneath 5 to 6 or even over 100 meters of ice and snow. As the effects of the supernova explosion waned, the sun's temperature gradually returned to normal, once again bestowing light and warmth upon the earth. The oppressive leaden clouds began to disperse, allowing the gentle sunlight to illuminate the land anew. However, the corpses of various creatures that succumbed to the cold and starvation will soon transform into zombies under the influence of a mysterious virus, and numerous awakened, mutated monsters will gradually emerge. At this moment, true terror will descend, and those humans who survive will face a brutal cleansing. Chapter 120. The blood moon rises, terror descends. On the third night after the snowfall ceased, Sumu stood silently on the attic of the villa, gazing at the blood moon hanging in the sky. The crimson light cast an enchanting and eerie glow upon the snow-covered ground. Qingshu stood obediently behind him, a clever woman who understood that her survival through this snow disaster was owed to the enigmatic man before her. Thus, even though she was exhilarated to see that the heavy snowfall had finally stopped, she refrained from expressing a desire to step outside for some fresh air. Now, witnessing the peculiar sight of the blood moon, Qingshu felt an overwhelming dread, realizing that the situation was indeed more complicated than she had anticipated. Secretly grateful for her own rationality. After all, if it were merely a 2-month snow disaster, would Sumu truly have needed to invest 3.5 billion yuan to construct this sanctuary? She exhaled softly, finding the man before her even more mysterious. Her feelings for Sumu had always been complex. On one hand, she was grateful to him for allowing her into the villa and saving her from a fate of being toyed with and divided by others. On the other hand, she found it quite remarkable that someone who had always prided herself on being aloof and rational could become ensnared in the blind emotion of love. Yet, as the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection, and perhaps this perfectly encapsulated her situation. Old Mo, with its tongue lolling, squatted behind Sumu, its emotions perpetually simple. When Sumu was joyful, so was it. When Sumu was sorrowful, it mirrored that sentiment, and when Sumu commanded it to bite, it complied without hesitation. Suddenly, Sumu's gaze sharpened as it beheld the frozen corpse of Du Hongwei, positioned outside the villa of Yamamoto Aichi. Under the eerie illumination of the blood moon, the corpse exhibited a grotesque metamorphosis. Gradually, it rose to its feet, its eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, its body moving stiffly, with nails elongated and darkened, resembling the sharp claws of a beast. Its canine teeth protruded from its lips, emitting low, guttural growls. Du Hongwei's lifeless form had morphed into a zombie. What is that? Qingshu gasped, covering her cherry-like mouth in shock. Old Mo became increasingly agitated, barking furiously at the window. That was indeed a zombie. Through the glass, they observed Du Hongwei's corpse, swaying and stumbling towards the villa, drawn by the scent of the living. Sumu spoke softly. The true horror has finally begun to descend. The arrival of the blood moon heralded the impending resurgence of the uncanny. Over the past 3 days, as the heavy snowfall ceased, governments around the world rejoiced, emerging from their underground shelters to organize efforts to clear the snow, rescue citizens, combat crime, and restore order. However, they remained blissfully unaware that a mysterious virus was on the brink of eruption, poised to bring them immense turmoil. Even Sumu felt a chill of dread at the thought of these relentless, pain-ignorant undead. However, once a certain quantity accumulates, quantitative changes will precipitate qualitative transformations, leading to the emergence of various mutated and advanced zombie beasts. Those of a higher rank, with their colossal physiques, are not only immensely powerful and agile in their movements, but they also exhibit a remarkable resistance to firearms, boasting combat capabilities that surpass all expectations, even capable of tearing a tank apart with their bare hands. In such a scenario, this safe haven of mine would merely transform into an immovable iron coffin, utterly incapable of withstanding their assault. Zombies? Aren't they mere figments of cinematic imagination? Could it be that such creatures truly exist in our world? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Qingshu displayed not a trace of fear. Instead, her face lit up with an eager anticipation. She extended her delicate tongue to moisten her alluring lips, filled with a desire to capture one and dissect it to discern how it differs from humanity. Faced with such a scientifically curious spirit in Qingshu, Sumu found himself at a loss for words. He retrieved his M200 sniper rifle, aimed it at Du Hongwei's head, and abruptly pulled the trigger. The imitation 408 Chaytag bullet retained its formidable potency at this distance, instantly transforming his head into a mushy pulp. Remember, the weakness of low-level zombies lies in their heads. Should you encounter one in the future, aim for that target. As Sumu imparted this knowledge to Qingshu, he simultaneously dispatched a cat-girl robot to search for crystal cores. Ugh, that creature is so repulsive. I have no intention of engaging it in battle. Kin Kai pouted, wrapping her arms around Sumu's, gently rubbing against him, and sweetly inquired, Master, do you already know something in advance? Indeed, I possess foreknowledge of certain events, including the sudden snow disaster and the outbreak of the undead. However, the future remains uncertain. Feeling the softness against my arm, Sumu, was momentarily entranced, then sighed with a bitter smile, saying, I have poured my heart and soul into constructing this sanctuary, solely to strive for survival in this apocalyptic world. Qingshu's loyalty has reached a commendable 85 points, categorizing her as a trustworthy companion. Having engaged in numerous intimate conversations with this confidant, I had no intention of concealing the truth from her and chose to share the salient points. Master, although the snow disaster has concluded, the outside world is still fraught with terrifying zombies. Are we destined to remain trapped in this villa indefinitely? Qingshu expressed her concerns. I shook my head, asserting of course not. With the blood moon looming overhead, everyone possesses the potential for mutation and evolution. This is not merely a challenge. It is, in fact, an opportunity for the collective evolution of humanity. Once we have strengthened our capabilities, we shall inevitably venture forth. I sighed deeply. After all, this villa feels rather cramped and suffocating. At that moment, the Catgirl robot had arrived beside Du Hongwei's lifeless body. Yet despite searching meticulously and even examining his shattered skull, the elusive crystal core was nowhere to be found. Is it truly absent? I pondered, feeling a tinge of frustration. Could it be that it had not yet formed due to its recent awakening before I ended its existence? What is a crystal core? Qingshu inquired with curiosity. With a deft flick of his hand, Sumu revealed 3 crystals, each the size of a fingertip and adorned in distinct hues. What purpose could these peculiar objects serve? Qingshu picked up one of the crystals, scrutinizing it from various angles, yet found no remarkable features in this stone-like artifact. Chapter 121. Will beasts ever be enslaved? It is my conjecture that these crystals, or cores, are the distilled essence of zombies, serving as their inexhaustible source of vitality. However, the precise mechanism of their formation remains a mystery to me. Naturally, it is unlikely that every zombie or aberrant creature possesses a core within its brain. Sumu shrugged. noting that the zombie transformed by Du Hongwei lacked such a core. Qin Kuer's professional instincts kicked in. It seemed imperative to capture a few specimens for dissection and subsequent data comparison. As the two engaged in their discussion, Su Mu was suddenly alerted by the anxious call of Wang Hao through the apocalyptic fortress system. Boss, are you there? There's been an incident. An incident? Su Mu paused, recalling that Wang Hao and his team were currently in the underground garage, crafting various explosive devices, volatile and flammable materials. Had an explosion occurred? Yet, he had heard no commotion. With a snap of his fingers, he projected a hologram of the garage scene before him, witnessing a subordinate rolling on the ground, screaming in agony, while Wang Hao and the others frantically attempted to restrain him. Strangely, the subordinate seemed to have suddenly gained tremendous strength. Despite the efforts of a dozen individuals, they were unable to subdue him. Su Mu immediately recognized the individual before him. His name was Zhang Shuai, a devoted enthusiast of the virtual realms, often indulging in manga and gaming. He subsisted on a rental income from 2 apartments bequeathed by his parents. It hurts. My head feels as if it's about to split open. Zhang Shuai cried out in agony, his skin undulating like ocean waves, seemingly harboring something burrowing beneath the surface. With a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the 10 or so individuals pressing upon him several meters away. He flipped over and pressed his torso against the ground, feeling a chilling cold penetrate his skin, his bones cracking ominously as if something were emerging from within. To the astonishment of those around him, Zhang Shuai's muscles surged coarse. Dark hair began to sprout from his skin, and his spine contorted and elongated with a resounding crack. His hands and feet grew larger, sharp claws protruding from his fingertips, while a thick tail sprouted from behind him. Most terrifying of all, his face twisted in anguish, his jaw elongating and sharpening, as the new, pointed teeth pushed out his former ones. His head underwent a violent transformation, ultimately resembling that of a wolf. As the metamorphosis into a werewolf reached its completion, Zhang Shuai arches back, gasping for breath, and his blood-red, slit-like pupils snapped open, towering at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. His muscular form was strikingly defined, and his gaping maw, filled with menacing fangs, was truly fearsome. His claws gleamed ominously, measuring over 5 inches in length. What manner of creature was this? Wang Hao and the others were paralyzed with fear at the sight of Zhang Shuai's monstrous form, retreating to the corners of the room, huddled together in trembling horror. A piercing wolf howl shattered the silence of the night. Witnessing Zhang Shuai, arms outstretched, howling towards the heavens, left not only Wang Hao and his companions in stunned silence, but even Su Mu was taken aback. Within his own villa, an awakened mutant had emerged, an actual werewolf. Could it possibly be connected to the blood moon looming outside? Su Mu's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, yet his actions were swift. From the ground, dozens of metal rods, thick as pigeon eggs, rose rapidly, forming a cage that isolated Zhang Shuai from the others. Wang Hao and his companions were invaluable tools. It would be a grave loss if they were to perish so easily. Furthermore, the mechanical equipment and meticulously crafted ammunition would cause him immense regret if destroyed. With a mighty howl, Zhang Shuai propelled his massive frame, over 2 meters tall, crashing against the bars. His jaws opened wide, sharp teeth gnashing, producing a chilling, crunching sound. You audacious beast! How dare you display your ferocity here? Sumubilut. Surrender at once. Zhang Shuai, eyes ablaze with rage, paid no heed to Su Mu's command. While gnawing at the alloy bars, he muttered indistinctly, "Power! I feel an overwhelming strength coursing through my veins. Su Mu, you despicable fiend! How dare you use poison to threaten and enslave a noble beast? But your poison no longer affects me. Now it is my turn to exact vengeance. And you, all of you, shall become my delectable feast." Oh, how amusing! Yet, no matter how fiercely he bites, the corners of his mouth begin to bleed from the relentless pressure. The alloy cage remains steadfast and unyielding. Su Mu let out a cold laugh, remarking, "You have merely transformed into a little dog, a most rudimentary one at that, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly. To deal with you, I need not even draw a weapon. As soon as his words fell, a surge of blue high-voltage electricity erupted from the alloy bars, sending Zhang Shuai's massive form flying through the air. He collided with the opposing barrier, triggering another jolt of electricity before crashing to the ground. Frothing at the mouth with blood, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Now he was thoroughly scorched, both front and back, rendered a charred delicacy. Sumotontid, litopup. How does it feel to experience the taste of high-voltage electricity? Immediately, his expression shifted, and he bellowed, I shall grant you but one chance. Either submit or perish. Zhang Shuai, cradling his head in agony on the ground, mumbled incoherently, you shan't succeed. Better to die than live in chains. The beast man shall never be enslaved, and yet never enslaved? What folly is this? Is he truly lost in his game, so immersed that he forgets reality? Sumu found himself at a loss for words. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he snorted disdainfully. If that is your resolve, then embrace death. With that, Sumu gradually intensified the electrical output, preparing to reduce this mutated werewolf to cinders. Zhang Shuai was struck by a high-voltage current from the alloy floor, his anguished screams echoing as he felt his life threatened. No longer could he afford to be concerned with the honor of the beastmen. He cried out desperately, Boss, I submit, do not kill me. It's too late. Sumu paid no heed, poised to eliminate him when suddenly he heard Qin Ku's voice. Master, could you perhaps spare him for the time being? Sumu turned, his gaze icy as he regarded Qin Ku. Are you instructing me on how to act? Qin Ku immediately turned pale with fear, her hands flailing in front of her. Master, I absolutely did not mean that. I am simply very curious about the mutated creature you mentioned and wish to conduct a thorough dissection for research. Sumu fixed his gaze upon her, observing the panic and trepidation in her eyes, and then, unexpectedly, he smiled. Very well, I shall heed your request this time and leave him to your research. Qin Ku joyfully embraced Sumu, her body nuzzling against him like a small cat. Thank you, Master, thank you. She whispered softly in his ear, Master. How about we play the beast-eared girl game tonight? Chapter 122. Do you still wish to return to normal life? Dream on. The allure of her soft words and fragrant presence stirred Sumu's heart, conjuring an image in his mind of a sultry maiden adorned with pointed beast ears and a fluffy tail. He nearly lost control at that moment, hastily reciting the phrase tranquility in his mind to suppress the rising tide of desire. Upon witnessing Qin Ku eagerly rush to the basement to conduct her research, Sumu silently cursed her in his heart. Humph, she really cannot resist playing. He curled his lips in disdain, muttering in boredom as he ceased the electrical output. Zhang Shuai lay on the ground, his body marked with charred traces of electricity, gasping for breath before finally managing to struggle to his feet. His eyes were vacant, as if he could not comprehend the events that had transpired. Staring blankly at his hands, he uttered, What has happened to me? As he glanced around in confusion, he suddenly hunched over, covering his vital area with his hands, and exclaimed in shock, Why am I naked? Where are my clothes? Outside the cage, Wang Hao and the others watched in astonishment as Zhang Shuai transformed from a man into a wolf-like monster and back again. They were left dumbfounded. This villa was seemingly riddled with traps, and the once formidable werewolf had been effortlessly subdued by Sumu. Now that this little pup had reverted to human form, the danger appeared to have passed. Upon hearing Sumu declare that there was no longer any threat, Wang Hao and the others finally dared to cautiously peer inside. Noticing Zhang Shuai still bewilderedly curled up on the floor, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Heeding Sumu's instructions, they gritted their teeth and approached him with ill intentions. Wang Hao strode forward and slapped Zhang Shuai on the head, exclaiming, You rascal, have you grown a backbone? Not only did you dare to defy Boss Su, but you even thought of turning against us. Others, emboldened by their audacity, rushed forward to unleash their fury upon Zhang Shuai, striking him with fists and feet. Two particularly lewd individuals even targeted his most sensitive area with relentless kicks. Wang Xiao, please stop. Spare my life. I was utterly confused just now. and I truly did not comprehend my actions. Zhang Shuai cradled his head with both hands, unable to shield himself from the blows. Curled up on the ground, he cried out in agony, pleading for mercy. After all, they had been comrades for nearly 2 months. And Wang Hao and his companions refrained from delivering fatal blows, leaving Zhang Shuai battered and bruised, yet alive. Zhang Shuai lay pitifully on the ground, his body marred with bruises and shoe prints, his face streaked with tears and snot, reminiscent of a young bride who had just endured the rough treatment of a dozen burly men. Oof. Speak recklessly again, and I shall have no qualms about kicking your manhood clean off. Wang Hao threatened menacingly, then turned to the corner camera, bowing slightly as he addressed it. Boss, do you find this lesson adequate? If you are dissatisfied, we can certainly administer another round to vent your frustrations. Enough. Let be. Su Mu commanded as he activated the elevator, revealing a metallic cage. This individual has recently awakened and cannot yet fully control his powers. His mind is tainted by primal instincts, rendering him somewhat dangerous. To prevent him from transforming and causing harm during the night, he must be isolated. Wang Hao and the others shuddered at the memory of Zhang Shuai's fearsome transformation into a werewolf, hastily seizing him and confining him within a cage. Bruised and bare, Zhang Shuai squatted inside the enclosure, his expression one of indignation as he lamented. It felt as though my consciousness was stripped away, leaving me unable to control my own body. Whether you can control yourself or not bears no relevance to me. I merely consented to Qin Ke's request to spare you, allowing her to conduct her research, Su Mu replied, disregarding his protests. He had arranged a specific room on the lower floor to serve as Qin Ke's laboratory, and turned to her, stating, this lowly werewolf is now in your care. However, I advise against causing his demise. I wish to see if I can tame him completely. Qin Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuai remained in a state of confusion and grievance, oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere lab rat. After addressing this matter, Su Mu was about to deactivate the three-dimensional projection when he noticed Wang Hao's hesitant demeanor, prompting him to frown and inquire. Why aren't you all getting back to work? Is there something else amiss? Wang Hao hesitated briefly before speaking. Boss, the brothers harbor some concerns, so... Spit out already. Boss, we've heard that the heavy snowfall outside has ceased and the temperature is gradually rising. The brothers are beginning to have certain thoughts. Do you think it might be? Wang Hao and the others have been laboring in the underground garage, tirelessly creating a variety of ammunition and weapons for Gung Tianfu, away from the light of day. However, after several events, their loyalty had risen above 65 points, prompting Su Mu to return the confiscated phones. It was only natural for them to learn about certain external circumstances through the internet. Is it the antidote you're offering us, granting us our freedom? Sumo furrowed his brows. Will you perceive this as a game? Can you simply choose to play or withdraw at will? Do not harbor such illusions. The true horror has only just begun. Moreover, whose hands are not stained with the blood of our neighbors? Even if societal order is restored, can you guarantee that the nation will spare you and not seek retribution? Wang Hao and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Indeed, in their struggle for survival, who among them did not bear the weight of numerous lives lost? Their hands were drenched in the blood of their kind. They were all murderers and executioners. There was no turning back. In an instant, everyone appeared drained of vitality, standing despondently. Yet, Wang Hao perceptibly detected the underlying message in Sumu's words and trembled as he asked, Boss, what do you mean by the arrival of horror? The transformation of Zhang Shuai into a werewolf and the Catwoman monster you encountered days ago is but one manifestation of this horror. Sumo manipulated the system, projecting a three-dimensional image in the underground parking lot. Well, at this juncture, you ought to become acquainted with certain hidden truths. Allow me to show you the footage I captured with drones on the streets over the past few days. Chapter 123. Do you care about the life or thoughts of an ant? Although the fierce snowfall outside has ceased, the biting wind continues to swirl the snowflakes across the ground, producing a haunting sound. A stray dog emerges from beneath the snow-covered street, stretching its stiff body. Its eyes ignite with two glowing red orbs as it sniffs the air and slowly makes its way towards a nearby residential building. The scene shifts to a group of zombies clawing at the barricaded entrance of the apartment, their grotesque forms illuminated by the screams of the remaining humans within. These creatures bear pallid skin, marred by a network of purple veins, with foul, dark liquids seeping from their crimson eye sockets. Their garments are tattered and stained, reeking of dried blood, rendering them a chilling sight. Once again, the scene transforms. A man's physique suddenly expands, his bulging muscles tearing through his clothing. Reminiscent of the Hulk, though his skin remains unchanged. He bellows fiercely as he charges forward, shredding several zombies that obstruct his path into mere fragments. Another awakened ability, User, slams his hands onto the ground, causing multiple stone spikes to erupt from the earth, skewering the zombies like shish kebabs. However, the sheer number of his adversaries overwhelms him, and soon he is engulfed by the horde, piercing screams echoing momentarily before abruptly ceasing. Bizarre spectacles erupt across various locations in the city, leaving Wang Hao and his companions speechless, rendered utterly astonished. A somber voice resonates within the garage, reflecting the current state of the outside world. If any of you still wish to venture out now, I shall not hinder your departure. Wang Hao and his companions exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with astonishment. After a prolonged silence, they began to engage in animated discussion, their faces a blend of fear and confusion, coupled with excitement and exhilaration. Could it be that I'm still dreaming? How could such terrifying creatures, akin to those depicted in films, truly exist? Is it possible that the Umbrella Corporation is real? Have they genuinely unleashed a zombie virus upon the world? Nonsense. I believe it is the United States engaging in biological warfare. They released a coronavirus over a decade ago, which resulted in my confinement at home for 3 years. Perhaps it could also be a consequence of Japan's nuclear waste discharge. Just look at their appearance, so reminiscent of those affected by nuclear radiation. Regardless, it is undeniably perilous outside. I deem it far safer to remain within the confines of our leader's villa. Indeed, whoever wishes to venture out may do so, but I shall not budge. Do you think we might have collectively traversed into a parallel world, experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy? Surely you jest. How could such a phenomenon possibly occur? That may not be the case. After all, did Zhang Shuai not just transform into a werewolf? Speaking of which, could we also undergo mutations? Wang Hao pushed through the crowd, trembling as he inquired, "Leader, why are there so many zombies outside? Is it true, as the films depict, that humanity is on the brink of extinction?" Su Mu sighed, "Whether humanity will perish, I cannot say, but it is undoubtedly the onset of a colossal catastrophe." After the heavy snowfall ceased, governments across the globe endeavored to restore order. However, they were utterly unprepared for the horrifying transformation of those who perished from starvation, exposure, or illness during the calamity, as they gradually became zombies under the influence of a mysterious virus. The origin of this enigmatic virus remains unknown. Countless individuals fell victim to the relentless onslaught of the undead, either succumbing to their bites or sustaining infections, prompting nations to deploy substantial military forces for suppression and to actively investigate the zombies and other legendary mutated creatures. Undoubtedly, these lesser zombies and aberrant beasts proved no match for modern firearms, and the military initially achieved overwhelming victories, allowing the government to gradually restore and reconstruct social order. Nevertheless, this stability was alarmingly brief. As the zombies began to mutate and stronger creatures emerged, conventional weaponry lost its effectiveness. Humanity suffered a series of defeats, forcing them to retreat into various shelters to survive. Amidst this turmoil, a portion of the populace began to awaken latent abilities, acquiring a range of superhuman powers that could stand against the zombies and aberrant beasts. However, as time progressed, the number of these empowered individuals increased, and their abilities grew stronger, leading to further chaos in societal order. Wang Hao and his companions questioned this phenomenon in bewilderment. Why? Isn't the emergence of superhumans a positive development? They could unite us in the fight against the zombies and aberrant beasts. Su Mu merely scoffed, a positive development? I ask you, do you care about the existence or thoughts of an ant? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Of course he did not care. Sumo, with a profound expression, remarked, they do not care either. Once humans awaken their extraordinary abilities and acquire powers far beyond the ordinary, their perception of fellow beings diminishes to the level of how we perceive an ant. Thus, many who undergo this transformation experience an alarming inflation of their egos, believing themselves to be superhumans, deities capable of dictating the fates of others. They regard their fellow humans merely as insignificant creatures, subservient beings providing resources for their ambitions, despicable slaves whose lives they can extinguish at will, leading humanity against the onslaught of zombies and monstrous beasts. Such dreams are futile. Their sole focus will be on how to enslave humanity, elevating themselves above all to revel in their dominion. Sumu felt a deep sorrow within. Had it not been for his quest to uncover the path to becoming an extraordinary being, he would not have faced the brutal treachery and merciless assassination at the hands of Yan Qingshu and Yamamoto Aikichiro, who paid a hefty price for their actions. Wang Hao and the others stood in stunned silence, murmuring, "How could this be? Shouldn't they be the heroes of humanity?" Sumu scoffed. How could it be otherwise? Human nature is inherently malevolent. This is the bloody truth. Just moments ago, when Zhang Shuai awakened and transformed, did he not subconsciously regard you as mere sustenance? Furthermore, what benefit is there in being a hero of humanity? Where's the freedom and indulgence that comes with being a villain? Awaken, for the superhumans and ordinary individuals are no longer of the same kind. How could one possibly bestow their limited compassion upon them? Wang Hao and his companions appeared dazed, clearly still reeling from the shock. Sumu spoke in a somber tone. The existing societal structure, hierarchy, and political ecology are destined to collapse entirely in the near future. Those who hold vested interests and wield societal power will undoubtedly not remain passive, as tensions build to a certain threshold. A war between superhumans and ordinary people will inevitably ensue. They may even resort to the use of nuclear weapons. As for whether humanity will be governed by the mutated or whether humans will eradicate the mutants, I cannot say. He paused momentarily, then continued thus. The snow disaster is merely the inception of a greater calamity for humankind, not its conclusion. This disaster embodies the principle of survival of the fittest, a natural culling. Those who are ill-suited will be eliminated, leaving only the truly formidable and elite. After a prolonged silence, Wang Hao swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. "Boss, what shall we do henceforth?" Unbeknownst to them, they had already come to regard Su Mu as their steadfast anchor. "We shall strive to survive, employing every conceivable means to endure." Chapter 124. The Zombie Assault. Wang Hao and his companions were instantly ignited with fervor, raising their fists and shouting, "Yes, let us fight. We merely wish to survive. Is that truly a fault? Regardless of others' opinions, I have chosen to follow Boss Su. Indeed, I too am aligned with the leader. In the past, we endured hunger for days on end, yet since aligning ourselves with the boss, our lives have undeniably improved compared to those who suffer from scarcity outside." Wang Hao mustered his courage to inquire, "Boss, have you also awakened to extraordinary powers?" Su Mu chuckled, flipping his palm to miraculously conjure steaming dishes, which he arranged upon the table before them. Finally, a bottle of red wine appeared in his hand. He poured himself a glass, savored a sip, and with a chilling smile declared, "What do you think?" Though they had long speculated, witnessing Su Mu's display left Wang Hao and the others utterly astounded. A thought flickered through their minds. No wonder he was so ruthless, burning down dozens of buildings and disregarding thousands of neighbors, treating us like mere ants. It turns out he is also an awakened superhuman. "B-Boss, you're just like that fireball-wielding oddity. Both are." Wang Hao's eyes widened as he stammered. A unique glimmer shone in Su Mu's eyes as he affirmed, "Indeed, I possess spatial powers." The loyalty of these individuals currently hovers around 65, and although I have temporarily subdued them with poison, this is not a sustainable solution. After all, didn't he do Hongwei Rebel? I must occasionally reveal a hint of my true capabilities to instill awe in them. Spatial powers? Such abilities are immensely impressive in novels and films. Boss, aside from possessing a dimensional space akin to Doraemon, can you also teleport? Are you capable of launching spatial blades? Indeed, can you effortlessly confine our adversaries? Furthermore, is it possible for you to open a rift to summon beasts from other realms? After the initial astonishment, the younger members were immediately electrified, bombarding him with questions. Sumu, with a furrowed brow, realized that aside from his boundless space, he lacked any other extraordinary abilities. Yet, in this scenario, he felt compelled to maintain the facade before his audience. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Naturally, I possess all these skills. However, their activation necessitates a certain expenditure of mental energy. Hence, I shall refrain from demonstrating them all." One bold member ventured, "Boss, does Zhang Shui transforming into a werewolf count as an awakening mutation? And what about that cat-like creature we eliminated a few days ago? Was it also a human awakener?" Sumu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they too are superhumans who have awakened their extraordinary powers. Yes, their abilities involve beast transformation. "Boss, is it possible for us to become mutants?" Wang Hao and the others gazed at Sumu with eager anticipation. Sumu pondered, theoretically, everyone should have the opportunity for awakening mutations. However, the success of such awakenings remains uncertain. Awakening carries inherent risks. From what I know, at least 3/4 of individuals fail in their attempts. Some have transformed into mindless creatures, solely driven by their instincts, while others succumb to the overwhelming force of mutation, perishing in an explosive demise. Even if one manages to awaken their powers, they may prove trivial, such as the ability to emit a thunderous and foul odor, leaving others in a state of irritation, utterly useless in combat. Sumu drained his cup of wine, declaring, "That will be all for today. You may all attend to your own affairs." Just as he was about to depart, Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, look at what's outside your window." Outside, the snow-covered ground was illuminated by a series of eerie red dots, seemingly drawn by the villa's lights and the presence of the living, slowly swaying and drifting closer. Goodness, there's so many zombies. It turned out that under the ominous glow of the blood moon, many of the neighbors who had perished days ago had risen as the undead, gradually crawling out from beneath the snow. Fortunately, Su Mu found the sight repugnant and had previously instructed Wang Hao and the others to dispose of the corpses of their deceased neighbors far from the villa, granting him a moment to react. However, the sheer number of zombies outside was overwhelming, and Su Mu realized with alarm that he could not face them alone. Acting swiftly, he shouted, "Wang Hao, you and the others, get to the elevator and come to the attic. I will leave you enough firearms and ammunition. Eliminate all those damned zombies." Wang Hao and the others, not daring to delay, rushed into the elevator as soon as the doors opened. Upon arriving at the attic, they discovered 10 QBEZ, 191 automatic rifles, and 2 crates of ammunition laid out on the table. Yet the figure of Sumu was nowhere to be found. "Guns!" exclaimed Wang Hao and the others, rushing over to fondle the automatic rifles with unabashed delight. What man does not harbor the dream of serving in the military and wielding a weapon? Although they had been laboring in the underground garage's small munitions factory, crafting various explosive devices, Sumu had made no arrangements for the production of firearms. Having witnessed Sumu's extraordinary feat of carving a bloody path through 1,000 foes with just an AK and grenades, envy had long since consumed them. "Boss, what about my gun?" Gung Tianfu was the last to exit the elevator, arriving too late to seize a rifle. Observing his companions joyfully handling their weapons while he stood empty-handed filled him with urgency, prompting him to call out loudly, "The ammunition for the AK is running low. You can try this instead," Sumu suggested after a moment's thought. The floor of the attic opened, revealing a stand that elevated a flamethrower from below. "This is splendid. It can incinerate a vast area," Gung Tianfu exclaimed, embracing the flamethrower with glee. Wang Hao and the others, feeling a twinge of jealousy, contemplated a trade with Gung Tianfu, but he proudly declined their offers. "All right, the zombie's weak point is the head. Targeting other areas is ineffective," Sumu instructed. Quickly take your shooting positions, and be mindful not to fire recklessly. We must conserve ammunition, but it's pitch dark outside. How will we see? Wang Hao glanced outside, feeling a renewed sense of difficulty. Boss, do you have infrared night vision goggles? Let us each have a set. No need for such gadgets. I have my own methods. As he spoke, several drones flew out of the villa, hovering in the air and illuminating the surroundings with brilliant light. In the snow-covered ground, not far from the villa, 200 to 300 zombies wandered aimlessly, their eyes glimmering with a menacing crimson glow under the spotlight. Sumu had already taken refuge in the surveillance room, seated comfortably on a plush sofa. He utilized the cameras mounted on the drones to mark the locations of the zombies for Wang Hao and his team. He also called over Qin Ke, who was on the first basement level researching how to dissect the werewolf Zhang Shuai, inviting her to join the observation. Chapter 125. I never expected the scenes in the game would allow me to experience this in reality. As for him personally joining the fray, absurd. What was the purpose of having over 10 underlings if he had to handle such trivial matters himself? Moreover, Wang Hao and his companions were armed. He had to guard against the possibility of them suddenly going berserk and unleashing a barrage of bullets upon him. Although he possessed a system, it merely granted him an infinite space. His body was not invulnerable to blades or bullets. Sumu was naturally cautious, prioritizing real-world benefits above all else, unfazed by any accusations of harboring a petty mindset towards noble intentions. It was far more comfortable to remain in the background, remotely commanding the operation. Under Su Mu's direction, fist-sized shooting apertures automatically opened in the windows and walls of the villa's attic, allowing them ample space to extend their firearms. The zombies wandering in the snow were irresistibly drawn to the illuminating lights of the drone, raising their heads and howling ferociously at the sky. Some of them even leaped upward in an attempt to seize the drone. Their jumping ability was remarkably potent, soaring 4 to 5 meters, even as high as 6 meters with a single bound. Unfortunately, the drone hovered at a greater altitude, rendering it inaccessible to these creatures. Witnessing this spectacle, not only did Wang Hao and his companions gasp in astonishment, but even Su Mu felt a chill run down his spine. How could these zombies jump so high? However, Qin Ke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In films or novels, zombies are typically portrayed as reanimated corpses or humans infected by a virus, characterized by their craving for flesh and blood. The master had mentioned that they were transformed by a mysterious virus. Could it be that the zombies had evolved into a new species under the influence of this virus? Moreover, did this virus exclusively infect the dead, or could it also affect the living? Might it, like the T-virus in the film Resident Evil, promote human evolution under certain specific circumstances? No, my hands are itching. I long to capture a few for dissection. Su Mu was taken aback, never expecting Qin Ke to possess such imaginative thoughts. Fortunately, not all zombies could leap so high. Most could only flail helplessly in the snow, utterly incapable of reaching the drone soaring above. Amidst the chaos, Wang Hao and his companions hurriedly pulled back the gun bolts, aimed at the zombies, and squeezed the triggers. Many among them were handling firearms for the first time and faced with the legendary terror of zombies. Their hearts were a tumult of fear and excitement. Each one clutched the trigger with a white-knuckled grip, refusing to let go even after their ammunition was spent. However, the results were rather disheartening. Despite unleashing a volley of bullets, only a scant few of the undead fell. Fueling his frustration, Su Mu erupted in anger. Fools! Why are you using automatic fire? I instructed you to aim for the head. Where on earth are you shooting? And what are you afraid of? You weren't scared of these people when they were alive, so why fear them now that they are dead? Wang Hao and the others, their faces flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly fumbled to replace their magazines and once more extended their rifles through the firing apertures. The zombies, previously gathered beneath the drone, were roused by the gunfire, emitting beastly howls as they swiftly advanced towards the villa. After Su Mu's reprimand, the group dared not make further mistakes. They adjusted their rifles to single-shot mode, taking aim at the zombies' heads before firing. Although many lacked shooting experience, the proximity of the zombies allowed them to gradually find their rhythm, becoming increasingly accurate with each shot. Who would have thought that I would get to experience the thrill of sniping zombies from the game in real life? Wang Hao exclaimed, laughing heartily as he held his rifle with precision. The butt rested against his right shoulder, one eye squinting as he took aim at the swift, agile zombies outside, pulling the trigger with determination. Whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, he revealed himself as a scion of wealth, a frequent patron of the numerous firearms clubs in the city. Well-versed in an array of weaponry, far superior to those novices still bearing the remnants of their training. The domestically produced automatic rifle, the QBZ-191, is a classic, and naturally, Wang Hao had wielded it before. His shooting was both rapid and precise. He swiftly eradicated the zombies encroaching upon his defensive perimeter, all while reserving time to support his comrades. What a thrilling experience! The more he fired, the more exhilarated he became, his face alight with excitement. Within mere minutes, he had dispatched a significant portion of the agile undead. Yet a dozen or so zombies managed to breach his sniper's watch, darting swiftly to the attic of the villa, clawing and scratching at the outer walls. Some even lunged towards the shooting holes, frantically clawing and gnawing, sending the defenders into a frenzy, desperately pulling the triggers of their weapons to obliterate the heads of a few zombies. Yan Qingshu dashed forward, directing a flamethrower towards the shooting aperture. A torrent of flame erupted, incinerating several zombies into fiery figures. They howled as they danced clumsily upon the snow, soon collapsing in defeat. "Steady yourselves," he bellowed. "Anyone who recklessly fires and wastes ammunition shall be tossed straight out to feed the zombies." Observing the villa under siege and the durability steadily waning, requiring constant resources for repairs, Su Mu felt a pang of sympathy and darkly remarked, "I have heard that zombies have an insatiable appetite for fresh blood and flesh." Wang Hao bellowed, "The boss's villa has been specially fortified. These zombies cannot breach it. Why are you all in a state of panic? The boss is right. Most of these creatures are ones we've already dispatched. Now, should they rise again, we shall vanquish them anew. Everyone, rally your spirits and aim for their heads with ferocity." The group collectively shivered but quickly steadied their nerves, directing their fire at the encroaching zombies. The most agile among them, who had initially lunged forward, were swiftly annihilated by Wang Hao and Yan Qingshu. The remaining zombies, moving sluggishly across the snowy terrain, were still over 10 meters away from the villa's loft. Each of the 10 or so individuals took up a defensive position, calmly facing the onslaught, successfully repelling the zombies. None managed to breach within 10 meters of the villa. Before long, hundreds of low-level zombies were eradicated, leaving the snow-covered ground in disarray, littered with the shattered remains of the undead. Exhausted, Wang Hao and his companions collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. As the adrenaline from the battle began to wane, weariness washed over them. Meanwhile, the zombies meandering in the distance were drawn by the drone's lights and the sound of gunfire, slowly making their way towards the commotion. A few younger members, momentarily bewildered, mistook them for new foes and sprang up, ready to fire. Wang Hao swiftly reprimanded them, restoring order amidst the chaos. In the control room, Su Mu shook his head in dismay. These individuals, after all, were merely ordinary citizens. Despite enduring 2 months of the brutal trials of a snow-laden apocalypse, they were still far from being qualified as steadfast warriors. Chapter 126. You all go out and lure the monsters. The drop rate of these zombies is truly abysmal. Observing the gleaming crystals laid out on the table, Su Mu could only feel exasperation, unable to suppress his inner complaints. Before long, the second wave of zombies staggered towards them. Armed with the experience from their initial encounter, Wang Hao and the others calmly wielded their rifles, swiftly exterminating the undead with precision. Once Su Mu dispatched the Catgirl robot to clear the battlefield, he collected an additional 25 crystal cores. Alongside the previous 31 cores and those obtained from vanquishing 3 human mutants, he now possessed a total of 59 first-level crystal cores. The prospect of soon amassing enough materials to upgrade the base to level 1 ignited a fervent enthusiasm within him. However, the mutated zombies surrounding the entire community, illuminated by the blood moon, had been thoroughly eradicated by Wang Hao and his companions. The remaining zombies lingered at a considerable distance, completely oblivious to the gunfire and lights, continuing to roam aimlessly. Sumu maneuvered several drones to provoke them, attempting to lure them into attacking the villa. Yet, after expending considerable effort, he managed to attract only a little over 10 zombies, 7 of which soon lost interest in the pursuit. Qin Kuer chuckled, covering her mouth. It is said that zombies are most sensitive to the scent of the living. Their fascination with mechanical items like drones is immense. How could you possibly expect them to respond effectively to such bait? After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu found the reasoning compelling. Addressing the panting Wang Hao and his companions seated on the ground, he declared, "You shall venture outside to attract a horde of zombies, and then we shall eradicate them relying on the villa." Wang Hao and the others were taken aback, trembling as they replied, "Boss, the outside is swarming with zombies. Is it not akin to courting death to send us out at this moment? The surrounding zombies have already been dispatched. Why provoke another wave?" However, Sumu paid no heed to their protests. His expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct affairs? If you do not venture out, you should be executed on the spot." A chill ran down Wang Hao and the other spines as they recalled that Su Mu was not one to be trifled with. With no alternative, they reluctantly rose from the ground, checked their firearms, and hastily stuffed magazines into their pockets. At that moment, the loft floor creaked open, revealing over 10 sets of bulletproof vests, blast helmets, riot shields, and cold weather gear, along with 3 snowmobiles. "I shall not send you out to your demise without preparation. Equip yourselves and take the snowmobiles to lure the zombies here." Sumos icy voice resonated. "Ah, and Wang Hao, Gung Tianfu, you two remain behind." One was an accurate marksman, while the other was a military industry expert. Should they accidentally perish outside, Su Mu would feel a pang of regret. It was wiser to keep them in the villa, preserving their value. Armed with snowmobiles and these provisions, as long as they exercised caution, they would possess the capability to confront a few zombies. The hearts of others finally found some semblance of balance, and they dared not voice any dissent regarding Su Mu's decisions concerning Wang Hao and Gung Tianfu. Fully equipped, the trio mounted their snowmobiles. A large hole appeared in the window, which swiftly sealed itself shut as they rode out. Wang Hao and Gung Tianfu were secretly astonished, pondering the immense costs Su Mu must have incurred to construct such an astonishingly functional safe house. 9 subordinates sped across the snow on their snowmobiles, cautiously advancing towards the distant zombies under the illumination of drone lights. Suddenly, with a soft rustle, a zombie erupted from the snow, clawing and lunging at one of the snowmobiles. Despite having dispatched 200 to 300 zombies from a distance, they had never encountered such close proximity before, and they were immediately gripped by panic, shouting in terror and firing their rifles haphazardly. The unfortunate zombie was struck by hundreds of bullets, its legs and one arm shattered, leaving it sprawled helplessly in the snow, yet it remained alive. A cold voice echoed from the drone. "In your frantic state, you waste ammunition. You must attract at least 300 zombies to gain entry to my villa." Exchanging glances filled with resignation, they understood the gravity of their situation. With a sigh, they agreed, since the boss has spoken. Failing to complete his task means certain death for us here. They conferred briefly, reallocating their roles. One person to drive, another to guard, and the third to maintain vigilance with a firearm. The 3 snowmobiles surged forward, propelled by their collective resolve. 3 snowmobiles glided in a semicircle near the wandering zombies, and 6 rifles discharged simultaneously. The sharp crack of gunfire immediately captured the attention of the undead, and upon sensing the presence of a living, they were irresistibly drawn towards the sound, roaring as they lunged at the group. The individuals, suppressing their fear, maneuvered their snowmobiles to engage the zombies, striving to corral them into a tight cluster. Those demonstrating agility were swiftly dispatched with shots to the head. Otherwise, if they were to close in, the 9 of them would be overwhelmed by the horde. Observing that the zombies had gathered to an estimated 300 to 400, they knew they could not afford to be complacent. They urgently sped towards the villa of Sumu, as if racing a train. Fortunately, the intellect of these zombies appeared rather limited, allowing the group to lead them along effortlessly, and their plan unfolded remarkably well. As they approached the villa, the younger members suddenly accelerated ahead. Boss quickly opened the door. We've lured the zombies here. With over 100 meters still to the villa, they began to call out fervently. Sumu, having already observed the situation through surveillance, did not hesitate. He promptly opened an accessible entrance on the attic of the villa for their passage. These zombies are nothing to fear. Indeed, they're like fools. Dancing to our tune. The task was accomplished with ease. With this perspective, the zombies seemed far less daunting. As they neared the villa, the group's spirits lifted, and they began to converse and laugh boisterously. The situation unfolded with remarkable ease, allowing them to perceive the zombies not only as terrifying in appearance, but also lacking in formidable strength. Be cautious. Wang Hao, who had been vigilantly guarding the villa, suddenly shouted, raising his weapon to fire at the outside. The abruptness of the event left everyone momentarily stunned. The unfortunate underling let out a piercing scream as he fell into the horde of zombies, which swiftly engulfed him. Yet, protected by a bulletproof vest and an anti-explosion helmet, he remained alive for the moment, desperately calling for help. What are you staring at? Hurry and get inside the villa. That guy is beyond saving. Sumu bellowed, urging the remaining individuals to hasten their retreat and then sealing the entrance. Damn it, and here I thought we were safe. Now I've wasted a QBZ 191 automatic rifle. Sumu spat onto the ground in frustration. Chapter 127. When provoked, even one's own villa can be set ablaze. Although the captured underling was shielded by his protective gear, he was soon torn apart, blood and flesh flying in all directions. The scent of blood incited the zombies to frenzy, launching themselves upon him in a frenzied assault. No! Boss Wang Shao, save me! The underling cried out in terror, desperately pleading, don't eat me. I don't want to die. Wang Hao, with bloodshot eyes, fought to pull the trigger, while the others, upon entering the villa, swiftly disembarked from their vehicles, raising their weapons to shoot. The zombies nearby were instantly thrown into disarray. However, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as the savage creatures tore the underling apart and devoured him. Sumu perceptibly sensed an anomaly. The soft tether he had just shot seemed akin to a serpentine tongue. Its master had been lurking amidst the horde of zombies, only revealing itself in a fleeting glimpse moments ago, clearly harboring ulterior motives. After the zombies devoured the fallen comrade, they surged towards the villa with astonishing speed, far exceeding their previous pace. To his astonishment, Sumu stood up, realizing that these zombies could indeed conceal their true strength. Wang Hao and his companions had just finished a magazine of bullets and were in the midst of reloading when, seizing the opportunity, the zombies rapidly approached the villa's attic, clawing and biting at it. From a distance, the attic resembled a sugary morsel swarming with ants, a truly repulsive sight. Get away from me! Yan Qingshu thrust the nozzle of the flamethrower through the firing hole, unleashing torrents of fire that transformed the surrounding zombies into blazing torches. Yet, the sheer number of zombies outside was overwhelming. Yan Qingshu was unable to incinerate them all alone, and it was exceedingly difficult for Wang Hao and the others to target the zombies' heads through the firing hole. As the attic's defenses continued to wane, Sumu retrieved several additional flamethrowers from the infinite space, preparing to supply them to Wang Hao and his team. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from a comrade. Sumu hastily turned to see that white, tongue-like appendage penetrating through a firing hole, piercing directly into a comrade's neck. The tongue resembled a straw, seemingly siphoning the blood and flesh, causing the surface to swell with grotesque bulges. The young man, named Qiao Baichuan, appeared pallid, his limbs weakly dangling, unable to utter a single word. He cursed inwardly, realizing the cunning of his adversaries, who, donning bulletproof vests and helmets, had the audacity to target the unprotected area of the neck. Quickly, clear the area, Sumu exclaimed, startled, and swiftly commanded the Doomsday Bastion system to seal all firing ports, preventing any bizarre entities from infiltrating. The severed tongue was caught in the closing ports, writhing on the ground like a snake, suddenly leaping up to ensnare another young man. Wang Hao, quick-witted, stepped forward and struck the airborne tongue with the butt of his gun, while the other young men rushed in, using hunting knives to chop it into a pulp, finally rendering it motionless. Qiao Baichuan bore a grotesque wound the size of an egg on his neck, yet not a drop of blood flowed. Clutching his neck, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, clearly beyond salvation, as Wang Hao and the others surrounded him in a somber silence. Through the drone's camera, Su Mu observed with clarity that among the horde of zombies outside, there lay a particularly grotesque creature resembling a skinned frog, with a severed long tongue oozing a repulsive mixture of red and white fluid. It appeared to be the leader of the undead, enraged and commanding the other zombies to fervently claw and bite at the villa's attic. These zombies possessed far greater strength than in life, enhanced by their sharp canine teeth and claws, swiftly dismantling the tiles and concrete on the outer side of the attic, revealing a 10-centimeter thick alloy steel plate beneath. The relentless zombies continued to claw at the steel plates, producing a high-pitched, discordant screech. Oomph! Su Mu let out a cold snort and activated several drones hidden within the neighboring villas, sending them soaring into the sky to unleash a barrage of incendiary devices. One drone fired several bullets, creating sparks that ignited the incendiary bombs. Fiery flames erupted, reaching temperatures of 1,000 degrees Celsius, enveloping the surrounding zombies in a searing embrace. The sound of their burning skin and fat crackling, releasing a putrid odor. The mutated special zombie was also engulfed in flames, writhing and howling on the ground. But the fire clung to it like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished. Given Su Mu's inherently cautious nature, how could he not prepare a few contingency plans? Through the window, Wang Hao and the others witnessed the towering inferno outside the villa and the struggling, wailing zombies within the flames, causing them to swallow hard and shiver in unison. Su Mu was truly a force to be reckoned with, as ruthless as to incinerate his own villa. As the temperature around them rose, the underlings clad in bulletproof vests and winter gear felt the heat and were about to strip off their layers. Suddenly, Qiao Baichuan, who had just been dead, sprang up from the ground and tackled one of them. He emitted a ghastly roar, tearing and biting at the underling. Fortunately, both of them had yet to remove their blast helmets, and the underling was protected by his bulletproof vest, suffering no harm, merely shaken by the encounter. Qiao Baichuan had succumbed to the virus and transformed into a zombie. Someone must restrain him at once. Upon hearing Su Mu's command, Wang Hao and the others did not dare to hesitate and swiftly charged forward. After transforming into a zombie, Qiao Baichuan's strength had significantly increased. However, he was still no match for the 7 or 8 of them. He was quickly subdued and forced to the ground with riot shields, rendering him immobile, while they rescued the terrified young man who had long been paralyzed by fear. Step aside. With a series of clattering sounds, several alloy rods, as thick as pigeon eggs, swiftly rose from the floor, encasing Qiao Baichuan within a cage. As he scrambled to his feet, he flailed wildly within the alloy confines, tearing at his own clothing and emitting eerie, guttural cries that sent chills down their spines. Wang Hao and his companions watched in terror, panting heavily, their clothes drenched in sweat. Fear not, the danger has passed. Su Mu sighed. I simply did not expect you to attract a mutated zombie. Outside the villa's attic, the zombies quickly succumbed to the ferocity of the flames, reduced to charred remains, unable to rise again. The few zombies that remained unscathed by the fire were swiftly dispatched by Su Mu's drones, which shot their heads clean off with bullets. The alloy steel plates used for the villa's interior walls could withstand temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees. Although some of the incendiary gel had adhered to the steel, turning it a fiery red, it remained undamaged. The bulletproof glass could endure temperatures of up to 1,600 degrees, though the outermost layer had developed several cracks. However, the intense heat from the flames made those inside the villa feel as if they had been placed in an oven, leaving them parched and suffering from the oppressive heat. Please take the elevator down. The second basement level is considerably cooler. Su Mu felt a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, when the safe house was constructed, ample consideration was given to fire prevention, employing the latest high-temperature resistant materials, which allowed only a mere 5 of heat to permeate inside. Otherwise, everyone, including Sumo, would have been transformed into roasted ducks. Nevertheless, the flames outside remained overwhelmingly fierce, and the temperature was unbearable for an ordinary person, compelling him to order Wang Hao and the others to retreat. As for the zombified Qiao Baichuan, he could remain in the attic for a while, serving as a perfect opportunity to test its heat resistance. Chapter 128 finally gathered the items needed for upgrading. When the flames outside the villa finally extinguished, they had melted the surrounding snow to a depth of 7 or 8 meters. The entire third floor of the villa was now exposed, with even the second floor's windows laid bare to the thawing snow melt. Seizing the opportunity before the water froze, Sumu hastily dispatched several catgirl robots to clean up the battlefield. Given the intensity of the previous flames, he was uncertain whether the crystal cores emitted by those zombies had melted. To his great delight, however, these crystal cores, composed of an unknown material, had remarkably withstood the searing temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius, still radiating a unique glow. This battle yielded a total of 34 level 1 crystal cores, leaving just 7 more to reach the goal of 100. Unfortunately, among the minions sent to lure the zombies, one had perished and another had succumbed to zombification. Now, along with Zhang Shuai, who had transformed into a werewolf, only 9 remained of Wang Hao and his companions. Observing their exhausted state in the basement, Sumu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to spare them. These tools still hold value and should not be entirely expended on mere monster baiting. Enough. The fire outside has already been extinguished. I have granted access to the first floor bathroom. You all should take a hot shower, eat something, and then rest well. Upon hearing Su Mu's arrangements, the group, who had been listlessly slumped in their chairs, erupted into cheers, the sorrow of their fallen comrade dissipating in an instant. Thank you, boss. Ever since the snow disaster, I have not enjoyed a hot shower for over 2 months. I have nearly forgotten the sensation of bathing. The boss's villa is so luxurious. The bathroom must be splendid. Let us all go together. Should we bathe together? I suddenly feel a bit shy. We are all grown men. Why be shy? Come on. I'll help you scrub your back. I reckon I could wash off a pound of dirt. Hey, where did you find that soap? As he watched Wang Hao and the others exuberantly rush into the bathroom, Sumu pondered for a moment before turning to Qin Ke and saying, "The zombie transformed from Qiao Baichuan is also entrusted to you. Please take it over and study it alongside the werewolf Zhang Shuai." Qin Ke perched on Sumu's lap, gently cradling his face with her hands, and sweetly remarked, "There is no rush to study zombies and werewolves. Master, don't you think it would be more prudent to study me first? I just promised the master that I would dress as a beast-eared girl tonight. Not interested." As the desire within Su Mu began to rise, it swiftly dissipated. He forcefully pushed Qin Ke aside and coldly declared, "I have more pressing matters at hand." Qin Ke looked at Su Mu in astonishment as he straightened up and made his way into the central control room, slightly hunched over. Curse master. I shan't bother with you any longer," she muttered in boredom before reluctantly rising to follow him to the loft. There, Sumu had already secured the zombie Qiao Baichuan with alloy chains through the system, making it a simple task for Qin Ke to push him to the laboratory on a small cart. The Doomsday Fortress system was merely 7 level 1 crystal cores away from upgrading, and Sumu resolved to forge ahead, even if it meant sacrificing sleep to complete the task. Otherwise, he felt a persistent unease gnawing at him. These zombies were not as foolish as depicted in films and novels. With a bit of caution, any person could easily dispatch them. The earlier encounter with a mutated zombie that unexpectedly extended its tongue served as a stark warning. It evidently possessed a considerable degree of intelligence, capable of concealing its presence and launching surprise attacks. Had Sumu not swiftly resorted to using a napalm grenade, who could say what other tricks that zombie might have employed? With the blood moon yet to descend, the emergence of a few more mutated zombies endowed with special abilities could stealthily infiltrate the villa, leaving him in grave peril. Concerned for his own life, Sumu could not afford to be negligent. He promptly directed several drones to soar into the distance, searching for zombies emerging from the snow. Sumu calculated that their chances of dropping crystal cores were approximately between 7 and 10. In other words, he must eliminate approximately 100 more zombies to collect the necessary cores for his upgrade. The entire Danfeng Bailu community is home to tens of thousands of residents. Excluding those who were consumed during the snow disaster and those who were reduced to ashes in the fire at the residential buildings, there should still be at least 3,000 to 4,000 corpses remaining. Just moments ago, Xiao Baichuan and his companions lured the majority of the zombies from the neighboring Gus Tianxiang community and dispatched them. Yet they still fell short of the required number of cores. With no other options, Su Mu directed the drone to venture further afield. In an effort to enhance efficiency, 2 modified cat-girl robots, adept at navigating the snowy terrain, accompanied the drone below, ready to excavate cores at a moment's notice. After all, they are not living beings, and it is believed that the zombies would show little interest in these constructs of plastic and steel. It was not until the drone had traveled nearly 2 kilometers that Su Mu spotted the scattered silhouettes of zombies on the snow-covered ground. At that moment, it felt as though he were immersed in a shooting game, using the camera feed to aim and then controlling the mounted gun on the drone to fire. However, the zombies were not immobile targets. Upon being attacked, they would quickly seek refuge, and some even retaliated. Although they posed no threat to the high-flying drone, they still caused Su Mu considerable inconvenience. Coupled with the effects of the wind, the drone was in constant motion, causing Su Mu to expend an average of over 10 bullets to take down a single zombie. Damn it, this is truly frustrating. 2 cat-girl robots approached the fallen zombies, extending their mechanical arms to pierce through the skulls in search of crystal cores amidst the glistening brain matter. After several rounds of this grim task, Su Mu toiled throughout the night, and as dawn broke, he triumphantly collected 8 primary crystal cores. The extra one was a fortuitous reward from dispatching a small horde of zombies. At last, he had gathered all the necessary components for his upgrade. With a long exhale of stale air, Su Mu rose, stretching his weary limbs to alleviate the stiffness that had settled in. It was only due to his foresight in constructing a robust safe house, along with the preparation of ample firearms, ammunition, drones, and formidable weapons like napalm grenades, that he was able to accomplish the daunting task of collecting 100 primary crystal cores in a single night. For anyone else, the notion of exterminating over 1,000 zombies in such a brief span would be nothing short of a fantastical dream. Ding! The host has amassed 100,000 tons of steel, 100,000 cubic meters of stone, 100,000 cubic meters of wood, 100,000 tons of cement, 100,000 tons of sand, 10 million clay bricks, 100,000 barrels of paint, 100,000 square meters of glass, 10 tons of gold, 100 tons of silver, and 100 primary crystal cores. The conditions for upgrading have been met. Shall the aforementioned materials be expended to elevate the base to level 1? After a considerable investment of time and resources through both purchases and barter, Su Mu finally gathered the materials required for the upgrade. Suppressing his excitement, he exhaled deeply and, with a flourish, snapped his fingers. Upgrade. Chapter 129. The Doomsday Fortress ascends to level 1. As Su Mu's voice faded, a radiant flash emanated from the pattern on his forehead, resembling a third eye, causing the villa beneath him to tremble slightly. Master, where are you? An earthquake has struck. Flee quickly. An earthquake. Hell, boss. The commotion from Qin Kur and Wang Hao echoed from downstairs, filled with panic. Do not panic, Su Mu commanded, his steady voice resonating throughout the villa. My villa is undergoing an upgrade. Remain where you are to avoid injury. An upgrade of the villa? What on earth does that mean? Confusion enveloped everyone, yet they could only obey Su Mu's instructions, trembling in place, too fearful to move. Fortunately, the tremors subsided after a short while, and then Su Mu heard a notification from the system within his mind. Beep! The upgrade of the Doomsday Fortress has commenced. The required time for the upgrade is 8 hours. Current progress is 0. The base can function normally during the upgrade. Finally, the system had begun its upgrade. Su Mu sensed a significant portion of the materials within the infinite space mysteriously vanish, leaving him puzzled as to their whereabouts. I didn't anticipate that the system upgrade would take such a lengthy duration. With a yawn, Su Mu decided it was the perfect opportunity for a well-deserved rest. Having stayed up all night to gather the necessary crystal cores for the upgrade, he was now exceedingly fatigued. After bidding farewell to everyone, he lifted the alarm, allowing them to return to their respective tasks. Sumu awoke languidly in the evening, realizing that the system upgrade was complete, yet still required nearly an hour to finalize. Aware that impatience would yield no results, he leisurely attended to his grooming before casually preparing a bowl of Yangshan noodles for dinner, not forgetting to set aside a generous portion of steak for old Mo. After satisfying his hunger, Sumu began to inspect the villa's condition. Qingshu was diligently conducting experiments in her specially designated laboratory, with the unfortunate werewolf Zhang Shuai and the zombie Qiao Baichuan as her subjects. Wang Hao, accompanied by 7 subordinates, was producing and processing various weapons and ammunition under the guidance of Geng Tianfu. Noticing no abnormalities within the villa, Sumu shifted his gaze to the exterior. Through the drone, he observed that several zombies had reappeared around the villa, though their numbers were significantly reduced compared to the previous night. They aimlessly wandered through the snow, occasionally engaging in skirmishes, even resorting to cannibalism. Particularly around the villa, the corpses of the zombies slain the day before had attracted hundreds more, each vying to consume the remains, seemingly uninterested in attacking the villa itself. Over 1,000 zombies had perished in the vicinity of the villa last night. Although many had been reduced to charred remains by Molotov cocktails, around 400 to 500 bodies still lay in a heap at a distance. These zombies resembled scavenging hyenas, their gaping maws tearing at the flesh of the deceased in a gruesome display, the surroundings soaked in blood. Sumu was taken aback, astonished to discover such a trait among zombies. Was it possible that the notion of zombies evolving through mutual consumption, as depicted in novels, held any truth? He stroked his chin, dismissing any hesitation. After all, a crystal core presented to him was an opportunity not to be squandered. Observing Wang Hao and the others preoccupied with their tasks, Sumu refrained from calling for their assistance. He first extracted the M200 sniper rifle and dispatched several distant zombies with precise headshots. Once the commotion alerted the remaining undead, Sumu swiftly sealed the shooting aperture and took command of the drone, ascending to commence the eradication of the zombies below. Drawing from the experience of the previous night, his marksmanship had significantly improved, averaging less than 7 bullets to eliminate a single zombie. However, upon exhausting the ammunition of the 10 drones, there remained 60 to 70 zombies. Scratching his head, Sumu deployed 2 cat-girl robots armed with hunting knives to stealthily approach a single zombie. The creature, wary, fixated on the hovering drones, its nose twitching as it curiously regarded the peculiar robots drawing closer. Sensing no immediate threat, it resumed its gaze skyward, emitting a low, guttural growl. What a splendid opportunity! Elated, Sumu maneuvered one of the cat-girl robots forward, swinging the hunting knife towards the zombie's neck. A flash of cold steel gleamed, and the zombie's head soared into the air, blood spraying 3 feet high from the severed neck. Yet, even with its head cleaved from its body, the zombie did not succumb entirely. The head, now resting in the snow, continued to mouth incomprehensible sounds, while the body writhed grotesquely, seemingly in search of its lost cranium. Sumu commanded another cat-girl robot to advance, cleaving a zombie's head in 2 with a swift stroke, its white brain matter splattering the ground as it succumbed to its fate. The surrounding zombies, alerted by the commotion, turned their heads, their noses twitching incessantly. The exhilaration of outsmarting them was utterly delightful. Sumu rejoiced, for the undead indeed showed no interest in machines or plastic, allowing him to stealthily approach and effortlessly dispatch them. Before long, he had eradicated all the zombies feasting on their fallen kin around the villa, yielding a total of 7 level 1 crystal cores. Just as he finished gathering the spoils, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The Doomsday Fortress has successfully upgraded to level 1. Relevant areas and functionalities have been unlocked. Please explore the specifics at your leisure. Next level upgrade requirements: 10 million tons of alloys, 10 million cubic meters of stone, 10 million cubic meters of wood, 10 million tons of food, 10 million tons of oil, 100 tons of gold, and 1,000 level 2 crystal cores. The population within the base must exceed 1,000. At last, the base had achieved its coveted upgrade. Su Mu was overjoyed, feeling an extraordinary force surging within him, as if his entire being was imbued with explosive energy. Moreover, his senses had sharpened significantly. He could now discern the intricate patterns on the clock hanging on the wall a full 10 meters away. Simultaneously, a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying a plethora of distinct patterns, each inscribed with a name. Command Center, Living Quarters, Resource Storage, Cultivation Base, Military Factory, Research Institute. Energy Center, Smelting Center, Medical Facility, Training Camp, Walls, Prison, Radar, Turret, Anti-Aircraft Gun. The sheer volume of materials required to elevate the Doomsday Fortress to Level 2 left Su Mu gasping in astonishment, his teeth gritting in frustration. A staggering 10 million tons of various resources, 1,000 Level 2 crystals, and a total population exceeding 1,000. Was this not a demand for his very life? A sense of headache enveloped Su Mu. With so many items needed, when could he possibly gather them all? Furthermore, there was even a population requirement. All he wished for was to survive, collecting Wang Hao and others as subordinates solely for the convenience of item gathering. As for Qin Ke, well, Su Mu conceded that. At times, he was indeed tempted by her physical allure. Chapter 130. Base Vehicle Form and Instant Teleportation Skill. Ding. The Doomsday Fortress has unlocked the second form of the base, the Base Vehicle. Base Vehicle. The fortress can transform under your command into a colossal base vehicle, allowing for redeployment to more suitable locations. It possesses 6 independent track-powered compartments, offering exceptional mobility, and when a pair of stabilizing pontoons are deployed, it can traverse across water surfaces. Ding. The host is rewarded with the Instant Teleportation skill. Instant Teleportation, the ability to instantaneously relocate one's body to another location. Current Level 0. Teleportation distance of 10 meters. The form of the base vehicle, Instant Téléportation. As the system continued to provide notifications, Su Mu was nearly overwhelmed with joy, the recent gloom lifting in an instant. He never anticipated that, after the upgrade, the system would bestow upon him such a delightful surprise. The base vehicle form needs no introduction. Anyone familiar with the classic game Red Alert understands that possessing such a device means one can traverse the map freely under certain circumstances, seize resources, and strike at foes. His villa, situated in the bustling heart of Shunsheng, is densely populated, and he is bound to face numerous assaults from zombies and other monstrous entities. He had been fretting over how to defend against enemies and gather supplies, but now, with the base vehicle form, this dilemma could be effortlessly resolved. If worst comes to worst, he could simply flee. Moreover, the system also granted him the miraculous skill of instant teleportation for self-preservation. Those familiar with related novels or films would recognize just how extraordinary this ability is. Su Mu was elated and immediately began to experiment within his room. Fortunately, with the successful upgrade of the base, the area of the room had expanded 2 to 3 times its original size, providing ample space for his endeavors. His figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear at another location, unfazed even by walls. Su Mu reveled in the joy of his newfound toy like a child. Alas, the range of teleportation was a mere 10 meters, rather limited, yet sufficient to preserve his life in critical moments. Just as Su Mu was enjoying himself, a sudden wave of disorientation struck him, akin to countless steel needles pricking at his nerves, causing him to reveal himself abruptly. Unable to contain the distress, he clutched his head and collapsed onto the ground, wailing in agony. After a considerable while, Su Mu gradually regained his composure. Yet he still felt an excruciating pain in his head. What has happened to me? Su Mu, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath while muttering in confusion. Warning: the host has frequently utilized skills in a short period, resulting in a significant depletion of mental energy, having crossed the threshold of caution. Continued usage may lead to sudden death. Please take care to rest and recover. Blimey. Su Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the use of the teleportation skill would carry such repercussions. Ding! It has been detected that the host possesses 8 level 1 crystals. Would you like to absorb the energy contained within them to restore mental energy? Sumu was taken aback. He never imagined that the frequent use of teleportation would yield such aftereffects. Moreover, what was this peculiar notion that level 1 crystals could restore mental energy? With a spark of curiosity, Sumu inquired, "Do level 1 crystals have any other functions?" Ding. Level 1 crystals harbor mysterious energy and can also be used to enhance skill levels. It has been detected that currently only the teleportation skill can be upgraded, requiring a total of 10 level 1 crystals, current status, 810. Thus enlightened, Sumu realized he must exert greater effort to eliminate zombies and collect crystals in the future. Upgrading the teleportation skill to level 2 necessitated merely 10 level 1 crystals, and he was just too short of that goal. Nevertheless, Sumu remained drenched in sweat, his head pounding relentlessly. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a crystal and held it in his hand, proceeding to absorb the energy contained within it, as guided by the system's prompt. A refreshing sensation coursed through Sumu's body from the crystal nucleus, alleviating his headache with remarkable swiftness. He opened his palm to reveal that the crystal nucleus had transformed into a small mound of white powder, indicating that its energy had been entirely expended. Taking a deep breath, he gradually rose to his feet, contemplating, "It seems that I can currently utilize the teleportation ability only 5 times. Exceeding this limit would inflict harm on my body, potentially rendering me incapable of combat. Thus, I must diligently train my body and continually enhance my mental fortitude. Bread will come, and everything will come." Sumu reassured himself and proceeded to inspect the upgrade status of the other rooms. Following the upgrades, the entire base had expanded tenfold, encompassing an area of approximately 10 acres, incorporating several nearby villas into its domain and integrating them into the base. Sumu teleported to the central control room, where he discovered a remarkable transformation. The walls were adorned with numerous monitors, and even the floor was a vast screen. A colossal control panel occupied the central position, brimming with a myriad of embedded buttons and knobs. Sitting in the chair before the control panel, Sumu felt overwhelmed by the dazzling array of options, utterly a loss on how to operate it. With a wry smile, he remarked, "It appears so advanced and intricate. I wonder if there exists a simpler method of operation?" The central control room is divided into 2 modes, manual and intelligent. The manual mode requires the host to operate it themselves, while the intelligent mode allows the smart brain to autonomously select the optimal operation method based on the circumstances. However, the host can adjust it at any time. The host may choose either mode of control. Delighted, Sumu felt relieved, as this would save him considerable effort. He promptly selected the intelligent mode, allowing the so-called smart brain to maintain the operation of the base. After choosing the control mode, Sumu stepped out of the central control room, eager to inspect the upgrades in the other rooms of the base. A heavy, black metal door slowly swung open, towering 3 meters high, devoid of locks, yet intricately interlocked without leaving a single gap. As the door opened, a palpable sense of futuristic technology enveloped him. Beyond the door lay a 10-meter-long corridor, its walls crafted from an unidentifiable dark silver metal, adorned with numerous small lights that illuminated the entire passage. At the end of the corridor stood a dark golden metal door, the combination of gold and silver exuding an air of opulence and enchantment. Not far away was the Technology Research Institute. Sumu turned inside and discovered an expansive space. This single room alone spanned over 300 square meters. Inside, an array of incomprehensible instruments and equipment was arranged, with various electronic components, data cables, and computer wires forming a complex, orderly network. At the center stood a colossal screen towering 5 to 6 meters high, displaying a flurry of data. Sumu stepped forward and observed the icons displayed on the screen. His curiosity piqued as he clicked on one to investigate further. Gauss Sniper Rifle Research Technology. Unlocking requires 10 tons of steel, 1 ton of copper, 10 tons of fuel, 10 tons of glass, 10 tons of plastic, and 100 tons of water. Gauss Sniper Rifle. Overall length 1, 83 meters, caliber 2, 54 millimeters, weight 4, 5 kilograms. Range 10,000 meters. Utilizing specialized electromagnetic ammunition. Magazine capacity of 10 rounds. Equipped with a SUSAT 16x scope. With a sharp intake of breath, Su Mu was astonished. Not only by the existence of such a legendary high-tech weapon, but also by the exorbitant cost required to unlock it. Chapter 131. The Gauss Sniper Rifle. The Gauss Sniper Rifle is an extraordinarily precise weapon with remarkable damage, utilizing a miraculous energy to generate a magnetic field that propels the projectile. It replaces the traditional gunpowder propulsion design, rendering it nearly silent. Despite the immense power of the Gauss rifle, its recoil is so minimal that it can be virtually disregarded, with both accuracy and power far surpassing that of other light weaponry. The sole drawback is its relatively slow firing rate, requiring approximately 1.5 seconds to recharge after each shot for subsequent use. Additionally, the visual effect of this weapon is striking, as the bullet leaves behind a blue, arc-laden trail of light, leading first-time witnesses to mistakenly believe it to be a beam weapon. Su Mu had always held a profound admiration for this fabled weapon, feeling it resonated perfectly with his own temperament. Gritting his teeth, Su Mu expended the necessary resources to unlock the technology for the Gauss Sniper Rifle. The Gauss Sniper Rifle has been unlocked. The host can exchange 1 ton of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 1 ton of fuel, 1 ton of glass, and 1 ton of plastic for this weapon, or, alternatively, produce it at the military factory. It is indeed exorbitantly priced. However, as Su Mu gazed upon its fantastical design and immense power, he felt an irresistible urge and ultimately decided to procure a Gauss sniper rifle, accompanied by 1,000 specialized electromagnetic rounds. Additionally, he acquired a red dot sight, an enhanced stock, a grip, an 8-fold magnification scope, and an integrated reticle, making it nearly impossible to miss a shot. He believed he possessed the potential to be a stealthy infiltrator, relishing the thrill of covertly entering a village and firing his weapon. Beyond the Gauss sniper rifle, the Technology Research Institute offered an array of advanced items, including electromagnetic cannons, nanobots, controllable nuclear fusion reactors, insect drones, human mechanical modification technology, exoskeleton armor, military robotic dogs, laser cannons, quantum cloaking garments, and individual jet suits. However, the resources required for unlocking and exchanging these items were exorbitantly high. After much contemplation and at a significant cost, Su Mu unlocked the controllable nuclear fusion reactor, exoskeleton armor, military robotic dog, and electromagnetic cannon technologies, leaving him with scant resources in the infinite space. With a heavy heart, he departed from the Technology Research Institute and turned towards the adjacent cultivation base. Upon opening the door, Su Mu experienced a momentary daze. He had initially believed that the control room and Technology Research Institute were expansive enough, assuming the cultivation base would merely be a large courtyard. To his astonishment, the cultivation base was immense, resembling a vast ecological garden stretching out before him. The area is not only adorned with a diverse array of flowers, grasses, and trees, but also features a substantial plot of land that appears to have been designated as farmland. However, this agricultural expanse seems to be in a state of neglect, reduced to a barren stretch of black soil devoid of any crops. I checked the interface. Su Mu cursed under his breath and promptly bypassed this feature. He had come to understand the system's nature. Unlocking seeds for various crops would undoubtedly require a significant amount of resources. Yet, just prior to the snow disaster, he had managed to stockpile a myriad of supplies, only to forget to procure seeds for the crops. The seeds collected from the agricultural store after the disaster were uncertain. Had they succumbed to frost, or could they still sprout? Nevertheless, he was not currently in want of food and had no intention of farming, so the farmland could remain fallow for the time being. He would address it when the need arose. Su Mu exited the planting base and took a leisurely tour of the living quarters, supply storage, military factory, energy center, smelting center, medical facility, training camp, and prison, familiarizing himself with the layout of the base and judiciously upgrading and unlocking certain items. After the upgrades, the futuristic design and sounds of the base captivated him immensely. Yet, Witnessing the supplies and the infinite storage diminish at an alarming rate caused his heart to bleed. Ultimately, Sumu arrived at the medical facility, and upon entering, he immediately spotted Qingshu in the laboratory, emitting an eerie, peculiar laughter. Sumu walked over to observe and discovered Qingshu clad in a white lab coat, wearing a protective mask and wielding a scalpel for her dissection experiment. The werewolf Zhang Shuai was restrained on the operating table, his expression one of utter desolation, while the zombified Xiao Baichuan struggled and howled incessantly. Upon seeing Sumu enter, Qingshu excitedly exclaimed, "Master, this room has suddenly filled with an array of advanced instruments, far more sophisticated than any medical equipment I encountered during my studies in the States." She discreetly gauged Sumu's expression, confessing, "I couldn't resist and took the liberty of experimenting with these devices. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Sumu chuckled. "Feel free to explore. If anything goes awry, it's on me." Qingshu let out a sigh of relief and replied with a playful laugh. "Fortunately, there are detailed instructions available. After several trials, I have now mastered the operation of these instruments. Master, come and see." Both Zhang Shuai and Xiao Baichuan have developed crystalline cores the size of a fingertip located between the mesencephalon and the thalamus, near the pineal gland. I surmise that these crystals may stimulate the pineal gland to produce a unique hormone, granting them extraordinary strength. However, I have yet to identify what this hormone is, and with only these two subjects, I lack comparative observations. Master, there are numerous zombie corpses outside. Could you bring a few in for my research? No problem. Sumu readily agreed to the request of this enchanting beauty. Seeing Qingshu's delighted expression, Sumu cautioned, "Be careful during your research. Avoid being infected by the zombie virus. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you." "I understand," Qingshu replied cheerfully. "The protective gear here is top-notch. As long as I don't make direct contact, there's no way I'll get infected." Satisfied that there were no issues, Sumu exchanged a few playful remarks with Qingshu before preparing to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Shuai, bound to the operating table, shouted, "Boss, I submit, I submit. Just please don't let this crazy woman experiment on me any longer. I will do anything you ask." Tears streamed down his face. "You have no idea. For the past 2 days, this woman has been cutting me hundreds of times daily under the guise of sampling for research. Then there are the burns, the freezing, the electric shocks, and other torturous methods that have left me in utter despair." Zhang Shuai, weeping profusely, pleaded, "Boss, if you let me go, I will be your most loyal dog. Whoever you want me to bite, I will bite." At this moment, Lao Mo, displeased, barked loudly, seemingly defending his position. Sumu turned to Qingshu, who, slightly embarrassed, rubbed her hands together and smiled. "Master, I'm only doing this for research." "Yes, conduct your research well," Sumu interjected, "but just be cautious not to kill him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai let out a mournful cry, "Boss, please don't." As he watched Sumu gradually distance himself, Qingshu turned to Zhang Shuai, her delicate features slowly twisting into a menacing expression. "How dare you report me in front of the master? Just wait and see how I deal with you." A series of anguished howls echoed from the medical room. Chapter 132. You must wear these self-detonating collars. Sumu chose to disregard the wounded werewolf, Zhang Shuai, and headed straight for Gang Tianfu's workshop. The ammunition consumption had been rather substantial over the past couple of days, and Gang Tianfu was busy with Wang Hao and a few others in manufacturing replenishments. The sudden appearance of Sumu startled them all. "Boss, how did you get in?" They stammered. "Didn't you say last time that you wanted to see a teleportation? You just witnessed it, didn't you?" Sumu replied nonchalantly. "Teleportation?" The group was astonished to discover that Sumu could indeed wield the legendary skill, their reverence for him deepening. Sumu gleefully noted that their loyalty had increased by 1 to 2 points each. He tossed a USB drive to Gang Tianfu. "I've come to show you something remarkable. Inside are the manufacturing materials for several high-tech products. Study them carefully and find a way to produce them. If you need any equipment or materials, just let me know." Some of the high-tech capabilities of the base had been unlocked, yet exchanging for finished products was exceedingly costly. Sumu calculated that using machinery to produce items could, at the very least, reduce raw material consumption by 50 compared to direct system exchanges. Even the landlord's household has no surplus grain. It is wise to conserve resources wherever possible. Moreover, the base has just been upgraded to level 1, and the supplies I originally stored have diminished by more than half. It remains uncertain when I will accumulate enough resources for the second upgrade. I merely exchanged for a Gauss sniper rifle and 1,000 rounds of ammunition, while merely unlocking other related technologies. As Yan Qingshu inserted the USB drive into the computer and opened it, he gasped in astonishment. Technologies for controllable nuclear fusion reactors, exoskeleton armor, military robotic dogs, and electromagnetic cannons. So many blueprints. He stared intently at the computer screen, his expression a chaotic mix of disbelief and wonder. At a loss for words, Wang Hao and others gathered around, gazing at the images and data on the screen, gasping in awe. Indeed, there exists controllable nuclear fusion technology. This innovation is akin to the steam engine and electrification, all heralding transformative eras. Furthermore, the Gauss sniper rifle, exoskeleton armor technology, and individual jet-powered combat suits. Each of these technologies, if brought to fruition, would create a global sensation. If we could indeed manufacture such items, what fear we have of the zombies outside? Our base would undoubtedly be impregnable. These technologies must be at least a decade ahead of current advancements. Where did the boss acquire such knowledge? I'm seriously beginning to suspect that the boss has commandeered an alien spacecraft and obtained their technology, or perhaps he himself is an extraterrestrial being. The residents residing here are predominantly well-educated and are not entirely unfamiliar with these technological terminologies. They gazed in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. With a sense of pride, Sumu inquired, "What do you think? Can you comprehend these technical documents? Could you replicate the end product? I possess a doctorate in physics, so I can certainly understand these materials. Furthermore, the steps outlined are quite detailed. As long as I have the necessary equipment and materials, with a few attempts, I am confident I could produce it." "Very well. Let's first create 7 sets of exoskeleton armor. We can delve into the rest gradually." Yan Qingshu scrutinized the technology for developing the exoskeleton armor. Research on exoskeleton armor has been conducted both domestically and internationally, and the technology has reached a rather advanced stage, with discussions rampant online. I had previously attempted to manufacture one myself, but its performance fell short of expectations. If I had specialized equipment and materials based on this information, I could fabricate a set of exoskeleton armor in just 2 days. "That sounds splendid," Sumo exclaimed joyfully. "Everyone, follow me." They traversed a lengthy corridor imbued with futuristic technological aesthetics, ultimately arriving at the military factory, where the expressions of the rural folks remained in a state of perpetual astonishment. Sumo gestured toward the machine adorned with several mechanical arms, asking, "Look at this. How long do you think it would take you to manufacture a set of exoskeleton armor with such a machine?" Yan Qingshu meticulously examined the parameters of various machines within the military factory, and with palpable excitement, he addressed Sumu. "These machines are even more precise than the most advanced equipment in the world. Once I thoroughly comprehend the exoskeleton armor technology materials you provided, and with ample raw materials at my disposal, along with assistance, I could produce 10 sets in a single night." "Very well. Let us expedite production." Sumo replied. Turning to Wang Hao and the others, "You are to modify a vehicle capable of traversing snowy terrain. Starting tomorrow, you will venture out in that vehicle to hunt zombies." "What is a crystal core?" Wang Hao and the others inquired, perplexed. Sumu snapped his fingers, and the room was instantly filled with a 3-dimensional projection of the crystal core. Upon vanquishing zombies, there is a certain probability of discovering this small crystal, about the size of a fingertip within their skulls. This is the crystal core, a vital resource for constructing this base. Of course, such entities may also be found within the heads of mutated humans. However, these mutants possess intelligence. Although you wield weapons, it does not guarantee victory against them. Therefore, it is advisable to avoid provoking them whenever possible, focusing primarily on eliminating zombies to obtain crystal cores. "Understood." Wang Hao and the others responded in hushed tones. The peril associated with hunting zombies was evident, which likely contributed to their lack of enthusiasm. Had it not been for Su Mu's control over them through slow-acting poison, they might have already protested vehemently. The human heart, indeed, remains an enigma of complexity. Upon observing their expressions, Su Mu could not help but silently scoff. With a flick of his right hand, 8 explosive collars materialized in the air. "You shall all don these," he declared. "I have programmed them such that, should my heartbeat cease, they will detonate. Do not entertain thoughts of violent resistance. These devices are equipped with intelligent chips that will trigger self-detonation at the slightest anomaly." These gadgets were directly exchanged from the system by Su Mu, boasting capabilities far superior to the one Qingshu once wore. Wang Hao and the others wore troubled expressions. "Boss, we are utterly loyal to you." Su Mu swiftly drew his AK-47, aiming it at them with a chilling smile. "After enduring the apocalypse, I can no longer place my faith in so-called loyalty. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Compassion and mercy have no place in this desolate world." Left with no choice under the threat of the gun, Wang Hao and the others reluctantly picked up the explosive collars. Even Gung Tianfu was among them. Su Mu stowed away his rifle and coldly proclaimed, "Never forget your status. Were it not for me, you would have long been devoured by your starving neighbors. You consume my provisions and partake of my resources, thus you must heed my commands. From now on, whatever tasks I assign you, you shall undertake without question." Chapter 133. Establishing the base. To elevate the base to level 2, a population of 1,000 is required, compelling Su Mu to prepare accordingly. Wang Hao, however, exclaimed in shock, "Boss, what? You no longer want us?" The sensitivity of this individual is indeed remarkable. From mere fragments of his own words, he has formed a rough conjecture of his plans. The snow disaster has passed, and although the outside world is teeming with zombies, numerous souls still endure. Here, I possess sustenance and safety. With merely a package of biscuits, I can procure the loyalty of many, including even the mutated beings. Remember, you are not irreplaceable. Su Mu Sunran declared, "Without you, I can easily recruit countless individuals as subordinates." Observing the dejected expressions of Wang Hao and the others, Su Mu offered them a glimmer of hope. "Do not assume that I am sending you out merely to meet your demise. Do you not all aspire to become practitioners of extraordinary abilities? Apart from natural mutations, the continuous struggle between life and death most readily awakens the potential for mutation, and it carries little to no side effects." Wang Hao and the others were instantly elated. "Boss, is this truly the case? What reason would I have to deceive you? What advantage would it bring me?" In truth, Su Mu mused internally, this notion is but a fabrication inspired by novels, and I possess no certainty regarding its accuracy. However, he maintained a composed demeanor. The others reflected, recognizing that they had nothing to lose, save for their wretched lives. Thus, Su Mu harbored neither motive nor necessity to mislead them. "Very well, we shall abide by whatever the boss decrees." After a brief pause, Su Mu continued, "The villa has undergone an upgrade, significantly expanding its internal space. Beginning today, each group of 4 may share a room, and you may indulge in a hot shower once a week. Wang Hao and Xiao Tianfu will reside in a private room equipped with an ensuite bathroom. Naturally, should any of you make significant contributions, I shall be inclined to enhance your benefits. Your individual permissions have been activated, and your operational boundaries have been delineated. The specific details can be found on your wrist devices. Wang Hao, I entrust these individuals to you. Assemble a capable team to gather supplies. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath." Upon finishing, Su Mu's figure vanished abruptly, teleporting to another location, leaving Wang Hao and the others momentarily stunned. "Now, let not your thoughts wander. The leader has declared that diligent work and contributions will be rewarded." Wang Hao clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, urging them to expedite the transformation of the snow-covered armored vehicles. "Furthermore, let us toil through the night to see if we can manufacture the exoskeleton armor. With such equipment, our forays into the world of the undead will be bolstered with an added layer of security." The group nodded in agreement and promptly busied themselves under Gung Tianfu's guidance. After assigning tasks to Wang Hao and his team, Su Mu did not linger. He instantaneously transported himself to the central control room. He intended to initiate an upgrade for the base, enhancing its overall combat capability. Su Mu discovered that upgrading the base resembled engaging in a strategic development game, allowing him to autonomously manage construction via the screen. He first expended resources to construct a controllable nuclear fusion power plant, followed by the establishment of an or refining facility. The significance of the power plant is self-evident. The operation of all equipment within the base hinges upon its energy supply. Although the resources required to exchange for a controllable nuclear fusion power plant are substantial, it alleviates concerns regarding the base's operations for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, the uranium ore is strictly regulated by the state, making it virtually impossible for Su Mu to acquire it through conventional means. Thus, he can only obtain it via the system's exchange. The ore refining facility serves to smelt various metallic minerals for refinement and transformation. Su Mu programmed the system to direct the central control room's intelligence to process all the collected items, including automobiles, iron frames, kitchen knives, spoons, and various scrap metals, in one go for automatic refinement. Ding! Alloy refinement in progress. Expected completion in 8 hours, yielding 120,000 tons of alloy. 8,102,000 tons. And with an upgrade requirement of 10 million tons, it remains uncertain when that goal might be achieved. Su Mu sighed and commenced the construction of a perimeter wall. After elevating his base to level 1, it resembled a colossal fortress, with the main structure towering over 20 meters, comprising 5 above-ground floors and 3 subterranean levels, expanding its area more than tenfold. Despite the significant increase in size, the defensive capabilities were somewhat compromised, as many structures were built from stone rather than alloy steel plates. Therefore, it was imperative to erect a perimeter wall. Upon initiating construction, a 5-meter-high barbed wire fence materialized around the base, enclosing it in a quadrilateral formation, imparting a distinctly prison-like ambience. The barbed wire fence, woven from exceptionally sharp strands, inflicts grievous wounds upon any intruder, leaving them bleeding profusely, with a 30 chance of contracting tetanus. Moreover, it offers a 30 reduction in damage from both flames and frost. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with interest. The attributes of this barbed wire were indeed impressive. However, with snow accumulated to depths of over 10 meters surrounding the area, the barbed wire had been buried beneath the white blanket, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. Scratching his head in contemplation, Su Mu realized he had no viable solution. He could hardly elevate the barbed wire to a height of 30 meters. Consequently, he dispatched all of his cat-girl robots to clear the snow within the base and a 100-meter radius around the barbed wire. As for the zombies concealed beneath the snow, the intelligence system expressed no concern. Over 300 hunting knives were drawn, swiftly reducing them to mere pulp. Alas, if only the robotic modification expert, Du Hongwei, had not betrayed him. With the unlocked advanced technology, further upgrades to these robots could have been achieved. Su Mu sighed, yet felt little remorse. He had always been ruthless towards those who posed a threat to his safety. In addition, Su Mu launched a comprehensive monitoring satellite, capable of incessantly surveilling a 10-kilometer radius around the base 24 hours a day. Should anyone approach the barbed wire fence, an automatic alert would be triggered. The establishment of the monitoring satellite also bore an additional benefit. It included a small communications base that could seamlessly connect to the satellite, ensuring an uninterrupted network connection. Upon opening his phone to browse the news, Su Mu felt the speed increase exponentially, and he could easily breach barriers to access foreign websites. Thus, Su Mu diligently explored the various functionalities of the base, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber late into the night. The following morning, he was roused by the calls of Wang Hao and his companions. Yawning and rubbing his eyes, he activated the three-dimensional communication device, inquiring what the matter was. "Boss, did you not instruct us to venture out to hunt zombies? We cannot leave the base without your authorization." Wang Hao and the others appeared with pronounced dark circles under their eyes, clad in peculiar mechanical gear, beside a modified, massive tracked, snow-armored vehicle. Impressive indeed. In just one night, You have managed to fabricate both the exoskeleton armor and the snow vehicle." Sumu commended them, his voice rare with praise. With a wave of his hand, 7 sets of 30-style military uniforms, snow-resistant combat boots, polyethylene bulletproof helmets, simple sleeping bags, 8 cm multi-purpose military knives, wireless communication devices, QBEZ, 191 automatic rifles with 300 rounds of ammunition, and a day's worth of individual rations materialized before Wang Hao and his comrades. Sumu remarked calmly, "Work diligently, and I assure you, I shall not let you suffer. The authority to exit the base has now been granted. You may proceed." Chapter 134. 3 Awaken Pursued by Zombies. In comparison to humans, the advantages of zombies are indeed strikingly evident. They possess no fear, no sense of pain, and exhibit a reckless disregard for death, coupled with physical capabilities far superior to those of humans. Moreover, their speed is not as sluggish as portrayed in cinematic representations, though it does not reach the exaggerated velocities seen in zombie-themed films such as Train to Busan, where they chase trains with the ferocity of rabid dogs. With the exception of a few rare anomalies, they were essentially able to maintain their running speed. The advanced QBEZ 191 automatic rifles provided by Sumu were far more lethal than ordinary weapons. A close-range hit to a limb would result in a direct shattering, while a shot to the head would explode with the fragility of a watermelon, sending fragments of the skull flying. Wang Hao and his companions had already engaged in several battles against zombies, gaining a profound understanding of their strengths and weaknesses. Now equipped with cutting-edge exoskeleton armor and operating a snow-armored vehicle, their confidence soared. "Boss, just watch. We will certainly accomplish the task you entrusted to us." After donning their complete arsenal, they swiftly boarded the snow-armored vehicle and sped out of the base. "Goodness, when did the boss's villa transform into this?" one of the subordinates exclaimed as he peered out of the window. The expansive base featured a strikingly avant-garde design, its silver-gray exterior exuding a distinctly futuristic aura. The group pressed their faces against the windows, mouths agape in astonishment, their reverence magnified. After Wang Hao and the others departed, Sumo found himself awake, having finished breakfast. He engaged in some exercise on the treadmill alongside old Mo. Just as he prepared to head to the central control room, he received a system alert. "Warning. Warning. An unidentified flying object is approaching the airspace above the base. Please exercise caution." Sumu was taken aback and immediately projected the images captured by the monitoring satellites before his eyes. It was a reconnaissance drone flying over his base. The Wuzhen 9 is a high-altitude, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft independently developed and produced by the Dacia, primarily tasked with reconnaissance and patrol missions. It appears that, following the cessation of the heavy snowfall, the authorities could no longer restrain their urge to survey the situation. Sumu murmured to himself, feeling quite troubled. His base, with its striking and ostentatious appearance, could hardly be concealed even by the thick blanket of snow. In comparison to the entire nation, his strength felt woefully inadequate. Sumu yearned only to survive and gather supplies, hoping that the government would overlook his small outpost. Nonetheless, this situation weighed heavily upon him, gritting his teeth. He utilized his dwindling resources to acquire a subterranean mining vehicle. This specialized machine, constructed entirely from a unique 20-centimeter alloy, concealed a 20mm machine gun turret and boasted formidable defensive capabilities. At its forefront was a colossal drill capable of effortlessly penetrating the Earth's surface, delving into underground veins to automatically extract metallic ores and transport them to the refining facility, with a capacity to gather 20 tons of minerals in a single operation. After conducting a survey, it was discovered that 55 kilometers southwest of the base lay a copper mine with reserves reaching 2 million tons, ample enough to keep the mining vehicle occupied for some time. With the acquisition of this mining vehicle, Sumu's rate of alloy collection significantly increased. However, before government officials could arrive, a horde of zombies made their unwelcome appearance. To be precise, a throng of zombies was pursuing 3 living individuals towards this direction. "Look, what is that ahead?" exclaimed a young man, breathless from running, as he pointed excitedly towards the front. Ah, what a magnificent and beautiful structure. Having toiled in the city for many years, I have never encountered such an architectural style. Another man interjected, pondering which noble family's estate or refuge this might be. Be cautious, below lies a snow slope. A third individual, a woman, remarked that the snow slope appeared meticulously arranged, as if artificially excavated. Undoubtedly, someone must reside within this estate. In that case, let us hasten to seek the owner's assistance and request sanctuary from the relentless horde of wretched zombies, declared the young man, leading the way as he leaped down the snow slope. The vast exterior of the compound was encircled by a formidable barrier of tall barbed wire, evidently erected to ward off the undead. The trio soon arrived at the barrier, but found no entrance. The woman cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted into the enclosure, "Is anyone there? We are being pursued by zombies. Please allow us refuge." Sumu was entirely unaware of the backgrounds of these three individuals. Being inherently cautious, how could he possibly respond? Sensing their presence, he had discreetly instructed the working cat-girl robots to burrow beneath the snow, creating an illusion of abandonment. With the zombies now surging down the slope behind them, the trio could no longer afford to hesitate. The middle-aged man's skin instantaneously took on a metallic sheen as he grasped the sharp barbed wire and bellowed, "The zombies are upon us. Quickly, climb over my back." Sumu's eyes narrowed, his body transforming into steel. Could he be an awakened individual? The other two individuals dared not to linger. The woman waved her hands vigorously, unleashing two fireballs that sent the pursuing zombies tumbling in chaos. With a deft step onto the shoulder of the steel man, she gracefully leaped over the 5-meter-high barbed wire fence. Those awakened with supernatural abilities possess physical qualities far superior to ordinary humans. A height of 2 or 3 meters posed no obstacle for her. However, the young man did not utilize the steel man as a human ladder. Instead, his legs suddenly elongated like rubber, allowing him to nimbly vault over the wire, while simultaneously extending his arm to pull the steel man along with him. A fire-wielding supernatural being and a rubber man. The emergence of three extraordinary individuals made the situation increasingly intriguing. Sumu stroked his chin, indifferent to the arrival of the trio. As long as he disapproved, they would never enter his base. Upon reaching the other side of the barbed wire, the three sighed in relief. Behind them, the horde of zombies surged forward, clawing and howling as they pressed against the wire, indifferent to the sharp edges that tore at their flesh. The trio retreated a few steps, their faces betraying a look of terror. The number of zombies pursuing them was overwhelming, more than 100. Despite their awakened powers, they were no match for such a relentless horde. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, a cold voice echoed from within the castle, declaring, "This is private territory. Outsiders are not welcome." The fire-wielding woman glanced around, unable to discern the source of the voice. Trembling, she spoke, "Honorable master, we mean no offense. There are many terrifying zombies outside. Please do not cast us out from your domain." The construction of such a colossal and sci-fi structure speaks volumes of its owner's wealth and capability. "Your fate bears no significance to me." Sumu remained unperturbed. The rubbery man, however, grew agitated, questioning, "You are human too. Why do you turn a blind eye to the perils of your kind?" "Sumochakalt. Are we well acquainted? What obligation do I have to rescue you?" Chapter 135. The moment of the hunt begins now. The Iron Man hastily restrained the rubbery man, bowing slightly while offering a conciliatory smile. "Esteemed brother within the shelter, we are being pursued by zombies and had no choice but to seek refuge here. We hope you will allow us to stay. Once the zombies depart, we shall leave immediately." He produced 3 gold bars from his pocket, exclaiming, "A modest gift. A token of respect." Sumu's eyes sparkled. This individual was quite generous. Each of these gold bars weighed no less than 2 taels, and his upgrade base was in dire need of such precious metals. However, he feigned disdain, replying, "Are you not aware that we are amidst a zombie apocalypse? Money is worth less than refuse. What use do I have for such trinkets?" The man's expression froze for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he returned the gold bars to his pocket and retrieved 2 crystal cores, smiling. "I was presumptuous. These are crystallizations formed within the brains of zombies, possessing extraordinary powers. We can offer them as a reward for sheltering here. It appeared these individuals indeed possessed some valuable items. Sumu observed them with keen interest, noting that their ability to produce 2 crystal cores at once indicated they had likely dispatched over 20 zombies, a commendable feat in the early days of this apocalypse. Nevertheless, he coolly remarked, "I have no interest in this. I suggest you leave at once." The young man, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward and retorted sharply, "Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? Who do you think you are to address us in such a manner?" "Oh, I'm most eager to learn," Sumu replied with a hint of amusement. The young man raised his thumb in a gesture of reverence, declaring, "This is Mr. Shirley, a real estate magnate from Shengsheng, and this is Miss Jiang Lijin, a renowned figure in the film industry. As for myself, I'm the illustrious LOL streamer, Song Rintu. We are all prominent figures in society, and Brother Lei was merely showing you respect. Now, allow us entry at once." Sumu erupted into laugh, incredulous at the young man's folly. How could someone be so naive, clinging to social status in such dire times? The recent snow disaster had claimed nearly half the nation's population, leaving countless homes abandoned. The real estate market would soon become utterly worthless. Would the state really summon such unscrupulous merchants to the refuge to construct homes for the populace? Furthermore, with everyone struggling to find enough to eat, who had the luxury to concern themselves with films and games? A heartless businessman, an obscure second-rate actress, and an insignificant individual dared to put on airs before him? With a chilling demeanor, Sumu stated, "You have 1 minute to vacate this place, or I shall ensure you do so." The young man, filled with indignation, stepped forward, ready to argue once more, but was abruptly grasped by Shirley. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "My dear brother, to construct such a splendid sanctuary, you must surely be the scion of a prominent family. However, the 3 of us are awakened superhumans, endowed with abilities beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Your shelter may withstand common folk, but it is not necessarily impervious to us." Jiang Lijin let out a disdainful huff, adding, "Indeed, be wary of us breaching your sanctuary. It would not bode well for any of us." Earlier, when Sumu had referred to her as an insignificant actress, it had deeply unsettled her. Song Rintu, eager for action, declared, "Brother Lei, I perceive that this sanctuary is vast, surely brimming with supplies. Why not assault it and seize it as our refuge?" He grinned maliciously, with the snow just having ceased and the undead lurking everywhere. Even if we were to eliminate the owner, who would be the wiser? Who could punish us? Upon hearing this, Shirley felt a surge of temptation. His previous caution stemmed from a fear that the owner might belong to a powerful family he could not contend with. However, with Song Rentu's reminder, he suddenly realized that this was indeed the apocalypse, and as a superhuman, what did he have to fear? Shirley cast a glance behind him, where the zombies were huddled together in a chaotic mass. Those at the rear climbed over the bodies of their fallen comrades like a grotesque pyramid, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters, poised to surmount the barbed wire fence. Time was of the essence. Gritting his teeth, he underwent a transformation, his body once again morphing into solid metal. He struck his fist together with a resounding clang. "Let us breach the shelter first." As soon as the words left his lips, a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared on his forehead. The metallic transformation faded instantaneously, and blood and brain matter splattered across the ground. Shirley's eyes widened in shock, his head tilted back as he collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling still. Witnessing the seemingly invincible Shirley being silently dispatched sent a wave of terror through Jiang Lijin, who screamed in horror. Song Rintu, equally alarmed, dropped to the ground, scanning for the source of the threat. The familiar strategy of luring with temptation, then resorting to intimidation, followed by outright assault. How reminiscent it was. Behind a window in a towering structure, Sumu grinned malevolently as he lowered his firearm. The Gauss sniper rifle boasted immense power, effortlessly piercing through the majority of steel plates. Even tank armor was no match for it. Eliminating a fledgling steel-transformed superhuman was child's play. As for the remaining 2 superhumans, Employing such advanced weaponry against them would be an utter waste of ammunition. Outside, a ravenous horde of zombies awaited their turn. With a mere thought, Sumu created a large breach in the barbed wire fence, allowing the amassed zombies to surge in like a colossal swarm of ants. This bodes ill. As the two individuals beheld the horde of zombies surging forth, the realization struck them that their ability to scale the barbed wire fence was entirely due to their master's meticulous orchestration of the situation. They hastily dashed toward the inner sanctum of the base, shouting apologies in frantic desperation. "Forgive us. We were wrong. I do not wish to perish. If you spare me, I shall pledge my loyalty to you." It was too late. Sumu remained unfazed, coldly declaring, "One more step, and you shall face execution without mercy." With that, two semicircular apertures on the second-floor platform of the base opened, revealing two formidable Vulcan heavy machine guns, compassionate Gatling, bestowing salvation upon the masses, and a merciless Maxim. These were divine artifacts of physical transcendence that Sumu had exchanged with the system. The two men halted in terror, but with the zombies closing in within mere meters. They gritted their teeth and charged forward. In a desperate gambit, they believed that advancing might offer a sliver of hope, for being surrounded by the undead would undoubtedly lead to a gruesome demise. The rubbery figure of Song Rintu elongated his limbs with astonishing speed, covering 5 to 6 meters in a single stride, grasping the corner of a building to propel himself into the air. Sumu's eyes glinted with cold disdain. Such foolishness! The heavy machine guns on the platform swiftly redirected their aim, unleashing torrents of fire. Under the onslaught of the metallic storm, Song Rintu's body was utterly obliterated by the sheer force of the bullets, leaving only his head to tumble to the ground, rolling a few times, unblinking in death. How fortuitous to offer a head as tribute. Sumu couldn't help but jest. Jiangli Jin was frantically conjuring fireballs, struggling to fend off the zombies, while desperately attempting to persuade Sumo. "Young master, if you allow me into the sanctuary, I will do anything you desire. I am a star in my own right, and my skills in serving men are unparalleled." Her illogical words ignited a blaze of fury within Sumo. Money, money, money and women. Is he such a banal individual? Must a man possess these two elements to exist? As Sumu gazed upon her emaciated face, ravaged by hunger, and her brittle, yellowing hair, he could not help but compare her to the enchanting Qin Ke, nearly retching at the sight. Stripped of cosmetics and filters, she appeared so ordinary, yet brimming with such unwarranted confidence. "I have no interest in you," Sumu exclaimed, stomping his foot, causing a new ring of barbed wire to rise within the base, encircling the zombies and Jiangli Jin. No, with her escape route severed, Jiangli Jin let out a horrific scream as she was swiftly engulfed by the zombies. Sumu retrieved his M200 sniper rifle, chambering around, and softly declared, "The hunt begins now." Chapter 136. The sensation of being watched. Mastery in marksmanship is cultivated through the expenditure of bullets. This horde of zombies, confined by Sumu's barbed wire near the entrance of the base, became perfect live targets. Although the zombies incessantly clawed at the wire, they were akin to crabs trapped in a pot, futilely pulling at one another, preventing any from escaping. Sumu relentlessly fired his M200 sniper rifle, shattering the skulls of these zombies, the splattering of their foul blood granting him a euphoric thrill of slaughter. Before long, hundreds of zombies were ruthlessly vanquished by Sumo. He exhaled a sigh of relief, massaging his right shoulder, which throbbed from the impact of the rifle butt, and remarked with a wry smile, the Gauss sniper rifle truly excels. Its formidable power, minimal recoil, and utter silence make it unparalleled. Alas, the ammunition is excessively costly. Employing it against these creatures feels like a squandering of resources. Having dispatched such a multitude of zombies, Sumu distinctly sensed an enhancement in his marksmanship, even catching a glimpse of a burgeoning instinct for the weapon. After dismantling the barbed wire barricades around the base, he summoned the Catgirl robot to assist in clearing the battlefield. Half an hour later, Sumu sat beside the window on the top floor. enjoying a cup of tea as the Catgirl robot presented today as spoils. A total of 15 first-tier crystal cores, in addition to the 8 contributed by the zombies. 1 was extracted from each of the 3 ability users, and 4 more were retrieved from the Steel Man, Shirley, along with 10 gold bars. Once you perish, everything you possessed becomes mine. Now, Sumu possessed a total of 22 first-tier crystal cores, sufficient to upgrade the skill of teleportation. Teleportation allows the user to instantaneously relocate their body to another location. Current level 1, distance of teleportation, 100 meters. To upgrade to level 2 requires 100 first-tier crystal cores. Current count, 12,100. Upon achieving level 2, Sumo felt an immediate elevation in his comprehension and mastery of the skill. Not only had the teleportation distance increased tenfold, but the expenditure of mental energy was markedly diminished. This was truly exhilarating. Sumu rose from his seat, stretching lazily, and called to Lao Imo to prepare for another session at the gym. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something glimmering in the distance. What could it be? Sumu promptly raised his Gauss sniper rifle, peering through the scope towards the source of the shimmer. There, he observed the exterior of a tall office building, cloaked in ice and snow, while the biting wind howled through several broken windows on the lower floors. After scrutinizing the scene for some time, he discerned nothing amiss. How peculiar. Could it have been an illusion, merely the reflection of ice and snow on the wall? Nevertheless, there were surveillance satellites overhead. Any approach by humans or zombies near the barbed wire fence would trigger an automatic alarm. Shaking his head, Sumu turned away with Lao Mo in tow. On the 19th floor of that towering, futuristic edifice, a gaunt man crouched behind the wall, panting heavily, with a high-powered telescope discarded on the floor beside him. He had nearly been discovered. Despite being at least 1,500 meters away from the uncanny structure, the figure's vigilance indicated he was undoubtedly a person of extraordinary abilities. After a moment, he stood up and stealthily descended the building, carefully avoiding the attention of the wandering zombies nearby. He traversed several blocks before moving aside a metal frame and bending to slip through a gaping hole in the 4th-floor window of an apartment. After a series of knocks, a cacophony of chairs and tables being pushed aside emanated from behind a unit door on the 22nd floor, followed by the peering of an eye through the peephole. The gaunt man immediately stepped back, calling out, "Open the door, it's me." "Kumin." The door creaked open, and a gaunt man swiftly slipped inside. The modest room was unexpectedly crowded, filled with at least a dozen individuals. Despite the malnourished pallor that marked each face, the menacing aura they exuded was palpable, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. At the center of the throng stood a stocky, yet formidable middle-aged man, who rose and approached with a grave expression, inquiring, "Huang Mao, what is the situation?" "Brother Long, there are indeed people inside," Huang Mao replied, removing his coat to shake off the snowflakes, revealing the tattoo on his neck. Moreover, they are quite young, appearing to be in their 20s. A young person in their 20s? Is it just one? Brother Long paused, momentarily taken aback, then pressed further. Huang Mao donned his now-dry coat and nodded emphatically, continuing his report. "Yes, after hearing the gunshots, I followed your instructions to observe. It seems to be a private refuge. After watching for quite some time, I only noted one individual moving behind the window. However, he possesses a keen sense, and I suspect he might also be an ability user. My power is eagle, and from over 1,500 meters away, even through binoculars, I nearly drew his attention." He hesitated briefly before adding, "Additionally, I noticed a large pile of corpses within the barbed wire enclosure, all with their heads blown off. There must be over 100. Given the incessant gunfire that has echoed through the air, it is evident that this individual has taken up arms against the undead. Brother Long, this sanctuary is equipped with firearms, boasting formidable defenses. Prior to the snowstorm, Brother Long and his crew were nothing more than a band of ruffians and scoundrels lurking in the alleys. Their usual means of income stemmed from extorting street vendors, engaging in petty theft, or collecting protection fees for local tyrants under Brother Long's leadership. The so-called Society of Brother Long is characterized by ruthless individuals who speak little but act decisively. After the onset of the snowstorm, devoid of legal constraints, They became even more unrestrained. Fueled by their ferocity and determination, they slaughtered every resident of the apartment building, plundering all resources, which enabled their survival through the blizzard. The apartment they now occupy was once rented by a young couple. Alas, the fate of this couple is tragically grim. The woman was captured and subjected to relentless humiliation, day and night. The man, undeterred by the overwhelming odds against him, bravely resisted but was forcibly subdued, made to witness the degradation of his beloved, ultimately succumbing to a brutal beating that claimed his life. Today, braving the bitter cold, Brother Long and his men ventured out in search of supplies, inadvertently stumbling upon the sound of gunfire, which led them to the stronghold of Sumo. Initially intending to investigate up close, they were deterred by the sight of hundreds of zombies scaling the barbed wire fence. Fearing an alert, they halted their advance, dispatching the blonde-haired one to approach and observe the scene alone, despite the myriad dangers. A private refuge, home to but a single young inhabitant. Surrounded by a barbed wire perimeter, it offers a high level of security against the flesh-eating undead. If that is indeed the case, then have they not stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity? Brother Long paced restlessly within the confines of the room, his heart racing with excitement. However, the exterior of this extraordinarily sci-fi sanctuary appeared exceedingly bizarre. Despite their years of wandering in this area, they had never encountered such a structure. Could it have suddenly emerged from the depths below? After circling a few times, Brother Long finally resolved, "Brothers, prepare to take action tonight." So what if that kid has a gun? Among our 13, we have 4 extraordinary individuals, along with 2 handguns and 3 shotguns. Our provisions are dwindling, and the territory outside is largely occupied by the Mad Wolf Gang. If we do not devise a plan soon, we shall inevitably starve. Fortune favors the bold. Let us breach that sanctuary and secure ourselves a new home. Chapter 137. Yan Qingshu's speculation on the zombie virus. Mia Trifis, observing their astonished expressions. Sumu could not help but feel a swell of pride. After thorough washing, sterilization, and disinfection, Wang Hao and the others entered the base, placing all weaponry in a designated room. Ashamed, he produced a bag, stating, "Boss, today we have only acquired 89 crystal cores. The QBEZ 191 automatic rifle possesses formidable power, proving highly effective against both humans and zombies. However, it generates a tremendous noise, not only alerting humans, but also attracting zombies. Several times, we found ourselves besieged by hordes of zombies, our ammunition depleted, yet we fought our way through with our exoskeleton armor and alloy military knives." Wang Hao raised his head, gazing at the 3-dimensional projection before Sumu. "Boss, we failed to complete today's mission. Please punish us." Sumu's expression immediately hardened, but he managed to suppress his anger and replied, "Since this is your first outing, I shall overlook it this time. You will receive half rations tonight and tomorrow. You will make up for today's mission." Initially terrified, Wang Hao and the others were overjoyed upon hearing this. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Rest assured, we will double our efforts tomorrow." "Indeed, just wait and see." Sumu nodded, took the crystal core, and was about to leave when Wang Hao suddenly called out, "Boss, could you ask Old Gung to craft us a few specialized silencers for the QBEZ 191 automatic rifles? With silencers, our success rate in hunting zombies will significantly increase." Sumu felt a sense of relief. This fellow was beginning to think things through, showing progress. No problem. He promptly contacted Gung Tianfu, who was busy in the workshop. "Old Gung, make 10 silencers. Wang Hao will provide you with the specifics. There's nothing quite like my Gao's sniper rifle. It possesses none of those shortcomings, silent and stealthy. Truly the best weapon for ambushes and covert operations." With the addition of the 89 crystals submitted by Wang Hao, Sumu now possesses 101 primary crystal cores, precisely sufficient to upgrade the skill teleportation once more. Teleportation allows instantaneous relocation of one's body to another location. Current level 2, with a teleportation range of 1,000 meters. To upgrade to level 3, 1,000 primary crystal cores are required. Current count 1,000. The requirement of 1,000 primary crystal cores for a level 3 upgrade is rather daunting, given the current pace of hunting zombies. It appears that this endeavor will take at least a week. A refreshing sensation began to permeate Sumu's mind, leaving him invigorated. However, upon observing the grotesque pile of zombie corpses outside the window, he couldn't help but frown. These repulsive entities cluttering the courtyard are not only an eyesore, but also pose a risk of spreading the zombie virus. Even the thickest protective gear may not withstand their insidious encroachments. Should he dispose of them all, or perhaps establish an incinerator to burn them? Sumu instantaneously teleported to the main control room in search of a solution. After a thorough search, he indeed stumbled upon a valuable piece of advanced technology. Waste conversion processor. Waste is treasure misplaced. This machine can absorb and refine any waste deposited into it, converting it into energy for the base. Furthermore, it possesses a certain probability of extracting special substances. Sumu's eyes gleamed with excitement. How remarkable! This means that henceforth, all refuse within the base, including excrement, can be entrusted to this machine for processing, truly achieving a cycle of material reutilization. Fortunately, the materials required to exchange for this set of machinery were not overly abundant. Sumu promptly completed the exchange and installed it in a corner outside the base. Ding! Absorbed and refined the remains of 107 zombies, converting them into 1 unit of base energy. Extracted 1 bag of fertilizer and a vial of zombie virus. Fertilizer, when spread on farmland, it can enhance crop growth by 10. Zombie virus, a pathogen carried by lower-tier zombies, capable of eroding human brain cells and attacking the immune system, exhibiting high contagiousness. Sumu curled his lips at the sight of the fertilizer and the zombie virus. Is this it? Well, something is better than nothing. He casually stowed the 2 items into his infinite space and instructed the Catgirl robot to venture outside the base's barbed wire to collect the fallen zombies. He then teleported to Qingshu's laboratory. As for the fertilizer, it was one matter, but the extracted zombie virus would be perfectly suited for her, the medical expert, to study. Qingshu, clad in a thick protective suit, was engrossed in her experiments. The subjects of her research were the unfortunate werewolf Zhang Shuai, the zombie Qiao Baichuan, and several other corpses transported from outside, including those of supernatural beings. Upon spotting Sumu, Qingshu immediately set aside her work and rushed over, her face alight with excitement. Master, I believe I have uncovered the secret of how the zombie virus attacks the human body. Oh, so you have made such rapid progress? Sumu replied, equally intrigued. In cinematic works and novels, the concept of zombies is frequently alluded to, yet the details remain elusive, merely presenting them as terrifying, bloodthirsty creatures. As Qingshu removed her protective suit and followed Sumu out of the laboratory, they arrived at the courtyard on the ground floor, with old Mo wagging his tail at the rear. This courtyard featured a pond, a favored sanctuary for the two to unwind and relax. Qingshu elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, while walking, elucidated. Take Qiao Baichuan as a case in point. When he was attacked by a zombie, he did not perish immediately. The zombie virus that invaded his body was initially thwarted by his immune system. White blood cells endeavored to eradicate the infected cells, often employing a method of mutual destruction, resulting in a substantial amount of necrotic tissue within the body. In order to repair the tissue damage and restore the immune system's functionality, a significant amount of nourishment is required to supply the necessary materials and energy. This consequently incites a voracious appetite in the infected individual, compelling them to frantically assault the living around them. The decay and insatiable hunger stem from this singular cause. Thus, it is not the virus that precipitates humanity's zombification, but rather the conflict between the immune system and the zombie virus. Qingshu exclaimed with fervor, I have a bold hypothesis. The zombie virus can accelerate the metabolism of human cells, stimulating near-infinite cellular division. If we could isolate the original strain of the zombie virus and inject it into a human on the brink of death, while simultaneously ensuring that they consume copious amounts of food during the injection, one can envision that within him the cells infected by the zombie virus undergo a substantial proliferation, successfully healing his damaged tissues and organs. After several repetitions of this process, the overwhelming consumption of immune cells leads to the zombie virus successfully breaching the immune system. The newly generated immune cells cease to attack the infected cells, allowing humanity to adapt to the zombie virus and reap its immense benefits. For instance, it could significantly enhance physical strength, agility, and reaction speed. Pain would become inconsequential, as death would only result from a blow to the head, thereby achieving a form of evolution. Observing Qingshu's triumphant expression, Su Mu was left astounded. Is this the prowess of a medical doctor? Truly, she is a scholar recognized as an elite by the nation, swiftly uncovering the principles of the zombie virus's infection in humans and hypothesizing methods to promote human evolution. Su Mu swallowed hard, suddenly contemplating another matter. No, the zombie virus also invades human brain cells, transforming individuals into bloodthirsty monsters driven solely by the instincts to consume and kill. Qingshu chuckled softly. Haha, I thought that too. During the repeated tolerance processes, human neural cells endure destruction and regeneration. Yet due to the infection of zombie cells, a multi-pathway effect emerges. This ensures that human consciousness remains lucid and independent, preventing transformation into those bloodthirsty creatures. Impressive. Su Mu sincerely gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 138. My Zombie Girlfriend? Su Mu and Qingshu leisurely strolled by the fish pond, the beauty beside him radiating warmth and soft whispers, while the elderly Mo followed behind, wagging his tail. In the pond, a dozen koi gracefully swam, blowing bubbles, creating a heartwarming scene. Amidst the recent chaos, Su Mu had been living as a vegetarian monk for several days. Upon witnessing Qingshu's radiant smile, his heart stirred uncontrollably, and a fire of desire ignited within him. He impulsively embraced her, leaning in for a kiss when suddenly, one of the koi opened its mouth wide, launching a jet of water towards them. Be careful, Qingshu exclaimed in alarm, twisting her body to shield Su Mu. Their positions instantly reversed, her back protecting him from the impending danger. Caught off guard, Su Mu had been facing away from the pond, utterly unaware of the unfolding peril. By the time he comprehended the situation, Qingshu had collapsed softly into his embrace, a gaping wound in her back where the water jet had struck, exposing her crimson insides, blood gushing forth. The koi, having grotesquely expanded, sprouted sharp spines from its back, its fins transforming into stunted legs as it struggled onto the shore, opening its fearsome jaws to lunge at them. Filled with an inexplicable rage and sorrow, Su Mu swiftly transported himself and Qingshu to a safe distance, drawing an AK-47 from his side and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the mutated koi. After expending a full magazine, he observed the koi still writhing in a pool of its own blood, prompting him to retrieve a grenade, pull the pin, and hurl it into its gaping mouth. With a thunderous explosion, the mutated koi was obliterated, its flesh and blood scattering in all directions. The surface of the pond trembled violently, as a dozen koi were stunned and flipped onto their backs, floating helplessly. Su Mu spat in frustration, his heart racing with trepidation. He had never anticipated that within his own base, these typically docile ornamental fish could suddenly mutate and nearly cause him harm. Still feeling an overwhelming sense of resentment, he withdrew a fully loaded AK and unleashed a barrage upon the belly-up koi. Only when they lay motionless did he huff disdainfully, Old Mo, I find myself craving fish. Let's ensure there are no survivors in the water. Eliminate them all and bring them to my table. With that, Su Mu swiftly transported himself and Qingshu to the medical room, gently placing her on a hospital bed. Her complexion was ashen, her breath shallow and intermittent, and blood quickly stained the sheets a deep crimson. She was evidently gravely injured. Surrounded by an array of medical instruments, Su Mu found himself at a loss, panic rising within him as he urgently called out to the system. System, come help her. Yet the system remained silent, ignoring his pleas entirely. Watching Qingshu's pallid face and nearly imperceptible breaths, Su Mu's anxiety surged to a boiling point. Despite having shared a bed with her for over a month, he had never fully let down his guard. He had even kept the self-destruct collar around her neck. However, to his astonishment, the koi in the pond underwent a mutation and suddenly attacked them. In that moment of peril, Qingshu disregarded her own safety and resolutely pushed him aside, using her own flesh and blood as a shield. Sumu sensed a flicker of warmth stirring within his long-frozen heart, mingled with a myriad of unfamiliar emotions. No matter the cost, he was determined to save this woman. Sumu secretly resolved to scour the system interface in search of a means to heal Qingshu. Before he could find anything, he caught a glimpse of her face darkening, her hands falling helplessly to her sides. "No!" Sumu cried out in anguish, rushing to embrace Qingshu, feeling an inexplicable pang of pain in his heart. The beauty in his arms began to grow cold, and yet he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, he recalled what Qingshu had said earlier about the zombie virus promoting human evolution. Damn it, he would have to try. Gritting his teeth, Sumu retrieved a vial of the zombie virus and, finding a syringe, injected it into Qingshu, anxiously watching her. Although uncertain of its efficacy, he could only hope against hope that this desperate measure would yield results. Soon, Qingshu's complexion turned a ghastly gray, a harbinger of her impending zombification. Sumu quickly stepped back, securing her to the hospital bed with alloy cuffs. After a moment, Qingshu abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze radiating a terrifying brilliance. "Kaya, you're alive," Sumu exclaimed in astonishment. A flicker of clarity passed through her eyes, yet it was overshadowed by an insatiable bloodlust and malevolence as she howled incoherently. Sensing her restraints and struggling desperately against them, the medical facility was filled with specially crafted beds, which, despite their persistent clanging, offered no possibility of escape. It was essential to consume copious amounts of food after the injection. A sudden realization struck Sumu as he recalled Qingshu's words. Hastily, he retrieved a large pork knuckle from the infinite space and held it near her lips. Startled by the food thrust towards her, Qingshu was momentarily taken aback. However, upon inhaling the distinctive aroma of the chef's expertly prepared dish, she could not resist extending her tongue to taste it. As the rich juices slipped into her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she quickly opened her mouth, devouring the treat with fervor. Indeed, even in the face of a zombie transformation, the undeniable truth remained. Cooked food surpasses raw meat in flavor. Sumu smiled with relief, realizing that at least part of Qingshu's speculation regarding the zombie virus was accurate. The future would reveal more. Yet, the fact that Qingshu had ultimately become a zombie left him feeling somewhat disoriented. My zombie girlfriend? A tumult of emotions swirled within him. In no time, the 2 to 3 pound pork knuckle was consumed by Qingshu, her little belly showing no signs of fullness. Sumu patiently offered her a roasted chicken. Suddenly, he heard a notification from the system echoing in his mind. Ding! An enemy is approaching the barbed wire fence and attempting to breach it. Please take heed, host. Damn it! Which rogue dares to disturb me at this moment? With a swift motion, Sumu conjured an assortment of beef, sausages, roast goose, and turkey, piling them beside Qingshu's head, before teleporting to the main control room with a fierce expression. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, not far from the Sumu base, a group of figures emerged from an abandoned building, namely Longu and his companions, armed with various clubs, machetes, and 2 handguns along with 3 shotguns. They gazed enviously at the brightly lit base in the distance, their eyes filled with a burning desire. In this apocalyptic world, where everyone endured hunger and the power had long been cut off, how could they still revel in such comfort? Why, I ask why? It is a classic case of resentment towards those who possess while deriding those who lack, disdain for the impoverished and fear of the affluent. Given the scale of this building, it must be stocked with a plethora of supplies, and soon they shall be mine. Longu licked his cracked lips, silently calculating his next move. All right, Air and Sand, you two go over there and quietly eliminate or divert them, then rendezvous at the designated spot. The rest, follow me. With a command from Longu, the surrounding lackeys immediately surged forward, taking advantage of the dim light reflected off the snow. They cautiously approached a section beneath the barbed wire fence. Humph. The owners of the shelter could never imagine they would be ambushed under the cover of darkness. With a nod from Longo, two lackeys charged ahead, retrieving sharp wire cutters from their backpacks to begin snipping at the barbed wire. However, after a considerable amount of time, they were still laboring away, having failed to cut even a single wire. Longo grew anxious and whispered in frustration, "Something seems off." One lackey, drenched in sweat, handed over the wire cutters. Upon inspection, Longa noticed the cutter's jaws were already worn and damaged. Damn, these two items surely cannot be counterfeit goods purchased from certain online marketplace. Chapter 139. Boss, the idea is painful. Please save us quickly. How could that be? Such eagle beak wire cutters are indeed imported from the United States. The younger brother, feeling wronged, remarked, "Before we came, I tested them. A steel wire rope the thickness of my little finger can be severed with just one cut. Never mind. If we cannot cut it, we cannot cut it." Considering the scale of the shelter, it is not surprising to find barbed wire made of special materials. Brother Long no longer dwelled on this issue. "Here, each of you take a pair," observing that the second and third brothers had also approached. Brother Long opened his backpack and retrieved pairs of cut-resistant gloves for his younger brothers to wear. They had found these while robbing a nearby specialty goods shop. Once donned, the sharp edges of the barbed wire would not harm them in the slightest. "Since we cannot cut through the barbed wire, we shall simply climb over it." They had already affixed metal plates to their snow boots, rendering them impervious to the barbed wire's prick. As Brother Long urged them on, everyone hastily donned their cut-resistant gloves and prepared to ascend. Suddenly, as several individuals grasped the barbed wire, a cacophony of tearing flesh echoed. Ah! The pain was excruciating, and they could not help but cry out in agony. Brother Long, taken aback, quickly growled, "Why aren't you all shutting up at once?" The few of them, enduring the searing pain, bit their lips in silence, clutching their profusely bleeding hands and gasping for breath. Fortunately, the shelter remained eerily quiet, seemingly undisturbed. "Boss, our hands have been cut," one of the younger brothers whispered, extending his palm for Longo to inspect. Their hands appeared to have been sliced open by some sharp object, flesh exposed and blood oozing profusely. One of the younger brothers even had half of his pinky severed, hanging limply to the side. Longo was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "You all were wearing cut-resistant gloves, weren't you?" "We were indeed," they responded. However, one of them removed his cut-resistant glove to show Longo, revealing multiple gashes in it, rendering it tattered and frayed. "How is this possible?" Longo exclaimed as he drew a sharp dagger, attempting to slice through his own cut-resistant glove. The quality of the glove was exceptional. It showed no signs of damage whatsoever. A glove impervious to the dagger's edge had been easily pierced by a barbed wire, even severing the younger brother's finger. Could the barbed wire possibly be sharper than a knife? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. This phenomenon completely exceeded Long Ji's imagination. He refused to believe it. Shoving aside the younger brother and, while wearing the cut-resistant glove, personally touched the barbed wire with his finger. To his astonishment, even a mere fleeting touch resulted in his fingertip, along with the glove, being instantly pierced. Bewildering, truly perplexing. In truth, there was no need for Longo to point this out. The remaining younger brothers, witnessing the grim state of their companions, had already distanced themselves from the barbed wire, daring not to approach even a step closer. What should they do? The younger brothers stared at Longo, waiting for him to make a decision. In the control room, Sumu observed the actions of Longo and his companions through satellite surveillance, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "So, a few oblivious thieves have dared to trespass." He called out loudly, "Wang Hao, we have intruders. Assemble immediately. The armory is open, and the shooting positions along with the targets have been dispatched to your smart wristwatches. Leave no one alive." Wang Hao and his team, having concluded a long day's work and preparing to retire for the night, sprang into action upon receiving Sumu's command. They were merely a few petty criminals, lacking any extraordinary abilities, hardly warranting Sumu's personal intervention. It was more than sufficient to entrust the matter to Wang Hao and his team. After delegating the tasks, Su Mu swiftly teleported to the medical room to check on Qingshu. The food placed beside her head had been largely consumed, yet the remaining morsels were just beyond her reach. She stretched her neck, desperately attempting to grasp the food, but to no avail, creating a rather comical sight. With a light chuckle, Su Mu approached and gently placed the food near her mouth. Qingshu chewed with delight, her face illuminated with satisfaction. Lifting her slightly, Su Mu noted that the bleeding from her back had ceased, and even granulation tissue was beginning to form around the wound. It was evident that the injected zombie virus serum was gradually taking effect. He exhaled in relief. It seemed that Qingshu's theory was indeed valid. The zombie virus serum had truly saved her life. However, Qingshu stated that in order for the human body to adapt to the virus, it is essential to undergo multiple injections of the zombie virus serum. Su Mu murmured. It seems we must arrange for Wang Hao and the others to lure a wave of zombies near the base tomorrow. After eliminating them, we can send the remains into the waste processor for refinement. Outside the barbed wire perimeter of the base, Longu hesitated for a brief moment before resolutely declaring, given the circumstances, retreat is absolutely out of the question. Second, implement Plan B. A burly man with a scar on his left cheek nodded and pressed his hands against the ground. The soil beneath him seemed to part as if influenced by an unseen force, swiftly revealing a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter. The scarred man appeared to expend considerable effort. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he weakly remarked, Longu, there's barbed wire buried underground as well, and it's at least 2 meters deep. Despite the substantial exertion, he managed to carve a path through. Damn, the owner of this shelter certainly spared no expense. The barbed wire crafted from special metals is buried so deeply. With a sigh of astonishment, Longu waved his right hand onward. Once Longu and the others had successfully traversed the tunnel and entered the base, Wang Hao and his team arrived at their shooting positions. How do they get in? One of the younger members queried. Wang Xiao, should we open fire? Another whispered through the communicator, noticing their entrance into the base courtyard. Not yet. Wait for my command. We shall strike when they draw nearer. Wang Hao licked his lips, a hint of a bloodthirsty grin gracing his face, contemplating the efficacy of the silencer that Old Gung had crafted for them. After days of relentless battles and arduous training, Wang Hao was no longer the frivolous young master he had been before the snow disaster. He had transformed into a figure of resolute ruthlessness. In this apocalyptic world, showing mercy to one's enemies equated to a dereliction of responsibility towards one's own life. Brother Long and his companions dispersed, cautiously advancing towards the gates of the base, weapons in hand. Just as they reached the halfway point, a series of faint sounds pierced the air, and the leading members of the group collapsed onto the ground. One comrade had his calf shot off, writhing in agony on the ground while clutching his wound, only for a sudden burst of blood to erupt from his head, silencing him instantly. Everyone, be cautious. There's an ambush, Brother Long bellowed. The second in command promptly stepped forward, his hands sweeping through the air, causing the earth before him to tremble and rise abruptly into a wall of dirt. Over a dozen bullets struck the makeshift barrier, debris flying chaotically. Yet the formidable wall remained impervious, more than a foot thick. Brother Long urgently directed his comrades to return fire, but in the enveloping darkness, the enemy's location remained elusive. Who could tell where the bullets would land? They possess supernatural abilities. Wang Hao chuckled softly. They are visible while we remain concealed, armed with firearms. Let us see how we can bring about their demise. Just as he finished his statement, he suddenly noticed someone pointing in his direction, shouting Brother Long. Over there. An alarm rang in Wang Hao's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he rolled aside, abandoning his weapon. Upon hearing the prompt from the blonde, Long Ji's eyes gleamed momentarily, and he suddenly unleashed 2 beams of crimson laser, precisely detonating the spot where Wang Hao had just fired. A substantial portion of the wall was instantly obliterated, and one of the lasers pierced through the shooting aperture, exploding within the room. Fortunately, Wang Hao had the foresight to evade early. Clad in his exoskeleton armor, he emerged unscathed. He bellowed, "Watch out, everyone. These psychics possess an acute sense of awareness. He then swiftly activated his communicator, calling out to Su Mu, "Boss, we're in a tight spot. Please help us." Chapter 140. Thinking of fleeing? It won't be that easy. Hearing Wang Hao's desperate plea, Su Mu, who was busy feeding Qin Kur, paused in surprise. With 7 of them armed with QBZ-191 automatic rifles and donning exoskeleton armor, fighting on home turf in the base, how could they possibly be overpowered by a few invading Karamis? However, Wang Hao's cry for help bore an unmistakable urgency. Su Mu hurriedly placed a plethora of food at Qin Kur's lips before instantaneously relocating to the main control room. Through satellite monitoring, Su Mu observed the fierce battle unfolding outside the base. Under the guidance of the psychic with eagle eye, the blonde, Long Ji's eyes continuously emitted red lasers, suppressing Wang Hao and his companions to the point of incapacity. Even 2 of his subordinates, caught off guard, were flung aside by the shockwave of the lasers. Had they not been clad in exoskeleton armor, their swift reflexes would have surely cost them their lives. In addition, there was an individual whose body suddenly expanded, transforming into a monstrous creature resembling a colossal bear, rampaging through the base and relentlessly uprooting the stone slabs laid in the courtyard, hurling them indiscriminately at the establishment. The sheer force of its assault shattered the slabs into fragments, causing the entire base to tremble gently with each impact. Witnessing this astonishing display of power, reminiscent of Scott Summers, also known as Cyclops from the X-Men, who possessed the ability to emit striking red shock waves, left Su Mu utterly astounded by the emergence of so many extraordinary beings. No wonder Wang Hao and his companions found it impossible to withstand such an onslaught. With a disdainful snort, he retrieved his Gauss sniper rifle and swiftly positioned himself at a concealed shooting aperture on the 5th floor. This location was also a corner of the base's walls, boasting a thickness of nearly 1 meter. Su Mu adjusted the scope and aimed directly at the golden-haired individual. The latter, taking refuge behind a dirt wall, was incessantly directing Long Gu regarding the enemy's positions when suddenly a bullet descended from above, penetrating the more than 1-foot-thick earthen barrier and obliterating his head into a pulpy mess. The golden-haired man uttered not a sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Through satellite surveillance, Su Mu had long been aware of this incessant informant assisting Long Gu. Eliminating him would render Long Gu and his comrades blind to their adversaries. As expected, after the golden-haired man's head was blown off, Long Gu and his team could no longer discern the enemy's location. Relying on instinct, Long Gu fired a laser in the direction from which Su Mu had shot. But alas, Su Mu had already teleported away after firing, leaving no mark upon him. Long Gu realized that even before breaching the base, their side had already suffered significant casualties. Surrounded by 8 subordinates, even the extraordinary Huang Mao had already met his demise. A wave of terror surged within him as he shouted, "Retreat! Second in command, cover the others and withdraw swiftly." With that, he led the charge toward the exit of the base. But the escape was far from simple. Su Mu let out a cold snort, repositioning himself to take aim at the second in command, who was straining to maintain a wall of earth. With a single shot from his Gauss sniper rifle, the earth wall, painstakingly conjured, shattered like an eggshell against the advanced technology of the weapon. The electromagnetic bullet continued its relentless force, creating a gaping hole in the second-in-command's chest. With a muffled groan, he succumbed to the ground in defeat. Su Mu then turned his aim toward the fleeing Long Gu, firing once more. The bullet's immense kinetic energy obliterated Long Ji's head, scattering it into fragments. His headless body stumbled forward for a few steps before collapsing weakly beneath the barbed wire fence. "Leave the rest of you, fire at will. And do not forget to extract the crystal cores from those extraordinary beings' heads." They had just endured a stifling defeat at the hands of these foes, and now was the perfect moment for vengeance. Under Wang Hao's command, 7 QBZ-191 automatic rifles were aimed at the rampaging bear-like creature within the base, unleashing a torrent of flames. The beast let out a horrific scream as blood blossomed across its formidable form. Ultimately, it could not withstand the might of the firearms, quickly becoming a sieve before crashing to the ground amidst a pool of its own blood. As for those fleeing subordinates, they were utterly unable to escape due to the obstruction of the barbed wire fence. The tunnel excavated by the second-in-command was too narrow for a swift passage, allowing Wang Hao and his companions to seize the opportunity, shooting them down one by one on the spot. The battle concluded swiftly, resulting in the annihilation of Long Gu and his 13 men, while Su Mu's side suffered only 2 minor injuries among his subordinates, marking a resounding victory. Su Mu paid no heed to the subsequent matters, remaining in the medical room, continually feeding the zombified Qin Ke. Time passed, though its length was indeterminate, until Qin Ke finally ceased her consumption. Her abdomen slightly distended, the bleeding from her back had ceased, and her gaze gradually became much clearer. With great difficulty, Qin Ke uttered, "Master, what has happened to me? Fear not. You were injured. A good sleep will remedy it." Su Mu, notijin herregainet lucidity, was filled with joy. He gently tucked away the hair from her forehead and promptly offered words of comfort. Qin Ke slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber, striving to digest the food she had consumed and replenish her depleted strength. The following morning, Su Mu retrieved the carcass of a koi fish, skillfully disemboweling it to prepare a pot of fish soup. He declared that he desired fish, and he would certainly not go back on his word. However, the koi was exceedingly large, resulting in an abundance of soup that he could not finish alone. So he generously shared the leftovers with Wang Hao and the others. They were taken aback. Despite Su Mu's culinary skills being merely average, they devoured every last bit. Su Mu granted a day off to the 2 injured subordinates from the previous night and subsequently issued new tasks. Wang Hao, accompanied by several others, strolled around the perimeter of the base, luring the distant zombies closer, only to eliminate them using the barbed wire fencing surrounding the facility. Su Mu granted them partial access to the monitoring satellite, enabling Wang Hao and his team to scour a 10-kilometer radius for the undead. And their mission proceeded with remarkable efficiency. By nightfall, Su Mu had acquired 117 first-level crystal cores and a vial of zombie virus solution. Throughout the day, Su Mu remained industrious. Apart from nourishing Qin Ke, he meticulously inspected every corner of the base. He even instructed the robotic steward to spray insecticide throughout the premises to preempt any potential mutations of cockroaches or ants that might pose a threat to him. The sudden mutation of that koi fish the previous day had truly unnerved him. Had it not been for Qin Ke's selfless intervention, he might have suffered grave consequences despite his spatial abilities. In response, Su Mu exchanged for a device known as the harmful radiation shielding instrument through the system. This apparatus filters out detrimental cosmic high-energy particles, ionizing radiation, gamma rays, and other harmful influences, enveloping the entire base in a protective shield, which finally put his mind at ease. After continuous nourishment from Su Mu, Qin Ke had quieted considerably. Her consciousness fluctuated between lucidity and haze. Though her complexion remained pallid, her eyes reddened and her nails elongated. Her symptoms were markedly less severe than those typically exhibited by humans infected with the zombie virus. Su Mu administered another injection of the zombie virus solution, and after satisfying her hunger and thirst, Qin Ke drifted into a deep slumber. Her back wound has now completely healed, and her periods of consciousness are steadily increasing. Things are progressing in a favorable direction. Boss help. Chapter 141. The Dacia military has begun to take action. Why the cries for help again? Su Mu felt a twinge of impatience. Yet he could only rise to see what had transpired. Outside the barbed wire fence, Wang Hao and his companions were racing toward the base in an armored vehicle, pursued by over 20 monstrous canines with sharp fangs and spines, the foremost among them possessing 2 heads. Zombie dogs, Su Mu's ausnerut. He instantly recognized the creature through surveillance satellites, having been bitten by a mutated zombie dog in his previous life, leaving a vivid impression. Once canine, they're now grotesque, their bodies decayed, with some even shedding their skin, their appearance bloodthirsty and horrifying. Their strength rivals that of zombies, and they exhibit remarkable agility. Typically, they operate in packs, lurking in shadows to ambush, primarily attacking by leaping and delighting in severing their prey's throats. Wang Hao and his team were firing continuously through the armored vehicle's shooting ports, but the zombie dogs were incredibly agile, and the bumpy snow made it difficult to strike their heads. "Come on in," Sumulkamindid, opening an entrance in the barbed wire fence to allow Wang Hao and the others entry into the base. The zombie dogs were thwarted outside, crashing against the wire, their bodies torn and bloodied by the sharp metal, oozing foul, putrid blood. "Haha, after the suffering we just endured, it's our turn for revenge now." Wang Hao, accompanied by 4 subordinates, descended from the snow-covered armored vehicle, aiming the muzzle of his firearm at the frenzied zombie dogs relentlessly crashing against the barbed wire perimeter. A series of rapid gunfire erupted, the sound ringing out like a cheerful melody as blood splattered from the zombie dogs, several of which fell lifelessly to the ground. Struck in the head, the colossal 2-headed zombie dog, leading the pack, let out a deafening howl, its gaping jaws radiating with a flickering white and red light. Suddenly, it unleashed a blast of frigid air followed by a torrent of flames. The icy inferno collided with the barbed wire fence, producing a thunderous roar, as Wang Hao and his companions were hurled away by the powerful shockwave. Even a modified snow vehicle parked nearby had its wheels lifted off the ground, narrowly avoiding a tumble. Su Mu's pupils constricted as he witnessed the barbed wire fence, designed to reduce fire and ice damage by 30%, shatter instantly, forming a gaping hole amidst the violent clash of extremes. The 2-headed zombie dog, followed by a dozen of its remaining minions, swiftly darted through the breach, charging towards Wang Hao and his team. "Boss, help!" they exclaimed in alarm, abandoning their firearms as they scrambled to flee towards the base's entrance. Fortunately, clad in exoskeleton armor that greatly enhanced their strength and speed, they managed to evade the pursuing zombie dogs. How formidable! Could this 2-headed zombie dog have evolved to the 2nd tier? Su Mu mused, a shiver running down his spine. Yet he could not stand idly by while his comrades faced certain doom at the hands of the rampaging zombies within the base. He instantly teleported upstairs, brandishing a Gauss sniper rifle, and aimed it at the 2-headed zombie dog, unleashing a barrage of fire. However, the creature was not only agile, but also exceptionally perceptive. At the critical moment, it abruptly turned its head. The powerful electromagnetic bullet carved a deep gash across the left side of its head, driving its severed left forepaw deep into the ground, leaving an indeterminate depth of a hole. The 2-headed zombie dog let out a horrific howl and leaped aside, prompting Wang Hao and his companions to seize the opportunity, swiftly redirecting their firearms and pulling the triggers. The bullets flew forth in a dense, urgent stream, like a torrent of water, aimed directly at the creature, which could not evade them. Yet, its muscles were as robust as iron. The bullets struck its body but penetrated only superficially, soon falling away. Enraged, the 2-headed zombie dog began to emit a glowing light from its mouths, clearly preparing to unleash its icy fire magic. "Quick, take cover," Su Mu urged loudly through the small communication device embedded in his helmet, taking aim at the head of the 2-headed zombie dog that was about to spew flames. This time, Su Mu did not miss. The powerful projectile detonated the fiery head, exploding it with tremendous force. Moreover, the sheer power caused the other head to tilt, diverting the white frost it exhaled, which instantly encased 2 nearby zombie dog minions into solid ice. Thanks to Su Mu's timely warning, Wang Hao and the others, aided by their exoskeleton armor, swiftly retreated to a safe distance, avoiding the chilling aura. Nevertheless, the sight of the 2 frozen zombie dogs sent a chill of dread coursing through them. "Fire away!" They reloaded their magazines and resumed firing at the 2-headed zombie dog. One of the creature's left forepaws was severed, significantly impairing its agility, rendering it unable to evade the barrage of bullets, which struck it relentlessly, eliciting a series of anguished howls. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu aimed for the remaining head and fired again. The last head of the 2-headed zombie dog was obliterated, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. The remaining 10 or so zombie dogs, witnessing the demise of their leader, tucked their tails and attempted to flee. However, Wang Hao and his companions would not allow them to escape so easily. Armed with guns in one hand and hunting knives in the other, they charged forward, Before long, the few remaining zombie dogs were decimated by Wang Hao and his team's fierce onslaught. Panting heavily, Wang Hao and the others were covered in grime and blood, but fortunately, none had sustained injuries. All right, inspect the corpse of that two-headed zombie dog and retrieve the crystal core from its head for me. Sumulcomended. Having assessed the situation was under control, this two-headed zombie dog was considerably more formidable than ordinary evolved beings, leading Su Mu to suspect it had potentially reached the second tier of evolution. As Wang Hao entered the base, Su Mu inquired, "From where did you attract such a creature?" "Boss, each of the two heads of the zombie dog contain a crystal core, one white and one red. The other was extracted from a regular zombie dog's head." Wang Hao placed the 3 crystal cores on the table and then, with a wry smile, addressed Su Mu's 3-dimensional projection. "We are also at a loss regarding this situation. Today, shortly after we ventured out, an altered snow terrain vehicle approached us head-on, trailed by a pack of over 30 zombie dogs led by a 2-headed abomination. The vehicle was occupied by several armed soldiers. However, they proved no match for the relentless onslaught of the zombie hounds and were soon slaughtered. Initially, we contemplated avenging them, but the agility of these creatures made it exceedingly difficult for us to strike their heads. Moreover, the 2-headed monstrosity possessed the terrifying ability to breathe fire and exhale icy blasts. Realizing we were outmatched, we retreated while firing back. As you have witnessed, the situation escalated." Soldiers? Su Mu pondered deeply. Had the forces of the Great Xia officially entered the city? Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying objects approaching base overhead. Please remain alert. A familiar sound echoed outside. Su Mu projected the footage captured by the surveillance satellite before his eyes, revealing 3 military helicopters flying past his base towards the heart of Shin City. Military helicopters? This confirmed it. With the cessation of the heavy snowfall, the military of Great Xia had commenced its operations. Chapter 142. The Chameleon's Camouflage Paint and Crystal Core Energy Converter. Cave Guaical and Cave Yao. Cave Guaical and Cave Yao. We have discovered several peculiar structures in the northern region of Shun City. Their design is rather unique. Images have been transmitted via encrypted satellite channels to the base. Shall we proceed for further investigation? Affirmative. 3 military helicopters continued their forward flight without altering their course. Su Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. The exaggerated, sci-fi appearance of his base had surely drawn attention. It seemed necessary to search the central control room for any devices that could conceal the base. He gestured for Wang Hao to go outside and continue luring the zombies, while he meticulously examined the 3 crystal cores in his possession. What puzzled Su Mu was that the white and red crystal cores were both of the first tier. It was apparent that this 2-headed zombie dog was not a second-tier mutated creature. Perhaps it was merely that the crystallization in both heads had rendered it significantly more formidable than the average mutant. It was akin to a pro version of smartphone. Conventional firearms inflicted minimal damage on the 2-headed zombie dog. It was only with advanced weaponry like the Gauss sniper rifle that Su Mu could swiftly eliminate it. Alas, this survival game was rather unenjoyable. Su Mu sighed, contemplating how formidable the first-tier monster was, and he wondered how he would withstand even more powerful mutations when they emerged in the city. However, after a brief moment of despondency, he rallied himself with renewed vigor. With the Apocalypse Fortress system as his ally, was it conceivable that he could perish so easily? He resolved to hasten his resource collection, illuminate his technological tree, and amass troops and equipment. As he glanced at the corpses of over 20 zombie dogs outside the base, Su Mu was about to instruct the cat-girl robot to dispose of them in the waste processor when a sudden spark of inspiration struck him as he caught sight of the dozens of residential buildings he had previously set ablaze. Indeed, construction waste is still waste. With the abundance of construction debris, reinforcement bars, concrete, glass, plastic, and ceramics, surely some useful materials could be transformed through a waste processor? Without hesitation, Su Mu commanded over 300 cat-girl robots to operate a fleet of dump trucks, transporting the construction refuse to the waste processor. Ding! Absorb and refined 100 tons of construction waste, converted into 1 unit of base energy. Extracted 10 cubic meters of stone. Ding. Absorbed and refined 100 tons of construction waste. Converted into 1 unit of base energy. Extracted 1 ton of alloy. Ding. Absorbed and refined 100 tons of construction waste. Converted into 1 unit of base energy. Extracted 100 cubic meters of efficient soil. As Sumo observed the steadily increasing inventory of transformed materials, a satisfied nod escaped his lips as he instantly relocated to the central control room. System. Is there anything that can effectively camouflage the base to prevent detection? Ding. The host can currently unlock and exchange for technologies such as War Fog, Chameleon Camouflage Paint, Rift Generator, and Light Deflection Device to achieve your objective. The array of high-tech options provided by the system was indeed impressive, though each exchange came at a hefty price. Gritting his teeth, Sumu opted for the most economical choice, exchanging for the Chameleon Camouflage Paint. Once applied, this substance would integrate seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering the base undetectable from a distance of 100 meters. In addition, Sumu acquired another remarkably useful device. Crystal Core Energy Converter. Capable of embedding 2 level 1 crystal cores, it can be affixed to firearms, endowing the bullets with a fraction of the core's power. Is this not akin to enchanting weapons in a game? Sumu was immensely pleased and promptly embedded 1 white and 1 red crystal core, obtained from the 2-headed zombie hound, into his Gauss sniper rifle. When Wang Hao attracted a horde of zombies, Sumu took the opportunity to conduct a test. The freezing bullets could encase the zombies in solid ice, while the explosive rounds obliterated them into fiery projectiles. Due to 2 of his subordinates being injured and unable to join the hunt the previous night, Sumu only managed to collect 88 crystal stones. However, after disposing of the slain zombies in the waste processing converter, he acquired a vial of zombie virus serum. Once Sumu administered the 3rd dose of the zombie virus serum to Qin Ke, she nearly regained full consciousness, her only notable difference being slightly reddened eyes, otherwise resembling an ordinary person. Master, I'm still alive? Qin Ke, feeling somewhat feeble, lay languidly on the hospital bed. You came perilously close to death. Sumu brought a chicken leg to her lips. In the end, I had no choice but to inject you with the zombie virus serum. Zombie virus serum? Does that mean I have turned into a zombie? Qin Ke exclaimed in horror. Quick, give me a mirror. I need to see if I become ugly. Sumu was left speechless. Is this truly the nature of women, to be preoccupied with their beauty even in such dire circumstances? No. Even if you were to become a zombie, you would still retain your original beauty. Sumu untied Qin Ke, removing the constraints along with the self-destruct collar. Qin Ke had already demonstrated her loyalty with her life and no longer required such apparatus for control. For now, please remain in this room. You may freely utilize the instruments here. Call for me if you need anything. Sumu left ample provisions for Qin Ke, gently advising, make sure to eat well. Once your health improves, conduct a thorough examination of yourself to avoid any potential issues. Qin Ke obediently nodded, but the moment she could rise, she hurried to the wall nearby that bore a mirror. After dining and refreshing herself with a bath, Sumu lay in bed with Lao Mo, perusing global news via satellite network. Reports indicated a worldwide outbreak of a zombie crisis, engulfing cities in chaos. Streets and alleys, even the rooftops, were overrun with zombies. The pristine white snow was stained with dark red blood. Numerous survivors and organizations shared various photographs and videos online, showcasing zombies wandering the streets, with some even capturing images of bizarre, advanced zombies. Help! A zombie resembling Gargantua has entered the building I'm hiding in, and it carries a little zombie on its back. I discovered a creature strikingly similar to the creeper from the old film Resident Evil from decades ago. The image has been uploaded. In the heart of New York City, a colossal zombie spider emerges, grotesquely adorned with the head of a human. My God, it is utterly terrifying. To make matters worse, a live broadcast is being conducted amidst the apocalypse. However, that intrepid white pioneer soon finds his position revealed to the zombies due to the noise generated by the stream. After enduring over 2 months of blizzards without succumbing to starvation or freezing, he is horrifically devoured before the eyes of countless viewers. Incredible, Indeed, there is certainly a rationale behind the scarcity of foreigners. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Su-mu notices a message released online by the Great Xia. Chapter 143. The Emergence of Second-Stage Zombies. To all surviving citizens of the Great Xia, a significant number of human and animal corpses have succumbed to a mysterious virus amidst the snow disaster, transforming into zombies. This crisis is a global catastrophe. Following extensive research, we have decided to release information regarding zombies, hoping that it will aid you in evading them when encountered. Zombies, also known as the undead, were once human, characterized by pallid complexions and decaying skin, moving in a bizarre manner. Their strength is estimated to be 1.5 to 2 times that of an adult, employing attacks through biting and clawing, with the zombie virus residing within them. Those who are scratched or bitten typically transform into zombies within 8 hours, although other extreme cases may exist. Current understanding suggests that the zombies' weakness lies in their heads. Attacks on other body parts yield little effect. We possess no knowledge of this novel virus, nor do we currently have the capability to develop an antidote. Please note, zombies are extremely dangerous. Survivors are urged to seek nearby shelters and refrain from venturing outside while awaiting official rescue. Upon the release of this announcement, those survivors still capable of accessing the internet expressed their disdain vehemently. How absurd! This notification is as good as non-existent. Enough with the chatter. When will I be transported to a safe haven? The snowfall is relentless. Might we receive some supplies? I am both famished and freezing, verging on becoming one of the undead myself. Indeed, the streets are teeming with zombies, rendering any search for sustenance futile. We shall likely perish from starvation before the undead can claim us. However, Su-mu detected an unusual undertone amidst the chaos. It appeared that the authorities had begun to grasp the severity of the zombie virus. If allowed to spread unchecked, even those sheltering underground would not be safe, prompting a hastening of their efforts. Yet the road ahead remains fraught with challenges. With a sigh, Su-mu contemplated extinguishing the lights to rest, when suddenly he was jolted by the distant thunder of cannon fire from the northwest. Alarmed, he swiftly adjusted the trajectory of the monitoring satellite to ascertain the unfolding events. Moments later, the imagery revealed a group of soldiers clad in military uniforms engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of zombies. The soldiers numbered in the thousands, yet their adversaries were even more numerous, an overwhelming tide estimated to reach 8,000, if not 10,000. The clash was intensely fierce, with the soldiers deploying mortars, RPGs, and even 3 tanks to bolster their efforts. Under the relentless barrage of artillery, countless zombies were shattered into pieces. Regrettably, as long as their heads were not directly struck, they continued to drag their broken bodies forward, ceaselessly crawling ahead. Despite the soldiers' extensive training and their psychological resilience surpassing that of ordinary individuals, the ghastly scene left them pale, with many succumbing to nausea. Among the horde of zombies, several agile individuals leapt with remarkable speed, often breaching the human defenses and penetrating the front line. Although they were swiftly neutralized by the well-trained warriors, the chaos resulted in numerous injuries from bites and scratches. One particularly massive zombie rampaged across the battlefield, towering at 3 to 4 meters, its tough skin and sinewy flesh rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. Even when an RPG detonated upon it, it merely burst into a grotesque spray of flesh and blood, intensifying its ferocity. This colossal zombie charged like a frenzied rhinoceros towards a tank, managing to embrace it before the tank could fire. Astonishingly, the tank, weighing several tons, was lifted off the ground by this behemoth, its external armor creaking under the strain of its monstrous strength. Fortunately, an adjacent tank quickly came to the rescue, unleashing a high-explosive shell that obliterated the massive zombie into fragments. Subsequently, another tank rolled over, reducing the remains to a gruesome pulp. However, the turret of that tank was grotesquely twisted and clearly rendered inoperable. Following the demise of the colossal zombie, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Under the onslaught of humanity's formidable firepower, the horde of zombies was eradicated in no time. However, Su-mu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. for the imposing zombie before him exuded an overwhelming strength, undoubtedly a second-tier, mutated creature. It had barely been a few days since the snowstorm had ceased, and already such a formidable being had emerged. In comparison, Su-Mu felt that given the current defensive capabilities of his base, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand an assault from this grotesque zombie. At that moment, a profound sense of crisis surged within him. It seemed that fate had not granted him much time for cautious development. He resolved to immediately gather resources and bolster the base's defenses. With little thought for sleep, he promptly dispatched all 300 Catgirl robots, issuing them imperative orders to tirelessly scour the surrounding area for various supplies, both day and night. Su-Mu's mind was consumed with thoughts of base defense, and he was unaware of when he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Su-Mu awoke groggily, having slept fitfully the night before, and felt a slight headache. After freshening up, he was about to have breakfast when he suddenly heard Qingshu's joyous call. Master, are you awake? Come see what I have discovered." Upon hearing this, Su-Mu activated the holographic communication, only to find Qingshu with disheveled hair and reddened eyes, as if she had not slept a wink, momentarily taken aback. "You've only just begun to recover. Why not rest properly?" he inquired. Dismissively replying, "It's nothing." She then excitedly added, "After injecting the zombie virus serum, I suddenly found myself bursting with energy, and my mind seems clearer than ever. Moreover, there's been a significant enhancement in my strength, agility, and endurance compared to before. Upon conducting a thorough examination of my body, I discovered that the structure of my DNA has undergone a mutation, and my cells now possess the extraordinary ability to infinitely replicate and regenerate. I once severed a piece of flesh from my palm, and, astonishingly, it restored itself completely within just an hour. This indicates that I have also acquired an exceptional healing capacity. My theory regarding the zombie virus promoting human evolution is indeed validated." Qingshu, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, "However, the sole side effect is that my appetite has increased tremendously. It's approximately equivalent to the consumption of 3 robust adult men." Su-Mu chuckled heartily. "No matter how much you eat, I can afford to take care of you." Qingshu shot him a playful glare and retorted, "Do you intend to raise me like a pig? In addition, I have successfully extracted an antidote serum from my own blood. The development of the vaccine is also progressing, and I am confident that it will soon come to fruition." Su-Mu was elated upon hearing this. It is crucial to understand that the most formidable aspect of a zombie virus lies in its high contagion rate and its 100 lethality. Once an individual is scratched or bitten by a carrier of the virus, their fate is essentially sealed. Excluding this terrifying factor, the slow-moving and irrational zombies pose a threat far less daunting than anticipated. With the antidote serum and vaccine in place, these safety concerns will soon be eradicated. Chapter 144. Chaos reigns outside. Through the system, Su-Mu observed that Qingshu's loyalty had reached an impressive 95 points, signifying unwavering allegiance. He promptly teleported to her side. Gazing at her charming visage, he praised, "Kur, you are truly remarkable." Qingshu responded with a proud smile. "Indeed. Prior to the snow disaster, I held dual doctoral degrees in medicine and biology." Su-Mu was taken aback. "I had no idea you were a female PhD. With a playful lift of her chest, Qingshu retorted, "What of it? Am I not still alluring, with a captivating figure and exceptional beauty?" At her words, Su-Mu felt a stirring within him. Qingshu possessed an elegant demeanor outside the bedroom, yet transformed into a passionate partner within it. Since joining him, her once aloof and rational nature had gradually dissipated. At home, she was uninhibited, always introducing new and exciting experiences. Whether donning a sheer white shirt or a playful apron, these were merely the basics. As he admired her vividly red lips, Su-Mu struggled to suppress his burgeoning desires and said, "Very well, tell me what equipment and materials you require, and I shall endeavor to provide them." Yet, he pondered the implications of her recent fusion with the zombie virus. Would she still pose a threat? What if, in a moment of ecstasy, she succumbed to her primal instincts and mistook his younger brother for a delectable treat? The dilemma between ensuring his elder brother's safety and preserving his younger brother's happiness was clear. Safeguarding his elder brother was paramount. The main control computer at the medical facility contains a wealth of knowledge I have yet to encounter. After several days of study, I have made considerable progress, which emboldens me to claim that I can develop an antidote, serum, and vaccine. However, I still require a significant amount of the original zombie virus for experimentation. No problem. I can gradually provide you with the original zombie virus solution. I should be able to deliver a vial each day. That sounds splendid. By the way, how is your recovery progressing? Are there any lingering after effects? None at all. After testing, everything is normal. Qingshu remarked with a hint of confusion. Moreover, I feel as though a unique power is beginning to stir within me. Yet I cannot control it at this moment. Sumu, equally perplexed by the situation, reassured her. Do not rush. You have just recovered, so avoid overexertion. While they were conversing, they suddenly heard the sound of an aircraft flying overhead. Sumues ikupreshan shifted, and he promptly instructed Qingshu a few times before teleporting to the highest window of the base. He retrieved a high-powered telescope from an infinite space and scrutinized the scene. Are they dropping supplies? Sumu mused, astonished by the swiftness of the official response. As they had issued an announcement last night and commenced action today, the boxes landed atop the skyscraper or elsewhere, bursting open to reveal machines equipped with antennas and small radars, continuously broadcasting a recorded message. Emergency notification. Due to the rampant zombie outbreak in the city, all survivors are advised to take shelter. 10 shelters have been established in Shun City, and their specific locations are as follows. Survivors with the means may choose to enter the nearest shelter, where they will receive protection from military personnel. Survivors who are temporarily unable to access the sanctuary need not despair. We will periodically airdrop supplies into the urban area, so please be vigilant in receiving them. The military is actively taking measures to eradicate the zombies, and we urge everyone to patiently await rescue. Alas, it turns out that it is not a supply drop, but merely an announcement. However, given the widespread power outages, the number of individuals who can still utilize their phones or access the internet is quite limited. Thus, only a select few will be able to view the official notifications, necessitating such a clumsy method of communication. Yet, these fools have disclosed the location of the sanctuary. Do they truly believe that the zombies are imbeciles? It is important to remember that those survivors who have succumbed to the virus and transformed into zombies possess intelligence that is not inferior to that of ordinary humans. Once they learn of the sanctuary's whereabouts, they will undoubtedly lay an ambush along the way, or even infiltrate the sanctuary itself. The individual responsible for this decision is oblivious to the number of innocent lives that may be lost. But what does this have to do with me? I only wish to survive. Sumu shook his head, advising Wang Hao and the others to exercise caution while hunting zombies, before teleporting to Gung Tianfu's workshop. After receiving the information from Sumu, Gung Tianfu seemed to have discovered immense joy, spending his days immersed in the military factory, tirelessly developing all manner of peculiar inventions, often neglecting to eat. The HKG-11 caseless rifle boasts a 50-round magazine, rapid firing rate, jam-free operation, and high accuracy, with the capability to accommodate grenade launchers. Its firepower surpasses that of the QBZ-191 automatic rifle currently employed by Wang Xiao and his team by an impressive 50. Moreover, the 5.8mm domestically produced ammunition remains in use, eliminating the need to redesign and adjust the production line for the bullets. The DL-44 heavy explosive pistol, equipped with a magazine capacity of 12 rounds, also utilizes the 5.8mm domestic ammunition. It offers a comfortable grip, excellent accuracy, and is particularly effective in close-quarters combat. The combat helmet featuring a heads-up display, along with a versatile alloy knife. These weaponry technologies are not overly complex and are relatively easy to produce. I have crafted 10 sets of each. Gung Tianfu, brimming with excitement, eagerly introduced each item to Sumu. Quite impressive. This will certainly enhance their combat capabilities. Sumu nodded, as he had been troubled by the fact that Wang Hao and his team had reached a bottleneck in their weapons' effectiveness. The last encounter with the two-headed zombie hound had already revealed a deficiency in their offensive power. Geng Tianfu, delighted by Su Mu's praise, then humbly remarked, "As for the more intricate weaponry, I have yet to thoroughly study the relevant materials, so it may take some time before I can produce the finished products. However, I have managed to create a considerable number of Molotov cocktails, rocket